It was not a distant future. Everything in the world was developing by leaps and bounds. The military industry did not stand still, and the abilities of good soldiers became popular in the country. Our main character, named Hirikara, was an elite sniper, which gave some privileges in the country. During his military service, Hirikara mastered the art of sniper rifle shooting. He constantly improved and became better at shooting at targets, honing his skills. After carefully aiming at the target, the finger was already on the trigger and it was tempting to pull the trigger. All emotions were suppressed and the state allowed to shoot accurately. The eye in the crosshairs saw only a target that could be hit. Hirikara did this for a year, after which Hirikara calmed his breathing, pulled the trigger, and fired. After the training, Hirikara hit every target perfectly. This was a very rare skill in a man who only served in the army for a year. Hirikara, hearing the words of praise from his commander, stood at attention and thanked him. He understood that in the army it is necessary to maintain discipline and follow the orders of senior officers, after which the commander asked Hirikara to relax and speak more calmly. The commander asked his comrade to help with the boxes of ammunition to stack them. Hirikara was a little confused but did not resist the order. The commander admired the abilities of his subordinate and wondered how he could shoot so accurately. Hirikara looked at his commander and replied that he just liked hitting the target accurately, because what was the point of shooting at a target just like that? The commander was a little surprised because it sounded rather strange. The commander, smiling at the boy's naive statement that he had never killed, throws a box of ammunition to the boy so that he can start stacking them. Hirikara manages to get his hand under the crate, which looks rather old and unpredictable. Such ammunition should have been disposed of long ago, but armies prefer to use it for training to save money. The sudden explosion that left Hirikara severely injured was unexpected. The commander held the boy in his arms and shouted at him not to pass out. Soon, medics arrived to help the soldier and save him from death. Soon, Hirikara was lying in a hospital bed in a coma. His condition was extremely sad and his life was in danger. The soldier's mother was horrified and prayed that he would survive and be able to live on. A few days later, the news reported what happened in the army about the injured soldier. This was not the first case, and therefore the army will conduct checks to protect the soldiers. Meanwhile, Hirikara came to his senses and realized that he had to undergo surgery due to the explosion and thus lost the ability to walk. This greatly depressed him, and his morale was very bad. Hirikara tried his best to stand up and practice walking. His depressed state and the weakness of his body were breaking his condition. The weakness of his body and the broken spirit were oppressing the boy in every way. Unable to stand, he falls to the floor from the weakness of his body. He understood that all attempts brought no result. From anger and weakness of the body, Hirikara was very angry. He hit the floor with his fist, not wanting to deal with such a situation, after which Hirikara leaned on stilts and stood up, lowering his head and began to walk to his room. The mother saw her son suffering and cried from grief that everything had turned out this way. Hirikara found it very difficult and painful to take each step with his cane, but he was not going to give up. He did not want to think that he would never be able to walk again. Suddenly, a strange glow with flashes of lightning appears around Hirikara. It was so strange and unexpected that Hirikara did not understand what was happening. In this glow, hands began to reach out to the boy's body as if covered in fire and pull him towards themselves. It looked quite scary, as if he was being invited to hell. Hirikaru began to be pulled into the unknown by hands that had no body. It was a strange feeling, like a dream, that frightened him more and more with each passing second. Suddenly, Hirikara found himself in some strange place, kneeling with his hands on the floor, which was clearly tiled. Suddenly he realizes that he can feel his feet, which touched the cold floor and felt everything he touched. This scared him a lot, because he didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly he feels that his body has become very light, and around him there again appears that fiery aura with a glow that is covered in mystery and many questions. What is happening? Suddenly, the bright glow stopped, and through the cosmic glow a girl appeared, who extended her hand to the guy's face as if she really wanted to play with him. This unknown girl approached the boy and in a gentle voice whispered to the boy that she was very interested in the boy continuing his life and making a contract with her that would allow him to walk again. Hirikara, when he heard that he would be able to walk again, became very tense, realizing that this was the only thing he wanted. He was a little scared by the unknown and the situation itself, but he did not want to refuse such a tempting offer. Hirikara accepted the unknown girl's offer to walk again and extends his hand to her to make a contract, after which Hirikara unexpectedly wakes up in a strange place, not understanding what is happening. He began to suspect that all this was a dream, and no one offered him the ability to walk again. Suddenly, a younger brother appears in front of his face, who greatly frightened Hirikara and surprised him with his presence near his brother's bed. Hirikara was surprised and started pushing away his little brother, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Kinshu started laughing at his older brother and telling him to calm down. Chinshu smiled and held the VR headset in his hands, telling his older brother that he had the opportunity to play a new game with full immersion. Kinshu said that Hirikara didn't even notice how he was pulled into the strange machine he bought for his brother, which made him unable to walk. Hirikara was also surprised that such a strange thing appeared in his room. Kinshu looked happy and began to tell his brother that this new invention cost a lot of money, but for his brother such a gift would be very useful, because in a game with full immersion he would be able to walk again. Hirikara, when he heard that this thing was very expensive, immediately cried out that he was extremely surprised and upset that his brother spent so much money without consulting him. He did not even understand where Chinshu got so much money to buy such a thing. Suddenly, Kinshu's hands grabbed Hirikara's shoulders and began to squeeze, preventing him from getting up. Hirikara didn't understand why his younger brother was so insistent on being fully immersed in the game. Kinshu's face changed greatly, as if he was unhappy that his brother refused to take the gift, especially since the game is quite popular and can bring in a lot of money in real life. Thus, Hirikara will be able to earn money for treatment, which is very expensive. Kinshu forcefully put the helmet on his brother and told him to enjoy the new world where there is everything and to enjoy every moment more and start enjoying life. Suddenly, Hirikara remembered that he had seen a girl in a dream who promised him a life where he could walk. But still it was only a dream, so he thought. Suddenly, Kinshu hits his brother's head with his hand, pressing the start button, and tells him to enjoy the new world and have a great time. Hirikara was a little indignant, but before he could comprehend everything, a new game with full immersion began to launch. Before Hirikara's eyes, and the beautiful blue glow seemed to draw him in with its incredible glow. Hirikara finds himself in an incredible place, completely naked. His appearance was like something out of a superhero movie. Standing on his feet, Hirikara seemed to be reborn and was surprised and glad that he felt his legs. It was amazing and at the same time a strange feeling that he was able to return what he had lost, albeit in the virtual world. Suddenly a bright glow appears in front of Hirikara, so much so that his eyes begin to hurt. He was a former military man and treated everything strange with a spear. Before my eyes, in a bright glow, a silhouette of a girl appeared, who looked very attractive and more like a goddess of this virtual world. Hirikara suddenly remembers that there is an attractive girl in front of him, and he is standing naked in front of a stunning beauty. Hirikara immediately begins to cover all his vulnerabilities in front of the girl who just appeared in front of him in the new game world. He was extremely embarrassed that the first acquaintance in the new world happened exactly like this. The strange girl showed some interest in the guy with her whole appearance, but said that everything was fine. She had seen such things many times when she met new guests in this world. Hirikara realized that in front of him was the game administrator, who was introducing newcomers to the game and giving important instructions before starting to explore a new world. The girl administrator held a ball in her hands that looked very much like a planet. This was the world that Hirikara had entered, and he would learn many new things in this fantastic world. Hirikara, having calmed down, said that he wanted to quickly get to the new world and finally experience full immersion, where he could explore the world on his own 2 feet. The administrator was a little surprised by the boy's desire to get to the new world as soon as possible. She decided to offer the boy to change his appearance or race, which is allowed in this world. Hirikara, looking at his body, decides not to change anything and enter the new world as he is. He did not want to interfere with what his mother gave him, who never turned away from her son, who was so badly injured that he lost the ability to walk. The administrator, smiling, agreed with the guy's choice and began to perform a ritual to introduce a new player into the virtual world to begin his path as an explorer. Hirikara's body began to be covered with clothes and rise up. This was the procedure of the player being transported to a new world. Suddenly, Hirikara falls headfirst into the sky, falling straight into the center of the city where the administrator sent him. He was afraid that he might crash at the beginning of the game. Hirikara already thought that he had fallen and unexpectedly for himself, He saw, opening his eye, that he was on the ground. He stood in the middle of the square, which was very lively and filled with different people who were behaving happily and enjoying the new world that had just recently appeared. It was a country of an ancient era, where there was no high technology, different architectural buildings and symbols on flags, as well as many interesting people that were created in this world for the interest of ordinary players. The world is filled with quests and paths that can lead to heights or to fear. Hirikara was very surprised by such a carefully designed world and its inhabitants. It was incredible and at the same time striking in its beauty and realism. Hirikara looked down at his hand and, examining himself, he did not believe until the very end that he felt wonderful and as if he were absolutely alive. He recalled that the administrator told him that in this world there is the ability to change race, which means there are many other monsters and non-humans. She told him that the world is filled with magic and magical creatures. Remembering that Hirikara refused to change anything about his appearance, considering how she insisted that changing his appearance would be a good idea, when the administrator heard the words of refusal, she decided to make fun of the boy and say that he was too self-confident in his beauty, which caught the boy's attention, to which he replied that he was not going to take a selfie, but to explore a new world. Afterwards, he began to master his body, learning what it was capable of in this new world. Hirikara began to feel his muscles and every tension in his body. It was a very pleasant sensation for the boy. He stretched and swung his leg to perform a kick. These skills were from the real world, as he had been trained in martial arts in the army. Suddenly, after the warm-up, a man approaches the boy and starts a conversation, thereby attracting the boy's attention. Hirikara looked at the stranger who appeared out of nowhere in surprise. This tall man looked quite polished and did not look like a normal player in his behavior. Hirikara understood that this was not a game character created to welcome newcomers and introduce them to what was going on in this world. This man, like a child, began to smile and greet the boy loudly. His task was to greet and tell the newcomers where to go to learn the abilities and skills that will help the newcomers enjoy the game. This character began to tell the basic abilities and skills that will help to survive and learn this world. If you run a lot, the level of fatigue will begin to grow and the player will not be able to continue moving if neglected. Suddenly, the man points at a girl standing nearby in a beautiful pink dress holding a basket of apples. She looked completely innocent and was not dangerous. The man asked the boy to touch the girl's elastic place. She stood there all alone, emotionless, looking at the apple she had taken out of her basket. The man's request was to touch the girl, or rather her breast. Hirikara did not understand the seriousness of the man's request, and as soon as it dawned on him, he immediately grabbed the man who was egging him on to touch the woman's breast and began to stop him, jumping on him and throwing him on the ground. After the man said that the boy had passed the test and understood that it was forbidden to break the law and the generally accepted rules of the world, the man thus showed that any illegal actions in the cities will be punished and will lose reputation. The more problems and bad actions you commit, the more residents will refuse him quests and repairs. After the story and introduction to the newbie, the man with the strange hairstyle quickly ran in the other direction, saying at the end that Hirikara should move to the training camp to gain basic skills for battle. After hearing this, Hirikara stretched his arms and prepared to head to the training camp where he would receive his basic skills to immerse himself in this world. He ran as fast as he could to the training building, enjoying every step. Buildings and people flew past, not having time to understand what had happened. Hirikara ran quite fast and had a wide smile on his face, indicating that he was truly and sincerely happy that he could run. Those days when Hirikara suffered and suffered that he could no longer walk. Those attempts to get up and manage to walk at least a few steps, forcing his legs to move, were extremely difficult. The other players were a little surprised by the high-speed run, as they had never seen such an energetic player who was so furiously rushing through the city on his feet. Their hair was fluttering in the wind, and dust was flying into their eyes from the speed. Hirikara ran so fast that he even jumped up and down for joy, enjoying the moment. The other players thought that the boy was crazy for doing such stupid things like a child. After a fun run, Hirikara reached the training center that the character in the game advised him to visit, who introduced him to the rules of the game. The boy stood in front of a tall arch with a sword symbol, which clearly meant that they trained in swordsmanship here. Even from the entrance to the training center, you could hear the guys training. Their loud screams and tired voices indicated that they were really training future warriors and adventurers here, who would be able to protect this world from monsters and villains. Hirikara didn't wait long, but immediately went to the training ground to the others to evaluate the game's combat system and recall his skills in battles, which he was taught in the army. However, no one taught him how to handle a sword while there were firearms. He swings his weapon and makes the first strike at the dummy target, which looks rather awkward and very simple. This strike was simple in order to see what the combat skills and abilities system is capable of. From the blow, Hirikara felt a little fatigue and vibration from the sword after hitting the target. This made him a little happy, as it was a completely natural feeling and seemed quite real, after which he decided to try a strong blow, which he received as a skill as a gift from the administrator. Everyone who enters the game at the beginning receives one random skill to ease the immersion into the game of the new world. Hirikara took a stance and prepared to deliver a strong blow. It was a truly devastating blow that managed to hit the target, leaving nothing whole. The light wave from the blow rolled around for several meters and thus attracted a lot of attention from the other guys. Everyone was very surprised because while they were training, no one was able to break the target. They treated this world as a game and did not attach importance to the full potential of the player's capabilities, and therefore were shocked. After such a strong impact, a small crater like a meteorite was formed under Hirikara's feet. Such a monstrous pressure from the impact also affected the surroundings. He definitely did not expect this from the game. Everyone around was surprised and admired the technique that Hirikara performed, and they began to ask him how he did it. Hirikara did not hide anything and simply said that he used his combat skill to strengthen the blow, after which that strange man appeared who offered to touch the girl's breasts and started shouting that his training was over and it was time to choose a player class for which he would explore this magnificent world of sword and magic. In front of Hirikara again, acting as if she only knew him. She greeted the boy, saying that it hadn't even been a day since they met again. Hirikara behaved quite calmly because for him it was only a few hours, and he was not tired at all. After which the administrator of this world, or the goddess, spread her arms to the sides and said that it was now time to choose the weapon with which our hero would begin his adventures in the new world. Many types of weapons appeared in front of the boy, which he had never seen or even imagined. All the objects were incredible and emitted light as if they were divine. The only thing that interested him was a large staff with a blue stone, which indicated that he wanted to become a magician and master many spells. He was about to take the staff, as there was nothing interesting among the many different weapons. Suddenly, the goddess distracts him and asks the boy to try to choose more carefully, to which he turns around and looks in her direction. The goddess showed the boy something that should be familiar to him with a strange smile. This weapon was more advanced and strange for this world of sword and magic, but it existed. It was as if an evil demon was whispering to the goddess to hand the guy a musket as if it were meant to be. It all looked like a cunning plan that could lead us into the most interesting plot available only to our hero. Hirikara, when he saw the musket, was very surprised and did not expect such a thing in this world. He did not even suspect that all this was a cunning plan that would force him to go through an incredible journey. Hirikara was extremely surprised to see such a weapon and could not resist looking at it up close. He reached out and tried to grab the weapon. The goddess was extremely surprised by how the boy behaved with firearms. The boy was well versed in such types of weapons and was very interested in studying ancient types of firearms. Hirikara picked up the gun and tried to aim it to try it out. He was extremely curious to try something that could change the entire military world and raise it to a new level of progress. The goddess allowed the musket to be tested before making a choice and gave the boy gunpowder, a bullet, and a ramrod so that he could try shooting. Filled with enthusiasm and interest in such a weapon, he diligently begins to load the musket. Fill it with gunpowder and insert the ball into the barrel, pushing it with a ramrod to the trigger mechanism, but it was too long. The boy was loading the musket for a whole minute and was extremely upset by such a long process. The goddess acted as if she enjoyed the boy's suffering, which looked quite funny. After fully loading, Hirikara begins to aim and judge the distance to hit the target accurately. He couldn't wait to remember the days when he hit the target accurately in the army using a sniper rifle. Hirikara pulls the trigger and a shot is fired with such force that everything around is covered in a cloud of smoke, making it difficult to see. The boy tries to brush away the smoke and find the target to see if he hit it. The force of the shot should have blown the target away, leaving nothing behind. When the smoke cleared, the target was still there, without a scratch on it. Hirikara was extremely surprised as he was sure he could hit it with his shooting skills. But the goddess behind him only smiled and giggled. Hirikara decided to try shooting again and finally hit the target. Another attempt to load the musket in the same way, but trying to do it faster. Hirikara felt heavy and tired during the process, as the musket was quite heavy, as in the real world, weighing about 5 kilograms. He fell to his knees and began to complain to the goddess that everything was too realistic here. Hirikara understood that the musket had great power and was capable of destroying an enemy with one shot, but the problem was that the hit rate was only 50%, and that was too low to shoot accurately. Hirikara was extremely unhappy that the game did not take into account the abilities of a person who knows how to handle firearms. The goddess said that this was a balance change to make firearms too strong. The goddess said that the system will not allow the use of weapons as in the real world, so that the firearms do not become too powerful. Hirikara thought about it and wondered why it was impossible to turn off the player's combat support and use only real-life skills. Apparently, the developers decided that this would be the right thing to do and it would not break the balance. Hirikara thought that was enough for today and he would have to exit the game and think about which class to choose. But the goddess said that the player can only exit the game after choosing a player class. Hirikara was very indignant, since he was not given time to think and make the right choice. Hirikara began to think about everything to make a choice and could not make the right decision, as there were too many nuances that did not allow him to make the right choice. The desire to use a firearm was great, but the loading speed was too slow and made him an easy target. Through effort and understanding that he will not be able to use a firearm normally, he decides to use another weapon to immerse himself in this game world. It was hard for him, and even the goddess egged him on and mocked him, not allowing him to think normally. Hirikara has already made his decision and begins to reach for his magic wand to start playing as a mage and give up his dream of using a musket in the game. Before he could grab the staff, the boy suddenly began to fall as if he was falling into another world. It was very unexpected and strange, since he had not yet decided on the player's class. Hirikara woke up in his room breathing heavily. The deep dive helmet was off, as was the gaming machine itself. Hirikara was sweating and exhausted, as his brain had been thinking too much. Hirikara's mother came into the room and took off his helmet, as she was worried about her son, who began to sweat and act a little strangely while immersed in the world of virtual reality. Hirikara began to wipe the sweat from his face and come to his senses after an unexpected exit from the game. Mom, having taken off her son's helmet, began to ask her son if everything was okay with him. Hirikara calmed down and asked his mother how she was able to get him out of the virtual reality. His mother said that she simply pulled out the cable and turned off the system. For her, this was completely normal, and she did not suspect that she had done something strange. Hirikara began to laugh nervously and tell his mother that everything was fine, for which she patted her son on the head and calmed down that everything was fine, after which the mother asked her son not to stay up too long and go to bed. Hirikara thanked his mother for her concern and wished her good night. Suddenly, Hirikara remembered that the goddess had said that it was impossible to exit the game without choosing a class. Could everything go wrong just by exiting the game in this way? After moving to his chair, Hirikara hurried to sit down at the computer to check what had happened to the character he had created. Hirikara was very nervous, since spontaneously choosing a class could make the game completely uninteresting, and creating a new character was only allowed a month after deleting the old one. Hirikara became very nervous and grabbed his head, since there was nothing written in the character description, which meant that the process was not completed properly, and he needed to log into the game to complete the process. After entering the game, Hirikara looked at his status and saw that his characteristics were very weak, and the main skill was chosen to be a marksman swordsman, which was not popular in the game at all. He was very upset, and all the players, seeing such a player, were extremely surprised and mocked the boy who chose a very strange character class. Hirikara started screaming and cursing that the system had chosen such a class for him. He knew that there was no way he could fight normally, considering that the musket took a full minute to charge, and also that he will have to fight with a musket and a sword, and most importantly, in order to be able to fight with a sword, he will have to spend all his mana points on this skill. This greatly depressed the boy, and he looked very depressed. He fell to the ground, hugging the musket that the system had given him. There was emptiness in his eyes, as if he had lost all feelings. Suddenly, a character approached the boy, who was surprised by the appearance of such a character who wielded a firearm. Hirikara heard himself being addressed and began to rise, emitting a fiery aura as if he was filled with a negative and ominous aura. The stranger's mission was to destroy the hell rabbits, which were very strong and fast for such a small animal. They ate grass, but they did not give in to their attackers and could fight back. Having calmed down a bit and come to his senses, Hirikara came to the field where all the newcomers were fighting with the rabbits, which were the first and weakest monsters in this world. Hirikara, in all seriousness, seeing the rabbit, begins to diligently load the musket, which takes quite a long time, and the rabbit, seeing the boy, can calmly run away, leaving the boy no chance. Without further ado, Hirikara slung his musket over his shoulder and began to aim to shoot the rabbit and complete his first mission. Hirikara pulls the trigger and fires a shot, which causes a loud bang and a smoke screen that makes it difficult to see. But the rabbit was not hurt at all, because the bullet did not hit the target at all, because the probability of an accurate hit is only 50%. Rabbits have great speed and can dodge the attack. After the smoke cleared, Hirikara looked towards the rabbit he wanted to shoot. He was coughing and his eyes were watering because the smoke was thick and caused such negative effects when he was not used to it. After the shot, the rabbit didn't run anywhere but turned around and looked with his hellish eyes at the boy who wanted to attack him while he was nibbling the grass. The hell rabbit's gaze was very scary and clearly serious. It gave off a strong aura that evoked fear. It was a very dangerous rabbit. Hirikara realized that he needed to load the musket again and try to hit the rabbit to finally shoot it. The hellish rabbit, without wasting a second, begins to quickly approach the boy and tries to hit him. Hirikara didn't have time to load his musket, and the rabbit successfully delivers a strong blow with its furry hind legs with great force. Hirikara, standing up, realizes that he has encountered a very strong opponent, that he will not retreat and will continue to fight. Hirikara makes an important decision that will help him survive and save himself. Hirikara started running away as fast as he could to survive. The rabbit was completely surprised by the guy's actions and decided to run away and not fight. But the monsters in this world do not retreat, but fight to the last. Hirikara notes that the rabbit is not lagging behind at all, but is even catching up at high speed and is trying to strike. A strong rabbit foam was delivered to the boy's back and thrown back. Hirikara had not felt so helpless for a long time, and he did not expect to lose so many life points from the weakest monster in the game. The other players around them were extremely surprised when they saw the boy fighting a normal weak monster, as it was strange to them. They had no idea that someone could have a hard time dealing with a normal rabbit. The rabbit continued to attack the boy and strike him with great speed. Hirikara understood that the situation was not in his favor, and it would be very shameful to die from a pathetic rabbit in the game. Hirikara remembered that he could use a musket as a melee weapon, or more accurately, as a bat. Realizing that he did not want to surrender to some rabbit and die so shamefully, swinging his musket, Hirikara strikes the rabbit, sending it flying into the sky. Hirikara was very tired and shaking in pain. He looked a little pleased that he managed to fight off the hell rabbit. Without having time to rest, the rabbit attacks the boy again and a brutal fight ensues between the boy and the hellish rabbit. The ground shook, everything was covered in dust, and it was incredible. The rabbit dodges in every possible way and delivers strong and precise blows to the guy. Hirikara is unable to dodge the blow normally because he cannot keep up with the movements of the hellish rabbit. At one point, Hirikara manages to strike the rabbit's head and stop it. Gradually, Hirikara began to keep up with the hellish rabbit's movements and dodge its attacks. The other players, watching the duel between the rabbit and the boy, began to suspect that the boy was not capable of dealing with the rabbit. They were surprised that the man with the musket was using it as a regular club. After a long and painful battle, Hirikara was finally able to defeat the rabbit. Although badly beaten and exhausted, Hirikara was very glad that he was still able to defeat this nimble animal. Suddenly, Hirikara noticed that an ordinary girl who could barely hold a sword dealt with a rabbit very easily without straining herself. He realized that his class was really very weak. Hirikara stood there, simply letting his hands drop because his battle seemed so difficult. A simple girl can handle rabbits without straining herself at all. The boy's self-esteem dropped very low, but at one point, Hirikara realized that this was just the beginning, and he had to train to become stronger and easily fight monsters like hell rabbits. After the game, Hirikara decided to sit at the computer to figure out how to become a stronger and more skilled shooter in the game. Hirikara could not accept the fact that he, as one of the best shooters, could not use his skills in the game. His head was full of different thoughts and was trying to digest all that information to use it for strengthening. Mom heard a noise from her son's room and came in to bring dinner and check on her son's condition. Turning on the light, she entered the room and placed a plate of food near the boy, at the same time stroking him on the head, seeing that her son's mood had improved and he was no longer despondent. After talking with his mother, she went to her room and wished her son not to stay up late, but to go to bed. Hirikara thanked his mother for dinner and wished him sweet dreams. After Hirikara lowered his head and looked at his paralyzed legs, he realized that he had a lot of work to do to earn enough money in the game to pay for the surgery and treatment to start walking again. The next day, Hirikara went out to hunt rabbits again. The boys who were in the field and were also hunting rabbits noticed a guy who came to the field with a musket. They were a little scared because they heard the sound of a shot. These were newbies who didn't know that there was a gun option in the game. They were watching the guy who was so hard at work with his gun. Afterwards, Hirikara stood up and started wiping his forehead from sweat as he trained to load his musket faster, and he managed to do it 3 seconds faster than usual. The guys behind him were shocked that he was loading his musket for a whole minute. The guys realized that they had chosen normal classes after all, and they shouldn't continue watching this loser who chose the most useless class. Hirikara didn't pay attention to the spectators who were constantly watching him try to fight the rabbit. Hirikara spent all his time improving his reload speed and upgrading his shooting skill. After hard training, Hirikara hid in a bush to catch a rabbit. Hirikara tracked his prey and began preparing to shoot, trying not to attract any attention to himself. Hirikara, remembering his abilities, decided to find out the distance to the target and the wind speed in order to aim correctly and shoot his victim. After all the manipulations, Hirikara shoots, hoping that everything will work out and the bullet will hit where it should. The bullet flies out of the barrel, heading towards the rabbit. Hirikara acted quite confidently and tried to disperse the smoke from the shot to see if it hit the rabbit, because the bullet should have hit the target exactly. The bullet hit the rabbit but did not cause a serious wound, and the rabbit itself looked quite pumped up and very angry since its wound was unpleasant and it really wanted to teach the impudent brat a lesson. Hirikara was upset, but he did not give up and decided to deal with the rabbit with a tried and tested method using a butt. This fight was not planned at all, but apparently rabbits can only be dealt with in close combat. The next time, Hirikara managed to hit the target and shoot the rabbit. It was the first shot that hit the target and killed it. Hirikara jumped out of his ambush and began to celebrate his victory, which he had achieved with such difficulty. It was a real celebration for the boy since he had finally hit the target, after which he received a notification that he had completed the task of destroying the hell rabbits, and his characteristics had increased slightly. But there was a problem, namely, he had run out of bullets. Now Hirikara had to swing his musket like a club as he had run out of ammunition. He was ashamed to resort to such a method, but he had no choice. All the boys, as they saw Hirikaru, understood that now there would be a duel with a rabbit, not at all as expected from a man with a musket. These fights were so brutal that everyone thought that the guy's rabbits were an order of magnitude stronger than theirs. But in fact, the boy was simply weak. After another fight with the hell rabbit, Hirikara was very tired and sat on the ground trying to catch his breath. Unexpectedly, Hirikara gets a level up and finally gets the chance to fight other monsters that live in the forest, which becomes accessible after reaching level 2. The guys who were nearby, seeing that their strange newcomer had received a level increase, began to applaud him and support the boy in every possible way. After the congratulations, Hirikara headed to town to turn in the rabbit-killing quest and find a place to sell all the goods he had managed to collect from the hunt. Hirikara came to the man who gave the task for the rabbits. They started talking about the reward, and it turns out that the rabbits are quite cheap. This was the first money. Hirikara was glad that he was able to earn money, and this was just the beginning, which would bring him closer to a speedy recovery and surgery. Afterwards, Hirikara got to a restaurant where a very tall woman was buying animal carcasses to cook in her restaurant. She really liked the goods that the boy brought, and she agreed to buy all the rabbit carcasses from him. Suddenly, the woman decided to offer Hirikara a task of hunting animals that she could cook in her restaurant. She was quite famous in this city and was proud of her dishes. Hirikara was not against helping the woman, but he did not know what kind of animals she needed for her dishes. The woman began to tell the boy what exactly she was interested in and what kind of animals would be suitable for cooking, when the woman was talking about how she wanted to try a very rare animal that lived in the western forest. It was a type of wild rabbit with a dark color. Hirikara agreed to the quest, and the woman began to tell him with great enthusiasm where he should go and how many carcasses he should bring. At one point, the woman took out her huge knife for cutting up animals, and in a dangerous voice told the boy not to try to deceive her, because she would immediately understand the substitution. After receiving the quest, Hirikara headed to the city to find a gunsmith shop, and finally buy some ammunition and gunpowder to use the musket as needed. Entering the shop, Hirikara asked the seller about the cost of the cartridges and was very surprised that they were so expensive. Having calculated how much he would have to spend to get the bullets, he was very upset. Hirikara fell to his knees and started beating the floor because he would have to give up all his money to get some bullets. The salesman teased the guy by telling him that they were so expensive because very few people had guns. But Hirikara remembered how the woman from the restaurant had lost her big and shiny cleaver. He was afraid that he would not be able to cope and would be severely punished if he did not cope. Through tears, Hirikara gives the bag of coins to the seller to get the coveted bullets. It was painful for his heart. The seller took the money with a smile. Afterwards, Hirikara had only one bronze coin left, and that was all he had left after going to the armorer. It was clearly not enough, but at the beginning of the game, everything is always in short supply. Holding the last coin in his hands, he thought about how to increase his income, and considering that the cost of rabbits is cheaper than the seller's bullet, it is not profitable to use a firearm against such weak and cheap prey. Suddenly, Hirikara felt hunger and weakness in his body, which reminded him that the developer made it so that players can feel hunger and weakness in their body due to the augmented reality system. On his way through the evening city, Hirikara noticed a sign for a bakery that would help him regain his strength after eating a delicious bun. Entering the bakery, Hirikaru was met at the entrance by a beautiful girl who was cleaning and told the boy that they were already closing. The boy was in a difficult situation and needed to eat so as not to die in the game. The girl generously let the boy in and asked him to quickly choose his food so that she could close the store. Hirikara understood this and went to the counter to make his choice. All the buns and cakes looked very appetizing, but the problem was that the cost of all the baked goods in the store exceeded the copper coin he had left. Suddenly, the boy notices that there is an empty basket with a price tag of 1 copper. Hirikara, scratching the back of his head, decided to ask the girl if she had any of this cheap pastry left. The owner of the store replied that, unfortunately, they ran out, since the ingredients for cooking are eaten by rabbits that have bred in the nearby forest. Hirikara heard that those evil rabbits were to blame. He decided to offer the girl rabbit meat in exchange for a bun. The girl began to speak in such a strange and nervous voice, as if she was threatening the boy so that he would not even think about suggesting such a thing, since this was not the first time she had heard such a proposal. Hirikara began to assure her that he was not like everyone else and could help her with her problem of exterminating the rabbits that were so interfering with the city's residents' livelihoods. Suddenly the girl's face changed and she seemed ready to do something terrible. Her eyes were empty and lifeless. She was extremely surprised that such a weakling was ready to take on the job of destroying hell rabbits. Suddenly she started laughing at the guy and saying that she doubted very much that he was capable of fighting such strong creatures, and even more so with a dark hell rabbit that was 10 heads stronger than ordinary rabbits. Hirikara decided to prove to the shop owner that he had really accepted the task of destroying the dark hell rabbit. The restaurant owner herself gave him this task. She handed him this stinking bag to attract the rabbits and defeat them. The strong stench was so disgusting that the bakery owner could not contain herself and began asking the boy to remove the bag. She believes him. After she made sure that the boy really received a task from the restaurant owner to kill a dark rabbit, she decided to offer a task that could be completed along the way and receive a reward for it. The girl began to monotonously tell all the details of the quest, what she was offering, and what he could get after completing it. Hirikara was shocked that a mission to gather plants to make baked goods could be so dangerous. Now he understood why baked goods were so expensive in this city. Hirikara decided to ask the store owner if she knew anything about that dark rabbit. What was the reason for this behavior in rabbits? She was surprised that such a mercenary took the task and did not know what kind of monster he had to destroy. This rabbit has great strength and incredible endurance, which is capable of defeating several adventurers at once with one blow. Hirikara started laughing nervously and saying that he seemed to know all this and had heard stories from other adventurers. The girl immediately began to suspect that the boy himself did not understand what he had gotten himself into. Suddenly, the girl notices that the boy's stomach sounds strange, which indicated that he was hungry. She began to think that the one who started saying all this for the sake of food could do something bad and deceive her. Hirakawa began to assure the bakery owner that he was not going to deceive her and would do the right thing by defeating the dark rabbit and bringing her herbs. But before that, he was very hungry and would like to take a bun in exchange for the work contract. Hirakawa asked the girl for a bun so he could start the task with full energy. She offered to change the reward if the boy could complete the task in a short time, and then she would give him extra buns in advance. Hirakawa didn't even doubt and happily accepted the task. He happily carried 3 loaves of bread and enjoyed their taste because they were really tasty. The girl waved at the door to the boy and asked him to hurry up, otherwise his trust level in the city would drop by as much as 20 points. Hirakawa walked through the dark streets of the town under the moonlight, finishing the last piece of a delicious bun and thinking about what he should do and how to complete the task. Suddenly, Hirakawa heard conversations behind him. They were adventurers who were inviting other players to join their party and fight together. Hirakawa decided to ask the guys why they were gathering a group. The guys answered that they accepted the quest to hunt a dark hell rabbit. They looked like they were no longer newbies and were level 10, but they immediately saw that Hirakawa was very weak and not up to the level to fight such a strong opponent. Hirakawa understood everything and began to think about what he should do and how to raise his levels faster so that he could fight the dark rabbit. Hirakawa knew that he had to make the right decision and take advantage of the fact that the city was full of establishments where goods from mercenaries could be needed by various merchants. After some time, Hirakawa received tasks in a clothing store, a jewelry store, and a weapons store where different parts of rabbits can be useful and serve. Now, Hirakawa was ready, and having collected everything necessary for the campaign against the rabbits, he threw his musket over his shoulder, realizing that the easiest way to deal with the rabbits was in close combat without using shooting. After spending several hours catching common hell rabbits to collect their skins, fangs, and fur, Hirakawa was getting pretty tired. True, fighting with a musket as a club spoiled the appearance of the butt. It was not safe because the musket could break and you would have to look for a new one, and its price could be very high. Afterwards, Hirakawa reached for his backpack to put all the trophies away and go in search of the strong, dark rabbit that was causing so much harm to the city. Suddenly, Hirakawa heard a battle between adventurers and a monster nearby. The boys were clearly serious when they shouted, and their opponent was causing a lot of trouble. These were the adventurers who refused to take Hirakawa into their squad. In the battle, they were a little confused and managed to lose their tank. This fight was very interesting because Hirakawa was the only one fighting and had never seen other players fight. He noticed that the mage's attacks were delivered to the enemy quite quickly, and this was clearly cooler than reloading a musket. What was surprising was that the monster they were fighting was a huge dark rabbit that was making strong and fast attacks with its claws. The warrior tried to parry the rabbit's attacks to defend himself. Meanwhile, Hirakawa, standing behind the bushes, was constantly thinking about how best to intervene and fight the rabbit in order to get resources from such a monster and complete all the quests at once that he took in the city. But all attempts to cope with the attacks of such a huge monster were useless. No ordinary methods of defense will help against such a monster. The magician and the healer realized that they were alone and could not cope with the monster alone. The player's body lay lifeless as his durability dropped to 0. The huge rabbit stood over the guy and didn't move as if nothing else interested him. Suddenly, Hirakawa noticed that the huge and evil monster that stood above the player's body did not move. But there was another question. Another huge rabbit ran after the magician and the healer. It was surprising that 2 rare monsters appeared on the battlefield. Hirakawa felt sick at the thought of having to fight 2 difficult opponents that a group of 4 level 10 players couldn't handle. His head ached from the many thoughts he had to think about in a duel with such giants. He knew that his musket was taking too long to load and that simple tactics would not work in such a case. Suddenly, Hirakawa remembered that if he did not complete the quests of all the city residents that he took, then he would lose too much trust from the residents and would be kicked out of the city. In this case, Hirakawa decides to use another method, because it was not in vain that he devoted a whole year to the army. His confidence and persistence in completing tasks had no limits. Remembering that period of service when he was a real soldier and he was prepared for battles by training and giving important knowledge on how to become a real soldier, Hirakawa decides to use his skill points to pour them into agility so he can dodge the attacks of the giant hell rabbits and win. The boy jumps out from behind the bushes to lure the monsters to himself and let the guys go. Hirikara was preparing to fight the monsters using his knowledge from his army days. The monsters ran after the guys with great anger until they heard the cry of another guy who decided to experience the attacks of the monsters on himself. The monsters in the game weren't very smart and reacted to any attempt at provocation. Two giants with their bloody eyes couldn't resist and were about to run at the boy who decided to disturb them. Hirikara quickly begins loading his musket to shoot one of the monsters. He breaks the primer of the gunpowder and begins pouring it into the musket. The boys heard the boy sitting in the bushes calling them and offering help and started running towards him. Hirikara was a little nervous because with his reload he simply wouldn't have time to shoot at two fast monsters. Hirikara knew he had to make a decision faster and act on his recharge. Under the moonlight, visibility was pretty good and didn't hinder his actions. The girl from the group who lost two comrades started shouting at Hirikara to do something before they were eaten by the monster that was chasing them. This girl behaved quite vulgarly, and her statements and screams were so obscene that her ears were bleeding. Hirikara even thought about maybe shooting this girl who didn't choose her words instead of killing the rabbit. However, Hirikara quickly switched over and began preparing to fire at the dark hell rabbit. He believed in his strength and abilities, which he gained from serving in the army. These monsters were moving at high speed and getting closer and closer. Hirikara knew that he had to wait for the right moment and distance to be sure to hit the target. The kids ran as fast as they could and screamed in fear, as they were at a disadvantage. The dark rabbits were very fast and were catching up with the kids, preparing to hurt them with their sharp claws. The healer was slower than the girl and screamed in fear as the monster caught up with him and prepared to strike. The sharp claws were already shining with their sharpness. Meanwhile, Hirikara had the monster in his sights and was preparing to pull the trigger. He knew that the distance was still too great and that shooting now would be very dangerous. One of the dark hell rabbits has already caught up with its prey and with a blow of its sharp claws knocks it to the ground, leaving very little chance of salvation. Another monster is also ready to strike its prey and is already jumping up to strike the sorceress. Hirikara waits for a suitable distance and pulls the trigger. A large cloud of smoke flies out of the gun, obscuring the view. A lead bullet flies dangerously close to the girl's head and spills through her hair and rushes into the rabbit's body to hit it. The bullet hits the rabbit right between the eyes and throws it back with great force. The sorceress was shocked and could not believe her eyes that such a monster could be killed with just one attack. A hole had formed in the rabbit's head, indicating that the monster was truly dead. This was surprising, as she had never seen an attack that could knock a monster down with one blow. Everything happened so fast that time seemed to slow down and many thoughts ran through her head. Suddenly, her squadmate, who was screaming in fear, tries to get up and save himself from the rabbit. The hellish dark rabbit grabbed the man's hand and knocked him to the ground with its weight. The girl stood as if in a trance and could not move, as she was overcome by fear. She stood there and watched as her friend was torn apart by the rabbit and slowly killed. There was no saving him, and she should run away while the rabbit wasn't paying attention to her. Hirikara understood that everything was not going quite as expected, and clenching the gunpowder cap in his teeth, he grabbed the girl by the hand and told her that they needed to run away far away before they were noticed. While the rabbit was doing such brutal things that it was disgusting to even watch, Hirikara and the sorceress began to run further into the depths of the forest in order to have time to reload their weapons and hit the monster. While Hirikara held the girl's hand and dragged her away from the monster, the girl experienced many emotions and was very surprised that such a weak player was able to hit the monster with one attack. Unfortunately, the rabbit finished its feast on the fallen player and stood on its hind legs to let out a loud scream, trying to intimidate its victims. Hirikara, hearing the scream, turns around and sees that the monster starts running after them and quickly catches up, as it has great speed. The guys began to worry and think where they should run to hide. While the guys were running as fast as they could and trying to hide, a girl appeared in front. The hellish dark rabbit looked very angry and wanted to quickly kill the players who dared to kill his comrade. It was a blue-haired girl who was also a mage and quite a high-level one. She started casting a high-level spell to help the boys and stop the rabbit. The girl mage who was running with Hirikara notices another player in front of her and understands that a spell is about to be cast, which means she needs to lie down to avoid being attacked. The blue-haired girl conjured up large, sharp icicles that she aimed at the large hell rabbit. She looked calm and confident, as if it was a simple opponent for her. Meanwhile, the red-dressed sorceress makes Hirikara fall to the ground to avoid being attacked by icicles. Everything happened so fast that the actions were performed without even thinking. Having successfully dodged the blue-haired girl's attack, the icicles fly over their heads and hit the huge rabbit's body, stopping it. Anger consumed the monster, and he continued to resist the wounds and the cold that spread through his body from the large icicles. Suddenly, the red-haired sorceress, rising above Hirikara, asks his name and offers to join the group so that they can gain more experience for defeating such strong monsters. Hirikara doesn't immediately understand what she wants, but notices that she is already preparing a spell to finish off the monster while it is immobilized. Hirikara agrees to join the group and tells her his name. They formed a group, and the girl, raising her hands above her head, began to increase the size of her fireball to launch it at the monster. An incredible magic ball with a large supply of mana begins to fly towards the monster to deliver a final powerful blow, which will allow the guys to win. A pillar of fire rose above the huge hell rabbit and dealt great damage to it until the rabbit fell completely exhausted and died. The boys stood and watched what was happening, without saying a word. It was as if they did not understand what had happened and whether everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, after completing the task, Hirikara received a level increase and was pleased that he had dealt with such a strong opponent. Meanwhile, while Hirikara was watching his stats increase, the red-haired girl started taking out all the trophies from the monster she had burned. Hirikara remembered that he also needed a lot of trophies to complete the tasks for the townspeople. The red-haired girl said that she had killed that rabbit, and so she would take all the trophies, and the rabbit that the boy had shot could be his own. After collecting all the resources they got for destroying the two dark hell rabbits, Hirikara put everything in his backpack and decided to go to the city to deliver all the resources to his employers. But he couldn't get rid of the thought that those two girls were still following him. Hirikara stopped and said that he had to go to the city and that his work was finished, so they should not follow him. The red-haired girl decided to introduce herself and called herself Sun Ye. She was from China, and this blue-haired girl was Jin Ha. She was also from China and a very popular player. Hirikara said that he was happy for them and that he had to leave already. Sun Ye was very surprised that Hirikara did not know such a famous girl like Jin Ha, who was at the top of the rankings in the game. Hirikara asked them if they knew a man named Hirikara from South Korea. The girls said they didn't, and Hirikara said they were even now. He waved and said goodbye. Sun Ye put her hands on her hips and stood there, looking at the boy with surprise. She hadn't expected anything from him, but the fact that he was able to destroy such a strong opponent with one shot was something that commanded respect. Suddenly, Jin Ha decides to point in the direction of where the herb he needs to complete the herb-gathering quest from the bakery owner grows. Hirikara is very surprised since he didn't say anything about what he needs. Remembering the conversation with the owner of the bakery, that you shouldn't tell anyone about your quests so that other players don't interfere and don't put a spoke in the wheel, Hirikara nervously turned around and smiled, as if he wanted to pretend that the girl was mistaken and he didn't need anything. He was also wondering how she knew what he needed to do and who she was anyway. Jinha says that she has completed this quest and knows where to find the herb he needs. Quest information is not secret between players, and everyone can share it to make it easier for others. Sun Ye was surprised because she realized that Hirikara probably didn't trust anyone because he was afraid that he would be deceived and all his property would be taken away if he revealed himself to anyone. Hirikara told them that he thought so in principle and therefore apologized to the girls for not trusting them. Jinha asked Hirikara how he managed to kill the rabbit boss with one shot. She didn't understand it, as she had a high level and was one of the strongest players, but even she couldn't destroy the boss with one attack. Hirikara turns around at Jinha's question, not understanding how he did it. He simply believed that one bullet to the head would be enough to defeat the enemy. Scratching his head, Hirikara replied that he was simply confident that one bullet accurately on target was enough to kill the enemy. Sun Ye looked at the naive boy and thought that he was just lucky, since the critical damage was much higher than usual. Meanwhile, Hirikara had several completed quests and his stats had improved. They said that he had gained the ability to kill a target with one shot if all the rules for using the skill were followed. After a short dialogue in the forest, the guys decided to head to the city to celebrate their victory over the giant rabbit and turn in their quests, receiving a reward and resources along the way. On the way to the city, Hirikara noticed that all the people of the city treated Jinha with respect and even saluted her. It was really strange, as if she was the queen of the city. Sun Ye decided to reintroduce her friend Jin Ha as one of the best players in the world and the most popular girl in the game. All players come here to become as strong as her. Hirikara couldn't help but splash his honey ale in surprise. Sun Ye said that she was not surprised that Hirikara did not believe her the first time because he did not trust anyone. In fact, they are sisters who possess the magical elements of ice and fire. Hirikara remembered how Sun Ye ran away from the big rabbit and screamed. It didn't exactly look like the tactics of a high-level player who could fight strong monsters. It even made him laugh. Sun Ye, after being slightly humiliated by Hirikara, decided to ask him if it was his turn to explain how he was able to kill such a powerful monster with one shot. Did his musket really have a strong attack power? Hirikara put on a serious expression and rested his head on his hands. Leaning on the table, he said that he was actually an elite sniper who was practicing in the game. Sun Ye naturally did not believe it and was a little angry that he could not say everything as it was. She approached Hirikara and, pointing her finger in his face, began to ask him to behave more politely and tell the truth. Otherwise, she would start writing on the forum that he was using prohibited modifications. Hirikara, sighing heavily, did not want to talk about his ability so that no one would bother him, and he calmly leveled up in the game where you can earn money. Jin Ha, as always, without showing a single emotion, says that most likely Hirikara has the ability of instant death, since his level and characteristics cannot inflict such a lot of damage to the rabbit boss. As Sun Ye continued to persistently question the boy about what had happened, Hirikara was very surprised that Jin Ha could see his stats and level. He realized that nothing could be hidden from such a player. Jin Ha continued her story, and like a robot gave out information that surprised everyone. She said that a player capable of killing such a boss must have a level of at least 100 in the game. Here Hirikara was definitely stunned, since his level at the time of killing the rabbit was only 5. This was clearly not just like that. Apparently his ability on bosses acted differently than on simple monsters, or so he thought. Sun Ye, having listened to her friend's guesses, sat down at the table and, crossing her arms, decided to attract Hirikara to herself, realizing that such an ally could be of great help in leveling up and completing quests. Afterwards, she stood up and slammed her hand on the table and told Hirikara that he should join their guild, and he would become stronger there. She was very sure that no one would be able to resist such an offer. She started bragging that the leader of her guild is Jin Ha, who is the most popular player in the world. Thanks to this, their guild is among the top largest and most popular. The guild's resources allow them to go on raids very often and take out a large amount of income. Hirikara liked the idea, but he didn't understand what such a weak player could bring to a guild where all the players were high level and fighting for influence and power over the surroundings in the game world. Sun Ye replied that his level was not a problem as he could always raise it, and with the guild's resources he could get good equipment for his level. She came closer to the guy and was ready to hear his consent, which she had no doubt about. But Hirikara managed to refuse, saying that he was not interested in using other people's resources and he wanted to achieve everything himself. He started to say that his mother taught him that you should never rely on someone, you should achieve everything yourself, then you will become a real man. Sun Ye opened her mouth in surprise, not knowing what to say to such a refusal. Jin Ha continued to sip her drink from a large glass without reacting at all. Sun Ye no longer knew how to attract such a person with such an amazing ability to them, and reminded them that their leader was the most popular girl in the world, but it did not help at all. Hirikara said that he didn't want to take risks at the beginning of the game and was going to work on leveling up his character to achieve everything on his own, and when he saw the result, he would think about her offer. It would be more profitable for them if he leveled up and became stronger. That was all Sun Ye had to say. Sun Ye agreed with Hirikara, knowing that there was no way to convince him otherwise. She clasped her hands and wished the boy to quickly become stronger and add her as a friend so that they could contact each other in the future, after which she went to pay for dinner and go about her business. Meanwhile, Jin Ha looked at Hirikara as if he interested her, but the boy did not understand why she was staring at him, showing no emotion, like some kind of machine. After the girls left, he sat back down on the chair and sighed with relief, since such a strange bunch would not leave him alone. Now he had to deliver all the materials to the establishments where he took the quests in order to receive a reward and increase the level of relations with the city residents. Hirikara went to the jewelry store first, as it was the closest to the cafe where they were sitting. The owner was examining the monster's eye and admiring its beauty, as if it were a precious stone. Afterwards, the boy came to the armory, where the bald and bearded salesman received a huge paw with sharp claws, which would make a great weapon, and the fur would be used for armor. Hirikara then went to a clothing store where they accepted his loot, namely the skin of a dark hell rabbit. The most important thing is that the reward in this store was clothing. Hirikara had no idea, but it turns out that the clothing store made him a set from the skin he brought, which means that this armor had good qualities, since the monster was rare. After other tasks, Hirikara increased his level of communication with the residents and came to give the last task to the owner of the bakery, who fed him delicious pastries, taking his word for it. He was pleased that all the efforts paid off handsomely. The girl greeted Hirikara with a big smile and was happy to see him. The boy thought that her attitude towards him had changed so much, probably because he had raised the level of communication with all the residents of the city thanks to the tasks he had taken. The bakery owner handed the freshly baked bread to the boy and asked him to try it. She looked pleased and happy, as if Hirikara was a family member to her. She asked Hirikara to sit at the table and taste the freshly baked goods while pouring a glass of warm milk, which goes well with the fresh bun. Behind her, the other players were surprised by the attitude of a commoner towards a player and also wanted some baked goods. The girl also asked the boy if he had brought the herbs she had asked for, to which Hirikara took out of his backpack a bag full of herbs that are used to bake bread. These herbs are ground into spices that give the bread a special taste and smell. True, the bakery owner's joy was excessive and rather strange, as if no one else had ever taken such a quest or brought her herbs. After all, this is a normal task that any player can receive in this fantasy world. Finally, Hirikara added that one shouldn't be so happy about grass that is grown on fertilizers from hell rabbits. When a customer hears about this, his appetite may disappear, realizing that he is eating bread with ingredients that were grown on droppings. After stuffing his belly with all sorts of buns from the bakery owner, Hirikara started his journey, and it was a bit hard for him as he had to sit down quite a bit. This gratitude was excessive, the boy thought. Afterwards, Hirikara went to the owner of the restaurant, where a tall woman gave him a task to destroy the hell rabbits and a big, dark hell rabbit. She held her huge carving knife in her hand and looked at the guy with a smile, as if she wanted to cut him up. Hirikara, a little nervously, raised his head to look at the woman and give her the order she asked to get. She said that she had already heard from many villagers that Hirikara had completed the task and destroyed the rabbit boss. Afterwards, Hirikara hands her a large piece of hellboss rabbit meat so that she can finally cook it and try it. Her eyes are shining with delight, as her establishment always serves only the best dishes, and now they have another fine hellboss rabbit steak. She also gave the boy a reward for his work and said that he was a good person, capable of keeping his word and worthy of the respect of the city's residents. She also decided to offer Hirikara another task, for which he could receive a much larger reward if he managed to destroy the large firehawk that lives in the mountains and has killed many adventurers. This huge monster can tear apart steel armor with just its claws. Its large wings can lift it into the air, and its flapping can throw the enemy dozens of meters away. This monster was much more dangerous than the Hell Rabbit boss. Hirikara was, of course, not against doing this task, but he was interested in the reward he would receive for doing the job. The restaurant owner, of course, promised that the reward would be greater than for the previous task. Her expression was quite friendly, and the promise that he would get twice as many coins, and besides, the dish with this bird was tempting. Also, while they were talking, she made a dish from the boss Hell Rabbit and carefully packed it for the boy who killed him. She said that she would cook everything he could shoot, and each monster had its own bonuses after he ate them. Hirikara immediately walked over to the packaged dish and looked at it through the game interface. He saw that the meat had an increase in his stamina and strength abilities. He was very happy and raised the container with the dish over his head. He was overwhelmed with emotions and was happy, as this would help him level up faster and become stronger to take on more difficult tasks with a big reward. He also understood that such valuable things that were rare or elite level could cost a lot of money, and he already began to imagine how he was swimming in a large amount of money. Suddenly, he notices a strange tag on the lunchbox that the restaurant owner packed for him. It says that the goods are not for sale, and this is a real blow for the guy who has not yet figured out what to do with it. His face was full of disappointment and the realization that nothing is that easy. The hope of getting rich quick by selling such lunchboxes instantly faded in his eyes, filled with sadness. True, after the woman's words, "Is everything okay with the guy?" Hirikara's face quickly changed, and he thanked her for such a wonderful gift, which would greatly help him become stronger. Even though he wouldn't be able to sell these lunchboxes, he would still be able to increase his stats and at the same time try out all the interesting monsters he could shoot. That was something. After a few minutes of thought, the woman asked the boy if he was ready to begin the task of destroying the fire hawk that was sitting on the rocks. Without thinking, Hirikara, out of habit, put his hand to his head and replied that he would be happy to take it on. Holding this wonderful lunchbox in his hands, Hirikara left the restaurant and walked down the road thinking about the upcoming task and what he would need to complete the mission. After walking a decent distance away from the restaurant, Hirikara decided to sit down on a bench to try the meat the woman had prepared. He placed his musket next to him and opened the box, from which came a wonderful aroma of meat. While he was trying the first piece, the other players who were nearby smelled the wonderful dish with fragrant herbs. They seemed to lose their minds and were amazed by the aroma of the wonderful meat. Meanwhile, Hirikara enjoyed every piece of meat and even tears came from his eyes from the incredible taste. It was joy and happiness from such a wonderful dish. But feeling all the strength that the meat gave him, Hirikara tensed all his muscles and made an important decision that he would cope with the task of destroying the firehawk in order to taste its meat and receive more strength and abilities. After the meal, Hirikara opened his character window and checked whether his abilities had been enhanced after eating. The meat had indeed given him a boost to his stamina and strength, for which he was greatly thanked. He then checked his inventory and realized that he would have to go to the hardware store to buy lead bullets and gunpowder, as he would need more to fight a bird that was moving through the air at high speed. The boy simply cried with grief as he opened the door to the cellar, realizing that he would have to spend a large amount of his honestly earned coins on expensive bullets again. Entering the shop, Hirikara saw that the shop assistant was simply lying on the couch and writing something in his notebook. Without getting up, he looked at the boy and greeted him as if he was worth nothing. Hirikara was a little upset and his self-esteem was not high because he was treated with no respect at all. He told the shopkeeper that he wanted to buy cartridges and gunpowder for his musket. The seller, without getting up from the sofa, quickly counted and told the boy that it was 2 silver coins for 8 sets, which was quite expensive and unpleasant for Hirikara, who earned them through hard work. But the seller acted as if this kid wasn't worth a second's attention. The cartridges were just lying on the floor, where the kid would have to pick them up, as well as the gunpowder. This attitude didn't suit Hirikara a little, but he wasn't going to be a hooligan. Even after this treatment, Hirikara knew that if he didn't buy ammo, his fight with the huge hawk could end with an idiotic strategy in which he would hit the bird with the butt of his rifle, which would not suffer any harm. Realizing that he needs to spend money, Hirikara takes off his backpack and tries to find the coins he received for the task. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper smells a pleasant smell coming from the guy's backpack and becomes curious about what's in there. Suddenly, he comes quite close and with saliva on his lips asks the boy what smells so delicious. Hirikara was confused and did not know what to say. The salesman starts acting strange and shaking the guy to tell him what smells so good. Hirikara thinks it's about the meat he ate recently and answers as such. But the seller had something other than meat in mind. Hirikara notices that a loaf of bread was sticking out of his fallen backpack, baked with the herbs he had collected after hunting rabbits. Hirikara understood everything and took his bun out of his backpack, saying that it was a freshly baked bun made with herbs that grow in the forest of hell rabbits. The equipment seller, with a greedy and hungry look, began to ask the boy to share with him or sell the bun for 1 silver coin. Hirikara did not expect to be able to hook the seller so much. Realizing that the seller really likes this bread, Hirikara decides to raise the price to get as many coins out of the seller as possible. After the boy offered 5 silver coins, the seller said that it was too expensive and no one would buy the loaf for that amount. Here, the boy realized that he had acquired the skill of bargaining the previous times he accepted tasks at the bakery and decided to use it to convince the seller of the equipment to make a deal. Hirikara offers to lower the price a little, but in return he will receive 2 silver coins and 20 sets of ammunition and gunpowder. The equipment seller does not even bat an eyelid, as if he is not swayed by such a thing. But at that moment he turns around and offers other conditions. which means he is affected and you can continue to bargain to get as much as possible from this merchant. Hirikara thinks that now the appropriate way would be to get equipment in the form of bullets and gunpowder instead of money, thereby getting equipment without spending his coins. The seller offered 1 silver coin and 20 sets of bullets, but this was not enough. Suddenly, Hirikara began offering completely unrealistic things, such as 100 sets of bullets and gunpowder for a bun with spices. This made the seller simply go nuts from the impudence of the boy. Hirikara realized that he had overdone it a bit and offered 50 sets of bullets and gunpowder, which overall was not much more expensive than what he had originally offered. The deal was successful, and the seller accepted the terms. After that, Hirikara decided to finish the game for today and go have a bite to eat, and it was too late to rest anyway. Having moved to his chair, Hirikara headed to the table where instant noodles, which the boy loved very much, were waiting for him. He was pleased with such a busy and productive day that he did not hide his joy. Before the meal began, Hirikara took the TV remote and decided to watch the news in the world of games, which had recently become popular. There he could learn about new quests and stories that happened in the game and somehow influenced it. For several minutes, the news did not report anything interesting, and Hirikara, with his eyes fixed on her, ate his favorite noodles with great appetite. Suddenly, it was the turn of the game that Hirikara was playing, and it was said that the most popular girl and the strongest player was spotted in the starting location of the game world. At this point, Hirikara froze as if it was something incredible. He didn't even think that at one moment everything could change in the other direction, and he wouldn't be allowed to level up normally because of this. The news also reported that Sun Ye, the daughter of the head of the largest company in China, was spotted with Jin Ha. They spent time together at the starting location. Hirikara started to get nervous, hoping that no one had seen him around them since he was only level 8 and had no value, but if they talked about him on TV, then leveling him up further might be very difficult. Suddenly, the news anchor said that a boy was seen with 2 influential people in China who had a weapon that looked like a gun. It was definitely not a staff or a sword, but more like a firearm. After these words, Hirikara broke out in a cold sweat and was very scared. The next moment, Hirikara was lying unconscious. His favorite noodles spilled on the floor. This was the irreversible moment in his career as an ordinary player in a full immersion fantasy world. After the boy came to his senses, he sat down at the computer to figure everything out. He started looking through all the game forums to find all the data and make sure that no one would recognize him. On one of the sites, Hirikara found a video where he, Jin Ha, and Sun Ye were celebrating their victory over the Hell Rabbit bosses. At that moment, they offered him to join the guild and become a member of their team. Afterwards, he saw that the video had already collected almost 2 million views in just a few hours. The boy got seriously worried, since almost everyone in the starting city knows him because he is the only one who carries a gun. In this case, Hirikara realized that if he joined the girls' guild, everything would become much easier. But first, he needed to raise his level so as not to look like a dead weight who came to the guild of the most popular girl through connections. Hirikara spent a lot of time doing many quests to level up, and one day he brings back a mountain of fox carcasses that the Adventurers Guild wanted. He was all shabby and covered in leaves because the hunt was tough. Guildmaster asked Hirikara to do another task, but not to tell anyone about it, namely hunting wolves. The reason for such secrecy was that many adventurers hunted wolves and their numbers were not high. Meanwhile, Hirikara looked at the quest and realized that wolves usually travel in packs and it would be difficult for him to catch them alone. He realized that he didn't have much of a choice now, as he wanted to quickly level up and get into the guild. After the briefing, Hirikara came to the field where the wolves were. He sat down near the sign and thought about how he could defeat the wolves alone. He knew that with his 1-minute cooldown, he would only be a burden to a group of players who didn't know all the intricacies of his character. They would simply be unhappy that Hirikara was useless. In this case, although with difficulty, he decides to assess the situation and try to find lone wolves. He took his musket and headed for the nearest clearing with tall grass. Remembering the days when he trained in the army, they taught him to use the surrounding area and adapt. So he lay down on the grass and crawled around looking for a target. Suddenly, he hears a group of players fighting wolves ahead, and they act in a fairly coordinated manner, shouting out their actions so that their other comrades know what to do next. Their group consisted of mages and 1 tank, who took damage, and the mages successfully attacked the wolves, simultaneously restoring health to their tank. Hirikara understood everything and decided to crawl in the other direction, since such masters definitely did not need him. The only hope for him was if a group of players broke the formation of wolves and they split up after killing their leader. After a while, Hirikara notices a wolf in front of him that had strayed from the pack to relieve himself. It was an ideal target, as she was alone. Hirikara did not hesitate and began to quickly take out gunpowder to pour it into the musket, while looking at the wolf so that it did not disappear from sight. After adding gunpowder, Hirikara throws a lead bullet into the barrel and carefully pushes it with the ramrod to load the barrel. All preparations were completed, and all that was left was to aim and deliver a precise shot to the wolf's head to kill it for sure. He had only one chance since he would not have time to reload, and the wolf could attack in response. Holding his breath, Hirikara pulls the trigger and a shot is fired, scattering all the grass in the vicinity of the sound wave of the shot. The poor wolf didn't have time to understand anything, as he was already dead. The bullet fired from the musket hit the target precisely thanks to the precise distance and the measured shot of Hirikara. As the smoke cleared, Hirikara stood up and walked towards the wolf to retrieve his prey. The wolf's head was still tinged with smoke from the bullet that had hit it square in the forehead. Suddenly another wolf appeared nearby, who came to the sound of the shot. He had already seen the boy, and there was very little time. This wolf was slightly different from the first one, and his eyes glowed red as if he was mad. His gray fur was dark, and the white fur on his front legs and muzzle made him stand out from the other wolves. Hirikara was starting to get a little nervous, but he wasn't going to give in. He was looking at the wolf and waiting for it to attack, but it hadn't happened yet. Hirikara, without taking his eyes off the wolf, begins to take out gunpowder and a bullet to quickly load his musket, while the wolf hesitates and does not attack. The procedure we know well begins again. Hirikara spares no effort to make everything faster, but he succeeds with great difficulty. All the procedures were completed, and all that was left for Hirikara to do was aim and deliver the fatal shot to the wolf. He was a little nervous, as he was afraid that he would not make it in time before the wolf attacked. Hirikara was already prepared, but he began to be overcome by many questions, namely, why the wolf had not attacked him yet. He just stood and looked at the guy, observing his actions. This was the first time Hirikara encountered an opponent that didn't act like a normal mob, that just attacks and doesn't think about anything. It was strange and suspicious, as if the wolf had intelligence. The wolf, it turns out, saw the direction of the musket barrel and began to walk not towards the guy, but keeping to the side, as if the wolf knew the distance from which the guy could fire a shot, and he was definitely not stupid. This only enraged the guy because he could not even imagine that the developers would create weak monsters with artificial intelligence that are capable of thinking and analyzing in circumstances. Hirikara then decided to try to provoke the wolf with his cry and reduce the distance to the target. He was worried that the wolf might understand everything and start running away to survive. But the wolf turned out to be not as smart as Hirikara thought, and seeing that the boy started running towards him, he also growled, opening his large mouth with sharp teeth. But Hirikara was smarter, and he had already reached the point from which he could deliver the fatal shot to the wolf. He pulled the trigger, and the shot was fired. The wolf made a fatal mistake for himself and was killed by a precise hit. The lead bullet had a great striking force and left behind a large wound that was definitely fatal. Afterwards, Hirikara approached the wolf and, kneeling down, said that artificial intelligence was not so strong if it had fallen for the provocation. It was only in vain that he had worried. While Hirikara was inspecting his kill and gathering resources, a man came up behind him and told the boy that he had done well to kill several wolves on his own. Hirikara, a little modestly, replied that he was just lucky to have stumbled upon the wolf cubs that had strayed from their pack. He began to turn around to see the face of the one who had addressed him. They were rather gloomy faces, and one of them looked like a huge lizard looking at them with disdain. The other was a man with a bird on his shoulder like a pirate. A rather strange and scary company. Hirikara thought that these were mobs that live in the nearby fox and became very scared, grabbed his musket and began to prepare for battle. The big guy himself got scared when he heard the boy scream and turned pale, and the lizard started shouting at the boy that they were not enemies but also players, and just chose such skins. Suddenly, Hirikara remembered that at the beginning of the game, the goddess gave the ability to change everything regarding race and appearance. He was surprised to see a lizard man and a giant man. Surprisingly for a lizard, Hirikara quickly calmed down and said that they scared him, and turned around to continue to fulfill the task he received from the guild to destroy the wolves. The lizard man got a little angry and started yelling at the boy to stop. Hirokara realized that he had behaved strangely and decided to listen to what the two had to say. The lizard man, with a strange laugh, began to tell that they had seen Hirokara fighting with wolves and had decided to approach him to propose that they form a group and hunt together. This lizard was a bit strange in his manner of speech, and after each phrase he giggled strangely, as if he was planning something bad. His eyes glowed with a strange light, as if they were magical. Hirokara even thought that this strange, persistent offer to unite could end in something bad, and the lizard's piercing gaze did not inspire confidence. From the outside, it looked like two villains approached the boy and wanted to take his loot, like some thugs in a back alley. But Hirokara said that he was just a shooter, which has many disadvantages, including reloading. The lizard said that he knew about this feature of his character and had nothing against it, and the tall man generally stood nearby and was silent, as if he did not understand what was being discussed. However, Hirokara realized that it would be better for them to unite, since the task required about 10 wolf carcasses and he could not cope alone. They began to get acquainted to understand how they could fight better. This strange guy with a bird on his head introduced himself as a healer tank, which helped him keep his opponents on him longer and give others the opportunity to attack, and his name is Brother Quan. Hirokara remembered seeing this nickname on the forum and even throwing money at this person because everyone thought he was terminally ill. Brother Quan said that he was just going bald and was not sick. This even touched him a little and he felt ashamed. The lizard man laughed and said that he was Fan Mo and had the ability to spit poison. After getting acquainted, our company decided to hit the ground running to start hunting wolves. They were determined to complete the quest with great zeal and persistence. The healer tank first released his raven to search for wolf monsters that should be nearby. This chick turns out to be quite useful, not counting its annoying croaking. Meanwhile, the wolves were discovered and the lizard man began to attack the wolves with his venom to slow them down and give Hirokara a chance to shoot and hit them. Afterwards, Hirokara notices that a wolf has attacked Quan's brother and grabbed his arm. The boy asks Quan to remain still so that he can aim and kill the wolf. A bullet fired from a musket hits the wolf right on target and deals him a fatal blow, but there are still many enemies nearby that they will have to deal with. Another wolf that was nearby decided to attack Brother Quan with great desire to kill his target. The wolf's eyes were sparkling and filled with a bloody hue as if he had gone mad. But Quan's abilities weren't just healing, but his tank strength allowed him to deliver powerful blows to his target. He swings his arm and, with a stone face, strikes the wolf with his hands clasped together. After the blow, the wolf falls to the ground, and the lizard man manages to get closer to deliver a fatal blow with his dagger right into the wolf's head. While the boys were trying to come to their senses and catch their breath, they did not notice that there was another wolf nearby that wanted to attack them from behind. But Hirokara was an experienced and alert marksman, which helped him spot his target before it attacked. He raised his musket and pointed it towards the wolf to take aim and fire. The shot rang out loudly and hit the target. The boys immediately turned around and noticed that the boy with the musket had helped them out greatly, controlling everything that was happening on the battlefield. After such a glorious hunt, Hirokara was able to raise his level to 9. The lizard man came up to congratulate his comrade on his new level and offer to hunt some more. Hirokara and Brother Quan didn't quite understand why they should continue fighting if they were able to complete the quest. Lizard Fan Mo explains that they can continue hunting without the quest and raise their levels while collecting resources that can be sold in the city. This offer was quite tempting and even profitable since it would be possible to collect more rewards by selling materials. The guys were happy and raised their hands, indicating that they agreed. Meanwhile, other players appeared on the field who were on a wolf hunting quest and noticed strange sounds coming from behind them. They turned around a little scared to see what was going on. Brother Quan screamed loudly, trying to intimidate the wolves with his roar and anger. His enormous power was not afraid of the pitiful bites of the weak little wolves. But the girls who were standing nearby saw only that the big man was screaming because 2 wolves had grabbed his hands, and he himself was saying that he was having fun and that the treatment was great. Suddenly, a strange creature crawls out from behind the man and damages the wolves by spitting something disgusting at them. Everything that happened looked rather strange, but apparently effective. Another man approached those strange people, and he already had a musket, which from close range was able to kill the wolf with 1 shot. This strategy turned out to be very effective, and brought the boys quite a few wolf carcasses, which they were not prepared for from all sides. From the outside, it seemed that this cruel scene would not be allowed to be viewed. Meanwhile, the lizard man Feng Mo made incredible attacks with his dagger, poisoning the wolves and killing them along the way. Hirikara admired that he had found such allies that were able to fight such monsters without criticizing the guy for his long reload time, but understood and knew that he would ensure him in case of danger. Brother Quan began to tell Fang Mo that he was really cool and could attack the enemy with his skills on the move, and that was worth a lot. The lizard said that he did it by accident and was just enjoying the praise. Hirikara didn't pay attention to what Brother Quan said, but then he asked him what was wrong with it. Quan replied that such skills are mostly possessed by top players who have mastered their abilities and know all the nuances of their execution. Only a few can use the skill on the move, while others have to stop to prepare the spell. Suddenly, Hirikara remembered that Jin Ha had helped freeze the dark rabbit with her magic back then, and she was walking, and she was at the top of the list of the best players. If Brother Quan's words are true, then it means that only the strongest players have this ability to cast a spell while walking or running. It suddenly dawned on him that the lizard man might be one of those players, but why was he playing a weak character now, and even in the starting city, as if he was plotting something? After another battle with the wolves, the guys sat down on the grass to rest and discuss further actions. The lizard man asked how much his comrades had raised their level. While Brother Quan was telling how much % he had raised Hirikara's level, he began to suspect Fan Mo of clearly having something in mind. But it didn't look like he had any obvious desire to use the guy's strength to get some important treasure, especially in the starting city. Hirikara to level up to 10 first. However, Hirikara did not feel any hostility and thought that Fang Mo simply understood that at level 10, Hirikara could gain even better skills, which would greatly help in the fight against the Highland Hawk. Brother Quan was a little nervous, as he was already quite exhausted, and suggested that the boys go to the city to hand over the loot and rest a little, as even more dangerous battles awaited them ahead. When the boys came to the city, they came to the guild to hand over all the wolf carcasses that they had defeated. The head of the guild was a little surprised by such a company, but was not against accepting the spoils and giving out a reward. After receiving the reward, Hirikara received a level boost to 10th, and his relationship with the city's residents and guards increased greatly. Suddenly, another reward appeared on the stat board, which was different from the usual ones, and the system even changed its color. This made Hirikara a little nervous, and he began to read the reward intently. The color of the achievement for completing the last quest changed to red and indicated that an incredible reward had been received, which would greatly improve the overall characteristics of the character. Hirikara notices that there are too many other players around and decides to leave the crowded area to find a quiet place and learn about his achievements without attracting attention from the other guys. Hirikara and his comrades went out of town and sat down in a nearby clearing. Fanmo was surprised that Hirikara was able to get such a rare trophy and congratulated the boy. The lizard said that it is quite difficult to gain maximum respect from the city's residents, and to do this you need to complete a certain chain of story quests with other consequences. Hirikara was a little surprised that Fanmo knew so much about all the nuances of the game, and that he was able to get such a rare reward as 100% trust of the city residents. Fanmo replied that he just likes to watch guides and knows a lot about the game from them. However, Hirikara himself understood this. But still, he did not strive to complete such a difficult task, but it apparently completed itself. Having thought about everything, Hirikara replied that he himself sometimes does not mind looking at guides on the game. The lizard man decides to ask the boy what exactly he did to achieve such a level of relations with the city's residents. Hirikara scratched his head and replied that he himself did not understand, since he simply took quests and completed them. However, he did mention that at one point he had taken 5 quests to kill the rabbits and their boss, the Dark Hell Rabbit. But that was a long time ago, and he was level 5 at the time. Fang Mo, hearing that Hirikara had managed to kill the Hell Rabbit boss while being level 5, was left gaping in surprise. Brother Quan noticed that Fan Mo had a strange reaction and asked him if everything was okay, to which the lizard man replied that he was simply surprised when he heard that Hirikara had already killed the Hell Wolf boss. However, a person who can kill the Hell Rabbit boss at the initial level is too suspicious and unbelievable, since such a task requires high-ranking adventurers. Usually, everyone skips this quest at the beginning, and during the game, When they can raise the level to at least 50, they return to the starting city to defeat this monster. After the boys had rested, they decided to replenish their supplies of provisions and important materials that they would need to fight the mountain hawk. Once again, Hirikara left the store with a frustrated look, since the cartridges were very expensive and almost all the coins were spent on it. Afterwards, Hirikara went to the guildmaster who gave the quest to destroy the mountain hawk. Hirikara was impatiently waiting to receive the quest so he could set off. In the task window, he notices that thanks to the maximum level of trust from the residents, his reward increased from 50 copper coins to 90. Since the level of trust could no longer increase, it turned into a monetary reward. After all the preparations and receiving the quest, the guys gathered near the city gates to head into the forest that led to the mountain crevice where the hawks lived. As they walked along the road, they came across different groups of players, some of whom were arguing and fighting loudly because of failures in missions, accusing each other of weakness and improper use of their abilities. While the guys were walking, Hirikaru was even a little tense that everyone around could hear how groups of players were arguing, and it was unpleasant. Some did not even choose their words in their quarrels, so much so that the ears were wilted. After some time, Hirikara and his comrades arrived at the place where traders and other players gathered to find comrades and get into the portal that led to the quest to destroy the hawks. Hirikara was a little surprised that there were so many loners here. It was not surprising since many players were very showy and behaved rudely, which is why their groups broke up so quickly. The Lizard Man fan Mo told Hirikara not to worry, as their group complemented each other completely and had already done several good monster clears while completing quests. Hirikara replied that he agreed that their group complemented each other well, but he couldn't shake the thought that this lizard was somehow suspicious and that he clearly knew a lot about all the nuances of the game, despite being at such a low level. Having passed the entire crowd of guys and traders who were looking for comrades to complete the quest, Hirikara and his comrades approached the portal that led to the crevice where mountain hawks live. Meanwhile, Sunye was going through a quest to level up and was fighting a bunch of monsters. She was a little tense as it was hard for her to fight at close range as a mage. The fight began with a pack of wolves that were aggressive and acted in a coordinated manner. They decided to attack together and were already ready to pounce on the girl, who would not have time to cast an attack against them. But suddenly Jin-Ha appears in front of Sun-Ye, telling her friend not to worry as she will be able to stop the wolves. In a few seconds, Jin-Ha creates an icy wind that engulfs the wolves and freezes them in mid-jump. This is a high-level magic that can stop many in this game. Sun-Ye was happy and told her friend that she could now finish off the wolves. Jin-Ha replied that it would not be the best choice since she would not get experience for killing the wolves. Jin-Ha began to approach the frozen wolves and use a normal spell on them, which would quickly deal with them so that she could finally take on the main prey. With just one wave of her hand, Jin-Ha creates large icicles that instantly deal with low-level wolves. Sun-Ye realized that at a high level like her friend, there is no sense of mana wastage when casting spells several times. Sun-Ye was glad that one of the strongest players in the fantasy world came to her aid, and had no doubt that she would complete the task without any difficulty. Jin-Ha asks her friend to start creating a high-level spell while she catches the monster. In the sky was that target, a large black hawk that flew with its fellows and surveyed the battlefield. This monster was quite strong and its size distinguished it from the rest of its brethren. It was the leader and had the size of a small airplane. Sun-Ye started to create a high-level magic spell and asked her friend if she was doing it too early and in the right place. Jin-Ha replied that everything was just right and she just needed to wait. After the conversation, Jin-Ha begins to cast her spell to knock the hawk out of the sky and onto the ground, where it will be easier to finish off. An icy wind begins to swirl around the girl's body, howling higher and higher. A funnel begins to form in the sky and clouds begin to spin in a circle. This spell greatly cooled the air and the hawk had nowhere to go since he was in the epicenter. Suddenly, large icicles fall from the sky onto the hawk at high speed, piercing its wings and pulling it to the ground. The hawk was so surprised that it didn't have time to understand anything, as it was already impossible to stop it from falling. The hawk falls to the ground at full speed and loses a lot of health points. The impact raised a large column of dust and the hawk's body barely moved. Jin-Ha, with her stone face, tells her friend to attack quickly and finish this fight, as the hawk has no more strength from such an attack. She also says that she is leaving the quest, disbanding the squad along the way so that Sun Ye can get all the reward. Sun Ye unleashed a huge stream of fire into the hawk's body, killing the weakened beast. It was an easy victory brought by one of the strongest players. We are now transported to the moment when Hirikara and his comrades enter the portal, where they must fight the hawk monster from the ravine between the mountains. Fanmo tells Hirikara to stay behind and look for a good place to fire while he and Brother Quan provoke the hawk towards them. Fanmo began to spit his poisonous saliva over himself, which looked completely disgusting and incomprehensible. Hirikara looked at him in surprise and was amazed. What was this lizard up to? Fangmo acted as if it was natural after he covered his body in poison. He asked Hirikara to keep up and stay behind. Hirikara had no idea what Fangmo was planning. The boys began their journey through the forest, which was full of monsters that protected the path to the mountain where the hawk lived, which needed to be killed. Hirikara prepared his musket and a little nervously began to carefully look around and listen so as not to be surrounded. In the dense thicket under the moonlight, a wolf appeared, which came out of the bushes and noticed the boys. He stood in place and with all his appearance showed that he was preparing to attack. Hirikara nervously began to tell Fanmo that there was a wolf ahead and he might not be alone, considering that wolves travel in packs. The lizard man smiled and decided to show the guys why he had covered his body in poison. Fang Mo calmly approaches the wolf, and several more wolves appear on the sides, also ready to attack, provoking the opponents to fall into their trap. The wolves in this forest had decent intelligence to lure the enemy and kill them with their numerical superiority. Fanmo was glad that he was right, and the wolves were not going to attack him because his body was covered in poison that was deadly to wolves. Hirikara and his brother Quan were very surprised that their comrade was able to make the enemies not attack him. The lizard man turned to his comrades and began to tell them that he had guessed that the poison was deadly to wolves, and that was why they avoided it. The lizard man's racial ability was excellent when it came to defending against poisons, as this race had a strong resistance to poisons. Fanmo also said that Brother Quan has the ability to unite with nature and can turn into a tree, which will prevent wolves from attacking him, and Hirikara will be able to hide in the branches at the top of Brother Quan's tree. Suddenly in the sky under the moonlight, a raven began to scream, which was the tank's summoned animal. This scream was loud and greatly interfered with the guys not to attract attention. Monsters in the forest are sensitive and move towards noise. The wolves, hearing the cries of the raven, began to get angry and move in the direction where that annoying raven was. The boys began to get nervous as all their plans had gone to hell, and they were about to fight the monsters that had been attracted by the crow's cry. The wolves began to arrive, and there were more and more of them. The wolves began to gradually surround the boys and narrow the circle, so as not to give the people the opportunity to do something. Hirikara did not want this to happen and began to think, what should they do? Brother Quan understood that everything happened because of him, because it was his raven that attracted the attention of the monsters that now surrounded them and could kill them. He consciously suggests that the guys leave, and he will sacrifice himself to stop the wolves. Brother Quan asked the boys to accept his choice and find another tank comrade who would help in the battle until he respawned in a day. Hirikara was not happy that they would have to sacrifice a comrade. He tried to think of or remember a method that would help him save his comrades and not get attacked by the wolves. Hirikara began to remember what he could do with a musket to distract the wolves or drive them away. Hirikara asked his brother Quan to stop and not to act alone. Quan said that it was his fault and Hirikara should not interfere, and if he shot, he would attract the attention of other monsters. Hirikara remembered an important lesson he learned in the army and decided to use a proven method and took out 2 capsules of gunpowder from his pouch. Fang Mo, surprised, began to ask Hirikara what he was planning and why he was pouring 2 capsules of gunpowder into the barrel of his musket at once. After Kirikara, he used a ramrod to push the gunpowder in and ram it deeper and said that everything would be done now. Let the guys get ready to run. Afterwards, Kirikara raised his gun and prepared to pull the trigger. He asked his comrades to cover their ears so that they would not be deafened by the loud shot. The 2 capsules of gunpowder produced a powerful explosion in the air, which deafened everyone nearby. A thick cloud of smoke rose above the boys and obstructed visibility. Everyone started coughing from the smoke of the gunpowder and said that their ears hurt from such a shot. Fang Mo was amazed and surprised. Why did Hirikara do this? After the smoke cleared, Hirikara began to look at the wolves to see if his theory worked. that the wolves might become confused and start running away, since their strong charm, like in the real world, is sensitive to nasty and pungent smells. Hirikara was delighted and told the boys that they urgently needed to run before the wolves came to their senses and attacked. Hirikara's comrades were a little confused, but when they saw that Hirikara had started to run, they realized that they had to run too. The boys began to run together, trying to get far enough away so they could take cover and catch their breath. Having run far enough, the boys began to catch their breath and discuss why the wolves reacted that way. Hirikara said that this game is similar to reality, and he used knowledge from the real world, which really helped them break away. Hirikara said that he was told that the smell of gunpowder after ignition has a very pungent odor that makes it difficult for anyone to breathe normally, so he increased the dose of gunpowder to create a thick cloud that drove away the wolves. Meanwhile, Hirikara began loading his musket while there was time and telling this story to his comrades. Brother Quan and Fan Mo were very surprised, as if Hirikara was a very clever shooter. The lizard man decided to ask Hirikara if he had played this game before since he was very good at it. Hirikara did not quite understand the question and answered with his eyes wide open. He was just playing this game now, like all of them. His face was natural and naive, as if he really had nothing to hide. Fang Mo realized that he had been hasty in asking such a question, and Hirikara was really a newbie. After a strange conversation, Brother Quan decided to ask the boys to let him summon a raven to inspect the area and find a way to the mountain with the hawk. Quan asked to turn away, since the process of summoning is somewhat strange but important. After Quan said these words, Hirikara and Fang Mo seemed to go crazy, and they now demanded that their comrades summon a crow so that they would find out everything anyway. Quan was shaking with shame and realized that his comrades were provoking him and forcing him to show them the summoning method. He agreed, but asked not to tell anyone else about it. Brother Quan plucked up his courage and began his summoning ritual. He seemed to dance and pose, striking strange and funny poses. After the first poses, Hirikara and Fang Mo began to laugh and simply marvel, forgetting about everything. Their laughter irritated Quan, but he had to complete the process of summoning the crow. Quan, through tears and shame, continued to strike funny poses as if he were a bodybuilder who was disco dancing. It looked very strange and funny for such a healthy man. After another pose, the raven finally appeared on Quan's shoulder, who was crying, trying not to change his face. He understood that this was a forced measure, since without the raven it would be difficult for them to find the way. Soon after the raven was summoned, the boys were able to find a way to the mountain, which led them to a flock of hawks, where the great hawk was that they had to destroy. The guys got ready and prepared for further battle with a strong opponent in the role of the hawk boss, who has a bunch of henchmen with whom they will have a hard time. As the boys approached the mountain, they noticed that the hawk they had to kill was flying above them. It proudly spread its wings and circled, not paying attention to anything. Hirikara, noticing the hawk, became a little tense, as it was so huge that he couldn't even imagine how to deal with it. Fan Mo asked the boys not to make too much noise and began telling them a plan on how to eliminate the hawk. The lizard immediately warned his comrades not to take their eyes off the hawk, otherwise he would attack and grab you, carrying you to a height from which he could throw you, and you would not survive. This giant also has a powerful roar that can stun an enemy. This only happens when the bird lands on something hard, and it does not use this technique in flight. Hirikara, having heard all the warnings, decides to suggest attacking the hawk while it is in the sky. He will try to shoot it down, and when it falls, they will pounce on it together and finish it off. Lizard Man Fang Mo was a little confused as this was quite dangerous. He wanted to propose a plan where he provoked the hawk and it began to descend. In the process, they should gradually inflict damage, and if they succeeded, then in half an hour they would be done. While Fan Mo was explaining his plan, Hirikara began to aim his musket to gauge the distance and see how the hawk was moving. Brother Quan was also looking at the hawk and thought that shooting the bird down would be a good idea. He would be confused and would not be able to understand what was going on. Hirikara told his comrades that he had calculated the approximate distance to the hawk and said he could hit it. He specified that they would have to act quickly, as he was not sure that the hawk would take a long time to recover from its fall. Hirikara said that it was about 100 meters and that it was quite within the capabilities of his musket. He also asked his brother Kwan to help him with shooting, to which the man was a little surprised. Hirikara asked his brother to curl up on this spot and serve as a rest for the musket so that he could aim accurately and fire. The brother was a little surprised, as he did not think that Hirikara knew so many uses for firearms. Hirikara also asked him to try not to breathe at the moment of the shot, so that his body would not stagger. Fanmo watched what was happening and was surprised, hoping that their idea would work, since he was confident only in his plan. After all the preparations, Hirikara begins to aim and guide the hawk in his sights to wait for the right moment to shoot. The hawk moved in a monotonous manner as the game engine programmed the animal to move along one route before attacking. Hirikara, having estimated the approximate speed of the hawk, began to move his gun in front of the hawk to make an accurate shot. The boy fired, and quickly stood up and began telling his comrades to get ready to attack the hawk when it reached the ground. He was clearly nervous and hoped that they would succeed, but suddenly he receives notifications on the game screen that the task is completed and the ravine hawk is destroyed. This was very unexpected for Hirikara, as he did not think that he was able to kill such a creature with one shot. The boys start to rejoice that they succeeded and didn't even have to strain themselves. They ran up to Hirikara and started hugging him, shouting along the way that he was just a monster for destroying all sorts of creatures. Hirikara stood and looked at the achievements. He could not believe that such a dangerous creature, which 4 or 5 people with a level of about 15 went to, he was able to kill with one shot being at level 10. Each of the guys got a level up for destroying the boss. They didn't think that everything would go so smoothly and easily, as if they were using some kind of bugs or cheats. The guys started collecting resources from the hawk to get achievements and give them to the guild and other establishments that needed parts of this monster. Hirikara, having put everything in his inventory, still couldn't believe that he managed to kill the boss with one shot. While the boys were examining the resources from the monster in their inventory, Brother Kwan told them that a portal had opened that led back to the city. They should hurry, since they had about 5 minutes after the portal opened. Everyone agreed that it was time to head back to the city and began to pack. Hirikara was so happy to have such comrades that he even had a tear in his eye. Hirikara and Brother Kwan were having fun and talking about what had happened, not showing that anything was wrong. Only Fang Mo was acting strangely and was silent, watching Hirikara closely. He was haunted by the fact that he had managed to kill the boss with one shot. He stopped and decided to ask Hirikara how he was able to make such a shot, and at a distance of about 100 meters. Hirikara, a little nervously, replied that it was a surprise for him too, since he had warned them that they would have to attack the hawk when it fell. He himself was sure that such a thing was impossible, and it was a real surprise. Hirikara also said that it was possible that a strong critical hit had hit the monster's vulnerable area, and that was why he had managed to kill it with one shot. This was of course most likely, but Fang Mo still looked at Hirikara suspiciously, as if he was hiding something. Fang Mo calmed down and believed his comrade, saying that he was probably right and apologized for his suspicions. Brother Kwan decided to lighten the mood and said that he was one of those who helped kill the hawk using the incredible curling move. Everyone began to smile and laugh. Afterwards, the boys headed to the guild to hand over the proof of the hawk's destruction and receive a reward. The guild leader thanked Hirikara and gave him a letter of recommendation for the opportunity to enroll in the archer training course in the capital of Yggdrasil. Afterwards, the guild leader showed incredible kindness and hugged Hirikara like his son. He even cried with joy that such a strong adventurer had completed a difficult task and saved their city. Unfortunately, many players saw this and were a little surprised, as they had never seen NPCs hug players. Hirikara thought that this attitude towards him was most likely due to the maximum trust of the city's residents, which was even a little pleasant. After handing in the quest to the guild, each of the comrades received their letter, where they will undergo training to rise to their class level and move to the open world from the starting location. The guys will have to split up and accept training in order to meet soon, already being much stronger. Almost in tears, the boys split up, and Brother Kwan set off with Fan Mo into the forest, where each of them would learn new abilities of their characters. Hirikara was left alone, as he had to go to the capital, and that was in a completely different direction. After which, Hirikara decided to look at his status again, and with a very delighted face, he sees that thanks to that shot at the hawk, he got into the glory table in second place, which was an incredible achievement at his level. He was so happy to have received so many power-ups and different points for his character that he didn't even know where to distribute them. He decided to leave them alone for now and wait for the right moment. Now, Hirokara decided to go to the restaurant where he must deliver the Highland hawk meat to receive his reward and a delicious hawk meat lunchbox that the chef will prepare for him. Entering the restaurant, the owner greeted the boy with great joy and, like a mother, began to examine and ask Hirokara if everything was okay, if he was injured, or if he needed help. Hirokara replied that everything went well and he was safe. Now he wanted to get his reward for this piece of Highland hawk meat and thanked the restaurant owner for such an appeal. The woman took out a silver coin and gave it to the boy. She remembered that her boss had been standing there for days sharpening his big butcher knife to finally cook the Highland hawk meat. "He was waiting for you the most," Hirokara said, the restaurant owner. After her words, the curtain from the kitchen opens and at the entrance stands a huge pumped-up man in a chef's suit who begins to scream with joy. He runs up to Hirokara and, taking him by his small hands, pressing him to his chest and looking straight into his eyes, begins to thank him for such wonderful meat. Hirokara was very surprised at this time and did not understand why he was holding him and not the meat. Hirokara tightly for such a wonderful meat, which made this day even more enjoyable. The force of squeezing such a pumped-up chef was enormous, and Hirokara began to have difficulty breathing, which scared him, and he tried to shout to the butcher. The chef heard everything and puts the boy on the floor, but without letting go, asks him if he knows how to cook different meat dishes, since cooking skills are extremely necessary on long journeys. Hirokara listened carefully to the chef's proposal and began to think that this could actually be useful. He agreed with the chef to start learning cooking skills, which could help strengthen his abilities and could even give him the opportunity to earn some extra money. The chef was very happy that he would have an apprentice, that he would be able to learn the art of cooking ideal dishes that would only continue to be advertised throughout all cities. After agreeing to start learning how to cook, the chef's expression changed dramatically and he looked quite stern. It reminded Hirokara of his days in the army, when officers forced him to do hard training, always escalating the situation. But Hirokara is no longer afraid of this and happily agrees to the offer. Hirokara understood that the ability to cook can help achieve a lot and can even increase stats. The chief said that he should start training by helping him in the kitchen. Hirokara began working hard and chopping herbs to marinate the meat he had to cook so that the chief would agree with his skills and the boy would complete the quest. But the chef certainly looked like an army officer who demanded perfection from his subordinates. He yelled at Hirokara in every way, saying that he was too slow and couldn't even finish one dish on time. The next attempt was ridiculed by the chef, who said that Hirokara was not even able to cook the meat well enough. The chef had never seen such a weak fire, and he was ashamed of his student. His rage reminded Hirokara how hard it was to restrain himself from killing such an insolent and rude man. Hirokara tried, but it was still far from the perfection that the chef prepared. The penultimate attempt was also bad, and the chef grabbed his face and said that he had never eaten such disgusting things from rabbit meat. He even asked to call a priest to the kitchen to give him a chance to save this rabbit from death. Even Hirokara's voice began to twitch from such rudeness. After so many attempts, Hirokara places another rabbit dish in front of the chef, hoping that this time everything will work out. The chef cuts off a piece and pulls it to his mouth to appreciate what this cook has done. The chief slowly chewed that piece of meat and was surprisingly calm. Hirokara was even surprised and a little tense, thinking that now there would be a bunch of ugly words again, which would only harm the boy's psyche even more. But then the chef started shouting with delight and saying that this was an ideal dish and could well be called such. He would not even be ashamed to serve such a dish to guests who decided to visit the restaurant. Having heard words of delight from the chief, Hirokara, who is very tired morally and physically, rejoices with all his remaining strength. He is glad that all this torment is now behind him, and he can calmly go and rest. Coming out of the kitchen, the owner of the restaurant was already cleaning up, as it was late. Hirokara was very tired and shaking from weakness. She reminded the boy that he had not picked up the lunchbox that she had prepared for him. Hirokara reaches out to grab the lunchbox and eats something to restore his strength. The restaurant owner was happy that Hirokara was able to learn how to cook and now he can feed himself. The boy, very tired, stretches his short arms to the counter to grab the lunchbox. The owner of the restaurant did not let go of the lunchbox yet and decided to ask him for one more favor. Hirikara didn't understand why the restaurant owner was asking him to complete a task without telling him any details about the task. The owner of the restaurant pulled out another lunchbox from under the counter, wrapped in red cloth. This woman looked pleasant enough, but there was a sense of danger and menace about her. She, smiling, began to tell that the task was quite simple and consisted only of delivering this lunchbox to the capital of the country. Hirikara tensed up a little, but decided to listen to the owner. She said that the task is simple, but there is one problem, and it is greed. Her look was filled with trust and hope that everything will work out, and Hirikara will be able to deliver the package to the capital, since she wants to open her restaurant in the capital too. Hirikara was a little surprised and did not understand what the problem of greed meant. He was surprised that the reward was ordinary and nothing special, and he did not mind that the package had to be delivered to the capital, since it was on his way, since there was a training camp for archers there. And suddenly the woman began to behave again as if there was no danger. She said that her sister lived in the capital and that she needed to deliver the parcel to her. She said that her sister also has her own establishment, but they want to change the menu and do the same as in Madame's restaurant. Hirikara began to guess and estimate the distance it would take him to complete this route. In terms of time, such a trip could take 10 days or more. The road could be fraught with risks, as there could be attacks by monsters or even bandits along the way. Hirikara decided to check with the madam whether the dish would spoil on the way to the capital. The owner of the restaurant said that the lunchbox was covered with the magic of preservation and could be stored for up to 2 months. She, folding her hands into a lock, looked at Hirikara from above and said that she hoped that the boy would complete the task in time, otherwise he would greatly lose the trust of the lady and most of the city's residents. She placed 2 lunchboxes in his hands and asked him to be vigilant and careful, and most importantly to cope with what she had warned him about. After Hirikara left the establishment, he decided to have a snack on a bench in the park to regain his strength and raise his stats. He ate the mountain hawk that Madame had kindly prepared for him with great pleasure. After eating, Hirikara was very full and was pleased that his stats had risen greatly. He felt that his stats had risen greatly and that this meat was much better than the rabbit boss's meat. Afterwards, Hirikara decided to look at the lunchbox that Madame gave him. He decided to evaluate how useful this item might be. Suddenly, Hirikara was very surprised when he looked at the tag and saw that this lunchbox could be sold, and its price was very high. This was very dangerous because if someone saw it, they would want to take it away. Hirikara began to get nervous and looked around to reassure himself that no one was around and that he was safe. He couldn't help but think that the woman had said something about greed, and that was what she had meant. Hirikara realized that the cost of such an item on the market could be very high, and if he could sell it for a lot of money, it would speed up the collection of funds for his treatment, and he would be able to walk again. Hirikara decided to log out of the game and check the website to see how much such an item might cost. He couldn't help but think that he could raise enough money for the treatment. Sitting in his gurney, he was a little nervous, and his heart was beating even faster in anticipation of what he could get for this item in the real world. Suddenly, Hirikara saw that it was indeed an epic-level item, and its value in real currency was in the tens of millions of won. But Hirikara suddenly remembered that if he sold this item, he would lose the maximum level of trust he had received from the city's residents. Having such a rare achievement was an honor, and it increased his income. Hirikara felt that he could commit a vile act and it tormented him inside. But at the same time, Hirikara understood that these were not living people, and it was not so important. Soon, a silent silence reigned in the room. Hirikara stared silently at the computer screen and tried to figure out what to do and what to do with this lunchbox. Suddenly, he breaks down and begins to worry that he has become too carried away by the game and has begun to follow the lead of the virtual world. His task is to raise money for treatment and the ability to walk again. For some reason, Hirikara remembered the expression of the woman who had given him the task of delivering this expensive lunchbox with such trust. Hirikara's mother entered the room, hearing strange sounds coming from the room. Her son sat sadly as if he was having trouble making a choice. She decided to ask him what happened, to which Hirikara replied that he was just a little tired and would now go to bed. Otherwise, he would need to think about something. Mom said that she would be late tomorrow because she would have a lot of orders, so she made him some snacks so that he could have a bite to eat tomorrow. Hirikara decided to return to the game to talk to the seller of ammunition and other things. This arrogant seller was sitting on his couch and relaxing. Suddenly, this pompous salesman with a monocle in his eye began to behave more friendly and asked Hirikara why he had come to him at such an hour. Hirikara replied that he wanted to see what he had for sale, and the seller's face changed again, and out of politeness he decided to offer Hirikara a cup of tea. Hirikara, surprised by such politeness, even agrees. Although without pleasure, the owner of the shop made tea for his guest and offered to drink tea and chat about what the guest was interested in. Hirikara asked for a map to understand how to move and where to go to get to the capital safely. The seller said that he has a map, and it is hanging on the wall under the sheet because it is secret information and costs a whole 100 silver coins. For Hirikara, this information was like a stone on the head. He had never even dreamed of such sums, especially in a game where it is very difficult to earn money at the beginning of the game. Suddenly, a man came through the door of the shop and said he had brought goods for sale. Hirikara continued to drink tea and try to come to his senses after hearing the price for the card. The supplier began to stack the boxes for the shop owner and list the entire list of goods he had ordered. The shopkeeper remembered that he had promised Hirikara to introduce him to the supplier of gunpowder. The supplier and Hirikara looked at each other and looked like they had a lot in common, and like friends their eyes met. Hirikara got up from the sofa and walked up to the supplier to introduce himself and offer to make a deal to buy the goods in bulk. The supplier smiled and agreed to the lucrative offer, and the shopkeeper stood behind him, a little nervous. Hearing that Hirikara wanted to buy gunpowder and bullets in bulk, the salesman stood in front of the supplier and asked Hirikara not to rush, as he needed to check and prepare the goods. He began to gently pull Hirikara into another room so that he would not hear the cost of gunpowder and bullets from the supplier. But Hirikara immediately suspected that something was wrong. Hirikara quickly dodges and heads to the supplier, asking him how much a set of gunpowder and bullets would cost, to which the supplier replies that it is only 4 copper coins per set. Hirikara was shocked by what he heard, and slowly turned his head towards the impudent seller who was selling him sets of gunpowder and bullets for crazy money. The seller raised his hands and began to ask the boy to understand him, since he also needed something to live on. Hirikara decides to go to the guild and tell the other players about the equipment seller's scam. The man falls to his knees after hearing this and grabs the boy's leg, begging him not to do it, because then he will go broke. The shopkeeper also says that he agrees to compensate for the damage that he delivered to the boy and offers to choose anything from his shop, as long as the boy doesn't tell anyone else. Hirikara stops and realizes that this is a great moment to get everything he needs. He sat down in a chair, crossed his legs, and with a confident face began to ask if the seller had high-quality armor and weapons that would suit him. The seller, still kneeling, said that he didn't have anything like that in his shop and that he could only offer the resources of his shop, namely consumables for battles such as bullets or arrows. Then Hirikara said that the world map would suit him better and would be just right as compensation for damages and morale. The seller was very upset because this map was very expensive and cost almost 500,000 won in real currency. Then Hirikara sighed and said that he had sat long enough and wanted to go to the guild to tell him some important information. The merchant, through tears and gritting his teeth, agreed to give him the world map. After visiting the shop, Hirikara stocked up on cartridges and gunpowder from the supplier at a normal price and headed to the bank, as the supplier said that it would be more convenient for both of them to pay for large deliveries. Arriving at the local bank branch, Hirikara created an account into which he would deposit money for the goods he was buying from the supplier, who in turn would send the supplies to the boy. After Hirikara remembered that his brother, who gave him the VR chair, also plays the game and has been for quite some time. Hirikara decides to write to him and ask how he is doing. While Hirikara was trying to contact his younger brother, he walked around the town, looking at the alleys and old houses that were beautifully drawn by the developers, and it was immediately obvious that they were made with love. Brother Qin Shu, after receiving the call, greeted Hirikara and began asking him how he was enjoying the game. Hirikara replied that everything was fine and that he had already reached level 12 and would soon be heading to the capital from the starting city. Qin Shu decided to ask his brother if he had seen Jin Ha in the starting town, to which Kazuro replied that he had, and asked his brother if he was also from the fan club that pined for such girls. Qin Shu replied that he had never in his life, and he very rudely began to tell how mean and cruel that Jin Ha was. Qin Shu and her clan even set a reward for the capture or murder of Jin Ha. She has annoyed many clans and many players are against her activities and cruelty. She always interferes with many players, and her company has great influence and buys up a lot of valuable relics and things to then sell them at a high markup. Hirikara was even a little surprised, and Kinshu continued that many players who had done a more modest business here were beginning to suffer, since resources were often intercepted by the Jin-Ha clan, and many were determined to go against it. One day she attacked Kinshu's squad and froze everyone's heads. The game is very realistic, and the pain is also felt, although not as much as it could be in real life. The sensations of freezing haunted Kinshu's nightmares for a long time, so he couldn't sleep normally for several days. When she froze everyone around her, she even had a smile on her face, as if this was the only thing she enjoyed. Hirikara remembered that he had indeed not seen any emotion on her face when he spent time with her and Sunye. Hirikara understood his younger brother. It was really unpleasant, like a mental trauma that haunts you for a long time. Meanwhile, Hirikara was a little tired from the walk and decided to sit on a bench in the town park while listening to his little brother's stories. Afterwards, he stood up and began to think that in the near future there would definitely be a battle in the game between guilds and clans that would try to climb to the top and stay there. Surprisingly, the outside world and the virtual world were very similar, although there were quite a few differences, but the people were the same. Even if you remember that Sunye offered to join their clan, now that you know what's going on, it would be better not to move anywhere. The guy's head was splitting from such thoughts that he often had to make a serious choice. And then the clan of girls that were at the top of the list, and the clan of his brother that were fighting with these girls, and could in real life reprimand Hirikara for starting to support the girls. However, Hirikara has made up his mind and will not join the clan until he sees what happens when he gets to the capital. He has a long way to go, and then it will be clear what to do. After gathering his things, Hirikara activated the map he received from the merchant and began to look at the route he would have to take. It was a little stressful for him to spend so much time on such a path, but it was necessary to become stronger. The map was quite detailed and had all the necessary functions to help you navigate correctly. Hirikara recalled that during his military service he read a lot of maps and understood this well, since a map was a very necessary thing for a sniper to be able to correctly leave the area where the task was being carried out. After Hirikara looked at the map, he chose the path he wanted to take and started running, enjoying the surroundings and the nature that was so beautiful. Soon, Hirikara reached a forest, near which there was a sign that warned everyone who wanted to go through the forest that there were many monsters there that could attack at any moment. Hirikara understood all the risks and was ready to meet the threat, but after walking only a few dozen meters, he heard that a battle was taking place nearby. It was a huge bear that a group of unlucky adventurers came across. The huge beast was very angry and had a terrifying roar. The tank took the attacks on himself and tried to stop the bear, while his comrades tried to attack the monster from a distance, not getting hit by its attack. They were a pretty well-coordinated team and fought, dealing decent damage to the huge elephant-sized monster. The monk in the back was constantly healing the tank, and the thief was attacking from the air with his two blades. Hirikara looked at it for a bit and decided not to interfere, since he had a long journey ahead of him and he didn't want to waste time fighting the monster. Suddenly, Hirikara notices that there are too many players around, quickly approaching the group that was fighting the bear and asking them to take them into the group so that they can defeat the forest boss together. The tank that was in charge of the group agrees and asks to gather more healers and tanks, as well as those who can hit from a distance so that they can defeat the boss. Hirikara thought for a moment when he heard that it was the boss of the forest, and he wondered how they would deal with such a beast with a crowd of players who did not have teamwork and could interfere with each other with thoughtless attacks. Hirikara continued to watch and decided that he would not join the group, since he did not want to risk it. He could not die in order to deliver the expensive loot box. Meanwhile, the players began to prepare for the attack as the bear was already approaching. Hirikara gradually left, but the desire to watch the battle overcame him and forced him to watch. Hirikara hid behind a rock and decided to watch the battle. He was very curious about how high-ranking players would fight a strong monster in such a crowd. The tank that accepted everyone into the group began to command that the tank should stand in front, and those who attack from a distance behind them. Then there should be healers, and after them, the truckers. The bear was already close enough, and seeing a crowd of players, he uses his ability to immobilize the enemy with his terrifying roar, which will paralyze everyone who is in the radius of the attack and block the ability to move for several minutes. Hirikara was about 100 meters away. He was still struck by this roar and blocked the ability to move normally. Hirikara looks at the scoreboard that popped up on the game screen and notices that he hasn't been able to move normally for almost 2 minutes, and that's pretty serious. Even at this distance, even without being in a group, the damage from the boss's attack has affected him. This giant was quite ferocious and seemed even bigger when standing on his hind legs. He had scars on his front legs, which indicated that he had participated in many battles and was ready for a skirmish with adventurers. Hirikara felt his body shaking from fear and the stun that the bear roar effect had done to him. He was amazed at what this monster could do, and it was a really dangerous ability that could kill many players. Hirikara also couldn't move his legs properly and felt pain in his legs, as if he was again confined to a chair. He didn't like it, and it reminded him of the real situation. Those moments when it was painful and scary for him to realize that he couldn't walk. Those days when his mental state was very depressed and barely kept him from completely breaking his spirit. Players standing on the field began asking the mages to quickly remove the stun from the tanks first, and then help the others. Everyone was very tense, since the bear could take out everyone with such an attack if they did not intervene in time. The huge monster breathed heavily like steam, and its eyes sparkled like gold coins. The monster's aura became denser and denser, and the air around it became distorted, making it impossible to breathe. Until everyone had returned to normal, the tanks had to hold back the monster and take its attacks so that the others could be healed and given the opportunity to attack the monster. The first to enter the battle was the tank that had gathered this group, and after the bear's blow it was thrown back several meters. He nervously tells the tanks to get ready to replace him, as one hit is enough to break the shield and it will not be able to withstand anymore. Suddenly the bear's large paw was already above the tank's head. The sharp claws were shining in the sun's rays, and the large, massive paw was approaching the tank at high speed. A powerful blow hits the tank's shield, creating a shockwave with a bright light around it, as if something had exploded. After such an attack, the other players all began to attack the monster with long-range attacks from a distance. They launched arrows and magic spells at the bear to seriously damage the monster and defeat it. But even after such a bunch of attacks, the bear stood in front of the players and growled viciously. The tanks managed to line up in front of the monster to hold back the monster's attacks, and behind them were warriors who were waiting for the moment to attack. Meanwhile, in the last row were truckers who behaved quite relaxed, as if nothing was threatening them. Hirikara was hiding behind a rock 10 meters away. The tank started shouting to everyone not to relax and to finish off the monster quickly before it started attacking more actively. Everyone needed to quickly replenish their strength, but only in turns, so that the fire didn't stop. But the players underestimated the enemy and relaxed, seeing how they easily dealt with it, and had already taken almost 70% of the bear's life. Many simply stopped attacking and began to rest, saying that they were tired. The tank from the Flower Squad blocks another attack of the monster with his already pretty battered shields, while increasing his strength so as not to die from such a blow. And then another arrow flies into the bear, which lowers the bear's life to less than 20%, and then something strange begins to happen. The tank, who was nearby, noticed that a fiery mana was forming around the bear, which indicated that this monster had another trump card in reserve that could counter the crowd of players. Standing on its hind legs, the monster growled loudly, and a wave of fire formed in its paws and around its body, preparing to head towards its opponents. The guys start to feel intense heat, and their armor, clothes, and even hair start to catch fire. They were shocked that this monster can use magic and sets players on fire. The tank from the Flower Squad was upset that all the players underestimated the bear and relaxed so quickly, which led to this outcome. He and his comrades begin to retreat to avoid being attacked and begin to think about what to do. This huge boss was covered in fire, and many players who were unable to defend themselves were attacked and were engulfed in flames that took away their health, and it was not easy to throw off such a stun. The tank of the Flower Squad disbands the group and asks everyone to run to the city to get away from this monster. He understood that they have little chance now, and it is worth retreating. He also notices a boy who is behind a rock and starts shouting at him to run away and quickly, otherwise this monster will burn him with its flames. Hirikara says that there is no need to shout like that and he was not part of their squad. He was just curious how they would deal with such a monster. Tank says that it does not matter because this monster will attack everyone it sees, and if you do not run to the city, then this monster will haunt you for several days." Afterwards, Tank and his comrades began to flee to the city. Hirikara was outraged as they had started this mess and now many players were in danger. Hirikara also realized that if he did nothing, the monster would pursue him for several more days, and this was very dangerous. He would have to make a difficult decision and try to put his life on the line, since retreating was not for Hirikara. He began to stand up, leaning on his musket, and realizing that now he only had one chance to make an accurate shot to the head of this monster, and hope that this would be enough to finish off the giant. This beast had not yet paid attention to Hirikara, since there were still many players in front of it who were trying to get out from under the fire and try to get away from the monster. Hirikara pointed his musket at the bear and began to aim to see how much stronger he could become and whether he could destroy such a monster with one shot. His confident demeanor and willingness to fire spoke of great experience, and Hirikara pulled the trigger, shooting straight at the bear's head. At the moment of the shot, the bear turns his attention to the boy and begins to growl loudly, using his roar, which will prevent him from moving for several minutes, while normally removing a small reserve of health and strength. The bullet hits the bear right in the head, and the shockwave causes the bear to lose its balance and lean back. It was a precise shot and should have taken off quite a few health points. Hirikara, a little nervously, hoped that his bullet had hit its target and done enough damage to kill the giant and stop this brutal fight, saving the remaining players in the process. While the Flower Squad was leaving the battle zone, the tank was focused on making a new plan to defeat the monster. Suddenly, his comrade began to reach out to him, getting his attention. She says she heard a shot fired by the guy hiding behind the rock. She says it hit the bear right in the head. Tank didn't believe it at first, but then he decided to see for himself. He saw a guy on the hill holding a musket in his hands and realized that he was definitely a shooter, but not a fool that he would be able to kill the monster with one bullet. The mage asks his tank comrade to go and help this shooter. If he can repel the monster's attacks, they can finish him off and take all the resources for themselves, considering how many players died. The archer joined her friend and said that it was a really good idea. Considering that the monster had less than 20% health left, they could handle it with the help of that shooter. But the tank stood his ground and said that they would not be able to cope because there were many flaws in their strategy and in the players themselves. The girls at first did not understand what their comrade had meant. He said that the problem of the shooter is the long reloading, which lasts a whole minute, and in a minute they can manage to die. Also, this guy after the shot will soon die, since the monster will manage to catch up with him before the moment of loading the musket. While no one was going to help Hirikara on the battlefield, after the smoke from the shot cleared, it was clear that the bear was still alive and only becoming more ferocious. Hirikara began to get nervous and also tried to load his musket to shoot again. The problem was that before the shot, this monster managed to roar and apply its stun, which prevents normal movement. The giant slowed down a bit because there were other players in front of it, daring the monster to go after them first. Hirikara thought this was his chance to try and fire again. One of the tanks that had dealt with the flames began to run away, thus provoking the monster to follow him. The bear was not going to let anyone go and would not calm down until at least someone was alive. But close to the monster, the fire envelops the players again and again, and therefore that tank was left with a small margin of safety, and its body was already charred, but the desire to live made it run as fast as it could. While trying to load the musket, Hirikara felt an unpleasant pain throughout his body, which constrained him and prevented him from loading normally. Having become very nervous, Hirikara begins to call for help from at least someone so that they can help distract the bear onto themselves, while Hirikara loads his musket and together defeat the boss of the forest. But no one came or even wanted to help the boy. This only infuriated Hirikara since there were few honest players who were willing to help a stranger. Meanwhile, the bear was getting closer and closer along the way, throwing players who were burning with bright flames. Nothing could stop him, because this boss had good defense and endurance. Hirikara had already loaded his musket and began to aim, calming his breathing as he tried to calm down and not let the barrel shake in order to hit the head accurately. The beast, all covered in flames, was getting closer and closer and was not afraid of attacks at all. Its confidence and system settings did not allow it to show fear. Hirikara, not at all afraid, pulled the trigger and fired again. He could not help but think that the monster was of a very high level and could withstand his shot, which meant that he would not be able to do the same as with the hawk or the dark rabbit. Tank and his comrades, moving even further, hear the shot of a musket again and stop a little, beginning to believe that everything can work out. From the hill they climbed, it was clear that the boy had hit the bear in the head again. The giant again lost its balance and fell to the ground. The tank believes that the shooter has no chance of defeating such a monster, since although the bullets have high damage, 2 shots may not be enough to defeat this high-level monster. The girls again ask them to return to that shooter and try to finish the battle. Considering that the shooter has already hit the monster in the head twice, they are confident that if they can help that shooter now, they will finish off the boss and be able to get a lot of resources, as well as an achievement and experience to level up. But the tank was unmoved. He clasped his hands and said that they had better head to the city and gather a new group to fight the monster, as he did not want to take any risks. The girls tensed up a bit because they were ashamed to abandon the boy who was fighting the boss alone without having fought him before. It was as if he had been caught in the heat of the moment, and their group was to blame for this. Tank said that he didn't think so and that everyone who was in the forest always risked their lives because there were a lot of monsters there. The girls began to worry and root for the boy who was fighting so desperately with the huge monist and the forest boss. They did not argue with the commander and simply wished the boy luck. Tank said that the shooter chose this path himself and did not listen to advice to quickly escape to the city, but decided to imagine himself a hero and deal with the monster alone. Tank thought the shooter was a fool to fight alone. Tank was sure that his strategy and actions would be much more effective if he went to the city for reinforcements. Soon he and his comrades returned to the city and began to call players to form a group to fight the forest boss, who had already lost a lot of health and did not have much time left. The group was assembled quite quickly and everyone set out into the forest to the battle site to finish off that monster and collect resources and experience from it to level up. When they arrived, they saw many consequences of the battle. The trees around were torn out, the stones were broken, and the ground was all dug up by magic spells. There were also many remains of players who died a heroic death. Tank, who had gathered a new squad, told everyone to disperse and start searching for the bear. He shouldn't have gone far since his health was critical. He sent groups of 2 or 3 people in different directions to speed up the search. Each of the squads had seen many different consequences of the battle, but the bear itself was still not visible, and this was gradually starting to piss them off. Some players couldn't stand the 2-hour search and started to think that they were being scammed and fooled to lure them out, or it was just a stupid joke. The tank that gathered the group begins to calm his comrades and say that he did not intend to deceive anyone, and really brought them to fight the forest boss. The indignant guys began to continue searching, shouting at the tank that if they didn't find anything, he would compensate them for moral damages or leave this world for a day due to death in the game. The tank started to get nervous and think, what could it be? That the shooter managed to kill the bear, taking all the resources for himself, and now we ended up in this situation. A few hours earlier, after Hirikara had already fired the second shot, his face was full of surprise as he could not believe his eyes. This huge beast managed to survive the second direct hit to the head and continues to terrorize players, killing them one by one with its fire. Hirikara began to realize that the camp was asleep and that he should run away before the bear started chasing him. He was worried that he didn't have the stamina or speed to escape. He also notices that the gang of Tank and the 2 girls are already far enough away and heading to the city. This only upsets Hirikara that such egoists exist in this game. He decided not to waste time, and remembering how he loaded the musket on the go, he tried to repeat it. He takes out the powder cap and tears it with his teeth without stopping. He pours in the gunpowder and then carefully lowers the bullet into the barrel, holding the ramrod so that he can push the bullet deeper. Having loaded his musket, Hirikara decides to stop and turn around to aim and deliver a third shot to the head of the damn monster that does not want to die. But he didn't expect that the bear was already so close, and because of the suddenness, he didn't have time to aim properly and pull the trigger. This giant had already swung and was approaching with an outstretched paw. Hirikara was very scared because he began to think that everything was over and those attempts to stop the monster had failed and all his efforts were in vain. A strong blow hits the boy right in the body, sending him flying 10 meters away, tumbling along the ground. The consequences of such a blow were extremely dangerous. Hirikara was lucky to survive, as he only had a few % of his health left. Because of this, everything in his eyes was covered in blood, and he could not see anything properly. He gathered all his remaining strength and was not going to just die. He began to listen, closing his already blood-stained eyes to determine where this monster was. He was like a blind shooter who tracks his prey by smell and the noise it might make. His senses began to work at full capacity to figure out the target and hit it. Hirakawa hears a strange sound, as if something is approaching at high speed, and decides to shoot, turning around and pointing the barrel in the direction of the sound. Hirakawa manages to fire and jump to the side to avoid being hit. His long and torturous training in the army prepared him for such possibilities, and that is why he was able to pull off such a trick. The bullet hits the bear's chin with great force from such a short distance. The creature, covered in fire, was clearly not prepared for this. Although the bullet passed through the entire head and flew out through the forehead, it could not kill the damned monster. He stood in front of the guy, badly wounded, and opened his mouth to roar. Hirakawa heard that the monster was not dead yet and stood in front of him, and so he decides to use his bayonet, which could appear during a frontal attack if the barrel is not loaded. The boy had no choice but to attack the monster in this way. The bayonet digs into the body of the huge monster and gradually removes the remaining strength of the monster. From such an attack, the bear does not immediately understand what is happening and does not have time to protect itself. Hirakawa, without opening his eyes, continues to strike at the giant with the last of his strength. He could not shake the thought that this could be the end, and he did everything possible to defeat the damned lord of the forest. At one point, the bear swings back and hits Hirakawa, knocking him back. He already thought that this was the end, and he failed. The boy's body falls to the ground unconscious, and the bear was critically wounded from the wounds it received and looked like it was about to die. The big wound was fatal and almost cut the giant. After a while, Hirakawa comes to his senses and quickly screams as the last thing he remembers is a battle with a huge bear. He tries to get up and feels a lot of pain from his wounds and the little health he has left. His strength was running out and it was becoming hard to move. He turns towards the bear and opens one eye and sees a strange picture. The giant lay a meter away from the guy and did not move. His body was wounded, but the carcass did not move, and this indicated that Hirakawa had managed and finished off this monster. The boy started to get up, and with a greedy face he approaches the monster to get his reward for the risk. He was furious that he had to fight the monster while the others ran away and did not intend to help. Suddenly a player window pops up in front of him and says that he has raised many levels for defeating a monster, which is much higher than the player's level. The victory was achieved alone, which means all the experience fell on the guy. Hirakawa couldn't believe his eyes. He managed to raise 8 levels for killing this monster, and now he is level 20. Many stats were greatly improved, and the melee attack with a bayonet rose by as much as 2 levels and was now level 3. Hirakawa also received a lot of skill points, which he could distribute and raise several more levels. It was simply an incredible event that would raise the guy's levels so much. Hirakawa, sitting on the killed monster, began to distribute skill points and pump himself up to become stronger and raise his levels until the points ran out. After distributing, he notices that there are many things of adventurers who fell in battle lying around. The peculiarity of the game was that if a player dies, some of his things can disappear with a 30% probability. Hirakawa had no intention of leaving them on the field so that other players could take such expensive things for themselves, and began to collect them with a smile, thinking that when he got to the capital, he would be able to sell this entire arsenal well. After collecting weapons and items, Hirakawa finally approached the forest boss to get resources from him and hoped that there would be at least something valuable there that could be sold well. Looking at the treasures that fell from this monster, Hirakawa calmly began to remove his armor and was glad that such a strong monster dropped so many elite-level items that would greatly increase defense. An incredible hooded cloak and boots that had good fire bear protection, as well as other characteristics that would greatly help in hunting. Hirakawa, after his strength had been restored and he had collected all the resources from the battlefield, decided to move forward with a smile, as he had to reach the capital. Meanwhile, one person was very unhappy that he did not understand what happened and who killed the forest boss, thereby exposing him to a crowd of players. It was a tank from the Flower Squad who, in anger, hit the keyboard and broke it. He was very upset that someone was able to kill the monster and thus expose him to the crowd. He started screaming at the ceiling that he would find that bastard who dared to do that and take all the loot and even the weapons of other players who lost them when they died. All the players started blaming this tank for stealing their gear and deceiving everyone. When he calmed down a bit and sat down in a chair and grabbed his head trying to understand who could have done this. He thought about the shooter, but he understood that that low-level guy would hardly be able to kill such a monster, especially with his musket reloading. Meanwhile, Hirikara, having received new equipment and collected all the resources from the battlefield, was happily running along the path that led to the capital. He was humming a song and enjoying such a magnificent catch. Soon he remembered his comrades with whom he had fought for a long time and decided to look on the map to see where they were now. Brother Quan and Fan Mo's training camps were close to each other, but quite far from the capital. Apparently, they won't meet again soon, since the road takes 10 days. Suddenly, Hirikara's stomach showed signs of hunger, and the boy remembered that he really hadn't eaten anything for a long time. In that case, he should go hunting and gather food for the road, the boy thought. Hirikara went deep into the forest to find some game to shoot and cook for himself. He was not far from the road and therefore had no fear of getting lost. Soon he came across a bear, minding its own business and scratching its back against a tree. Hirikara understood that the developers had made this world quite realistic, and even the habits of the animals were believable, but you had to kill to survive. Hirikara fires a shot from ambush, hitting the bear right on target. After leveling up, it became easier for him to reload, and looking at such a bear is no longer scary. Although he had hit, one bullet was not enough to kill the beast. Hirikara knew that it would have been much easier for both of them if one shot had been enough, but he continued loading his musket. Hirikara noticed that after the first shot, the bear did not attack, but simply stood and looked nervously at the boy, as if he was out of reach and there was no point in trying. Hirikara remembered that the set of clothes that dropped from the forest boss had the property of scaring away animals so that they would not attack, but would think that it was a dangerous enemy and run away. The second bullet hits the bear's head and kills it, pinning it to a tree. It was certainly cruel, but that's the way this virtual world is, and killing monsters helps you become stronger. While Hirikara was rejoicing at his prey and examining the bear's body, collecting resources from it, something small and furry appeared behind him. It was a small bear cub that looked at Hirikara with a curious look, as if he was his mother. The bear cub's coloring was sky blue with white accents on its face. Hirikara immediately felt a strong pain in his heart, as the beauty of this plush animal drove him crazy. It was as beautiful as the morning sunrise on the shore of a lake. While Hirikara stood and admired this pleasant cloud, the bear cub approached the boy and hugged him by the leg, as if asking him not to leave and to take him with him. Hirikara thought that the baby was hungry and decided to give him his herbal bun, which was very valuable to certain people. Mishka started to eat the bread that Hirikara gave him and make cheerful sounds as if he was happy. Hirikara felt that he could not leave such a baby alone in the forest because other animals could attack him. Hirikara thought that he shouldn't get used to the bear cub, and it would be better to leave him here, since the city might not understand the man who brought the monster and consider it a deliberate crime. But that cloud grabbed the guy's leg again and squealed smilingly as if it wanted to play. It was truly torture for the guy, as it was hard to resist such cuteness. He fell to the ground and began to stand on all fours, crying a little, saying that he couldn't leave such a treasure in the forest. He adored such cute animals and wouldn't let him die from fighting with players when he grew up. Hirikara picked up the baby like a toy and said that now they would be partners, that they would go the whole way together, because who would want to kill such a baby in the city? Hirikara decided to contact his younger brother to find out if it was possible to tame an animal in this world, so that it would become a partner and listen to commands. Brother Kinshu asked Hirikara what kind of animal he was talking about, because if it was a horse, then it was enough to simply saddle the horse and ride it for about 30 minutes. Hirikara replied that no, it was not a horse, but a monster that lived in the forest. The brother began to say that it was possible, but for this, you need to have the skill of a trainer, and summoners and farmers have this. Other classes of players do not encounter such skills. While Kinshu was telling Hirikara the peculiarities of this world and all the possible skills and ways to make a contract with an animal, the boy stroked the bear cub's head and was touched by his beauty in every possible way. Hirikara lifted the soft cloud up to his face and felt the bear begin to lick him, showing affection for Hirikara. He told his brother that he had found a baby bear and had become very attached to it. Suddenly, Kinshu says that bear cubs have the same amount of points as an adult, but much less vitality, which means that players can kill such monsters with one attack. Monster cubs are extremely rare and are quite a valuable resource for players. After hearing this, Hirikara clearly understood that leaving such a handsome man alone with the fox would be extremely dangerous, but other players, seeing such a monster with him, might not understand and pounce, thinking that this beast wanted to attack. Afterwards, Hirokara put the bear on the ground and began to think. Looking at this handsome fellow, what should he do? He did not want such a cute creature to get into trouble since the boy's heart might not withstand it. Soon he decided that he would not leave the bear, and taking it in his arms told himself that they would go through this cruel world together and become a real team. The bear seemed to understand the guy and was happy, raising his paw, and together they headed to the capital. After this decision, this strange team set out in search of loot to feed themselves on the way to the city, while leveling up and collecting resources that might be useful. After another monster they met in the forest, Hirokara leveled up again, as the monsters were quite strong and had high levels. Hirokara's experience dropped high, and his equipment helped him stay intact, as the monsters did not dare to approach him because of his forest chieftain costume. Soon Hirokara noticed that Cloud, as he called the bear, had grown a lot and was already much stronger. Hirokara thought that this was the peculiarity of this virtual world, that monsters grow quickly. After Hirokara started collecting meat and items from the bear he had shot and was happy that everything was going so smoothly. Suddenly, a snake appeared in the grass near the guy, which no one had noticed. This bright yellow-spotted viper approached the boy at bite distance. The bright coloring indicated that the snake was poisonous, just like in the real world. She dug her sharp needles into the boy's leg, causing Hirokara to scream in surprise. He felt fear and pain, and also something hot began to flow through his veins. After that, the snake immediately started to crawl away, not giving him a chance to catch it. Hirokara watched this bastard that attacked from an ambush and tried to understand what was happening to him. Suddenly, Hirokara felt himself starting to shiver a little, and his temperature was rising. His eyes were starting to see everything a little blurry, and he felt weak. He quickly tried to open the character window to see all the negative effects that the snake bite had inflicted on him. He was very upset to see that a lot of health would be removed over the course of 3 minutes. After calculating, Hirokara realized that he would survive, but still, losing almost 80% of his health from one bite was too much. While Hirokara was upset about this situation, Cloud began to rustle in the grass and seemed to be gnawing on something, making strange sounds. It turns out that Cloud had caught the snake that dared to bite his master and killed it. He stood there satisfied, as if he was expecting praise. Hirokara immediately ran up to his bear cub and began to praise him and thank him for catching this wretch who dared to attack from an ambush. Afterwards, the bear began to devour the snake as if it were a delicious snack. Hirokara was a little scared, as the beast was poisonous, and asked Cloud to be careful, as not everything can be eaten. But Cloud had already completely eaten the snake, and Hirokara was scared, thinking that the poison could affect the bear cub, and began to worry. Hirokara picked up his faithful companion and noticed that he had grown bigger and heavier again in just a few hours since they had met. It was even becoming difficult for him to hold the bear, and the name Cloud already seemed a bit strange, even though the cloud weighed several tons. After a few days, Cloudy grew to a decent size and, helping Hirokara hunt, became a big and strong bear. Hirokara was even able to saddle such a big guy and was incredibly surprised by this. Hirokara even became a little scared, since the size of the cloud was at the level of an adult and could negatively affect the moment of meeting with other adventurers and residents of the capital. While Hirokara was hunting, they encountered groups of adventurers in the forest who were scared by such a huge bear and thought that it would attack them. In a panic, they immediately began to bare their weapons and cast spells. Hirokara tried in every way to stop the guys, saying that this bear was not dangerous and was his pet. Hirokara even thought about putting a sign on the bear that it does not attack adventurers and is Hirokara's henchman. But not all players have the intelligence to understand this. They attack first and think later. Hirokara already imagined how he would come to the city, and a whole horde of adventurers would meet him and begin to prepare for a battle with the bear that had entered the capital. All attempts to calm the guys down can be perceived differently, and those who are smart enough will understand that he simply made a contract with a monster, but others can attack in panic. Players or guards can stand at the ready and nervously ask Hirokara how he can prove that the monster is docile and does not attack adventurers or townspeople. Hirokara says, "Look, Cloud is biting the boy's head, almost completely covering it with his mouth without using fangs." The players and guards thought it was an attack and started screaming and running away in different places. Soon, there was no one left at the entrance to the city because everyone was afraid that a big bear had come to the city and could eat them all. Hirokara and Oblachko stood in surprise, and the boy thought that it was still bad to show others using Hirikara's example that a bear behaves calmly and does not attack. Soon, Hirikara remembered that his brother told him that you can tame a horse and move quickly from place to place. Hirikara decided to check if Cloudy can run fast. Hirikara climbed onto Cloud's back and, stroking him, asked if he could run. Mishka heard the boy and understood the order. Cloud quickly accelerated and began to run at high speed as if he weighed nothing. Hirikara was a little scared by such speed and could not hold his head up properly. Soon he got used to it, and the guys were moving at high speed straight to the capital. The wind was blowing around them, and the distance was covered quite quickly, which significantly reduced the time of the route. The boys were able to reach the capital 3 days earlier than usual, and standing on the top of a cliff, they looked at the surroundings and the city itself, which stood on a plain, and in the center was a huge castle where the king and queen lived. Hirikara and his partner headed towards the central gate, where the entrance to the city was, and many adventurers passed through it. Soon the boys reached the entrance to the city. Hirikara began to pet his friend and say that they should try so that the residents do not worry that a large monster is walking in the city. Suddenly, Hirikara was immediately attacked by a crowd of adventurers and guards who were guarding the entrance to the city. They were serious and drew their weapons to kill the monster that was at the entrance to the city. In a matter of minutes, a multitude of adventurers gathered in front of the entrance ready to fight the bear. The tanks lined up and placed their shields in front of the monster, and behind them gathered other players who had the ability to shoot from a distance. Archers and mages have already prepared their arrows and magic spells to damage the monster, thereby destroying and repelling the attack on the capital. Hirikara didn't like that no one wanted to listen to him, and he took out his musket and pointed it at the players who dared to point their guns at his comrade. He ordered them to lower their weapons as the bear was his animal and would not harm anyone. But these deaf idiots start casting their spells to deal a strong attack and seriously damage the monster so that others can finish it off. A strong fire attack could batter Cloud enough. Another mage began to create a water magic spell that could drown the monster or simply prevent it from breathing. Hirikara began to get nervous as he didn't expect it to come to this, and he would have to fight the castle guards and other adventurers because of the monster that obeyed him. The mages released their spells and they rushed towards the monster. Hirikara in turn fires his musket at the magical balls of fire and water. Then there is a strong flash, which blinds the guy a little and makes him surprised, since Hirikara did not understand what happened. He tried to stop the guys who decided to attack his comrade. The unknown person created a barrier that stopped the musket bullet. He was dressed in high-level clothing and looked like a knight. Hirikara did not want those mages to harm his bear and still opened fire. At the moment of the shot, a shield appeared, which stopped the boy's attack. A high-level magic spell that could suppress any spell was also cast. The magic spells of those two mages were successfully suppressed. After the shot, Hirikara was extremely surprised by what happened. It was the first time he saw such a barrier that he was able to stop the shot. A few seconds later, two knights began to approach Hirikara, who stopped the battle. They asked everyone to stop the battle and lower their weapons. The soldiers surrounded Hirikara and asked him to lower his weapon. They said that there had been a misunderstanding, that the other players had mistaken the large bear for a monster that might attack the people of the capital. One of the soldiers tells Hirikara to stop being nervous and listen to them. They won't let other players attack him or his monster. One of the warriors says that none of the participants will be punished for what happened, but next time the punishment will be impeccable. No one is allowed to use offensive magic in the capital. Hirikara began to understand that these were apparently warriors from the capital who were guarding the city and stopping violators, and even arresting them. Hirikara turned on the naive boy and said that it was those mages who started everything and decided to attack him and his cloud. The guardian acted as if he didn't care and simply understood the whole situation. But the soldier tells Hirikara that in any case, it is not only the magicians who are to blame, but also the boy who brought the monster to the gates of the city. Mishka acted as if he understood everything that was said. The soldier asked the boy not to attract unnecessary attention anymore, as other players might not understand the appearance of a monster in the city and attack again. The other adventurers were excited about this battle before entering the city. They were new and it was the first time they saw such spells being used. Soon, Hirikara entered the city, and stroking his friend Cloud, he told him that they would succeed, and they would cope with all the problems that might arise. Suddenly, the soldier asked Hirikara to stop. Hirikara heard him being asked to stop. He began to think that these military men would not let go of him so easily. Hirikara turned around and began to assume that the soldiers would not let him go so easily because of his bear. He even asked this warrior in beautiful armor to provide proof that he and his bear were not in any danger. The knight put his hand to his chest and promised that none of the warriors of this city would dare to offend the bear and its owner. Hirikara scratched his head and thought that this is how it is done here if someone wants to earn respect. He agrees to follow the knights and listen to what they want. After one of the warriors led Hirikara and his bear, another soldier was extremely puzzled that something unthinkable had happened during the attempted battle. The shield that the soldier had created was cracked for the first time by a single attack. This surprised him because no one had ever been able to damage his magical defense. Hirikara wondered why he would be taken away from his homes to talk. He couldn't help but think that these non-player characters wanted to give him a quest that only he could complete. Suddenly, the knight who was walking in front stops and says that this place is perfect for their conversation. Hirikara was a little nervous, since they were far from people, and there were only forest and meadows nearby. It was as if Hirikaru and his bear had been taken into the forest to be dealt with. There was silence and not a single living soul around. Hirikara noticed that one knight was behind, and remembering his promise, he doubted that such individuals would do something like that. Moreover, after that promise, Hirikara received the recognition of the Capital Guard and his trust level increased to 50%. They came closer and started asking the guy how he was able to tame a huge bear without having the ability of a summoner or trainer. Hirikara began to tell that it all happened by chance. While hunting, he met a little bear cub and immediately fell in love with him. They became friends and began to hunt together. Before that, he was able to defeat the forest boss, the big fire bear, and at the same time receive armor that helps in the battle with the creatures. The guard listened carefully and suggested that thanks to this armor, the bear cub thought that apparently he thought that the boy was his mother and began to follow the boy. At that time, Oblachko was confused and did not understand what this conversation was about. He was a simple monster who found a comrade in the boy and dedicated his life to this man who looked after him so carefully and helped him become stronger. The knight of the capital said that the attacks on them will continue, since Hirikara is not a trainer and the monster does not have a mark that it is a pet. The soldier said that if the boy wants to get to the capital, he will have to say goodbye to this monster. Hirikara was a little worried about the fact that they would have to part with Cloud, who had become a good companion for the boy and always obeyed orders. After such a request from the soldier, Hirikara began to stroke his partner and think about what would be the best thing to do, because if this continued, the attacks from other players would only intensify. He agrees to take the bear into the forest and part ways with him so that he can go his own way. In this case, the knight said that this is the right decision and it is worth releasing the monster to his domain so that he can live like all the other animals. Hirikara did not listen to the soldiers for long, but agreed to their conditions and went with the bear into the forest. Another knight asked Hirikara to stop and say his name so that they would remember the man who could tame an animal without any skills. Hirikara turned around at the soldier's request and with a surprised face, as if he thought that they already knew him, began to say that his name was Hirikara. Placing his musket on his shoulder, he added that the shooter was from the original city, where all the inhabitants respected and knew him well. Suddenly, the soldiers showed their respect to the boy for his talent and abilities. They spread their wings and flew into the air. It was incredible, and the boy was speechless looking at what was happening. Hirikara was angry that these NPCs had too much armor and abilities. It was just too much for him. He wanted to seem cool too, but compared to these knights, he looked like a homeless mongrel with a stick at the ready. After a long journey, Hirikara and Cloud had already traveled quite a distance and decided to stop to say goodbye and go their separate ways. Cloud did not want to leave the boy and began to hug him tightly, showing his love and devotion. At the moment of the embrace, all the memories associated with this blue beauty flashed before Hirikara's eyes. The first hugs and kisses, those awkward moments of eating a snake or when the bear scared adventurers in the forest with its enormous appearance. Hirikara said that it would be better for them and they could continue with their business. It was a hard parting for them and Hirikara could hardly keep from crying. Suddenly, Cloud runs up behind the boy and bites his hand until it bleeds as if he had gone mad. Hirikara did not expect this and began to scream in pain and not understanding what was happening. After that, Cloud began to lick the bite site with his tongue, as if there was no need to worry. Hirikara did not understand at all why he did this and why he bit. Suddenly, the cloud began to glow and the light became brighter and brighter. So Hirikara began to worry that something incomprehensible was happening. He couldn't look at such a bright light and began to cover himself with his hands, simultaneously worrying and not understanding what was happening to his comrade, whom he saved. Suddenly, several windows pop up on the boy's game screen, which said that Hirikara received the title of Oneness with Nature, and he was the first one who managed to obtain such a skill. Hirikara certainly got a new title, and it gives a good bonus to skills, but it didn't cover the fact that they had to part ways because of the city dwellers who couldn't accept the fact that you can tame a monster without the training skill. In the end, they go their separate ways and will always remember the days they spent together. Hirikara wished his bear to try not to fall for adventurers and survive so that they could meet. After saying goodbye, Hirikara began to feel that he had never been so sad in this game as parting with the bear cub. Even parting with Brother Quan and Fang Mo was not as painful as with Cloud. Suddenly, Hirikara received another notification, which said that due to the death of the blood monster, it can be summoned for an hour at the owner's request, and the cooldown of the skill is 24 hours. Hirikara was even happy, because if Cloud died, he would be able to call on him and spend time together again. It was at least some hope that they would not be separated forever. Hirikara turned around and wished for Cloud to become stronger and try to survive, but if fate turned out differently, then they would definitely be able to meet in the future. But Hirikara had no idea that Cloudy had become strong enough for the other bears to recognize him as their leader and begin to worship him as if he were the strongest of the lords of the forest. After a few real hours, Hirikara returned to the capital again and approached the main gate. He was very tired as it was not an easy journey. When he entered the city, he noticed that there were too many players around, walking around the city and having fun. This made the boy a little nervous, and he felt uncomfortable in the middle of a busy street. Hirikara decided to contact his younger brother, who was supposed to meet him in the city near the central gate. Hirikara started to write to him in the chat and ask if he had arrived at the meeting place. Kinshu said that he was already there, but finding someone in this crowd was quite problematic, and they would have a hard time. Hirikara got a little angry because it was not funny at all. Kinshu said that we should look. Maybe Hirikara will find him, since they should be somewhere nearby. The only thing that Kinshu did not take into account was that snipers have excellent vision to notice what they are looking for, not only in the sight, but also just like that. Hirikara didn't waste much time finding his idiot brother who thought Hirikara didn't understand anything. Kinshu said that it was funny to see his brother acting like a complete noob. During the stupid fight, Hirikara notices that Kinshu is wearing some pretty cool armor. This was understandable since the little brother has been playing this game for more than a month. The armor was of good quality and definitely not cheap. Kinshu said that his armor should match the player's level, and then others would simply understand that it was better not to mess with him. Hirikara, like a newbie, did not quite understand all the intricacies of the game and important aspects that can help level up or fight monsters many times faster. Kinshu said that he likes this game and it brings in a good income. He also notices that Hirikara also did not come in simple armor and thought that his older brother paid in the game to get power-ups. Hirikara responded with surprise that he hadn't paid anything, but had simply gotten his items from killing the monsters he had to kill while making his way to the capital. Kinshu was even a little surprised that his brother was lucky enough to get such equipment from monsters. Hirikara said that he had been through a lot and had a lot to tell. Suddenly, a man appears from behind, interrupting the conversation between the two brothers and introducing himself as the commander of the guild, which includes Kinshu. He was an ordinary guy with red hair and a dark robe, as if he were a priest. But in the game, such clothes were worn by dark magicians who had reached a high level and mastered many high-level spells. He started talking about how Hirikara used to be an excellent sniper, and Kinshu always talked a lot about him, to which Kinshu immediately ran to shut his commander's mouth so that he wouldn't blab too much. There was also a boy standing behind, dressed all in black, and he attracted attention when he said that he knew this outfit. Hirikara replied that he got it when he defeated the forest boss and got this set of clothes. This guy in a ninja costume was surprised that the shooter had the entire set, since the group of players usually split the reward, and here all the clothes at once. This ninja introduced himself as Hyakimaru, and Hirikara thought that he was from Japan, but the boy replied that no, He was using the nickname of an interesting character from the anime Dororo. Hyakimaru said that it was a rare item that dropped from a fire bear. Kinshu was surprised and had never heard of this monster before. He added that he heard there was a scandal on the forum recently. One tank gathered a squad and buried many players with his actions, and then ran to the city and gathered the second one. When they came to the battlefield, neither the player's clothes nor the monster itself were there. Hyakimaru then thought that it might be possible that Hirokara was able to kill this boss while remaining all alone. If so, then he got all the spoils from the fight. While he stood aside and speculated about what had happened in the forest, Kinshu introduced Hirokara to the other members of his younger brother's squad. Kinshu said that they are quite famous in this city and have high levels, so if Hirokara needs something, then he should contact them and they will tell him how to solve the problem. Kinshu also decided to ask Hirokara what level he was already in order to find him a suitable task and try to raise his level so that they could lead him on quests where there are a lot of trophies. Hirokara says it's already the 25th, and it was incredible that even Kinshu was stunned. Hirokara has only been playing the game for a few days and has already reached level 25. Kinshu and his team stood in a circle and began to discuss what they had heard. They noticed that the boy was clearly no slouch if he could reach such a level in such a short time. They even asked Kinshu if Hirokara had never played online games before. Kinshu raised his head and asked Hirokara in surprise if he was playing for the first time, to which Hirokara replied that before he bought him this full immersion machine, he only sorted out reports on the computer. Kinshu began to ask Hirokara how he could raise such a level, and Hirokara told him that he hunted many different monsters while walking through the forest on his way to the capital. The guild commander was also surprised and thought about joining such a capable player to their guild. The guild leader extended his hand to Hirokara and offered to add him as a friend for further communication. Hirokara agreed and understood that with such guys he would definitely understand more about what should be avoided or used in this fantasy world. The other guys from Kinshu's squad also wanted to accept Hirokara as a friend and promised that they would help him if he needed advice in the game, but now they had to leave because there was a task. The Dark Mage began to cast a teleportation spell, while the other boys said goodbye to Hirokara and Kinshu, saying that it was nice to meet them. After saying goodbye, Kinshu suggests going to a cafe and discussing everything that happened to Hirokara over the past few days in the game. Hirokara told everything that happened, hiding nothing from his brother. He even told how he single-handedly defeated the Fire Bear Forest boss, which the crowd of players could not handle due to their lack of coordination. Kinshu even stood up from the table in surprise. He thought about it, and after listening to the story, he realized that the bear apparently had too much life left, that Hirokara managed to kill it with one shot. Hirokara said that he didn't intend to fight such a strong monster because he was too weak, but he watched the other guys play and saw that they were completely unprepared. They weren't doing what was required of them at all. And at the end of the battle, when the tank that had gathered them began to run away, escaping from the fire, the other players did not understand what to do, and many died trying to put out the flames. After that, Hirokara took aim and made a well-aimed shot at the bear's head. He even shouted to that tank and his comrades to come back and help finish off the damned monster. But that group was already too far away. But Hirokara remembered that this fight was quite difficult, and in the last seconds he generally thought that he would not cope and would die when he attacked the huge monster with his bayonet. Kinshu, after listening to Hirokara, realized that he was really just lucky that the bear had little life left after fighting a crowd of adventurers who simply did not cope to the end. By the way, he asked Hirokara from what distance he shot, and Hirokara replied that it was about 100 meters. Kinshu said that it was very cool because their clan had an archer, but he was able to shoot at a distance of about 60 meters, but only with the help of a game assistant. So wait. Kinshu remembered that the shooter's aiming range was only 40 meters and didn't understand how Hirokara was able to hit the bear from a distance of 100 meters. Hirokara replied, sipping his drink, that he simply did not use the assistant because the probability of an accurate shot then became 50%, and this was not enough for accurate shooting, and he fired not one shot, but 3. After 3 shots, the monster was still alive and was not going to give up. Then Hirokara decided to use his close attack and attacked with a bayonet that appeared on the barrel of the musket if it was not loaded. Kinshu jumped up in surprise. He couldn't believe that Hirikara had managed to fire 3 shots, since loading the barrel takes a whole minute, and the monster would have killed him long ago in that time. Hirikara replies that he was constantly moving away from the monster after each shot, and in addition, this fire bear was attacking the nearest enemies that were on the field. He used his knowledge of sniper rifle shooting to correctly calculate the distance and all the errors in order to hit the target right in the head 3 times. Kinshu couldn't stand it and started to yell at Hirikara, saying that he couldn't normally tell everything that happened with all the details, so that he could finally put together a picture of what was happening. After which, Kinshu hits the table with his fist, so hard that all the dishes almost fall to the floor, and decides to invite Hirikara to join their squad so that they can fight together and destroy monsters together, becoming stronger along the way. Hirikara froze a little from the outstretched hand and such an offer as he remembered the situation that had unfolded between the clans and began to think about what he should do. He did not want to upset his brother, but it was not the right time for him to agree. He knew that he shouldn't get involved in all the vicissitudes that were going on between the clans, and that it was better to focus on leveling up. Hirikara crossed his arms and said that he refused. Kinshu, hearing his brother's answer, got angry and began to pester him about why he refused. Hirikara replied that he remembered Kinshu telling him what was going on at the market between the clans and decided not to interfere for now. Kinshu even showed Hirikara the coat of arms of their clan and began to persuade him to join their clan since it is quite famous and is in the top rankings of the best clans. Kinshu also mentioned that their guild leader, whom Hirikara met and who was dressed in a black robe, was ranked 8th in Korea's top players. Hirikara stood there and decided to ask, and in the world rankings, what place? Kinshu said that at 40, and that's pretty cool. Hirikara reacted as if it wasn't a result at all. The younger brother was even surprised by such an attitude and very little surprised that their leader was such a strong player. It's just that Hirikara met a player who was ranked 9th in the world and at the top of the rankings in China, and there are many more players there and the competition is strong. After that, Hirikara decided to ask his brother what place he was in if he was fighting in one of the best guilds in the world. Kinshu calmly sipped his drink and began to rejoice when he was given the honor of telling how high he had climbed in the rankings. He acted arrogantly and said that he was nicknamed the strongest tank and the best swordsman in the Western lands, and in the table of the best players, he almost made it into the top 100 strongest in Korea. He also added that if he can raise a few more levels, he will be able to climb into the 100 without problems, since there are already players there with a level higher than 200. Hirikara was a little stunned, as he had no idea that his little brother was already at level 198. Hirikara didn't know how many levels there were in the game, and didn't think that there were players who had already leveled up so much since the servers opened. Kinshu continued to boast and said that in the world rankings he is currently in the top 500. This result was quite respectable considering that there are about 100 million players in the game. Meanwhile, guild leader Ye-jun and Hyakimara said goodbye to their guildmate and had to attend to other matters. After their comrade left the office, Ye-jun changed from a smiling and calm person into an arrogant person who trusted a very small circle of people, and he barely had enough strength to restrain himself in order to continue listening to the boring conversation that the swordsman started. After which, Ye-jun sat down at his desk and asked Hyakimaru to make sure that no one was nearby, as they had a serious conversation to discuss what had happened. One of Hyakimaru's ninja abilities was the skill of target calculation or detection. The skill worked at a distance of up to 100 meters and carefully checked every corner to detect other individuals who might be eavesdropping. Ye-jun placed a folder of papers on the table, which contained a photo of Hirikara and a message stating that he was the one who was in the initial village as the only shooter, and had a conversation with Sun Ye and Jin Ha. Ye-jun started to ask Hyakimaru if he could find out anything about Hirikara using the ability detection skill, or at least his stats. Hyakimaru said that he didn't see anything, as if the boy had a stat concealment spell on him. Ye-jun guessed that it was the work of the 2 friends who first met Hirikara. He must have surprised them in some way, that they decided to try to lure him into their guild, and thus hid his characteristics with high-level magic, so that others would not find out about the boy. Hyakimaru decided to tell his commander that he could only find out the title that hung under the player's name, and it was Unfearful. This title gives an increase to damage to enemies that are much higher than the player's level. Thus, he can inflict great damage on strong opponents. Ye-jun listened thoughtfully to Hyakimaru's report and guessed that most likely those two bastards had been keeping an eye on Hirikara the whole time he was in the starting city. He didn't understand exactly why the players from the top guild decided to attract a shooter with a weak level and a weapon that even takes a long time to charge. Maybe these bastards had something in mind, or they found out that Hirikara was Kinshu's brother, and thus they wanted to spy on the enemy guild? Recalling Kinshu's story about Hirikara leaving the starting town only being level 12, and not at all prepared for high-level opponents, he only killed rabbits and one hawk there to get out of the starting town. On the way to the capital, he managed to raise 13 levels. Killing a high-level boss might give you a few levels, but not that many. Most likely, those two helped him. This is very strange, and there is clearly something hidden here. Yejun thought that Sun Ye and Junha could have lured that bear boss closer to Hirikara, and after battering him with their magic, let him finish Hirikara off, thereby raising his levels and giving him all the loot so that he would become stronger. Yejun began to suspect that Hirikara was working together with those bitches who could lure him into their guild by working as a spy and finding out all the enemy's plans that could help them get rich. Hyakimaru decided that this might not be true, and that Hirikara could have killed that bear himself, since he saw a fight on the forum between the players who fought the forest boss back then. Yejun jumped up and said that this doesn't prove anything, since those girls could have acted from the shadows, and considering that everyone died from the first wave of players, Hirikara and those two could have dealt with the boss. Yejun also asked Hyakimaru to keep an eye on Hirikara and report to him if the shooter started acting strangely. Hyakimaru said that he understood everything and would act. Suddenly, Yejun turns around and points his finger at his face, telling Hyakimaru not to be shy about using his concealment skill on the map too, so that Hirikara doesn't suspect that he's being followed. After which Yejun begins to create a teleportation spell to move to the point that he needed for the task, and along the way remembers that he needs to become a pretty person again. He puts on a smile like a mask, which shows him only in his best light, as he will have to perform in front of many people who see him only as a positive character. Hyakimaru even felt uncomfortable because he knew his commander's habits well, and when Yejun exposed him, the boy became a little scared, so as not to say something that could offend the commander. Meanwhile, Hirikara and his brother Kinshu left the cafe and headed to the archery training center. Kinshu, seeing the map in Hirikara's possession, was very surprised because he knew that it was quite expensive and did not know how Hirikara got it. Kinshu started to walk forward and asked Hirikara to stop staring at the map, since he already knew the way to the marksman training camp. Hirikara replied that it was just a habit from the army, since a sniper should study the map well. The boys started walking towards the training center, talking and passing different streets, where there were many different objects and small inhabitants of the town, who meowed pleasantly and made this world much more pleasant and alive. Hirikara reminded his brother about the quest that he needed to pass. Kinshu walked calmly with his hands behind his head, thinking about the quest. Hirikara said that he had never heard of a quest from the butcher shop in the starting town to deliver lunchboxes. He himself completed all the quests in the starting town, but he did not come across such a quest. Hirikara recalled those threatening requests from the owner lady, who scared the boy with her appearance alone. Hirikara began to think that each player might have different quests, because he had already talked to several people about his tasks, and they had never heard of such a thing. Hirikara also imagined that if he found the place where this lunchbox needed to be delivered, a butcher shop restaurant would appear there, which would change some locations in the city. Kinshu and Hirikara continued walking and talking about this quest, and Kinshu said that if this lunchbox can increase the character's stats by a fairly good amount of points, then it can be very expensive. And then Kinshu suggests Hirikara to put this item up for sale. Considering how many people want to raise their level, and this lunchbox is capable of throwing up several levels at once at a high level, then its price will be simply sky high. Hirikara understood this because he himself thought for a long time about what to do and what to do with such an expensive item. He also wants to sell this item, but his intuition tells him that this is not the best solution. He himself was shocked when he saw the tag saying that the item could be sold, and this really interested him. He was on the website and saw that such an item could cost hundreds of millions of won. Hirikara knew that he would be helping his aunt a lot by paying for treatment so he could walk again. It was a strong temptation, but Hirikara was haunted by the thought that if he did this, something bad would happen, and he would never be able to achieve anything more. In the end, Hirikara smiled and told Kinshu that he agreed to think about the proposal and headed further to the archery training center, which was located on the outskirts of the capital. Kinshu was surprised by such an answer because there was nothing to think about. Hirikara could earn so much money and then not think about where else to earn money for treatment. Hirikara said that he understood his brother's reaction, but he wanted to think carefully since he was enjoying this game so far, and if everything went well, he could make money anyway. Kinshu grabbed his face in surprise, as if this was the stupidest thing he had ever seen. Hirikara points his finger at his brother and tells him not to tell anyone about this, as it is a secret, and Kinshu replies that he is not a fool to tell someone such serious things. Suddenly, the holy knights who saw Hirikara and decided to say hello intervene in the conversation of the two brothers. They patrol the streets and keep order in the capital. Kinshu, seeing the holy knights, began to get nervous, and hearing that they were addressing Hirikara specifically, began to suspect that his older brother had done something that attracted the attention of the holy knights. Hirikara clutches his head and tells him to relax and not to panic. He just met them when he entered the city. There was a small misunderstanding and they kindly helped solve the problem. Kinshu calmed down after hearing this and started laughing from awkwardness. Hirikara decided to introduce his brother to Kinshu and along the way find out the names of the holy knights who decided to talk to them. One of the soldiers introduced himself as Dodik, which sounded quite funny, and Kinshu even joked about it, which clearly pleased the other soldier, who began to laugh at his colleague. After the awkward situation, Hirikara decided to clarify why they decided to talk to them. Surely they weren't planning to do something that would get Hirikara kicked out of the capital. Hirikara told the soldiers that he had done as they asked, and took his comrade into the forest where they said their goodbyes. Although it was painful, it had to be done if Hirikara wanted to continue playing. Dodik, pressing his hand to his chest, said that he had no doubt that Hirikara would do the right thing. They were on patrol and simply decided to greet a fellow adventurer who had done a lot of good for the residents of the starting city. By the way, the Holy Knights said that they know an adventurer, Kinshu, who fights monsters near the Western Fortress and protects the residents of that area in every possible way. After which, the Holy Knights said that they were glad to see each other again and said that they needed to continue patrolling the city, so they wished them luck. Hirikara was even a little surprised that they actually only came to greet the guys. Afterwards, Kinshu and Hirikara watched the soldiers continue their way through the city streets. Kinshu said that this was the first time that non-player characters had spoken to him first. He assumed it was because of his clan being at the top of the list, or because of his strength as a famous and powerful swordsman. But what was strange was that these knights had approached Hirikara in particular. Kinshu grabbed his little brother and started shaking him, trying to find out from him how he knew these knights, that they were talking to him calmly and behaving so friendly. Hirikara said that he just got into an awkward situation at the checkpoint in the city. Hirikara told Kinshu how he tamed a bear cub and it grew into a large beast. Kinshu said that he remembered Hirikara asking him about such a thing. Hirikara then headed to the city with the monster, where the players perceived his monster as a threat and tried to attack, and the knights intervened and stopped the fight. Then Kinshu began to shake his brother again and ask how he managed to tame the bear without any special skills, to which Hirikara himself could not give a normal answer. After so many amazing situations, Kinshu said that nothing would surprise him anymore, because everything that Hirikara experienced in the game was simply unbelievable, and it seemed like a fiction. But so much evidence arrived about the veracity of the stories that his head was already hurting. Kinshu said that they should hurry and get to the rifle training center, because when it starts to get dark, the building will be closed and no one will be able to enter until the morning. Soon, the boys arrived at the right place, and Hirikara put his hands on his hips and saw in front of him the building where they trained shooters. Kinshu said that there were very few shooters, and the money mainly went to more advanced and popular professions. The building was shabby and looked like no one lived there. Many of the boards were broken and the windows were missing glass and boarded up in some places. Kinshu also pointed to the building behind, which was the cathedral where mages, healers, and holy knights were trained. This was Brother Kinshu's training center, and he was proud of it. It smacked of discrimination against the shooters, as if they were social outcasts who were unpopular and respected. After that, Kinshu decided to give Hirikara some items to start life in the capital and some gold so that he could spend them on enhancements that would help him level up. Kinshu also advised him to sell old items and buy new ones after raising a new level, so that those guys from the Boss Valley that Hirokara killed would not recognize him. After saying goodbye, Hirokara decided to enter the building and find an instructor who would help him become stronger and show him all the capabilities of a shooter that would help Hirokara in future battles. Suddenly, after walking a few meters, Hirokara felt a gun being pressed to the back of his head and a terrible, stern voice telling the boy to stop. Hirokara was amazed by the stealth. He didn't even feel that there was someone behind him. It was a pretty good level of stealth, which definitely suits archers well. Hirokara raised his hands and said that he was sent by the guild leader from the starting city for training. The shooter who stood behind him seemed to be always on guard and did not wait for anyone, and he always greeted those who entered his house in this way. This old man looked like he had been through many battles, and his eyes were full of confidence, and there was not a hint of doubt in his actions. Hirokara said he had a letter of introduction that would prove he was telling the truth. The man in the hat told him to put the letter very slowly on the floor and start walking slowly to the side, exactly 3 steps. Hirokara did everything carefully and slowly so as not to provoke the old man in the hat. He put the letter down and began to walk away, saying along the way that he really was a shooter, that he had come for training. After which, while Hirokara stood with his back to the old man, he picked up the letter to read it and make sure that the boy was telling the truth. He was very serious and read the letter with doubts about its veracity, since he had never seen such a letter of recommendation that the boy was truly talented and a real defender of the city. After which the old man told Hirokara to relax and lower his arms. He sat down at the table and put his musket in front of him. Hirokara began to inspect the room and told the old man that it would not hurt to clean it, or at least have a woman's love. Otherwise, the building would not stand for long. The old man did not listen to the boy's suggestions and in his stern and loud voice ordered the boy to sit down. Hirokara fell to his knees out of fear as usual and reacted as if he was back in the army. He kept his musket in his hands, and this situation reminded him of a real-life incident. When Hirokara served in the army, there was a sergeant who often made him dig trenches and do all sorts of things that seemed like complete nonsense to an ordinary person who was not ready to dedicate his life to the army. After which, the old man in the hat said that it was the first time he had met a shooter who could hit a target from a distance of 100 meters. Hirokara even felt embarrassed that he could use his knowledge from the army and become a good shooter in the game. They were sitting at the table, and the atmosphere was tense, as if something unpredictable could happen at any moment. The old man put his hands on the table and, looking at the young guy, he decides not to pull the cat by the genital area, but to start training. The old man tells Hirokara to grab his weapon and go after him. Now they will test how good the boy is at shooting and smell gunpowder in abundance. Hirokara started following the old man and thought for a moment why he needed to prove his skills if he had to learn something new as an instructor. Hirokara receives a notification on the game screen that if he fails the instructor's task, he will be expelled and will not be able to learn new skills at the Gunslinger Training Center. The old man noticed that Hirokara seemed to be afraid of something and asked him if he was afraid to show his skills in front of the instructor. Hirokara pulled himself together and replied that he was not afraid at all, and he would show his skills. They came to the firing range, where there were many different targets, at which shooters practiced their accuracy and shooting grouping. Hirokara, out of habit, began to inspect his weapon first to make sure it was in good working order and would be able to accomplish the task at hand, sitting on a chair and continuing to examine the musket, while listening to the old man's story about what needs to be done to pass the test and get into the shooting courses. There were many targets on the field, even those that resembled a person. Hirokara had already destroyed such when he first entered the game, but that was with a cold weapon. But Hirokara was determined and showed with all his confidence that he could handle any task, as if shooting was the meaning of life for him. The old man noticed the boy's mood and smiled broadly, wanting to test this promising candidate for entry into the rifle training center. Hirokara stood with his back to the old man and asked him what we would shoot at, to which the old man said that there were several options and none of them were easy. The first task was rapid fire, and the second was to hit the target on command. The old man said that he could offer Hirokara a more interesting offer, considering that he was able to hit the target from a distance of 100 meters. Hirokara was a little tense, but thought that this could be a test, and he had better agree, since he would prove that he was a capable shooter. Hirokara decided to ask the instructor if anyone had completed this third task that the instructor was offering, to which the old man replied that only a few people had. Hirikara became a little tense and began to wonder if he had made a mistake by taking the third task. If he failed, he would not be able to study with the instructor. Hirikara then decided to ask how many candidates had tried to complete this task. The instructor said that he was not obliged to remember the losers, but there were certainly several thousand of them, and then Hirikara was completely stunned. He knew that the aiming range of a musket was 40 meters, taking into account the assistant, and even so, the probability of hitting was only 50%, after which the old man started walking towards the targets. Hirikara was nervous and tried to come to his senses after hearing this. He understood that apparently the two who had managed were the ones who were on the Alley of Glory, where Hirikara had ended up after shooting the rabbit boss. The old man passed the 40-meter mark and moved on. There weren't many targets at that distance, which meant that the task would be much more difficult than Hirikara had expected. The old man was already approaching the stone fence that surrounded the training ground, and the distance was about 60 meters. Hirikara could barely see what was at that distance. The old man walked up to the wall and took off his hat, took out a feather and stuck it between the bricks. This was the third task that Hirikara chose: to hit the feather that was stuck in the wall from a distance of 60 meters. Hirikara smiled nervously because he could barely notice the dot that was sticking out in the fence, and began to think how he could manage to hit that feather if he hadn't tried shooting at such small objects from a long distance. After which, the old man came back and sat on a chair that was near the wall and told the boy to start and shoot when he was ready. Hirikara felt this pressure that was coming from the old man, that he doubted every action of the boy. Hirikara decided to concentrate, and at one point he realized that in order to hit such a small target, he needed to feel the musket better. He decided to use the full immersion system to allow maximum response and realism in the game. The system begins to activate and immerses the boy in bright light, simultaneously revealing warnings and terms of the agreement so that the player understands all the risks that he may experience. After the agreement, Hirikara felt his body begin to experience everything that it does in the real world. Every cell in his body could tense and relax, and the pain was almost real since the system limits full immersion to only 50%. Hirikara stood there and felt that he could feel every muscle in his body and would now be able to use his knowledge and skills in real-life shooting almost to the fullest. He takes a powder primer out of his pouch to start loading his musket. It was so realistic and felt like he was doing it in real life. The texture and smell of the powder pouch was incredible for a game. The old man, noticing how Hirikara loaded the musket without using a ramrod, but simply hitting the butt on the ground, thus ramming the powder and the bullet, said that Hirikara would hardly have been able to cope with the previous tasks, since they required compliance with all the rules. The boy felt that his method was not appreciated and trampled into the dirt, but he was not going to be upset. Hirikara knelt down and aimed his musket at the target, trying to aim and get a full feel for the weapon so he could get it right. He concentrated and tried to control his breathing. The old man noticed this and was amazed that the boy knew such nuances and did everything correctly, as if he had been shooting firearms for a long time. Hirikara, in a moment of concentration, began to notice that a flower path led in a straight line to the feather, which helped him concentrate and keep the trunk along it. After a few seconds, Hirikara holds his breath and pulls the trigger. The shot rings out, and the sound wave causes some of the flowers growing nearby to fly away. After the shot, he starts looking at the brick wall to see if he hit the target. He couldn't shake the thought that he might fail and disgrace the sniper profession. The bullet fired from the musket hits the target right on target, making a deep hole in the feather and leaving a good mark on the wall, which even cracked at the point of impact. Hirikara could barely see if he had hit the target, and the old man was so surprised that the boy had managed to hit the target so accurately that he even wondered if he had really come across a worthy shooter who would become a new hero. Everything the old man said was good, and Hirikara was shocked that he was so callous that he could not properly express the emotions from what he saw. After which, Hirikara received a notification on the game screen that he had passed the test and was awarded additional experience and points to raise his stats. From such a not weak increase in characteristics, the boy even began to jump for joy like a child. For him, such a shot was a real gift, because he even remembered those days when he made excellent shots in the army, hitting the bullseye. The old man had almost reached the house and told the boy to follow him if he wanted to learn something from the master. Hirikara apologizes for being distracted and starts running after the old man. Afterwards, they sat down at the table and began drinking tea while talking. The old man even said that although the greenhouse had behaved impudently, he had still managed, and Hirikara apologized, saying that he had not tried to show himself to be impudent. He had simply been confident in his abilities. The old man, taking another sip of tea, offers Hirikara to complete several tasks in order to finally verify his abilities and decide whether he can learn shooting from the master. He started to smile broadly as if he had something in mind and said that if Hirikara was such a capable shooter, he would definitely cope with the next task. The boy even started scratching his head, thinking that everything was definitely not going as expected. The old man says that they will be engaged in the extermination of several types of monsters, and in the process, they will learn what Hirikara is capable of in real conditions. The old man also lowered his hand from the table and began to rummage in his pocket. The old man throws a bag on the table and tells Hirikara to use these resources and complete the task. Hirikara is a little surprised and reaches to open the bag to see the contents. When he opened it, the boy saw about 200 packages of gunpowder and bullets. It was quite a lot, and the cost of such a bag was about 5 silver coins. Hirikara, having come to his senses from such generosity, began to thank the old man and say that he was very grateful for such a quantity of bullets. The old man, adjusting his hat, told the boy not to relax, because he would need these bullets for the mission, after which the boy receives the task conditions that he has to complete on the game screen. He was already in anticipation, since such training without explaining the very basics of shooting looked much more attractive to him. But the task the old man offered was for a low-level shooter, not for a player who was already level 25. If Hirikara were to complete such tasks, his reward would be negligible. Hirikara decided to use his negotiation skills and try to negotiate with his mentor to change the tasks to include other monsters from the forest. Hirikara even said that he would go alone and deal with them in just one day. The old man, hearing the shooter's arrogant request, was surprised that he was asking to make the task more difficult and to complete it in one day. His eyes, which had told him a lot, opened wide and looked from under their hats at the boy with surprise. The old man got up from the table and, agreeing, told the boy not to bother him and to follow him into the forest. Hirikara asked him to carry out the task alone. Hirikara said that as proof he would bring trophies from the monsters he had killed in just one day if the old man agreed to make the task truly difficult. This touched the mentor, and stopping, he turned around and began to look the boy straight in the eyes with his cold gaze, as if he did not believe in him. He waves his fingers and tells Hirikara that he agrees, but the task will be really difficult. Hirikara receives a notification that the task has been changed and the conditions are to destroy and bring back at least 30 trophies from ants and bats in just 12 hours. Hirikara certainly wanted the task to be more difficult, but not so much that even he would start to worry. Considering the reloading of the musket, he would have a very long battle ahead of him. Afterwards, Hirikara leaves the building and a little modestly asks the mentor to simplify the task a little, because he thinks that such a quantity in such a time is too much. The old man turns around and says that such an arrogant and confident shooter is really ready to give up and beg for forgiveness. Hirikara laughed nervously and said that he would begin the task immediately. A split second later, he was already racing towards the western forest to begin the task as quickly as possible. Hirikara moved at high speed towards the quest point, hearing many adventurers inviting players to join their parties to complete the quest along the way. He stopped when he heard that some squads were gathering a group to destroy monsters in the same forest he was heading in. The problem was that Hirikara's quest was only for a single player, and if he joined a squad, he wouldn't be able to complete it. He decided not to listen to the players for long and started running to the task point again. On the way, he roughly estimated how much time it would take him to get to the forest and back. Soon he ran to the edge of the forest. He spent a lot of energy running, but significantly reduced the time on the road, spending only about an hour. Considering the circumstances, he was given almost 10 hours to hunt, which is quite a little for such a number of monsters. Raising his head, Hirikara saw that naturally he was not alone in carrying out a task in this game world. At the entrance to the forest, there were many adventurers along the road, and even a fire was burning. They all came to carry out the task of destroying the local creatures. Hirikara knew that there might be a lot of competitors and he should hurry, because even though the monsters respawn after a while, there might not be that many of them. Some guys standing along the road noticed that Hirikara was heading into the forest and warned him that in the dark, the monsters become more aggressive and it is more difficult to defeat them than during the day. Hirikara replied that he would have to, since he had too little time. They were a little surprised that there were such crazy people who went to dangerous places and alone. Even though they were newbies, they knew a little more about the game. From such a sight, one of the comrades suggested to put a few coins that the shooter would come running in an hour and would scream in fear. The other players, hearing such a proposal, also began to place bets. Hirikara had not yet gone far and heard perfectly well what those guys were saying, and striking his musket on the ground, he prepared to enter the dark forest and begin hunting monsters. Hirikara readied his musket and pointed the barrel in front of him, moving slowly and listening to the surrounding area to monitor what was happening and be ready for an attack. After walking some distance, Hirikara did not meet a single monster and decided to try hitting the ground with the butt of his rifle to hear a response from the forest. Then he remembered that in the dark, reloading a musket takes quite a long time and decides to get a torch to light a fire and light the way. Only after setting the torch on fire did several monsters fall to the ground. Their eyes were not prepared for the sudden ignition and were blinded for a while. Hirikara almost lost his head and managed to quickly shoot one spider. The second monster started screaming and calling others from what he saw, trying to turn over at the same time. But for a few seconds, an ominous silence lurked in the sky, as if everything around had frozen. At first, Hirikara was in no hurry to load the musket, as he thought that the spider would quickly rise and he would be able to use the bayonet. But nothing happened. Both Hirikara and the spider began to quickly try to get themselves ready for battle and defeat the enemy. The spider got up first and did not attack the guy, but turned around and started running away as if he understood that the attack was fatal and it was better to get away from this shooter. But this did not help the monster, and Hirikara loaded his musket and, having managed to aim accurately, pulled the trigger and fired. The bullet hit the center of the monster, piercing it right through, not giving it a chance to survive. After killing several spiders, Hirikara decided to check how much less experience he gets from weak monsters. He remembered that the coefficient of loot drop is quite high, and he should have enough strength to cope with such a number of monsters. Then he approached the dead spider and began to examine it for objects, and was determined that everything would be fine. Suddenly he gets up and realizes that he must have made a mistake, and with his level the item drop rate from weak monsters also drops, which means he will have to defeat many more opponents. He began to get nervous, but he understood that he had no choice, and he would have to defeat that number of creatures until he dropped enough items to prove to the head of the rifle corps and complete the task. Meanwhile, several hours had passed since Hirikara entered the forest, and other players began to suspect that the shooter had already been killed or was hiding somewhere. One of the guys suggests going into the forest and seeing if the shooter is alive, and if he was killed, then the one whose bet came in will be able to raise silver normally. Some guys agreed to go together and check. But the white-haired boy's plan was to find the shooter's remains and collect his items, since at the entrance to the forest he assumed that the shooter was quite well dressed and his equipment could be worth good money. Having entered the forest deep enough, the white-haired one offers to light the way by releasing several magical fire arrows in different directions in order to understand where everything is located, and they were bothered by the fact that there was not a single monster nearby. The fire arrow burned quite brightly, and flying a fairly long distance showed that there was nothing around except trees. The white-haired magician turned to the guys asking if they had noticed anything in other directions, and they all answered as one that there was nothing, not even monsters. Suddenly, one of the boys heard a crackling sound and turned around to see what was making the strange sound. He didn't understand what was happening and called his comrades. He started pointing his finger at the boys so that they would pay attention to the strange glow of green light that was not far from them. They started to approach the strange light and saw a big hole as if it was a swamp. They didn't know that there was a fox in this, maybe a swamp, because there was no such thing on any forum or video. But looking closely, the white-haired magician noticed that the swamp was full of remains of monsters, and he realized that this was not a swamp at all, but a pit where many creatures were buried that were killed, and after death they begin to turn into a liquid, from which they are then reborn. The white-haired man was rather squeamish and sensitive to the stomach, so he grabbed his mouth to keep from vomiting right away. He found it disgusting. Eventually, he started throwing up, and the other guys started calming him down, telling him to relax and hurry up because they needed to leave before the monsters respawned. Suddenly, the archer notices a strange sound that has begun to appear around him. He turns around and freezes in horror. Time had already run out, and the monsters began to revive, rising from the swamp. The boys were shocked and scared, realizing that they might not escape. The white-haired man, after finishing his business, realized that his thirst for getting something in the wrong way punished him, and now he is surrounded by a crowd of monsters and will lose his clothes because of this. Their squad was surrounded by a huge number of monsters, and they already realized that they were going to die. The guys fell to the ground and began to cry because they decided to go into the forest because of their stupid curiosity. It was already morning outside and time was running out. The old man was drinking tea again and suspected that the arrogant boy had failed and was now simply afraid to return. Suddenly, the old man hears someone approaching the door and decides to resort to a familiar technique to greet the guests in a manner befitting a real shooter. Upon entering the room, the old man jumps out from behind and points his musket, telling the one who entered not to move. Hirikara turns his head and tells the old man that it's not even funny anymore if the old man greets everyone who enters the building like that, after which the boy throws a large bag of trophies on the floor and says that he has completed the task and has done it in the allotted time. The old man was a little surprised and, lowering his musket, began to approach. Taking the bag and going to the table, the old man pours the contents onto the table and begins to check whether this arrogant boy has coped. He was surprised and couldn't even believe that someone could deal with so many monsters in just 12 hours. He calmly took his cup of tea and told Hirikara that he had brought the evidence and completed the task. The boy immediately opened his game interface and saw the reward. The old man also throws a silver coin to the boy as a reward for completing this difficult task. Hirikara catches it and calmly reciprocates, after which Hirikara continued to look at the game screen and rejoiced that the risk was justified, and he received a lot of experience and points to raise skills. By the way, the old man still decided to ask the boy how he was able to kill so many monsters, since items in that forest do not drop from every monster. Hirikara was even glad that the old man decided to ask him about hunting monsters, since he was eager to tell someone about what he had done. Hirikara folded his hands in front of his face and began to tell an interesting story. After several hours of hunting, Hirikara realized that he had already killed several dozen monsters, and almost no trophies were dropped from them. Time wasted in vain, and he had to think of something, since the strategy did not justify itself. Hirikara was upset that he definitely couldn't handle such a hunt, and his skill set didn't include an ability that could attack a group of monsters at once. He even imagined that it would be cool to add the ability for the marksman to summon a machine gun for a while to make an area attack for the marksman class. There were even ideas to line up the monsters so that one bullet could hit several monsters at once. But the confidence that the bullet would be able to penetrate even one monster was negligible. Besides, after killing so many monsters, he only collected 5 spider claws, which is very little. He couldn't hold back his emotions from crying at the injustice. Afterwards, Hirikara began to think about the possibilities that could give him a chance to cope with the task. Soon he came to a crossroads and realized that this was a great place for an ambush. He also imagined how Jin-Ha could deal with the crowd of monsters that had come to the crossroads. With one spell, she would destroy them all at once. A picture of how he had driven away the wolves with that shot appeared in Hirikara's mind. It wasn't a skill at all, but a real-life technique. A real-life trick, Hirikara, thinking about it, decides to create something that will help him defeat many monsters at once, not relying on the abilities in the game, but using his knowledge from military service. Soon he finished preparing and created something that had never been created in this world before, and I have no idea how effective this thing is against a group of monsters or people. Rising from his knees, Hirikara understood that he would have to try hard to make everything go the way he wanted. Without wasting a minute, Hirikara began to run in search of the monster to start a battle and begin to carry out his plan. Soon, Hirikara meets a rather aggressive spider, who also notices the boy and starts screaming, showing his fighting spirit. Hirikara was ready to engage the monster and decided to get closer, barely dodging the spider's attacks with its sharp pincers. The risk was quite high, but it was necessary to force the monster to do what the boy wanted, and thus put into action the plan he had been preparing for so much. Having approached to a sufficient distance after all those dodges, Hirikara uses a bayonet knife and strikes right into the monster's torso, causing it to scream in pain. Hirikara starts yelling at the monster to scream and continues running, keeping his musket pointed at the spider, causing it to provoke the other monsters into paying attention and moving towards the boy. The spider and bat monsters heard that heart-rending scream and reacted quite aggressively, feeling that their forest was under threat from the adventurer's attack. Hirikara also cuts the spider and its blood falls on the ground, thereby attracting other monsters. He hears the growling and screaming of monsters that are starting to approach, and understands that so far everything is going as it should. Hirikara starts running as fast as he can, trying to stay in sight of the monsters so that they follow him. He was glad that a large number of creatures responded to such bait and were approaching the trap that the boy had set. But Hirikara felt that there were too many monsters, and he began to get nervous as these monsters almost caught up and tried to knock the boy down. He even worried that he might be unlucky and the trap would not work well enough or at all. One of the spiders tried to knock Hirikara down, but he dodged and tensed as he slowed down, and the other monsters were already on his heels trying to grab the boy. Soon, Hirikara sees the location of the trap and tries to speed up in order to prepare to lure the creatures into a deadly trap. Running up to the stump, Hirikara begins to turn and stop at high speed to take a comfortable position and quickly aim, waiting for the right moment to shoot. Using his skill, calm breathing, Hirikara pulls the trigger and the bullet flies out of the musket right where it was supposed to. The bullet hits the fuse that was tied to the stump and sets it on fire, producing enough sparks to do what the boy wanted. The sparks hit the gunpowder and bullets exactly so that they are hidden on the stump, and a detonation occurs, which ignites all the gunpowder. The kinetic energy of the explosion scatters all the lead bullets to the sides, causing colossal damage to those caught in the blast radius. The monsters began to turn into a sieve from such an explosion and were badly maimed. The bright glow and loud sound from the explosion confused the creatures, and they did not have time to understand anything. Hirikara smiled slightly nervous as his trap worked exactly as it should in real life. It was an explosive filled with lead balls that would explode and cause severe injuries. After the smoke began to clear, there were many monster corpses around that looked like cheese with holes. Those who were at the epicenter of the explosion were almost burned to ashes, and the rest received many fatal wounds from lead bullets. After making sure that none of the monsters survived, Hirikara put his hand on his head and began to calm down from that hard sprint, and that everything went well. He couldn't even imagine that in the game you can do many things that he saw in real life. Now Hirikara was happy, and having collected enough resources, he cried out that he had succeeded. He felt much better knowing that he could use his knowledge to the fullest. "That's how I was able to collect so many trophies," Hirikara said. The old man listened calmly to the boy's story while sipping his tea and said that it was quite an interesting story. But how did he create that thing that could cause such damage to monsters? Hirikara began to tell that if one uses the knowledge that gunpowder is easily flammable and capable of generating a lot of energy, then Hirikara poured gunpowder into a bag and poured bullets on top of it, while simultaneously attaching a wick soaked in oil to the top of a stump in order to hit it directly and set it on fire. Considering that the bag was tied to the wall of the stump, the explosion was directed in the opposite direction, and therefore Hirikara was not caught in the explosion while being at close range. The old man, having taken another sip of his favorite drink, puts the mug on the table and, saying that this is a very interesting story, looks up at the boy. With a wide smile, the old man says that it turns out that Hirikara created an explosive that can eliminate a large number of monsters, right? Hirikara began scratching his head and saying that he had not invented it at all. He had simply used the knowledge that had been created by man. The old man did not answer at first, and then simply reminded Hirikara that the essence of the task was to test him in shooting and not to create a weapon that could inflict massive attacks. Hirikara took up his old tricks again and scratched the back of his head, thinking for a bit, and didn't even know what to say to the master. Considering that the description of the task didn't specify that the enemy had to be destroyed with a shot from a musket. Hirikara replied that he had shot enough monsters with a musket, but he simply would not have had enough time to complete the task using only shooting, so he used this method. The old man, although distrustful, agreed that the method worked, after which the old man stood up and began to tell Hirikara that there was once a war in which such technologies would have been very useful, but all that there were warriors who were ready to give their lives for the country and its inhabitants. Afterwards, the old man began to walk towards the exit, and Hirikara asked him to tell him about that war so that he would understand the essence and maybe even draw conclusions about further actions. The old man said it was a brutal war between the armies of humans and demons, a fight for power and land, for a peaceful life and destruction and bloodshed. Hirikara thoughtfully recalled the video with the teaser of the game, where the moments were shown in frames. At that time, humans and other races who wanted peace united against a large horde of demons and monsters who only wanted to kill and conquer. The old man also said that both sides had excellent commanders who led the warriors into battle. Hirikara decided to kill the mentor, ordering that in this case people have more chances considering that there are many titles and they are needed to properly manage armies. If the commander is killed, then the command of the army passes to his deputy and so on. The old man thought for a moment and generally understood the boy's words, but not everything was so simple, because not all officers knew how to command properly. Hirikara continued by saying that if the leader of the demons were killed, the others would not be able to take command of the army and confusion would begin, which could end disastrously for the monsters. These monsters will be fairly easy to kill by launching a counterattack and quickly finishing off the scattered creatures that can't figure out what to do. The old man looked at the boy and saw in him someone who knew a lot about strategy and tactics, as if he himself had survived the war. However, the old man was so callous that he never stopped looking down on others. In this case, the old man decides to return to the table and offer Hirikara a task that he must complete, and understand that not everything is as simple in this world as he thinks. Hirikara receives a notification on the game screen that a task has been received from the head of the Archers Guild to destroy the head of the Goblin Settlement, which is located near the capital city. The task allows you to create a squad and carry out the task as a group. But the old man smiled and said that he had almost forgotten that Hirikara was quite arrogant and could handle a more difficult task. Hirikara sees that the task has become more difficult, and now he will have to do everything alone if he wants to get the reward for completing the task. If he is killed, the task will automatically fail, and it will no longer be possible to take it. This simply shocked the guy beyond belief. Hirikara was so scared considering that the quest to kill the head of the Goblin Settlement is given to players who have reached level 30, and Hirikara only received 28 for destroying those monsters with explosives. Considering that a group of level 30 players is usually sent on such a mission, Hirikara, being his level, will have a much harder time doing it alone. The old man said that the boy should cope with such a task if he wants to become stronger and prove that he is capable of dealing with such an opponent. The old man also added that monsters also have officers, and if the head is killed, another monster will soon take his place. He also added that Hirikara was a marksman and he had no reason to worry. He had to figure out how to act in such a dangerous situation. Hirikara, having calmed down a bit, remembered that he was a sniper and they were usually sent to distant places alone. The old man reminded the boy that it was enough to take the monster's head into the crosshairs of the barrel from a safe distance and fire. After that, the village warriors would be confused and would not immediately start looking for the shooter. Hirikara, having listened to the old man's advice, understood perfectly well that this is how a sniper should act, and there is no need to be so afraid, considering that Hirikara had already shot several times at a distance of about 100 meters, and from such a distance it is quite difficult to notice him. Pulling himself together, Hirikara gets up and says that he agrees and, saying goodbye to his mentor, sets out to hunt. The old man also gets up and wishes the boy luck, adjusting his hat. Soon, Hirikara found himself on the street and thought that he should contact Qin Shu to clarify some information regarding this goblin settlement. Remembering that look of the old man, Hirikara thought that he must have fought many battles and lost many friends if he spoke and met people so coldly. Hirikara opens his friends list to find his brother and call him via the in-game chat. He tries to contact him for about a minute, but nothing happens, even though he is online. Then, Hirikara decides to turn to those guys his brother introduced him to ask them for advice. He notices that you can see the location in the friends list and sees that Qin Shu and his comrades are in the same place, which means they are doing a task, Hirikara thought. Then Hirikara remembered the girls who were also his friends and looked to see if they were playing, and noticed that they were also in the same place as the Qin Shu Guild. Then Hirikara realized that there was a war going on between the guilds there. On the battlefield, Guildmaster Ye Jun commands his comrades. He orders Hyakimaru to head to the high ground with the archers to attack from above. Ye Jun also ordered the mages to prepare spells to increase the characteristics of tanks and other warriors. The mages unquestioningly followed the orders given to them by their leader. Ye Jun also orders his swordsmen to go and intercept those damned girls who are so tired of robbing other businessmen and merchants. Qin Shu received the order to take all the tanks and attack head-on to provoke the girls and make them join the battle. Qin Shu was glad that he would be able to fight Jin Ha again, who last time made him suffer for several days and suffer from bad sleep. The head of the guild, Ye Jun himself, understands that there is nowhere to escape from the narrow gorge where those girls were driven, and so he decided to use a magic spell that could cut off all options for retreat. He starts casting a spell and creating a high-level spell that can only be purchased in the store to close the teleport for a certain amount of time. The spell was completed, and a bright beam flew rapidly into the sky, which exploded at a height of about half a kilometer and covered a large area with a dome from which there was no way to escape. Qin Shu notices this and shouts to his comrades to prepare for battle, as all paths are cut off and they have to fight a rather powerful magician. Suddenly, Jin Ha appears on the way, who begins to cast her ice magic and try to stop the warriors who decided to attack her and her friend. Qin Shu notices a surge of energy and a bright glow in front of him and barely manages to shout to the others to prepare for an attack. A huge number of sharp and large icicles fly into the crowd of tanks and warriors that were rapidly approaching the girls. Not many were able to dodge or stop such magic and were defeated. Qin Shu had a magical shield that could appear quite quickly, and this helped him a lot, as he barely managed to defend himself from such a strong attack. After the magic dissipated, Jin Ha stood in the distance, her body exuding a freezing cold, and even in this desert there was only ice around. Qin Shu was very angry and happy that he could finally fight this frost witch again. Jin Ha, as usual, looked like an emotionless doll who can only use magic and speak in short sentences. She raises her hand to cast a new spell and prepares to fight a crowd of warriors. Qin Shu orders her comrades to line up and prepare for battle, keeping their focus and realizing that she is a very powerful ice mage. Jin Ha started a new spell trying to keep the warriors away and try to reduce their numbers enough. Qin Shu notices that she is beginning to cast a spell and orders his comrades to raise their shields and prepare for attack. Qin Shu knew that this ice witch would not be defeated so easily. A large number of ice arrows began to attack the soldiers. Some were unable to withstand the power of high-level magic and fell down after receiving a strong blow. This duel was dragging on, and the temperature in the gorge was starting to drop from so much ice. The stone desert was a continuous corridor that led to a dead end if you continued going further. Suddenly, the fire mage Sun Ye intervenes in the fight between Jin Ha and the soldiers of Qin Shu, shooting fire arrows into the crowd of soldiers in an attempt to distract them. Qin Shu was far from a simple soldier, and had enough experience and level to resist many spells and attacks. The comrades who were nearby did not all cope with the defense and were injured by fire. Sun Ye grabs Jin Ha's hand and tells him that they need to retreat before the soldiers come to their senses and start chasing them again. But it took the Qin Shu soldiers very little time to gather their strength, and they began to pursue those sorceresses quite quickly. While Sun Ye was dragging her friend along, Jin Ha decided to use the ice wall spell and started casting while running, creating ice behind her. Qin Shu notices this but doesn't plan to stop. He slams his shield into the ice wall with all his might to break it and break through in order to keep up with the sorceresses and trap them in a place they cannot escape from. He successfully passed through the wall first, and coming out into the open space, he notices that Jin Ha is standing in front of him and is not running away at all, as if she was waiting for this moment. Qin Shu felt that she had already cast another spell and the wind around her was getting stronger. Suddenly, a scratch appeared on his cheek, which he did not even have time to understand. Other warriors also fall under this unknown attack and are wounded as if by small bullets. Each of them was covered with strong armor, but it could not cope with such an attack. Suddenly, Qin Shu realized that this high-level sorceress used the wall shards and her whirlwind to create an ice shard attack, which was quite reasonable. After which the girls began to run away again until the effect of the spell wore off, and the soldiers began to pursue them again. Meanwhile, Hirakawa once again tries to contact his brother, and at the same time wonders if they really met those girls and are now fighting among themselves. True, when Hirakawa recalled his brother's reaction to the name Jin Ha and Sun Ye, that idiotic anger and strange dance that his brother did when he was angry popped into his head. Soon, everything happened as planned by the guild leader Ye Zhong, who blocked all the passages and left one corridor through which Qin Shu led the girls into a trap. Soon the leader himself came up with the rest of the forces. He came out of the crowd and decided to greet the girls, saying that he just wanted to try to negotiate with them about one thing. But the warriors, feeling that the ice witch had sprayed her ice around and was clearly preparing to attack, decided to stand in front of their leader so that he would not die at the hands of these shameless thieves. Ye Jun asked them to give him the fortress, which he had been trying to take for a long time, but because Sun Ye paid the city authorities a large sum of money, it belongs to her. Sun Ye said without any embarrassment. So what's the problem with paying the authorities of that fortress to him, and then the fortress will go to the possession of the head of the Korean clan? Ye Jun, like the other soldiers, was a little tense because they couldn't afford to beat the payment that Sun Ye made. She was the heiress of a great company in China and had a huge capital, like her younger sister Jin Ha. For her, the millions that she used to buy the fortress are an unaffordable amount for other players. Ye Jun proposed to make a deal, and if Sun Ye agreed to give them the fortress, then they would no longer pursue them and in every way interfere with playing this exciting game. Sun Ye didn't trust a scoundrel like Ye Jun at all, who had already broken his promise and done bad things to her clan more than once. She knew that there would most likely be a serious fight in which Ye Jun's clan would try to kill them, but this would give them the opportunity to take whatever they wanted in a day while Jin Ha and Sun Ye were reviving. The mere appearance of this Korean hinted that he was definitely not clean and would do everything to achieve his goal at any cost. His cruelty knew no bounds, and threats that they would interfere and hunt them in the game until the end would not give joy from the game. Sun Ye understood this, and she had prepared herself for such a case. In any case, she was a worthy successor to a huge corporation and had the qualities that are inherent in businessmen and those who know how to find the right people. She tells her little sister to go with Plan B. Jinha understood and raised her hand and began casting a high-level spell. Ye Jun didn't expect the girls to fight and was a little scared, telling his soldiers to cover him with their shields. The soldiers surrounded their leader and prepared to strike, but suddenly, Jinha lowers his hand and says that everything is ready and all the enemies and ambushes and reinforcements have been eliminated. Sun Ye, folding his hands, says that this is great news, and all that remains is to defeat this crowd of idiots. Ye Jun initially didn't believe that they were able to defeat the reinforcements at such a great distance, because magic only works within the mage's line of sight, and using this kind of spell on targets that are not visible is impossible. Sun Ye decided to check with her younger sister if she had eliminated the guys who were on top and were about to attack the shelter, to which Jin Ha said that they were the first. Then Sun Ye looked at the head of the Korean clan with an arrogant look and said that he was clearly too stupid to understand how to earn money properly, and the fact that they decided to blackmail themselves into getting an expensive place for themselves only spoke of stupidity and naivety. This only made Ye Jun even more angry that the girls were making an idiot out of him. Sun Ye began to cast fire magic and point out that Ye Jun was too stupid to understand how to act in situations that could bring profit. Sun Ye raised her hand to the sky and launched fire arrows into the sky as if it was a signal for reinforcements to help them. This was unexpected for Ye Jun and the other soldiers, as they were sure that the two mages had no comrades. A barrier was also erected around the area, blocking the possibility of teleportation. Ye Jun looked at the sky and initially expected them to start a fight, but fire arrows were launched into the sky as a signal fire, but to whom? He knew these girls well and knew that it could be a bluff, since there were no guilds that they were on good terms with. Ye Jun told his soldiers to ignore them and prepare for battle. He told Sun Ye that she had made her choice and signed her own death warrant that when she appeared in the game, everyone would start hunting for her and Jin Ha. With a snap of his fingers, all the soldiers began to approach the girls to kill them. His arrogant face was filled with a desire to put in their place these rich sisters who had conquered almost the entire gaming market and were raking in all the money without sharing with anyone. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a force appears that makes everyone feel a strong pressure and weakness, which prevents them from breathing and moving normally. All the warriors were not prepared for such a situation and began to choke. Qin Shu did not fall to the ground, but through the pain began to look and search for the reason for such a spell that had undermined them all. One of the soldiers notices a flag starting to appear on the top of the hill as if warriors were approaching. Ye Jun looks up and sees it too. From the flag, Ye Jun knew that this was the Golden Dragon Guild. They were the strongest guild in China and had many warriors who were on the top of the list of the best players in both the world and China. The head of the Golden Dragon clan was Li Chang himself, who was one of the strongest players in the world and ranked 4th in the world list and 1st in China. Ye Jun couldn't believe that the strongest guild in China would come to the aid of those two sisters who didn't cooperate with anyone. He even thought that maybe they had made a pact where all the guilds in China would help each other in bidet, after which Li Chang jumps off the top where his army was standing and lands in front of the girls in a very heroic manner to show off his toughness. Ye Jun was very tense because he knew what Li Chang was capable of, and it was not for nothing that he was at the top of the list of top players. His martial arts skills made him an incredible fighter in this gaming world. He couldn't believe that all the preparations for this day and the great expenditure of both money on equipment and time would simply be in vain when such a strong guild appeared before them. Ye Jun tried to show respect and calmness as if nothing was happening here, and asked the head of the Golden Dragon clan why he came here. Li Chang stood up and greeted his colleague from Korea, saying that he was also pleased to meet him, but he came here because he couldn't let those two girls get hurt. Ye Jun tried not to show that he was simply furious, that all his plans were starting to melt away right before his eyes, and that such a chance to finish off the damned witches was fading away with every second after the appearance of such a strong player and his army. Sun Ye approached the boys and said that in this situation, Ye Jun had no chance of winning this battle, and therefore she proposed several conditions under which they could disperse and no longer interfere with each other. There are only two conditions that Ye Jun and his soldiers must adhere to, and then they will never become enemies with each other again. First, Ye Jun's guild must stop harassing and making comments on social media about the clan's activities and Sun Ye and Jin Ha herself. And secondly, with a threatening aura, she began to tell Ye Jun to take his army away from here and never again bring up the topic or encroach on the fortress that belonged to Sun Ye. Li Chang noticed that Ye Jun was taking too long to consider the proposal of the respected Sun Ye and decided to remind him that the lives of the players of Ye Jun's clan, Power of Korea, also depended on the decision. However, the Golden Dragon clan has many high-level players, and they are waiting for the order to show their strength. The numerical advantage and strength far exceeds that of the Korea Power clan. Sun Ye decided to joke by saying that, if anything, they had to go to work in half an hour and weren't planning on staying here, so they could handle it pretty quickly. Li Chang also laughed at the enemy's weakness and didn't mind if a fight suddenly broke out. While Ye Jun was deciding, he heard his guildmates start talking and realizing that they could all die, and their armor and weapons were quite expensive, and if they lost them, they would most likely get upset and not log into the game anymore. Pulling himself together and realizing that they don't have a single chance, Ye Jun humbly agrees, saying that he accepts the conditions and will no longer pursue Sun Ye and Jin Ha. Suddenly, on the top of the hill where Li Chang's army stood, cries of pain began to sound as if they were being attacked. The warrior who stood in the front row was instantly wounded in many critical places, and his avatar began to glow white, indicating that he had died. Everyone immediately raised their heads to understand what was going on and who decided to attack such a large number of players. Ye Jun couldn't help but think that all the trouble here was because of these two witches, and began to think that this event was also Ye Sun's doing. But from the look on her face, it was hard to tell that she was involved. He realized that this was definitely not her doing, and that there was something else going on. But in such confusion, and with the one who attacked the Golden Dragon's army, he could take advantage of the moment. His face changed, and he realized that now was the right time to attack those witches and put an end to their arrogant actions in the game that were preventing others from making big money. Meanwhile, Li Chang tells the girls to stand behind him and not go far away as he realized that they were being attacked by a very strong player. Ye Jun didn't understand what had happened and who had attacked. She asked Li Chang who the opponent was that had decided to intervene, and he replied that it was an American player who was ranked third in the world in the game. His name is Beast, and he has a strong thirst to fight with strong warriors. He was huge, and in his hands he had a sword that looked more like a saw, with which he cut his victims. The Beast notices many strong warriors below who were just standing there. He decides to jump down, delivering a strong blow with his sword. Li Chang understood where this was going and asked everyone to prepare themselves, as this monster knew no mercy and always sought only to kill. Ye Jun seized the opportunity and ordered his soldiers to attack the sisters and finish them off. Qin Shu and the other soldiers began to run to the attack. The girls hear and turn around to see that they still can't trust the words of this Korean Ye Jun. They understand that now there will be a brutal battle where many will die. Meanwhile, Hirikara was tired of trying to contact his brother, and sitting on a bench he began to think that it was worth going to a more crowded place, and maybe he would hear what was happening in that gorge. Considering that Jin Ha was quite popular, they would definitely talk about her. Hirikara decided to go to the tavern, where many adventurers usually spend time and where you can find out a lot of fresh news. Entering the tavern, the waitress greeted the guest and asked him to sit down, and she would be right there. As Hirikara approached the empty table, he overheard the guys at the next table discussing the terrible massacre that had happened in the gorge, where several hundred players had died. He was a little stunned to hear that such a thing could happen. He had only assumed that the Chinshu clan had clashed with the sisters, but he never imagined that such a fierce battle had taken place. Hirikara continued to listen intently to the conversation of those guys and at the same time approached the table to sit down. Considering that so many players died there, Hirikara couldn't believe that Jinha was able to do all this and decided to look at his friends list to make sure they were alive. The list of friends still showed that everyone was alive, but suddenly he notices that Hyakimaru's signal has disappeared, which meant that he was killed on the battlefield. Then one by one, his comrades and even Kinshu began to disappear. Hirikara began to get a little nervous, remembering that the higher the player's level, the stronger the perception and wounds are felt. Considering that Chinshio's signal had disappeared, as had that fire sorceress Sun Ye, Hirikara decided to quit the game and call his brother and ask what had happened that so many people had died. Hirikara didn't wait for the waitress and decided to quit the game to call his little brother. He was worried, remembering how Kinshu suffered and couldn't sleep from the incident when he died at the hands of Jinha. Hirikara takes off his helmet and gradually comes to his senses, as this process takes about 10 seconds for the consciousness to return to normal and not perceive the environment as a game. He then grabs the phone and starts calling Chinshu to make sure he is okay and able to talk normally. While Hirikara was trying to call his brother, he had already sat down in his chair to roll over to the computer and look on the forums for the story of what happened in the gorge. Soon, Chinshu picked up the phone and was quite gloomy. He was upset that compared to those players being at the top of the list, he was still too weak and could not influence the battle in any way. After the phone call, Hirikara wished Kinshu a good night and asked him not to forget to eat and study. Otherwise, he would grow up to be a stupid person who could only play games. Hirikara then began searching the internet for all the information regarding that gorge. On one of the forums, it was said that at one point, an American top player named Beast appeared on the field and started attacking everyone indiscriminately, and he didn't care what was going on there or why everyone had gathered. One of the guys even wrote that they almost became victims of that monster, and seeing the rage in his eyes, they were very scared. That monster, without knowing mercy, decided to attack and kill us with one blow. We were so scared that we couldn't even move normally, and it was not normal at all. Many players think that such a monster should be excluded from the game because it is too cruel. Thanks to the commander of our great guild, Golden Dragon Li Chang, who was able to intervene in time and save us, we can tell you what happened on that battlefield. Commander Li Chang told everyone to leave this place, and he himself will try to deal with this American player who is so brutally killing everyone as if it is normal. Meanwhile, other warriors who were from the Glory of Korea clan attacked Jinha in order to finally kill her and get what they had wanted for so long. While Li Chang was trying to reason with the American player and tell him that they should fight one-on-one, that hairy monster noticed several girls below, and he recognized Jinha well and decided not to miss the moment. While the girls were fighting, Sunya noticed that the monster was jumping off the cliff and rushing towards them. She yelled at Jinha to pay attention and do something to stop the monster. Jinha asks her sister to step back and stand further away so she can cast a high-level spell that is very difficult to break through. Large ice trees began to appear around, rising in height and gradually growing branches. But such a strong American player as Beast was quite difficult to stop, and he continued to fall down, raising his sword above his head to strike. Meanwhile, the players from the Glory of Korea clan began to try to break through the roots of that ice tree that had arisen from that witch's magic. Suddenly, they felt that the monster that jumped from the height was flying right here. Ye Jun began to get nervous because he had never encountered this American. The beast lands in front of the tree, and its landing is accompanied by a strong explosion that shakes the ground underfoot and makes everyone stop and become afraid. He jumps out from under the fire and dust that formed after the fall and attacks the nearest warrior, cutting him lengthwise. His eyes were filled with rage and the desire to kill as many as possible. This monster, after killing the nearest soldier, decided to try to destroy the ice tree that appeared thanks to that girl's high-level magic. But the attempt was a failure, and all he could do was leave a small scratch on such a thick piece of ice wood. This only made the beast more excited, and he decided to first deal with the small Asians who had gathered around. Qin Xiu knew that they would have to face this high-ranking monster and the top of the list. He began shouting to his comrades to prepare for battle and put up their shields. But even the best armor and shields would shatter from one blow from such a monster. It took only one blow to kill the two tanks that were closest to the beast. This power shocked Qin Xiu. He was very scared, seeing such a huge difference in strength, as if there was a chasm between them. This machine killed the soldiers one by one, leaving them no chance. The sword movements were so fast and powerful that the eye could hardly keep up with them. But suddenly Li Chang appears, who has a high level of martial arts and is not in vain at the top of Chinese players. He was not going to leave the beast to weak players and wanted to teach a lesson to that arrogant monster who does not value human lives. A powerful kick sends the beast straight into the rock, which cracks and shatters from the force as if a projectile had flown in. A thick cloud of dust appears around the impact so that nothing can be seen. But the beast stood up and turned around looking very frightening. He was very angry and was not going to let the damned Asian do such a thing, who dared to attack from behind. The Korean warriors stood rooted to the spot by such a sight and could not withstand such power. After the dust settled, Li Chang stood in front of the beast, taking a fighting stance and calling for the beast to attack him so that they could figure out which of them should be higher on the list in terms of strength. This brutal battle between some of the strongest players was simply incredible. Their blows shook the ground and there was incredible pressure in the air, which made others terrified. Ye Jun, seeing two top players fighting, decides to take advantage of the moment and find those witches and finish them off while he still has the chance. He shouts to the soldiers to head to the trees and find the girls. The soldiers rushed into battle to find Jin Ha and Sun Ye. The strongest swordsman of the Korean guild was one of the first, and understood that he needed to quickly deal with those girls in order to leave this terrible place. Entering the icy forest, he saw Sun Ye and Jin Ha standing there, acting as if they were scared and not going to fight. The swordsman moved very quickly and was already swinging his sword to kill them with one blow. But at the last moment, his sword was enveloped in ice vines that blocked the blow. He realized that it was a trap and he could not draw his sword. Suddenly he hears a man addressing him, who by his very appearance says that no one can cope with him. He even turns pale from fear and a cold sweat runs down his body. It was Li Chang, who approached the swordsman and said that he was very sorry that the Korean clan did not take the agreement seriously and decided to attack the girls. At the last moment, the swordsman manages to pull his sword out of the ice vines to try and block Li Chang's attack, but it was a rash decision considering he was a martial artist. One strong strike to the rib area deals incredible damage and causes the swordsman to experience so much pain that he opens his eyes very wide. Qin Xiu sees that his swordmaster is in a dangerous situation and could die. He screams, fearing for his life in the game, and rushes to help. Li Chang was about to deliver the final blow that would finish off the swordsman who had decided to attack his girlfriends. An incredible aura and power was radiating out, and it looked like this was the last moment the swordsman would ever see. Qin Xiu manages to block the blow with his magic shield at the last moment to save his comrade. The force of the blow was so great that Qin Xiu and the swordsman were thrown back several meters. After that, Qin Xiu did not hesitate and grabbed the swordsman on his shoulder and began to run to a safe place to bring his comrade to his senses. But Li Chang was not happy that his fight was interfered with and was not going to let the guys go. He prepared to make a dash and deal them a strong blow that would bury them in the game, and they would not be able to enter for a day. But at one point, a beast appears near Li Chang, saying that he shouldn't turn away from the enemy, who can attack at any moment. This scared Li Chang a little. Meanwhile, Qin Xiu dragged his comrade behind the rock and, laying him on the ground, began to bring him to his senses and telling him that he needed to come to his senses quickly and run away from here, otherwise they would die. While Qin Xiu was trying to wake up his comrade, a man flew past his head and crashed into the rock behind him. It was Li Chang, whom the beast caught off guard and hit so hard that the Asian fighter flew several dozen meters, hitting the rock directly. Then the beast threw his sword over his shoulder and said that now they were even in the attack from behind. This giant smiled as if he lacked entertainment, and the only thing that gave pleasure was fighting with other warriors. Qin Xiu realized that he was the only one left in the path of this monster and began to rise little by little to try to repel the attacks and save his comrades. But to Qin Xiu's great disappointment, the fight against such an opponent was not in his favor. The beast began to approach closer and knocked the shield out of the boy's hand, who was shaking with fear looking at such a large and strong opponent. The beast grabs Qinshu by the neck and lifts him off the ground without any regret or fear. Qinshu felt that it was becoming difficult for him to breathe and move, after which the beast took his blade, which looked like a large saw, and pointed it at the boy's face. Qinshu understood that with a susceptibility level of 50%, the pain from such an attack would be very strong, and he really did not want that. His eyes showed fear and unwillingness to die like that. He remembered how he suffered from death when his head was frozen by Jin Ha, and now this huge sword was stuck right into his head. It was very cruel. Looking at this beast, Qinshu knew that he was in third place in the world rankings, and there was a huge gap between their strengths. With each level, the player became stronger, but there were also players like the beast who became much stronger due to their cruelty and abilities in the real world. Hirikara, seeing this cruelty and how his brother died at the hands of this monster, closed his eyes and began to feel anger and a desire to teach such a monster a lesson. It was Qinshu who gave Hirikara, albeit a virtual one, the opportunity to walk again and experience different feelings in a world where there is much that is incredible. It was Qinshu who helped to enter this world and paid a lot of money to help his brother who became disabled due to an accident. Even in the game, he always helped and gave a lot of valuable things that can be useful at the beginning of the game. Hirikara was glad that their relationship had become so warm and truly brotherly, considering that Hirikara used to be away a lot, and then he was in the army and never spent much time with his brother. Hirikara began to clench his fists and felt hatred towards this player nicknamed Beast, who was killing players so cruelly as if he enjoyed it. It was inhumane and not the act of a normal person. Hirikara thought for a moment and decided to log back into the game and try to become even stronger in order to avenge Qinshu and the other players who suffered from the cruelty of that monster. He began to wear a full immersion virtual reality helmet to achieve his goal. Entering the game, Hirikara appeared in the capital with a thirst to reach the highest possible level and shoot that monster, showing him that it was not at all pleasant. Sun Ye also died in that battle. But how did it happen? In a dense icy forest that was covered with vines and protected the one with whom its creator was. Sun Ye was very irritated that that big guy who started killing everyone indiscriminately, as if it was entertainment for him, interfered in their fight with the Korean clans. She began to remember this monster because she had never encountered it, but she heard in her younger sister's stories about players who behave very cruelly and try in every possible way to kill other players. Meanwhile, the sisters had reached a dead end and knew they had to do something, otherwise they could only wait for their deaths in this place. Sun Ye was a little confused and sat down to consider her options. She decided to suggest that Jin Ha break through with a fight in order to leave this place and safely exit the game. But suddenly she sees that Jin Ha decides to resort to a very dangerous spell. In the hands of the little sorceress, an ice ball begins to grow, which accumulated great power and concentrated in the middle to be released at the right moment. Jin Ha, without any regret and with a calm face, says that Sun Ye will have to die because the spell absorbs everything that is around. Sun Ye sighed and said that she agreed after all. She wasn't so afraid of dying considering that she was at a low level and the sensations here were very weak. But in return, she decided to ask for something. With a confident face, she asks her sister to destroy all the enemies who decided to treat them like this, and so that they understand that it is better not to encounter their family. A strong snowstorm began to rise into the sky, gradually lowering the temperature around to extremely low levels and freezing everything around. The beast, in a fit of rage and fighting with dozens of Asians, feels that something strange is happening and everything around begins to be covered with ice. It was Jin Ha who, raising her hand and reading a powerful spell, turned a large area around into a piece of land frozen to the limit. Ye Jin, seeing what was happening, shouts to her soldiers to stop her and not let her finish the spell, otherwise they will all turn into ice. Sun Ye remained seated and shouted that it was too late and they would pay for their choice to oppose their family. She smiled and said that it would always be like this until they stopped persecuting them. The spell was over and everything around began to gradually freeze, and the air became so cold that it became impossible to breathe. All the soldiers, before they could take a step, began to be covered in a thick layer of ice and freeze. It was an agonizing and painful death, but they deserved it. Sun Ye watched her strong little sister leave and was glad that she would be able to take revenge for the behavior of those Korean players who decided to betray the agreement while taking their last breaths. The first thing Hirikara did was go to get supplies to gather everything he needed to fight the monsters and gradually try to increase his level. Suddenly he hears someone addressing the man in the red cape and assumes that it concerns him specifically, since there was no one else near him. Hirikara turns around and sees a man who was quite friendly and smiling. He started to say that they had met before and that they had something to discuss. Hirikara didn't understand who it was at first and was confused. Then it dawned on him that this was the tank from the Flower Squad that was gathering a group to fight the forest boss, the Fire Bear, after which this funny guy's face changed, and in a rather rude voice, he asked Hirikara about the items and things of the other players who fought on the field then, and suspected that it was Hirikara who took them, as well as all the things from the boss. His tense face and evil grin indicated that it took him a lot of effort and time to find the one who was the last to fight the monster. But Hirikara turned around and said that he didn't understand what the man was talking about and was about to leave. Tank started shouting and expressing his indignation in every possible way that Hirikara had robbed all the players and taken all the trophies from the boss. Hirikara couldn't stand such impudence and reminded that flower tank that he asked them to come back and help him finish off the boss, but they chickened out and ran away. Afterwards he said that it was not he who should judge the shooter, but himself, for acting so thoughtlessly and abandoning all his comrades to their deaths, running away until the monster calmed down. Tank was offended by this and said that he found it hard to believe that such a newbie could kill the forest boss with his musket and thought that he had help and all the players' items were stolen from the field. Hirikara replied that if he had help, then it was questionable to leave all the spoils from the boss to a newbie, right? Then the tank couldn't take it anymore and started ordering the newbie to give back all the things he got from the players because of this, so much shit was poured out on him online that he deceived everyone. Hirikara was at his limit, and his patience was at its limit. He asked the tank to go away and not to interfere with him, as he was not going to give anything to such a coward who would abandon his comrades to their death. Tank was furious at such impudence and showing Hirikara his coat of arms on his cloak. He tried to prove that he was in the best guild, which only accepted strong soldiers, and no one needed such a weakling and newbie as a shooter. Hirikara didn't care what the tank said and repeated that he wasn't going to give anything back, because if you die, you won't be able to log into the game for a whole day, which means you won't be able to get your items back considering how many players are moving around the map. And then he added that the flower pot should learn to command properly if he wanted to stay in a good guild. Otherwise, everyone would find out that a strong player had decided to knock off the trophies from the boss from a newbie. Sticking out his tongue, Hirikara began to run from the city, hoping that this idiot would leave him alone. Tank started running after the boy, but before he had even run a few blocks, Hirikara was already almost at the gate and it was impossible to catch up with him. Tank quickly ran out of breath because his endurance was not at a high level. Soon, Hirikara was quite far from the exit of the western gate of the city. Having opened his characteristics, he understood that it was not in vain that he pumped a lot into agility and endurance. Remembering that on the Alley of Fame of the best players, the beast is in third place and has a level of 260th, then fighting him now would be simply stupid, which means we need to become stronger. Hirikara began to move towards the forest, beyond which were the mountains where many hunters were hunting, trying to deal with strong monsters in groups. Arriving at the field near the forest, Hirikara saw many adventurers who were gathering troops to fight monsters. But the problem was that they were all above level 40, and they needed players who were of the same level. Meanwhile, Hirikara remembered that he had a quest to eliminate the leader of the goblin settlement, and he had to do it alone. Considering that the quest was given to a party of players of level 30 or higher, it would be a good idea for Hirikara to level up a few times. That old man looks so creepy when he gives out the task, as if he is sure that such an assignment cannot be handled, and he only hopes for this to cool the arrogant ardor of the boy. Meanwhile, Hirikara realized that no one would want to take a player with level 28, considering that everyone wanted 40 and above. One of the knights shouted that he was looking for a player with a long-range attack in the party and tried to attract attention to himself. Suddenly he approaches Hirikara and gives a military salute, introducing himself as a knight who needs a marksman or a long-range mage to join his party. Hirikara tensed up a bit and thought that he should go hunting, but it might be dangerous to do so alone. Hirikara understands that players can't see the level that easily and he can lie and say that it's 40. Although it was wrong, he had no other choice. The soldier, hearing that the level 40 marksman is happy and invites him to join his squad to hunt monsters. Hirikara, a little nervously, agrees and asks about the rest of the squad. At this point, the soldier tells Hirikara to pull himself together and try to behave decently because they will be with a very beautiful lady. Hirikara even got scared and did not understand why the soldier concluded that he would behave obscenely. The knight began calling his partner, who was surrounded by many players, and offered to join their squad. The girl, hearing the voice of her comrade, waved her hand and said that she would come right now. It was a lovely girl in a nun's outfit, which indicated that she was a healer. Hirikara's mouth dropped open and he blushed in surprise at such cuteness. The soldier decided to tease Hirikara and said that this is exactly what he warned him about, to which Hirikara turned away and tried to come to his senses. The girl was used to various types of harassment and was amused by the shooter's reaction, which was rather modest. At the same time, Hirikara remembered that this was the first time he had met such a sweet girl, and everyone he had met was either too hot-tempered or completely emotionless. After getting acquainted, they formed a squad and headed to the area where you can hunt monsters. The soldier introduced himself as Bob, and he is a holy knight, and this girl is Mina, and she will heal us. After a while, the boys came to a field with tall grass, where goblins and other monsters were supposed to live. Suddenly, Bob stops his comrades, showing them to behave quietly. In front of them appeared two goblins in light armor that patrolled this area of the forest. Bob said that they should get closer and defeat them. Hirikara didn't quite understand this idea, and asked the guys if they knew how shooters hunt and what exactly they should do. It was clear from the guys' faces that they didn't really understand the skills of the different classes of players and decided to do what they usually do. Hirikara suggested that they first understand the strengths and weaknesses of their characters so that they could properly strategize and act according to their abilities. Mina and Bob were a bit frivolous and said that it would take too much time and they would lose the opportunity to defeat these goblins. There were also other groups of players nearby who were also hunting. Hirikara was not happy that he had to work with such naive guys. He asked them to simply do as he said, and then they would decide what would be most effective. Mina, seeing that Hirikara was getting ready to shoot, decided to ask how far the shooter could shoot. Hirikara initially thought of answering that it was about 100 meters, but decided not to reveal this trump card and said that it was 40 meters as it was written in the character's characteristics. Bob was surprised by what he heard and said that archers shoot further. Don't you think that's a bit strange for a shooter? Hirikara also understood that in essence this was a useless class. Bob said he would try to attract attention and lure the goblin to a place where the shooter could wound it, and then it would attack. Hirikara said, looking through the sights of his musket, that there was no need to worry. Hirikara pulls the trigger and a shot is fired. Mina and Bob were not prepared for such a loud noise and even got scared. Hirikara started to rise and asked forgiveness for forgetting to say that the musket was quite loud and could block your ears if you were not prepared. Bob, slightly tense, replied that it was okay. The boys didn't expect that a goblin could be killed with one shot and started thinking that it was somehow strange. Bob has been playing for a long time, and this is the first time he has seen something like this. Hirikara did not hesitate and began to examine the goblin's body, and Bob decided to ask Hirikara if he was definitely level 40, and then Hirikara tensed up, raising his head. Hirikara began to think that perhaps his attack was weak, and Bob could see that he was actually a pretty weak player. He was worried and tried to say that he was imagining things. Bob, opening his helmet, began to look at the shooter and ask him if he hit his level and was actually a high-level player. He was so serious and looked quite insightful. Mina was just happy that this was the first time she saw someone defeat the monster with one attack. It was incredible because a normal knight would have to deal at least 3 blows to the goblin's body. Hirikara scratched his head and realized that he had not been discovered, and they even thought that he was stronger than he seemed. Hirikara had lied, but he had not thought that it would turn out like this. Then Mina began to be strangely happy and asked that such a strong player take care of the safety of such a beautiful mage. Bob, with his hands clasped, also smiled, as if it had become easier for him, and with such a strong ally he would be able to level up well. After the first monster was killed by the Hirikara group, the guys went further to look for monsters. Soon, they came across a place where there were many cracks in the ground, and something crawled out of the ground at the sound of footsteps. It was an earthworm with many sharp fangs that were located around its mouth. The monster was about 10 meters long and constantly crawled out of the ground. attacking at high speed and dragging its prey underground. Suddenly, the monster emerges from the ground and heads towards Hirikara to devour him. The boy reacts to this, but realizes that he will not have time to dodge the attack. Mina manages to put up a magical barrier, which reflects the worm's attack and stops it. In those seconds, Hirikara understands that he must take advantage of the moment and shoot point blank. He points his musket at the monster's mouth and tells Mina to lower her shield when he tells her to. Hirikara begins aiming and realizes that at this distance it won't take long. The shield is removed, and the bullet hits the monster's mouth, flying right through. This shot definitely proved fatal, and the monster freezes in one position for several seconds. After the worm falls dead to the ground, there is silence, and Hirikara starts looking towards the night with a disapproving look. Bob begins to suspect that something has happened. Hirikara asked them all to gather and discuss what had happened. Bob began to think that he was about to be told that he had done something wrong, as Hirikara's condemning eyes were palpable to the naked eye. Hirikara began to question Bob why he did not provoke the monster on himself, so that the others could attack him from a safe distance. Mina and Bob felt like schoolchildren who were being disciplined by a teacher who was not pleased with their behavior. Hirikara decided to ask why Bob doesn't use the provocation skill so that the monsters try to attack him, as he should take the attack on himself, and the shooter helps from the rear, like the healer? Bob, a little nervously, says that he is not quite the knight who has such a skill. Hirikara didn't understand this because all knights should have this skill to protect other players who have weaker defense than a tank or knight. And then Bob says that he chose a knight at the beginning of the game, but he preferred blacksmithing and simple shield wielding to block attacks, and skills like taunt are more suitable for tanks and attacking knights. Then Hirikara felt that not everything is so simple in this game, and that appearances can be deceiving. Bob's abilities are nothing more than ordinary and not particularly remarkable. Then Bob added that he had the skill of chivalry, and it allowed him to take damage from another player, thereby protecting him. Hirikara even sighed with relief, saying that this was also not bad, but it only worked on girls. Mina began to laugh nervously, feeling that she was somehow uncomfortable with this, although she could survive if she was attacked. But Hirikara had to rely only on herself and luck. In that case, Hirikara turned around and took a few steps and began to think about how they would deal with the monsters. What would happen next? He looked up and realized that if his comrades were not particularly distinguished by their skills and abilities, then he would have to act and command in such a way that everyone would be useful in battle. Soon, the boys came to a goblin village which was able to build a settlement. Hirikara and his comrades took an observation position on a hill that was covered with tall grass and hid them. There were many guards around the settlement who were in armor and had weapons. Such monsters were smart enough to be able to build a settlement for themselves. Hirikara, seeing what was happening, began to think about how to act correctly and where to take a position for a better shot. If they used the place where they were now, then the enemy would simply take cover behind buildings, and then it would not be an effective hunt. In that case, they need to go on the attack and clear the outer perimeter of the monsters that guard the city. Hirikara tells them to go on the attack and try to cover each other. Bob and Mina don't argue and start trying to keep up with Hirikara. The first monster gets shot and dies. There were other creatures nearby who did not expect such a furious attack from the adventurers and began to grab weapons to fight. Bob, throwing his big sword behind his head, began to rush at the goblin with a scream. The monster could not move from the spot from fear and the understanding that this was the end. When Bob struck the goblin, the other two decided to take advantage of the moment and attack from above the knight who attacked their settlement. Mina, successfully using her defense magic, summons a magic shield to block the monster's attacks. She casts the spell while holding a magic rod in the shape of a cross. Bob manages to get his shield and strikes the goblins with it, blocking their attack. So far, everything was going well and the guys were coping. Bob shouts to his comrades to try to get around the monsters that are approaching and try to take cover in time. Bob also asks Hirikara to try to shoot one to make the fight easier, but Hirikara decides to do it his own way, and taking aim, he waits for the moment to hit two monsters at once with one bullet when they are in a row. At this moment, Knight Bob was surprised that Hirikara was able to kill two monsters at once with one bullet. He had never been surprised so often before. Several incredible events in one day, after which Hirikara begins to calmly approach his comrades, holding his musket at the ready and acting as if he had fired an ordinary shot and nothing special. He smiled and said that everyone had worked well and had completed their task. Now they had to get into the settlement and destroy their leader. The guys were a little shocked that Hirakawa was able to do such incredible things and behave so casually. Mina started to say that Hirakawa was just incredible and definitely a high-ranking player, as he was able to kill multiple opponents with one shot. Hirakawa started to laugh and said that he just aimed and hoped that he would be able to hit one, but the bullet flew past and killed the second one too, so he was just lucky. Suddenly, Hirakawa heard one of the goblins still alive and making noise. It was the warrior that Knight Bob had hit and knocked to the ground at the beginning. Then Hirakawa decided to ask his comrades if they had a rope, to which Bob replied that he would look in his inventory, but why did Hirakawa need it? Hirakawa tied up the goblin, and he began to ask the guy in surprise why he didn't finish him off. The creepy creature with a big muzzle and many sharp fangs spoke human language. Hirakawa seemed to know it and began to look at him with the look of a maniac that he was going to cruelly torture the monster until he told him everything that interested Hirakawa. Bob and Mina were very surprised when they saw that Hirakawa tied up the monster and started tickling it. It was very strange, and they did not understand why the boy was doing such a thing. The monster laughed from the tickling, but repeated the same thing, that he was a guard of the settlement and would not tell anything more. Hirakawa spent quite a few minutes on this and was already disgusted by doing this, but he needed information. Then Hirakawa grabbed the monster by the head and put a musket to it and began to speak in a completely different way, as if he no longer cared about the prisoner, and he wanted to quickly finish him off if he did not speak. The monster, having slightly raised his head and having seen the boy's face, understood that he was not joking, and said that their leader rarely shows up on the street. Usually he sits in the biggest house and that's it. He only comes out on special occasions. Hirakawa, gritting his teeth and poking the barrel into the monster's head, begins to clarify what case they are talking about and how to lure this leader out of the house. But the monster didn't want to say anything else and only repeated that he was a warrior of the settlement and was standing guard protecting the village from vile people. Then Hirakawa had no choice but to put the monster out of its misery. He fires a shot and the monster dies instantly. There is a dead silence in the air and no one condemns the boy's actions. After Hirakawa stood up and Bob said that he heard from other players on different sites that the head of the settlement had not yet been encountered by anyone because no one had gone too far into the settlement. Hirakawa began to think that the leader would only show up if something very serious happened in the settlement. Maybe that's what that monster had in mind. Then Hirakawa came up with the idea that the chief could show up if the settlement and its inhabitants were to be destroyed. If the town began to fall apart, the chief would have to show up and kill those who had attacked the settlement. Hirakawa, hearing that no one had seen the head of the settlement yet, assumed that no one had really thought about how to lure him out and what he looked like. Hirakawa imagined that the head would most likely be a very strong and large beast, since a simple goblin could hardly become the head. After which, Hirakawa asked Mina if they had been to this settlement before. She said that they had once come in and fought the monsters a little, but after killing only a few monsters, we began to retreat, as their numbers were increasing. In this case, Hirakawa asked his comrades to go with him to the settlement, since he had never been there. Mina and Bob began to confer and were a little worried, since there were too few of them for such a task. Bob suggested Hirakawa go to the village, but not with such a small group. They would not be able to cope with a large number of monsters and might simply die without finishing their tasks and wasting a day. Bob extended his hand to Hirakawa and said that they needed to find more players willing to risk going into the settlement. Hirakawa realized that this was probably the only chance to find the leader and agreed. While Mina and Bob were a little hesitant about their next steps and were looking for comrades to come along on such an adventure, Hirakawa started laughing like a maniac, thinking that this was a great way to hunt a little while they waited for help and try to level up. After several hours of hard hunting, Hirakawa finally reaches a new level and is happy. He went to the game menu to test his skills and see how much stronger he can become. Mina noticed that Hirakawa was able to level up and decided to come up and congratulate her comrade, saying that she was amazed that the shooter was able to level up so quickly, since they have to fight monsters for quite a long time to level up. Hirakawa, a little nervous, said that it took him a long time to level up too, but it just happened now. He looked at Mina and realized that she was so cute and acted so innocently, like a dandelion that resists bad things. However, how close she became made Hirakawa a little embarrassed and he blushed. She noticed how Hirikara reacted to her words and said that he was so cute when he was nervous, like a child who had never seen anything beautiful. Hirikara began to laugh nervously and said that it happened by accident. Suddenly, Bob notices that in the distance, silhouettes that resembled humans are emerging from the forest, and they are moving towards the settlement of monsters. As Bob gets closer, he sees that these are players who have come to hunt monsters in the settlement. Hirikara and Mina are happy that they will now be able to enter the settlement. Bob also says that these players are apparently all from the same guild, who decided to go on a raid on the settlement together. Their robes had the emblem of the sun on them. Hirikara, seeing this coat of arms, remembered the man who had recently shoved it in his face and said that they would teach a lesson to the impudent shooter who had stolen all the resources from the boss and the things of other players. Then Hirikara realized that the guild had come to hunt, but the target would be him, not the monsters in the settlement. This was bad because he had guys with him who were not involved in that incident. One of the members of that guild was that flowerpot tank, who, upon seeing Hirikaru, began to shout that he had finally found the thief who had stolen all the things. Bob and Mina didn't immediately understand what was going on and began to think that there was some kind of mistake. Hirikara, sighing, realized that this verbal altercation would not end so easily. This pot started telling his guild commander that this was the same shooter who stole all the items from the boss and collected all the items of the players who died on the battlefield. Hirikara, clasping his hands, was surprised that the entire guild of 10 people was sent to search for one shooter. Such an honor was quite pleasant, but also cruel for Hirikara. Flowerpot began asking the clan leader to attack the shooter as a crowd and beat him up, taking all his things. Such impudence and stupidity of the request gave off a sense of feeble-mindedness and childish stupidity. The clan leader was quite strong and looked like he supported all the actions of his teammates and wanted to collect trophies and resources that belonged to other players. Bob and Mina were not sure that everything would be fine and began to suspect that the Sun Clan wanted to attack and steal from the shooter. They did not believe until the very end that Hirikara was capable of such a thing. Flowerpot, scratching the back of his head, said that he was not such an idiot as to ruin the game for others, and asked that Hirikara's comrades disband the group and give this shooter to them. Hirikara approached his comrades, wanting to disband the group. Mina and Bob looked at Hirikara and said that they doubted that he was capable of such a thing. Maybe those players were mistaken. But Hirikara sent them a message that he was disbanding the group. He also said that in such a situation, it would be better for the guys to leave, and he would try to deal with these guys who decided to rob him. Hirikara came out to the guys from the Sun Clan and began to say that he was really so important that the whole guild decided to attack one person. The head of the guild was extremely dissatisfied with such behavior of the arrogant shooter. The guild leader got so carried away that he couldn't stop and started throwing mud at the impudent shooter. The flowerpot started grabbing his commander by the hand so that he wouldn't start a fight. Otherwise, the aggression level in the game would rise sharply. Hirikara was a little tense because he could be attacked by such a crowd and then definitely killed. He had to come up with a plan or catch the moment to escape in time. Hirikara told the boys to run away and try to leave the location. Mina did not believe that this was happening and said that it was impossible for Hirikara to be the kind of person those boys called him. Bob decides to grab Mina's hand and run away immediately, as Hirikara said. He understood that there would be a fight here and it would be better for them not to interfere here. The mage enters the battle first and, raising his staff, begins to cast a spell of dark magic. This player had a high level and sufficient skills in this game. A large purple spell began to form in the sky above the dark mage, which looked quite dangerous. Hirikara did not act yet, as he did not know what exactly would happen. From the dark cloud of the magic spell, a terrible monster in the form of a bone horse appears. It was the monster summoned by that magician. The horse stood on its hind legs and began to make its cry, which was striking in its volume and power. Hirikara was a little confused because he did not expect that in this game you can summon a monster. Suddenly, Hirikara felt that this roar was not just for nothing and imposed a numbness on him, which did not allow him to move normally. Hirikara had already experienced this when he fell under the influence of that fire bear that was the boss of the forest. The chief began to ask if everything worked out for the magician and if he was able to cast a stun on that shooter. Hirikara stood with his back turned, and it was not clear from him whether he had fallen under the spell's effect. The magician said that a boy with his level didn't have a chance, since his high-level magic was capable of a lot, and even more so of killing such a weakling. Meanwhile, the clan leader stood and thought that if they took all the things from that shooter, they would be very rich. The things from that forest boss were worth good money, and if they were sold, they would have the means to bribe high-level guilds, and then it would be easier to rob newbies. With such enthusiasm, the leader orders his soldiers to finish off this arrogant shooter and take all his things. The soldiers, smiling behind him, agree and prepare to attack. Suddenly, a bullet flies behind the guild leader and hits the mage who cast the spell and summoned the bone horse. The leader didn't understand what happened at first, and was shocked that the shooter was able to kill a high-level mage with one bullet. Hirikara, thanks to his gear, gained the ability to block all attacks on the player's condition that could hinder movement or weaken them. Hirikara decided to use his new skill, which speeds up the reload time of his musket by 30 seconds. This skill was very suitable for testing it out. After Hirikara shot the mage, the clan leader orders his soldiers not to let the shooter go. The clan leader also orders the archer to finish off the shooter. The archer raises his bow to try to aim at a sufficiently long distance. But the archer didn't have time to do anything before a bullet flew into his face and killed him. Such precise shots from a long distance are quite difficult to make. After Hirikara eliminated all those who could attack from a distance, he continued to run away. The clan leader ordered his tanks to cover him with their shields. The leader also began to get nervous, as he had little faith that a weak player could kill two high-level players with one bullet. After a wall of tanks was built in front of the clan leader, he orders his bandits to attack and catch up with the shooter. Flowerpot also tells the chief that the musket takes about a minute to reload, and if it fired, now is the time to run at it. Suddenly, one of the soldiers falls, not having managed to take even 10 steps. All the guys were surprised that it turned out that the shot had been fired much earlier. After the leader lost another soldier, he grabs the flowerpot by the mantle and tells him that if he doesn't know the details, then he shouldn't mislead his allies. Otherwise, he'll go under the knife with that shooter. Afterwards, the leader turns around and shouts to his warriors not to stop and to try to catch up with that shooter as quickly as possible and to try to be ready. Flowerpot, having heard insults and threats from the clan leader, began to get very nervous. This is the second time he gets into trouble because of that shooter. While the head of the Sun Clan was annoyed that he had already lost 3 fighters because of one shooter, they were watching what was happening and realized that all the soldiers had rushed straight to the monster settlement behind Hirikara. It was Mina and Bob who were watching what was happening and trying to remain quiet so as not to provoke the enemy. Mina decided to ask Bob why they decided to run away and not participate in the battle. Bob said that he just wasn't quite sure that it was a good idea. Moreover, he would not want to show his real strength, since they were on reconnaissance and evaluating the shooter they had heard about earlier. Mina noticed that it was already difficult for them to see what was happening there, and they had to move forward to get closer while trying not to show themselves. They stood up and began to stretch as if they were tired, pretending that they were quite strong and just decided to have fun watching what was happening. As they walked, Bob said that the shooter was quite interesting, and if what they had heard was true, he would be quite a dangerous opponent. Meanwhile, in the monster settlement, the soldiers who were chasing the shooter were killing all the monsters they came across. One of the monsters was killed by a quick sword attack. These hunters were high level, and such monsters were not opponents for them at all. One blow can defeat such a weak opponent. After the soldiers had cut down all the monsters that they came across along the way, they stopped to rest and look around, since the shooter was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Hirikara climbed up a tall tree and sat on a branch trying to remain calm and listen to what the players were saying, who were so diligently following the orders of that impudent old man. True, there was a moment when they didn't like their leader's attitude towards them. Such an arrogant old man only knows how to command, but he hasn't done any fighting for a long time. The old man overheard the boys gossiping about him. The leader began to warm up his fists and, coming closer with a displeased face, said, "What are they chatting about? Do such youngsters really have time for chatting while the enemy is nearby?" The players bowed their heads and understood that the leader was about to begin his lecture on how young people should behave when an elder tells them something. This shout of an arrogant old man who gave his teammates a beating was quite rude and did not make him strong at all. It seemed more like those players would leave the clan just to avoid listening to this stupid chatter of the leader. Hirikara was also fed up with this and decided to teach the arrogant old man a lesson for such cruel remarks towards his comrades. Soon the sun began to set in the sky and hide behind the high mountains that stood out against the backdrop of the monster settlement. Hirikara fired a shot to wound the guildmaster, All the soldiers after the shot began to run towards their clan master to cover him with their shields and not let the master be hit again. After the shot, Hirikara began to hurry to load his musket. Sitting on the branch, Hirikara was surprised that the chief was exaggerating so much because the wound was quite trivial. After loading his musket, Hirikara realized that he had already been identified and that they knew where he was, but the enemy had no players with a long-range attack, which meant that they could take aim at the enemy. The leader shouts for the tanks to quickly cover him with shields, not giving him the opportunity to kill him. All the warriors did not dare to resist the order of their leader and risk themselves to protect themselves. Hirikara kept his sights on all the soldiers in front of him and understood that if they risked attacking, Hirikara would not have time to shoot them all and would end up in a bad situation. The melee soldiers were tense, hearing the order from their leader to attack without hesitation. This shooter won't have time to kill everyone, as it takes some time to charge. Hirikara decided to shout to the warriors that if even one of them moved, he would shoot them without hesitation. He understood that he had little chance of surviving in such a situation and he had to think of something. Time was not on his side as the skill that allowed him to speed up the reload to 30 seconds was already running out. If this continued, he would not be able to escape. Suddenly, against the backdrop of the sunset, everyone was stunned by a loud roar that rolled through the monster settlement. It was an incredibly loud cry and said that something strong was approaching. All the boys noticed this loud roar. They had never encountered a monster that could roar so terribly. A large red monster with a large spear appeared on the horizon, which had great strength and an oppressive aura. This monster looked stern and matched that it could be the head of the settlement. This red beast began to roar very menacingly at the top of its voice, as if it was using some skill that could harm its opponents. And so it was. It was a roar that made the enemy feel numb and prevented them from moving. Everyone started to get nervous and scream in surprise because they had never encountered this monster and did not know what to expect. Hirikara tensed up greatly, as he knew that this was the leader of the settlement. Apparently, the soldiers from the Sun Clan had killed many monsters while pursuing him. Even the clan leader was shocked that such a monster had appeared. He was nervous and understood that with such soldiers he would not be able to cope with the enemy. This beast was able to strengthen allied monsters and weaken the enemy, making it quite a difficult opponent. It was definitely the leader and was approaching the Sun Clan soldiers. The leader decided to try to persuade such a strong monster to let him and the people he came with go. They don't need a fight, and they just want to catch the shooter who hid here. The monster looked at this pathetic man who was trying to persuade him to let go of him and the soldiers who were forced to be here because of the enemy they were pursuing. But the leader of the monsters was not so stupid that, seeing the corpses of his fellow tribesmen, he believed that the damned people had nothing to do with it. The leader began to get very nervous and think about how to get out of this situation alive. He decides to say that these monsters were killed by the man they are chasing, and he is the shooter. This head, pointing his finger at the monsters, says that he is not so stupid as not to notice that the wounds here are from cold weapons and not from bullets at all. This monster, without hesitation, deals a powerful blow with its spear to the tank that was nearby and cuts it in half, leaving no chance for survival. After which the warriors of the head of the settlement followed the actions of their leader and attacked the other warriors who stood and waited for a fight. But the soldiers were not weak at all, and it would not be difficult for them to defeat the small monsters, even though they were a little stronger due to the leader's skill. Another tank that was near the head of the monsters shouts to his comrades that he will try to distract the boss while they attack him from a distance. One of the warriors agreed to help his tank, but at the moment of approach, the tank that tried to take the blow was killed with just one blow so quickly that the warrior did not have time to understand anything, after which this red giant was already ready to strike a second blow at the warrior who had gotten into such a situation and now he could not escape. The monster had enormous strength and speed, which did not allow him to dodge. The clan leader sees his warriors dying one after another and understands that he needs to send the flower pot into battle. Otherwise, he just stands and hides behind the backs of more experienced players and only gets in the way. Pot had to carry out the leader's order, as he already felt guilty for the mistakes and deaths that caused the hunt for the shooter. Tank, grabbing 2 shields and strengthening them with magic, began to run to the attack, but the leader of the settlement did not care about defense, and he began to swing his spear. In a matter of seconds, the arms and shields fly into the sky as if there was no way to dodge or block the blow of such a monster. The flower pot, having received such wounds, began to scream in pain although it was weak. This was even expected considering that his level was slightly more than 30, and in the other guys it was above 50. He bowed his head and suddenly felt a strong fear, which was accompanied by cold sweat and flickering thoughts in his head about what he had done wrong. The leader, as well as Hirikara, were tense and understood that their time would soon come to die from such a strong monster. Meanwhile, the leader of the monster settlement began to approach the man who was left standing alone on the ground. Hirikara was a little nervous and understood that soon his turn would come. The old man starts shouting at Hirikara to help him deal with such an opponent, and then they will no longer pursue Hirikara. But Hirikara did not answer and tried not to show himself. The old man again began to call the shooter and get angry that he was ignoring him and did not want to help in order to become calm for his life in the game. The monster realized that there was another player hiding somewhere nearby who was currently hiding his strength and not showing himself. Hirikara even felt that piercing gaze, which made him nervous and worried that he might be discovered. This monster had a sense, and if Hirikara gave himself away, he would definitely be caught by this monster. The guild leader began to get even more nervous and shouted at the shooter to stop fooling around and be a real man who came to the rescue. If Hirikara did not intervene immediately, he promised that all the hunters would hunt him because the reward for his head would be quite high. Hirikara understood that these words might be true. It was unlikely that there would be enough people willing to do something like hunt players. Meanwhile, the leader of the monster settlement was tired of listening to this stupid little man who even turned around and did not look at his opponent. Then the monster decided to end it and raised his spear to strike. The clan leader sensed that the monster was up to something and turned around, pointing his finger at him and saying, "Don't you dare attack me, or else a huge army will come here and raze this settlement to the ground." Before he could finish speaking, the old man saw a part of his leg fly before his eyes, and he, being in a state of shock, had not yet managed to understand that it was all over for him. The monster uses his spear to cut off the legs of this talkative rabbit, and watches as it tries to crawl on its hands while begging him not to kill it. But the head of the settlement does not forgive those who come to him with cruelty and kill the inhabitants of the settlement. He raises his spear above his head to deal a strong blow to this pathetic little man. A precise blow with a sharp blade passes right through the middle of the clan leader and makes him experience some pain, which was allowed by the game system. Hirikara saw everything and understood that he was left alone in this village, and if he was found, there would be big problems. It was necessary to quickly figure out how to act. After killing the last little man that was in front of the head of the monster, he remembered that there was another one hiding somewhere, and the head of the settlement gave the order to his soldiers to find the shooter. Meanwhile, the monster, after giving orders to his subordinates, stood with his back to the tree on which Hirikara was sitting. The boy, seeing that the monster had not yet noticed him, began to think that this was a great opportunity to strike the clan leader from an ambush. Hirikara carefully looked through the sight of his musket and tried to concentrate, but suddenly the monster turns its head, as if it sensed that there was danger nearby. The boy already thought that he had been spotted and began to get nervous, but the head of the settlement told his warriors that the enemy was near the main gate and everyone should hurry there. Then Hirikara realized that he had not been identified and relaxed a little. But when he heard that the enemy was at the entrance, he began to think that other adventurers had come here and could now get into a very difficult situation. Hirikara then decides to jump down from the tree and find a place from which he can see all the positions and finish off this head of the settlement. He sees nearby foliage that can be used for camouflage. In his days in the army, an instructor told him that he had to adapt to the terrain and use it as camouflage. Having pulled several bushes over himself, Hirikara became like a small living tree that moves at high speed. Meanwhile, the people who caught the attention of the settlement leader and his minions were Mina and Bob, who had inadvertently entered deep enough into the settlement to watch the battle. Mina was even glad that she had managed to see such a rare boss. The monsters were already very close and were on their heels. Bob and Mina had to think of something before they were captured and killed. At one point, Mina began to lag behind and tell Bob that she was running out of stamina and that she would no longer be able to run fast. Bob, hearing this, realized that he had to resort to a radical method, otherwise they would not escape. He takes out a scroll from his inventory, which was magical, and tears it, thereby activating and creating a high wall of fire in front of the enemy. Some monsters that were closest to this fire fall into this fire and begin to burn, after which Bob grabs Mina by the hand and tries to drag her so that they break away while the flames are burning. Mina says that she has no strength left and needs to restore her stamina. After a few seconds, the head of the monster settlement was able to effortlessly tear apart the dense wall of fire, thereby breaking the spell and weakening it. Bob then realizes that they will have to spend a very expensive scroll if they want to stay alive, and takes out a high-level scroll of movement magic from his inventory. At the last moment, as Bob tears the scroll and stands in the fast travel circle to the safe side, he notices that a sound similar to a gunshot was heard, and the head of the settlement fell to his knees. The guys began to fly away, accompanying their actions with a blue glow, and the head of the settlement stood on his knees and did not move, as if his body was seriously injured or even fatally. Sometime before Bob and Mina left, Hirikara was looking for a place from which he could see his target. He climbed a tower that was in the center of the settlement, and from it there was a magnificent view. Noticing the bright fire and monsters nearby, Hirikara lay down on the floor and began to aim, roughly estimating how far it was to the main target. The fire was a good reference point, as it showed the direction of the wind for accurate aiming. After the shooter concentrated in his sight, he saw only a vulnerable point, which should have been fatal for such a monster, but the distance was almost 180 meters, and the boy had not yet shot at such a distance in the game. Having gathered himself, Hirikara presses the trigger and hopes that the bullet will hit the target. Knowing about the peculiarities of the game, that the player assistance system does not work for the better, but for the balance, and if the shooter could shoot at very long distances, it would not be fair to the other classes. But it can be turned off, which Hirikara successfully uses. A bullet fired from a musket at a distance of about 180 meters hits the head of the settlement right in the back of the head, leaving him no chance to understand what happened. After that, the monster will fall to its knees and then fall to the ground. The soldiers were shocked that their leader of the settlement was dead. They stood motionless, in shock from what had happened. After such a shot, Hirikara receives a notification that the leader of the Western Monster Settlement has been eliminated. The air is silent, as this was simply an incredible shot. Realizing that he made such a great shot and was able to destroy a strong enemy with one shot, Hirikara begins to rejoice wildly, realizing that the task was successfully completed. He also remembers that those guys who came to kill him killed a lot of monsters in the settlement and did not collect resources from them. Hirikara has already begun to rejoice that this is a very successful approach, since he will then be able to sell everything and get a tidy sum. He also receives notifications on the game screen that his character's level has been increased, and he gets a lot of extra points and titles for destroying a monster from such a long distance, and even being included in the Alley of Fame in third place. True, although he had received the achievement that a high-level monster was killed with one shot, Hirikara understood that those three from the top of the world ranking were also capable of this, and he was still very far from their level of play. After Hirikara finished looking at his deterioration and distributing points that would help him become stronger, he decided to start gathering resources. He put his hand in his pouch and began to take out a pouch of gunpowder to load his musket, and begin to finish off the already scattered monsters that had lost their king while taking their materials. For a while, all that could be heard in the village were the screams of monsters and gunshots, indicating that there was a battle going on. Hirikara fought so much that he managed to level up again and was now level 30. Having finished all the business in the monster settlement, he began to calmly leave the settlement, thinking along the way that he needed to return to the old man from the shooting academy and hand in the task. He also opened the character characteristics menu to understand how to deal with the points and, most importantly, to understand what is most important to pump now. He remembered the beast that mercilessly dealt with the players in the gorge and understood that he would not be able to defend himself from the attacks of such a brute, and then only agility would save him, which would help him dodge. Hirikara also remembered that he still had that land box that he needed to give to the sister of the butcher shop owner so that the business would start to flourish in the capital. So much had fallen on the boy that he didn't know where to start and understood that he should rest and think about everything while he was heading back to the shooting center in the capital. Hirikara started his journey with his musket slung over his back, knowing that thanks to his 3-item set that the forest boss dropped, other animals wouldn't attack him. Meanwhile, one establishment was completely empty, as it was waiting to open, but the main ingredient for such an action was still missing. At the table of the establishment sat a beautiful girl in a black dress, who was waiting for the day when the doors of the restaurant would open and a stream of guests would rush in to try the incredible dishes of their restaurant. She held in her hands a letter that she was supposed to give to the person who would bring the recipe for an important lunchbox dish that would raise her establishment from its knees to a new level in the capital. Soon, Hirikara enters the capital thinking about his tasks and actions, what he needs to do to complete the task with the lunchbox. The problem was that he did not know where the establishment was located, where the package needed to be delivered. He periodically glanced at the map as he walked along the streets of the capital, so that if he was lucky, then close to the target it would appear on the map, and he would be able to make the delivery. He also remembered that he had a lot of everything in his inventory and he should look at the things. Among all the items he received was a ring that had strong defense and added a little skill to agility. Hirikara was stunned because he picked it up from the remains of the clan leader who came to kill the shooter. Hirikara even laughed that the guy didn't use such an item and didn't protect himself from the blow of the village leader. Also from the head of the settlement, Hirikara received a garter for his neck and the very spear that, unfortunately, Hirikara cannot use. All these items were very good and had a high level of rarity. He decided to put that garter on himself, considering that it gave a good bonus to defense and agility. It was a valuable thing and very useful for completing subsequent tasks. Having collected his thoughts and sorted the materials in his inventory, Hirikara chose what would go for sale and what would be useful in the future. A few minutes later, Hirikara arrived at the archery training building to hand over the task to the old man and receive his reward. Approaching the door, Hirikara began to open it, and immediately the sound of a shot was heard, which sounded inside the building. Hirikara hurried into the building, taking out his musket and trying to be ready for battle. As he entered, he heard another shot and several guys flew to the side. He was confused, and even though he had the strangers at gunpoint, he didn't understand what was going on and why there were strangers in the building. Had they really decided to attack the old man and rob him? The light was on in the kitchen and a voice was heard from there. And then another person appeared, shouting something to the old man to stop behaving like that, and a shot was heard again. The bullet hits the man in the shoulder and he, holding his hand, gradually begins to walk away, ordering the others to leave the building. Hirikara was very surprised by what was happening and continued to control his musket, aiming it at the enemy. But at one point, Hirikara realizes that he heard 3 shots, all within a minute at most. The old man was in the kitchen, still standing, tensely aiming at the assailants who had broken into his house. The old man, seeing Hirikara, picked up his musket and said he was glad to see him. Hirikara began to ask what had happened and who those guys were, while the old man was trying to explain that they were just ignoramuses who wanted to buy the building and turn it into a tavern, because there were fewer and fewer shooters and they didn't need such a building. Hirikara began to look at the old man's musket and couldn't understand how he managed to fire 3 times. Did he really fire from several? Hirikara recalled that when he entered the building, he distinctly heard 3 shots. The first was when he was just entering. The second was at the guys who were standing near the entrance to the room, and the third was at the guy who was apparently in charge. After which the old man began to hang his musket on the stand, where there were 2 more places, but they were empty. Hirikara thought that this was probably the place for 3 muskets, as if for musketeers. But Hirikara couldn't help but wonder if the old man could have fired a musket 3 times in just a minute. He hadn't seen any other weapons nearby, so there was only 1 musket. If it were a bolt-action weapon, it would fire even faster, but here the reload was somewhere around 20 seconds or even less. Is the old man really so fast that he can carry out such long processes much faster and shoot 3 times faster than an ordinary shooter? It is not for nothing that he is said to be one of the strongest shooters, who in the Second War of Humanity defeated many monsters by shooting from his musket. Hirikara started looking at that musket and didn't understand why it was loading so fast. It looked like a normal musket, but it had a very fast reload speed, as if it had magical abilities to load it. After such thoughts, the old man had already managed to brew tea and asked Hirikara to sit down at the table and drink this drink with him. Hirikara, a little confused, began to wave his hands, that there was no need to bother so much, and sat down. The old man sat down at the table and took a sip of tea and said that he had heard from the Order of Knights that the head of the settlement had been destroyed, which meant that Hirikara had succeeded. The boy replied that it had been quite a difficult task, but he had been very lucky. The old man also praised the guy because he had completed a difficult version of the task and destroyed the boss alone, without resorting to the help of other adventurers. Hirikara saluted in military style and said that he was grateful for the praise. After which, the boy receives a notification that all the instructor's instructions have been successfully completed, and now Hirikara has been accepted for training in the Rifle Corps. The level of closeness with the mentor has also increased, after which the old man stood up to go to the bookshelf and get the book that was needed to issue the next task. The old man, opening the book, said that the boy was very happy, and this was quite strange. The tasks that would now be given out were much more difficult and depended on skill. Having heard this, Hirikara understood that it would only get more interesting from now on, and he would be able to overcome all the difficulties. But there was one thing that was bothering the boy, and he decided to ask the mentor for permission to find out something. The old man turned around and said, "What did he want to know?" Hirikara asked how the mentor could fire 3 shots in a minute. The old man looked at him with his piercing gaze and asked, "Is that really fast?" The fact that he could only make 3 shots shows that he is already a little old and is not capable of what he did before. Hirikara was shocked to learn that it was possible to load a musket faster. The old man sat down at the table and said that Hirikara would have to train a lot more to achieve such skill and load a musket much faster. But Hirikara was a little doubtful that it was possible to load a musket so quickly, and decided to ask about the musket that was hanging on the wall, and suggested that maybe some magic was involved. The old man was surprisingly silent when Hirikara asked about the musket and began to suspect that there was more to the story than just the musket. So many targets and so much space, and all of it was empty? Considering that there were 3 musket mounts on that stand, it meant that there were 2 more shooters who also had a connection to that marksman training center. Then Hirikara asked about the 2 shooters who also taught here and where they were now. The old man slammed his cup on the table and asked the boy, a little nervously, what did he know about the 2 shooters? Hirikara was a little scared by the instructor's reaction, but he realized that he had hit the nail on the head and would now be able to find out what had happened, what led to such an attitude towards the shooters and their almost complete disappearance. There used to be 3 strongest marksmen in the kingdom who could kill many monsters with their precise attacks and from a long distance, not letting them get close. Among them was Speed Jack, who could shoot quickly and was a mentor to Hirikara. The second was a master of long-range shooting at heavily armored targets, Mr. Greenwood, and simply a sniper and the most accurate shooter in the world, Miss Meredith. At one time, the shooting center was very popular and there was not even a free space on the shooting range, as there were quite a lot of people participating in the training. By the way, the old man added that these 2 were quite close, and just before the war they got married and became a married couple who taught at the rifle training center. Hirikara realized that the other 2 places belonged to those 2 instructors, but he didn't understand why they left their job as instructors. Then old Jack said that when there was a war, his comrades disappeared and quite a lot of time had passed since then, but the bodies were never found. Then the mentor offered Hirikara a rather difficult task and try to find these 2 instructors in order to finally find out what happened to them and maybe even be lucky that they turn out to be alive. The instructor said that the task is very difficult because there is too little information and clues about where to find Miss Meredith and Mr. Greenwood. Hirikara, after listening to the mentor, says that he agrees because this is a good reason to try to increase the level of intimacy with the mentor and learn about the speed recharge. The old man also told Hirikara to be careful, because the last time they met was at the battle site, where many monsters now live. Hirikara listened to his mentor, but in his mind he was already imagining how fast he could shoot a musket. Mentor Jack said that on that day, a huge army of the kingdom was preparing to fight an equally huge army of monsters, which could not be counted. Considering that they were skilled at shooting from a distance, they had to find a place to fire from a distance, covering other warriors. Then they said goodbye for the last time, the old man said. After such a story, Hirikara understood that there really was very little information, but at least he knew the place of the battle, where there might still be some clues, although it was doubtful since too much time had passed. Hirikara, walking through the city, understood that if he failed, the game system would greatly reduce his relationship with the mentor, and further training could become difficult and boring. Hirikara soon visited a shop where he was able to sell many materials from monsters and adventurers that dropped after they died. Hirikara sold a lot, but the amount he got from the sales was not as much as he expected. After the sale, Hirikara decided to go to other shops and ask them for information regarding the missing shooters. Hirikara went to the armory and started a conversation with a local merchant. Hirikara politely began asking the shopkeeper for any information regarding Miss Meredith and Mr. Greenwood, who had disappeared after the war. Surprisingly, this salesman was well informed about the two shooters and showed by his actions that they were an incredible pair of warriors who loved each other. After which he thought about it and remembered that a traveler had recently told him that he had seen an old man in one village who had met the gaze of this pair of shooters. The salesman asked Hirikara to come closer, as the information was rather strange and not worthy of strangers' ears. Hirikara was grateful that he had raised the level of communication and attitude of the inhabitants of this world so well that they trusted him as one of their own. After hearing this, Hirikara jumped back and was shocked that such a thing was possible. The seller said that maybe it was just a rumor, but he had to tell Mr. Shooter about it. What the boy heard was rather strange information, but no one knew whether it was accurate and it was worth checking, but he would have to go to a distant settlement. The seller also decided to ask, how did the young shooter know about this couple that disappeared after the war? The seller's face seemed so serious that it was even frightening. Hirikara replied that his mentor, Speed Jack, had told him about it, that he had also been at war and missed his comrades. Hirikara also wanted to know the name of the man who had seen the pair of shooters. But the seller turned out to be quite cunning and would only tell the man's name after Mr. Shooter had bought the weapon from him. Hirikara was a little angry, since it was quite an expensive pleasure and he had to save up. The seller shows his best musket and offers it to the master shooter for only 12 gold coins. Hirikara is speechless and makes a slightly impolite comment about the price. However, Hirikara understood that he already needed a new musket, which would deal more damage and increase the probability of his critical hit, but it was worth looking for something cheaper than the one the seller offered. Next up for sale from the vendor was a musket, which looked pretty simple but had increased damage to vulnerable areas and added a little dexterity when reloading. Although it cost 6 whole gold coins, the boy needed it, especially since the old musket was already pretty worn out and its butt was battered from fighting rabbits. Suddenly, Hirikara remembered that he had the skill to bargain, and, as if he was planning something bad, he turned to the seller and offered to lower the price a little. Everything went well, and Hirikara even managed to save a little, but most importantly, he learned the name of the man and began to open the map to see the best way to get there. The distance was quite large and took almost 10 game days. Then, Hirikara decided to use the local teleport, which would deliver to the desired location in no time. Near the teleport stood a girl in a stewardess uniform, holding a board with prices for flights to different cities and settlements. The required settlement for Mr. Shooter would cost a whole gold coin. Hirikara was shocked by the prices, but he couldn't afford to waste so much time, and through his tears he took out a gold coin and gave it to the girl, asking along the way if they would feed him during the flight. The girl did not understand the joke and asked the shooter to stand in the center of the circle so that she could begin the process of teleportation to the desired settlement. Hirikara began to be enveloped in a blue aura of the spell. A few seconds later, Hirikara was already in the settlement, where he was met by the same employee of the transfer circle. Hirikara was still upset that the cost of transfer was so expensive and stressful for him. Entering that village, Hirikara sees a crowd of boys mocking a man in torn clothes and provoking him in every possible way, saying that he is sick. Hirikara didn't like this attitude at all, but he understood that it was just a game, and if he interfered, it would be another task from the old man, which would not give much. The old man chased the little ones who provoked him and threw stones. This happened quite often, and it was quite difficult to pass by. Hirikara pulled himself together and decided to first find out the location of the guy who knew the couple of shooters and saw them, and then help the old man and rid him of the annoying youngsters. Hirikara decided to start his search from the place where people most often gather and discuss various events that happened in the world. He enters the tavern, opening the doors like from a western. Seeing such an oppressive atmosphere in the morning, where there were a lot of drunk people and completely insane people as if they were animals. Behind the bar stood a man covered in scars, rubbing his knife. Seeing the adventurer enter, he greeted him with his rough voice and asked what he wanted. Hirikara said nothing and hurried away from such a gloomy place. He was disgusted to see such a picture. So many individuals that they could hardly stand on their feet in the morning. It was simply disgusting. Afterwards, he decided to go shopping and asked the merchants about the man he was interested in. Suddenly, some guys passing by were talking about a one-armed swordsman and said that he fought like a lion with only one rapier in the war and was honored greatly. True, he lost his arm, but he still remains a pretty strong swordsman. It was Sir Richard who, during the war, killed many monsters with just a rapier, and even fought the commander-in-chief himself, where he lost his arm. Hirikara now knew who to look for to finally make sure whether it was true that two famous shooters of humanity had gone over to the side of the demons. Back then, when the salesman at the armory whispered into his ear what he had heard from the one-armed swordsman, it was a rather strange statement and seemed gloomy. But was there any point to it? Hirikara understood that he should learn as much as possible. Otherwise, the information he had collected would clearly not be enough to tell old Jack. And it was not a fact that he would understand that his comrades could betray humanity and go over to the side of the monsters. The boy went through a dozen shops and establishments, and no one had heard anything about the one-armed swordsman living in their village. Everyone denied the existence of such a person, and this only complicated the search process. Closer to the evening, when the sun had already set, Hirikara sat down on a bench and grabbed his head because he was very upset that he had not found any evidence of the whereabouts of that one-armed swordsman. After resting a little, he realized that there was not much time left, and he needed to find a place to stay for the night in order to start searching again tomorrow. Getting up from the bench, he was quite relaxed and began to stretch, as these walks were quite tiring. Suddenly, a man appeared behind him, very quietly sneaking up on the shooter. It was a rather hairy old man who, unnoticed by Hirikara, came up from behind and grabbed the boy, screaming terribly. The boy almost turned gray from this and was very scared. He ran away a little and turned around to look at who could have acted so cruelly and frightened a person in the dark. It was an old man in tattered military-style clothing and a raincoat that was all dirty and very shabby. The old man said he wanted to play war with the boy. Then Hirikara remembered that this was the man the kids had been taunting and chasing after, throwing stones. Could this old man really be a mentally ill local homeless person? Suddenly, the wind rises and the old man's cloak lifts up, and it becomes visible that he is missing one arm. Hirikara, seeing this, decides to ask the old man what his name is. He said that his name was Richie, and Hirikara realized that this was the same Sir Richard who fought in the war and was the last person to see the two shooters before they disappeared. That old man, in the light of the moon, raised his rapier into the sky and wished that the monsters would quickly fight him while he was still alive. But in reality, this old man was no longer in his right mind, and all his actions were a result of the trauma he received in the war. Suddenly, the old man, as if stung, began to run, raising his hand above his head, and imagining that he was holding his rapier, with which he had once killed many monsters. Hirikara was not going to miss such a chance and began to chase the old man, who was behaving rather strangely and seemed to be playing around the area, imagining that he had to fight a monster. The boy got tired of chasing and decided to shout out the names of the archers he needed to find. Surprisingly, it worked, and the old man stopped when he heard the names of the archers. He turns around and asks the boy to say such names rather quietly, otherwise they will have to run away from Greenwood, who will shoot them from a great distance, and they will not have time to understand anything. Hirikara did not quite understand why Mr. Greenwood should shoot them, because that would mean that they were hiding on purpose and, perhaps, that they lived somewhere nearby. Suddenly, the old man started running away from the guy again and shouting that they needed to hurry before Greenwood's bullet caught up with them. Hirikara hesitated a little from such words, but was not going to let the old man go. The boy starts running, wondering what happened to the old man, that he was acting as if he had gone crazy or if it was something else. Hirikara sees that this old man has stopped and fallen to his knees, stretching his hand to the sky as if calling someone and asking for a chance to die with dignity. Hirikara remembers that he has encountered something similar before and stops. The old man cries and begs for help, screaming into the unknown. This was clearly not a simple case, but post-traumatic syndrome. Remembering those days in the army, Hirikara heard in a lecture that there are times when what is happening around you affects a person so much that he goes crazy. Many soldiers who faced incredible cruelty and were so deeply affected by what was happening that they lost themselves and became completely insane, begging for death. Hirikara did not continue to pursue and question the old man, because he saw before his eyes not the world in which they lived, but what was on the battlefield and all those soldiers with whom he stood shoulder to shoulder. Hirikara decided to use another method and attract the old man's attention with the smell of food, which was clearly not something he got to do often due to his condition. It was a rather sneaky way to attract the old man, but Hirikara had spent a lot of game time learning how to cook like a restaurant. He was a master at keeping the heat up and salting the meat so that the smell wafted through the area. The old man smelled the smell, and his sense of hunger told him where the source of the smell was. The old man turned around and saw that the boy was sitting and preparing a lot of different meats. Hirikara, folding his legs and finishing all the cooking, began to admire the smell of the dishes that he had prepared and said that he would not be able to sit alone with such a quantity of meat and would like company. The old man, feeling the smell, reached out his hands to the meat, as it was extremely fragrant and appetizing. The old man grabs a fork and begins to pierce the meat, saying that it is incredibly tender and very juicy, as if it was prepared by a sophisticated chef who knows a thing or two about cooking. Hirikara slowly enjoyed his portion and tried to get the old man to start a conversation to figure out what happened to the pair of shooters. The old man ate like crazy and very quickly threw all the meat in, greedily chewing. Suddenly, the old man jumps up and wants to go to the battlefield, where he will have to destroy many more monsters. Hirikara manages to grab the old man by the shoulder and asks him to calm down and wait for reinforcements, since it is dangerous to go alone. The old man, hearing the offer to wait for help, stopped. He began to ask who the boy was talking about. Hirikara said that they should wait for Mr. Greenwood and Miss Meredith, who would be great at covering their battle with the monsters. The old man, pointing his finger at the boy, says that those two will not come and they should not be trusted as they are traitors. The old man remembered that after the battle he came to the king and began to tell that his best shooters had become traitors and left the army, going over to the side of the monsters. But no one needed such information and they preferred to hide it from the people and punish Sir Richard so that he would never tell about it. Hirikara, seeing that the old man was the last to see that pair of shooters and the king of the country, thought that it was not worth telling the people that their heroes turned out to be traitors. Suddenly, the old man jumps up and starts running towards the forest. Hirikara was thinking at that moment and did not expect such an action from the old man. Hirikara did not stop and began to pursue, since that old man was the only source of information and he could not be lost. While the old man pretended that he was a warrior and held his rapier in his hands, shouting that the monsters must be destroyed, Hirikara walked behind. Suddenly, Hirikara receives a notification on the game screen that Sir Richard, who is heading into a dangerous area, cannot be allowed to die, and the task was to find his rapier, which was lost during the battle between humanity and monsters. Soon, the old man ran to the entrance of the forest, where the battle that was called the Great War of Humanity took place. On the large field, there were already strange monsters that Hirikara saw for the first time. The old man began to examine the monsters that were on the edge of the forest as if through a telescope. He began to tell that these flying creatures are called fairies and are quite dangerous. Also, those trees are actually quite strong monsters that are able to increase their branches and put down roots underground and then attack from underground. Suddenly, the old man, having finished his monologue, decides to shout that it is time to finish with these monsters and with pleasure begins to run at the monsters. Hirikara was stunned, since the maddened old man was completely unarmed and could not cope with such monsters. If the old man dies, Hirikara will receive a failed mission and will no longer be able to find out the truth about the shooters who disappeared after the war. In this case, Hirikara starts running, overtaking the old man and begging him not to climb on the monsters, not having a weapon while getting nervous that he can't cope since the monsters here are of a fairly high level. But it was too late, and the monsters noticed the old man and the boy. These creatures will not leave you alone so easily, and you will have to fight them. Hirikara, approaching, decides to shoot the most dangerous and largest, in his opinion, since he can deal with the small ones later, but the tree looked like it would not be easy to kill. But the bullet causes a wound that turns out to be non-fatal, and the monster only gets angrier and begins to approach the guys to attack them. These flying fairies are also quite nimble and can get on your nerves quite a bit. Hirikara begins to understand that he can't cope in such a situation and needs to come up with a plan for retreat. Hirikara grabs the old man by his tattered robe and begins to drag him along, shouting that they need to retreat and regroup immediately, while trying to increase the distance to the enemy. After a while, Hirikara decides to stop and try to finish off the flying monster that was constantly throwing his magic and not allowing him to move normally. Hirikara managed to finish one off with a shot right in the stomach. They were small and nasty opponents, so it was worth getting rid of such a pest first. After which Hirikara uses his quick reload skill to try to take down the tree, which was quite strong and needed to find its vulnerable area. The only thing the boy could assume was that a hit between the eyes should be effective, since the head is usually the weak spot of any creature. After such a shot, the tree actually falls to the ground and dies. Then Hirikara begins to try to catch his breath and come to his senses, trying to figure out what to do next. Meanwhile, the old man begins to jump for joy and say that he has such a strong assistant. Hearing the old man call him an assistant, Hirikara turns around and says, "Who else is an assistant? And why rush at monsters without a weapon?" The old man says that he has a rapier, which will turn monsters into mincemeat, and raises his hand. Hirikara approaches this mad Sir Richard and says that they need to change their approach and change their strategy a little, otherwise they will die pretty quickly. Hirikara leaned closer to the old man and decided to tell him something that could change everything, namely that the old man did not have any rapier, and they only came here to find it among the mountain of monsters and remains that remained after the war. The old man acted as if he had not heard anything. Suddenly, while the boy was talking to the old man, a familiar voice was heard from behind, calling him by name. It was Fang Mo, who was surprised to see in this fox his first comrade, with whom they had completed quests in the starting city together. Hirikara was also happy and started saying that he was very happy to see him really. What is he doing in this forest? Fang Mo says that he is just hunting and trying to level up. Suddenly it dawned on Hirikara that this was a forest where monsters above level 40 were found, and it was impossible to deal with them alone. Could Fan Mo have raised his level so much that he could hunt in such a forest? When they were just approaching this forest, a warning popped up on the game screen that the zone was quite dangerous for a player who was only level 30. Fan Mo acted suspiciously and seemed to be hiding something, and said that he liked to watch videos a lot that described the zones where it was easiest to level up due to the large number of monsters. At one point, the old man asked the boy how he knew the lizard. Did they really live together? The old man also added that he had not seen such monsters in the king's service for a long time. Hirikara tried not to pay attention to the old man and told Fan Mo that it was just a character with whom he had a quest. Meanwhile, while Hirikara and Fan Mo were talking about what had happened to them, the old man decided to take advantage of the moment and touch Fan Mo's tail. The lizard man also noticed that Hirikara had apparently dealt with a strong monster, that he had such a strong set of things. Hirikara said that it was amazing how well Fan Mo knew and offered him to join the group and kill monsters together while Hirikara had a quest in this location. Fang Mo says that he doesn't mind, but he has some small problems here that might interfere, but overall he doesn't mind. Hirikara didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but he agreed. The guys started throwing out an invitation to join the group and accepting the request. The old man said that now their group would be even more interesting, since a big lizard and a senile old man would definitely be a strange company for the shooter. By the way, Hirikara asked his friend not to pay attention to the old man's screams because he is a little bit down and has problems. Who knows why the developers did this? Soon a new group of monsters appeared on the edge of the forest and, noticing our group of guys, advanced to attack. Hirikara, stepping forward a little, prepared for battle. But Fan Mo said he had a better idea and suggested that Hirikara take care of the tree and he would take care of those flying monsters. Fang Mo could spit poison, which became much stronger with the increase in level and already resembled pouring fire, although green. These creatures, after being poisoned, could no longer move and fell to the ground. Hirikara was stunned by what he saw and realized that his comrade had become much stronger than he had been the last time they had seen each other. Suddenly, Fang Mo shouted for Hirikara to quickly shoot the tree. In addition to the shot from Hirikara, Fang Mo also added his own acid attack and pierced the tree, making several holes that looked clearly serious. After this, the monster changed its color, as if life had left it and was dying from the wounds it had received. Hirikara, lowering his musket, was amazed by such a fast fight. After the battle, the monsters no longer appeared and the boys began to rest. The old man flew in his world and began to play with the ground, saying that it was a very warm blanket. Hirikara noticed that although Fan Mo had said that they could rest, he himself stood guard and looked around as if he was looking for something. Hirikara decides to ask his comrade what level he is now, who can handle monsters so easily, what is higher than level 40. Fang Mo, a little embarrassed, says that he is only 51. Hirikara was shocked, as the difference between them was as much as 20 levels, and apparently Fan Mo had truly great knowledge of the game, that he was able to raise so many levels in such a short time. Fan Mo felt awkward and said that it was not such a high level, because he just knew a couple of tricks on how to quickly raise his level. While the boys were talking, the old man began to shout about the soldiers who were buried there and gradually recalled various scenes from what happened on this field on that terrible day. The old man spoke more and more loudly about the fact that many of his comrades were forged here, and this attracted the attention of the boys, who stopped talking and began to listen to what the old man was saying. Suddenly, the old man began to run again in a different direction, as if he had remembered important moments, that he was being led along the path of memories. Hirikara and Fang Mo were a little tense, but they realized that they had to chase after the old man. While the boys were trying to catch up with Sir Richard, Fan Mo noticed that they were approaching a dangerous zone where the dead were living and his poison would be useless. The old man begins to stretch his hand into the distance as if he sees a memory where a glorious pair of archers disappears into the fog, and in the background was that rapier that was stuck into the ground. From the guy's side, it looked rather strange, and Fan Mo said that apparently you have such a quest that others cannot see what is happening. Hirikara replied that in fact he himself does not see anything. It is just that the old man is going crazy. Suddenly, Sir Richard clutches his head and tries to remember where his rapier went, as if these memories gradually bring his brain back to normal, but only for moments. Suddenly, Fang Mo felt that death was beginning to blow around, and it became quite quiet, which meant that the monsters were already approaching. Hirikara, however, had been watching Fang Mo all the time and was slightly suspicious of something bad. As they stood behind them, a dark sewing began to appear, indicating that the monsters had heard that victims had entered their territory, who would be absorbed by the dark magic of the dead. Various skeletons and undead creatures began to emerge from the ground, looking quite frightening. Hirikara manages to react and prepares to shoot one of the monsters. But at the last moment, another monster jumps out right in front of the barrel and gets a bullet right in the head. That should stop him, thought Hirikara. Hirikara realizes that with his charge, the monsters will quickly close in and finish them off, so he yells at Fang Mo to try to chop off their limbs to slow them down. He agrees and takes out his dagger and starts cutting off the monster's legs so that they fall and just crawl. It was a great idea, and now they can leave in one piece. However, one monster appears from an unexpected direction and gives itself away with its scream and the crunching of bones. Hirikara turns around and prepares to attack this dead creature. The boy uses his bayonet to pierce the monster without wasting a bullet and tries to finish off the monster. It turned out that this was enough, and Hirikara, holding his musket, felt slightly unpleasant emotions, which was quite strange. He remembered that when he watched zombie movies, he changed the channel or just left. After killing all the monsters that crawled out from under the ground, the guys saw that a group of people appeared nearby, which was quite strange. Fan Mo reacted as if he had been waiting for them, saying that they had arrived. Then Fan Mo told Hirikara to grab the old man and run away from here, and he would try to deal with the guild that came for his soul and began to take out a strange dagger from behind his back. Hirikara sees that the old man is unable to get up and keeps holding his head as if trying to come to his senses, and tells Fang Mo that he will not be able to do this, and will most likely fight together with Fang Mo. Considering that these were people from the Sun Guild, Hirikara said that he also knew this guild, and he owed them for trying to finish him off by taking all his things. In that case, Fang Mo says that it's great that there is an enemy who has already done something to his comrade. Together, they can deal with those idiots. Fang Mo starts walking forward, stretching his arms as he goes, and asks Hirikara to cover his back while he teaches those impudent fellows a lesson. The Sun Clan boys started to react as if it was just a game for them, and they had been chasing Fang Mo for a long time. One of the boys said that they would never tire of killing this lizard and disturbing him from playing because he stole a valuable thing from them. One of the guys was speaking so arrogantly towards Fang Mo that he didn't notice that a musket barrel was already looking at him in the background. Hirikara hit the arrogant Sun Clan player right between the eyes. The warrior falls and dies. The other soldiers, a little scared, take their hands and shout to be ready and attack these scum. Fang Mo had already gotten quite close and was spitting his poison at the players to deal damage. His combat ability was good, but against such a crowd, any move would do. The soldiers managed to cover their faces with their hands, but then they realized that it was poison, and it slightly weakened their defenses and affected their health level. One of the warriors was very irritated and took out his sword and tried to hit the lizard with it, which, having acted so meanly, spat poison at them. The lizard managed to dodge but realized that the soldier was of a fairly high level and was coping so quickly even under the influence of poison. Meanwhile, Hirikara was busily trying to load his musket and help Fang Mo fight against the players who dared to attack them. The old man had already stopped holding his head, but sat quietly and looked at the ground, as if he saw something. One of the attacking guys broke through to the shooter and was already rushing at Hirikara to finish him off. Hirikara understood that he couldn't die and expose the old man to attack, otherwise his mission would fail. He manages to block the warrior's attack with his musket using a bayonet. Hirikara understood that he had little chance against the knight's skills and that the warrior was stronger than a level 30 shooter. Suddenly, another warrior appeared behind, and he decided to attack the old man who was standing near the shooter and looked quite weak. Hirikara was afraid, as this could kill Richard, and the task would be over. The warrior strikes, and a large column of dust and earth rises into the sky, indicating a powerful blow. It was impossible to dodge such a blow and avoid damage, Hirikara thought, but suddenly a silhouette began to appear in the cloud of dust, somewhat resembling an old man in a robe. Hirikara was surprised and a little shocked that the old man had really survived. It was Sir Richard, and his face was quite serious, as if he had come to his senses and understood everything that was happening. And most importantly, he looked as if his madness had disappeared. The warrior who attacked the old man did not stop and decided to attack the old man with his two blades to finish him off, but Richard behaved calmly, as if he was not an opponent. He, without using a weapon, but with only one hand, carries out a series of quick and deadly attacks on the person who attacked him, leaving no chance. After which the warrior falls to the ground dead, and the old man immediately switches to other targets that want to kill him and are approaching. These warriors were clearly not prepared to fight against a man who could kill many high-level demons with one hand, and now they had become his prey. The old man arrogantly struck at them at great speed, and said that they were too slow to be called warriors, and that they should experience the bitterness of battles in order to reach new heights. After which Sir Richard stops, and behind those two warriors, while in the air, received so many blows that their bodies were already falling to the ground dead. Hirikara and Fang Mo stood there with their mouths open and were amazed to see the old man fighting high-level soldiers as if he couldn't even feel them with his bare hands, or rather his hand. After which the old man sat down and lowered his head. Hirikara decided to come closer to him and ask if everything was okay. The old man, closing his eyes, said that he was finally saved and, thanks to the efforts of Mr. Shooter, was now able to think clearly and remembered everything that had happened to him over these long years. If the shooter had not intervened, the old man would have died, soon losing the rest of his mind and becoming a doll, which children mocked and bullied the old invalid in every possible way. Suddenly Sir Richard raises his hand above the ground, and a blue glow appears, and from under the ground a rapier appears outward, which had been waiting for its owner for many years in the depths of the earth. Afterwards, Sir Richard stands up and thanks his savior, Master Gunner. His eyes were filled with sorrow and strength that could overcome any difficulties. After which, Hirikara receives a notification on the game screen that the mission to save Sir Richard has been successfully completed, and the lost warrior has once again found the meaning of life. The old man says that he remembers that Mr. Shooter was interested in information about Mrs. Meredith and Mr. Greenwood. For some reason, he cannot tell it because he has a spell cast on him that hides his memories. That day, when he came to tell the king about the two shooters, he was taken into custody by a detachment of warriors who obeyed the supreme mage of the kingdom, who did not want this information to be made public, and cast a spell on the memories. This man's name is Christopher, and he is the supreme mage of his majesty. In his power, many things were hidden during the war, and people remained in the dark about what was happening. But the war was over, and humanity won. After such a story, the old man says that there is only one place where Mr. Shooter can find out detailed information. This is the Royal Library, where all the records and orders of the command are kept, which in one way or another influenced much of what happened. Hirikara began to worry that this was not good since he had very little time left, and no one would be able to let him into the Royal Library, and the evidence that he had found would not be enough to pass on to the instructor. The old man holds out his hand, which contains a gold coin or something of the sort. This was not part of the reward, and Hirikara did not see how it would help other than to fill his wallet. The old man, leaving, told the boy to show this coin to his instructor, and that would be enough for Speedjack to trust the information provided by Mr. Shooter. Hirikara asked Sir Richard where he was going, to which the old man smiled and replied that his time was approaching and he wanted to go on his final journey alone. The old man's silhouette gradually dissolved against the background of the deserted field and the bright sun that covered a large area. Hirikara and Fang Mo watched the old man and realized that their time had come too. Fang Mo smiled and said that it was quite fun and amusing, but he had to go back to the forest to try to level up, and Hirikara replied that he would like to go with him, but he had to return to the capital. Hirikara also thanked Fang Mo for sharing a lot of valuable information that helped him better enter the game and understand all the intricacies of this interesting world. Hirikara also mentioned that, remembering all the trips they had, Fanmo always told them many interesting facts that helped them overcome many obstacles and become stronger. Fanmo felt awkward and said that there was nothing special here. He just saw that Hirikara had great potential, which could make this world much more interesting. The only thing missing was levels, which is what Fanmo wished for his good friend. Fanmo also said that Brother Quan had already reached level 23 and could soon catch up with Hirikara, and then it would no longer be interesting which of them would reach the top first. Hirikara said that it was quite a fun competition, and he agreed to accept it, after which he wished Fang Mo good luck, and began to head to the capital to tell his instructor all the news. By the way, Hirikara asked Fang Mo to be more careful in the future when he decides to rob a large guild and steal a valuable dagger. Fang Mo was even surprised that Hirikara noticed and understood everything and said that he would try. After some time, Hirikara arrived back in the capital and stood again in front of the old building that had been the rifleman's training building. Approaching the door, Hirikara seemed to catch a prediction and thought that now something unexpected was waiting for him again. Opening the door near his head, a bullet flies and screams and sounds of battle are heard in the house. Hirikara, a little scared, said that he knew that nothing changes in this building. Right at the entrance, Hirikaru was met by an old man who was very annoyed and was preparing to take another shot. He began to ask the boy why he had returned so early. Hirikara slowly began to take the coin that Sir Richard had given him out of his pocket and hand it to old Jack, saying that he should know what it was and who it belonged to. The old man froze and could not believe his eyes. He felt from that coin a part of the power of his old friend Richard, with whom he had fought in the war. This coin said that he was still alive, after which the mentor sat down at the table with Hirikara, and the boy asked Jack what this object was, and the old man immediately understood who it belonged to. Jack said that it was a magic beacon. It is filled with a small magical power of the owner and shows his location. Such items were given to the commanders of the troops that fought in the war, and by them one could determine the condition of the owner. Sir Richard led the assault squad that was at the front in the war, after which the old man began to ask Hirikara to tell everything he learned about the missing comrades, and Hirikara said that there was a possibility that Greenwood and Meredith had gone over to the enemy side, but this was not accurate information, and all the evidence should be in the kingdom's library, where the archive is located. After which the old man gets up and starts looking at the wall, telling Hirikara that they have to do a very dangerous thing, and a new task appears on our shooter's game screen. Hirikara grabs his head and gets very upset because he knew that it could come to this. But he is not a spy and does not want to break the law in the game at all. The old man approaches the boy and with his piercing gaze and proud voice says that if he is a coward, then he has no place in the rifle corps, or is he afraid that he might not be allowed into the castle? Hirikara nervously replies that he has not advanced so far in his career that he would simply be allowed into the castle, much less into the state's secret data. Suddenly, the old man says that there is no need to worry because he will go with him and make sure that they can get into the castle, but Hirikara will have to act on his own further, since Jack will take on a different role. In this case, Hirikara agrees, realizing that if he does not complete this task, the punishment for failure or refusal of the mission is quite severe, and many residents will lose trust in him. Soon, Instructor Jack led Hirikara to the entrance of the castle, having previously disguised his student as a simple servant. At the entrance, they were met by a guard who checked all visitors. The guard recognized the old commander of the rifle battalion and greeted him, then asked him who the young man behind him was, and the old man replied that he was his assistant, after which the guard lets the couple through, wishing them a good day and to behave properly if they meet a person of high rank. While Hirikara followed the old man, he told him that the castle was full of traps and the boy should not go far, because if he was caught in the forbidden area, he would be captured and put behind bars, while they would cruelly torture him, thinking that he was working for demons. They went down the stairs deep down and came to a room where there were no doors or windows, but there was a red carpet on the floor that led to the wall, as if there was a passage there. Hirikara thought that it was even predictable and obvious. The developers had overlooked this nuance a little. There was a magical object hanging near the wall. The old man came closer and extended his hand, and the ball began to glow from filling it with magical energy. Suddenly, the old man told Hirikara to get ready and hide away so that he would not be seen. Hirikara quickly hid behind a pot and watched quietly. The door opened, and a man in a magical robe came out. He was smiling, but it didn't seem like he was happy to see an old friend. He extended his hand to Jack, saying that he had not expected to see one of the three heroes who had saved humanity in such a remote place as the entrance to the archive. The old man said that he had simply wanted to meet his friend. Meanwhile, Hirikara was in hiding and quietly watched, trying to hear what they were talking about. After which, the magician said in a rather rude manner that he doubted that a man like the shooter, Jack, would voluntarily decide to come to an old acquaintance. This was Darius, whom old Jack had known as a young magician who served in Christopher's army of magicians. Darius started saying that he knew Jack's habits and ways pretty well, since he had crossed paths with him a lot when he was younger. If Jack was just coming somewhere to see someone, then that was definitely not true. After which Darius takes a few steps and says that Jack is too predictable and clearly didn't come alone and wants to find out something, right? The old man himself didn't say anything, but simply watched Darius. Meanwhile, Hirikara began to get nervous and grabbed his mouth so that he wouldn't be heard, because there was already a suspicion, and that magician was clearly not just following closer to the guy. Darius walks up to the nearest plant jug and grabs it, trying to push it away, expecting to see the man behind it who came with Old Man Jack. But there was no one behind the pot, and it was only in vain that he turned the pot over. A dead Teshina reigned in the air, and after that the old man said that apparently during the long absence Darius's strong imagination had run wild. After which the magician turns to the old man and, smiling strangely, replies that apparently he was mistaken, and Jack really did come alone, just to chat. Hirikara takes advantage of the moment to slip into the archive and start searching for information. He started to go down the stairs, and looking back a little, realized that he didn't have much time, and the fact that he managed to get through was still thanks to the old man. After which, Hirikara noticed that this staircase was somehow strange and there was no end in sight, only a strange green fog. But there was no time to hesitate. The boy started running and everything around him started to behave strangely, as if he was caught in a loop that gradually twisted the path and seemed to move him to another dimension. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet disappeared and Hirikara found himself in zero gravity, where a strange book was flying, exuding the power of magic. It was a circle of movement into a closed space where the archive was. Everything around seemed incredible and all the bookshelves seemed to be floating in the sky. In this case, Hirikara began to worry that among so many shelves it would be quite problematic for him to find the cabinet where there was information and evidence of what happened on the night of the disappearance of the two shooters. Suddenly he notices that one cabinet is glowing as if it was the developer's idea that they lead the player straight to the place where everything needed is. Thanks to them for that. Flying closer, Hirikara sees that there was a lot of secret information and maps with reports of the entire world, which on the gaming market could be worth a fortune, considering that a map of part of the world costs a lot of money. He sees a book on which it was written that it contained reports from the period of the Second War, and begins to pull it out. Suddenly, a bright glow appears around him and a notification pops up on the game screen that Hirikara received data during the Second War against demons. He was also honored to receive a map of the entire game world, which was really cool since no one else in the game had all the data and where it could go. Suddenly, Hirikara received a notification that he was receiving a task to find a person who had made a map and needed help. The reward was not very high and indicated that it would be a fairly simple quest. Also, thanks to the opportunity that the developers made, all the books that concerned Hirikara were automatically read and all the information was stored in his inventory, and he could learn a lot about this world. He also found a letter, which was quite interesting, where it was said that one of the magicians had committed a great deed that could lead to the collapse of the entire state. The source of the letter had disappeared, and someone had erased the name of that magician, suspiciously. Hirikara also began to leaf through other books that might contain reports from officers on the battlefield, which was also an important clue since there might also be a report from Sir Richard. That's how it is. All the data that happened during the war was recorded in this book, and it was necessary to act quickly before the magicians came here. One of the pages even contained information about a secret mission for Greenwood and Meredith's squad of shooters, who were supposed to go to a certain point and set up an ambush for the leader of the demons, after which Hirakawa summons the item that the old man gave him to record all the information on it, and then hand it over to the master to finally understand why the two heroes decided to disappear. Suddenly, Hirakawa heard voices that were getting closer and louder. He realized that he had to hurry and act quickly so that he would not be found. It was Darius and his friend who were going down to the archives to check everything since Darius still didn't trust Jack, who said he just came to see him. The magician asked Darius what exactly needed to be checked, because he doubted that someone would be able to penetrate the royal archive so easily. Darius told him to look through everything, especially the data from the war period. The mage said that he dared not contradict the order, but still he doubted that anything could be missing. This magician, gradually moving, examined all the cabinets that were nearby, and since he was an experienced librarian, he could well understand whether something was missing. Meanwhile, Darius took the book that was nearby and also began to check if everything was in place. Suddenly, the magician who was examining the bookshelves began to scream, as if something terrible had happened and attracted the attention of his commander. As a librarian, he claims that on one of the shelves these books were not arranged in order, which means that someone took them and perhaps this person is still here. They became very excited and began to look around and understand that they needed to urgently go outside and sound the alarm that a spy had infiltrated the archive. Meanwhile, Hirakawa successfully began to get out of the archives and run up the stairs, hoping that he would have enough time to hide and not be caught by the guards. Having emerged from the underground corridors into the palace, Hirakawa stopped near the fountain to catch his breath and look around, since there was no obvious alarm yet and no guards were visible. Suddenly, he hears guards running around the corner and one shouting for everyone to split into pairs and move in different directions to search for the spy. Hirakawa realized that he had very little time, and the guards could notice him at any moment, and he did not want to risk getting caught, considering that for this he would fail the mission and end up in prison. He ran along the wall and tried to find a way out before the guards showed up. There was no one around yet, which meant they hadn't gotten here yet. At the last moment, a familiar holy knight comes out from around the corner, who did not expect that someone would rush towards him at high speed. The boys didn't have time to react and hit each other. This collision was quite strong and unexpected, so they flew apart. After speaking to Hirakawa about why he was running around the palace like that, the soldier pointed out that he knew the man. They both held their heads in surprise to meet each other at such a time in the palace. The holy knight named Dodik extends his hand to Hirakawa, greeting him and congratulating him that he is now able to enter the royal palace. While they were trying to come to their senses, shouts from guards and other people began to be heard nearby, saying that a spy had appeared in the palace and that he needed to be caught immediately. Two mages who came running from the archive noticed that the holy knight was standing with some man who looked like a stranger and started shouting that it was probably a spy, and the holy knight caught him. Hirakawa began to scratch his head and try to justify himself by saying that this was some kind of misunderstanding and that he had come here with his mentor just for a walk. Sir Dodik, putting his hand on his heart, began to tell the gentleman magicians that he knows this man well, and this is clearly a misunderstanding, because he is standing in defense of his city and country, protecting it from monsters. He told the mages that this was the very adventurer who was able to defeat the head of the monster settlement and one of the minions of the demon lord with whom they fought. Mr. Darius began to say that this did not make this man innocent, because at such a time of day no outsider could be on the territory of the royal palace. Sir, Dodik looked quite stern and asked the mages if they were really questioning the actions of a man who could deal with the head of the monsters and the faithful companion of the holy knights. Hirakawa, listening to Dodika, began to feel such a pleasant feeling in his heart, as if he had a person who was ready to protect him in any situation. Mr. Darius grabbed his head, realizing that without evidence nothing could be proven here, and he understood that this holy knight would not back down so easily. In that case, he points to Hirakawa and asks him if he is the shooter. If so, then he must know Instructor Jack, right? Hirakawa replies that of course he knows Mr. Jack since he is the only instructor at the archery academy. That is perfectly normal. The magician realized that he would not prove anything in this way and understood that they should retreat for now, but take control of this issue and find out everything regarding the missing data. After such a squabble, Hirakawa began to thank the Lord Knight a little modestly for intervening and helping to get out of such a stupid situation. The Holy Knight replied that there was no need for gratitude, since the Lord Archer defended the kingdom no worse than the knights. After which the guys began to move towards the exit, as Hirikara asked to be led there. But a dark shadow of a man appeared behind them, which looked very much like Mr. Jack in his hat. And so it was. Old Jack said that he came to pick up his assistant, because he managed to get lost in this castle, and thanked the Holy Knight for his help. The knight replied that it was not difficult, and for him it was an honor to come to the aid of the hero who saved the kingdom. After which Sir Dodik said goodbye to Hirikara and Mr. Jack, wishing them a good evening and a safe journey, after which Hirikara and his mentor began to move towards the exit and leave the castle. The old man decided to carefully ask Hirikara if everything went well, to which the boys simply smiled. They were pleased and gave a fist bump that their mission had been successful, and most importantly, that they would now be one step closer to the truth regarding the two shooters who had disappeared after the war. Arriving at the rifle corps, they sat down at the table and did not waste a minute to begin studying the information and finding out the whole truth regarding old Jack's friends. Hirikara learned that one evening a guard patrolling the camp where the troops were based noticed two people leaving the camp. He asked them to stop and show permission, but they reacted rather sharply, and Mrs. Meredith shot the guard straight in the leg with her musket without hesitation, after which several groups were sent out to search for the traitors, and all of them were wounded in the leg or arm, which forced them to retreat. In the end, the report said that Mr. Greenwood and Mrs. Meredith had joined the demon squad and disappeared into the dark forest. This was the knight's report. Now Sir Richard's report that the latter had spoken with two gentlemen who had decided to escape. He was quite sure that the action of the archers was not connected with treason at all. That evening, he remembered well that Mr. Greenwood and Miss Meredith asked Sir Richard not to pursue them under any circumstances, since they were leaving this land and did not want to fight anymore. Their last words were that this kingdom was fighting the wrong enemy, and that within the castle walls there were those who were plotting even more terrible than war. The head of the mages, Mr. Christopher, should not be trusted. Hirikara understood that if they were talking like that about the country's chief magician, then there was clearly something fishy going on. And considering that he was also the king's right hand, he had access to all the information and resources, which was extremely valuable. Remembering that it was after the order of Mr. Christopher that a spell was cast on Sir Richard to hide his memory, many things come together, and apparently that supreme mage is trying to cover up all traces of his actions. Meanwhile, the old man was also immersed in studying the information he had received and was quite calm at first glance, which seemed strange. Suddenly he hits the table with his fist and says that it is simply unbelievable. It turns out that Meredith was pregnant. Hirikara, hearing this, did not even immediately understand what the old man meant. Suddenly it dawned on him, and he assumed that in that case it was not a fact that the couple had gone over to the demon's side. Perhaps they had simply decided to run away from everything in order to live in peace and raise the baby. The old man recalled that they had been together for so many years, and even before the war, he had no idea that Meredith could be pregnant, even though she and Greenwood were a couple, after which the old man began to get up from the table and sigh calmly, hoping that they were still alive. Hirikara said that there was a possibility that they had learned something terrible about the country's chief mage and had tried to interfere, but they had been found out. The old man, looking out the window at the sky full of stars, said that now he feels that it has become much easier for him, realizing that his old comrades can be alive and raising their baby. Hirikara replied that he hoped so too, but then it would mean that they left the kingdom because they were in danger. The old man continued to stand and think about what he had learned that evening. Hirikara knew that this was clearly something that affected the entire country, and that things could only get worse. Or on the contrary, if this story developed rapidly, the kingdom would become even stronger thanks to Hirikara's actions. After which he receives a notification on the game screen that he has received a task from Old Man Jack, which says the following. The old man asks Hirikara to come to him in a few days, and in the meantime he should think carefully about what to do next with the information he has received. Hirikara agrees and silently gets ready to leave. Coming out of the school building, he turned around and thought that he hoped everything would be okay with the old man, and that he would accept the fact that his comrades had become hostages of the situation and had left this city not just as traitors, but as those who had learned something terrible. Hirikara didn't like was that he took so many risks to get all this information, and he didn't even get a couple of coins, and all he got was the data and the map, as well as Jack's respect, which was not really enough, since Hirikara wanted to make money. Suddenly, Hirikara heard a crowd gathering behind him and shouting something, which was quite strange to see at that time of day. There was a scene where they called out different lots, like some kind of auction where players sold their things. Many people wanted to come to the auction because there was no commission and you could sell items hand to hand. Some players even tried to sell high-level gear by shouting out their item and the item level to attract buyers. Hirikara remembered that he had many different items that he had collected from doing various quests and killing monsters. And considering that the class of the item played a significant role in its price, it was worth selling something valuable. He remembered that he had a monster chief spear that he had received while completing a quest, and it was elite level. But because of his archer class, he couldn't use it, which meant it could be sold. But how much could it cost? Entering the item portal where there are prices for almost all items that can be in the game, Hirikara found that spear and was stunned by the cost. His eyes opened so wide that he could not believe such figures. He started laughing, and being happy that this spear was worth more than 10 million won, which was just unbelievable, and now he would be able to make money. Some of the guys even noticed his reaction and wondered what he was doing. Hirikara's mother worked at a food service establishment and she worked until late, worrying about her child who had become disabled. She worked part-time at this establishment in addition to her main job to earn money for her son's treatment and to pull him out of the state where he did not want to live. The owner of the establishment sat on a chair and watched TV while ordering the woman to clean up as quickly as possible. Having finished cleaning, she approached the chef and asked him to help with the service, since she should start cooking while the guests were settling in the establishment. But in response, she heard only a complaint that she was working slowly since she could not cope with such tasks alone. The woman understood that she could not lose her job and simply agreed with the boss and continued to do business around the establishment. Suddenly, she receives a message and she can't help but look as she worries about her son and carefully monitors that he eats on time and rests. Hirikara asked his mother to give him her bank account number and come home quickly. His mother, a little confused, gives him the account. She sees a message from the bank saying that your balance has been replenished by 10 million won. There was genuine surprise in her eyes, and she was a little worried when she saw such a huge amount transferred to her bank account. Meanwhile, Hirikara, sitting in his wheelchair, smiled and was happy that he was able to earn such a large amount and thank his mother for trying and continuing to worry about him. After which, he is happy that he even managed to sell this weapon for more, and there is still about 1.5 million won left on his card, which means he should continue playing, and soon he will be able to save up the necessary amount for treatment. Running his fingers over the machine of total immersion in the virtual world, he understands that this is truly the best gift, which gives the opportunity to move again and earn money. Remembering those days when Qin Xiu gave it to her, having paid a considerable amount of 8 million, now it seems that it was worth it and the feelings that it gives. That long and difficult path of a weak hunter who ran after rabbits and hit them with his musket until the moment when he defeated the strong boss of the forest single-handedly. The meeting of incredible creatures who became comrades and those moments when incredible shots were made from a long distance. All these events left a big imprint on his memory and many pleasant memories, which will now only increase as he still has a lot to learn about this virtual world of sword and magic. After which, Hirikara remembered that he had several tasks that he needed to complete, and considering that he would only be able to get to Old Jack in a few days, he should take on the task of delivering the lunchbox. Looking at the time and realizing that it is still quite early, the boy decides to dive back into this amazing world and finally find the place where the parcel needs to be delivered. He felt like a superhero who enters the world by putting on his costume and becomes a savior and comrade for many, showing that he is pure in heart and thoughts. Qin Xiu was fighting one of the strongest players in the world. He tried to resist the attacks of this beast, but it was like beating a baby. One strike, just one, and Qin Xiu felt intense pain as the beast's sword dealt a fatal wound, cutting the boy in half. In the last seconds, Qin Xiu realized that no one could handle such power, even with the highest level. Suddenly, in the middle of the late evening, a scream was heard from the room, which could be heard even on the street. The neighbors from other floors woke up in surprise and turned on the light. It was just a dream. Qin Xiu woke up in a cold sweat from fear, seeing the picture of him being killed with particular cruelty by the beast. This is the second time he's tormented and cannot sleep normally because of the game. Suddenly he hears a phone ringing and gets a little scared because he doesn't understand who needs him at this time of day. There is a car with full immersion nearby and it glows blue, and this means that he can play and the ban for death has already ended. Walking up to the desk, he saw that the incoming call was from Hirikara. Kinshuu was a little surprised at what his brother wanted at such a time. He calmed down a bit and picked up the phone, asking what Hirikara wanted at such a time. The brother said that he wanted to invite him to dinner tomorrow, since he had managed to earn some good money. Kinshuu fell on the bed and, lying down, began to ask Hirikara if he had really sold something valuable from his inventory, to which Hirikara replied that he was lucky to stumble upon an expensive item, and they wanted to celebrate this event with a fine dinner. Kinshuu said that of course he would be there because he hadn't logged into the game for a long time and now had enough time to come visit his brother. After hanging up and saying goodbye, Kinshuu recalled the moments when he first met Hirikaru in the game and was already surprised that he was able to level up so well, having only been in the game for a few days. After which, Kinshuu approached his gaming setup with full immersion and realized that he shouldn't give up and quit because of that beast and other top players, but should strive to become stronger and enjoy the game like my brother. Meanwhile, Hirikara logged back into the game with the desire to learn more about the quest that he had been unable to complete for so long, being in deep thought. He opened his inventory where only money and the very same lunchbox that needed to be delivered to his sister, the owner of a meat restaurant, remained. Hirikara already knew where he was heading, but he couldn't help but wonder if it was possible that an item of such value was worth delivering to the shop or selling it for a huge amount of money. Then the boy decided that he needed to first figure everything out and come to the right conclusion. Otherwise, if he simply sold the item and got rich, then in the game it could affect something else, and whether it was worth doing this if there were other items that could be sold and slowly collect the required amount of money for treatment. Soon, Hirikara found himself near a large building where, according to rumors from the sellers, the younger sister of that same restaurant owner, named Clarice, lived. Hirikara knocked on the door and was immediately opened by a very tall, attractive-looking girl. She was definitely the sister of the restaurant owner, if only because of her height. Hirikara was a little confused when he saw such a tall beauty that he forgot what he was supposed to say, and when she asked him what he needed at such a late hour, he began to worry. He knew he had to show proof of his involvement with the restaurant owner and pass on information regarding the lunchbox, but without hinting that he had it. He decides to use the dish he prepared while studying with the chef of the steakhouse and say that he would like Mrs. Clarice to taste this dish, and he would like to discuss the package that should be delivered soon. The girl, having heard about the package, decides to let the guy in and listen to what he has to say. Meanwhile, Hirikara was glad that his persuasion skill helped him get in, and now all that was left was to carefully find out why this lunchbox was needed. She asked the boy to sit down at the table while she prepared some tea, as she understood that the dialogue would not be quick, and they had a lot to talk about. Hirikara started with the main thing and said that a package from your sister's restaurant should arrive in the capital soon, but for now he would like to know why the sisters live at a distance. Clarice, pouring tea into her cup, replies that they are quite similar in their views on life and are quite good entrepreneurs. That is why they opened a place where people can have a good time and eat their fill. But she moved to the capital because she wanted to make her own business profitable. She also says in surprise, did her sister really not tell her anything about her? Hirikara replied that he did not even understand where exactly to look for her house in the capital, let alone about the personal achievements of Lady Clarice. Hirikara also decided to find out whether it was really that difficult to open a restaurant in the capital, to which Clarice responded as if she didn't understand the question, as if the boy didn't know anything at all about what was needed for this business. Hirikara started to smile and act a little nervous, so as not to make an even bigger fool of himself, but his sincere reaction said it all. But Clarice, looking at the naive boy's face, smiled as if he interested her and said that everything was much more complicated than he thought, and it was not only about money, but also about the way to attract attention. Hirikara was surprised, although he understood that such a thing as advertising exists everywhere, and in order to try such rare meat as in that lunchbox, you need to know about it. Clarice said that the dish made from the meat of that rare Highland bird tasted quite good, and if it was prepared by a master, then every self-respecting person would want to pay a considerable sum for just a piece of this meat. Rich people of the kingdom would want first and would offer incredible things or even money to get what they wanted. After which, Hirikara thought, Since there was only one lunchbox, only one person would be able to buy it, and considering that they would be offering it to the richest and most influential people, the conclusion suggests itself. This dish will be served to the king himself, which means it's not just for fun. Maybe these sisters will actually be able to get not just a place at the restaurant, but something more. Hirikara tried to say his guess as to who the lunchbox was for, but Clarice moved closer and touched her finger to the boy's lips to keep him from saying anything. Hirikara understood that in this case everything was based only on income, and the main thing here was the money that they could get. But is opening a restaurant in the capital only like that? After which, Clarice thought about it and said that it was already so late, and she was home alone with a young guy. What might the neighbors think? To which Hirikara reacted rather quickly and finished her drink and quickly said goodbye, wishing her all the best. After which he leaves the building at full speed so as not to bother the girl at such a late hour. Clarice did not even have time to understand what happened, as if that boy was so shy and stupid, but still, she understood that the letter that her sister had sent her fully described Hirikara, and that he was quite an intelligent person. After which, Hirikara decided to exit the game and think a little more whether it was worth giving this valuable lunchbox to a non-player character, or still sell it on the market and raise a fairly large sum. He suspected that these sisters were not just looking strong, but maybe their restaurant business was just a cover and they were actually doing something else. After which the mother runs into the room screaming and rushing to her son with bags of food. Qin Xiu stood behind, a little surprised that the mother reacted like that and simply smiled, understanding the reason. Hirikara was still thinking about what had happened, and for him such a reaction of his mother was unexpected. She began to hug her son so tightly and ask him where he got so much money. She felt such a strong surge of emotion that she couldn't hold back her tears, and all she needed was that her son was not broken in spirit and continued to live despite everything. But she was still worried that Hirikara would not get involved in some kind of adventure and that this money was legal. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Hirikara began to calm his mother down, saying that this was all honest money, and now he would try to explain to her how it happened. He asked Qin Xiu to help him with this matter, because thanks to him he was able to experience a new world filled with opportunities to make money. Qin Xiu felt as if he had become the bridge that led his brother to a new life. After a nice and hearty dinner and hearing his mother tell him how they were able to make money in the game, Hirikara decided to approach Qin Xiu and say that he wanted to give that lunchbox for the task. The kid didn't immediately understand what was being talked about, but then he remembered that Hirikara had told him about an item that could increase a character's stats by a large amount, and its cost was estimated at hundreds of millions of won. After which he looked at Hirikara with such a face as if he had seen the most incredible thing in his life. He certainly did not expect this, and until the very end, he thought that they were now celebrating the money they had received for selling this very item. Hirikara understands his brother's reaction, but he suspects that if he gives up the lunchbox, he will end up with something much more valuable in the future. Qin Xiu walked up to his brother and grabbed him by the shoulders, and with a face filled with tears and surprise, began to beg him not to do such a stupid thing and to sell the item instead, which would help pay for the treatment and start walking again. Hirikara says that he understands everything, but he can still make money if he continues to kill strong monsters and level up. But now he feels that it would be better to do so. Hirikara also says that he suspects that the restaurant is just a cover, and judging by many of the answers of that owner, she has a lot of information, and it may be a guild that owns and collects data. Qin Xiu thought about it after hearing this. He remembered that he once completed a task where he had to contact the guild for information, but they asked for a huge sum of about 30 gold. He had failed the mission because of that incident, and was very unhappy that the information in this game was so expensive. Hirikara was shocked by the amount. Qin Xiu, folding his hands, decides that there is a possibility of this, considering that among the players who have sufficient information there are very few, and they most likely sell it for a lot of money. Hirikara also remembered, listening to his brother, that he had received so much information about this world in the archive that he could find out everything that had happened from the Second War with demons to this day. Then Hirikara asked if players were really not allowed to use the information in the palace. Qin Xiu replied that no, because it only belonged to the king and his close associates. If everyone could freely use the library or archive, then a lot would change considering how many mysteries this world holds. Hirakawa also says that most likely they want to give this lunchbox to the king personally, which means that in return they will ask for something of equal value, and it could be almost anything. Kinshuu remembered and decided to ask why the item needed for the quest can be sold. Is that even possible? Hirakawa thought about it and remembered that he had received lunchboxes, but they could not be sold, and this one was really different. The guys assumed that maybe there are such tasks where there can be several possible developments, and if you sell an item that is needed for the task and come empty-handed, then you will simply fail or the task conditions will change. Kinshuu also said that the conditions of the task change quite rarely, only if the player has the skill of persuasion and trade. When talking to the inhabitants of the world, you can negotiate for changes to the task. Hirakawa thought about it and said that he had such skills and repeatedly changed the task by taking more risks to get a higher reward. Chinshu said that maybe this was the answer to the question of why he was given a lunchbox that could be sold. After dinner, Hirakawa went back to Clarissa's house to settle this quest once and for all. He felt that if he gave the package, he could get much more than just the reward for delivering it and an invitation to the restaurant opening. He knocks on the door and opens it. Meanwhile, Clarissa was sitting at the table and did not expect to meet a person at such a time in her house. Hirakawa apologizes for not confessing right away and takes out the lunchbox from his inventory to give it to the girl. He didn't want to act so strangely at the beginning of their acquaintance and decided to give the package. The girl came up and started giggling, saying that she knew he was the one who was supposed to deliver the lunchbox. Her sister had warned her that the boy was quite cautious and wouldn't just give the package away without knowing what it was for. Taking the box, she was glad that finally their restaurant could open and the condition of the dish inside was in perfect order. Considering how many times the package was supposed to be delivered to her, it never arrived. And this was the first time in a long time that someone delivered it. Hirakawa, after she said that she knew that he was the one who had to deliver the package, froze in place and understood that this was a double defeat, that it was all a game and she was waiting for him to give the package. But at the right moment he left the establishment, after which she asked him to sit down at the table while she served tea. She smiled and was clearly pleased that everything had gone well and that she could finally begin the main task. While pouring drinks, she said that she understood the boy, that he did not give this parcel right away, because if a person has intelligence and a drop of greed, then he will doubt to part with such an expensive item, or is simply a fool who does not understand the value of this item. She said that if Hirakawa had not been so cautious and quick-witted, he would certainly not have decided to do such a thing as bring this valuable item to her. The boy decided to find out if he was right in guessing that the parcel would go to that person. The owner of the restaurant said that if they could get the package, their business would go up and their position with the nobility would rise quite a bit. Clarice also said that Hirakawa seemed to have an inkling of what the sisters were trying to do and what they were doing. Hirakawa was amazed by such insight and began to get a little nervous as the situation was getting a little tense, considering that Clarice understood that they would want to use her for their own purposes. After which she put that box on the table and opened it, telling that it was because of this meat that many people with high status in the kingdom were willing to do anything to get this meat. After which she sighed and said that she remembered one important thing that she had to do. Hirakawa continued to feel the pressure in the air and was a little wary. Clarice moved away a little and said that she remembered that her sister had asked her to do something very important after the package was delivered, namely to kill the person who brought it. She uses a magic spell and attacks the guy quite unexpectedly, causing furniture to fly around and glass to break in the building. Hirakawa manages to dodge, covering himself with a table. He was perplexed by what this girl was doing and pointed his musket at her and told her to explain her actions. Clarice behaved quite calmly and was surprised that the boy managed to dodge such an attack, after which 3 warriors with different types of weapons break into the building and try to attack the boy. Hirakawa barely manages to dodge the attack and realizes that he is in a disadvantageous position. One of the attackers jumped from a height and was rapidly approaching. Without thinking twice, Hirakawa pointed his musket at him, so that in case of danger he could shoot him. He fires a shot, but the attacker somehow manages to dodge the bullet in midair. Although for a split second it seemed like the bullet had hit, it had no effect on the attacker. The shooter manages to block the swordsman's attack by placing his musket and trying to fight back in a close attack. This was not at all advantageous for the shooter, since the narrow space and close combat are a bad idea for a battle. He managed to fight off the attack of one warrior by kicking him and throwing him aside, but there were two more nearby, and they surrounded the guy. In that case, Hirikara couldn't think of anything else but to make a shelter out of something that the warriors wouldn't dare touch. Hirikara points his musket at Clarice and orders her to remove her warriors from the building and let him go. He will also take back the lunchbox, and if he notices that he is being followed, he will finish the girl off. He was nervous, and with his musket pointed, he felt no fear at all from Clarice, who simply stood there sipping her drink as if nothing had happened. She started to smile and say that she doubted that he could handle her warriors even if he shot her. In that case, she understood all the risks perfectly well. Then Hirikara said that in any case they would get into trouble, since the Holy Knights would come here at the sound of the shot and would definitely deal with everyone. Hirikara felt this ominous situation until the very end, that it could end if he made even one mistake. He could not be distracted and take his musket away from Clarice, otherwise the warriors would attack and finish him off. The girl, looking at what was happening, understood and said that Hirikara was not stupid at all and handled such a difficult situation quite well. Even bluff and rice can be justified if the opponent has no guts, after which Hirikara did not quite understand what she was leading to and felt that the oppressive aura ceased and everything around became calm, as if there had been no battle, and they could again conduct a calm dialogue. Clarice snaps her fingers and those warriors disappear as if they were created from the shadows. She says it was a necessary measure to test the capabilities of the master marksman who delivered the package. She said she was generally pleased with the outcome, but there were some things the boy should have done a little differently. She even got a little turned on, feeling his excited gaze as he pointed his musket at her. But Hirikara realized that if this was a test, then it wasn't just a restaurant. It was something bigger, and they might have information or something else. He decides to say that nothing is finished yet. Clarice even started to get nervous, saying that she was really sorry, but it was necessary to make sure that he wasn't a pathetic coward. Hirikara says that it's not really right to do that, considering that he could have died, and that's not a joke. He demands that Clarissa give him a worthy reward for such a test, and in the event of their further joint activities, his words or actions should not be questioned. She starts laughing and saying that he is a worthy warrior, that he is able to achieve his goals without worrying about the consequences. If Hirikara wants it so much, then he is a worthy warrior. After which she agrees, and Hirikara raises his musket, slightly relaxed but still on guard, since after this it will be difficult to trust her words. She extends her hand and says that she welcomes Hirikara to the opening of the Clarice Meat Cuisine restaurant. In that case, she has information for the shooter that could help him become even stronger. After which, Hirikara, full of determination and a little distrust, accepts the reward and prepares to study and complete this quest. Having received interesting information from Mrs. Clarice, Hirikara went to the wastelands, where many different monsters lived, especially goblins. Also, various rare herbs grew there, which were indicated in the information. He calmly picked the grass, which was very important for making high-level medicine, and reasoned that such information was very useful. After he filled the bag with grass, he decided to look down from the cliff, thinking that with such information it would be much easier for him to increase his level, because Hirikara was on top of a narrow cliff, which gave him a great view and the ability to kill hordes of monsters without getting attacked. After destroying a whole horde of monsters and collecting healing herbs, Hirikara decided to go down and realize that time in the game passes much faster than in real life, and you can go to the mentor. After some time, Hirikara came to the capital and headed to the old shabby building that was the base for training shooters. He periodically thought about telling the old man that it needed repairs and then maybe shooters would appear. Hirikara, entering the house, was surprised that he was not met with danger and no one attacked him, pointing his musket to the back of his head. After which he goes into the room and opens the doors. Jack was standing there and was glad to see the boy. Hirikara noticed that he had changed somehow and no longer looked so serious and gloomy, and even seemed to have grown younger. Jack, looking at the boy, said that he had changed, probably been out hunting all this time. Hirikara was even a little confused by what he saw. Such a polite man that he does not try to put his gun to someone else's head, but on the contrary, he politely and as if caring for the boy responded, after which Hirikara said that it was so. He spent time hunting and was very pleased with the result, since he managed to raise a lot of levels and now he is at 48th. After which Jack said, it was time to begin training the young shooter so that he would become a new generation of shooters who could fight strong opponents, Not inferior to magicians and holy knights, Hirikara was a little scared, as he did not expect that he would have to train again, because he had completed all the tasks. Jack said that now they would hunt more difficult opponents and would increase his agility characteristics. Hirikara was already pumping everything into agility and began to think that he didn't need it anymore. He rather wanted to be taught how to reload his musket faster and deal more damage. But the old man told him to go to the suburbs where interesting monsters live. Half an hour later, Hirikara arrives via teleport to a settlement between the rocks. There were many kites and other birds flying around that fed on the flesh of corpses, as there were many monsters and adventurers who challenged the hungry creatures. Upon entering, the scene was the same as in any other location. Crowds of adventurers were gathering squads to fight monsters of different types. Some needed mages, while others needed melee warriors. Among the crowd of adventurers, there were even those who talked about the monsters that lived here and their weak points, so that other adventurers could resist these creatures. The rocky terrain was quite empty, and it seemed that there was nothing there, but the main danger came from the ground, as there were stone golems that formed their bodies only when they saw prey. There were also plants that crawled out from the ground and attacked with their vines, pulling adventurers into their mouths. Unfortunately for Hirikara, no one needed an adventurer who wielded a musket, since maneuverability is the main thing in battle, and a shooter is a warrior of one position, and his reload time is quite long, which does not give him a chance of survival. In this case, Hirikara is already accustomed to acting alone and is able to go where he wants, choosing a route to his liking. He thanked his mother for allowing him to become a sniper and reach unprecedented heights in the army. Although this was now the only thing he could do well, it was shoot. Soon, while he was climbing the rocks, he heard strange conversations and shouts, as if there was a battle going on there in the style of gachi. The excited men shouted vulgar and strange words at the golem they were fighting, and tried in every way to take possession of his dignity, which was quite strange. Hirikara even felt a bit uneasy and started to run away, sympathizing with the golem that such strange guys who admire what is between the legs stood in his way. After a while, Hirikara found himself in a crevice between the rocks and was walking along the bed where a river once flowed. He did not meet anyone, and it was quite quiet around, as if there were no monsters here. Suddenly, the stone from under his foot began to move quickly in the opposite direction, as if it were alive. Hirikara was a little scared and realized that there would be a fight now. That little rock started rolling towards the big pile of rocks, and they started shaking and joining together. Then bright eyes started glowing on one of the rocks, and the rock rose up. It was a golem. Hirikara, however, did not lose his head, but on the contrary began to quickly load his musket, feeling a great surge of strength and desire to finally fight the enemy from the area where strong monsters live. He took a stance and was a little pleased as he had managed to reduce the reload speed to 40 seconds, which was not a small amount. He aimed his musket at the golem's head and prepared to fire. This giant, having risen fully before the start of the battle, decided to scream, trying to intimidate the enemy so that he would surrender and accept his death. Hirikara makes a precise shot at the monster's head and hits the target right on target, tearing out a large piece of stone and the monster's eye. Surprisingly, the monster only stopped for a second and became even more angry, but did not die. Hirikara realized that he had been so self-confident in vain, and the monster turned out to be much more difficult than the previous ones. He had to try again and began loading his musket, simultaneously breaking the distance. Hirikara, already a little nervous, aims his musket to fire and hopes that the next bullet will be able to deal with the golem. Meanwhile, this huge monster did not lag behind the guy, and when the shooter stopped, the golem decided to trample him for such impudence as to inflict a wound on him. Hirikara decides to use his skill, which calms his breathing and helps him focus, putting aside all other feelings and thus increasing the likelihood of a fatal shot. With a smile on his face, Hirikara makes a precise shot at the monster's head, so that it could not survive and was blown to pieces, after which he felt that he had the strength to cope with the local monsters and improve his characteristics, despite the dangers and the fact that he was alone. Hirikara, seeing how scared the monster was, realized that he was still capable of dealing with such a creature. Although not with one bullet, he was able to defeat such a monster made of stone, after which Hirikara began to turn around and think about how to continue the battle and where to find the next monster. Meanwhile, something strange began to happen behind him. Suddenly, Hirikara felt strange sounds behind him, as if something big was starting to move. Hirikara couldn't believe that this monster would be alive. This golem had fully recovered and was preparing to launch a very powerful attack, and Hirikara couldn't believe his eyes and knew that he had to do something quickly. The golem turned his hand into a huge sledgehammer and hits the ground where the boy was standing. Everything around him turns into a crater, and the ground becomes like a fragile stone that shatters from such a blow. Although the shooter managed to jump back from the blow of that mace, he was unable to escape the blast wave, and the boy flies off to the side, very frightened, after which he lands on the ground after doing a few turns and tries to stop and prepare for battle. He was shocked that such a monster has regeneration, and he should find that weak spot from which he can die. Hirikara points his musket at the enraged monster, who tried to launch a massive area attack, wanting to kill the boy. Hirikara shoots the monster in the torso, hoping to cause significant damage, and after the shot, he sees that there is a bright stone in the monster's chest, which clearly resembles something important. In this case, Hirikara tries to quickly reload his musket and aim at that bright stone sticking out of the monster's chest to shoot it. But, unfortunately, Hirikara doesn't make it in time, and the golem uses its regeneration to pull the stones to itself and close that vulnerable spot. Hirikara is speechless. He looked brand new, as if he hadn't fought, but the boy had already lost about 4 bullets and a lot of strength to somehow resist this monster. After which, Hirikara found himself in the forest and was very tired, as he had to cover a long distance to break away and find a place where it would be safer. He is grateful to the developers that they did not limit the ability to run, and if the player has pumped this skill well enough, he can run for a long time at high speed, which helped him escape from the golem. After which, Hirikara, having rested a little, decided to check the task and find out if he had missed something important, where the weak point of the monster or the method of destroying it was indicated. But there was nothing strange. After which, Hirikara decided to go out into the open to see where he was and where he should go. There was only forest and mountains around, which were visible in the distance. Suddenly he hears the sound of metal striking, as if there is a battle going on somewhere nearby. Hirikara was not going to miss such a moment and decided to see what was going on there. He walked to the edge of the cliff as the sound was coming from somewhere in the lowlands. Hirikara was still confused after what had happened and needed help to figure out how to destroy the golem. Looking at the fight, Hirikara noticed that these were the same guys he met when climbing the mountain. They were fighting a golem, and one of the guys notices that the defense is broken and that bright stone is visible. The melee warrior swings his large sword and delivers a strong blow to the rock, causing it to shatter, using the strike boost as the rock is quite strong. After which this golem falls to the ground and does not move anymore, which means it was destroyed. The guys started having fun and saying that they dealt with another monster, after which Hirikara decided to go down and find out more about how they were able to kill this golem. Meanwhile, the guys were happy and said how cool they were able to carry out different techniques during the battle. While no one paid attention to Hirikara, he decided to ask his elders for help. Hirikara apologized for interfering, and he wanted to know how to kill such a monster. That rather mature player said that you just need to break the monster's egg and then it will be defeated, but first you need to break the armor that surrounds the egg. True, he specified that they themselves call it an egg, but in the game it sounds somehow different, more literate or something. The swordsman's comrade said that in the game it is called a golem core. Then Hirikara realized that with such a name, no one would understand them, and everyone would think of something strange. Calling the golem's core an egg definitely sounds strange. In that case, Hirikara decided to ask about the boss. What lives in this area, and what does it look like, and have other players fought it? This swordsman says that the boss, of course, exists, but it is not at all easy to destroy, since this golem is much stronger than other golems, and is made of stronger material. It is as if it is covered in gold, but only durable, and its size is several times larger than that of ordinary golems. This monster also has a strong area attack, so it is easiest to deal with it only for mages, and tanks should provoke the monster to themselves. Usually this duel lasts quite a long time since the monster has a lot of durability. While this swordsman was telling Hirikara everything he needed to know in battles against golems, another monster appeared behind him, and the swordsman's comrade started shouting for everyone to gather and prepare for battle. After which he told the shooter not to stay on this mountain alone as it was dangerous without a group and to return quickly, and they had to defeat this monster. Hirikara wished them luck and thanked them for the information. He started running back into the forest and thinking about the swordsman's words. The swordsman, meanwhile, did not understand why a ranged player was in this area all alone and not in a party. Hirikara was also so immersed in his thoughts that he did not notice how he found himself at the edge of a cliff, and his foot slipped due to the fragile ground that ended up under his feet, and the boy fell down. Hirikara barely managed to grab onto a tree branch that was sticking out of the mountain wall. He noticed that if he hadn't grabbed onto it, he would have definitely died falling from such a height. Fortunately, there was a ledge of sufficient width underneath him. After this, Hirikara again plunged into his thoughts, and he was not left with the fact that he really could not cope with such a monster alone, since during the recharge time that golem regenerates. Once again, Hirikara encounters a strange feeling as if something is about to happen, as if his senses were heightened and attracted to different events. He looks up and sees a man flying above him who was very badly injured. Hirikara was beginning to think that he had stood on the wrong foot, or was simply attracting bad luck, as this was not the first time such a thing had happened in a short time. It was an adventurer who failed to cope with the monster and flew a long distance, receiving a critical wound. He falls head down and is enveloped in a blue glow, indicating death. Hirikara also hears that there are other players there, who start shouting at the top of their voices that the boss of this location, a large golem, has appeared. It was indeed him, a huge monster with red eyes and a golden color, as if it was made of gold. He appeared because many adventurers destroyed many simple golems, and he appeared to restore the balance of power. Suddenly, Hirikara receives a notification on the game screen that the boss of the location is using a skill that will cause a decrease in the characteristics of all players who are in the given area. A signal rocket was launched into the sky, which indicated the appearance of the boss, and all groups need to rush to help in the battle with this monster. Anyone who wants to get the achievement can take part. Meanwhile, several squads had gathered around the huge golem and were already using their skills to deal damage to the monster. The powers of such a golem were on a completely different level, and it was not so easy to defeat it. Hirikara climbed the mountain and decided to watch the battle and see if it was worth interfering. Quite a few players had already gathered around, wanting to defeat the monster and get resources from it. Suddenly, Hirikara notices that there has been some loud shouting and insulting among the players towards one player who is making a terrible mistake. The archer decides to shoot a lightning arrow at the boss, which does quite a lot of damage, but another player shouts at him not to do this because the boss's coating is made of metal, which absorbs it. And before he can finish speaking, the archer releases the arrow. Among the crowd of players who tried to hold back or attack the monster with fire spells, there was one who did not know the features of this boss, and after this shot he would greatly regret what happened. Lightning hits the golem, and a rather strange thing begins to happen. The lightning turns into a magnetic field and begins to surround the monster, as if it had been absorbed and became a weapon. This monster began to feel that its power had increased and could use a rather strong skill that could cause colossal area damage. The golem began to scream, straining its metal body and increasing the flow of magic in the air above it, after which a bright flash of light appears on the field, followed by a destructive wave that sweeps away everything in its path with lightning strikes and a blast wave. Hirikara was at a sufficient distance to avoid being hit. Such an explosion caused him to be blown around by a strong gust of wind and stones that flew in different directions after such an explosion. After the dust settled, there were piles of corpses of adventurers who tried to defeat the monster. The golem itself was completely unharmed after such an attack. Such power frightened opponents, and in the battle of unprepared players this happens quite often. After that, in the town near the cliff where the golems lived, players were constantly looking for a group to go fight the monsters. Some were even upset that they were not included in the group and felt a little uncomfortable. The reason was that after the battle with the boss, the time for the player to revive becomes a day, and this is quite a long time, and many players have not yet revived. Suddenly, this player notices our shooter, who was just passing by and also not in the squad. That kid with the bat had not met the shooter class for a long time, as they were considered useless due to the distance from which they could shoot. True, this guy with a bat noticed that the shooter had pretty good equipment, and it could be worth good money. If you follow this shooter and wait for him to make a mistake, you can make a lot of money. He tried to wait for the right moment and start pursuing the shooter to find out where he was going, and wait for the right moment to rob. After a few hours, he was already a little tired of following this shooter and watching him. It was hard to see from the side, but the shooter was making something and doing strange things. Suddenly the boy hears a loud sound that sounded like a shot and gets a little scared, as it was quite unexpected for him, after which he looks at the shooter and sees that he followed into the crevice after he fired. He didn't understand why this was necessary since there were no monsters nearby. He even tensed up a little when he saw the shooter make a shot. It seemed to him that it wasn't a shot at all since he didn't notice the shooter taking aim and pulling the trigger, but what exploded then? After a long time in the game world, Hirakawa waited for the moment when that boss would appear again and he could be fought. But after he was defeated by a group of high-ranking players, the time for the boss to appear was quite long. Meanwhile, Hirakawa was walking through the crevices eating his sandwich that he had made for himself that morning from the meat of the freshly hunted game that was found in the forest and was wondering how players could get caught by these large plants. They were visible to the naked eye, and it was enough to simply go around them. Are these players so inattentive that they can't see anything further than their noses? Such large plants do indeed emerge from the ground, but only a part of them remains on the surface, which is quite noticeable and looks more like a large sewer hatch with spikes. Meanwhile, a group of golems appeared in the area, which were in the open area and together with the boss of the location. Finally, enough golems were killed for this monster to appear, thought Hirakawa. He, not at all afraid, starts running towards the rumble and strange sounds, realizing that there is a crowd of monsters there. He did not leave the desire to experience something interesting, which he spent a lot of time on. Meanwhile, the players who were near the monsters were very scared and decided not to interfere, but to quickly get away from the cliff. They saw a video where this boss dealt with a large group of players with just one attack, and they did not want to share their fate. Hirakawa understood that when that monster appeared, it reduced the characteristics of the players who were in that location and decided to use items that slightly reduced this effect and restored strength, as well as endurance. He, finishing the bottle with the potion, rushes to the field where the boss is located, while the other players run away from there and notice that one player is heading specifically towards the opponents. Hirakawa decides to test his new item first and opens his inventory in hopes that all his efforts will be worth it. He lights the fuse and throws the object with all his might towards the group of golems that have surrounded their leader and will stand to the death to prevent the opponents from reaching their leader. That object was a homemade explosive that Hirakawa had made and tested once, but only a fraction of what was now at the output. This bomb seemed to hang over the heads of a crowd of golems, and its fuse was already burning low. A loud explosion resounds throughout the mountain, and many stones fly to the sides, as if a stone mine had been blown up. Even the ground shook underfoot from this. This explosion caused heavy damage to the monsters, but the core was fine. Hirakawa was waiting for this, since the main thing for him was to expose this core from the armor in order to destroy it with a precise shot. The shooter uses his skillful hand skill, and the reload time of the musket is greatly reduced, allowing him to fire about 3 shots in a short time, which was quite enough for him. But the reload time of this skill was quite long. After killing 3 golems, the boss of the location did not hesitate, but decided to attack the boy while he was in a bad position and reloading. A strong blow with a blast wave was approaching him. Hirakawa was a little scared, but barely managed to dodge the blow itself using his agility and speed, which he had worked so hard to improve. After dodging, another group of monsters began to appear around who were not going to stand aside but immediately rushed to attack the boy. But Hirakawa was not going to give up, and thanks to his speed and agility, he decides to go on the attack and reload on the go to finish off another group of monsters. After some time, his musket was already very hot and was smoking from the large number of shots that Hirakawa had fired, after which the shooter even experienced some discomfort from such a number of point-blank shots that his head began to hurt, and his ears rang from the roar of the blows of these monsters. After which Hirakawa realized that there was only one boss left and now he would have to fight him one-on-one. Hirakawa held his musket as if he was preparing to fight with it in close combat using the butt and bayonet, but this was just the situation, as his hands were shaking and he needed to hold the musket tighter. This huge boss of the location is going to attack again, and this time his blow is planned to be much more powerful. Hirakawa felt how the air around him is starting to tighten towards the monster's hand. The shooter realized that he needed to get out of the affected area as quickly as possible, otherwise he would not be able to avoid trouble. At that moment, a loud explosion was heard in the middle of the gorge, accompanied by a huge sound wave and a thick cloud of dust that rose tens of meters. Hirikara managed to avoid this blow and began to run away to take a more advantageous position and try to open fire from a distance without being attacked. But this giant was clearly not stupid and uses another technique as soon as he notices that the boy is safe and continues to run away. The boss of the location decides to hit with both hands at once to be sure to catch the boy. This attack was aimed at the boy to prevent him from leaving and to knock him down. The enormous force of the blow simply swept away everything that was in the way, leaving no chance to stand. Hirikara flew a long distance and stopped only when he hit a stone that was left from the cliff and lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the monster began to approach the shooter to finish him off. Hirikara began to come to his senses and noticed that the monster had spent quite a lot of energy, and the attacks that he had made had affected its durability, so that the core was exposed and visible. The monster came close enough to finish off the guy and was about to strike, when suddenly a powerful field formed around the shooter, which did not let the monster's attack through. The monster was a little confused as he didn't expect the human to have a magical barrier that would block the attack. Hirikara was glad that he got the ring from the leader of the players who tried to kill him in the monster village and used it. Hirikara takes his musket and says with a smile that the last thing the monster will see before it dies is its face, and shoots it straight into the core in its stomach. The huge boss gets shot right in the core. Something gives in and falls apart, killing the monster. It was a clear victory alone, although not without risk. Meanwhile, one curious person was watching the ongoing battle and took the opportunity to record what was happening on video. This was the same man who just wanted to wait for the right moment and take the shooter's things after his death. But what he saw changed everything upside down, and now he realized that this shooter is not so simple, but is capable of doing incredible things and bringing in profit. After some time, Hirikara uses the teleporter to return back to the capital to report on the completion of the task to Old Man Jack. Back around, as usual, there was a crowd of players who were gathering groups to complete missions, but our shooter still did not realize that he was able to defeat a strong enemy alone. At one point he started laughing, hearing all these recruitments and requests for help to deal with some simple monsters, and started laughing like a madman, thereby attracting the attention of other players. He started to rejoice as if he had completed the game on the highest difficulty, and the others simply did not understand what kind of sick person decided to behave like that in the middle of the city. Hirikara also began to kiss his musket and thank it for holding up and not breaking after so many shots and battles that they had gone through. The barrel was already in a very poor condition, and it was clear that it could break at any moment, and it was necessary to urgently find a craftsman to repair the musket in this city. After the boy left the square where the crowd of players was, he followed the streets, singing along the way and enjoying the time. He managed to do something simply incredible, and he himself began to realize it. He was still so sincerely happy realizing that he alone managed to do something that others at his level would not be able to do, and get to the Walk of Fame at the top of the list for very difficult achievements. Hirikara has even begun to wonder who the two are who are on the Walk of Fame and have fulfilled the same conditions to obtain such achievements. After which, he opens the character's game screen to see how many points he has and how many levels he managed to raise for destroying the location boss alone. He was shocked that he got so many points and was able to raise his level to 64. Considering how many extra points he received for the task from the head of the rifle corps Jack, it can be safely said that this is simply an excellent result. Hirikara also thought about how to distribute these points, because he was always pumping up agility and rarely used points for other skills. For some reason, he remembered that Greenwood was a master who could pierce the thick armor of an enemy with a shot, which meant that it was possible to improve bullets and use the skill of creating items. In this case, Hirikara decides to use the method of creating items, since he has already created explosives more than once, which was not indicated in any way and did not go through this skill. If you place an item that he made earlier and use the creation skill, the item will get a name and can be sold, and if it is explosives, it will definitely become popular and bring a lot of money to the creator. Hirikara takes another box of homemade bombs from the inventory and decides to use the item creation skill. The conditions say that after scanning, you can give the item a name, and then it will appear in the inventory and in the creation panel. But it turned out that the system itself gives names to objects, and after scanning a homemade bomb, the system assigned a name like box with a fuse, and the characteristics that it is an ordinary object. After that, Hirikara's ass jerked incredibly hard, that the guys who were nearby were a little surprised by such behavior of the player in the middle of the city. Could such a powerful item really be of standard level, and not even elite or improved. However, Hirakawa realized that his inventions were new in this world, meaning that no one had made them before, and therefore the system does not identify this item as a weapon and is quite dangerous. After this, Hirakawa felt that he had played enough for today, and he should go and rest and gain strength, because even though he had not moved, his brain was very tired after such activity. As soon as he reached the bed, Hirakawa immediately fell asleep. He was quite exhausted and did not realize that very soon it would become even more difficult for him. He left the computer on and a website opened on the screen, where a video of a battle against a golem boss appeared. The title was so catchy that it immediately started gaining a lot of views. After a long deep sleep, Hirakawa looked like a squeezed lemon. He slept for quite a long time, morally tired from the battle that was with the boss of the location, after which he got hungry and went to the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, Hirakawa saw many tonic fruits and dishes that he should eat so that his body does not atrophy in the lower part and do warm-ups. While Hirakawa was preparing breakfast for himself, he remembered that he had received a very valuable item for killing the boss, which should be worth a lot of money on the game market. But before entering the game, Hirakawa sat down at the computer to turn on the news about the game he was playing and find out what was happening in the virtual world while eating his breakfast. The first news item was the most visited by users. A video appeared on the internet where you can see how one player fights the boss of the location, a huge golden golem, and defeats him. There was just a huge number of comments and everyone was shocked that this was possible. The video was from quite a distance and the player himself was only visible from behind. Many did not even understand what class of character that player played. Hirakawa was confused because he didn't want to show himself at all and just play the game trying to earn money for his treatment. He was even angry that someone dared to post a video of someone else's fight without permission. He felt that if people started recognizing him, they would interfere with his game and constantly distract him. This popularity usually does not lead to anything good, and in his situation, it was not needed at all. Suddenly reading the comments, he realizes that no one recognized him, and only says that they can't figure out what class the character is. Some think it's a mage, since explosions were used, which means it's fire magic. Others say it's just a high-level player who decided to show off. Shortly after watching the video, Hirakawa logs into the game to see for himself and decides to call his brother who was online. Kinshu said that he immediately recognized Hirakawa and was very happy that his brother was so cool. Kinshu was sitting in a clearing near the location where he was going to hunt and was simply restoring his strength while talking with Hirakawa. Suddenly, Hirakawa said that he had a proposition for Kinshu. Since that swordsman uses a shield, he has a cool thing that he got from the boss. Kinshu was a little surprised and asked to send him the information so that he could read it. Hirakawa got a teardrop shield, which has good defense and has many useful things such as a stun if you manage to parry the enemy's attack with the shield for 2 seconds. He could already imagine his brother delightedly rejoicing that he would have such a strong shield that it could repel strong attacks by stopping the enemy. Also, this thing should cost a lot with such high characteristics. But Kinshu, after reading the characteristics, said that the shield was excellent, but his was stronger. These words seemed to hurt Hirakawa's soul, and all his dreams collapsed in an instant. However, his brother added that it could be sold well, since such things are in demand on the player's market. Hirakawa also realized that he was wrong to think that items from such a boss might be needed by a player who was already almost at level 200, and definitely had a lot of items that cost much more and had much better characteristics. Still, the higher the level, the harder it is, and therefore the reward is higher. After such a conversation, the guys said goodbye. Kinshu said that he still had to kill monsters, so he didn't have much time since he wanted to quickly raise his level to 200. However, Hirakawa understood that his younger brother, like his mother, were the only people who supported him in the real world, and therefore he should quickly collect money and get back on his feet. A shooter, inspired by a dream and a desire to earn money as quickly as possible, sets off on a journey to become a true professional and master of shooting in the virtual world. Soon, Hirakawa put the shield he got from the boss of the location up for auction. The amount has already exceeded 190 gold, and some are still fighting to buy such a valuable item. Hirakawa also had other items in his inventory that he had managed to collect during the battle with various monsters that were on the mountain. Elixirs from herbs that he had collected, as well as magic stones that fell from monsters. True, Kirikara was extremely surprised by the capital's prices for repairing weapons and equipment. For repairing a musket, he was told the cost was 4 gold pieces, and this is almost the cost of the musket itself. After Hirikara got up from the bench and decided to go shopping to replenish supplies and spend money on repairs, since without a weapon he would be an easy target for monsters. But suddenly he hears a strange sound. It turns out there was a tree nearby with a broken branch sticking out, and it caught on the boy's cloak and tore off a piece of fabric. Hirikara was horrified and didn't understand how this was possible. However, he figured that all the battles, and especially the last one with the location boss, had left him pretty much on the ground and against the rocks. It was no surprise that the fabric couldn't withstand it and tore. After all, everything in this world has durability. The same musket and cloak were quite long without maintenance. The boots were under great stress due to the boy's highly pumped-up dexterity and could definitely tear. In that case, Hirikara had no choice but to spend money on new clothes and hope that the sale of the shield would pay for everything in full. If he continued to tempt fate with the things he had, he most likely would not last long. After some time, he got into the shop of a tailor who could make the best things to suit the customer's taste, and even sew something to order using the materials that the customer brought. Having spent a rather modest sum thanks to the trading skill of 3 gold coins, Hirikara received improved armor and metal inserts in places where it was necessary. After such updates, he, with a pure soul and a new stylish appearance, decided to go to Old Jack in the Rifle Corps to hand over the task and receive a reward from the old man. Entering the building, the shooter Jack was already waiting for the boy, and was standing rather strangely, as if he was surprised by something. Hirikara greeted Jack and said that the task was completed. All Jack said was that he was glad that Hirikara had done it. It was even a little offensive to Hirikara since he didn't even notice that the guy's appearance had changed, and that his armor and clothes had become more durable according to the player's level. After which the old man extended his hand to the boy to congratulate him on the excellent completion of the task and to give him a reward. The boy was waiting most of all for a special reward, which usually included special skills that he received when completing tasks from Jack. He opened the menu and was rewarded with a skill called Eagle Eye. It allows you to notice small objects at a distance and study the area more closely. Hirikara was happy because it was like a sniper rifle scope, after which Jack smiled and said that now the boy was ready to start the next task, which would be much more difficult, because there would be more than one target, and they had decent speed. Hirikara was a little surprised and became curious about what he would have to defeat. Remembering how he fought with that huge golem, only luck helped him, since the monster's core appeared only due to the thoughtless actions of the monster itself, which overdid it with attacks. A notification about receiving a new quest appears on the game screen, and it says that you need to get resources from large falcons that have great speed and attack their victims from above. Hirikara, reading the description of the task, was not particularly pleased, since he thought that these birds were large in size and had all the qualities to dodge a shot if they noticed the shooter, and their eyesight allowed them to notice danger from a long distance. Hirikara understood that it would be quite difficult with the birds, since they could fly quite far, and it would be difficult to get them, so he began to clarify where to look for them. The old man said that these birds live in the desert near the northern forest. They have great speed and maneuverability, so you will need to do everything carefully while in ambush. Hirikara imagined these birds to be quite large and aggressive, like the monster that he and his comrades had to kill in the initial city. However, seeing in the task that he has to collect as many as 5 feathers from these birds, and the items do not always drop, it will be quite difficult considering that after the first shot, they can fly apart. The old man also added that he had to do it in 20 days, otherwise he would not be able to continue to become stronger as a shooter who could hit targets from a long distance. Hirikara was a little surprised because he did not understand why the old man emphasized long-range shooting. Jack added that Hirikara was on the path to learning the marksmanship skills taught by Mrs. Meredith. She was the master marksman who could hit a target from a long distance. Then the old man added that the boy shouldn't worry. He could take long-range shooting training at any time, but the distance from which he would have to shoot would be about 500 meters. And the shooting will be done with a weapon that belonged to the queen of long-range shooting herself. Hirikara immediately turned his head to the stand and understood what the old man meant. The remaining musket was Mrs. Meredith's weapon. Considering that it was the only one left and that there were 2 more people in the Alley of Glory who had walked this path, It turns out that Mr. Greenwood and Old Jack's weapons had already been handed over. Old Jack replied that it was true. Two men had already proven that they were excellent marksmen and were capable of entering a new era of weaponry, and it was Hirikara's turn. The boy wanted to take the musket, but he knew that he was not capable of shooting at such a long distance. He was overcome with emotion that he needed to try making such a shot on a hunt first and see if he could, but he was not sure if his current musket could make a shot at such a distance. Hirikara looked at Old Jack and said that he would not attempt to shoot at that distance now because he felt he was not ready. He needed to practice first, and when the time came, he would do it. The old man agreed with the boy and wished him a good hunt. Hirikara thanked his mentor and moved towards the door to go to the habitat of those birds. Finally, the old man added that Hirikara should be careful to notice the little things that could lead him to success. These words were like a hint for the young shooter. After a few hours of game time, Hirikara found himself in a deserted area where those birds should live. There was a large plain around, surrounded by mountains, at the base of which grew small patches of different vegetation. The only birds that were there were rather small and cute birds that walked around the territory and looked like dwarf ostriches. Hirikara felt that he was wrong after all, and his target was not a bloodthirsty monster, but just a bird, but apparently a very fast one, since the old man said that they can very easily sense a threat, and it is better to keep their distance. The shooter recalls a new skill called eagle vision, which helped him see everything much closer and focus his attention on the target that needed to be destroyed. When using it, he found that this skill was exactly like a sniper rifle's optical sight and was capable of increasing the range of visibility several times. Hirikara began to aim and point his musket at the bird, which stood calmly and looked in the other direction. Distance plays a big role, and the further from the target, the greater the chance that he would not be noticed. However, at the last moment before pulling the trigger, the bird turns its head and looks right into the sight, as if it sensed that it was in danger. His claws on his paws dug into the ground with great force to launch himself at high speed and raise dust that would make it difficult for his opponent to aim. The bird took off with such speed that it seemed like it was a sprinter. Hirikara could only watch it and understand that he would not succeed. At that moment, he realized what the old man meant when he said that the bird was quite fast and could not be shot so easily. Hirikara felt as if he was in a cartoon where the bird was running from a coyote. That bird flew by so fast that other players passing by didn't immediately realize what it was. But after the dust settled, they realized it was that speeder, which meant there would most likely be no hunt. Because of its running, other monsters get scared and hide, thus making the hunt more difficult. He, squeezing his musket tighter, began to bite his lips and understand that it would be even more difficult for him to hit such a fast enemy, since in the air you can predict the trajectory, but on the ground it is much more difficult to do this, especially when there is such a thick trail of dust behind the enemy. In such suffering and even attempts, Hirikara had already spent 3 days and could not shoot this bird. He was devastated and very angry. Taking dried meat from his pocket, he tried to eat away the stress and gain strength, trying to think of something. After 3 hours of useless sitting in the bushes trying to catch that bird by surprise, Hirikara notices that it is standing in the distance, and this is a chance that he did not want to miss. But the scene repeated itself, and the fast bird began to run away as soon as it sensed danger. It made strange cries that were more like laughter, as if it was mocking the guy. Hirikara no longer had any patience, and he was furious. Realizing that he will not be able to catch up with this bastard, he falls to the ground and, like a baby, begins to kick his legs and scream in anger that it is impossible to do this, because this creature maneuvers in zigzags and— Wait, Hirikara understood what the old man meant when he said to notice the little things. If the monster always runs the same way, then you can catch it and shoot it when it turns. This is quite possible, and by applying enough of your knowledge and shooting skills, you can hit this high-speed monster. After which, Hirikara aims his musket and waits. Suddenly, a shot is heard in the middle of the forest, and a knight passing by on his horse stops because of it. He is a little surprised, as he has not heard for a long time that someone tried to hunt in this area. This shot was fatal for the fast bird, after which Hirikara opens the game screen, where it was said that he hit the target from a distance of about 200 meters. He was also lucky that the first monster dropped a feather, of which 5 were needed. Taking the feather, Hirikara smiled and was ready to hunt, as he now understood how he should act when he saw this bird. For several hours, Hirokara successfully destroyed the speedy birds, catching them on turns and maneuvers that they thought would help them. Thanks to the scripted movements, the boy managed to figure out a weakness and take advantage of it. A feather fell from the monster and Hirokara was glad, for it was the last one. He clutched his musket and was glad that he had managed to control himself and find a way to hit these speeders. However, he was not going to stop because he wanted to test his skills and try to shoot the monster from a long distance to see if he could handle a distance of 500 meters or more. While Hirokara was sitting in ambush and not suspecting anything, a man appeared behind him who knew quite well what the young shooter was capable of. Suddenly, a voice is heard from behind, calling our shooter by name and making us tense up a bit. Hirokara would have immediately recognized his brother's voice, but it wasn't him. It was that stupid commander from the Sun Clan who, when they met, tried to kill Hirokara and take all his things, thinking that he could get away with it. Behind this arrogant idiot stood a group of warriors who had come to the aid of their leader. The leader began to demand that Hirokara return all the things that he had stolen from them back then, and his own clothes too, since they were not going to retreat from their goal. Also, this commander, crossing his arms, said that now they are ready for the guy's tricks and will not lose so easily. They saw the battle with the boss monsters in the rocks and want to get the item that fell from that golem. Hirokara smiled and raised the barrel of his musket in front of him, showing that he was not going to give in. Hirokara also thought that those players from the Sun Clan had no idea that he had managed to level up quite a bit. This vile commander orders his mage to snap his fingers and tear apart the magic scroll, which is capable of performing high-level magic without casting a spell. An arrow of light shoots into the sky, exploding at a great distance and covering the area with a transparent dome, blocking the possibility of leaving the area by exiting or teleporting. All the warriors started to take out their weapons and act as if they were hardened murderers and just cruel people who enjoyed bullying the weak. Hirokara realized the deplorable nature of his condition and decided to call his brother so that he would come to his aid by determining his location on the map. Kinsyu, hearing that his brother had been attacked, was extremely surprised and said that he was already on his way and would try to arrive as quickly as possible. But Hirokara would have to somehow stall for time. Hirokara pointed his musket at the warriors and began to shout at them not to move. Otherwise, he would start shooting and one bullet would be enough to finish them off. But suddenly he realized that maybe it was worth stalling for time, somehow not resorting to weapons until it was no longer necessary. He lowers his musket and offers to discuss the terms on which they will let him go. If these raiders want the items that Hirokara took from their dead bodies and the shield he got from the boss to boot, then they can negotiate. However, the commander of the Sun began to insult the shooter, showing that those things were his anyway, and he simply stole them, for which he must die, along the way giving up all his things. This only enraged Hirokara, and he, without thinking twice, quickly raised his musket to finish off the bitch. That arrogant captain didn't even expect this, as a bullet was already flying towards his head, which he would not have time to dodge. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a flower pot appears, which manages to deflect the bullet with its shield, as if in slow motion, and save its captain. This pot started screaming that he had expected this, and that such tricks would not work on him anymore. Meanwhile, the leader was very scared and almost fainted because he thought that this was the end. Hirokara didn't pay attention to the chatter of those guys, and was just a little upset that he couldn't kill that impudent man who thought that hunting players was good. After which the commander comes to his senses and orders the archers to quickly attack that bastard. The archers began to pull the bowstring and shoot their arrows accurately, and in front of them, all those who were close combat hunters began to try to get closer to the boy to finish him off. They were driven by the thirst for profit and cruelty, which gave them pleasure. In this case, Hirokara decides to use his explosive item, which will teach these cruel players a lesson to attack other players and try to rob them. Those swordsmen were perplexed because they did not understand what the shooter had thrown in their direction and why it was making a strange sound as if something was burning there. These were their last thoughts as a rather loud explosion sounded and quickly scattered the idiots to the sides. Some managed to survive but lost a lot of durability points. Others stopped and did not understand why there was an explosion because it was the shooter, not the magician. They began to think that there was someone else here who owned fire magic. In the meantime, they lost several fighters. Hirokara nervously aimed his musket at the approaching warriors and hoped that his brother would be able to come to the rescue in time. Otherwise, with a long reload, and against such a number of warriors in open terrain, it would be difficult for him to cope. Suddenly, from an unexpected direction, a swordsman in samurai garb appears, who delivers a magical blow with his katana, creating air cutters. Hirikara notices them and realizes that a rather powerful ally has come to help those players. The shooter remembers his ring, which is capable of creating a protective field, and extends his hand. He successfully repels this attack, but realizes that he needs to quickly resort to retreat and find a place where he can safely hide and wait for his brother. This warrior who came to help was obviously of a high level, since the head of the sun behaved rather strangely towards this swordsman. They were apparently acquainted, but in different weight categories. While the head of the sun was trying to explain what exactly the shooter had done and what they wanted to take from him, a package that made a strange sound interrupted their conversation. Hirikara threw the homemade bomb a good distance away, and it exploded right in the middle of the crowd of opponents, causing significant damage to them. Some couldn't survive the attack and were killed. The leader and the high-level player who came to help took significant damage and were furious that they were being thrown around so easily by one player, after which the surviving attackers hid behind the trees to avoid the shooter's fire and waited. They shouted from behind the trees that Hirikara could not avoid the battle, and that the shield would disappear in a few minutes, and that would be the end of him. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of a creature with hooves approaching nearby. Everyone began to look around and hope that it was not some powerful monster. It was a knight on his horse. They were armored and looked pretty cool. This was clearly not a simple player who had just started his journey in the virtual world, but a fairly experienced one with a lot of knowledge. This knight appeared not far from Hirikara and began to lick from the horse. He turned to the boy, asking him if he was a shooter, to which Hirikara replied a little uncertainly that he was. Hirikara asked the knight to leave here, since it was not safe here and it was not worth interfering in this battle, since it would then be difficult to break away from the pursuit of this clan. The commander of the Sun Clan, seeing the strange player, began to shout for him to get out of here, otherwise he would be attacked and all his belongings would be taken without a shadow of a doubt, after which, without waiting for an answer, he orders the archer to shoot. Hirikara sees that an arrow has been fired at a knight and decides to help the stranger who has incurred the wrath of those players from the clan who hunt other users by robbing and killing them. The arrow hits Hirikara right in the shoulder, and he manages to protect the knight, after which he asks him to leave, as this group is quite dangerous and hunts other players. The high-level samurai, seeing that Hirikara has left his barrier, decides to deliver a magical blow with his katana, summoning powerful fiery blades that rush and destroy everything in their path. This fire rushes like a phoenix towards the archer and the knight who are in a difficult situation. Hirikara asks him to quickly leave here, but the knight was surprised by the shooter's action, who protected him and says that he will not go anywhere, as he already understood what is happening here and decides to intervene. The hands, as well as the knight's body, begin to be covered with a strange glow. It was a protective magical barrier that did not allow the fire to pass through and simply dispersed such a strong attack. Then Hirikara realized that this knight was clearly not a simple warrior and had sufficient level and experience in the game. Everyone was surprised that such a strong warrior appeared. The samurai even began to get nervous, seeing an opponent who was able to dispel his techniques, and therefore much stronger than him. Hirikara was simply shocked and surprised by such skills of the knight, after which the knight takes off his helmet, saying that she doesn't like skirmishes between players, especially those who hunt players thinking that nothing will happen to them for it. She then turns to Hirikara and says that there is no need to worry about those players, she will handle everything herself. Taking off her helmet in front of everyone stood a beautiful and sweet girl. She already understood what was happening here, and that a whole clan was hunting ordinary players in order to rob and kill them. Hirikara couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't even imagine that the knight would be a beautiful girl. The helmet in her hands apparently not only hid the appearance, but also the owner's voice, since he definitely remembered hearing a male voice. But the only thing that could be worse is if this character is actually a guy playing as a girl. But then she spoke, and it was a female voice. Hirikara felt better, and meanwhile she started looking for something in her inventory. In the background, one of the warriors was not going to stand and wait for them to get ready for battle and decided to attack first. It was the same flower pot that didn't want to change its nickname to a human one. He rushed with his shield, simultaneously activating its magical defense to attack with the power of the shield. Suddenly, that girl pushes Hirikara aside and prepares to meet the enemy to prevent him from committing this heinous act of killing the player. Suddenly, a wound appears in his body, deep and painful enough that he stops and cannot understand what happened. The girl says that she is grateful that they decided to attack, because she is not happy to kill other players. But thanks to the actions of bad players, she is not awarded penalty points for killing a player. The tank itself falls on the tracks and feels severe pain. While the tank screamed in pain and saw his strength melting before his eyes, the girl held her sword and thought that it was not good enough yet, since the technique took a long time. Meanwhile, the pot's tank's durability faded and he began to disappear as his character died in the game. The other players couldn't understand what had happened either. They could barely catch the girl's subtle and graceful movements that lasted only a split second, and the tank with the most durability died in one hit. Suddenly, she turns to Hirikara and says that she will give him the medicine now because one person distracted her from looking for the bottle that she wanted to give. The shooter looked tensely at the girl who, without even straining herself, eliminated a strong opponent. She takes out a bottle of healing potion, puts it in the boy's mouth, and asks him to drink it so that the wounds heal and his strength begins to recover. Otherwise, bleeding from an arrow is a nasty thing. Hirikara started drinking a little nervously because so much had happened that he didn't understand anymore. He even automatically said, "Yes, meme to the girl who gave the medicine." He began to feel how his strength began to flow and his strength to be restored, and the arrow that was sticking out of his shoulder disappeared, as if nothing had happened. The cutie herself was happy as a child and clapped that she was able to help the wounded man. Meanwhile, the bad guys hesitated a bit and thought about what to do. Some decided that the girl was pretty strong and they should retreat. Otherwise, they would all die without knowing the enemy. After Hirikara regained his health, the girl said that he could leave and she would deal with these bad guys. But she understood that most likely the shooter would not go anywhere. Hirikara seemed to show that he would fight. The samurai says that no one will retreat, and the fact that that girl appeared doesn't change anything. That tank was simply not ready for the attack. But now we will all attack together and everything will work out. Hirikara notices that the bad guys are going to go all out and raises his musket to fire at the nearest enemy. The girl stands quite calmly and simply assesses the enemies. She sighs as if it was unpleasant for her, but there is nothing to do but clean up. She asks the shooter not to accidentally hit her, and she goes on the attack. Hirikara looked at her and was confused because he did not know what to expect. She flew like lightning through the crowd of players, scattering them in all directions, dealing so many blows that they, like boneless dolls, flew in different directions. After which she dealt a couple of serious wounds to the samurai and he fell to his knees. She stood over him and said that it was a shameful occupation to hunt other players and wished that they would not do it again, after which she delivers the final blow and takes the player out of this fantasy world. She said that let them think about their behavior and decide what they want to do, besides killing other players. Afterwards, like a little girl who had finished playing, she began to smile sweetly and stretch. She was overwhelmed with emotions because she felt something new in this game which concerned the attitude towards her. Hirikara apologized for distracting her and asked her to take back the bottle of medicine since it didn't take him long to get back on his feet. The girl was surprised at first and didn't understand why the boy was doing this. She starts to brush it off, saying that there is no need to worry, she still has some, and he should drink the medicine completely, and then the recovery will be much faster. She also added that something incredible happened to her today, that for the first time someone saved her from an attack by covering her with themselves. At that moment, a dead silence reigned in the air, and the awkward pause dragged on. Afterwards, she got a little nervous and said that the shooter should be more careful, and went to her horse and started to pet it, which danced with its hooves and neighed with joy. Hirikara remembered that he still does not know the name of his savior. He decides to approach and insistently ask to tell him the name of the one who came to his aid and saved him from a group of bad players. The girl felt that she was a little ashamed that she did not introduce herself right away, and at that moment a silhouette of a man appeared in the distance who began to shout the name of Hirikara. The boys hear the cry of a strange warrior rushing through the wasteland and pay attention. Hirikara immediately understands that it is Kinshu, who is rushing to help and understands that this is an awkward situation. Hirikara started to write to him in the chat to calm down and stop. All the enemies were already defeated, and next to him was the girl who saved him. But Kinshu did not look at the chat at all, but rushed with a rather angry face, wanting to teach a lesson to the idiots who dared to attack his brother. Here, Hirikara realizes that he doesn't see the chat at all and continues to rush like crazy. Hirikara has already started to get nervous and just screams at the top of his voice for him to calm down and stop. All the enemies have already been defeated. But Kinshu's ears seemed to be blocked, and he began to activate the spell to strengthen defense and attack in order to attack the one standing next to his brother, as he thought that it was an enemy. He takes out his shield and sword to fly into the enemy at high speed and knock them off their feet to quickly finish off the brazen player killer. Hirikara yells at Kinshu again to stop, but nothing happens, so the girl decides to use her technique, which will make that runner hear that it's over. The girl blocks Kinshu's attack with a kick, and her blade collides with the young swordsman's blade, causing a shockwave to appear from the collision, which spread out to the sides, enveloping the area. After the clash, she looked at the swordsman and said that she was not an enemy, and came to the aid of the shooter when she heard that there was a fight going on there, and she was nearby. Hirikara began shouting at his brother to lower his weapon and calm down. Otherwise, he might do something terribly stupid without understanding the situation. Kinshu, having examined the girl, thought that he had already seen her somewhere, and decided to ask his brother why he was next to this girl, to which Hirikara replied that she saved him from the player killers. Kinshu tells Hirikara that this girl is the strongest girl playing this game, and is ranked 6th in the world. Hirikara is stunned that he often encounters such famous people, and he doesn't even know them. Her name is Minju. She wields a rapier better than anyone else in this game, and there is no one stronger than her among the girls. The heroine herself was a little embarrassed by such a performance and asked the guys not to continue discussing her in such a way. She was quite a famous person, and therefore wore special armor that hid her identity. But it was not at all easy to hide her skills, and she stood out just by the way she wielded her blade, and her skills were immediately recognizable. Hirikara, looking at how she dealt with her opponents, for some reason remembered Sir Richard, who also possessed a similar weapon and fought with incredible speed and agility, leaving no chance for the monsters. Kinshu noticed that his brother and Minju were acting a little tense, as if they had been caught doing something personal, as if they were acquaintances. Hirikara replied shyly that he had misunderstood. Before more misunderstandings could happen, Minju said that she was just passing by and heard the sounds of a battle. She became curious and went to check it out, and ended up running into a shooter who was confronting the bad players who were killing and robbing game users. Also, Kinshu noticed that Minju had a rather strange weapon, and he, as an avid player and knowing all the top players, decides to ask her why she changed her weapon. She was surprised that it was noticed and said that he knew quite well about the equipment of top players. The thing is that she is looking for one relic that can make her new weapon even stronger, and it is located somewhere in this area. Hirikara thought for a moment, because in his assignment for the shooter, the mission description said that there was a relic of the fire blade in this area, which was a very worthy reward, but no one had ever found it. Minju seemed excited when he heard that the relic she was looking for was familiar to the shooter. She runs up to Hirikara and grabs his hand with shining eyes and a bright smile and starts asking the boy, blushing a little, what he knows about the fire sword. Hirikara began to feel uneasy, as he had only heard about the sword from the archer's mission, but had no idea where to look for it. He felt ashamed that he had given false hope to this girl. In the end, the guys spent a few minutes talking about this relic, and Hirikara simply read them the background of the mission and everything that could be useful in finding the blade if Minju figured out what exactly would help her. Although Hirikara apologized for giving her false hope, she replied that it was the opposite. He told her that the relic was indeed here and that she should just walk through the places where she had not yet looked, after which Minju said that it was time for her to go and it was nice to meet such interesting guys. She went to her horse and wished the brothers a good game, after which she wrote to Hirikara to add her as a friend, but did not tell her brother anything. She wants to meet in the capital when the opportunity arises and talk. Hirikara blushed and stood there for a long time with a surprised face. After the girl left, Kinshu kicked Hirikara and told him to relax already, because it was obvious that he had a crush on the girl. Hirikara started shouting indignantly that it wasn't so. It was just that so much had happened to him that he was confused. Kinshu said that you can tell when Hirikara is lying and Minju is really beautiful. But Hirikara seemed to have never met a girl, right? Moreover, she is the only player who became a holy knight and protects the laws of the kingdom, as well as its inhabitants. Her skills are recognized by the entire kingdom, and therefore she is one of the strongest swordsmen. At that moment, Hirokara thought about it and realized that if Minju hadn't come to his aid, he would have most likely died, having lost all his equipment to those freaks. Kinshu said that Hirokara should stay away from large gathering points of players until he reached at least level 100. Hirokara replied that he understood, but he wanted to do something completely different and put an end to this Sun Guild. These guys need to learn that it is not worth doing such vile things as stealing and killing players. It's not that they attacked him, it's that there are many others who also can't feel safe even in public places in the game. This needs to stop. After some time, Hirokara had already arrived in the capital to hand over the task to Old Man Jack, while thinking about what he should do and what to do to end the Sun Clan. This guild had more than 100 players and had a lot of influence in the gaming world, so many knew about it and understood what they were doing. Hirokara definitely couldn't fight against such a number alone. However, he decided to put this idea aside for now and focus on the shooting storyline. He opens the door to the room where the old man was waiting for him and greets him, saying that the task is completed. Jack was gradually ceasing to be surprised that Hirokara was handling difficult tasks in the shortest time possible, and quite well. Even the young shooter was a little surprised by such praise, and modestly replied that he was simply lucky, after which old Jack takes out a piece of paper and hands it to the boy, saying that it is time to fight a truly strong opponent who possesses cunning and guile that is not inherent in simple monsters. Hirokara took the sheet and was a little scared, since this was not a simple task at all, but a real mission that he would have to cope with alone while remaining a professional in his field. A mission to eliminate the leader of the bandits who settled in a gorge between desert mountains and attack caravans and other people who pass along the road nearby. Hirokara decided to ask old Jack a question about these bandits. Jack did not object and agreed to listen to what exactly his student wanted to ask. Having placed this wanted poster, Hirokara asked if there was any point in killing the leader of the bandits, because if one is killed, another will take his place, and then everything will repeat itself. This will not increase security. The old man, without thinking twice, says that it all depends only on luck and a combination of circumstances. Maybe the bandits, having lost their leader, will disperse or there will be civil strife for power. In that case, maybe we'll just toss a coin. Hirokara didn't understand what it was for. Tossing a coin, thus deciding a person's fate, did the developers really not find the right answer to this question and decided to do it this way? The old man, having caught the coin, says, "When we tossed the coin, we knew nothing about what would come up. We only hoped that what we had wished for would come up. It is the same with robbers. If you kill the leader of the pack, the consequences can be different, but everything depends only on luck." Hirokara understood everything and agreed that this was indeed an adventure in which no one knew what would happen, but that only made it more interesting, which meant that new opponents would appear in the future, after which Hirokara headed towards the exit and said goodbye to his mentor. Jack wished the young shooter luck and told him to be careful and come back alive. Without thinking twice, Hirokara ran as fast as he could and headed towards the designated location, which was visible on the map when he received the mission. He ran past many old buildings and empty streets. Meanwhile, in the desert between the mountains, along narrow paths and trails that were unknown to ordinary people, a crowd of warriors walked, dressed in dark clothes and looking like thieves and bandits. At the end of the road between the mountains, there was a settlement of robbers. They built a gate that protected their home from strangers. On top, there were many towers and torches that illuminated the area. The main building, which was located in the middle of the settlement, was the personal home and banquet hall of the bandit leader. He behaved rather dissolutely and drank. Girls who served him and pleased him, fulfilling all his whims, circled around him. The guys who stood at the gate heard cries of joy and laughter that sounded throughout the entire settlement, as the leader and his squad returned from the raid and collected a lot of trophies and were now celebrating their success. One of them was extremely indignant and spoke out about it, saying that it was not fair to stand guard while the others were moving out and getting drunk. But they had no idea that they were being watched. All this time, Hirokara observed the settlement and spent several days to find out all the details and the number of warriors in order to understand what he would have to face. During that time, he could have already finished off the leader of the bandits several times, But he did not take any risks, as he wanted to thoroughly prepare for everything. He smiled slightly, realizing that it would be safer if he studied the entire settlement well and was prepared for different situations. It was also necessary to prepare escape routes and find a good place to fire. During those few days, Hirikara explored the entire camp and was never detected. He put marks on the map to remember the location of the enemies and their habits. Fortunately, the developers made a script so that the actions were repeated, and this was clearly visible. However, there were several problems that could hinder him, and it was worth being careful, since the presence of magicians who could set traps was not large, but still noticeable. There were magic circles around the entire perimeter of the settlement that would activate if the enemy was detected, and they would completely block any actions of the attacker, preventing them from leaving the settlement. Hirikara decided that it was not worth entering the settlement, since he found a great place from which he could see the main house where the leader of the bandits lived. Over the next few days, Hirikara learned all the habits of the leader: when he left his building, how long he spent talking to the guards, and how many times a day he patrolled the bandits' positions. Now was the moment when he was most open and unaware that he was being targeted and ready to be finished off. This bandit began to walk towards the gate to inspect and gradually reduce the distance to the shooter who was getting ready. The next moment, a musket bullet was fired straight into the head of the bandit leader and he fell to the ground. The guards who were nearby did not expect this and were not prepared. They ran up to the dead leader and started to sound the alarm that there was a stranger in the camp. Everyone around started to stir and started to crawl out of their holes, looking around trying to find the killer. Meanwhile, Hirikara jumped from the tree where his position was and began to head to a safe point, hearing along the way that the camp was reacting rather strangely to the murder of the leader. He hears that the front man was killed, find the commander immediately, and report this to him. Hirikara didn't understand at first, but it turns out that it wasn't the real leader of the bandits. The warriors began shouting for everyone to quickly take their places and look for the killer. A large, muscular warrior began shouting that they were not so stupid as to risk their commander and were ready for such an attack. Suddenly, Hirikara notices a young man who was surrounded by bandits and he gave them orders, to which they responded, "Yes, sir," or "Sir." Apparently, this was the real leader. But Hirikara was no longer in a position to try to shoot the real leader, because all the bandits had started looking for him all over the territory. The risk was not worth it, and the shooter began to run away. Suddenly, bandits on horseback appeared behind him, who noticed the man running away along the road and decided to catch him. Hirikara realized that he couldn't get rid of them so easily, and decided to use his inventory to get his invention. He throws the burning box towards the enemy and tries to speed up so that he doesn't get caught in the shockwave. A powerful explosion thundered in the distance, which definitely left no chance for the bandits to survive. They were strong, but no one could escape from something like that. But the leader of the bandits was smarter and managed to stop when he saw something strange flying at them. The explosion was very powerful and many fragments from trees and stones began to fly in different directions, so the leader barely managed to cover himself. This only made him even more angry, and looking at the sky, he made a promise to himself that he would finish off this damned mercenary and then attack his house and kill his soldiers. After a few hours, Hirikara arrived at the nearest village, which was not far from the settlement of bandits. He was very tired, having run at maximum speed for such a long time. He also recalled that while he was exploring the settlement, he saw that man, but he did not behave like a gang leader at all, but rather like a magician or healer who covers everyone from the rear. After Hirikara caught his breath, he started to walk out of the alley to try to come up with a plan since he had spent too many days taking down the leader, and it turned out he was a fake. Suddenly, he hears the screams of a man who ordered the settlement to be burned and a mercenary to be found for him. At first, Hirikara could not believe that these bandits were already here and began to commit cruel tyranny. The bandits began throwing torches and setting fire to buildings, killing the inhabitants of the settlement along the way. And all this because of the search for one mercenary who came to kill the leader of their settlement. However, this leader knew no mercy and ordered his people to spare no one and to burn everything to the ground, since he had not yet found the man who finished off his people. He was a cruel monster with a cold heart and a good strategist. By setting fire to buildings on certain sides, he left only a narrow corridor where one could pass and was sure that the mercenary who attacked their settlement would go through it. Suddenly he hears a loud explosion that sounds in one of the alleys between the houses. It was unexpected and suggested that it was needed as a distraction. While he was distracted by the explosion, a real fire was unfolding in the alley behind him, accompanied by the crackling of wood and the bursting of glass. Madness and cruelty burned in his eyes. Suddenly, strong explosions started happening behind him in the midst of the fire, and he became a little nervous, thinking that there was something else going on that he hadn't noticed, and that it was becoming quite dangerous. The fire engulfed the entire village, and the explosions in several places were quite frightening, as if barrels of gunpowder standing near the supply warehouses were exploding. The bandits began to tell their commander that they could not find the shooter, but seeing what was happening, they needed to leave quickly, otherwise they could end up in a trap. The leader agrees and orders everyone to retreat while there is a corridor through which they can leave this place, which will be a sign to the kingdom that they are not to be trifled with. Hirikara was standing around the corner and heard everything. He felt a strong sense of guilt and anger that this criminal and his gang were going to destroy an entire village because of one person. His face changed to strong anger, and he, feeling the pain from what was happening, was not going to leave everything like this, and would finish off this bastard who dared to commit such a terrible incident. All the inhabitants were killed and burned for no reason. The fire spared no one, and it looked simply awful. This is definitely not something to forgive the bandits, and only retribution awaits them. After leaving the burning settlement, the bandit commander was confused and did not understand why they could not find the mercenary who attacked them. He must definitely be somewhere here. Could he have managed to hide? He decides to order a return to their headquarters to begin packing up and changing positions. Most of the warriors will remain in this village and collect everything valuable, and then head to the river where they will meet. The leader and several of his men mount their horses and head back to headquarters. They rode so fast that a thick cloud of dust rose behind them. One of the warriors decides to ask the master if they should really move the headquarters since this matter will take a lot of time. The leader replies that they will have to, since their location has been discovered and is known, and this threatens a serious clash with a large army of the kingdom. They should hide for now and not stick their heads out. Soon they arrived at headquarters, and the leader ordered everyone to collect the most valuable things and load them on horses, while he would attend to his own affairs. The soldiers understood the order and were ready to begin. Suddenly a shot is heard and the leader falls to the ground. The soldiers who were on horses were shocked and did not immediately understand where the shot came from. The force of the shot was so strong that half of the leader's head was blown off. The horses began to behave fearfully, and it was difficult to calm them down so as not to fall. One of the soldiers says that the shot was from that side far from the settlement. The soldiers were very scared because they lost their leader and understood that now they only had to survive. Meanwhile, Hirikara was lying on the hill, carefully watching the commotion after the murder of the bandit leader and smiling, saying that there was no need to worry so much, guys. Now you will go after your leader. After several hours of exciting shooting at the bandits, Hirikara was a little tired, as he was able to kill all the bandits that were in the settlement, and now he only had to report the completion of the mission to Jack. During this time, he gained several levels by killing so many enemies that were quite high level. It even became a little easier for him. The truth is that what happened to so many people in the village was not at all forgivable, and because he failed to correctly assess all the risks, the entire village suffered. Many NPCs were killed and became victims of the shooter's stupidity, who could not finish the job right away, but believed the simple evidence that the customer provided. Even though he had received many different items and upgrade points, he was still gnawing at the fact that he had failed to stop this nightmare that had happened because of him. After clearing out the robber settlement and collecting everything that was valuable, he headed back to the capital, thinking about what he should do in a similar situation. He felt heavy from anger and his own negligence, and clenching his fist, he promised himself to become much stronger, to be able to save everyone who gets into trouble, regardless of whether it is a player or a resident of the virtual world. After some time, Hirikara returned to the Rifle Corps and came to report to Mentor Jack about the completion of the mission. His face was gloomy and disappointed because he made a mistake. The old man asked the young shooter to tell him about the battle, and Hirikara said that he had relied too much on the information that was brought to them for the mission, because it turned out that the man on the leaflet was a fake, and the real leader was hiding in the crowd of soldiers. He killed the wrong person and something irreparable happened. The robbers started looking for the culprit and rushed in pursuit. They were extremely cruel, and in their search for the shooter, they burned down an entire village without sparing anyone. Hirakawa felt that he was guilty of this mass murder and there was no forgiveness for him, after which he bowed his head to Jack, who was sitting at the table, and asked for forgiveness for his actions. The old man remained silent as he understood that there were many to blame for these circumstances, but the old man's answer astounded Hirakawa, and he said that he was ashamed that he had given the boy unreliable information because the person who gave it had made a mistake and mixed it up. The head of the Royal Intelligence knew the real leader of the bandits and simply gave the wrong paper. Hirakawa was shocked, but Jack's reaction was even stranger. He didn't react to the destruction of an entire village, but simply said that Hirakawa was a good man for completing the task and killing the leader of the bandits. He also added that first of all, it was a test for the shooter to hit the target of an important person who is disturbing the kingdom. True, saving the village would have been good too, but it happened as it happened. Hirakawa was a little surprised by this answer and did not seem to be disappointed, after which Hirakawa received a notification on the game screen that all 3 tasks in the chain of pumping up long-range shooting abilities were completed, and now Hirakawa was rightfully considered a worthy shooter. After all, this is a virtual world and the inhabitants are reborn here, which means there is no need to worry so much. He received many achievements and awards, and now all of Jack's tasks were completed, after which old Jack invites Hirakawa to finally test his abilities and begin the final test to prove that he is worthy of Miss Meredith's inheritance. But Hirakawa replied that he was not ready for such a long shot yet, and that he should train a little more. Hirakawa would now continue his journey alone and become stronger as a shooter. Before leaving, Hirakawa decided to ask Jack about one ability and whether he knew what it was. The old man agreed to listen to the question. Hearing the name Sleeper Shot, his eyes widened as if it was something serious, but he didn't say anything and was simply silent for a few seconds. After an awkward pause, old Jack asked the boy if he really wanted to know about this technique, to which Hirakawa didn't know how to react, because what was there to find out about something he had heard by accident? He said with great enthusiasm and a sparkle in his eyes that he was really interested because a girl had recently asked him if I could do this move. Surprisingly, the old man was silent, as if he could not answer this due to certain conditions. Hirakawa thought that the dialogues with the inhabitants of the virtual world were still written by the developers, and if Old Man Jack did not answer this question, then it does not concern Hirakawa's abilities, and it will not be possible to obtain it. Walking through the city streets, Hirakawa scratched his head and realized that this was most likely a skill that a shooter who was going down a different branch could get, since there were 3 development options. But in the end, we have to keep playing, and our shooter decides to spend the achievement points he has received on the skills that he needs most now, namely, dexterity and intelligence. Suddenly he notices that his characteristics have increased greatly upon gaining a new level, and now the firing range is more than 400 meters. Hirakawa had already begun to understand that in this case, he would be able to hit a target at a distance of about 500, but it was worth spending his free time training to shoot at a long distance. He was also a little excited about getting a lot of different points and achievements that increased his level and made him much stronger. Also, a lot of goods appeared in the inventory that he took from the bandits and can sell. While he was staring blankly at the game screen, a crowd of players appeared ahead, seeing for the first time the new restaurant building that had appeared quite recently. Hirakawa noticed the noise and realized that it was Clarice's meat restaurant. He knew that the players probably hadn't encountered such situations if they were reacting like that to the opening of the restaurant. They talked and did not understand why a new place appeared, and there were no updates in the game. Maybe it was insignificant and took up little space, so they decided not to allocate it, but Hirakawa understood the nature of the restaurant, and that he was very lucky to get information before all the other players. Meanwhile, another person was watching him. This stranger looked exclusively at the shooter, not paying attention to what was happening in the square, as if he was his target. At one point he raises his hand and something like a sight appears on his eye, as if he wanted to cast a spell on the guy that can mark a person and leave a trace of him on a map, so to speak, a target detection system. After a few hours, Hirakawa decided to do some long-range shooting tests using his new skill, which allowed him to shoot at a distance of about 500 meters. He took up a high ground for aimed shooting. Having assumed a prone position and having made a stand for the musket barrel from branches and surrounded himself with leaves for camouflage, which was not necessary, but habit made itself felt. Hirakawa began to choose a target on which to test his new skill. He noticed orcs mining crystals, armed only with a tool and unaware of being attacked. Hirikara took aim, using his new skill, and fired. The bullet went slightly higher and hit the pickaxe the orc was using. The tool flew out of the monster's hands and crashed into the rock, leaving the orc standing there in surprise, not understanding what had happened. After a few seconds, they realized that it was an attack and someone opened fire on them. The orcs start running, trying to find cover to avoid enemy fire. After this shot, Hirikara was annoyed because he could not hit the target. It was much more difficult than he thought. With a weapon like a musket, it is quite difficult to shoot at such a long distance, the boy thought. Then he realized what old Jack had meant when he said that being a gunslinger was hard enough, and trying to shoot from a very long distance was even harder, especially for someone following in Mrs. Meredith's footsteps. However, Hirikara wondered if it was possible that it was so difficult for him to hit because the musket was not suitable for such distances. Had the game developers really thought of this too? It was not for nothing that the store sold many different muskets. Suddenly, a group of players from the Sun Clan were approaching the hill where Hirikara was sitting, eager to take revenge and take all the resources of the damned shooter who had escaped their hands so many times. The squad leader saw the shooter and started shouting at the guys to speed up and grab this player. He wants to single-handedly finish off the impudent brat who has ruined all the plans so many times. Hirikara knew that now was not the best time for a fight, and decided to use the teleportation scroll before he was finished off by those arrogant idiots who hunt players. The commander notices that the shooter has taken out a scroll and begins to understand that he urgently needs to close the sky from teleportation. Otherwise, this Hirikara will disappear again. But it was too late, and Hirikara rips the scroll, which instantly moves it to the point the player chose, but only a certain distance. After the shooter disappears, the commander grabs his head and starts screaming loudly in anger that they were unable to capture this shooter far from the settlements. Having calmed down a bit, the commander calls the warrior who cast the tracking spell on Hirikara and tells him to quickly look where the shooter is heading so as not to miss him, and to use everything possible to catch this long-range shooter. The teleport brought Hirikara to the nearest settlement where he had been before going into the rocky area. He was very tired and understood that he had not been found so easily, but rather tracked, as if he had a bug or tracker on him, which showed his location. In that case, Hirikara knew that he should go to the capital, since there are no fights between players and no one disobeys these rules. He began to run towards the teleporter, which was on the main square. The players who hunted the shooter arrived at the settlement using the same method as the shooter. The mage who placed the tracker points his finger in the direction the shooter went. Meanwhile, the girl who sent people through the teleport hears a running boy shouting that he needs to get to the capital urgently and asks him to hurry. She sees this boy running as fast as he can, and behind him a crowd of people in black robes who are trying to catch up with him. Hirikara shouts that he asks her to hurry and open a portal for him, holding coins for payment. The commander, seeing that the shooter is heading towards the teleporter, orders his mage to grab the guy before he disappears. The mage begins to cast a spell and create magical bonds to grab the boy. Hirikara stands on the platform for moving, and turns around to see how far away the pursuers from the Sun Clan are. The girl, having received the payment, with a satisfied face, wishes the boy a pleasant journey and sends the boy to the capital. The teleportation spell begins to grow and fill the circle, but at that moment the magical bonds that the mage created were already quite close and almost touched the shooter. But Hirikara was very lucky, and the opponents lacked only a tenth of a second to grab the boy. The commander was already jumping at the moment of the transfer and tried to prevent it, but did not have time. Meanwhile, Hirikara had been transported to the capital and ran a few blocks to a familiar forest area where it was deserted and quiet. He leaned against a tree, trying to catch his breath and think about what he should do next. Hirikara raised his head and saw the Holy Knights and realized that that gang of player killers would not come here, since they had a fairly high crime rate, and if they were caught in the capital, they would be sent to prison, after which Qinshu saw that he had received a message from his brother, who said that those bastards from the Sun Clan had attacked him again and were chasing him even in the town. He barely managed to teleport to the capital. Qinshu was very indignant and worried about his brother. He said that he would go to his aid immediately, to which Hirikara replied that it was not worth doing so yet, since he would not be attacked in the capital. Then he began to ask about the opponents and wonder what level they were and how many of them there were. Qinshu himself was hunting, and after he killed a large goblin in armor, he was extremely irritated by what was happening to his brother. Hirikara also added that it was quite easy to find as if it had a tracker on it, which determines the location of the person it was cast on. Kinshu replied that this spell exists and is difficult to remove. There is one item for this, but it is only sold by one traveling merchant or just wait 3 days. After hearing this, Hirikara was very angry and in a rather serious and determined voice told his brother that this was the last straw and he was tired of always having to deal with these bastards who commit vile acts in the game. He tells Kinshu with a smile that he will destroy this entire clan and force them to leave the game or take the path of a worthy player that does not attack other users. Kinshu, hearing what Hirikara was going to do, started shouting loudly into the voice chat for him not to do it as it would be the biggest mistake. He shouted to Hirikara that there were many clans working here, entering into a partnership, and if Hirikara tried to destroy one clan, then the others who had entered into an agreement with the sun would defend the clan. But Hirikara said that he understood what could happen, but he was not going to leave everything as it was. Kinshu, after thinking for a while, said that he understood that if Hirikara decided on something, then he could not be stopped. Hirikara is grateful for the opportunity to earn money in this virtual world for his treatment so that he can walk in real life. But with players like the Sun Clan, it will be quite difficult to cope. Kinshu scratches his chin and says that Hirikara should create his own clan and then declare war on this Sun Clan. If this happens, the guards and city residents will not interfere in the battle between the clans. Skirmishes between clans are a struggle for territory and resources, which are abundant in this game. The kingdom does not interfere in these wars, nor do the holy knights who guard the kingdom. Hirikara even blushed a little and almost cried that his brother was so smart and gave valuable advice on how to do better. He was pleased that Kinshu was his brother. Kinshu took his brother's gratitude for the advice quite calmly and said that even though he was older, he should always learn from those who knew more about what they were into. Hirikara realized that during the time when he lost the ability to walk and was devastated and depressed, only Kinshu and his mother supported him in every possible way in life, that he even forgot who he was before. Sniper is the only thing he liked about serving. That moment when you see a target in the crosshairs at a great distance and hit it with just one shot, hitting the bullseye. Still, Hirikara was a soldier, so he knew what he was getting into and he was trained to carry out sabotage and create traps and opportunities to destroy the enemy without being noticed. Meanwhile, near the building where various ceremonies and celebrations were taking place, there was a day where the winners of various tasks were announced, and achievements were given to players who had become the best in their field of activity over a certain period. On this day, the host, who was chosen by the guild as the person who would present awards to the best players this month, like a true host, heated up the intrigue of the audience and announced the winners accompanied by music. The guys who took the places of honor were invited to the stage and were awarded a prize. The audience in the hall rejoiced and applauded their comrades who showed a high level of play. The most important award went to Kunming, who led an elite squad of the guild's strongest players. He extended his hand and received congratulations from the host who presented the award, after which the host began to call on stage the other participants who had been honored to take first place in their categories. Meanwhile, Kunming was congratulated by his squad comrades and admired for his skills. Suddenly, Kunming receives a notification that one clan has decided to declare war on the Sun Clan. He does not quite understand who is so feeble-minded that he decided to go against one of the most influential clans. Seeing the name of the enemy clan Justice on the road, he started laughing, thinking that it was pretty funny. Apparently, someone got tired of newbies in this game being killed and robbed, so they decided to take up arms and go against strong opponents. The head of that clan was a certain Hirikara. He had never heard the name of this man before and knew nothing about the clan that had declared war. With a creepy grin and a great desire to show who is the strongest here, he decides to resort to the most obvious method and attack this third-rate clan with his strongest warriors. But this name of the clan leader did not give him peace. He seemed to have heard it somewhere, but he could not remember where exactly, nor this clan that he led. Could this be a newcomer who was hunted by one of the squads that robbed newcomers? Meanwhile, Hirikara was in the capital, and today was the day when the opening of Claris's restaurant in the capital was to take place. There should be many nobles from the kingdom there, since it was a private party. There was a girl in uniform standing at the entrance and making sure that no strangers got into the building, since admission to the opening was by invitation only. She politely refused visitors, saying that the restaurant was closed today and asked them to come from tomorrow. Today, admission is by invitation only for the opening. Players realize that apparently only city residents gather there, and players are not allowed yet. Considering how beautiful it is inside, the prices there are definitely high and not affordable for simple adventurers. Hirikara approached the entrance and tried not to pay attention to the other players, as he had only one goal in his head, namely to get information that would help him deal with the entire clan. The girl at the entrance, seeing the approaching adventurer, began repeating the phrase she had been telling everyone who tried to enter, that today was a closed party and entry was by invitation only. Hirikara interrupted her and said that he knew and said that Clarice had invited him. The girl remembered that she had been warned about him and let the guy into the restaurant. Hirikara was wearing a mask as if it was a costume party where everyone hides their identities. Some players noticed that someone had entered the restaurant. They did not immediately notice who entered and did not notice that he was some kind of city dweller, but looked like an adventurer. But they could not get an answer because these were only guesses. After the shooter entered the restaurant, he stopped and began to take off his mask. He had put it on, however, so that no one from the Sun clan would recognize him, since they might be here. Hirikara entered the large hall where tables had been set up and some guests had already gathered. He had arrived a little early and nothing had started yet, as all the guests had not yet arrived and the kitchen was in full swing. Suddenly, Clarice came up to him from behind and greeted the guy and said that she was glad to see him. Hirikara was a little unaccustomed to being caught off guard and was glad that it was her. Hirikara was polite enough to thank the restaurant owner for the opportunity to attend an event that would bring together the most influential people in the kingdom. But he needed to speak to her alone. The girl said that they still had time and could go to a room where no one would disturb them. She also said that there was no need to be so polite because all this was thanks to him. They climbed to the very top of the building where Clarice's office was. Entering the room, they approached the table where the girl sat down and looked at the surprised boy with a smile. She suggested sitting on the sofa and talking over a cup of tea. After pouring the drinks, she began to ask the guy what exactly he was interested in. Hirikara was a little nervous because he didn't know how to ask her about this. He suspected that the inhabitants of this world did not interfere with the players' affairs, and most likely she might not know about this, but it was worth asking. Hirikara also felt the presence of other personalities, even though they were alone in the room. He remembered that Clarice had the ability to summon warriors, and it was most likely them. She noticed that Hirikara was tense, as if something was bothering him. She also realized that the question was about something serious, since he was taking so long to find the words. He decides to ask a question, but the game system blocks this conversation as if resorting to protection, since no one should hear it. From this question, it became clear only that Clarice was very tense and was quite alarmed by the shooter's idea to do what no one else had ever succeeded in doing. She got up from the couch and said that his plan was quite dangerous and could affect a lot in this world. But if everything went as he planned, then he would receive an incredible reward. Hirikara was a little confused and scratched the back of his head, as he wanted to hear advice that would help him, not instructions and support. But what did he expect from a non-player character? However, the girl began to smile sweetly and said that they had an opening today and there was no need to keep the guests waiting, especially since there were quite a few influential people there who knew a lot. These people are from different parts of the kingdom and know everything that happens in their territory. They all want to have people under their command who can do things that can change the situation in the world. In that case, Hirikara realized that he should go to the hall and start conversations with these high-ranking individuals who had a lot of information and try to come to an agreement. Late in the evening of another game day, a meeting was held in the guild building. Kunming listened to the report and information about this Hirikara, who declared war on their clan. Having learned that their enemy was a musket shooter, he was extremely surprised that his troops had been unable to deal with him several times. The squad leader was on his knees and begged for forgiveness from the officer who led the elite squad. He said that the shooter was often lucky, and he only escaped from them thanks to the help of other players, or a situation like with the boss in the monster settlement. Kunming thoughtfully assessed everything he had learned about the shooter and realized that there should be no problems if he drove him into an ambush and attacked unexpectedly. He also remembered that a samurai officer had participated in the last skirmish with this shooter, but then the holy knight Min Ju, who was at the top of the world list of the best players, intervened, and the samurai is unlikely to worry about the shooter now. In that case, the commander of the elite squad will take on this matter himself and eliminate the shooter. Considering that his clan has declared war on ours, there should be no problems and no one will interfere in this battle. Hearing that the officer himself was deciding to take on this matter and provide his best men to fight against this marksman was simply incredible and gratifying for the commander of the detachment that was hunting the marksman Hirakawa. He bowed deeply and thanked the senior officer for his help. He could hardly believe that he would be commanding an elite squad to capture a player they were trying to rob. While one of the chief officers, Kong Ming, was telling him that his men would soon arrive to carry out this task, the doors of the room swung open and a guard entered and began shouting that something terrible had happened. They turned to the guard to hear the reason for what happened, and the guard said that the high-level warrior squad that was supposed to arrive was destroyed by unknown people. This greatly shocked the officers, and they began to worry and did not understand how this was possible. The guard added that the battle took place not far from their headquarters, and now they began to kill the guards at the entrance to the estate, as if there was a magician nearby who possessed invisibility and killed everyone with one attack. One attack, you say? Officer Kong Ming tensed up and assumed that this was the shooter who declared war on them. He shouldn't be a high level, but how can he kill with one shot then? Kun Ming orders the captain to go to the soldiers and warn them not to leave the shelter and understand that they are facing a shooter, not a magician. The captain understood everything and ran to the soldiers. In the courtyard, some warriors were sitting behind various objects that could protect them from bullets for quite a long time, since the slightest mistake and the enemy would cause damage. The captain himself ran up to the boys and told them that the shooter opposite them was also sitting behind a barrel and was trying to quickly look around to spot the shooter, who had not yet been discovered. One of the warriors, hearing that it was a shooter, stood up and said that they should attack, since the reloading of a musket takes about a minute and the aiming range is 40 meters. He should be nearby. That soldier assumed that the shooter was in the barn, that he was nearby, and the distance to him was exactly about 40 meters. The magician began to shout to his comrade not to do anything stupid and to stop, but the warrior stood his ground. And a couple of seconds had not passed since the swordsman decided to go to the barn, as he was killed with one precise shot. The other warriors were disappointed that their comrade acted so thoughtlessly. They could not leave the thought that the shooter could have an invisibility cloak that hid him. The captain couldn't even get up yet, because he understood that a bullet would fly at him and he should carefully look around to try to figure out the shooter's location. Meanwhile, Hirakawa was camouflaged and more than 100 meters away, and everything was going according to his plan. The opponents were confused, and no one could oppose him. Suddenly, the main doors of the headquarters open, and out comes Officer Kun Ming, who uses his shield to repel the attack and try to divert attention to himself, so that the warriors who were trapped and could not leave their hiding places return back to the house. The soldiers, seeing that the senior officer was going to fight with them, began to rejoice and exult that they would be able to attack that shooter. But Kong Ming orders the captain to take all the people inside the building and try to stay away from the windows. The captain, hearing this order, understood that this was the best option for now, since they had already lost so many comrades. The soldiers, hearing that they should retreat, were surprised and could not believe their ears that their Sun clan would retreat without engaging in battle with the enemy that had attacked their headquarters. The captain began to shout for the soldiers to move faster and not to stop, otherwise they would get a bullet. While the senior officer, using his shield, covered the retreat, the soldiers ran into the building. Sometime after everyone had left the street and entered the house, the captain carefully approached the window and decided to assess the situation, hoping that he would figure out the location of the enemy. Suddenly, he notices that a column of smoke rose in one place, which was quite suspicious and far away. The captain could not believe that the shooter could shoot from such a distance in the dense forest. But thanks to the new abilities and skills that Hirakawa received from completing Jack's shooter missions, from such a distance it was quite easy for the shooter to hit targets that behaved like sluggish sloths. No one had appeared from the building for several hours, and there was not a soul around. Hirakawa thought that they were so scared that they would not leave the building for a long time, and it was time to move on to the next phase of the plan. He stands up and takes off the disguise he had woven from leaves and branches. He was pleased with the result, that everything had gone smoothly, and now he had to take care of the other headquarters of this guild. Thanks to the new acquaintances at the restaurant opening, Hirakawa learned all the places where the Sun clan had their bases. They were all located along the mountain range on opposite sides of the river that flowed between them. Having forced one base to feel the firepower of the shooter, Hirakawa began to cross it out, while having a rather insidious plan to destroy them from the inside. It was an interesting idea to blame the man who had hunted the shooter so often. The captain of that squad, like the fat man, was clearly of high rank, which meant they were responsible for this territory. It would be worth using this information for evil purposes, thought Hirakawa. Everyone in the house was pretty tense, as they had been sitting there for about 10 hours. During this time, they realized that the shooter was not so simple. He was definitely not a newbie and had a high level, as well as a powerful weapon that could cause so much damage that he could destroy a player with one bullet. Some warriors decided that while they were trapped, they should ask other headquarters for help, so that they would send reinforcements, otherwise sitting in a closed space with the understanding that one wrong step and they could die was very unpleasant. Officer Kunming said that there was no need to worry. If they were hunting this shooter, then he was a bug enough to have such cool stuff. If they could catch him, they would get rich. Kunming also added that the players' resources were not infinite, and sooner or later they would run out. The warriors, hearing that their enemy could be very rich, even got a little excited, and their eyes sparkled with the desire to get a lot of money. They were happy and thanked their officer for being so smart and strong. Only the squad captain understood that this was just an assumption, and that in fact that shooter could be quite a dangerous opponent considering that he was able to kill the big boss stone golem single-handedly. He decides to send a message to his officer so that other soldiers do not hear the captain's doubts and question Officer Kong Ming's influence. But Kong Ming told the captain that there was no need to worry. He was just raising the soldiers' morale now, and he would have a special task for the captain to help finish off this shooter. In this case, the captain realized that their officer had an incredible mind and knew exactly what his subordinates needed most right now. Meanwhile, Hirakawa had already gotten quite far, and following the map, he was approaching the next base of the Sun Clan, which was located near the forest thicket. The guards standing near the building at a very late hour began to lose people, so that they did not have time to understand what was happening. The sound of the shot was not loud and was more like popping popcorn. This happened at many clan bases, including near the mountain range, where there was difficult terrain for the enemy if he wanted to storm the base, but not for the shooter. A naive officer stood in his office and simply looked out the window, sipping his favorite tea and enjoying the view, when he noticed something flashing in the distance and a bullet approaching his window. Everything was going smoothly. Hirakawa gradually attacked all the Sun Clan bases and noted how many enemies he had killed near each one, so that they would start to bustle about and take some action. One of the bases sent its soldiers to search for the shooter, who was spotted in the forest by the smoke rising above the shooter's position. Entering the forest, the soldiers began to shout and call for the shooter to show up and fight them like a man. Suddenly, one soldier gets a bullet in the forehead and falls face down on the ground. Such an opponent was much more dangerous for close combat warriors, since it would be quite difficult to get close to him if the shooter was so skilled in using a musket. Another warrior nearby notices a silhouette in the distance standing against the moon with a cloud of smoke coming out of his musket. This shooter was quite a distance away, about 90 meters or more, after which the soldier began to run towards the shooter, but at one moment the barrel flashed and the soldier's eyes became covered in blood, which was the last thing he saw. This footage was shown at a meeting of the Sun Clan officers. The clan leader was extremely upset and slammed his fist on the table in anger, causing it to break at the point of impact. This man turned to Kong Ming, who was the first to suffer from this shooter's attack, but it was his job to find him and kill him. So why is this shooter running around all our bases and killing people, thereby preventing us from making money? Also, the income supplies of all bases have fallen by 40% except for the Kunming base. Everything is the same there. Maybe the officer is hiding something from others and just made a deal with this shooter? The words of the Sun Clan's chief executive officer made everyone very tense. They understood that he had much more knowledge and ability to finish off any of them, not only in the game. This chairman looked very serious, and folding his hands in front of him, he showed that he was not going to put up with this situation and ordered that all means be used to finish off this shooter. He entrusts this task to Kong Ming, who failed the first time. If he fails to complete this task again and does not send him a photo of the shooter's corpse within 2 days, Kong Ming will be expelled from the clan and will give up all his belongings. The chairman also said that they had not had such a smart enemy for a long time, who was capable of causing such damage to their economy and killing many people while being alone. Meanwhile, Hirakawa was a little bored as the Sun Clan enemies had stopped appearing. He sat on a hill and polished his musket, as the weapon had to be clean and ready to fire. Suddenly, one stranger appeared, who behaved strangely, as if he understood that there was a shooter here. He turned his head from side to side, trying to see the enemy, and Hirakawa was already aiming his musket. The marksman aiming his musket at the idiot who didn't realize that he couldn't stand there when there might be a marksman nearby. Hirakawa wasn't going to spare any of that clan since they were all going to be destroyed. The bullet hits the warrior right in the forehead, who couldn't even see the enemy after a long and tedious inspection of the area. Suddenly, after Hirakawa's shot, an arrow rises into the sky, explodes, and covers the area with a dome, preventing the use of teleportation. Familiar warriors run out of the forest, who use the bait to determine the location of the shooter and finally finish him off. Flowerpot yells at the archer to shoot the archer while he is in range and try to hit his leg. Hirakawa had deliberately taken the high ground to make it difficult for the enemy to reach him, but these warriors were not slowing down much. The archer kept trying to hit, but his arrows flew and fell half a meter from the archer. In front of the shooter, there was only a dense forest, where he had to run to hide and break away from his pursuers. Hirakawa even began to get a little nervous, because he was taking a risk. Meanwhile, not far from the forest, another group of players, having gathered a squad, hunted monsters and heard strange screams that were heard not far from them. Using the game's ability to increase the viewing range and zoom in on distant objects, the boy sees that the guys from the Sun Clan are running into the forest and shouting something bad. A crowd of soldiers headed into the forest as if they were chasing something or hurrying somewhere. The dark forest is quite a dangerous place, but if the warriors are high level, then they are not in any danger. The forest was dark enough and there was plenty of room to hide. The officer who joined the hunt for the shooter, the same samurai, decides to use the scroll to block the teleportation and asks the captain of Kunming's squad if he has received permission to call all available comrades from the clan. The captain says that it is. He has been given full access to all resources to catch this shooter. The captain records a voice message in the general clan chat so that all warriors who are not currently busy with important assignments come to the dark forest for an important task. Kongming was glad that they had finally found this shooter and was already ready with a crowd of warriors to teleport to the right place. This must be a victory, otherwise Kongming would lose everything. A huge army of warriors teleported to the field near the dark forest, who had come to the captain's call. There were about 300 of them, and each was level 40 or higher. The captain decided to split the army into 7 squads to surround the forest from different sides and gradually comb it, killing everyone who stood in their way. It was a flawless plan, considering that one shooter would not be able to cope with even one group of almost 30 people. The captain even felt a little elated considering that he would be commanding a huge army that would follow his orders. There would also be several high-level officers who would lead some units. Hirakawa, who climbed up a tree and watched quietly, was watching what was happening, trying to hear what was happening and what those players from the Sun Clan had come up with. This captain had already managed to figure out Hirakawa's location several times, and had not given up trying to finish him off. But this time he was confident that everything would work out. Hirakawa understood that he was facing a serious battle and, having torn open the powder capsule, began to load his musket in preparation for battle. The samurai led one of the squads that entered the forest. It was very dark around, and he ordered the magician to use lighting to at least understand what was here. He then orders his warriors to use their skills and blend into the terrain so that they are hard to spot while they search for the shooter, who must be somewhere in this forest. The soldiers understood the order and began to quickly disperse in a circle, no more than 10 meters from each other, and inspect the surrounding area in order to spot the shooter and finish him off. While the samurai was eager to get the head of that shooter and was already imagining how he would be tortured from behind, one of the warriors gets a bullet in the head and falls dead. The samurai orders everyone to lie down on the ground and keep their heads down. He also asks if anyone saw traces of a shot or a bright flash. The warriors were very frightened because they were quite exposed, and looking around, they could not notice any trace of the shooter who was nearby. Suddenly, the samurai realized that the shot had been fired behind him, which meant that the enemy was on the opposite side of their search. In that case, there was no point in lying on the ground and waiting for him to finish them off. The samurai was so overcome with emotion and his nerves gave out that he rose to his feet and, taking out his katana, began to shout for the shooter to show himself and stop hiding like a vile coward. One of the soldiers who was nearby began to ask the commander to be quiet and lie down on the ground, but the samurai only got angrier and cut his warrior in half for daring to tell him what to do. He was very angry because he didn't understand how to deal with such an opponent. Blood from that warrior even fell on the frightened face of the samurai, who did not know what to do if the enemy was not standing in front of him. He had never encountered a man who knew how to use tactics and other tricks to deal with an enemy superior in strength. Suddenly a box fell at the samurai's feet, making a hissing sound. The samurai remembered it and realized that it was a bomb that took away a lot of durability. He realized that he had already lost this fight and squeezed out only one word: bitch. Suddenly, loud explosions and screams of people under attack began to be heard throughout the forest. The roar carried for hundreds of meters, and columns of smoke rose into the sky. Hirikara used his item creation skill to make a lot of different types of explosives that would help him deal with the Sun Clan soldiers. He sat on a branch and threw bombs in different directions, thereby killing crowds of soldiers. The explosions spread over a large area, and the fact that Hirikara waited for the right time, when warriors were approaching the center from all sides, where they were supposed to meet, made it a very easy target. Using his agility and the vines that grew on the trees, Hirikara moved from tree to tree without touching the ground, avoiding the enemy's sight. Those soldiers who were lucky enough not to get hit by the bombs were in pitch darkness and were very nervous. One of the soldiers asks the mage to use lighting, otherwise nothing can be seen. The mage says that then the shooter will find them, which the soldier doesn't care about. The magician only put his hands in front of him and began to read the spell to create light for better visibility and target calculation. Hirikara shoots in time and hits the mage right in the head, thus interrupting the opportunity to illuminate the area. Hirikara was even pleased because everything was going according to his plan, and no one could cope with a man who knows how to make explosives and traps that can reduce the number of opponents to 0. But at the most inopportune moment, Hirikara gets a level up and an icon lights up above him, giving away his position. It was very mean of the system to give it away during the battle. The warriors who were below notice that a light has appeared on the branches of the tree in front of them, and the silhouette of a man holding a musket has appeared. After a couple of seconds of silence, the warriors seemed to go crazy and began to shout that they would now finish him off with particular cruelty for the fact that he had killed so many of his comrades. While they were cursing at the shooter, one of the warriors, thanks to the light from the level increase, noticed a rope that was tied to a tree and said that now he would go up to this shooter. But suddenly this rope breaks and a strange hissing sound begins to be heard. It was a trap that these warriors, who did not even have the necessary knowledge and ingenuity, did not notice. Everything around starts to explode and destroy soldiers who thought they could handle one shooter in the forest, surrounded by hundreds of warriors. Hirikara also noticed that everything went so easily, as if he was not fighting against people, but against mannequins who do not understand at all how to act in situations when everything around them explodes. Meanwhile, at the exit from the forest stood the captain, who expected a positive result from his idea, but those explosions that continued for quite a long time were quite dangerous, and the cries of people coming from the forest were heartbreaking and begged for help. Suddenly, it became very quiet in the forest. The captain thought that everything had gone too far, and one of the squads had managed to finish off this shooter, and now they were carrying his body with his things. But unexpectedly for the commander, it was not his people who came out of the forest. These red boots and the cloak on the back clearly did not look like the uniform of warriors from the Sun Clan. It was Hirikara, who was shielding himself from the bright sun with his hand, since there was no sunlight coming into the forest. He was surprised to see the captain at the edge of the forest, and joked that he really did not have the courage to go to war with his men. The captain felt only anger and humiliation in front of his warriors, what that shooter allowed himself to do. Flowerpot and another warrior began to approach their commander, seeing the shooter. Hirikara smiled and said that if they wanted to fight so much, he would gladly shoot them, since they had tried to finish him off so many times, and interfered with his game by trying to steal all his things. The captain didn't care about the shooter's words, even though he was right, but he raises his hand and orders to attack this bastard and tear him into small pieces. Suddenly, a girl dressed as a holy virgin starts screaming next to them, asking everyone to stop this circus. So many people were killed in this fox, and the Sun Clan still can't understand that they are not welcome. Hirikara turned his head in surprise and noticed that he knew these guys. They were Mina and Bob, with whom he came to fight the monsters from the settlement where the leader of the monster settlement was killed. Other players who were at this location and also hunting were watching what was happening. They heard a conversation about the guys from the Sun Clan being here. One of them remembered that this Sun Clan makes a living by killing new players and stealing their resources. These vile players know no limits and attack whenever they feel like it. In this case, the adventurers who knew about what the Sun Clan was doing started to come up and shout indignantly that they would kick the asses of these bastards who dared to attack players and steal their things. The captain, seeing that the situation was heating up and too many other players had gathered around, began to get nervous. Considering that many of his warriors were killed in the forest and only a few were left alive, it was quite dangerous to engage in a fight with a crowd of ordinary players. Hirikara pointed his musket at the captain and told him to surrender. Otherwise, they would kill all the warriors who remained with Mina and Bob, who had appeared here rather strangely. Meanwhile, the head of the Sun Clan, Mr. Tanaka, came to the girl who has information and has great power in the virtual world. Tanaka started with the most important thing and asked about the shooter who attacks his bases. The clan's chief assistant and chief strategist decided to write to his master that he doubted that these people could be trusted. They could give false information and simply rip him off. These doubts, which led to the silence of both sides, made the owner of the spy clan understand that it was necessary to provide evidence that she had enough power and knowledge to justify the desire of the customer. She places a scroll on the tatami that has magical properties and provides particularly valuable information that is not shown to anyone unless there is a point in doing so. The chief strategist and advisor of Mr. Tanaka opens his mouth in surprise, but he didn't even suspect how developed the spy guild is and how much information it can collect. It was a map of all the headquarters of the different clans where her people were and provided information firsthand. Many clans do not even suspect that there are traitors among them. In that case, Tanaka decides to find out how Hirikara knew about the location of his bases, which should not be in the general information of everyone on the Vedu. This hidden person admitted that apparently there are other guilds in this world that deal with information, but nothing is known about their presence. There is also a possibility that this guild was not created by players, since she heard from her people that there are residents of this world who are also engaged in espionage. In this case, it is worth announcing a reward for the head of this shooter among the elite mercenaries. But the cost will be only 1,000 gold coins, and it is not advisable to spread it to the entire game world, since there are many who oppose such actions. Meanwhile, the remaining warriors of the Sun Clan were in a difficult situation. Many other players who were nearby had a grudge against this clan and joined Hirikara, who held the captain at gunpoint and ordered him to surrender. The commander admits his defeat and orders his warriors to retreat and not participate in the battle anymore. The warriors, hearing that their captain has lost, begin to weep with grief. The flower pot was very angry that everything happened like this, and he started shaking from anger and tension. Through tears and anger, he tried to squeeze out a few words to the shooter so that he would not relax. But Hirikara interrupted his attempts and said that it would be easy for him to shoot whoever wanted to spoil his game further. He was not such a kind person who would allow himself to be bullied. The captain decided to reduce the intensity, which could lead to unforeseen consequences, and asks his warriors to leave the game before things get worse. The warriors, having listened to the order, began to leave, but they were worried about their captain, who had never lost, and this was the first time he admitted defeat. Before leaving, he looked at the shooter, and there was no anger or contempt in his eyes at all, but on the contrary, he realized that he had come across a very strong opponent who wins not by force, but by intelligence and strategy. This captain was the last of his army to leave the field. Hirikara lowered his musket and stood motionless for a few seconds, trying to understand that he had finally won this war alone. Meanwhile, other players started running towards the shooter and shouting that the Soul Sender had done it and was able to defeat the entire Sun Clan on his own. Hirikara didn't understand why he was called that and saw a crowd heading towards him. They all started trying to hug the shooter and lift him up, shouting that he was a real hero, that he was fighting for justice and saving the weak. Hirikara did not want this kind of attention at all, and he felt awkward. One of the adventurers was very impressed and said that the shooter was very cool and handsome, and began asking him to add her as a friend. Other players, hearing this, also wanted to add a friend to the real hero who can deal with a crowd of bad guys. Hirikara found it hard to refuse, and many friend requests popped up in front of his face. They all surrounded the guy, which made him feel uncomfortable and a little scared that he could be trampled. Many hands reached out to him to touch the hero of justice. Suddenly, the shooter is grabbed by the arm and pulled out of the crowd. It was Bob who stood calmly and smilingly said that Hirikara should get out of here as soon as possible. Bob holding Hirikara's hand, and Mina began to run away to hide from the annoying players who wanted attention from the soul sender. Bob decided to tease Hirikara and asked him if he liked popularity. But Hirikara was like a squeezed lemon and did not understand what was happening. After which Bob says that everyone should hold on to him tightly because he will use the group movement skill. Hirikara didn't quite understand and said, "Group what?" And at that moment they disappear. The players who were running after Hirikara stopped and did not understand where they disappeared to. Many kilometers from the point where they were, the teleporter takes them to the forest ranger's house, which was near the mountain range. Everything went well and Hirikara gradually began to come to his senses. Bob, a little worried about Mina, hurried to take her hand and ask about her condition, to which she replied that everything was fine, just a little tired from all that running. Coming to his senses, Hirikara asked where they were and what kind of house this was. He was a little nervous that he was in an unknown place, but he remembered Mina and Bob and doubted that he should expect anything from them. Bob, lifting his helmet shield, replied that this was their hut, where they periodically spent time together with Mina. Hirikara was a little surprised, and, after what was said, some strange thoughts crept into his head, after which Bob apologized to Hirikara for carrying him like that, but they thought that he shouldn't show himself to the players yet, since he had become quite famous as the Soul Sender. Hirikara then asked why they call him that. Bob replied that it was because, after killing another enemy, smoke came out of his musket, which resembled a soul going to heaven. This nickname was a bit strange, thought Hirikara, and for some reason he asked what was between Bob and Mina if they already had their own house where they spent their time. The guys were very embarrassed and said that it was not at all what Hirikara thought. It was just convenient for them to have their own place where they could just spend time talking about different things. Afterwards, Mina noticed Hirikara's musket and asked to take a look at it, as she had heard that this long-range weapon was very cool. Hirikara was a little surprised, but agreed, as it had saved his life. After handing over his musket, Hirikara thought for a moment about what he should do next. If he was now quite famous for hunting only bandits from the Sun Clan for a while, then now was not the time to return to the capital. While Hirikara was thinking about what to do next, Bob swung his arm to strike, and the mine tore the scroll, which increases the physical strength of the one who has the skill cast on him. The musket was hit so hard that it was split in half and broken. This is definitely not what Hirikara expected when he heard Mina's request to look at the musket. After which Bob held two halves of the musket in his hands, and Mina said with a smile that apparently this musket was not so good if it broke with one blow. Hirikara stood in complete shock and did not understand why they did this. Hirikara thought for a second that it might be possible that these two might not actually be the same people that Hirikara knew as newbies, or just players who weren't of a high level. The shooter still couldn't say anything as he was shocked that his weapon was broken, and he was in a difficult situation not knowing how to react. Afterwards, he raised his head, and looking into Bob's eyes, he asked why they did this. Hirikara already felt that all this was not without reason, and this couple were clearly not ordinary players who were simply studying the world around them while completing quests. But Bob was no longer a good guy, and told Hirikara to shut up because he was no threat to them without his musket. Mina added that there was no need to worry. If Mr. Hirikara did not do anything stupid, he would be able to live a little longer than his allotted time in this world. Bob added that she was quite kind and generous, and it suited her. In this case, Hirikara understood that in front of him were not just players, but most likely mercenaries, whose heads are hired to destroy targets that greatly interfere with the customers. Was it really not a coincidence that they simply gathered a group and knew about Hirikara from the beginning and were simply waiting for the right moment to attack? Or were they then given orders to simply keep an eye on the target? These two were clearly bad, as their faces were rotten and pitch black. At first glance, they were simple adventurers with trivial skills and knowledge, but in reality they were not simple bastards at all. Hirikara tried to carefully take out the explosives from his inventory to try to escape. He carefully put his hand behind his back, trying not to attract attention. But Bob had expected this and knew about the possibility of using explosives. He took out his sword and pointed it at Hirikara, saying, "Let's see who can do it first. You with the bomb or my sword running across your neck." In that case, it was too late to get the explosives, and he had no choice but to accept that he was a hostage of the situation. Hirakawa suspected that they were not just not killing him yet, but were waiting for someone or for orders. Suddenly a man entered the door, whom the mercenaries obviously knew. Bob turned around at the moment the door opened and, recognizing the customer, was calm. In his hands was half a musket, which remained after the blow of Hirakawa entered the room. After receiving notification from the elite mercenaries that the target had been captured, he wanted to meet Hirakawa. Bob saluted and greeted the Sun Clan leader who had come as they had agreed. Tanaka was quite tall, and to him everyone around him seemed as small as bugs. Hirakawa noticed the man who entered the room and remembered that he had seen a video of the Sun Clan leader. This man had created an exorbitantly tall character, as if he was trying to compensate for his shortcomings in life. Tanaka looked at the shooter and said that it was no wonder why his men had such a hard time finding the shooter, since he was so small that he was really hard to spot. It was not for nothing that Mr. Tanaka decided to pay a tidy sum for the murder of this shooter, since he caused a lot of problems for the Sun Clan and destroyed many players. But a brilliant idea has matured in his head that will put an end to these strife. He extends his hand to the shooter and invites him to join the ranks of his soldiers. Everyone was very surprised by this decision of the head of the Sun Clan. Hirakawa only got even more angry when he heard that he was being offered to become the one who would commit vile acts and steal the player's property. Even the advisor told the leader that it might not be the best idea, to which Tanaka responded that there was no point in killing someone who could take down hundreds of soldiers with his intellect. Even if they took everything he had, it wouldn't be enough. The advisor was surprised that Tanaka had thought this through so much. Was this really what he had wanted to do from the very beginning? Taking command of that shooter? Afterwards, Tanaka stood arrogantly and asked again if Hirakawa was ready to become a loyal soldier of his army and unleash his full potential by getting rid of important targets. Hirakawa, in this gloomy situation, replied that the clan leader must have hit his head if he was offering such a thing to a man who wanted to destroy the entire Sun Clan to the ground. The advisor was very angry at these words, and he tried to tell the shooter how to talk to Commander Tanaka, but the leader interrupted him, raising his hand, thereby asking to stop this argument. Tanaka then said that it was not worth it to simply think that this offer was not profitable, because a shooter like Hirakawa could earn about 1,000 gold in a year if he followed his orders. Hirakawa closed his eyes and imagined that amount in real-world currency and understood that it was quite a lot of money and that he really needed it. A mountain of gold that he can get for just 2 years of serving these degenerates who are ready to kill anyone they deem necessary to achieve their goals. It is blood money because it is obtained from the corpses of players who have long and persistently tried to collect it. Even the fact that Hirakawa is depressed because he can't walk after that incident in the army doesn't make him a brutal killer who has no conscience. After which he smiled and said that if you are offering such conditions to a man who is able to kill many warriors, then the shooter is clearly feared and considered a threat to the entire Sun Clan. Then Hirakawa smiled widely and scratched his nose and replied that Tanaka was simply a coward who wanted to get rid of the enemy by trying to lure them to his side. But he did not understand that even being in the same clan, you can get a knife in the back. Mr. Tanaka's advisor became very angry and started shouting at the shooter. How dare he talk to his master like that, especially with such a proposal? But all this was a distraction, so that everyone would forget that Hirakawa has explosives and that they should pay close attention to his hands. At one point, Hirakawa shows them the middle finger on the hand where the bomb with the ignited fuse was. Everyone was very tense because they had made a big mistake by not keeping an eye on the guy, and he was just pretending to understand everything and was ready to listen. This insidious act was clearly the work of no ordinary person, Tanaka thought. Bob and Mina were also not ready for this, as that chatter had greatly relaxed them, and they had forgotten about the threat from the shooter, who was quite cunning and smart in military affairs. A second later, the entire house is blown to pieces because the space was small and rather closed. The force of the explosion in such rooms increases greatly and causes more damage. Hirakawa, having managed to use a protective barrier and his agility, flies out of the building and, trying to cover his head, rolls across the clearing near the house from the force of the blast wave, after which he grabs a piece of his musket and starts running as fast as he can, hoping to break away and hide from the pursuit of the mercenaries and that Tanaka with his servant. Noticing his musket, which was greatly shortened, Hirakawa was extremely angry. Since he had paid quite a lot of gold for it back then, the only thing he was interested in was whether he would be able to fire it. As Hirakawa ran through the forest, lost in his thoughts, he heard the sounds of flying boards and the screams of people behind him. Hirakawa looks at his back and sees that he is being followed. They all manage to survive and are moving quite briskly as if the explosion did not cause any damage to them. Tanaka orders his advisor to use a magic spell that restricts movement so that they can quickly catch up with the shooter and finish off the annoying idiot. A magic ball begins to form in the mage's hands, releasing steel fetters. Hirakawa instantly sees that his body begins to be covered by a magical chain, which clings to all his limbs and noticeably slows down his movement. Tanaka was already very angry and had no intention of making an offer to the shooter who responded with an explosion to such a generous offer. He accelerated greatly and jumped up to deliver a crushing blow to the shooter who could not move normally. At this point, Hirakawa turns around and realizes that he only has one option left, one that he hasn't tried yet after receiving. Hirakawa yells, "Summon partner," at the last moment. Suddenly, a bright red glow appears in front of the shooter, which no one expected. Tanaka was in the air and could not dodge what appeared in front of him. A crack appears in the ground in front of the shooter, which gradually grows, as if something is about to crawl out of it. Tanaka notices that he is right above this crack. A huge bear jumps out from there and hits Tanaka with its paw, preventing him from approaching Hirakawa. It was a considerably grown Cloud, whom Hirakawa let go due to a misunderstanding between the players. Tanaka flies back 10 meters and barely manages to stop, kneeling and thrusting his hand into the ground. He did not expect to see such a monster in the shooter, since it is the first time he encounters a summoner. Hirakawa looks at his bear cub with a surprised face, whom he saved and raised like a father. He could not believe that his Cloudy has grown so much and become a strong bear. Cloudpaw turns around and shows that he is also glad to see his comrade. He is ready to strike down anyone who wants to harm the one who raised the bear without having the skills to do so. Everyone stopped when they saw the big monster standing next to the shooter. Tanaka, kneeling, couldn't believe his eyes that the shooter could summon such a monster. Bob was a little scared when he saw such a huge monster that can be found on the way from the starting city to the capital. This bear looked like the king of bears, as its size was not ordinary, as if it was the boss of the location. The huge monster looked at Hirakawa, and his face became very cute, like a baby's, and he even burst into tears from such a meeting. Cloud licked Hirakawa and was very happy to meet him. Hirakawa began to smile and tried to calm his baby down by saying that they first had to deal with those enemies, and then they would hug, after which Oblachko turns his gaze to the people who dared to offend his comrade. He began to bare his teeth, and his eyes filled with blood, which spoke of his ruthlessness and cruelty to those who dared to harm a loved one. Hirakawa extends his hand towards the enemy, pointing at them, and orders the bear cub to attack these villains. The bear, standing on its hind legs, used its roar, which prevents movement and instills fear in the enemy. Bob and Mina, even with the shield, could not cope with this incredible force, which had strong effects on them, not giving them the opportunity to resist. Tanaka, like his assistant, also cannot resist the power of this monster and feel all the hatred of the monster towards them. Tanaka, trying to resist the fear that was cast upon him, raises his head and asks Hirakawa how he managed to summon a monster if he is only a shooter, who shouldn't have such abilities. Hirakawa smiles and replies that he is just a shooter, as they know, and they don't need to know anything else, as they will hope to never meet him again after this fight. The bear's strength was simply enormous and depended on the summoner's stats and added a 30% increase to all stats for half an hour. Cloud's strength was twice as strong as that of the forest boss Fire Bear, which Hirakawa had defeated back then. Hirakawa first turns his attention to Bob and Mina, who are the ones who got him into this situation. The effects of the bear's roar also affected them, and they were unable to move normally. Mina was so scared that she had the nerve to beg Hirakawa to spare them and not kill them, and that they would not attack him again. Hirakawa tells her that she made a terrible mistake by breaking his musket and making her doubt such a factor as trust. Because of this, she and Bob will die first. Hirakawa orders Cloudy to attack them. The boys became very tense, and Mina even started screaming and crying, telling Hirakawa that he was a fool to do this to a beautiful girl. But everything that the couple said no longer touched Hirakawa, and he didn't care about their words after such betrayal and problems that they caused. After the bear's brutal actions, there were no bodies left of Mina and Bob, only the shield was lying on the ground, which was already beginning to disappear. Tanaka saw all this and was very scared, because he understood that he had nothing to oppose such a monster. Hirikara comes up to him and, realizing that he can't move, decides to seriously conduct a moralizing exercise and hammer into this idiot's head that stealing and killing other players is bad. After a dozen unpleasant blows, Tanaka's face looked like a chewed plum, yearning for an end to its torment. Hirikara slung his broken musket over his shoulder and smilingly asked Tanaka about the two who had led Hirikara into a trap. He was interested in where Bob and Mina were from. Tanaka, afraid that he would be beaten with a rifle butt again, began to cover his face with his hands and apologize, saying that he assumed that these two were mercenaries from a clan of spies, led by a person no one had seen. She is always behind a screen and has a lot of information regarding the game. Hirikara realized that this was probably one of those clans that were created by players to find out information and spy on the game, which Clarice told him about. It turns out that Bob and Mina are serving an unknown person who sells information and spies on everyone in the game. It turns out that they are quite dangerous and can continue to interfere with Hirikara. While Hirikara was thoughtfully pondering over what he had heard, and Tanaka and his assistant were tormented by fear and could not move due to the effect imposed by the bear, and Cloud hugged Hirikara's cloak and rubbed against him. Afterwards, Hirikara said that Tanaka should disband his clan since most of the warriors were killed by one person, and this rumor will spread pretty quickly throughout the virtual world, and everyone will stop respecting the Sun Clan. Considering how many strangers were on the field and they saw how one shooter laid down several hundred warriors, then the best option for Tanaka would be to disband. He himself understood that he had no choice. And the most important thing that worried Hirikara at that moment was that because of this skirmish, his musket was broken, and for this he would have to repay the debt with his shouts and swinging the musket to strike. Another blow hits Tanaka's face, almost knocking him unconscious. Although the pain level was less than half, it still hurts noticeably. After Tanaka clasps his hands and asks Hirikara to have mercy on him, he agrees to compensate for everything and will get a new musket for the shooter. Hirikara smilingly replies that it will be so, but this is not the only thing that they must compensate, because in the conditions of the war between the clans there are points that each of their sides is obliged to fulfill. Hirikara commands Tanaka to pay all the money he has in his treasury to the players who suffered humiliation, raids, and murders at the hands of the Sun Clan. Tanaka and his assistant were shocked by what they heard and began to say that they would not do anything like that because it was too much. Hirikara started hitting them with his musket and telling them that they were out of their minds if they thought they were doing the right thing, and all they had was stolen treasure that needed to be returned to its owners. After Hirikara heard Tanaka's barely spoken phrase that he agreed, the shooter took out the contract and read all the points that the head of the losing clan must fulfill and sign. Suddenly, a fireworks display appeared in the sky, which was visible throughout the entire game world. Even the bear cub raised his head and was surprised by such beauty. An announcement popped up on the main screen for all players that the Justice Clan had defeated the Sun Clan in the clan war. This administrator hadn't changed at all since Hirikara last saw her. All players started looking up at the sky and heard the announcement of the victory over the clan of thieves and murderers. Everyone was surprised that the new clan was able to defeat one of the strongest clans in Asia. Even Sun Ye and Jin Ha were surprised when they saw the fireworks that a new clan could defeat the Sun Clan of criminals. This was truly a landmark event that would change many things. Kinshu, seeing the fireworks and hearing that his brother was able to single-handedly deal with an entire clan, was very happy and incredibly amazed that Hirikara was able to do such a thing. This news, which spread throughout the world, was very unpleasant for Tanaka. As he was disgraced and clenching his fist in anger, he said that he would certainly take revenge on Hirikara for this disgrace. Suddenly, Hirikara turns to the chief strategist and assistant of Mr. Tanaka and suggests that he abandon this weakling and create his own clan. Why grab onto someone who has lost everything and is not capable of properly managing a clan? Hearing Hirikara's words, the magician thought about it and, having racked his brains, realized that the shooter was right after all, and that by creating his own clan, having great knowledge and the skills of a strategist, one can achieve much greater heights. Tanaka tensed up a little and looked at his assistant and told him not to listen to this shooter and to continue serving him. But the assistant began to laugh strangely and say that he was tired of hearing this word assistant because he has a name that no one has ever called, namely Avaron. Tanaka tells him to calm down and not do anything stupid, otherwise he will teach him a lesson. But Averon gives his former boss the middle finger and says that his time has passed and it is time for new ascensions. He already had a teleportation scroll in his hand to get to the headquarters and take over the guild. Tanaka sees that he is not in time, and Averon is already teleporting. He is very indignant and says that he will not allow this to happen anyway and will not allow his power to be taken away. In the end, Hirikara watches Tanaka's shameful attempt to catch up with his former chief strategist in order to prevent him from taking the place of the clan's leader. Meanwhile, Cloudy was clinging to Hirikara's boot and looked so cute, like he was a plush. His eyes were filled with joy and love, and the pleasant bluish tint reminded him of the sky. Hirikara silently picked up the baby and looked at him as if he had not yet come to the conclusion in his head that everything had worked out, and he had defeated the clan that had been terrorizing new players for a long time. Soon he hugs his teddy bear and holds it close to himself as if he is going to throw it up and screams with joy that all the troubles are behind him, and that this damned clan of player hunters will no longer attack him. The bear flew into the air and made cheerful sounds, and Hirikara, like a child, enjoyed this moment of victory, which his faithful comrade Oblachko helped him achieve. But at one point, Hirikara catches himself thinking that he didn't even notice that Cloud had gone from being a huge and scary monster to a small and cute bear cub, which he remembered as soon as he found it, and was a little confused, asking him how he had become smaller. That same day, on the other side of the planet, in the city of Texas, it was already evening. Near the highway, there was a gun shop with lights on and cars parked in the parking lot. A man in a hat sat behind the counter, staring at his computer monitor. There were a lot of weapons around him, but there were no customers, as they were rare at this late hour. His boss came up to him and said that he was staring so intently, as if he saw something important, and glanced at the screen. Scratching the back of his head, he realized that his employee was watching a video of a game that was very popular. He came closer and noticed that the shooter in the video was quite skilled with the weapon and shot accurately. It was a video from a portal that showed the latest news on the virtual game. The video showed a shooter with a musket single-handedly killing several hundred opponents and becoming the winner in a clan war. The seller noted that the boy's accuracy was good, but his rate of fire was poor and he clearly lacked the awareness that he could be faster. Afterwards, the salesman in the hat saw that it was already almost 10 o'clock and his shift was ending, so he began to get ready and tell his boss that he was going home. The boss told him to stay a few more hours because the replacement was late, and the kid asked the boss if he would raise his rate for overtime. The director laughed and said to go home and get some sleep, and he would wait. Taking his bag, the young salesman dressed like a cowboy leaves the store and heads to his car to get home. As he was leaving, the chief told him not to rush into doing anything stupid and to try not to interfere with the shooter, since he was just beginning to reveal himself. That same day, it was already evening in China, and the sisters Junha and Sun Ye were doing their own thing in a large room with panoramic windows. Sun Ye was lying on the sofa and reading the latest news on the real estate market, and Junha was watching a video game. Suddenly, Jinha notices that the guy in the video is very familiar and is called the Soul Sender. She starts calling her sister to take a look. Jinha also says that this shooter looks like the guy she hunted rabbits with in the starting town. Sunya jumps up and can't believe her ears. Could this really be the Hirikara she asked to join the clan when he was a newbie? Sunya starts to get up from the sofa and walk over to his sister to see for himself what kind of video is that showed the shooter. When she sat down at the computer, she saw that the video was titled as the brutal extermination of the Sun Clan. Sun Ye was surprised because she heard the notification in the game that the Justice Clan had exterminated the Sun Clan. Could it be that Hirikara was in the Justice Clan? Wait, what? He is the leader of the Sun Clan and there is no one else in the clan? So he single-handedly destroyed several hundred warriors and won the war against the entire clan. It's actually him in the video, and he must have leveled up quite a bit to be able to fight alone against so many warriors, but it's still incredible. Watching the entire video, Sunya was shocked because Hirikara was a real killing machine. He acted very cleverly against an enemy that outnumbered him and attacked from ambush. How did he do all this? Jinha looked at her confused sister and understood what she wanted to do. Playing the least popular class in the game and achieving such a result is worth a lot. Such a talented player is clearly guided by his life skills, since there is simply no other explanation for how he thought of and did all this. Sun Ye also remembered that Hirikara had a brother who was in the Korean clan that constantly hunted them and tried to kill them. Apparently, Hirikara did not join their clan then, realizing that in such a situation it would only be a problem. While Sun Ye sat thoughtfully and watched the video, Jinha understood that if they invited Hirikara to the clan now, they would greatly increase their chances of rising in the rankings. But would he want to join their clan? Jinha, pulling her knees to her chest and a little embarrassed, quietly told her sister that she wouldn't mind if Hirikara joined their clan. Sun Ye noticed that the little girl was acting strangely, as if she really liked this shooter. Sun Ye began to tease her little sister that she had found a man to pine for, but she knew that Jinha was right, and if they could attract Hirikara to their clan, it would help them a lot. Such a talented shooter is capable of doing incredible things, which obviously attracts the attention of other top clans after this video. The next day, Hirikara logs into the game and thinks about how he needs to get a new weapon if the old musket cannot be repaired. As soon as he appears, he immediately receives notifications from various players about the clan war. Everyone who watched the video of the clan battle was amazed by the shooter's skills and wants to talk about what he used. For a few minutes, Hirikara stood there and deleted all these messages because he didn't want to become popular at all. At one point, he started complaining that it was really that hard for the developers to highlight or just delete all the messages at once. Having dealt with this stream of messages, Hirikara switched to what was really important and went into his inventory. This clan war had taken a heavy toll on the boy's wallet, and all that was left was a broken musket and some silver. He hadn't had such an empty inventory for a long time, but it was worth it. He also remembered that he hadn't yet collected the reward for winning the clan war, and now was the time to see what was there. He was stunned by so many stat point rewards and a new A-rank achievement that he got for the first time. It was given for destroying more than 100 opponents alone and gives 10 stat points. Hirikara also saw that he was on the top of the list of those who had received this achievement. And for some reason, Hirikara remembered the beast, who had killed a lot of people in the gorge and was clearly in the top 3. Seeing so many points, Hirikara did not drag them out, but began to distribute them on intelligence and dexterity, which became the most important characteristics for him. After all the improvements, he felt that he had become even stronger and even better than he was, as if this achievement made him a very dangerous opponent. He also decided to go to Old Jack to find out if there were any tasks for him. He opens the doors with a smile and without any worries and enters the old, shabby house that needed some renovation and some help from maids. Strangely, no one met him at the entrance, and the house was rather quiet and suspicious. Hirikara prepared his broken musket and began to walk down the corridor quietly and carefully, trying to listen to his surroundings. Approaching the room of Old Jack, Hirikara heard voices coming from 2 people. The first was Old Jack, and the second Hirikara did not know. He carefully approached the door and, leaning against the wall, began to eavesdrop on the conversation. Suddenly he hears that they are talking about what happened in the dark forest and that the newly minted shooter killed many people using a musket. Hirikara immediately understood that they were talking about him, but he did not understand who the person was who started this conversation. Old Jack, having listened to the words of his guest, sighed heavily and said that there was no need to rush into what he had started. Hirikara was still young and had not reached the level to be on par with you. The boy in the hat replied that maybe that was true, but there was no point in hiding it anymore, because they would meet very soon and then it would be clear whether Hirikara should be afraid of their duel. And approaching the door, he opens it, catching Hirikara off guard. He couldn't move and was scared that they were talking about some kind of duel. The guy in the hat opened the door and said, "Well, hello, shooter." The man in the hat looked pretty cool, and his appearance indicated that he was a player and clearly a high-level one. Hirikara was so nervous that he couldn't say anything normal and just looked at this stranger, hoping that nothing bad would happen yet. The boy in the hat takes one step towards Hirikara, and the shooter with the broken musket jumps back in fear to the wall, realizing that now he is completely unarmed since the musket is not a fact that it will be able to shoot in such a state. Old Man Jack looked at Hirikara in surprise and asked him what was wrong with him and why he came back when all the training was over. Hirikara nervously scratched his head and said that he was simply in the capital and wanted to go and see his mentor, who taught him a lot, and also to ask if there were any tasks. The guy in the hat looks at the musket and notices that it is broken, as if it had been chopped up. This surprised the guy a little, but nothing more. After an awkward pause, the guy in the hat says goodbye to Jack and wishes Hirikara good luck, as he will need it considering that after winning the clan war, he will have many who are not happy with this arrangement. Old Man Jack, sighing heavily, tells the boy to come to him more often, because he has no one else except them and it's really boring for an old man to sit here alone. Suddenly, Jack asks Hirokara why he wanted to come in, and the shooter turns around with a surprised face because he hasn't come to his senses yet and doesn't understand what happened here. Ah yes, a new task. Hirokara only has a test left from Miss Meredith. Is Hirokara ready for this test and ready to shoot accurately at a target at a distance of about 500 meters? No, no, no. Hirokara started saying that he wasn't ready yet and it wasn't a good idea to do this now because he had some problems that wouldn't let him shoot well. After which, Hirokara asks Jack to tell him who is the guy in the hat who threatens to duel Hirokara when the time comes. Jack asked Hirokara if he remembered how he wanted to ask about a technique he heard from his companion, but then I couldn't answer. Hirokara understood what was being talked about at the moment Minju asked him about a skill he didn't know. If this guy is a marksman, he's clearly been playing for a lot longer than Hirokara and has more experience. Maybe he's one of the two who are higher up the ladder for certain achievements in the game. He didn't have to run far. This cowboy was standing near a tree and holding a leaf that had fallen from the tree in his mouth. He was like an old cowboy movie and his habits were the same. Hirokara began to slow down and approach this shooter trying to establish contact and find out why he went to old Jack. Hirokara began to introduce himself and wanted to know the name of the person he wanted to talk to. This cowboy was rather silent and all he could answer was simply by giving his name, Clint. It was the first time Hirokara had heard it and it was clearly not Asian. He certainly looked like a cowboy hunting criminals in the Wild West, shooting from revolvers that gleamed beautifully in a holster on his belt, covered with various compartments for supplies and bullets. Hirokara decided to repeat his question, thinking that they simply didn't hear him about why such a player visited Jack's mentor. But Clint was simply made of a different stuff and didn't care about that question at all. He simply looked at Hirokara and replied that he was still weak and not ready for a worthy fight against a strong opponent. Hirokara, surprised and somewhat wary, replied that maybe so, but he hadn't been playing for that long and didn't know much yet. So maybe you could answer the question, "What did you want from Jack?" Hirokara asked. But Clint didn't answer and, adjusting his cowboy hat and continuing to act pompous and cool, said that Hirokara should start leveling up and exploring this world as much as possible. Hirokara was already starting to get angry, hearing these reproaches and instructions from a man he had never seen before. It even seemed to him that this idiot in a hat did not understand what he was talking about. Hirokara, barely restraining himself, tried to politely squeeze out a few words concerning whether Mr. Clint could hear and understand him, to which Clint said nothing but turned around and started to leave. This greatly infuriated Hirokara, and he said that such an attitude and reaction to simple questions was quite cruel. Such behavior does not paint a person at all. Seeing Clint start to leave, Hirokara couldn't stand it and asked him to stop in a rather rude manner, as if he was already fed up with it, and asked him to answer one question asked about visiting Jack. Clint stops and just stands with his back to the shooter. Suddenly, Clint kicks the tree and leaves fall. Hirokara stands there with a surprised look, wondering if that cowboy really thinks that this is how to scare someone. But Clint turned around and said that when you hit a tree, exactly 9 leaves always fall. This is a game feature that greatly affects the level of development of a real shooter. Hirokara, seeing what was happening and hearing what Clint was saying, began to think that all of this was some kind of nonsense and completely unrelated to the question he asked. He, like a volcano, explodes with statements towards the cowboy who is talking nonsense. But suddenly it dawns on him that if he behaves like that and talks about the leaves, that they always fall in the same quantity, then maybe it was because he had to shoot at them. He had 2 revolvers, which no one had seen in this game, and was clearly similar in behavior to a man familiar to Hirokara, who also wore a hat. Is this Clint one of Jack's students, or is he even Jack's heir and has the skill of rapid fire, which allows him to shoot accurately on the move? In other words, they do look similar. But if that's the case, then it turns out that Clint is one of 3 new generation shooters who must save this virtual world. Hirokara realized that Clint is the heir to Old Man Jack's weapon, but he needs some hint about the foliage, since he doesn't understand from what distance he needs to shoot. Clint replies that the distance doesn't matter. Everything is mostly done at point-blank range. Hirokara is very surprised because what kind of shooter can miss at point-blank range, if it's so easy? Or do you need to remove a few leaves here, like this is a mini-quest where you need to score so many points in a certain amount of time? Clint kicks the tree again, causing the leaves to fall. Hirakawa begins to think that perhaps he is about to be shown how it is done. He raised his head and counted the leaves, realizing that there were indeed 9 of them falling, but they were falling rather quickly, and Hirakawa would only be able to shoot one at most with his musket. Clint, with a serious face, holding a leaf in his hands, says that this ability can only be obtained if you shoot all 9 leaves before they fall. However, Hirakawa wondered how Clint managed to hit all 9 leaves using a musket, because if you count, they all fall in about 4 to 5 seconds, which means that one leaf takes about 3/10 of a second, which is completely unrealistic to do with a musket. Hirakawa said that he did not believe Clint could handle such a task, since the loading speed of a musket takes about 20 seconds at best. If Clint had succeeded, he would have had the musket that his mentor Jack had given him. But weapons in this world that belong to a certain class cannot be put into inventory. It was also clear from Clint that he did not have a weapon on him, since the musket was quite large and could not be hidden under clothing, since it was not practical. Clint replied that Hirakawa was right and he didn't have a musket, but he was thinking too one-sidedly, Clint thought. Hirakawa looked thoughtfully at this shooter who didn't have a weapon and didn't understand whether he was fooling him or if this was just some kind of joke. The inventory in the game is a kind of bag in which you can only put various kinds of resources, but you can't put class weapons like a sword, musket, or magic wand, or even a bow in there. Clint sighed heavily, realizing that Hirakawa had not yet figured out how everything was done and was happening, considering that he still did not know much about the game's capabilities. Hirakawa added, but however, you can put things in the bag that are created using the creation skill, which is also a weapon, but the game system does not think so. Clint sighs again and says that Hirakawa is not yet ready to understand the full essence of what is possible and what is not. He has not yet seen the whole world and has not yet revealed the full potential of the game. Clint advised Hirakawa to level up quickly, and then maybe he would understand during battles what could be changed. Hirakawa was already starting to get angry that they couldn't give him a clear answer, but just beat around the bush, speaking in riddles and some nonsense. However, Hirakawa realized that if this test could really open up a new ability, then he would figure out how to deal with it. Meanwhile, Clint was flying in the clouds and thinking out loud that there wasn't enough power and damage, it needed to be increased. From the outside, it looked pretty creepy. More like a psycho with a split personality who was nearby and was acting strangely like he was figuring something out, but in fact he was just messing with your head. However, Hirakawa realized that one should not expect a specific answer from a person who himself does not understand what he needs. There is a special designation for such people. Quite emotionally and pointing a finger at Clint, Hirakawa says that he is clearly Xander, which means the whole essence of a person, to treat others like that. After which Hirakawa starts laughing so hard that tears appear in his eyes. It was quite funny considering that Clint apparently does not understand Asian cultures and does not understand the meaning of many words. He even asked Hirakawa what it meant, since such a reaction from a shooter with a broken musket was too provocative, and indicated that this funny word meant something strange. Hirakawa, when asked to explain this expression, responded quite obviously in Clint's style and said that it would remain their little secret. However, if this task is a real one for learning the skill of rapid fire, then Hirakawa will try to find the answer to this riddle and do everything in the best possible way. Understanding that he only had to hit 9 leaves from the tree, that was understandable. All that was left was to find a way to shoot at them all at breakneck speed, which was still an unforgivable thing. Clint smiled and began adjusting his hat as if it had somehow changed its position. Hirakawa, however, looked at this dandy and could not understand. Was he really that arrogant, or was he just showing off? Clint wished Hirakawa luck in solving the secret of this trial and said that he looked forward to the next time they met, when he would be much stronger, and their game comes out. Hirakawa watched him go and began to think that it was worthwhile to return to old Jack and clarify what Clint had told him. Was this really a test? He started to move towards the rifle training building and watch the leaves fall from the tree. He should think carefully about how to do this. This old and dilapidated house was getting worse every day, and its very appearance reminded Hirakawa that he should find craftsmen who would do the repairs and thus repay the old man for his instructions. Old Jack confirmed that Clint got the muskets from him by completing a test of shooting 9 leaves off a tree. It sounds funny, but it's a very difficult task. Hirakawa was convinced that, although with difficulty, Clint squeezed out words that helped him understand some of the facts of the mission. But how did he do it? The old man poured another cup of tea and offered Hirokara if he wanted to chat some more and learn something interesting, but Hirokara refused, saying that he should take a walk. Hirokara started to walk towards the door, and old Jack asked Hirokara not to think one-sidedly, but to concentrate on what was said. While sipping his tea, he added that learning this skill is not at all easy and requires a special approach, which in a simple case is impossible to pass, even trying with all your might. After which, Hirokara left the Rifle Corps building and began to walk down the street, thinking about what he had heard, while kicking the stones that fell under his feet. Why did the old man say muskets as if there were a pair of them, or if it was a typo in the NPC text? Hirokara didn't understand these stupid hints at all. It was starting to irritate him that they didn't tell him any specifics, but simply gave him a dozen riddles that he could only walk around and try to figure out how to solve. It felt like they were just messing with Hirokarori, and each of them was throwing in new crap that didn't help at all and only made it harder to figure out how to cope. However, Hirokara knew he should take care of his broken musket first and opened his inventory to retrieve it. Suddenly it dawns on him. He can't put weapons in his inventory, so how can this musket fit in there? Is it because he's gotten smaller now? Hirokara didn't even pay attention to the fact that he had been mechanically taking the musket and clan back from his inventory since the moment it was broken, and he was afraid to use it. In that case, Hirokara began to guess how those hints and stupid phrases of Clint could help him and went to the forge, where he usually had his equipment and weapons repaired. The blacksmith already knew Mr. Hirokara well, who often came to repair his musket and buy various accessories that he needed to create his wonderful things. But Hirokara came with a rather difficult task, and it no longer looked like a repair. The blacksmith, seeing what had happened to the musket, advised the boy not to waste time and buy himself a new one. But Hirokara replied that he had a special order. They sat down, and Hirokara took the chalk and began to trace his broken musket and change the picture a little so that the blacksmith could understand what the boy wanted. The blacksmith was intrigued, and for the first time encountered such a sketch. He agrees and wants to start right away. He became interested in creating something that no one has done before and doing a great job. A few in-game days later, Hirokara came to the forge to pick up his pistol, which had been crafted from a broken musket. Now it was more of a melee weapon for a marksman. The blacksmith stood proudly and said that he was interested in working on such a short type of musket, only he did not know whether it would be able to shoot with such a short length. Hirokara replied that of course he could, but the lethal force at a distance would be much less, and therefore it was a close combat weapon. Hirokara also decided to try to make something else. If a pistol could be made, then something more solid could be made. Hirokara begs the blacksmith to try to make carvings and holes in the barrel, which could increase the killing power and range of the gun. But the blacksmith, looking down the barrel of the pistol, realizes that he will not be able to hit such a small hole with his tool. He returns the pistol to Hirokara and says that it is beyond his capabilities, as it requires more delicate work from craftsmen who specialize in precision products. He said that there are gnomes living in the mountains who are famous for their abilities and skills in creating high-quality weapons. If they are interested in such an invention, they will be happy to help the shooter. Dwarves are arrogant people, but of short stature. They are famous as skilled craftsmen of weapons and construction. Anything that is created in the world and has an incredible appearance, then it is most likely created by dwarves. Hirokara, hearing about the dwarves, looked at his pistol and realized that he should go to them and ask for help. But apparently, it would be very expensive if they were such masters, thought Hirokara. Hearing about the gnomes that exist in this virtual world, Hirokara said goodbye to his blacksmith and headed to the place where they live. The capital was quite calm and quiet, but beyond the walls there were many dangerous routes to take, and he had to be careful, as Hirokara now had a completely different weapon that could destroy an enemy from a distance. Having walked a sufficient distance from the city, Hirokara turned around to make sure that there was no one nearby and he could test the new pistol. Hirokara was interested in what the new weapon was capable of and the effective range of fire, since if you follow the rules of the system, the musket can shoot 40 meters, but there was no mention of the pistol. The wind that rose in the forest made leaves fall, and Hirokara decided to test himself by trying to shoot a leaf that was falling from a branch. But it turned out that it is not so easy to do even from a close distance. If the bullet does not fly into the center of the leaf, then the shock wave simply throws the leaf to the side. Hirokara didn't believe that he had missed and failed to hit the target. even though he had taken into account all the factors that affect the flight of a bullet. But even so, he only fired one shot. The leaf fell to the ground in 4 seconds. This is very fast considering that even using a one-handed weapon, it would take about 10 seconds to charge it, which is still a long time. After which Hirikara began to try again and again to hit the leaf that falls from the tree because he did not want to give up and think that he could not do it. However, after some time, on his 10th attempt, he managed to hit the exact center of the sheet and pierce it. It was a joyful event, but the realization that one sheet was not enough made the shooter think. He realized that the maximum effective range of the shot was only 25 meters, which was quite short considering that the opponents he encountered were quite dangerous, and it was a big risk to let them get close. He started looking at his musket and realizing that Clint had clearly used more than one pistol since its reload speed was still slow. Even if you leveled up enough, it was impossible to reload in a split second. Hirikara knew he needed a new musket as he wouldn't get very far with just one pistol and would be an easy target for mages and archers as they would be able to hit him from a much greater distance. In that case, Clint is definitely using 2 pistols. But is that a great idea considering the short range? Or does he have an ace up his sleeve that allows him to do something unthinkable? Although this is quite possible considering that Clint looked like a cowboy, that he knows how to handle his weapon well, and it is enough to just approach the enemy unnoticed and everything will work out. Still, he seemed strong enough and had a much higher level than Hirikara. But if you remember the beginning of the game, when the administrator gave the opportunity to choose weapons, there was no pistol or even 2. So how did he do it? While Hirikara stood thoughtfully in the middle of the road and tried to solve the problem of how to knock down all 9 leaves in the air, someone was approaching behind him, as there was a ringing of armor. Hirikara immediately began to turn around, as he understood that these could be enemies who were unhappy with the defeat during the clan war and were waiting for the shooter to crawl out of the capital. But it was Minju who was running and calling Hirikara, asking him to stop and wait for her. She didn't look hostile, but Hirikara knew that the Holy Knight clan player would definitely not attack or deceive him. She was a little out of breath and running up to Hirikara asked him why he hadn't written to her while he was in the capital. They had agreed, hadn't they? She also noticed that his musket, which he always had in his hands or hanging on his back, was missing. She decided to ask about it, as she did not understand why the adventurer would go out into a dangerous area without a weapon. Hirikara tried to laugh it off and said that after the clan war his musket broke a little and he gave it in for repairs, so he is without a musket for now. By the way, Minju started clapping for him, saying that she saw a video where they showed him defeating several hundred opponents single-handedly, which was really cool. After which she remembered that she really wanted to show off her new blade, which she created not without Hirikara's prompting when they met in the forest and fought off the Sun Clan. She took out her new maple and raised it into the sky. It glowed with a magical aura and became a real magical weapon. Hirikara asked him in surprise if she had really found what she was looking for and managed to complete her weapon. She, putting her blade back into the sheath, said that thanks to Hirikara's advice and hint, she had succeeded, and now her sword had become even stronger. Hirikara said that he was glad that everything had worked out, but that it was not really his merit. Minju said on the contrary that it was all thanks to him telling her where to look, and then everything was not difficult anymore, and she saved a lot of time in creating this wonderful sword. After which, she suddenly invited Hirikara to join the clan of Holy Knights, since Hirikara gets along quite well with the locals, and even became friends with some officers from their squad. Such an invitation was simply unbelievable from Minju, that Hirikara was a little scared. Hirikara had indeed become good friends with some of the Holy Knights, but it was still rather strange that he, as a shooter, was invited. Even though the Holy Knight Do Dick had helped him in the castle back then, it didn't mean that they were friends of that level. Minju added that this suggestion did not come from her, but from other NPCs who suggested Hirikara. Considering that Hirikara created the clan only to teach the Sun Clan a lesson, he does not plan to continue working with them. It was quite a tempting offer, as the armor of the Holy Knights looked very cool, and he even began to imagine how it would look on him if he were in their clan. But Hirikara decided to refuse, as he prefers to remain a loner and not join clans. He has been offered more than once, but considering that there is a lot of time to kill on joint missions, it is not suitable for him. In this case, Minju advised Hirikara to keep in mind that other clans will try to recruit him and may not go quite honestly. While Hirokara was thinking about what Minju said and realized that he could indeed be pursued by different guilds trying to lure him to their side, Minju noticed something flashing on Hirokara's belt, and she took a closer look. Hirokara had on his belt. The shooter, realizing that she had already seen the pistol, decided to say that it was his new invention, which was created for close combat. He took a pistol out of his holster and said that his musket was broken, and he decided to make a pistol out of it, since the musket was beyond repair. He was prompted to do this by a shooter he had recently met. Minju began to change visibly, and a creepy and powerful aura was wrapped around her body, showing that she had bad intentions, as if she was preparing for a fight. Hirokara was a little scared and didn't understand the reason for such a reaction. Was it really impossible to change weapons or use pistols in this world? Minju asked Hirokara about the shooter in a rather serious voice and asked if his name was Clint. Her magic power was increasing, and it seemed like she was very dissatisfied. Hirokara tried to calm her down and said that yes, his name was Clint. He was the same shooter and went to his mentor with the rifle corps. But did something happen between them that Minju had such a reaction to Clint? She said that she saw such a weapon on one person, and it was Clint, who is very dangerous and is capable of doing very strange things for this virtual world. Suddenly, she calmed down and said that she was upset that she had not met him, as she wanted to take revenge and fight him. Hirokara, seeing that she had calmed down, decided to ask what had happened. She once fought a man who wielded pistols and was quite a tough opponent, as his skills were astounding and very difficult to counter. Minju fought Clint one-on-one, trying to prove that she was stronger after hearing his offer to fight. She was confident that she could handle a player who was clearly weaker, but that was not the case. Hirokara began to think that Clint was so high level that he could beat Minju herself, who was ranked 6th in the world. But she, lowering her head, said that yes, she lost that fight. Clint seemed very arrogant and always adjusting his hat, which did not inspire danger, but it turned out that he had enough strength to win, even without a high level. Hirokara didn't believe it at first and said that maybe you weren't as high a level as him back then. It's impossible for a ranked player to lose to a player who isn't even in the top 100. She said that ranked players are not the only ones who are the strongest in this game. There are also hunters who have much better abilities for their level and are able to compete with the strongest players. Their skills were revealed in a completely different way, and one of them was Clint. She also said that Clint has a nickname in the game called Sonya. Hirokara was curious about why he was called that, to which Minju began to tell the story of how that nickname came about. One day, Clint got his hands on incredible equipment, which became a very tasty morsel for clans that hunted weaker players. One of these was the Soltz clan, which Hirokara successfully destroyed. They found out where Clint was that day and decided to bring about 30 of their warriors to intimidate the newcomer and take away his equipment, which he had obtained in an unknown way. When they entered the bar, they saw that their client was lying at the table and sleeping. He seemed completely strange and weak, since sleeping in a virtual game was quite strange. But a few seconds after the crowd of thieves and robbers entered the bar, they were all shot dead within seconds. Their bodies had not even managed to move a few meters before they were already dead, but Clint himself did not even raise his head or move from the spot. Hirokara was stunned by the fact that Keith could be so cool that he didn't even raise his head. But how did he do it if even loading a pistol takes about 10 seconds? All that moved at that moment were his hands, which held 2 short barrels that emitted smoke from the explosions of gunpowder. After what happened, there were many other people in front of the corpses who were in the bar at that moment and were shocked by what happened. Clint himself stood up and began to stretch, as if he had been sleeping all this time. And so the nickname Sonya Clint stuck to him. Hirokara stood silently and tried to digest everything that was said. That Clint was a hunter and owned 2 pistols that fired quickly. Minju said that hunters are special players because they can level up by killing other players who are stronger than them. Their abilities and stats are much higher than the player's level. Hirokara, hearing this, realized that he himself received points and experience, as well as a level increase after killing the player who attacked him. It turns out that Hirokara is also a hunter. Minju added that Hirokara should already understand that he too is a hunter, as he is able to kill crowds of enemies and increase his level at their expense. Hirokara then decided to ask why there are ranked players in the game to whom everyone can belong, but there are also those who do not get into the rating but become hunters. Was this really intended? Hunters exist to keep the game balanced. If there were only ranked players, it would only be a competitive part. But if there are hunters, it becomes much more interesting because hunters can confront top players and take their experience, which is very bad for ranked players. So if Hirikara kills a top player, he will go down in the rankings and lose a lot of resources? That's pretty sneaky, and then everyone will hate the hunters trying to eliminate them before they attack? In that case, Hirikara should be careful and try to avoid such a conversation and tell others that he is a hunter, although if this is so, then why are there no announcements anywhere that there would be bounties on heads and Clint himself walked calmly around the capital? Minju said that hunters are just a title, but they are not dangerous. Yes, they can take experience from other players, but their actions are often not bad, and those who challenge them usually regret such a decision even at a high level. In this case, it turns out that being a hunter is safe, but in the case of ranked players, they can get experience from everything, since creating items or completing quests is not the only thing that counts as income for them. Minju said that the problem of ranked players is that they can get incredible weapons that have great power, but they need to unlock them by finding the right seal, which is quite difficult to do. Minju again thanked Hirikara for the hint about her magic sword. If there were no hunters and explorers besides ranked players, all items on the market would quickly become worthless. High-level players sell incredible weapons with different items on the market, and hunters have a lot of different information because they play a non-standard way and can help in unlocking relics and items. Minju, after the story, said that she was chatting for a while and she needed to go back to the city as there was still a lot to do. She wished Hirikara to be careful and be prepared to meet the other clans who already clearly guessed that Hirikara was a hunter after the massacre he had done in the dark forest. They said goodbye and Minju ran back to the city, and Hirikara thanked her for so much interesting information and for the advice to stay safe and went on his way. Meanwhile, on the other side of the virtual world, a dialogue was taking place between two clan leaders who were trying to resolve their differences. Ye-jun from the Power of Korea clan sat calmly surrounded by sharp icicles and tried to conduct a dialogue. On the other side of the table sat Sun-ye, who was also not happy with what was happening and was trying to negotiate an end to a disagreement over a fortress that belonged to her clan in China. She had a kunai held by Hyakimaru at her neck, who reacted sharply to the icicles that were held at his clan leader. This tension between the clans never stopped even after that massacre in the desert, where the beast intervened and carried out a real genocide and did not lead to anything. Ye-jun did not keep his word about non-aggression, and after that incident decided to act differently. Sun-ye asked the head of the Korea clan to make the right decision and leave their possessions alone, as they did not intend to share and give away the fortress, which brought in good income. In that case, Ye-jun suggests doing something quite simple and organizing a clan war where they will find out who should own the fortress. He also added that for such a matter he would not mind inviting even the hunter to deal with Jin-ha, who was not at all ready for such a meeting. He understands that the hunters are asking too high a price for their help, but giving 2 months' income from the fortress to the man who will take this ice princess down from the top is worth it. Sun-ye responded quite hotly and said that she agreed to have a clan war, and no hunter could stop them from achieving victory by kicking the Korean clan's ass. To which Ye-jun responded quite eloquently and using teleportation began to move to his guild, showing his opponents an unpleasant gesture. The two disappear, and Jin-ha says in her monotone voice that they should have finished off that idiot who was always in their way and always getting in their way. Sun-ye says that it's good that she didn't interfere and endured all of this, after which Sun-ye starts to open the game screen to find the person she is so interested in and try to lure him to their side. Jin-ha immediately understood who they were talking about and said that she doubts that the brothers will fight each other. Hirikara's life in the virtual world began to become much more interesting. He meets a man who saw a video of the clan war, where Hirikara single-handedly killed several hundred warriors and won. He was so fired up by the dream of becoming famous too, and offered Hirikara about 100 gold for the clan, that he had no intention of continuing his activity, but he became famous throughout the world. Hirikara was also very pleased, since for winning the clan war he received 88 gold, which greatly increased his capital and would help him invest in new equipment, as well as save up for treatment. Remembering that weird guy with a mustache who acted like a child, making his character look like a hero from a western, who was inspired by Hirikara's performance and decided to become a gunslinger himself. However, it was no longer important. The main thing for Hirikara now was to go to the dwarves who could make him a new weapon. Meanwhile, in the virtual world, preparations were in full swing for a new clan war. The Korean clan, Power of Korea, gathered all its comrades in a large hall to tell them what they would have to do and how this war would be waged. Ye Jong very emotionally showed his comrades that those girls from the Chinese coalition did not agree with the proposals and would defend the castle. They must win and take back what they had invested a lot of money in. All the soldiers hearing this became very angry and started shouting. They understood that if they did not return the castle, then the money they invested in resources and in building the fortress would be wasted. Hyakimaru, remembering those negotiations, was a little sarcastic about the guild leader's words that there were normal proposals, as if what happened there could even be called negotiations. One of the clan members decided to approach the clan leader Ye Jong and ask why they couldn't just return all the money they invested and go to another fortress. Other players also started to support this idea, realizing that they had invested too much, hearing the guild leader's promises that everything would pay off with a large percentage. Qin Shu and his comrades stood near the wall and calmly listened to the leader. They understood that everything would be very difficult, and considering that many people here had invested tens, hundreds, or even millions of won, they did not want to lose them at all. Meanwhile, Ye Jong slammed his staff on the floor and forced everyone to calm down and listen to him, as there would be a solution to everything. He said that he had already contacted 2 allied guilds that would help in the war. These were the clans of dragon warriors and great sages. Everyone was surprised to hear that they would have huge help from 2 clans at once, which had a large number of members and resources, which would clearly be to the advantage of the Korean power. They will be facing a coalition from China, which includes 2 top players from the world rankings, which clearly puts them in a high rank. But this does not mean that they will be able to withstand 1,000 warriors. Ye Jong added in his repertoire that he plans to invite a few more players to help them, who have abilities much higher than their ranks and are capable of killing top players. Everyone listened attentively to their leader and calmed down a little after hearing about such a large amount of help in their war against the Chinese clans that have 2 top players. Everyone was very surprised when the leader said that he would try to invite Minju, who is also at the top of the world list and is from Korea, which means she will have a chance to invite her to the clan war. Hyakimaru listens to this demonstration performance, which hides a lot of important information and serves more as inspiration than anything important. Ye Jong also said that he would do his best to invite the Dark Swordsman who was ranked 2nd in the world to the war, but he was charging quite a lot for his services, and everyone would need to think hard about it. Having heard about the Dark Swordsman, everyone even became a little tense, as they had seen videos where he destroyed opponents in droves and single-handedly dealt with entire guilds. It all sounded so that only a very gullible person or someone who believed every word of his clan leader could believe it. But Qin Shu thought about it, as he understood all the nuances. Ye Jong assured his comrades that his plan was perfect, and with the support of the 2 clans and several top players, they would be able to resist the Chinese coalition of clans. Comrade Qin Shu asked him about the Dark Swordsman, whether Ye Jong would really be able to invite him, to which Qin Shu replied that he was not sure that the Dark Swordsman would be interested in the money he would receive from this war. The warriors of the Korean clan began to rejoice and shout praises for their clan leader, that he possessed a high level of intelligence and was able to gather a huge number of warriors for battle. While everyone was rejoicing, Ye Jong asked Hyakimaru to invite Qin Shu to talk to him after all this, to which Hyakimaru unquestioningly agreed, but he didn't quite understand why. After a while, the 3 of them were all gathered and there was no one else around. Ye Jong asked Qin Shu to talk to his brother Hirikara to join their clan and help in the war, considering how he dealt with the Sun clan single-handedly. Qin Shu admitted that he had already offered Hirikara to join the clan, but back then he was still a low level and just wanted to explore this world and learn about the possibilities. It was when Hirikara had just arrived in the capital. They were sitting in a bar and talking about various things, including the battle with those Chinese girls who were putting spokes in the wheels of the Korean clan. Hyakimaru added that what they need now is a player who can shoot from long distances and act from ambushes like a guerrilla. Qin Shu himself understood that Hirikara would be of great help, but he was not sure whether he would want to participate in this war, considering that he was acting strictly according to his conscience and desire to help the weak. Okay, Qin Shu said he would try, but he would have to meet his brother in person to discuss the proposal. He exited the game, bidding farewell to his comrades. Ye Jong and Hyakimaru calmly waited for Qin Shu to exit the game, and their treacherous expressions clearly indicated that they were up to no good. Ye Zhong said that his plan was quite complicated, but if it worked out, they wouldn't lose much, as would the fact that they would have to sacrifice some who would play a role. Qin Shu calmly exits the game by taking off his VR helmet, a quiet day at home without any problems or worries. But he doesn't realize yet that the knife that is going to be plunged into his back has already been sharpened and put into a sheath. He exhales, taking off his helmet, and understands that he will have to persuade his brother, which will clearly not be easy. That same morning, after finishing all his chores after breakfast and seeing his mother off to work, Hirikara returned to his room to continue exploring the virtual world. He can't remember the last time they had such a good time together. He was pleased to please his mother with his big earnings, which allowed them to eat something tastier than usual food. Before the game, Hirikara decides to visit the game's website and find out what's new in Yggdrasil. He starts scrolling through the news feed and notices that a clan war is coming. He points out that the war will take place between two clans from Korea and China for the territory of the castle, which has a great influence on the game items market. The clan of brother Qin Shu and sisters from China Sun Ye and Jin Ha will clash in the war. While Hirikara was dealing with those scumbags from the Sun clan, other clans were trying to grab the castle territory for themselves, which greatly affects the commercial activity in the game. This is clearly not just a game anymore, but a whole money-making scheme. Suddenly, Hirikara's phone rang. The name of brother Qin Shu lit up the screen, clearly wanting to make a suggestion, considering that news of their clan's war had spread across the internet. Hirikara picked up the phone and greeted Qin Shu, asking him what happened, that he needed to call him in the morning. Qin Shu asked his brother when he would log into the game since they had something to discuss, to which Hirikara replied that he was just about to. After some time, they finally met in the capital of the game world. Qin Shu looked different. He had obviously bought a lot of things to prepare for the war. His armor seemed much cooler and stronger than before. Qin Shu said that the clan leader was very interested in Hirikara and invited him to join the clan. He said that it would be better for the two brothers to fight together and support each other. Hirikara points at himself in surprise and says out loud that he is quite low level to join such a strong clan, and that is quite strange. Qin Shu says that there is nothing strange about it, as everyone has seen how one shooter could deal with an entire clan and kill several hundred high-level soldiers. Such a player will definitely attract attention. Hirikara realized that it was quite difficult for him to make a choice since his opponents were the sisters with whom he played in the starting village and became quite good friends. Sun Ye had a strange personality, but she was still quite kind and friendly, which did not allow him to attack her without a good reason. The way she helped hunt the big rabbits and talk to Hirikara clearly meant that she was not going to beat around the bush, but always said everything directly and without fluff. Qin Shu continued by saying that Ye Jun himself had ordered and sent him, giving an invitation to the clan for a marksman who had the ability to fight against a large number of opponents. Hirikara didn't even know how to answer his brother, as he didn't want to participate in the clan war considering that he knew the players on both sides, and he didn't want to ruin the relationship with one of the sides. Someone was watching what was happening from the side, hiding behind a city bush. This stranger quickly broke away because he thought that he was noticed and began to quickly disappear from the guy's field of vision. Hirikara and Qin Shu did not immediately understand what it was. They noticed that it was a man wearing a robe that hid his identity and was clearly suspicious, as if he was a spy assigned to monitor Qin Shu. Qin Shu realized that the Chinese coalition had sent a spy to monitor him and began pursuing him along with Hirikara. Qin Shu noticed the crest that was painted on the spy's cloak and realized that it was definitely the Chinese clan they were at war with. This wild rose crest was the logo of the Chinese company that Sun Ye ran. Hirikara followed his brother, knowing that it was perfectly reasonable to have spies keep an eye on important members of the enemy clan. But why did he allow himself to be discovered so easily? But still, he had enough speed to hide and leave behind the guys who were trying to catch up with him. Qin Shu, leaning on his knees, tried to catch his breath because his stamina was not enough for a long run. He then turned around and told Hirikara that these mean little sisters would stop at nothing to achieve their dreams and confront anyone who went against them. It was impossible to reason with such people, but Hirikara replied that he understood everything. But still he did not want to join the clan yet, since he should think about it carefully. Considering the ambitions of the head of the Korean clan, The war would be cruel. Kinshu exclaimed in surprise, but how else could he think, considering that he was invited by the clan leader himself, and his brother was a member? But Hirikara calmly accepted his brother's indignation. He put his hand on Chinshu's shoulder and decided to tell him that many things could happen in a war, and if he were to get involved in it, he had to consider all the pros and cons that could affect Chinshu's future. The most important thing in war is to evaluate your benefit that you will get from it. If you lose more from the war than you had before, is it worth getting involved in it at all? Kinshu listened to his brother's words and calmed down, realizing that Hirikara, as a former military man, knew exactly what he was talking about, because he was able to withstand a large number of opponents in the game only because they interfered with the play of other users and himself. But before Kinshu left, Hirikara whispered that he would not let anyone hurt his brother. Kinshu didn't really hear this and turned around to ask Hirikara what he said, since he wasn't really listening and was taking out a teleportation scroll at that moment. Hirikara laughed it off by saying that he was just letting out the thoughts he was thinking about now, since he wanted to go hunting and try to level up further. Chinshu didn't pay any attention to this and realized that he should return back to the guild to report to Ye Chong that the negotiations had not gone well. A few hours later, Hirikara arrived at the orcs' habitat, who were clearly not prepared to confront a shooter who was firing from a distance and could not be approached. Hirikara calmly shot the orcs from a long distance while standing on a hill. He was a little unaccustomed to shooting with the new musket, as it was different. He was a little dissatisfied with the result, although he killed high-level monsters with a few bullets, but due to the light weight of the musket, Hirikara was not yet used to it, and the bullets did not fly where he aimed. Suddenly, Hirikara heard the rustling of leaves in the bushes behind him, and he nervously pulled his pistol out of his holster and pointed it in the direction of the sound, preparing to attack. But it was a familiar person who immediately noticed that the shooter had a new weapon that you can't just buy. Interesting. Hirikara let out a calm breath and said that he was glad to see Sunye again. After all, it had been quite a while since they had met in the starting city. The two sisters came together and greeted Hirikara, saying that he had changed a lot since the last time they met and had clearly become stronger. Their voices clearly showed that they were holding back, as if they were a little embarrassed to say something. Hirikara raised his pistol and said that he guessed that they would come to him, considering that the video of his victory over the Sun Clan had spread like hot cakes across the internet. In that case, Sunye said that Hirikara already understood what they came for and invited him to join their clan, since they had every chance of winning this war. Hirikara listened to their proposal and was skeptical about the phrase that they would definitely be able to win the war, considering that each side had its own trump cards. Sunye was touched by the shooter's reasoning and understood that he did not even suspect that she could go to great lengths to achieve her goal. She came up close to the shooter and said that it would be quite easy to defeat the enemy if a wolf in disguise were sent into a flock of sheep. Hirikara immediately understood what she was hinting at and realized that it was quite insidious, but the way she rubbed herself against him was quite vulgar and pleasant that he even blushed. Sunye, leaving, even laughed at the guy's timid movements, as if he had not encountered such a thing for a long time. An hour earlier, Chinshu had arrived at his clan's base to meet with Chief Ye Zhong and tell him about the negotiations with brother Hirikara. He opened the doors of the barn, but it was quite dark, as if no one had arrived yet. Ye Zhong suddenly entered the building and released a magical light, which startled Chinshu a little. It all looked rather strange. They were clearly in a bad mood and quite serious, as if something had happened. Ye Jun even reprimanded Chinshu for being a few minutes late, after which the leader invited Chinshu to sit on a chair that stood all alone in the middle of the large hall. Chinshu was not going to disobey the order of his clan leader and agreed with surprise. True, he was a little surprised by the expression on the faces of his comrades, as if they were very irritated and unhappy with what was happening or what had happened. Even the leader with Hyakimaru as his right hand stood and looked at Kinshu with a dissatisfied face, as if they already knew that Hirikara had not yet agreed to join their clan. Suddenly, Chinshu's body was wrapped in magical chains, which bound his body and did not allow him to even move. This already clearly looked like something bad, considering that it was not a joke. Ye Jun came closer and said that they could hardly understand why Chinshu did such a bad thing and decided to betray them. Chinshu was very surprised and did not understand why everyone considered him a traitor. He never questioned his loyalty to the clan and always followed orders. Hyakimaru opens the game screen and broadcasts an image showing Kinshu, his brother, and another person from the Chinese clan having fun. Qin Xiu would not tolerate this and said that everything was wrong and that this man was a spy whom he and his brother were pursuing, but he managed to escape. He eavesdropped on their conversation and then revealed his presence. Hyakimaru didn't believe Qin Xiu's words and said that this photo wasn't photoshopped and they checked everything. It certainly didn't look like they were going to catch that spy. Qin Xiu was in a very difficult situation and insisted that this was not a real photo and it was all the work of the Chinese clan. He would never betray his clan. Mentor Qin Xiu and comrade also couldn't believe that his comrade could do such a thing, but they are confident in the photo because they checked everything carefully. Qin Xiu was already getting very nervous and asking to listen to him because he was telling the truth. He never questioned his actions and followed orders. Why didn't they believe him? Ye Jun said that so far everything is going to the point that even if Qin Xiu did not intend to betray the clan, then apparently it was Hirikara who did, who could clearly find out information from his brother and pass it on to those sisters. Qin Xiu looked straight at the clan leader and said that his brother would not do such a thing. He does not betray and always follows his conscience. Ye Zhong said that Qin Xiu was definitely stupid because he couldn't see the whole picture. Could that marksman really defeat the capital's opponents on his own? He was obviously helped by those sisters who were acting from the shadows. Qin Xiu was taken aback by the clan leader's statement. He had talked to Hirikara for so long and had always been confident that he would not dare to deceive him and that they had a good relationship. Ye Zhong raised his voice and told Qin Xiu to think logically. It was impossible for the weakest class in the game to defeat so many opponents alone. Qin Xiu represented his brother, and he clearly did not look like a treacherous person who would do this to his brother. He was naive but a well-trained soldier in the past. Hyakimaru decided to show the photos from the archives that he saved to demonstrate to Qin Xiu, who was so confident in his brother's loyalty. In the photo, you can clearly recognize the sisters Sun Ye and Jin Ha, who are sitting at the same table with a person who resembles Hirikara. It all boils down to the fact that it was clearly him. Ye Zhong began to say that in that battle with the forest boss, the shooter was clearly helped by the sisters, who did not take anything for themselves, but simply helped the shooter level up and reach a higher level in order to take him into their clan. And in that war against the Sun Clan, it is impossible for one shooter to defeat several hundred opponents alone and win the war. It was clearly help from outside, especially since in the Dark Fox, no one will even see that he is being helped. All these words of the clan leader were quite convincing from a logical point of view. But Qin Xiu thought until the very end that this could not be, and that his brother would not lie to him. Mentor Qin Xiu thought for a moment and decided to offer the clan leader a solution to the problem. He offered to take Qin Xiu with him and go to Hirikara to personally find out all the information. Qin Xiu looked at his swordsman mentor with tears in his eyes, as he could save him from the guildmaster's untrue judgments. Ye Zhong looked at his assistant Hyakimaru, who nodded calmly, as if agreeing with this proposal. In this case, Mentor Qin Xiu tears up the teleportation scroll in order to get to the place where Hirikara should be, and talk to him personally. The circle had already started activating, and the clan leader's last words were quite harsh, which could clearly ruin Qin Xiu's life if everything came out as true. He said with a rather sly look that if Hirikara leaked information to those sisters, then Qin Xiu would have to take full responsibility for his brother's actions, and the punishment would be very severe. Meanwhile, on the field where the sisters were talking with Hirikara, Jin Ha felt a magical teleportation, as if someone had arrived here. While Sun Ye tried to tell Hirikara that he had proven himself to be a true warrior and a fairly intelligent strategist who was capable of fighting alone, little did they know that big trouble was about to arise. Hirikara listened politely to Sun Ye's words and was a little unhappy that they had planted a mole in the enemy clan, thereby destroying them from within by leaking information and making them doubt their own people. Suddenly, Hirikara heard the rustling of leaves coming from the forest nearby. He turned his gaze there, hoping that it was just another animal looking for food. But unfortunately, it was Qin Xiu and his mentor who came to Hirikara's location to talk about his involvement with the sisters with whom they were at war. Qin Xiu, seeing Hirikara with them, was very surprised and confused. The meeting of two brothers in such a situation caused a lot of misunderstandings. Qin Xiu was shocked to see the sisters together with his brother, and he found it hard to believe. Sun Ye, seeing the soldiers from the Korea clan, began to shout to her sister to attack the enemy who had tracked them down and was trying to kill them. Hirikara, seeing his brother, began to nervously shout that everything was not as it seemed at first glance. and that they simply came to invite him to the clan because they saw the video on the website. But the situation was already tense to the limit, and Jinha had already cast a spell, releasing icicles at the enemies that had arrived to them. The master from the Korean guild stands in front of the shocked Kinshu and takes out his sword while casting a spell to repel the ice attack. The mentor's fire strike reflects the Ice Princess's high-level spell, creating a bright flash that obscures the enemy's vision. Tears welled up in Kinshu's eyes, which meant that he had been betrayed by the person he had never expected. It was very painful and hard for him to realize that he couldn't even move, frozen in one position. Hirikara, after such an attack, asked Jinha to stop attacking because things would only get worse. Hirikara was very unhappy to be in such a situation, and it would be even more difficult to explain everything to his brother. Hirikara decides to run up to Kinshu and calmly talk to him so that everything falls into place and the fight stops. Otherwise, from the outside, everything really looked bad. The mentor grabs his fencing student and says that there is no need for them to be here anymore because everything has fallen into place. Kinshu, with a very disappointed look and a broken heart, did not resist his mentor, and together they began to teleport back. At the last second, Kinshu simply made a stony face and stopped looking at his brother, feeling betrayed and hated by what seemed like an honest man. Hirikara did not have time to talk to them and only watched the boys fly away. Kinshu was so upset that Hirikara felt great guilt for what happened. Afterwards, he fell to the ground and grabbed his head, realizing that everything had gone wrong and that his brother might now misunderstand everything. Sunya began to approach Hirikara, seeing how pathetic he looked. She approached and asked Hirikara why he reacted to that soldier as if they knew each other. Hirikara came to his senses and remembered Sunye's words about the spy. He turned his head towards her and asked her about that rat hiding in the guild Power of Korea. He needed to know who that rat was. What kind of wolf was hiding in their clan? That's what she meant when she spoke of a flock of sheep. Sunya said she didn't understand what he meant. In that case, Hirikara did not hesitate and act like a polite person, but stood up and pointed his musket at her head, repeating the question, "Who is the traitor in the Korean clan?" Sunya was not afraid of such threats, and she, folding her hands, said that she herself did not know, and even if she knew, she would not say, since it was not a fact that it would be true. In any case, Hirikara will not be able to recognize him since there are quite a lot of players in the Korean guild, and anyone can be a traitor. Hirikara said that it would be easy for him to shoot her if she told a lie. He does not want to ruin the relationship between that knight and himself, since they have known each other for a long time. After a brief silence, Sunya saw in the shooter's gaze the complete confidence in his actions, and the fact that he could shoot was clearly true. She turned around slowly and calmly, sighing slightly, and said that she really didn't know who the traitor was, since her information came from a completely anonymous source. True, she said that this anonymous person is really unrecognizable since he carefully hides his appearance and is completely closed. She also added that if Hirikara knows that knight so well, then why not pull him over to the side of the Chinese coalition of clans so that they can be together? She offered to join their clan and become real warriors who would earn a lot of money. If that knight meant so much to Hirikara, then it was worth a try. Her offer was quite tempting, and she also offered to become her bodyguard, which would increase their time together, which was similar to a date or even a proposal to go out. Hirikara was still not ready to react calmly to her words. After everything that had happened, and after thinking a little, he realized that if he were a greedy person for money, then maybe he would have agreed. However, he calmly turned to Sunya and said that she did not understand at all how important that person was to him, that he would refuse her offer. He said that he would rather go to war against them than betray that knight, as Sunya put it. She was surprised that the knight was really that important to Hirikara. The shooter said that he was indeed important because he was the one who brought him into the game. It was Kinshu who brought me into the game, pulling me out of the darkness and self-oppression. I was in a terrible state and was suffering a lot, but he was the only one who reached out and saved me. He literally rolled him into the game, giving him the opportunity to experience something that Hirikara had not felt in real life for a long time. After Hirikara's story, Sunye's serious expression changed to a calmer and more smiling one, as if their conversation was something more. She asked her younger sister how she felt about Hirikara's words, to which she replied that it was quite good. Hirikara opened his mouth in surprise, realizing that this was probably a test, but for what? He wanted to play calmly, but two sides were trying to involve him in a clan war. The girls started to smile, and Sunye even laughed, asking Hirikara to finally put away his musket and relax, since they understood everything. In that case, Hirikara puts away his musket and scratches his head and asks why they did all this if they knew he wouldn't go to war. Sunye said that she didn't know, but the offer still stands, and she was quite serious in asking Hirikara to join her clan. As such, a marksman would definitely find a place for himself. Hirikara was even surprised that it was all true. However, the girls said that in any case, even after the war, if he wanted, he could come to their clan and even as a knight. After which they teleport away and leave Hirikara alone to ponder the proposal. However, he first hit himself on the head trying to figure out what to do with his brother, as he was clearly shocked by such a meeting. Hirikara even began to curse himself for not telling him earlier that he knew the sisters. Meanwhile, Kinshu was bound by magical chains and lay at the feet of the clan leader, shocked by what he saw. Ijong reminded Kinshu that he himself would be held accountable for his brother's misdeeds, and hands over a contract in which the points and amount for damages from leaked information or betrayal that the player must pay to the clan are written. After Hirikara left the game, he took his phone to call his brother and talk about everything, as he felt guilty about it. But Kinshu didn't pick up the phone. He definitely left the game and just didn't pick up the phone. Hirikara knew that what had happened must have affected Kinshu very much, and it would be difficult for him to explain everything. Meanwhile, Kinshu was sitting on the bed in the room with the blanket over him. The dark room was silent, and there was a strong pain of loss, as if everything was over. Before his eyes were the last minutes of the game, where his shackled body and the situation that happened to his brother were simply tearing him apart from the inside, as well as the fact that the amount he had to pay the clan was very large. He felt abandoned and depressed. Everyone had betrayed him, and the clan had recognized him as a traitor and kicked him out. He burst into tears from such pain and did not know what to do. After a while, Hirikara returned to the game and sat at the bar in the restaurant. He put his musket next to him and tried to think of something. He overheard a conversation between two players sitting at a table and discussing the clan war that had recently begun. Their knowledge, and the fact that several top players would be fighting for the Chinese clan, indicated that the Koreans would clearly be unlucky and would lose. Suddenly, a waitress comes up to Hirikara and asks the gentleman what he wants. Hirikara looked at her and replied that he wants a martini with vodka. He also added "shake, do not stir," which was a code and meant that he needed to meet with the manager. After all, this was the restaurant of Mrs. Clarice, who had a lot of information and knew everything that was happening in the world. The waitress politely led Mr. Hirikara to Mrs. Clarice. Clarice was in her element and greeted her dear guest with joy. She said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and apparently something important had brought Mr. Hirikara here, right? Sitting down at the negotiating table, she poured them some tea and said that now she had enough new information. So what exactly was of interest to such a respected shooter? Hirikara said that it was all about the current clan war that was happening in the kingdom. She was a little surprised, as Mr. Gunslinger clearly wanted something specific. Hirikara mentioned that he was specifically interested in one man named Beast, who often likes to appear in places where a large battle is taking place and slaughter everyone indiscriminately. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred towards this man, so he wanted to know everything about who might appear and harm his dear brother again. He asked Mrs. Clarice to give him all the data about that beast. Meanwhile, we are transported to the main building of the Wild Rose Guild, which was run by Sun Ye and her younger sister. They enter the building and head to a meeting where they are to discuss their next steps in the war and discuss what has already happened. Yubin turns to his mistress Sun Ye, saying that everyone has gathered and is ready to discuss everything that happened in the early days of the war. Sun Ye makes a remark to his secretary, saying that in the game she should be called master and her mistress. He asks for forgiveness and continues to follow the girls. The servants open the doors to the meeting room and politely bow to the heads of the guild. The girls enter a large hall where everyone has already gathered at a round table and is ready to begin a meeting on the progress and impact of the war. Sun Ye took the pointer and hit her palm with it, saying that it was time to discuss the events that had happened over the past few days. To begin with, the Korean Guild managed to find out the location of most of their warehouses and departments, which hit them hard. The warriors of the Korean force struck in the first few hours after the declaration of war at the most vulnerable points. During the first days, the Chinese coalition managed to lose almost 200 of its warriors due to these rapid attacks of the enemy. The Korean warriors acted quickly and obviously on someone's tip, since the information about the location of their warehouses was secret. Sun Ye assumed that there was a third party involved in the war who was interested in profit and decided to make their own adjustments to the battle. Yubin, with Master Sun Ye's permission, provided a full report of the losses and exposed bases that were attacked by the enemy. 5 points have already been recaptured by the power of Korea clan, and we are currently losing the war. In this case, Sun Ye has invited an expert who will help us regain the lost points and make every effort to defeat our enemies. She snaps her fingers, thus inviting the guest. The necromancer K enters the hall, who helps clans in war for big money. He has many abilities and can summon terrible monsters. He had already managed to launch several attacks on the warriors of the Korean clan, who were trying to capture several more points. In that place, there was a clan of dragon warriors who were helping the Korean clan. This crazy player is quite strong and should be watched, as he can lose his temper and cause a lot of trouble. In this case, Jin Ha herself was watching him. Kay asked the girl to stay away, as he wanted to have fun with those guys who decided to attack their bases. Jin Ha was not pleased with his company and asked not to talk to her, but it only made Kay laugh that the little girl was being rude to him. He definitely looked like a maniac who loved fighting, but Jin Ha felt uncomfortable being with such a jerk. Kay opens the test tube hanging on his belt and pours it in front of him, simultaneously uttering a certain call that created huge monsters. From this bloody liquid, a huge blood golem appeared, which was covered in spikes and had a high level, as well as large dimensions. The enemy warriors, seeing such strong opponents, began to shake with fear and understand that they would not be able to cope. These monsters are very hard to kill, and their creator was just laughing maniacally in the background, which only made the situation worse. Then everything was covered in blood, which is not correct to show. Sun Ye sighed with sorrow, realizing that this was the only way to resist the attacks on their bases. Next, they should think about the next steps to counterattack. The chairman of the board says that they have complete confidence in Miss Sun Ye's actions and will only wait for the result, which will definitely be victorious. At the moment when the red golems appeared and tore their enemies to pieces, Hirikara was nearby and looked through the scope at what was happening. He was very surprised to see such a player who was able to summon such strong and huge monsters that destroyed everyone in their path, and the necromancer himself laughed hysterically and enjoyed the carnage. Suddenly, Hirikara notices that someone was moving in the nearby bushes, and he sees several spies who were wearing camouflage robes. Hirikara looked at them closely to try to recognize them, but nothing worked. He suspected that something was definitely fishy. Hirikara remembered the moment when he and Kinshu were pursuing a spy who was wearing the crest of the Wild Rose clan. But when he talked to Sun Ye, she was unaware of Kinshu and didn't know that he was talking to him, which meant that there was someone from the side that benefited from this war, or there was a real traitor who wasn't acting with the enemy side but simply wanted to frame Kinshu. In this case, Hirikara was not going to let them go and decided to use the marking skill, which allows him to see the location of the target on the map for 3 days, no matter where it is. Over the course of a week, all Wild Rose bases were increasingly attacked by the Korean clan. Many warriors were killed and could not enter the game for a whole day. The Korean clan's guerrilla forces were extremely brutal and attacked from unexpected angles, as if they had all the information they needed to win the war. Sun Ye looked at this with disappointment, but she didn't show it, as it was not appropriate for her to show weakness as the heir to a great company. Yubin apologized to his master for the fact that they couldn't handle such attacks and lost many people in these ambushes. In the videos that came from different guild bases, there were only screams and pain from defeats to the Koreans, who destroyed everyone in their path. Sun Ye calmly asked Yubin if he knew how many warriors they had lost during this time, to which the secretary, with his head down, replied that he knew and that their condition was getting worse every day. After the secretary left, Sun Ye was left alone and trying to figure out why everything was happening like this. Had she made a mistake somewhere? Almost a week has passed since the last large-scale attack on their warehouse. After that, the Korean clan has not shown up. The guilds that came to help are mainly active. All attempts to gather a detachment to recapture another point that the Koreans had captured failed, as they set up ambushes even on the approach. They surrounded and attacked from several sides. In a word, they acted like partisans. Looking at the mini-building of the clan's territory on her desk, she no longer knew what to do and understood that the Joker's time was already approaching, since it was quite difficult to resist guerrilla tactics without violating moral principles. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Power of Korea Guild, they were overjoyed at so many victories on the battlefield. Hyakkimaru with joy and enjoyed the success and tactics that his loyal assistant had developed. True, the resources spent on the war were spent quite quickly, but it was worth it considering that the Chinese clan was in a much worse situation. Their resources were transferred to them as they advanced. Hyakkimaru added that all preparations for the final phase were complete, and they would soon be able to deploy a full-scale army against the Wild Rose clan. Ye Zhong, enjoying the fact that everything was going so well, thanked his assistant and said that he should go to the main army and cheer them up, since they would be setting out soon. Hyakkimaru, closing the door, told the leader that he shouldn't be so grateful since the war wasn't over yet. Meanwhile, the news on the game portal has come out that the location of the final battle between the clans has been revealed, which will take place in the Gorge. The Wild Rose warriors clearly look weaker and are inferior to the Korean clan on all fronts. Many viewers have already started to root for the Korean clan because they see that the Chinese are famous only for their money, but are quite inferior in strength. Even the Wild Rose headquarters was attacked and burned to the ground at the last moment. Of course, there were no warriors there, but such a large loss to the Chinese clan would obviously cost a pretty penny. After a few days, the time came for the final battle, and two huge armies gathered in the gorge, preparing for the final round to fight for the fortress. Yubin, holding the data regarding the numbers of the allied and enemy troops, told his master Sun Ye that there was a fear that the enemy army's numbers were much higher than what was reported. Sun Ye decided to find out about the ally who should come to their aid. Yubin said that Li Chang had gathered almost 1,000 of the strongest warriors from his clan, and they should arrive soon. The strongest player in China with a large army will obviously be very useful. It's good that there is such an ally that can come to the rescue. Sun Ye stood at the head of her army and understood that they could not delay at all, since their resources had fallen greatly due to those guerrilla attacks from the enemy. Meanwhile, there were even some concerns on the enemy side, as the leader of the Great Sage clan was a little afraid of the fact that the Chinese side had at least a few rather dangerous warriors who could defeat hundreds of their soldiers. The leader of the Dragon Warrior clan said that there was no need to worry because Mr. Ye Zhong's strategy and plans had not failed so far, and everything was going smoothly. Although the warriors were very exhausted and fearful of the upcoming battle, they were all prepared for the fact that this battle could enrich them and was worth giving it their all. Hyakkimaru turned to the chief and said that it was already possible to order the warriors to attack the enemy, since everything was ready on his side, and if they followed the plan, everything would go as it should. Ye Zhong agreed with his advisor and stepped forward a little, shouting to his warriors not to be afraid of those weaklings who only have money, but to show them who the Koreans are. The army of Korean clans rushed to attack, shouting terrifyingly that they would tear apart everyone in their path, and first of all those sisters. Yubin, seeing that the Koreans have begun to attack, advises his master to do something serious to give their side an advantage. Sun Ye understood this and calmly said that Jinha should use a strong spell that attacks over a large area. Jinha begins to cast an ice tornado that sweeps away everything in its path and covers the enemy with ice that causes damage and injury. The tornado was already strong enough and gained its height quickly enough and now began to move towards the enemy army. The tanks of the Korean clan that were running ahead began to cover themselves with shields and realized that their simple armor would not protect them from this. The tornado was getting closer and closer, and the warriors began to feel a strong cold and a feeling that the tornado was trying to pull them inside, to throw them to the sides, thereby killing them. The leader of the great sages stands in front of Ye Zhong and asks him to prepare himself, and he will try to take care of the defense against the tornado himself. Having struck the ground with his staff, the soil began to crumble and a large column of magical fire bursts out from under the ground, which becomes a wall, thereby protecting the warriors from such a monster. It was quite a vivid sight to see high-level mages fighting and attacking each other with opposing elements. Sun Ye was a little annoyed that the enemy army had prepared for this in advance and set up a barrier. The ice tornado was getting closer and closer to the firewall. The first phase of the Korean clan was thinking about how to defeat the strongest enemies at the beginning of the battle or find a countermeasure against them. The head of the clan of sages began to feel that he could not cope with such strong magic and that he simply did not have enough strength. Even the statues he had installed in advance were not enough to counter the magic of the Ice Princess, who was at the top of the best players in the world. The head of the Dragon clan, seeing that their comrade cannot withstand such a powerful tornado for long, decides to order his magicians to create a spell to attack Jinha. Raising his sword, the mages behind him gathered for a group spell that gathered the magical power in the sky to create a powerful attack spell. The ball of magical energy grew larger and larger. This attack would definitely cause great damage to the enemy's stature. Ye Zhong decides to take advantage of the moment and prepare a powerful spell following Hyakkimaru's plan. He prepares to create teleportation magic that will move the enemy to a random location. Jinha showed her emotions for the first time, realizing that against so many opponents and a coordinated magical attack, it would be difficult for her to dodge. A magical ball filled with energy is launched towards Jinha, who has been keeping the tornado under control the entire time. When they collide, a huge explosion occurs, which undermines the ground from under their feet, and everything around them flies apart. Sun Ye, like a little girl, is frightened by this and crouched down a little, covering her head while her secretary stands in front of her to take the blow. From such an explosion, even in the camp of the Korean Guild felt the power of the explosion, that they also began to be thrown aside by the shockwave. But there was one warrior who stood firm and using his magic shield stood unshakable. It was Qin Shu, but he looked completely different and felt neither fear nor pleasure in what was happening. He was still broken inside and did not understand why everything turned out like this. The battle had been going on for about 15 minutes after the high-level spells clashed. Qin Shu had encountered blood ogres along the way, which were summoned creatures, but they were no match for him. Also, Qin Shu's mentor came to his aid, with whom they dealt with huge monsters without any problems. Necromancer K even grabbed his head from the realization that his monsters were not coping and were dying quite quickly. The fighters from the Power of Korea clan felt in battle that the Chinese warriors were not so strong, that they could easily deal with them, that some even smiled and laughed at this. But suddenly they felt a strong pressure coming from somewhere above on the rocks, as if a whole horde was approaching, shouting and ready to fight. Some of the Korean warriors began to pay attention to this during the battle, as they realized that reinforcements were apparently on the way. A huge army with dragon flags was approaching right into the gorge, which indicated that this was a very strong clan, that it was at the top of the ranking among the clans of the world. At the head of the clan was Li Chang, who once again led his warriors to help Sun Ye and occupied the top of the mountain to assess the situation on the battlefield. Sun Ye, seeing that reinforcements had arrived, already felt a surge of joy, and folding her hands, calmly began to tell Ye Zhong that in such a situation, they had no chance of winning. It looked like something like this had happened before, but the negotiations had reached a dead end. The warriors of the Korean clan looked around and saw a simply colossal number of warriors from the Golden Dragon clan. Li Chang gives the order to surround the enemy and take them into a ring without letting anyone go. The warriors, shouting their desire to deal with the largest number of opponents, began to descend from the cliff. In such a situation, it would be difficult to come up with anything, since the Golden Dragon had gathered too many warriors and outnumbered the Korean clan by almost 3 times. The Korean clan soldiers felt very angry that their efforts might not be worth it due to such a large reinforcement. Sun Yi, seeing the stupor of the warriors of the Korean clan, comes a little closer and tells them to surrender and then they will not be killed. But Ye Zhong acted as if he had predicted this outcome and began to say that Sun Ye was too predictable and that reading her next moves would not be a problem at all. She thought for a moment, as she didn't expect that Ye Zhong might have another trump card up his sleeve. Did he know about the backup? Li Chang also went down and stood next to Sun Ye, realizing that the numerical superiority was on their side. But Jinha suspected something and began to run towards her sister, simultaneously casting ice magic, feeling that Ye Chong's body was filling with magic. Sun Ye turned around, not really understanding what her little sister meant, but Ye Chong had been holding the spell on hold the entire time, ready to activate it at the right moment. He, laughing like a madman, says that he never used that teleportation spell when he created it, and they completely forgot about it, and in vain. A circle of movement appears right under Li Chang's feet, who definitely didn't expect this and tried to jump out of it, but the power of the magic was much greater. He is moved from the battlefield to another place that is very far away, so that the Chinese clans are left without their strongest warrior. Sun Ye, realizing all the treachery of the Korean leader, was extremely confused. She would not even have time to do anything, and from the realization of what had happened, she realized that all her plans would be resolved. After this, Ye Chong orders his mages to activate the barrier above the battlefield as quickly as possible, so that other warriors cannot teleport here anytime soon. After which the tanks of the Korean clan rushed into the attack, racing at full speed to clear the way for their comrades and break the enemy formation. Secretary Yubing asks Miss Sun Ye to take command and calm the soldiers down, as things are not going as they would like. She says that there is no need to worry. Raising her hand, she said that they still had the numerical advantage, since the Golden Dragon warriors were our allies, and even though they had lost their leader, they could still fight under our command. Suddenly, Yi Zhong, with a rather strange expression on his face, said that they were wrong to think that they had a numerical advantage, because he had another ace up his sleeve. Suddenly, another group of warriors appears in the background, rushing towards the battlefield, led by a monster with a saw at the ready. The sisters saw this and exclaimed that the beast was coming with his people. This was already a really big problem, since he was one of the most powerful warriors in the world. His bloodthirstiness and the habits of a real wild beast made ordinary players tremble with fear, as he had almost no equal in battle. His fast and powerful strikes cut down his opponents with one blow, leaving them no chance of salvation. In this situation, Sunya began to get very nervous, realizing that everything was going very badly and none of them could handle this beast. At one point, she realized that the war was over and they had lost. It was impossible for them to resist such a powerful monster that left only a bloody path behind it. But Hirikara had been watching the war from a safe place all this time, and when he saw the monster that had driven his brother into a bad mental state a few weeks ago, he knew it was time. The battle did not last very long, but many warriors were defeated. Jinha was wounded and lay unconscious on the ground, and the necromancer Kei was killed and disappeared from this world. The beast himself grabbed Sunya and carried her on his shoulder to place her in front of the head of the Korean clan since his work was finished. The leader of the Sage clan spread his hands and said that these were truly excellent strategic moves that led them to victory over superior forces. Ye Zhong said that everything went really well. All their spy games and ambush attacks had managed to greatly reduce the Chinese clan's numbers before the full-scale war began, after which Ye Zhong began to dance strangely and say that none of this would have happened if it weren't for his loyal advisor, Hyakimaru, who created this whole plan. But Hyakimaru himself stood calmly to the side, his hands clasped together, listening to all those words of praise as if they were indifferent to him. Afterwards, the head of the Korean clan politely asked Mr. Beast to finish off Sunya in a very brutal manner. But Hyakimaru had his own interests, and he told the Beast to do his job, since they were short on time and did not want to stay with these idiots any longer. After which, the Beast approaches Ye Zhong and delivers a strong blow to his stomach, but without cutting him, since he is needed alive. Ye Zhong falls to his knees and doesn't understand what this means. Hyakimaru tells the Beast that he should have been more careful. Otherwise, they could have killed him and had to wait another day. The leader of the Dragon Warrior clan did not understand what was going on here and why those who came to help were treating Ye Zhong like this, to which they received the answer that they should not interfere if they wanted to stay alive. Hyakimaru looked down on Ye Zhong and said that he was too trusting and didn't even suspect that his main advisor was not the kind of person to trust. Hyakimaru then hands over the contract for the fortress and asks Ye Zhong to sign a waiver and hand over the rule to his clan. Ye Zhong is shocked to learn that Hyakimaru was a spy from another clan. Hyakimaru said with a smile that it was so convenient that he could manipulate the head of the clan, who completely trusted his words, even agreeing to all sorts of stupid things that lead to incredible consequences. Ye Zhong was very angry that what he thought was his loyal comrade turned out to be a completely bad person, who only played the role of a comrade and advisor in military affairs. After which, Hachikimaru approaches Ye Zhong from behind and says that there is no need to shout so loudly here because he knows all the misdeeds of the clan leader, that he stole money from the treasury by deceiving his subordinates, who spent their honestly earned money in real life. Hearing this sent shivers down Ye Zhong's spine, because if this was revealed, he wouldn't be able to survive in the game, and maybe not even in real life. Sun Ye began to come to her senses and heard that there was real drama and betrayal. Ye Zhong did not want to sign the document and said that he would not do it. But Hyakimaru has his own ninja techniques for this case, and he is able to make puppets that will carry out all his orders under the influence of magical threads. Meanwhile, Kinshu began to approach the place that was surrounded by the beast's people and did not allow anyone to get close. He didn't understand what was going on and why Hyakimaru was treating the clan head so cruelly. Hyakimaru stomped on the immobilized Ye Zhong and ordered him to sign the document, otherwise blackmail would begin, which would make him crack. Sun Ye, seeing Kinshu, remembered that he was a good friend of Hirikara and began to shout at him that Hyakimaru was a traitor and the one who set you up by making you feel guilty. Hyakimaru didn't like the screams of that Chinese woman at all, and he uses his binding and subjugation magic on her as well. Sun Ye instantly felt her body begin to squeeze and barely allow her to breathe, as if a heavy weight had been placed on her, squeezing her lungs. Kinshu understood everything, and the thought did not leave him that all this was only for money and power, which was fundamentally different from why they created the clan. And the case when Kinyu was followed, and then the entire clan was set up to portray him as a traitor, was also Hyakimaru's doing, right? He replied, smiling, that this was indeed the case, and all his words were unquestioningly supported by the head of the clan, who did not doubt the words of his advisor for a second. Ye Zhong tries to resist, trying to say that he deeply regrets believing Hyakimaru's words and not checking everything personally. He is truly sorry. However, Qin Shu said that they had been playing together for a long time and had spent a lot of time enjoying this world. When he created the clan, he never thought that there would be such greedy people among them that they would do everything only for money. He takes a fighting stance and says that he doesn't care about the opinion of those who play here only for money, but only about the clan that gathers true lovers of spending time in the game. That's what he wants to fight for. Hyakimaru sighs heavily and tells the beast to finish off that kid who perceives this entire world as a game. The beast, laughing, begins to approach the little knight and say that now this little bug will fly apart into small pieces, experiencing all the delights of the game that he loves so much. At that moment, Kinshu understood that it was not for nothing that he had been constantly pumping up after that fight where the beast had killed him, and now he could very well try to resist his attacks. The main thing was not to be afraid. At one point, the beast swung his huge, splendid sword and said that it would hurt a lot. Qin Shu prepared to parry the blow, but his body was shaking a little from fear. Nerves and fear from the realization of who he will fight now begin to constrain his movements. Mentor Qin Shu did not want to stand aside and begins to run to him trying to help. Suddenly, out of nowhere, something flies with such force into the beast's head that he almost falls, but is thrown back strongly from the impact. At one point, he sees a metal ball flying off his frontal armor, leaving a large crack on the armor. Qin Shu, standing with a surprised face, also saw a ball that resembled a bullet, which did not change shape at all from the impact. He realized that it was Hirikara who was nearby, and came to his aid to protect his brother. Tears welled up on Qin Shu's face as he realized that no one had betrayed him. Hirikara, however, with a great desire to protect his brother, does not want to allow what happened a few weeks earlier to happen again. The beast even crouched from such a blow, and his health level dropped by a quarter. He did not understand what it was, since his armor was already useless after such a blow. The girls, who were barely recovering from their wounds, did not understand what had happened, and who was this man who had attacked the beast. Suddenly, the beast is hit again by a bullet, but this time in the leg, causing him to experience severe pain. He was definitely not prepared for such an attack and felt vulnerable. He fell to his knees and began to scream in pain, not understanding what was happening and who was attacking him. He began to look in the direction of the shot to understand where they were shooting at him from. Hyakimaru, seeing what was happening, began to get nervous, since the most dangerous warrior who was on the battlefield was attacked by an unknown person. After coming to his senses a little, the beast sees that his health points have dropped to half, which is a pretty bad indicator. Such a strong attack could have finished him off in just 4 shots. The beast rises and realizes that he needs to use his bloodlust to restore his health points, but to do so, he needs to kill. He turns around and sees several small bugs that will become his food. With all his cruelty, he tears apart one warrior trying to get his fill of blood that will restore his health. The other guys who were nearby were horrified because they thought they were allies. Hyakimaru starts shouting at the beast not to kill everyone in a row, since these are our people. But the monster didn't care, since he was only concerned about his own condition. Swordmaster and mentor Qin Shu began to approach Hyakimaru and tell him to stop and accept his death as a warrior for betrayal and an attempt on the clan head. Hyakimaru was already emotional and said that a person like a swordmaster would really like to be a subordinate of someone who did wrong and only followed the principles of lining his own pockets. The swordmaster replied that they would talk about this with the head of the clan later, but now the main culprit of this brutal massacre was Hyakimaru, and they should deal with it as warriors. They clashed their weapons in a rush to sort things out, a swordsman's fight against the most cunning and vile ninja. Meanwhile, Due to Hayakimaru engaging in combat with the swordmaster, his subjugation spell was broken, and Ye Zhong began to come to his senses and stand up. He watched the beast devour other players, which was very wild and cruel. Suddenly, the beast's gaze fell on the clan leader himself. Qin Shu manages to stand in front of the clan leader in time and cover him with a shield, saying that now his opponent is the one with the weapon. A shameless creature. This only inflamed the hatred that sat in the beast, and he began to hit the shield of the boy who was talking to him so brazenly with all his might. Qin Shu barely held back this continuous hail of blows, and at the same time counted as if the time he needed to hold out. The beast heard this and said with a laugh that it was pointless for him to count the seconds, since he could hit with great force for eternity without stopping. "Unless you can count the seconds until your death," said the beast. But Qin Shu smiled through force and said that such a stupid beast would not understand what was on his mind and why he was counting the seconds. Qin Shu remembered that the last time he talked to Hirikara, he learned that he was able to reload his musket in about 25 seconds, which was quite fast. After which, Qin Shu turns around and shouts at Hirikara to shoot. The beast was in high spirits in the heat of battle and didn't care what was going on around him. Suddenly, a bullet hits him right in the shoulder and throws him slightly to the side, causing him to disorient his opponent so that he can counterattack. Qin Shu did not hesitate and took advantage of this opportunity to try to deal a strong blow to the huge body of the beast, which was not prepared for such events. The monster falls to his knees, having received a strong blow from the sword that Qin Shu had thrust between his ribs. There was not much blood, since the sword was still in the monster's body. Qin Shu began to realize that he was unable to pull his blade out of the beast's pumped-up body, as if his abdominal muscles were squeezing him, preventing the sword from moving. The beast decides to take his wolf form, in which he can be much more dangerous and stronger, which will allow him to withstand many more blows. Ye Zhong yells at Qin Shu to drop his blade and get out of there, or else he will be torn apart. But Qin Shu knows that if he does so, it will be harder to hit the beast. Qin Shu shouts to the clan leader that he can't, because Hirikara is about to shoot, and if he holds out for a few more seconds, leaving the monster motionless, then everything will work out. Suddenly, Jinha came to her senses and cast a weak freezing spell with the last of her remaining strength. She was barely able to stand on her feet after so many battles with this beast and other warriors, but she decided to spend the rest of her magical power to help kill the damned monster. The beast began to turn its head, trying to tear off the ice that had frozen on its muzzle, and Ye Zhong asked Qin Shu to leave there, since this would not last long. Suddenly, the ice breaks and crumbles from the power of the beast, freeing the wolf's mouth and allowing it to begin tearing apart the bodies of small insects that get in the way. Gradually, the beast begins to rise, growling loudly and pulling out his sword, preparing to tear apart the impudent swordsman who was bothering him so much. But the beast did not take into account one thing, that Qin Shu was not alone, and the bullet in the musket was already loaded. It was the last shot, which deals great damage and removes the remaining health of the cursed beast. Suddenly, Hirikara gets a notification that he was able to kill an enemy that is 100 levels higher than him, after which a lot of notifications followed that the player's level had been increased and new achievements had been obtained, which was quite surprising for Hirikara, and he had not expected such an increase in strength. It was an incredible moment that the top 3 player died from a player who was more than 100 levels weaker. The beast's body began to disintegrate, and for a whole day this monster will not terrorize players. This made Hirikara over the moon, as he was able to protect his brother and finish off such a strong player that he had been troubling many. However, he was still discovered, and the players who came with the beast began to gather to catch the shooter. Hirikara was so pleased that he even did thoughtless things, for example, deciding to jump off a cliff, thinking that nothing would happen to him from it. He was flying down, and there were tears of happiness in his eyes. Qin Shu started screaming at what he saw. What was he doing? Was he immortal, that he decided to jump from such a height? Sun Ye was also very shocked, thinking that Hirikara was not all right, that he was doing such a crazy thing without thinking that he might break, which would be clearly stupid after what he did. Meanwhile, Ye Zhong was barely able to get going and said out loud that it was good that he had mana left and could cast a spell. Qin Shu, turning around after hearing his leader's words, did not immediately understand what he meant. Ye Zhong creates a spell that can carry things and take them down from a great height in order to catch the idiot who made a crazy jump from a great height. Hirikara's body begins to be enveloped in a bright glow in the shape of hands that pick him up and place him gently on the ground. Once on the ground, Hirikara realized that he had almost lost his life and had actually been saved. Meanwhile, the players who came with the beast heard the shooter's name and said that they would remember him, after which they tore up the teleportation scrolls. A large group of mages from the American clan Gods of War leave the battlefield because they understand that there is nothing for them to do here. Hirikara, standing on his feet, scratching the back of his head and realizing that he was saved, begins to thank Ye Chong and ask for forgiveness for how he behaved. Ye Zhong himself looked at Hirikara and could not understand who he was if he could defeat a top player from a long distance, to which Hirikara said that now was not the time because Hyakimaru should be here. The swordmaster calmly said that he disappeared immediately after killing the beast. After all, ninja skills allow one to hide. He turned into a stump during the battle, or rather, made a substitution and disappeared in an unknown direction. Hirikara, hearing this, was surprised that there are such possibilities in the game. Meanwhile, Kinshu ran up to Hirikara and began examining him, asking if he was okay and if he had suffered any injuries from the fall. And what was he thinking, jumping from such a height? Hirikara looked at Kinshu and said that everything was fine, and he was very sorry that he didn't tell her earlier that he knew the sisters with whom he had an unpleasant relationship. Kinshu, almost in tears, says that he himself is no gift, but during this time his head was just a mess of different thoughts, that he did not know what to do. Hirikara still asks him for forgiveness, and he is really ashamed of it. Kinshu says that everything is fine now, and he is glad to see his brother. Kinshu also added that he really didn't understand anything and didn't want to listen to his brother at all when he called, as well as the fact that he blocked him in the game chat. In the end, they shook hands, acknowledging that everything had ended well, and they could once again be confident in their reliable friendship. Meanwhile, the leaders of the two other clans that took part in the war on the side of the Korean clan did not quite understand what was going on here. Hirikara heard these questions and volunteered to explain everything since he had managed to find out the true reason for the war. The clan leaders asked to gather the entire officer corps to find out what was the reason, that the war turned out to be planned by other people. Hirikara shows the files he found, which show that Hyakimaru is working with a clan of spies who plant their people in different clans for their own gain. Providing a lot of information, Hirikara added that the war between the Korean and Chinese clans was very beneficial to them as they planned to attack with the beast soldiers and take over the fortress, which is the main center of control over the value of goods in the game. This information amazed everyone, since most had no idea that there were those in the game who could control almost everything by introducing their people into different clans and controlling from behind the scenes. In that case, Kinshu asked who was the person who followed him and gave himself away, apparently on purpose. Hirikara answered ambiguously, saying that maybe Hyakimaru, considering that he can track you on the map, having you as a friend. Kinshu thoughtfully replied that it was most likely so. Ye Zhong tensed up as he remembered that he had treated Kinshu very badly by trusting the traitor Hyakimaru. The mentor and swordmaster approached Kinshu and told him not to strain himself so much anymore, otherwise he would scare him while fighting that monster. Hirikara decided to continue and said that thanks to his intervention, they did not have to lose the fortress, and as a result, the spy guild along with Hyakimaru lost everything. Then Sunye decided to ask Hirikara why he came to help. Do you think it's worth uniting and going against the spy clan? The leader of the Dragon Knight clan was very surprised to hear that Sun Ye thought that she had not lost the war, and began to say that it was up to them to decide. Sun Ye reacted quite sharply and said, well, let them try to prove their victory by losing warriors from the War God's clan along with the beast. And she has a whole army from the Golden Dragon clan, so who will win? Hirikara asks everyone to calm down, since this war is completely unnecessary and only brings more losses than benefits to both sides. He raised his finger and said that everything should be decided in the office at the negotiating table and not by the deaths of his comrades. Sun Ye said indignantly that she had tried to negotiate with the Korean clan more than once, but they had rejected any attempts to compromise. Ye Zhong was shocked when he heard that there were proposals for joint rule because he knew nothing about it. Sun Ye was being quite aggressive and saying that she was tired of trying to share the government and that everyone would benefit. But those damned Koreans wouldn't agree. Ye Zhong understood everything. Almost all the negotiations were attended only by Hyakimaru, who took on this role and simply reported on the status. He provoked this war, although everything could have been resolved peacefully, but damn it. Ye Zhong clutched his face, realizing that so much had happened because of him, because he had entrusted all the important preparations and negotiations to the damned traitor. Realizing his mistake, he asks Sun Ye to listen to him, since everything that happened was entirely his fault and he has to clean up this whole mess. He bowed his head politely to her and said that he had been given only false information and that he was extremely sorry that everything had come to this end. Hirikara decided to interrupt their conversation by proposing a great idea on how to get out of this situation to all parties, to which everyone began to look at him in surprise. Hirikara, realizing that managing a fortress takes a lot of time and paperwork, then you just need to do the following. Hirikara suggests that the Wild Rose clan hire the Dragon Knight and Sage clans as guards, as they have proven themselves well in battle. Considering that they are not underplayers, the cost of hiring them will not be that high, and the benefit for everyone will be decent. If you really want to get a reward, all clans will benefit from the fortress, and the war will become something that everyone will understand why such mistakes happen and what the consequences are. This was a pretty smart decision that will help all the participants who are interested in getting their benefit, and everyone will become much calmer. Hirikara's proposal and shook hands. Now it was definitely the end of the war, and all parties had come to an agreement. Also, the head of the Power of Korea clan asked Qin Shu to take over the leadership of the clan, as he had made too many mistakes and could no longer manage the clan. Ye Zhong, like a knight, named Qin Shu the head of the clan. He also took out a scroll containing a contract that he had to pay Qin Shu for his misdeed, which turned out to be a bluff by the traitor Hayakimaru. Ye Zhong tears it apart in front of Qin Shu, saying that this is the right decision and that he has no choice but to leave the guild and go in search of Hayakimaru, after which Ye Zhong silently turns around and starts to leave. He also decided to give all his savings to the clan treasury, which had lost too many resources due to his stupidity. The process of discussing all the agreements between the clans that agreed to cooperate and make peace lasted too long, and the sun began to set in the sky. Hirikara was so tired from all this paperwork that he felt tired even more than from the battle. Finally, he sat down on the ground to rest, and Sun Ye came up to him with a big smile, happy that everything turned out so well thanks to Hirikara. With a calm heart, he replied that he was pleased to hear praise from her, which meant that all parties were pleased. She also decided to find out how Hirikara learned so much information about where Hayakimaru was from and that he was still a traitor, to which Hirikara, trying to answer carefully, said that he simply compared the facts and added them to Sun Ye's words, who had previously hinted to him that there was a traitor among the Korean clan. But strangely, Sun Ye said that Hirikara must have gone to the girl who runs the restaurant and found out something there, because he is often seen there. Hirikara was very surprised by what he heard, as if his secret had been revealed. However, he replied that in a way it was. He understood that there was no point in hiding it anymore, but he did not plan to tell the details. After which, Sun Ye sat down next to him and with admiration decided to ask Hirikara why he decided to intervene in the war. Was it really all because of his brother Qin Shu? Hirikara replied that it was not without it, but he could not leave such a beauty in the bidet. Sun Ye froze at these words, after which she blushed and felt a pleasant shiver through her body as if her heart had melted. But Hirikara carefully began to say that it was a joke and he just didn't want to leave them in the bidet. But these explanations were unnecessary, and Sun Ye began to beat Hirikara, saying that he was a fool and did not understand at all how to talk to girls and compliment them. Hirikara began to run away, asking for forgiveness from Sun Ye, saying that he truly did not want those he passed the starting city with to get into trouble. Also on the top of the mountains that towered over the crevice where the battle was taking place were two guys who were watching what was happening. They filmed everything that happened on the battlefield and were happy that no one else would be able to post a video of this incredible battle where the beast himself was killed. The boy who was filming the battle remembered that the shooter who killed the beast was Hirikara, who participated in the war against the Sun Clan and won single-handedly. His nickname was also the Soul Sender, to which another guy with a beard said that it was some kind of shitty nickname, and that he should come up with something cooler, since he was incredibly cool. Suddenly the cameraman gets a good idea, as he recently watched an opera performance where there were dark shadows. Considering that the shooter fires from cover and most enemies simply cannot see him, the nickname Shadow Shooter really suits him. A few days later, Hirikara returned to the game and was quite secretive, looking around, as if he was afraid of being seen. The reason for this was a video that was uploaded to the game portal, where he was called the Shadow Shooter, who was able to kill the beast, a player with a top 3 rating. Hirikara wanted to see the achievements he had received after that war, as he hadn't had time to read them all in the chaos and heaps of things to do. Opening the game screen, he saw a lot of notifications. After the beast's death, Hirikara was given a lot of skill points and a dozen levels for defeating an enemy that was more than twice his strength. Hirikara was already tired of closing these notifications, even though they were useful. He even felt uncomfortable that among the leveling windows there were so many notifications about receiving more than 200 skill points. Also standing in the alley, he decided to look at the inventory, since after the death of the beast, he got several items that were passed on to him. One of them was a gold pendant with a large bloodstone. It was quite beautiful, but more than that, its characteristics were simply incredible. She absorbed 50% of the cursed magic onto herself and increased the player's defense. Her class was also heroic, meaning she was worth many millions of won. Hirikara rips off the bone monster pendant to put on the golden pendant and increase his defense, which was already at the level of a high-level tank. After this, Hirikara was in a good mood and decided to go to the fortress for which the Wild Rose and Korean Forces clans had fought so fiercely. After the failed operation in the military affair between the Chinese and Korean factions, Hyakkimaru came to his mistress to report the failure. She reacted quite calmly and said that she already knew, and it was not his fault. Apparently, their demands were too high that they did not meet expectations. Hyakkimaru said that he would try to find a new clan with which to go to the fortress and take it back to his mistress. But she said that there was no need to rush, because she had already done a lot by resorting to clans that were not from the Asian region. Hirikara asked in surprise, was it really right to involve clans from other countries? The lady, looking into her magic ball, replied that there was nothing shameful in this, especially when that clan had a great desire to go to war for the murder of their leader, the Beast. At the other end of the game world, in the dark forest where there was an abandoned castle and many eagles were flying around, feeding on dead bodies, it was pitch black, and there was a heavy smog in the air, making the place even more frightening. In the building itself stood a huge two-headed monster guarding the fortress. He kept large, vicious, saber-toothed wolves covered in armor near him. The appearance of the uninvited guest provoked the monsters, and the wolves began to attack, trying to finish off that person. But such a man did not need an invitation to finish off a crowd of monsters, because he was only interested in the place that he had been looking for a long time, relying on clues. He held a huge gun in his hands that demolished everyone in its path. Even such high-level monsters couldn't do anything to this man, who had shot all the monsters at once from a distance. He looked excited and eager to learn more about the man known as the Shadow Shooter. Meanwhile, life in the fortress that the clans fought for flourished. Many adventurers gathered in groups and went on various quests hunting monsters. The city was filled with barkers trying to recruit a full group for joint adventures. Hirikara, with his sharp horn, looked at those around him as he had recently begun to show himself too much on video. To be honest, he never thought he would have to come here, but still, that conversation with Sun-ye gave an incredible boost to his desire to walk again. She repeatedly offered him to join her clan and receive a large salary as her bodyguard, but he refused. However, she decided to make a completely unbelievable offer, offering Hirikara all the privileges of a person who holds the position of vice captain of the clan. Hirikara understood that we are talking about quite large sums, but he even felt uncomfortable accepting such an offer. Sun-ye, even blushing a little, said that she simply did not want to lose such a capable and strong man who had already saved her several times. Still, she saw a real guy in Hirikara who suited her in all respects. She really wanted to get to know him better and in real life. Hirikara decided to jokingly say that if she wanted to get her hands on him so badly, then she would have to share part of the income from the fortress. Before he could finish speaking, he heard Sun-ye's quick and clear response saying that she agreed. She added that she was ready to give 10% of the fortress's income every month if Hirikara joined her clan. Hirikara was very surprised that she was ready to do such a thing, even though it was a joke. She agrees to these conditions, but he will need to come to the fortress to certify all the papers and put his signature. Hirikara very happy, because there is simply huge money circulating in this fortress, and as much as 10% will fall to him, which cannot but please. Being on his own wave, Hirikara did not notice how he stepped on the foot of another person who was nearby. The man got a little angry at the guy and started telling him to watch where he was stepping, and Hirikara, in turn, politely bowed and asked for forgiveness. Suddenly, the man recognizes Hirikara and shouts at the top of his voice that the shadow shooter who killed the beast is here. Many players who were nearby began to look at the shooter in surprise. Hirikara was terrified that he had attracted too much attention and that he would not be able to escape so easily from this huge square where there was an adventurer at every turn. Most of the players, after taking a closer look, realized that this was indeed the shooter who killed the beast and began to rejoice with delight, and some decided to quickly take a photo with him. Most of the boys start running up to Hirikara from all sides, not giving him a chance to escape. Hirikara was quite scared of such a crowd. These players were acting very strange and were grabbing Hirikara by all sorts of places, and some even tried to suck the boy, which was quite strange. Suddenly, a loud cry for everyone to stop and disperse calmed the players, and they began to look at the one who gave such a command. In armor starts to approach Hirikara with a rather fast and confident step. The shooter did not understand what was happening here and became a little tense. The knight came closer and said that he was from the city guard and was sent to escort Lord Hirikara to the headquarters. Hirikara agreed a little hesitantly, after which the guard places his hand on Hirikara's shoulder and tells him not to worry and to hold on tighter to him, after which the guard uses a magical flight, which sends them into the sky at high speed, leaving the other players to watch what is happening. The shooter himself began to scream in fear from such speed and even cried a little. Eventually, the guard brought Hirikara to the Wild Rose clan's headquarters, where he was met by Yubin, who decided to introduce the new man. He started reading all the information about Hirikara's life, even naming his full age and where he lives. The shooter was shocked that they had such data and did not understand why all this. Yubin also knew that Hirikara served in the army, but then, for unknown reasons, he was discharged and sent into retirement. Hirikara didn't like all these questions and reasonings very much, and he didn't understand where all this information came from. Yubin responded quite calmly that it was a normal procedure to screen new members when hiring, or is that not done in Korea? Hirikara was a little surprised, as he didn't think that in order to join the clan you have to go through an interview like for a job. Yubin said that there was no need to worry, as there would be no losses on his side, no matter who he chooses, Miss Sunye or Jin Ha. At this moment, the sisters enter, and hearing these words, they blushed deeply and were angry at their secretary for speaking too quickly. They used their class's powerful magic spells to teach the secretary a lesson for putting them in an awkward situation in front of Hirikara. Meanwhile, Hirikara barely managed to hide behind the sofa where Secretary Yubin was sitting, who had been thoroughly taught a lesson. Hirikara carefully gets up and says that it was clearly too much considering he was there too. Meanwhile, Yubin was having a strange dream while unconscious. Sunye asked Hirikara to follow them, as he needed to see the dungeon he wanted to go to. Hirikara was still unhappy that no one apologized to him after what happened. Sunye spread her arms and said that there was nothing wrong with it, and if Hirikara hadn't dodged it, his abilities would have been overestimated. Hirikara was very annoyed and said that this was not the way a girl should react when she did something like that. The right thing to do would be to apologize like all normal people do after making mistakes. Sunye replied that she understood, but she was not completely normal. Suddenly, Hirikara taps his armor with his finger behind him, trying to attract attention. It was Jin Ha who handed the magic stone to Hirikara and said that it was quite an important thing that would help hide his true characteristics from prying eyes. Hirikara accepts all the gifts with surprise and asks if she feels bad about giving such expensive items to someone she doesn't know that well, to which Jin Ha says that they've been lying around for a long time and are just taking up space. Soon they came to the gates that lead to the dungeon, where you can meet many monsters and level up well. Hirikara was pleased that he had entered the dungeon, as he had never been there before. Sunye looked at him in surprise, as she knew that conquering a dungeon alone where monsters over level 150 was very dangerous, considering that Hirikara had only reached level 118. After checking his equipment, Hirikara picked up his musket and headed into the dungeon, telling the girls that they would meet soon. Sunye turns his attention to his little sister and asks her why she looks so happy. Jinha said that she is very interested to see how much Hirikara will level up and whether he will be able to become the strongest player. After a few game days, the sisters and their secretary gathered in a room to discuss important matters. Sunye wanted to know where Hirikara was now. Yubin said that he was still in the dungeon. Sunye looked a little worried, saying that it was rather strange since he hadn't been outside for several days. He needed to rest a little. Yubin noticed that the lady was worried about that guy. Was she really worried about the continuation of her family line? She blushed at what she heard and started screaming that it wasn't like that at all, and she was just surprised that he was alone in the dungeon for quite a long time. Meanwhile, Jinha was calmly sipping tea and was completely calm. Sun Ye also added that she was not worried that he might die there, because his characteristics were very strong. Yubin looked at the lady in surprise. Jinha used the scroll to find out Hirikara's characteristics when he was unaware of anything, to which the little girl nodded her head without saying anything. After which, Sun Ye decided to ask Jinha about the safety of their fortress, and whether there were any high-level players or suspicious clans nearby. Jinha said that there were people from the War God clan walking around the perimeter of the fortress who came with the beast to the ravine. But that was not the only problem. Sun Ye, having heard about that clan, realized that the beast apparently wanted to take revenge on Hirikara for his death and resorted to the help of that clan so that they could find the shooter. She decided to ask Yubin about the beast's connection to the War God clan, since he wasn't supposed to be a member of the guild. Yubin replied that they were currently cooperating and supporting each other. Afterwards, they began to ask Jinha who else was nearby, to which the answer was that several players stood out in particular. One of them is Clint, a dual wielder who is quite a tough opponent even for top players. And the second one is quite a scary person. Jinha even suspected that he came here for a reason, considering that even Clint was here. This second one was quite famous in the narrow circles of the strongest clans, since the cost of hiring him is very high, which not everyone can afford it. Even Clint sensed the strong player that was not far from him and understood upon seeing him that things would soon get very hot here. Yubin's face was covered in cold sweat from fear, and the realization that this was an extremely dangerous person. But Sun Ye was surprised because she had never heard of him. Yubin, a little nervously, asked Jinha if she was sure that Ferdinand himself had come to their fortress, to which he heard a specific answer that this was indeed the case. Sun Ye asked him to explain to her why everyone was so worried about this Ferdinand, to which Yubin said that this man was a kind of mercenary who possessed an incredible weapon that could blow up a large area. Yubin had heard stories that this man had fought several battles against the strongest players and had won both of them. Sun Ye was very surprised and even scared to hear that such a man had come to them. Ferdinand was once paid by a clan from France to slay the world's #1 ranked dragon rider. There was this video somewhere on the game's portal. Last year their battle caused colossal destruction, that even the developers closed that area for reconstruction for several weeks. Meanwhile, Hirikara was swinging in the dungeon, getting a trophy from the next killed monster, which could be sold in the store. During this long period of continuous play, Hirikara managed to raise quite a few levels, and was already level 144. The monsters, surprisingly for him, were not so difficult, and their appearance did not frighten him at all. These giant toads were quite agile, but from a long distance they were very easy to kill, as they did not have time to react. Even among the giants there were smaller ones that tried to attack from unexpected places, but Hirikara was always ready, and his pistol was loaded. After the next room he felt tired and wanted to go to bed, since he had already been in the dungeon for about 3 days, which was almost 16 hours of continuous play. Looking at his stats, he thought that although there was still someone to kill, and exploring each room was quite interesting, his body needed rest, and he needed to go outside. True, he already had so many extra points that he didn't know what would be the most profitable way to spend them, since he didn't even imagine what was waiting for him ahead, and maybe it would be necessary to pump something else. Suddenly, he receives a message from a familiar player whom he certainly did not expect to hear from anytime soon. It was Clint who wrote quite briefly and clearly that he needed Hirikara to come as quickly as possible to the western gate of the fortress he was currently in. Hirikara could not even believe his ears that everything was said clearly and without any concealment or riddles. Meanwhile, Clint was clearly not looking well, and the bloodstains around his mouth indicated that he had been hit pretty hard. Clint sends a voice message and tells Hirikara to hurry up. Hirikara hears Clint's heavy voice and realizes a little that everything looks rather strange, and Clint clearly needs help. He starts running towards the exit, telling Clint that he will be there soon. In just a few minutes, Hirikara reached the western gate where Clint had asked him to come. He ran quite fast and was very tired considering he had been hunting for too long without a break. Looking around, Hirikara saw no one and had nothing better to do than shout Clint's name at the top of his voice so that he would respond. Suddenly, he receives a message from Clint that he is near a tree, which is on the left side if you leave the fortress. Hirikara began to carefully approach the tree and noticed Clint, who was sitting leaning against the tree and was clearly not feeling well. Hirikara, seeing Clint's condition, hands him a bottle of elixir that restores health and heals wounds, but Clint says that it won't help here. The wound on Clint's body was quite deep and large, which even resembled a large shell hit, as if he had been shot from a cannon. Hirikara decided to ask Clint who could have inflicted such a wound, and how was it even possible if the only firearms available here were muskets? Clint replied that he simply didn't know much about the possibilities yet, and said that they had better hurry to leave this place, since Ferdinand had come here. Clint throws out an invitation to Hirikara to form a group so that they can work together and track each other's location if something happens. Suddenly, a loud explosion thundered behind Hirikara, as if a large cannon had been fired. The boy even felt goosebumps run through his body from the surprise. The boys turned towards the roar, realizing that it was not accidental. Clint said in a rather tense voice that they were late and would have to fight. Hirikara could see the silhouette of a man holding something large and similar to a large-caliber gun in his hand. He threw it over his shoulder and approached the boys. It was a mercenary named Ferdinand who was hired to fight players. He was a so-called killer who eliminated unwanted players for huge amounts of money. Clint, adjusting his hat, says that they should attack him before he gets any closer. Hirikara didn't understand what was going on here and why he needed to attack that guy. Clint replied that he was an enemy and needed to be eliminated. Hirikara didn't like that at all and began nervously loading his musket, saying that Clint needed to be a little more specific about why that person was an enemy. Hirikara began to calmly take aim, kneeling down and roughly estimating the distance to the enemy, who was calmly approaching them. Hirikara was not prepared to shoot at someone he did not know and did not understand what was going on. He tried to aim for a vulnerable leg or thigh to stop the enemy. But suddenly he sees in the sight this terrible look and great power, which simply frightens and does not allow someone like Hirikara to fight it. This look scared him so much that he fell on his butt and asked Clint in surprise, "What just happened?" Hirikara said that he had never seen such an expression on his face, to which Clint replied that everything was clear and that our shadow shooter was not yet ready to face such strong opponents. After which, having gathered the rest of his strength, Clint gets up and says that he will have to go and fight Ferdinand to buy time, and Hirikara should pull himself together and make an accurate shot. Hirikara tells Clint that he shouldn't get involved in this because they might start running away now, and maybe they'll be able to hide. But Clint says that it would be completely impossible because there's no hiding from Ferdinand. Clint, feeling intense pain from the wound, realizes that he needs to give it his all to try to resist this mercenary and takes out his pistol. Ferdinand was already several dozen meters away, and seeing his old friend Clint, he didn't stop at all, after which he lowers his weapon and, pointing it towards the enemy, says that he is very surprised that after that hit, Clint is still able to try to fight. Clint smiled and said that this trifle would not prevent him from having a lot of fun in this fight, after which a loud explosion thunders across the field, as if a high explosive shell had been launched, which exploded and set a large area on fire after its impact. Clint manages to react and simultaneously shouts to Hirikara not to get distracted, but to try to take aim at Ferdinand and finish him off while he is busy with him. But Ferdinand notices the shooter standing in the bushes and watching from the side. He understands that this is the shadow shooter that interested him. Hirikara, seeing what that huge cannon is doing, understands that it can be countered quite easily, considering that the types of shells are quite different. Hirikara yells at Clint to stop abruptly when the shot is fired. Clint takes note of Hirikara's words and decides to do so. The shell hits the ground right in front of Clint after being fired, but it doesn't explode. Clint was very tense at that moment because he thought it was going to explode. Hirikara says it is a hollow shell designed to penetrate armor and does not have a detonating charge. Hirikara realized that this Ferdinand was one of the 3 players who had been trained in the Rifle Corps, and he was clearly an heir to Greenwood's style, capable of dealing great damage and penetrating armor, like some kind of tank. But Hirikara was wrong. It was a timed projectile that would explode a few seconds after it hit its target. Clint turns around at that moment, hearing the strange sounds that the projectile makes, and says that this is apparently the end of it. But Hirikara did not agree with this and managed to run to Clint, grabbing him and holding out his hand with a ring that can create a very strong barrier. The explosion was quite loud and covered several tens of meters with a wall of fire, which destroyed everything in its path. The guys under the shield were not injured, but they felt great power from the explosion and could barely stand on their feet from the blast wave. Hirikara noted that his shield began to crack and could not cope with the force of the blast wave, which was surprising. Remembering that fight with the stone golem boss, the shield was not damaged at all, and calmly withstood the monster's strongest blow. But the explosion of the projectile was much stronger. Hirikara decided not to waste time, and while the smoke from the shot had not cleared, He decided to try to take Clint away so that he could figure out how they could escape. Clint felt like a burden and told Hirikara to leave him and try to escape Hirikara while he distracted Ferdinand. He held his wound and knew that there was no way to heal it with the means at hand. Hirikara told Clint to stop talking nonsense and took him to a tree where they could leave Clint propped up against the tree so he could control the surroundings. Hirikara began to aim his musket towards the enemy, waiting for him to see Ferdinand's silhouette after the smoke had developed. Meanwhile, Ferdinand was already ready to shoot and gradually approached the boys, peering into the clouds of smoke to notice the silhouettes first. Suddenly their eyes meet through the smoke. Their expression and look spoke of complete readiness to kill the enemy. But suddenly something strange happens to Ferdinand, and the ground in front of the shadow shooter begins to glow. He looks at her in surprise and doesn't understand how the shooter can have such an ability to summon monsters. A huge bear appears from under the ground, looking quite menacing and dangerous. Cloud begins to roar loudly, using his stun on the enemy. Ferdinand was very strong and was not particularly affected by the negative effects of the monster, as he had many items that allowed him to resist various kinds of effects. Ferdinand decided not to waste time and deal with this monster with one shot, standing in a stance, leaning on his feet and aiming. The bear couldn't even resist such an attack, and a huge hole appeared in his tummy, which destroyed him without any problems. Ferdinand looked at this with arrogance and thought that this was a weak move and would not work against him. But suddenly he felt that this could be a trap. It's hard to see anything in those clouds of smoke, and that shadow shooter definitely won't be able to shoot him until the smoke starts roaring. But unexpectedly for Ferdinand, a bullet flies straight into his leg, breaking the bone of his supporting leg and causing high damage. This was completely unexpected for him. Hirikara sees Ferdinand fall to his knee from a precise hit. The shooter realizes that now is their chance to escape with Clint and go to the city to see a doctor. Grabbing Clint and turning towards the player with the big gun and hoping he couldn't follow them and shoot them in the back too, the guys started running away, looking back as they went to see if they could hide. Clint was in bad shape and his strength was at a critical point, and the pain from the wound was almost natural, just like in real life. Hirikara was able to hit Clint after he fired the shot. The sound wave dispersed the smoke around him after the shot, and Hirikara managed to catch that moment to aim. It was quite interesting, and Ferdinand felt that this shadow shooter was quite an interesting opponent, which even made him smile. Soon, Hirikara arrived in the city and immediately went with Clint to the hospital, where they could help cure the serious injury. Hirikara was waiting for the results of Clint's condition. He remembered that terrible look of Ferdinand that terrified him, making his body shake with fear. He began to think that if that Ferdinand was going to continue to hunt them, he should think of a way to confront him while they were safe. Soon Clint comes out of the doctor's room and he was as good as new. Hirikara even thought that it would be great if doctors worked like that in real life. Clint tried to say something, but it was too weird, and Hirikara just extended his hand, saying that there was no need to strain so much to find words of gratitude because he understood everything. Soon, Clint suggested leaving the fortress walls and talking without witnesses. Since this attack was not accidental, Clint said that Ferdinand was not hunting him, but the shadow shooter who had appeared on video twice already and had dealt with some pretty strong opponents, which attracted attention. Hirikara said he wasn't thrilled about the nickname himself, but what bothered him most was the fact that the game lets you film videos and post them on the site without the consent of those involved. Clint said that Ferdinand is a very strong opponent, and he usually does not hunt for nothing. This man is quite an expensive mercenary, and it may be that he was ordered to carry out Hirikara. The main goal for the shooter is the ability to shoot magical bullets, which can only be obtained by the strongest shooter, who is considered worthy by the god of war of this world. Hirikara asks Clint in surprise if that Ferdinand had mastered those magical bullets, to which Clint replied that no, they were his normal projectiles. In that case, no one has had this opportunity yet? Clint said that Hirikara has all the chances so far if he can pass all the tests related to Miss Meredith. Clint also said that when he passes all the tests, his location as a member of the new Rifle Corps will be displayed on the map, as will the other two riflemen. That is, Clint and Ferdinand. As they walked through the dark forest without turning off the road, Hirikara was even glad to meet such an opponent, because it gave him several interesting thoughts related to shells and weapons. Hirikara also decided to ask Clint to show him the pistols that he carries with him and fought against Ferdinand. It would be a worthy thanks for saving him. After which, Hirikara apologized to Cloud for a long time for such a setup, that he was used as bait so that the enemy could hit him. Hirikara apologized as if to God, trying to calm his bear cub. Hirikara asked Clint to show his abilities. He said he would not do so. His words were quite categorical, as he understood that revealing himself to others was a bad idea. Hirikara fell to the ground like a child and started crying, saying that it was not fair because he even saved him and showed his trump cards that did not match the skills of a shooter by summoning that bear. They are even in a group, which means he can be trusted. Clint finally gives in to the pressure of Hirikara's humiliation and the guilt that he still needs to thank his savior. Clint agrees, but they need to find a place where no one will see them. Hirikara begins to rise and listen to Clint, who says that they need to leave the city as quickly as possible and find a quiet place. The boys began to follow the fortress gates. Clint walked, absolutely calmly with his hands in his pockets, and Hirikara, like a small child, began to run, catching up with his Zandere. Near one of the fortress walls, where it was completely deserted, the boys met a wolf, who did not suspect that he could be attacked in such a place. Hirikara suggested that Clint demonstrate his abilities on him, but Clint said that this was too weak a target for him, to which Hirikara became very angry and said that it was only necessary to show off his abilities and not to engage in a fight with a strong opponent. While Hirikara was going crazy like a child who hadn't gotten a construction set from the store, a group of warriors could be seen rushing towards him, raising dust. These were warriors from the War Gods clan, who after that incident in the gorge did not abandon the thought of taking revenge on Hirikara for killing the beast. Hirikara got angry because he was not given even a few days to rest after those events, and again someone wanted to attack him. Clint was happy, as if it was planned, and they came to help him so that his ability could be demonstrated as it should be. He starts to take out his muskets and prepare for battle. Hirikara, seeing that Clint is starting to stand in front of him, taking out his pistols, says that these are not newbies at all, and they are much stronger than the Sun Clan with whom he had to fight. But Clint said he didn't care because he, like Hirikara, didn't depend on the level at all, but were more inclined to the skills they had mastered in real life. Hirikara did not wait long and began to shoot the enemy from a distance as best he could, until they came much closer and attacked in a crowd. Even against such opponents, one bullet to the head is enough to finish them off, just like in real life. But killing one guild member did not stop the rest, as if they knew all the risks. Clint tells Hirikara not to worry and just stand aside while he takes care of everything. Hirikara, reloading his musket, says that he has clearly gone crazy, since there are quite a lot of opponents, and he will not have time to reload his pistols in close combat. Suddenly, Clint remembered a song he often sings in his store where he works. He likes country music, and especially a song about defeating a superior enemy. Hirikara, listening to all this nonsense that Clint is saying, thinks that he has completely lost his mind if he doesn't understand at all what is going on here. While Hirikara tries to shoot the enemy, Clint hums a song and makes strange sounds, as if he's parodying a guitar and drums. Suddenly, his pistols begin to glow with a strange reddish light, as if they were being filled with magical power. Hirikara takes a closer look, and what he sees is completely unexpected for him, since such a thing does not exist in the game. The barrel of the pistol changes into a more modern revolver, as does the pistol itself. Apparently, this was Clint's magical ability, that he can change his pistols into revolvers. He takes a stance, preparing to attack his opponent. Hirikara, with his mouth open, watched what was about to happen. The opponents from the enemy clan were already quite close, and some were even trying to attack Clint from the air, but they had no idea what was about to happen. Each of the warriors who were closest receives one bullet to the head and heart, as if time around slowed down and Clint hits the target with great precision. Hirikara also tries to help Clint and takes aim at the enemy, but at that moment all the targets receive mortal wounds, which greatly surprises Hirikara. Suddenly, after a dozen shots, Clint throws his revolvers into the air as if they had already outlived their usefulness. But then he takes out two more revolvers and is ready to shoot again at the enemy who is approaching. The second group of attackers was very surprised and did not understand what had happened, as everyone from the first group was killed in the blink of an eye. Clint turns around, seeing a few more enemies that were a little further away and should have been covering from a distance. But their fate did not pass them by, sending several bullets right into their heads, causing them to feel intense pain from virtual death. Hirikara was speechless, as he couldn't believe that there could be revolvers in this game, considering that the development and level of the environment here was at the level of the 17th or 18th century. Those high-speed shots were fired as fast as if they were fired from a rifle. Now it makes sense how Clint was able to shoot through 9 leaves falling from a tree. All the enemies were defeated before they even got close enough to attack the enemy. Their abilities were useless against such a shooter. In front of Clint, there was only a light smoke from the shot, which dissipated quite quickly, and, having assessed the situation, he realized that there were no more enemies left. Hirikara also couldn't help but think that the shooter might have more weapons, considering that Clint owns 4 revolvers, which is pretty cool. But this ability only lasts for a minute, and his revolvers turn back into pistols after use. Clint starts walking back to Hirikara with a satisfied face, as if he fulfilled his promise. Hirikara, being in complete delight, runs up to Clint, grabbing him by the shoulders and begins to ask how he was able to create such a weapon in this century, to which Clint replied that he was surprised because Ferdinand's cannon seems to be much stranger. Suddenly, Hirikara realized that revolvers really weren't surprising at all compared to that gun. So in this world, you can create a lot of things from real life if you know the structure of the object and its properties? Clint replied that in some cases it was, but no one had any idea how Ferdinand created his gun. His revolvers were not even close to the Crimson Gecko and Blue Python, which have simply lethal properties. Hirikara didn't quite understand what Clint meant, but the names were similar to the models of revolvers that American gunsmiths make. But suddenly he decided to clarify why Clint didn't use his ability when they fought Ferdinand, to which Clint replied that after receiving that injury, his abilities are blocked as if a curse was placed on you. After which, Clint lightly hits Hirikara on the shoulder and says that it was a fun fight and he enjoyed it. But still, he should go about his business, and Hirikara should quickly finish the task from Miss Meredith. After these words, Clint said goodbye and left. Hirikara stood for a few seconds trying to digest everything he had seen these few minutes, watching Clint's silhouette, who had evaporated, teleporting. All this time, someone was watching Hirikara and Clint and thought that he had not been noticed. But a sniper, by nature of life, is difficult to catch off guard or pursue. It was Yubin, who apparently had his own goals and simply wanted to watch Hirikara, but he had nothing to do with the battle that took place. When he saw what was happening, he was very scared, and the way Clint dealt with these attackers was simply incredible. Hirikara started laughing and pretending that everything was fine, but in his heart he knew that in this game no one should be taken at their word, since Hirikara had already fallen for this trick several times. Yubin looked clearly nervous and definitely not on Sunya's orders. She probably doesn't even know what her secretary is doing at this time. Hirikara decided to say that he didn't like this attitude and that trying to spy on him could have a very bad effect on the relationship between him and the Wild Rose clan that Sunya owned. Yubin immediately understood everything and began to apologize to Hirikara, saying that he was simply curious about what Hirikara was capable of since Miss Sunya spoke very flatteringly about your abilities, and not only in the game. After which, Yubin asked not to tell anything to Miss Sun and began to take out everything that was there from his inventory, trying to pay off Hirikara. But this was clearly not what the shooter needed. The old man fell to his knees and begged Hirikara not to tell the lady anything or think ill of him, as he really just wanted to see what he could do. But Hirikara had his own plans. He puts the barrel of the musket to Yubin's head and tells him to get up. The old man was very scared and could not believe that he could be finished off like that. But Hirikara said that he just needed to experience something and so he would shoot, and Mr. Yubin would help him if he didn't want to get reprimanded by Sunya. A few minutes later, another person from the Wild Rose clan came to the field and was extremely surprised that he had to stand with a ruler and wait for orders from the mercenary while Yubin was running. Having created a group, Hirikara lay down on the ground and tried to aim, measuring the distance to the target and simultaneously asking the guys what he could barely see so that they could measure the distance. This player, holding a ruler in his hands, was a little unhappy that he had to do all sorts of strange things while the others were leveling up. After giving one end to Yubin, the player began running towards Hirikara to measure the distance that Hirikara asked them to do. With a clearly false smile, the player says that it is exactly 444 meters. He clearly did not understand why the shooter needed this when his lethal range was only 40 meters. Hirikara realized that he had thought approximately the same, because his eye had shown everything almost correctly. But if a sniper wants to achieve perfect accuracy, then he needs specific and precise numbers to hit the target from such a long distance. Using his skill that he received for one of the tasks, he can see the distance to the target at a distance of up to 100 meters, which is quite normal. Even now, he saw that Yubin, who was running towards them, was already 40 meters away. His sight had a normal grid that didn't even show a distance of more than 100 meters. Yubin, realizing that Hirikara needed a device to measure distances of at least 500 meters, suggested using binoculars, but Hirikara replied that he had thought about it too, but he had an ability that allowed him to enlarge the target to such a distance. Then Yubin asked what was the problem then. Hirikara replied that there is a standard type of reticle and the distance on it is hundreds of meters, but he needs a completely different reticle that will show the exact number of exactly 444. In that case, Yubin's assistant asked, why not make a device that will measure exactly the distance you need? For some reason, Hirikara didn't even think about it. But it is true that Hirikara has some knowledge of how to adjust lenses and calculate the angle of lenses for correct alignment, and in this case it will be possible to create an optical sight. In that case, Hirikara asks Yubin if they have a workshop in the fortress, and the various items he would need to create the items. Yubin replied that they would do their best. After a few game days, there was also a crowd of players in the fortress looking for partners and gathering groups for a joint journey. Hirikara stood next to the teleporter with Yubin and talked. Hirikara was clearly happy that his efforts had paid off and he was able to make that item. It was an optical sight that had a scale and a graph of the measurement of objects. It was clearly an object from the modern world that Hirikara was able to make. Now all that was left was to attach it to the musket and test it to try to hit the target from as great a distance as possible. True, the creation process was very difficult and Hirikara made a lot of mistakes while bringing this device to perfection. Many valuable resources were simply ruined in the process. Hirikara decided to joke a little and said that he was glad that Yubin helped him so much and would definitely look forward to the next meeting. Yubin's face even changed when he heard that he would be helping Hirikara again, but Hirikara began to wave his hand saying that this was a joke because if he worked in the fortress so often they would become dependent on him. Yubin didn't lose his head and said that it was a great idea and Hirikara should visit them more often. This answer made the shooter so nervous that he thought something indecent. Yubin also added that they would even really like to be dependent on him, which clearly sounded strange and even frightening for Hirikara. He began to cover his body in embarrassment as if he was naked. It was strange for him to hear such words from the old man, as if he was making an indecent proposal to him, but Yubin started laughing, scratching the back of his head and saying that it was a joke in response, so that Hirikara wouldn't relax and think that he was the only one who was so witty. However, he couldn't just say that Hirikara should spend more time with Sun Ye or Jin Ha so that they could get a worthy partner and continue the lineage. If he said that, some powerful spell would definitely appear behind him and slam him into the ground. Hirikara started to approach the teleporter to go about his business, but suddenly Yubin stops him saying that he remembered hearing Hirikara's conversation with Clint when they were talking about some creatures. Hirikara reacted with a little surprise, thinking that this old man also knew the names of the weapons that American weapons factories were making. But the old man replied that he had heard a story that in this game there was a fish that if you caught it and cut it open, there would be a snake and a lizard inside, which was clearly similar to what Clint had said. Yubin added that he had simply been into fishing before and had heard the story. Hirikara reacted calmly and realized that the old man had not thought about the name of the revolvers at all, but had taken Clint's story literally, after which they said goodbye and expressed respect to each other by bowing their heads, which was customary in Asian countries. After which, Hirikara began to be covered with the sewing magic that was responsible for teleportation and waved goodbye to Yubin. Yubin calmly waited until the boy left their fortress and understood that he was not so bad. He had the task first of all to assess Hirikara on what kind of person he was. Well, the report must be delivered to the company's CEO, who clearly likes to check everyone who comes into his family's social circle. After teleporting, Hirikara arrived in the capital of Yggdrasil to meet his mentor in the Archer Corps. He was in a positive mood and wanted to chat again with the old man, who had changed quite a bit and had become much more interesting to talk to. Hirikara opens the door to the room where Jack usually stands and drinks his tea, but there was no one in the room. It was quite unusual not to find the old man sitting at the table or near the window. Suddenly, Hirikara heard a shot coming from the training ground. Hirikara wondered if the old man had decided to go shooting. At the training ground, old Jack stood next to the new guy, who looked pretty tired and clearly wasn't prepared for this kind of treatment from a non-player character. That shooter, trying to load his musket once again, began to whine that he was tired and wanted to rest. Old Jack, sighing heavily, said that, looking at such a sight, he could hardly believe that he alone managed to bring down the Golden Hawk. Hirikara opens the doors to enter the training grounds and is so surprised to see that a new shooter has come to the old man that even Hirikara is overcome with memories. He smiled, remembering the expression on Jack's face when he first got to him, which sent shivers down his spine. That look from under his hat that cast a shadow and made his arrogant face quite creepy, which scared anyone who spoke to him. That was nostalgia for the past, which is now perceived with a smile. Hirikara started to come closer, and Jack notices him, saying that Hirikara has returned and wants to test himself in one last task. The boy who was training couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Hirikara, because he only came here after seeing a real shooter in action, who was able to defeat many enemies. He runs up to Hirikara and falls to his knees, asking Hirikara to sign his musket for him, as he is a big fan of his game. But Jack was not happy with what was happening, and told the newcomer to quickly go to practice, otherwise he would be expelled. Hirikara was a little surprised to see that the game had arrows thanks to his participation in the clan wars, but that wasn't what he was here for. Hirikara said that he had finally made up his mind. Old Jack and Hirikara stood and watched the newcomer shoot and talked, realizing that they were about to pass the final test. Hirikara was quite confident that the time had come, and he needed to pass the final test to finally become a full-fledged new generation marksman who would be able to track his comrades and especially Ferdinand. Soon, Jack brought Hirikara to a place where he often liked to spend time with his comrades. Hirikara stood on the cliff and began to look around and realized that it was quite high here. The old man said that the three of them often trained here, but they were complete losers compared to Lady Meredith, who hit the target from such a distance without straining herself at all. Hirikara, seeing that the targets were more than 400 meters away, understood why everything was like this, because Jack was generally a close-range shooter, and Greenwood probably also had a hard time hitting a small target. Hirikara took his musket in his hands, looked around and realized that everything here would clearly not be easy, considering that near the large faults the winds are quite strong, and it is quite difficult to conduct aimed fire. Old Jack says that he gives Hirikara 3 tries to hit the target and hit it. He also had no doubts, and he added that Hirikara should be able to do that considering how much stronger he has become. Hirikara, hearing that he only had 3 attempts, became a little tense, but at least he was glad that there was no time limit and the task was not made more difficult, as the old man usually did after Hirikara decided to influence the first task. Having put a sight on his musket, Hirikara began to aim to understand what target he should shoot at, since there was a whole mountain of them here. He, of course, trained a lot and even asked the guys to help him create strong interference, including the wind, which prevented him from firing accurately. Looking at the whole field of targets, Hirikara understood that if he was given 3 attempts, then only the sight he had made could help him determine which of the targets was exactly 444 meters away. However, the dimensional grid he made showed that only 6 targets fit within the given distance, but of all of them, only 1 had a target on it, which seemed like a clear clue. Hirikara knew that this wasn't entirely true, since the others didn't have a sight to help them determine which row of targets was the right one, so it was all fair enough. He began to try to determine the level of wind speed in order to aim and calculate in his head the direction of the bullet, which at this speed should hit the target. Having made almost exact calculations, Hirikara aimed his musket barrel a little higher and to the right of the target, so that the bullet would hit the target precisely due to the speed of the wind. After which, Hirikara, holding his breath and concentrating, pulls the trigger and the shot is fired. The bullet has already flown the required distance in a second and hits the exact center of the target, which Hirikara chose as the one that should be hit. The sound of clapping hands was heard behind him after the shot, indicating that Hirikara had succeeded and didn't even need the remaining 2 attempts. The old man said that Hirikara always amazes him with his precision and excellent knowledge, which helps him pass all the tests with flying colors. After which the old man extends his hand to the boy, saying that he rightfully deserves to be the heir of Mrs. Meredith, who always wanted such an heir. He even looks a little like her in his shooting habits. As they shook hands, Jack said that Meredith had said before that there was a difference between those who got it right on the first try and those who got it right on the 3rd try. This is probably why Jack thought that Hirikara was so similar to Meredith that he was able to hit the very target that would have hit Meredith. Hirikara, however, took his words a little differently and realized that because he was able to hit the target on the first try, he managed to raise his characteristics by 2 levels at once. But if he had done it on the 3rd try, he would have gained much less experience. Jack then places his hand on Hirikara's shoulder and says that he is truly glad that his comrade's legacy will not go to waste. Soon they returned to the rifle training building, where in Jack's room, hanging in proud solitude, was that very same musket of Meredith. Hirikara even felt a little nervous, realizing that this was quite an important moment. The old man takes off his musket and hands it to Hirikara, saying that the moment has come and that a new trio of new generation shooters has appeared in their world, who will continue to protect this world from enemies. Taking Mrs. Meredith's musket into his hands, Hirikara felt that it was quite light, even lighter than his current musket, which also had high characteristics. But it wasn't just his weight that caught Hirikara's attention. He also received a notification that old Jack was offering a quest to find Miss Meredith. Jack explains that for several weeks now, their kingdom has been under attack by monsters that operate in small groups throughout the kingdom. This behavior could mean that they are trying to gather information and are preparing for something. Hirikara suggested that things could be heading towards the Demon King rising to power again and going to war against humanity. This quest was quite interesting and could give a lot if completed. In addition to many interesting events, Hirikara was interested in something else important. A little embarrassed, Hirikara decided to ask Jack how Miss Meredith's musket could change. The old man didn't quite understand. Hirikara said that he saw that Clint's pistols could turn into revolvers, and Ferdinand's musket could turn into some kind of cannon that fired projectiles. But Jack had no answer to that question, and said that he had never seen it himself. This was not what Hirikara had hoped to hear, and he was so surprised that he froze in place. While Hirikara was annoyed, Jack said that he himself used Meredith's musket when he had to fight off criminals, but it did not change its appearance. After which, Jack said that fate is a rather funny thing and throws up quite a few problems that only time and one's own attempts can solve. Hirikara understood everything and pretended that it was funny, saying that apparently he would have to learn a lot more in order to gain a new skill that would turn his musket into something substantial, like the other shooters of the new generation. After which, Jack went to the window and thought a little out loud, realizing that Hirikara should go to the place where those associated with the Demon King could have been last seen. The old man said that Hirikara should go to the dwarven settlement that is located far in the mountains. There should be information there that will help him in his search, and the dwarves are skilled craftsmen who can definitely know something about Lady Meredith. After listening to the advice and tips of his mentor, Hirikara put the musket on his shoulder and left the training building. Before leaving, he decided to look at the characteristics of the new musket that he received and was extremely surprised that one of the abilities was the transformation of dexterity into shot power when certain conditions were met. He was happy because he realized that he did everything right, and almost all of his points were always thrown into dexterity, which helped him a lot in various situations. Hirikara also realized that he, without such a musket, was certainly not inferior to those other two shooters, and this could mean that those two clowns only have super weapons that greatly elevate them above other players, and without them they are not remarkable at all. It turns out that Hirikara is the only one of the shooters who was able to achieve much greater results than them, even without having a heroic weapon. Suddenly, Hirikara received a call from a comrade, who clearly understood that Hirikara had finally completed all of Jack's tasks and had become a full-fledged member of the new generation of shooters. Hirikara was even glad to see that it was Clint and said that maybe he missed him, or there was another reason that he decided to call him. Clint says he just saw that Hirikara has finally become a full-fledged gunslinger and is now showing up on the map. Clint says Hirikara shouldn't relax and advises him to check the map every now and then to check where Ferdinand is. After which, Hirikara decided to offer Clint to go together to the dwarven settlement, which was located in the mountains, but Clint said that he did not need to because he had enough ammo. After which, Hirikara threw his head back and sighed as he realized that the dwarves were indeed capable of making bullets, or maybe even something more interesting if they were shown rough sketches. Apparently for those revolvers, Clint turned to the dwarves to make him bullets that looked like modern ones. Still, the dwarven settlement was quite far away and it was worth going there for one's own benefit too, but first, Hirikara decides to use the teleportation stone that Jin-Ha gave him before entering the dungeon and said that he would need it. Hirikara decides to go to the fortress before traveling to the dwarves. Hirikara's house. It was his mother who came home after a hard day's work. She knocked on her son's room and walked in. She saw that he was still playing the game that Chinshu had given him and was a little worried. But when she saw her son's face, she calmed down, because after the accident that happened in the army, he didn't smile often. She touched the full immersion game capsule and whispered that she was very happy to see her son so happy and that he was gradually beginning to return to a normal moral state. Hirikara, using the stone that Jinha gave him, travels back to the fortress to replenish supplies before heading to the dwarven settlement. There was one question that came to Hirikara's mind when using this stone. It felt like he had stumbled upon something much more interesting. He even felt uncomfortable from what he saw. A lot of assumptions and questions appeared in his head regarding what it was just now. At the moment the transfer stone was activated, a magical list appeared in front of him, in which Jinha's favorite places were written down with notes. Hirikara thought that Jinha must have given him this stone by mistake, because it contained personal preferences and even topics that he shouldn't have seen. However, Hirikara decided that when he had time, he would return it to Jinha so that she would not worry. Maybe she simply mixed up the stones when she gave them to him. Meanwhile, in the office, Jinha was making a complete mess, throwing her things around and diligently looking for something. Sunye looked at her little sister and didn't understand what had happened. That Jinha didn't look like herself. She was obviously upset and couldn't find anything. The surroundings were in a real mess as the search was taking too long. Sun Ye decided to ask her sister what she was looking for so hard. Jinha said through tears that she couldn't find her magic stone of movement and was afraid that she might have mistakenly given it to Hirikara. She remembers giving him one before going into the dungeon, but apparently she gave him her personal one and kept the other one. This is very bad because if he uses it, he will see something he shouldn't have. Meanwhile, Hirikara decided to return the stone back to his inventory and not get distracted, because he needed to go to the dwarven settlement. True, after he became one of the 3 shooters of the new generation, he should look at the map more often to see Ferdinand's movements. At their last meeting, Hirikara realized that it was impossible to talk to him normally. However, the riflemen were the real heroes of that time and were treated with great respect for their services to the kingdom. But the new generation of shooters looked completely different, and it was difficult to call them a team, since everyone perceived this world as not so important, as non-game characters. Hirikara understood this, and remembering the abilities of his colleagues, decides that his musket of Lady Meredith must definitely have the ability to change shape. He goes into the stats and abilities to find the ability that allows him to change the weapon's appearance as he is sure it should be. That's right. Among the many skills that Hirikara received in each significant event and gradually leveling up, he sees exactly what he needs. The ability was called Barrett's Summon, which wasn't immediately obvious, but Hirikara, as a sniper, knew that it was one of the best sniper rifles of our time. Hirikara decides to use this ability to see with his own eyes how his musket will change and how similar it will be in killing power to the real Barrett rifle. The process of changing appearance was accompanied by a bright glow that could be seen tens of meters away. Seeing this modern miracle of human thought, Hirikara was very happy, because with such a rifle he will be able to shoot at a much greater distance with a high speed of flight and reloading, since there is a whole magazine for 10 rounds. Nearby in the forest lived strange rodents that had intelligence and were dressed and armed with small knives, which was even funny. Hirikara decided to test his new weapon on them while they were unaware. Having made all the preparations and taken aim, Hirikara held his breath to shoot, but something went wrong. When he pulled the trigger, there was no shot, just a click of the bolt, as if there was no bullet in it. Hirikara did not even check the magazine, being completely delighted with the gun. He began to attract the attention of the rodents, who had good hearing, and noticed that someone was making noise in the bushes that were not far from them. Hirikara started mumbling something about how he was an idiot and naive, that he was ashamed that he was a sniper. For such negligence and stupidity, he could spend a week cleaning toilets in the army. He was naive. Now it was clear why he should go to the dwarf city, because only they could create bullets for such a weapon. But Hirikara also realized that he was making quite a lot of noise and had clearly drawn attention to himself. The mice began to come closer, as they were interested in the noise that was coming from behind the bushes, as if someone was there. Hirikara saw that a squad of rodents had advanced behind him and began to run away, since he had no desire to fight in vain with such opponents. Hirikara had no choice but to resort to an old tried and tested method in fighting small creatures. He swings his musket and is about to hit them with the butt. It was simply a brutal brawl between 5 rodents against 1 shooter, from which one winner was supposed to emerge. A few hours later, Hirikara had already reached the settlement's fortress, which was halfway to the place he needed to get to. After that skirmish with the rodents, Hirikara looked very battered and even had to apply bandages, since the enemy was very strong. Even images from the past popped into his head when he had to hunt rabbits. which also caused a lot of trouble and almost killed him. Walking through the town of Hirikara, I felt that it was quite cold here, and that these northern lands really do have a different climate. Even here, there were players who invited new comrades to join their squad to complete missions and level up together. One of the players was looking for travel companions to go to the Dwarven Fortress, which was on Hirikara's way. He thought it was a great idea to go with someone. It would be more fun. Hirikara called the tall man who had his back turned, saying that he wanted to go with him. The tall man turned around at the suggestion of going on a joint expedition. Meeting each other's eyes, they were very surprised that after so much time they met in such a place. Brother Quan started running towards Hirikara and was very happy that they met again. Hirikara was also happy and could not believe his eyes that fate had brought them together in such a place. While Hirikara was talking with Brother Quan about what had happened to him during this time, on the roof of the building that was located on the main square, there was a man in a white cloak. He, seeing the boy with a silver musket and a red cape, realized that this was the shooter who killed the beast. All the data about his appearance matched the list of special features. This man began sending a message to his comrades that their target had been found and was in a town near the Rabbit Slope in the snowy mountains. The boys set off on a journey through the snowy forests along a path that led to snowy cliffs that stretched over a large area. They talked about the different things they had encountered in this world. At one point, Brother Quan said that he had already seen several videos on the portal where Hirikara fought against several hundred warriors, but his favorite was the one where he killed one of the top players. That video thundered throughout the community and collected a lot of views, that a simple player, playing for the most unpopular class in the game, was able to kill the strongest beast. Hirikara felt a bit uncomfortable and remembered that his brother Quan had a crow that was always with him, and Hirikara, with a big smile, asks him to call his pet, to which Quan, a little embarrassed, says that she is not the same as she used to be and has grown a little. Still, he agrees and again begins to dance that funny dance that calls the crow, performing comical actions for such a giant. It was so funny that Hirikara couldn't help but laugh again, just like that time. Quan was, of course, ashamed of this method of summoning, but what can you do if it's accepted in the game? Suddenly, Hirikara notices that the wind begins to rise around him and a loud crow's cry covers a large area. He certainly didn't expect that that little crow could grow into something truly huge with such great power. Compared to that crow, Quan didn't seem like a giant at all, but an ordinary little man. He also said that she hadn't grown up yet and would become bigger and stronger as he leveled up. Yeah, Hirikara remembered those days when they played together in the starting town and leveled up. Their coordinated actions were simply on the level of feelings, and everyone complimented each other. Soon they had reached the foot of the mountain, and they had to move up the slope to shorten the route through the slope of rabbits. Hirikara for something, as this area is home to snow rabbits and he wants to catch one. Hirikara says that he doesn't understand why he needs his help. Quan began to beg Hirikara to be the bait because the rabbits hate the druids and do not approach them. But the common man attracts them and they can approach them. It is completely safe because the rabbits are harmless. Hirikara understood that this was not at all part of his plans, but he could not refuse his old comrade and said that they should hurry, since it was still a long way to the dwarven settlement. Hirikara decided to take an observation position and survey the area, while he would attract rabbits and Quan would try to catch and tame them. At one point, a rabbit appeared behind Hirikara, curious about what the man was doing. While Hirikara felt the rabbit sniffing him, he tried not to move so as not to scare it away, and he looked through the sight, trying to see something interesting around. Suddenly, he notices that a group of players are moving along the path they were walking, all dressed in white to blend in with their surroundings, but their formation reminded Hirikara of the warriors from the War God clan that he already knew. Hirikara, trying not to make any noise, wrote to his brother Quan that an enemy was approaching and that they should leave as quickly as possible. Quan carefully crept up to the rabbit and tried to jump on it to grab it. He jumps on the rabbit, saying that he caught it and tries to hold on because the rabbit doesn't like this and, like a stallion, starts kicking and trying to throw the man off. Suddenly, the rabbit breaks loose and starts running around the area with Quan barely holding on, trying not to let go of the rabbit. Hirikara sees what's going on and tells Quan that they should get out of here because there are enemies coming, to which Quan says that he'll need a few minutes and then he can tame this snow bunny. Quan begs Hirikara to wait a little while and they will head straight to the settlement, and for now not to do anything that might cause a ruckus. Hirikara, a little indignantly, says that if he does not shoot, they will be captured and may be killed by those warriors. Hirikara decided to reload and check his weapon while preparing to meet the enemy. Even though he didn't like the fact that Quan said not to make noise, Hirikara, having finished all the preparations, began to look through the scope to see where the opponents were now and how much time they would need approximately to get to them while Quan was trying to calm that rabbit down. But the warriors have already come close enough to spot Hirikara and the druid who was jumping on the rabbit. The chief of the soldiers grabs his sword and orders the warriors to quickly surround Hirikara and capture him alive and kill the rest. Hirikara understands that it is time to start shooting and get away quickly, since the enemy was already very close, but Quan shouts that almost everything is ready. At one point he succeeds and the rabbit calms down, becoming the pet of the druid Quan, after which Quan happily says that he succeeded. The warriors were already almost 100 meters from Hirikara and realized that they had an excellent opportunity to capture the target. Hirikara nervously turns to Quan and says that only a miracle can help them now, since the enemies have almost blocked their path and they will not be able to hide. Quan says that he is going to do something now and begins to read the spell that he received when he tamed the snow rabbit. After which, Quan gets off the rabbit and tells Hirikara to run quickly to him as an avalanche is approaching. Hirikara looks up and sees that high up in the mountains, snow is starting to rise from movement and it clearly looks like an avalanche. However, upon closer inspection, Hirikara sees that it looks like giant snowballs coming down the mountain at high speed, like man-made things. Quan says that they will be able to stop the opponents, but Hirikara, looking around, realizes that not everything is so good, and they did not choose the best place to create an avalanche. Yet they were on a slope and had nowhere to run because on one side there were warriors who wanted to grab Hirikara, and on the other side there was an avalanche that was rushing, sweeping away everything in its path. Quan says there is nothing to be afraid of and starts running towards the cliff, but Hirikara doesn't understand what is happening and what Quan is planning. Quan stops and runs up to Hirikara, grabs him by the hand and tells him to trust him and everything will be fine, after which they approach the cliff together, as if they wanted to jump over it, but it was clearly impossible. Hirikara realized more and more that they would not be able to jump over, but Quan couldn't be stopped, and holding Hirikara's hand, they jump, flying only a few meters, and in Hirikara's head flashed the last moments of life as he thought that they were finished. The warriors, rushing at full speed, wanting to grab Hirikara, see that he is jumping with his comrade from the cliff, as if he could survive after such a thing. But the warriors were focused only on their goal and did not pay attention to the avalanche that had already gotten very close and would definitely wash them off the cliff. Suddenly, Hirikara soars into the sky, feeling himself being picked up by his cloak and carried. It was a huge bird that appeared out of nowhere, but Quan was not there. Suddenly, the bird says that everything is fine, Hirikara, and they go to the dwarf settlement. It turns out that it was Quan who has the ability to turn into a bird. Hirikara hasn't recovered from what happened yet, and a little nervously says that he's glad they managed to survive, but he could have told them earlier that Quan can turn into a bird. After which, Hirikara, flying into the distance, looks down to see what happened to those warriors who ran with a great desire to capture him. But fate dealt with them as expected, and a huge avalanche began to throw them off the cliff, covering them with a thick layer of snow, from which it was not so easy to get out. A few minutes later, Quan and Hirikara reached the plains that were not far from the dwarven settlement. Quan turns back into a human and lands. The boys were quite far from where they could be caught, so everything went well. Hirikara asked Quan what he was going to do now that he had caught his rabbit, to which Quan replied that there were still many interesting places and animals in this world that he wanted to see and would continue to travel. Quan also said that although he is not at such a high level as Hirikara, he has visited incredible places, and he wants to continue to explore this incredible world. They began to say their goodbyes, and Hirikara said he would be happy to use this incredible taxi again if they met again. Quan said he would be happy to meet again too. Quan turns back into a bird and begins to fly away in his direction, wishing Hirikara good luck in the future. Hirikara was glad to tell his old friend and accompanied him, waving his hand, until he disappeared behind the high mountains that stretched around this world. Soon, Hirikara reached the dwarven settlement and noticed that their fortress looked quite steep and massive. It jutted out from the cliff so that it could only be entered through the main gate. Hirikara was amazed by all sorts of things that delighted and surprised him. He had never seen anything like that even in the real world. The ropes that had closed wagons that could transport people and goods stretched for many kilometers. Soon, Hirikara found a forge house where they could create bullets and other things that he was interested in. Hirikara was already looking forward to his new equipment. Opening the large metal door, Hirikara greeted the dwarves and said that he had an order. One of the blacksmiths reacted rather coldly to the man who entered. He was clearly annoyed by the appearance of yet another person who showed no respect and barged in without asking. The dwarf even said that they were full of orders and there was no time now. Suddenly another dwarf, who was at the other end of the forge, asked the boy if he was a shooter. Hirikara responded enthusiastically that yes, he was a shooter and he was very ashamed that he burst in like that. He just didn't know that everything here was at work. After which the mustachioed dwarf said that they had regular cartridges and began to ask how many he needed. But Hirikara said that he didn't need regular cartridges. He came to place an order for the creation of something else. Hirikara takes out Mistress Meredith's musket to modify it and show the dwarves what they will have to work with. The mustachioed blacksmith opened his eyes wide in surprise that such an interesting person had wandered in and realized that the work must be very interesting. A bright light shone upon the blacksmith and everyone stared at the musket, which was changing its appearance. The mustachioed dwarf began to smile and realized that in front of him stood a new generation shooter, namely the third, which meant that all the heroes were assembled. Hirikara already held the Barrett rifle in his hands, which needed ammunition, and only the dwarves had the necessary knowledge and abilities to forge and create the necessary ammunition. One of the blacksmiths recognized the rifle and said that during the war he had seen one like it in the possession of Mrs. Meredith, who fought monsters by shooting them from a distance. Then the mustachioed blacksmith told his comrades to close the doors of the forge and not let anyone else in, as they had a very interesting job ahead of them. He was filled with enthusiasm and a desire to create something new, after which they went to the table and the mustachioed dwarf decided to ask Hirikara how the old man in the hat was doing, who also had a big scar on his forehead. Hirikara realized that they were talking about old man Jack, who became the head of the rifle corps. Hearing that Jack had become the head of the rifle corps, the mustachioed dwarf became very angry and slammed the table, saying that after what he had done, that old hatter had never visited him again, which clearly infuriated him. Hirikara decided to change the subject, realizing that this was not the right time to talk about such things, and handed over the drawing of the ammunition that he wanted the dwarves to create. The old man, looking over the drawing, thoughtfully rubbed his beard and said that now new arrows are so boring and always come with drawings, which does not allow any flight of imagination for the blacksmith. He hands the drawing to his comrades and tells them to get to work if they have time. The dwarves began to examine the drawing and said that everything would be done in the best possible way, and specified how many bullets were included in the kit. Hirikara also needed another magazine with a set of bullets for it. The craftsman said that the cost of one set of bullets would be as much as 5 gold coins. Hirikara was very surprised by what he heard and asked in a raised voice why it was so expensive. The dwarves replied that it was not easy to create shrapnel, and materials such as brass were in short supply. Suddenly, Hirikara remembered that he had a copper ingot and asked the dwarf that if he got the brass, the price would change, to which the dwarf said that it would change a lot, because brass is very expensive and valuable to them. After which, Hirikara, with a smile, begins to look for an item in his inventory to give it to the craftsman for work. Having placed a large ingot of brass on the table, the mustachioed dwarf was shocked by such a pure and excellent ingot of brass which had no flaws. Hirikara recalled that he had gotten this piece of brass from killing the golem boss he had defeated in the gorge alone. After all the arrangements were made, Hirikara left his musket with the blacksmiths and told them to be careful, as it was the only one of its kind. This really got under the skin of the mustachioed dwarf, who began to get mad that they thought of him as some kind of incompetent. Hirikara was very happy that everything went well, and he managed to knock the price down quite well, even more than twice, and now a set of bullets for the rifle cost only 1 gold coin, which was quite bearable. Hirikara also began to think, maybe he could do something with the musket since he came to the masters who were capable of creating incredible things. The pistol can also be remade or something more interesting can be added, making it much stronger. In general, such thoughts will take a lot of time. That same day, late in the evening, Hirikara received a call from Qin Shu, who seemed very agitated and something had clearly happened. Hirikara, not hearing anything important, asked his brother why he was talking so excitedly. Was he really robbed or was they going to war against his clan? Qin Shu replied that nothing like that, There was news on the game portal that the game was entering a new phase, as all the important people had received their blessings, and now the world had new heroes. These words greatly surprised Hirikara, and even made him remember that he had completed quests that led to this outcome, and that all three new generation shooters were the legacy of the heroes of the past. Apparently, this event could not be revealed for a long time because Hirikara did not receive Mrs. Meredith's musket and did not accept full rights as an heir. This treacherous world still has so many mysteries. In the world of heroes, there is an heir of the bow, whom Hirikara is not yet familiar with, since he only knows that the heroes in the war were three archers. Clint and Ferdinand are the heirs of the gunslingers Jack and Greenwood. So they are definitely heroes, and that's what it means. That Hirikara is also a new hero of this world, who must protect it from enemies along with the others. Is something about to happen that will require heroes? After that call from Chinshu's brother, they decided to meet together at the in-game tavern to discuss the update that had come out. While drinking the drinks they ordered, Hirikara said that there was a chance that he was on the list of heroes who would protect this world, although he found it hard to believe. His character history contains the legacy of past heroes who saved this world in the war with demons. Now this legacy has fallen into the hands of three shooters, one of whom is him. Kinshu listened to his brother's story with admiration and said that in his storyline, the war between humanity and demons was also mentioned a couple of times, but he did not attach any importance to it. Hirikara said that it could be that the brother's character was not a hero at all, and that there were probably completely different personalities among them, so there was nothing surprising about it. Qin Shu was even a little upset that this could be true. While enjoying delicious food from the establishment and sipping a wonderful drink, the guys continued to discuss what Qin Shu said, that he knows those shooters that Hirikara was talking about, and they are even considered quite famous. But one of those shooters stood out because he was a real military man who worked for a lot of money, and more than one guild tried to hire him to help, but his price was too high. The talk was about Ferdinand, who is able to fight the strongest players on equal terms. This is the second time Hirikara has heard this, and he knows it is probably true. Chinshu also saw that battle between Ferdinand and the Dragon Rider, who was the strongest player. The battle was very fierce and hard, which surprised many people, after which Hirikara thoughtfully said that, judging by the fact that the heroes were assembled, it meant that something should happen soon where they would have to fight together against an enemy who would most likely be the Demon King. The battles will probably be tough as they were last time, so we need to prepare. Kinshu tensed up a bit, imagining that a war could start soon, after which, in a slightly trembling voice, he asked Hirikara what they should do if such an outcome did happen. Hirikara, sipping his drink, puts it on the table and arrogantly says that it's the same as always. Farm experience and kill monsters, hoping that they will drop something valuable. After which they began to laugh loudly, realizing that they had nothing to worry about, since in this war they could only become stronger without worrying about their real life. After much conversation, Hirikara said that he should go to the blacksmiths, as they should have finished the order by now. Kinshu, stretching, says that Hirikara should somehow show him the rifle that he received, as it is very interesting. To which Hirikara says that of course he will show him and tears up the scroll to move. Dressed in his battle attire, Hirikara arrived at the forge and noticed that it was quite quiet there, as if no one was there. Hirikara, having learned from last time, decides to knock first rather than barge in and inconvenience the dwarves. Suddenly, a large steel door is opened for him by a dwarf who clearly looked like he had been hit by explosions and shelling, with several bruises. He recognized the boy and told him to come in. Hirikara asked in surprise what had happened here, that they looked like they had just come from the front. The dwarf replied rather rudely that it was all because of that damn order he had made. He hadn't thought that they would have such a hard time handling the boy's order. Meanwhile, in the corner near the forge sat the mustachioed dwarf who was in charge here, and looked clearly stern, as if he felt that he had been set up and wanted revenge. Nearby lay Hirikara's rifle, which the mustachioed blacksmith was looking at. When he saw Hirikaru, he jumped up and started saying that this was the hardest order they had ever received, and they didn't want to deal with it anymore. He throws the musket to the boy and says that he shouldn't have brought such a weapon, which is locked under curses, and anyone who tries to remove it will be attacked by explosions. The old man said that the dwarf who created this musket was obviously smarter and more skilled if he understood that such a weapon had no place in this world, and put a curse so that it would not be so easy for a simple shooter to remove it. Hirikara was surprised and did not know that this musket was created by a dwarf. The mustachioed blacksmith angrily told the boy to read the description himself, if he could read, because he could only palm off such weapons without knowing anything. Hirikara, surprised, decided to look at the description of the converted musket into a rifle, as he realized that he had not done this when he first changed the appearance of the musket. He was surprised to see that this legendary weapon was forged by a dwarf who was a master of his craft. But what was the problem then? The mustachioed dwarf shouted loudly and said that this legendary weapon was much more dangerous than the guns that other shooters brought, who only had heroic ones. At this point, Hirikara realized that Clint and Ferdinand had heroic weapons, while he had legendary weapons, which meant that they were far more dangerous and powerful than their guns. This was simply great news for him. However, this did not stop Hirikara, and he politely decided to ask what was with his order and whether they were able to create cartridges with magazines for him. The blacksmith, being very dissatisfied, says that, of course, they finished, because they are masters of their craft. On the table were magazines filled with brass alloy cartridges that had excellent normalization and lethal capabilities. Simply excellent work of the best gunsmiths. After which, Hirikara thanked the craftsmen for the work they had done and wished them success. After which he added that he would soon come in to make a new order. The mustachioed dwarf began to get angry and shout that they no longer wanted to see him and would not let him in. After some time of thought, Hirikara decided to go to the golem's habitat to try to kill the boss again, as it drops brass, which will be useful when the ammunition runs out to create new ones. This golem caused quite a few problems last time, but Hirikara was at a very low level then, and now he just needs to wait for other players to destroy the simple golems to awaken the boss. Surprisingly, Hirikara was very lucky and arrived at the right moment. Just then, a huge, glittering golem appeared, apparently waiting for an enemy to fight. But Hirikara was a sniper and was not going to approach, realizing that his trump card was firing from a long distance. Having transformed his musket into a rifle, Barrett Hirikara took a prone position and began to aim. After making the shot, Hirikara felt a little pain in his shoulder, as he did not expect Barrett to have such a recoil, after which he looks towards the boss to see if he hit. But what he saw shocked him as the golem began to crumble. Even the core's protective shell cracked from such a shot, as if he was not a boss at all, but a simple, low-level monster. At this point, Hirikara realized that he had managed to hit the golem boss with just one shot, which was simply incredible. However, now was not the time to be shocked by what was happening. The most important thing now was to gather resources before other players arrived. Hirikara also had to take the cartridges with him so that others would not see what Hirikara was shooting with. And after all, it was also brass, which could be used to create cartridges. Hirikara began to descend from the cliff, even jumping a little as if he was having fun and in anticipation of what the monster would drop on him this time. This time, the reward was the tank boots, which greatly increased the character's durability and strength, as well as a brass ingot, which was a very important item from now on for Hirikara. The golem starts to disappear, but the items seem quite expensive. He can't equip the boots, of course, since they don't suit his class, but they can be sold well. But the ingot is very good. One of it is enough for 100 rounds, which is more than enough for a foray into a dungeon or even a battle with several strong opponents. Suddenly, Hirikara hears someone approaching and he realizes that it must be the players who are about to fight the boss, since they had previously defeated many simple golems. They were trying so hard to get to the boss, and Hirikara cut off all their efforts. It would be ugly to meet under such circumstances, and they needed to leave the area as soon as possible. Hirikara tries to quickly tear up the teleportation scroll so that he won't be noticed and then won't hold a grudge for such a brazen theft of the boss, which was kind of wrong from a moral point of view. The warrior who was leading the squad, having reached the place where the boss appears, began to look and saw that there was nothing there, but it was quite strange because they definitely heard the boss growling. The leader felt awkward because he had brought a whole squad of newbies, and the boss they had been hunting for all day was not there. It was not going well. After killing the boss, Hirikara arrived in the capital of Yggdrasil to put up for sale the boots he received, and at the same time think about what to do next. He decided to visit the workshop, where they could sew him a cover for Mrs. Meredith's musket, so that it would not catch the eye of other curious players. Hirikara decides to look at his accomplishments and does a rather strange thing by sniffing his finger, which had the smell of gunpowder after a shot, which made him think of how he used to shoot in the army. After which he was a little surprised that after that shot he didn't get to the Walk of Fame, even though he killed the boss with one shot. Although there is nothing strange here, because in this game world there are many players who are capable of hitting such a monster with one attack, and most likely, Hirikara is not far from them. Suddenly he notices that a notification has arrived on his game screen that he has managed to remove one of the 7 seals of the musket. Then another task appeared, which said that in order to remove the second seal, you need to hit a monster with a level of at least 150 from a distance of 1,000 meters. Hirikara was a little nervous because he didn't think that he would have to shoot at such distances with a musket, and with his level it would not be easy at all. However, it was like a challenge that he wasn't going to just throw down. After all, there was no time limit or reject button, meaning he just had to find a suitable opponent and try to hit from such a long distance. On his map, there were only 3 places where monsters lived, which he had already killed somehow, but they were unlikely to help him, since the target's level had to be higher than 150. In that case, it's worth visiting Miss Clarice, who can definitely tell you where to look for such strong opponents. Hirikara arrives at the restaurant, sits at the counter, and orders a certain cocktail, which means he wants to meet the manager. Suddenly, he hears other players trying to find out something from the waitress about different places and who lives there. Apparently, other players also understand that you can find out something from NPCs. Suddenly, someone approaches Hirikara and says that Lady Clarice is ready to receive him, to which Hirikara says that he will come now. He also notes that this is the first time he has met a girl with animal ears and is trying to understand whether she is a fox or a wolf. Soon, Hirikara goes up to the top floor where Mrs. Clarice's office was and opens the door. Entering the room, he was surprised to see a familiar face there. It was Minju who was talking to Clarice and drinking tea, as was the custom here. She greeted Hirikara and said that it had been a while since they had seen each other. Hirikara, trying to defuse the situation, answers with a little laugh that it really has been a long time, but he didn't quite understand why he came here while there was another visitor here. Minju asks Hirikaru to sit next to her as they are having a small conversation, and since she knows him, she wants to hear his opinion as well. Suddenly, Lady Clarice turns to Hirikara to stop standing there and do what the girl asks him to do. She also added that the boy was probably embarrassed to be in the same room with such attractive girls. Hirikara blushed and reacted rather hotly that everything was wrong. Clarice laughingly asks Hirikara to sit down, as they have an important conversation. A guy like him would do well to talk to the opposite sex more often, otherwise he will always act shy around girls. Despite embarrassing poor Hirikaru, he still sat down next to Minju, a little modestly and not too close, so as not to raise unnecessary questions. Clarice says that usually the dialogue in her office is only between 2 people, but since Hirikara happened to be an acquaintance of Miss Minju, she agreed to have him present. Hirikara looked at Minju in surprise and didn't understand what had happened that he was allowed to be present. Minju replied that the matter was quite important, and she was sure that Hirikara could be trusted. The thing was that something had happened in the king's palace. She takes out the letter and shows it, saying that this is a letter with threats to the king himself, which means that there may be an assassination attempt, and this is a warning. Hirikara let out a surprised cry, not believing his ears. Was someone preparing to attack the king of this world? After which he takes the letter and decides to read it, thinking that something quite important is said there or even some kind of blackmail for the king. But the letter was rather strange, as it only had a few words written, like, "Your king will die soon," and a few "ha ha ha." It certainly didn't seem like a letter from someone who was going to kill the king, but rather some kind of cruel joke, Hirikara said. Mistress Clarice said that she agreed with this opinion, but there was one thing. This letter was inserted into the opening between the doors to the king's chambers. What? To the king's chambers. It turns out that this letter was delivered directly to the royal castle, hiding from all the guards and reaching the chambers themselves. Then why didn't the person who delivered the letter commit the murder, since it would have been much more profitable without leaving any clues or hints? It was a very obvious thought, Minju said, since she had thought about it too. The only question that remained was why did that person only leave a note? Miss Clarice said that there was a fairly famous mercenary guild called the Traveling Circus that had strong board members, and they might very well be involved in this. Among the most famous of their members are the Midnight Cat, who is the head of the guild, and a rather dubious lady who seduces with her appearance called the Harlot. Minju began to think and seemed to enter another space, excluding many sounds that surrounded her, completely closing herself in her thoughts. Hirakawa writes to her, not living, just to say that he has a few guesses about this, but it is not worth talking about it since he is not sure. Considering that the clan leader is not a game character, and the clan consists of several strong players who are on the top of the list, such as that harlot, then you might think that this is somehow connected with that update where the heroes awakened. Minju says that this is probably the harlot who can seduce anyone with her appearance and has calmly entered the king's castle. Hirakawa is a little surprised that she made such a conclusion. He decides to write to her that this is definitely not a harlot, since she is not strong enough to withstand many warriors, and most likely someone who knows how to hide was involved. Hirakawa suggested that most likely the letter was not delivered just like that, but one of the players received a task to deliver the letter after all. Such tasks can appear for everyone here. Suddenly she realized that most likely Hirakawa could be right, since this was quite possible and only for this reason the letter was delivered to the royal chambers, and the king was not killed. Mrs. Clarice realized that the silent couple was clearly texting and not telling her anything, but it was even funny. Minju wrote that Hirakawa is most likely right and one of the players got the task, which is related to the delivery of the letter. In this world, many tasks that are given to players in the future can affect many things. That's what makes this world interesting. Suddenly, Mrs. Clarice decides to ask what they are whispering about as if they were discussing their future plans for a future date. Hirakawa responded rather sharply and nervously that nothing like that had happened. They simply doubted the guesses and therefore decided to discuss everything quietly. Minju told Clarice that they most likely found the answer to the question, and a player from the Traveling Circus Guild could definitely be involved in this, since only there are strong enough players there who have the abilities of a thief and a swindler. After which, Minju asked to find out everything possible from Miss Clarice about the strongest player from that clan in order to be prepared for further action. Clarice, hearing such a request, said that it would not be easy, but she would try to find out everything. Minju was very grateful and said that if everything went well, the Knightly Order would continue to share everything that her information guild needed. Afterwards, Minju got up from the sofa and said that she should go and report everything she had found out. She was pleased to see Hirakawa and said that they should meet up sometime, after which she added that they should switch to you, since they had already spent time chatting and got along quite well. She also added that if he needed help, he should ask, and left the room. Left alone with Miss Clarice, Hirakawa said he had a few questions he wanted to discuss. He began to take out a map of the area and roll it out on the table so that Miss Clarice could help him find high-level monsters to fight. Hirakawa was only interested in the strongest monsters and bosses that could be found in this area. His criteria were quite simple and at the same time complex, as there were monsters that required several actions to appear. Hirakawa's request, Clarice began to look at the map and point out places where she knew that fairly strong monsters lived, after which a boss appeared, which suited Hirakawa's requirements. She marked with red crosses the places where strong monsters were definitely found, and Hirakawa decided to go to the one that was closest to the capital. Looking at the map, he was very grateful for such information, and after that, he decided to ask the second question that interested him. He asked quite seriously about the place where the Demon King or his minions were last seen. Clarice answered quite calmly, exhaling that she preferred not to remember those old times, and most likely would not be able to suggest anything. Suddenly, she said that Hirakawa himself would be able to find out everything, because he now had a reason to turn to Lady Minju, who serves in the kingdom. Hirakawa didn't understand everything at first, but then Clarice said that all the data was hidden in the information storage, which was under the library in the palace. She also added that, given that Hirakawa received a weapon that could change this world, he would be able to get into the vault again. Hirakawa was a little surprised that Clarice knew about the musket, and that he had already made his way into the vault. After all, she was not as simple as she seemed, and really knew a lot. After which they laughed strangely, trying to turn everything into jokes. But in their hearts they understood that all their words and actions meant a lot for what would happen in the future. Sometime later, in the territory of the great orcs and goblins, there was a battle between warriors and monsters. The big goblin took quite a bit of damage and was unable to withstand the onslaught of players fighting him. This warrior was Qin Shu, who was able to defeat such an opponent single-handedly. The monster fell to the ground already dead. The guys who were behind started shouting words of support and praising their clan leader, who was able to fight alone against such monsters. The boys were having fun and acting according to the plan and strategy that Chief Qin Shu had come up with. Behind them stood the swordmaster and mentor of Qin Shu, who was watching from the side. He was proud that Qin Shu led the Power of Korea clan. However, after that clan war, there were thoughts that their clan would fall and fall apart after many left. But everything turned out differently, and thanks to Qin Shu's efforts, more players started coming to the clan, and everything only got better. Qin Shu hardly rested, but helped newcomers get used to it and helped them level up. Suddenly, Qin Shu hears the cries of a comrade who was on reconnaissance further away from them and was supposed to warn them in case of danger. He was getting closer and closer and shouting that a huge cyclops had awakened and was heading this way. In the confusion, it was hard to hear what the sentry was shouting, and Qin Shu asked everyone to stop making noise and line up. Suddenly, the boys heard a loud scream from a monster, which scared them so much that they got goosebumps. They had no idea what they were about to see. A simply enormous cyclops began to appear from behind the mountains, which was simply an unrealistically strong opponent for Qin Shu's squad, which included many new players. Having risen completely, everyone could see that a huge cyclops appeared in front of them, which was equal in strength to monsters of the highest level. Everyone started to run away from the area where the level 180 monster appeared. Qin Shu orders everyone to leave the area as soon as possible. Qin Shu looks around to make sure everyone listened to the order and started running away. But suddenly he notices that the boy who delivered this information is not making it in time. This boy was very tired and fell because his legs stopped obeying him. His level was not high and he did not pump up his stamina to a sufficient level. The monster was already approaching and its shadow eclipsed everything around. The Cyclops takes out a huge rock that was nearby and prepares to throw it, looking very furious and stern as if there is no worthy opponent for him. Qin Shu is not going to watch this and decides to speed up to save the guy and get away from the monster's attack. Qin Shu's mentor shouts that this is not the best idea since he may not make it in time and die. But suddenly Qin Shu sees that the monster is attacking and the stone is already flying towards him. Qin Shu only has time to activate his shield to repel the attack, but the stone falls right on him. The mentor and his other comrades were very scared and could not believe that everything ended like this for their commander, after which, Cyclops uses the fear ability using his strong scream, placing negative effects on players, making it impossible to move normally for 3 minutes. All the newcomers were scared and couldn't stand on their feet properly because of fear. They encountered such an opponent for the first time and understood that it was very bad. The Swordmaster was very angry that everything happened this way and begins to fill his blade with magic to go on the attack, since he is not going to give up and abandon his commander. He has been practicing swordsmanship for many years and knows well what he is capable of in a fight. He has been through a lot with Qin Shu and rightfully considers him a friend, so he does not intend to abandon him. He starts running towards the monster, swinging his sword and screaming, throwing out his anger and desire to avenge Qin Shu. But suddenly something explodes in front of them, so much so that they are at a loss as to what happened. The warriors who were standing closest saw that a strange liquid had gotten on their clothes, which looked like the blood of that monster. They were outraged that it had stained them, but the Swordmaster was completely shocked by what he saw. He was not embarrassed by the monster's blood on himself, but rather surprised by where it came from. The monster didn't have time to attack him only because it was hit with just one attack right in the eye, piercing its head, leaving no chance. Some of the boys saw that the monster was defeated and thought that the Swordmaster had defeated that giant with his skill and precise attack, and they began to rejoice. But the Swordmaster turns around and asks if anyone filmed what was happening here, to which he heard that no one even thought about it. Suddenly, the Swordmaster breaks away and starts running towards the stone that fell on Qin Shu. He said that he felt life energy and Qin Shu was still alive. Some of the guys were surprised that they did not understand how this was possible. The Swordmaster said to help him destroy this stone and quickly, in order to pull Qin Shu out from under it. The boys didn't understand what he was talking about. After that, no one would have survived. The weight of one stone was only a few tons, which fell on their head at high speed. But the Swordmaster had been in the game for a long time, and knew that things weren't as simple as in real life. He uses a combat technique and cuts the stone into 2 parts, and underneath him was Qin Shu, who covered himself with a shield, covered the boy, and saved him. They were very happy that they were freed and thanked the Swordmaster, after which the boys tried to digest what had happened. Qin Shu was surprised to hear from the Swordmaster that it was not he who killed that Cyclops, but someone else. He, sitting on a rock, said that there was no one nearby and most likely the attack was from a distance, as if he had been shot in the head. Qin Xiu said that he could guess who it could be because only a top player could kill such a strong monster, and among the top players, there was only one who could attack with a long-range attack. She is a master of the bow and a rather secretive person who is at the top, so it is most likely her. Not much is known about her as she is quite secretive and hides from everyone using her skills. Qin Xiu, like a true nerd, understands that the distance from which she could shoot does not exceed 250 meters and began to turn his head trying to find her. Suddenly, he sees a completely unexpected picture and cannot believe his eyes. Is this man really capable of defeating such a monster? It was Hirikara who was approaching the place where the monster was killed and was a little surprised to see his brother and his comrades there. Qin Xiu, in complete shock, asks Hirikara if he killed the big guy, to which Hirikara replies that he did. Qin Xiu starts to ask how he did it, but Hirikara says that now is not the time. Otherwise, the monster's carcass will disappear, preventing them from getting the resources they need now. Everyone is shocked that he managed to handle it so calmly and act as if nothing happened. After that, Qin Xiu asked Hirikara to go with him to the guild, where they had a lot to discuss. It was already quite late in the game, but this conversation was urgent. In the conversation, it was revealed that Hirikara was the reason why many players witnessed bosses dying inexplicably in several places. All of them were killed with one attack straight to the head, and apparently from a long distance, as if they were simple monsters that die so easily. Qin Xiu even got a little freaked out that his lips started twitching because Hirikara was fighting monsters so dishonestly, not considering them as opponents and stealing them from under the noses of other players. Hirikara, after listening to this, added that he simply needed to urgently raise his level, and to do this he needed to kill strong monsters and as many as possible since he was only level 157. Qin Xiu grabs Hirikara by the cloak and says that it's just incredible that he leveled up so quickly, and that he's also acting extremely ugly by killing strong monsters and stealing their loot from other players. Hirikara apologizes, saying that it is just a necessity now, but he can't say more for now. He is truly ashamed, but has no choice. Qin Xiu sits down on a chair saying that he understands, but steam still comes out from under the chair from anger. The swordmaster sat quietly and listened to the conversation between the two brothers. Suddenly, he coughed, reminding Qin Xiu of something much more important to discuss now. Suddenly, Qin Xiu asks Hirikara about the information that Minju had a mission related to the kingdom. This news was a secret, and Hirikara was just surprised that it spread so much. Hirikara for something. Hirikara was amazed that this information had already spread so widely and did not understand at all what kind of intrigue they were trying to drag him into again. Qin Xiu seriously says that they want to join in on this quest for the kingdom, and so asks Hirikara to talk to Minju since they seem to be on good terms. Hirikara first wanted to know if Qin Xiu was sure that the kingdom's quest could be completed by a group of players, to which Qin Xiu replied that he was sure of it. It was rather strange that such information was no longer a secret, or that Qin Xiu had learned it from a secret source. But that was no longer the point, because then he would need to talk to her. Qin Xiu began to beg Hirikara to approach Minju with this request and give them the opportunity to help in this task. Hirikara thought carefully and realized that he needed to get into the kingdom's archives. And if he completed the task from the kingdom, then maybe they would give him such an opportunity. Hirikara tells Qin Xiu that he will immediately go to the royal capital and try to talk to Minju. Qin Xiu did not even have time to be happy about this answer, but Hirikara said that there was no need to rush yet. Using the magic teleportation stone, Hirikara could move at any time without spending money on a regular teleporter, which is located in every city. It was already evening in the game world, but this did not stop Hirikara. He arrived at the main square holding that magic stone in his hands, and remembered that he never looked to see if he had been able to complete the task when he killed the Cyclops. He saw that the second seal from the musket was removed, and he received a skill that allows him to see through obstacles, but it only lasts for 5 minutes. Standing in the middle of the city, nothing prevented him from testing it, since there were very few strangers who could recognize him and interfere by distracting him. It was as if the eyes of a hawk had opened in Hirikara, and using this skill he really began to see everything much more clearly, and the buildings became as if they were painted, so that only the edge of the walls was visible. It was an excellent skill that even illuminated everyone who was not in the line of sight by being behind objects. It was also convenient for hunting in the dark because it illuminated bodies that had heat, after which Hirikara decided to look at the next task to remove the seal and was very surprised to see that he needed to destroy a monster higher than level 160 from a distance of 1.5 kilometers. He, worried that everything is going according to this trend, thinks that it could be that the next task could say that the distance will already be 2 kilometers, which is almost impossible since the bullet is too small, and there are many factors influencing the flight. However, there was no time for that now. Hirikara arrived at the royal palace to meet Minju, who was currently there on the matter of the letter that spoke of an assassination attempt on the king. Upon entering the royal palace, there were many guards around who were closely examining everyone and were clearly in a bad mood. One of the guards approaches Hirikara and says that he delivered a message to Lady Minju, and she asked Hirikara to wait for her in the restroom. Upon entering the room, Hirikara noticed that quite a few rich places in the game used almost identical furniture and coloring, which indicated that the developer had been a bit lazy. Suddenly, he receives a message from Minju, who said that she would be arriving soon and advised Hirikara to settle in. Minju, having finished all her business, went to Hirikara as he asked to meet. She wrote to him that she was already on her way. Entering the room and opening the door, Hirikara noticed that it had changed a little and was a little different or something. Hirikara, looking at her, said that she was clearly working a lot and should rest a little. Otherwise, the sight was clearly not pleasant. Minju realized that she clearly looked like a squeezed lemon, and she was even ashamed that she came to the meeting looking like that. True, she said that because of this situation with the threatening letter, she has not slept for almost 2 days in real life and has spent all this time in the game trying to figure it out. Hirikara was shocked because quite a bit of time had passed since their last meeting. 1 day in the real world was 4 days in the game world. It turned out that Minju had not slept for almost 8 game days. In the end, they sat down on the couch and Minju, trying to cheer himself up, asks Hirikara what brought him here and what he wants to discuss. Hirikara calmly says that he heard that for the task that she got, you can assemble a team and carry it out collectively. Minju was surprised that Hirikara knew about this, but he was right about forming a group in this quest. After all, she had few people she could trust. But still, Hirikara, from those she knew in the game, was clearly a great guy and wasn't going to hide anything important from her or even betray her. She trusted him completely, yet he sacrifices himself without a shadow of a doubt to save others, even though he doesn't know them. His actions speak for themselves, and he can definitely be trusted. Minju took out the letter and reminded Hirikara that he had helped her a lot when he narrowed down the suspects to one guild that had players who could pull off such a thing. At that moment, she couldn't even imagine who was behind all this. But thanks to him and Mrs. Clarice, she was able to learn a lot of new things about who might be behind this. The main suspect at the moment is Midnight Cat, who has the ability to move through shadows and can easily get to different places by hiding in the shadows. But there is another problem. Because of this letter, rumors began to circulate in the kingdom that the whole thing was set up by the Holy Knights in order to gain more power for themselves. Hirikara was stunned by this. There are 2 factions in the kingdom that are responsible for security, the Holy Knights and the Royal Regiment. There is currently tension between these factions. Hirikara didn't understand yet because both of these factions were engaged in protecting the king. So why did such guesses and suspicions arise between them? Minju said that the Holy Knights are not exactly guarding the king. They spend most of their time protecting the common knights and patrolling the area to protect the capital from monster attacks. Thus, because of this letter, the Holy Knights are forced to intervene in the investigation and spend more time in the royal palace, which does not please the royal guard, since these are their concerns. In that case, Hirikara understood why, when he came to the castle, all the warriors were so tense and clearly out of sorts. Ju also said that she didn't like it either and decided to turn to the king's chief advisor, Christopher, who has great power and is in charge of the corps of magicians. But nothing came of it, because he declined the request for a meeting. Hirikara remembers him as a man who hides the whole truth about the heroes of that time when there was a war. Minju exhales and says that so far all attempts to talk to the higher-ups have failed due to the constant tension and behind-the-scenes play of the 2 factions. She decided to give the Holy Knights an order to patrol the castle and keep a close eye on things before she could make up her mind. If they noticed anything suspicious, they were to report it to her immediately. Hirikara realizes that if things get so bad that someone kills the king, then a serious war will break out in the kingdom itself, and this must be prevented. The cause of such a nightmare may not be the war with demons, but a war between factions that will cause the destruction of the kingdom. Hirikara decides to ask about the task that the system gave her, and Minju showed it. The reward was meager and did not attract anyone at all, but the event itself was quite important and serious for the kingdom. Minju said that because of this award, few of her friends are willing to take it on, but those who understand the seriousness of the event are quite few, and she does not want to go to the first person she meets. In this case, Hirikara offers his help and says that he can help Minju with this task, but he will have one request at the end of the mission. Minju was a little surprised that Hirikara agreed to help her, and said that he could bring reinforcements, that he was ready to help. Hirikara didn't say who exactly he would bring, but he already had several options and people willing to join in. He also understood that this could also be an excellent opportunity for the sisters Sun Yi and Jin Ha to improve their relations with the royal family. Kinshu, after listening to Hirikara's story, asked him if he kissed Minju after everything they discussed. It was quite an awkward phrase that he said that even the sword master and mentor Kinshu was surprised and hit himself on the forehead for this stupid and inappropriate joke. Hirikara blushed and stuttered a little, saying that he hadn't even thought about a kiss since they were just acquaintances, and there was nothing between them. Kinshu continued to provoke his brother by saying that it was strange because they were talking so nicely, and last time it was even noticeable that when she was talking to Hirikara, her eyes were shining with joy. It reminded him of some romantic melodrama where the main character gets into trouble and a handsome prince comes to her aid, after which they fall in love with each other and live happily ever after. The mentor, listening to all this chatter, even began to imagine what was happening a little, since he liked such series. After which Kinshu said, "Okay, enough jokes," and moved on to the important topic. Was Hirikara able to agree that Minju would take them along on the mission? Hirikara scratched the back of his head and said that she agreed, but the reward there was very small and practically non-existent, so was it worth it for them to take it on? She was, of course, very glad that Hirikara had agreed to help her with the task and bring the guys who would help with it. But still, it was somehow not nice in front of them that there would not be much of a reward. Kinshu said that the reward was not so important to them, but having connections with the royal family was much more prestigious, and it would greatly help them in the future. The swordmaster added that it was more important for them to be among those who would help the king, and at the same time bring glory to the guild, which would attract many who wanted to join. In this case, Hirikara officially accepts them into the squad and throws out an invitation, realizing that each of them can take their own benefit from this. In the end, in addition to Hirikara and Minju, 2 more people appeared in the squad, which was a good start. After talking with his brother, Hirikara went to Sunya to invite her and her sister to join his troop. It was now morning in the world and the workday was just beginning. Hirikara enters the room where Mrs. Sunya's secretary usually is, quite brazenly and loudly. Hirikara greets Yubin and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Yubina was struck like lightning by the fact that Hirikara came to them, and he immediately began to get nervous that something had happened. He held a large stack of papers in his hands and slumped slightly from the weight and asked Hirikara what he needed at such a time. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice is heard from under the table, slightly indignantly asking who is entering their office so brazenly. Yubin said that it was Mr. Hirikara who had come. Sunya stood up and was clearly not in her best condition to greet him. She looked in surprise and realized that she was standing in her home. Their eyes met, but Hirikara didn't understand the awkward pause between them, as if something serious had happened. Suddenly, Sunya very quickly sat down under the table so that Hirikara could not see her, so the paper flew in all directions. Hirikara apologizes for visiting so early and says that she is rather strange in how she deals with paperwork, as a lot can get lost that way. But this didn't bother Sunya at all. She quickly began to put on makeup, feeling a little awkward from the fact that he saw her like this, that she even blushed with shame. Hirikara turned to Yubin and asked what he said, to which Yubin replied, laughing a little, that it was okay. Just let them know in advance next time you're coming. After which they threw a bag on the table, which, falling on the table, made a scolding sound, which meant that there were coins in it, and their shine of bright yellow metal meant that they were gold. After tidying herself up, Sunya stood up and said that this was his net income of 10% of the fortress's profits, sighing heavily from the slight fatigue that she had to tidy herself up so quickly. There are almost 600 gold coins here, which is his earnings. Hirikara was shocked by such a mountain of gold and could not believe that in just 1 month of the game he managed to earn so much money. Sun Ye said quite confidently that if Hirikara joined their clan and took the position of vice captain, he would also receive a salary. Hirikara even cried a little when he saw such a mountain of gold and asked if everything was correct. Otherwise, maybe they made a mistake in the calculations and would demand it back. Sun Ye said that it was true. Suddenly, Hirikara remembered why he came and asked Sun Ye to call his sister so that they could discuss something. Gathered in the office, Hirikara began to talk about the current situation in the kingdom and that he was gathering a team to help Minju in order to prevent an assassination attempt on the king. Hirikara also added that this was a great opportunity to get closer to the king's family and establish relationships that would affect business. Sun Ye, trying to act reserved, said that all this was certainly tempting and could bring them no small benefit, but it was worth thinking it over carefully. Suddenly, Jinha says that she agrees and says with delight that she has long wanted to visit the castle and meet the king. Sun Ye, hearing the words of her younger sister, began to say that this is not right, and in negotiations it is worth trying to be restrained and think everything through. However, Jinha said that her sister also wanted to meet the king, and here was such a great chance to be the one who saved the king. Hirikara even laughed a little at this outcome, that Sun Ye agreed, but pretended that she needed to think about it. After which Hirikara said that almost the entire team was assembled, and the next day at 8 in the evening, they should arrive at the royal palace to discuss all the details. The time for the meeting had arrived, and 5 people had already gathered at the entrance to the royal fortress. They were only waiting for Hirikara and a few participants who had not yet arrived either. Sun Ye was the most indignant of all that they had all gathered and Hirikara was still not there. Qin Shu and his mentor stood to the side and tried not to meet her gaze, as it had not been long ago that they had been bitter enemies and had fought with each other many times. Suddenly, she hears Hirikara's voice asking for forgiveness for being late. He was just waiting for his comrade, who was supposed to show up. Hirikara appeared in front of the boys with a large lizard that looked rather strange. In this world, few people wanted to choose races that changed their appearance greatly. Kinshu was surprised to see such a player and began to ask Hirikara who his comrade was, to which Hirikara replied that it was Fang Mo, whom he met in the starting village and went through all the initial quests until reaching the capital. But Sun Ye and Jinha didn't really like this appearance, and they were even afraid that it was some kind of monster. Fan Mo said that he was a player from Vietnam and was glad to meet such strong players. Suddenly, Fang Mo noticed Qin Shu's gaze on him, who was looking at him with a little bit of distrust. Then Fang Mo decided to give Qin Shu a few hints. He said that if Qin Shu continued to train new players in the same spirit, it would take him much longer. But if he sent them to the dark forest on the outskirts of Yggdrasil, the leveling would go much faster. Qin Shu said in surprise that there were many strong monsters there and weak players shouldn't go there. But Fang Mo said that he started to gather there from level 30 and gained levels quite quickly up to 80 in just 10 days. Qin Shu was shocked. Sun Ye said that it seemed like most of them had gathered, but where was the other player who was supposed to go with them? Hirikara said that he was very close and should be here any minute. Suddenly, someone jumps from the top of the castle wall, attracting everyone's attention. It was a rather pompous and dignified appearance for a man who grew up on westerns. Everyone saw that after landing dust rose, and who was hiding under it was still a mystery to them, but such an appearance definitely attracted attention. From the dense dust cloud, the silhouette of a man wearing a hat and a raincoat began to emerge, calmly approaching the boys. Afterwards, he came out into the light, and in front of everyone appeared the sleepyhead Clint, whom no one here clearly expected to see. Apparently, Hirikara decided to use all his acquaintances that were available to him. After some time, Minju began to come out to the guys, who should have already gathered and gone to the fortress for further discussions of the task. Minju was clearly not in the mood and wanted to rest as soon as possible. She did not yet know who Hirikara had gathered, but she hoped that everything would work out for them. Suddenly opening her eyes and looking at those who stood before her, she saw a person she definitely did not expect. It was Clint, with whom she had fought and lost. She began to get angry and fill her body with magic, wanting to fight and finish off this shooter who had humiliated her so much. Hirikara began to ask Minju to calm down and understand that he could be useful to them. Clint was in his element and said that he didn't want to waste time on any trifles and nonsense since he came here on business. Fanmo decided to intervene to cool down Mrs. Minju's ardor and said that they were all gathered here for one thing, and there was no point in paying attention to old grievances for now. Minju exhaled and agreed that now was not the time and that they should first resolve the issue that was threatening their kingdom. Everyone that Hirikara was supposed to bring gathered, and Minju asked them to follow her to the room where they would discuss everything. Almost all those who were supposed to be guarding and protecting the king were gathered in the room, but there was something that was flying in the air, and the tension was clearly felt. Although there were quite strong guys gathered here, everyone had many disagreements among themselves. For example, Qinshu was clearly not happy that Sun Ye and Jin Ha, with whom they had fought, were here. Also present was Clint, who some people here had a grudge against. He looked like he came here to sleep and wasn't interested at all. Clint was especially disliked by Minju, who looked clearly angry and unhappy that he was there. From Hirikare's side, it seemed as if she was about to burst into flames of hell and explode with anger with her great desire to take revenge on him. However, Hirikara realized that gathering so many guys in one room who had so much resentment and anger towards each other was not the best idea. Hirikara was also worried that Clint might have a bad influence on the team, and whether he would even be able to play on the team. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the room and everyone stopped looking at each other with a spear, but turned their attention to the doors. Yubin was the first to notice and recognize the one who entered the door, and was shocked to see the bowmaster. He never thought that the 10th participant would be her. It was Ha Rin, who was famous for her long-range archery skills and was ranked among the top 10 best players. Hirikara began to approach Qinshu, asking if she was so reserved and quiet that she didn't talk to anyone in the game. It was quite strange since she looked quite friendly and welcoming. She approached Hirikara and asked permission to sit next to him, to which Hirikara said that he had no objection at all. Ha Rin, sitting down next to the boy, began to whisper that she had heard a lot from Minju about Hirikara. In a word, she even spoke about him quite often. Minju, hearing her friend say such things about her, blushed deeply and began to say that everything was not so at all, stumbling a little. She then started yelling at her friend to shut up and sit down at the table so they could start the meeting, after which Minju calmed down and cleared her throat to begin talking about the task that they would have to carry out. The main suspect in the current situation is a member of the traveling circus clan, Midnight Cat, who is one of the strongest players and has many skills. But in the kingdom, not everyone agrees that this letter is real, and that it could be that everything is planned so that the royal guard and the holy knights fight among themselves. But their main task was to save the king from attack. Otherwise, if the king died, then the war could break out very quickly and a riot would be inevitable. Suddenly, Fan Mo interrupts her story, which was already coming to an end, and says that everything is not so simple, because the traveling circus clan has many killers at its disposal. Fan Mo told everyone that when they approached the royal fortress, he sensed the presence of several assassins whose level was higher than 150. They could handle them individually, but they should be wary of attacks from ambushes. Fang Mo began to send each of the participants information regarding the skills and abilities of the assassins in order to learn how to counter them. Also, one should be wary of one skill that can turn them into objects. Hirikara was amazed that Fang Mo had so much information about the skills of other types of players. Qin Shu asked in surprise, "Could those assassins really transform into different objects?" Fang Mo said that it wasn't exactly transforming, but rather taking the form of an object by changing the position of their body, so it would be very difficult to detect them. Sun Ye was also shocked by the large amount of information regarding players of other classes. She doesn't understand who that lizard is. Hirikara, reading the data that his comrade provided, understood that he had been quite well read before and knew a lot about the game, but not to this extent. Suddenly, Hirikara, having studied the information, understood something, and having looked a little closer, Hirikara began to peer into the emptiness that was behind Sun Ye. Suddenly, Sun Ye notices that Hirikara is looking in her direction and looks rather strange. Hirikara starts to take out his rifle right at the table, as if he is preparing to do something. Hirikara looked at Sun Ye quite seriously and asked her if she trusted him. Sun Ye felt that Hirikara seemed to understand something and realized that she should not worry. She smiled and replied that of course she trusts him. Hirikara points his rifle towards Sun Ye and pulls the trigger to fire. He was clearly focused and determined. The bullet flew past Sun Ye's head so that she didn't even have time to react, and the bullet whistled right past her hair, hitting the back of the chair she was sitting on. Everyone was shocked by this act of Hirikara, and no one understood what happened and why the boy shot. Jin Ha was shocked that her sister was shot by Hirikara and began to cast magical ice. After the shot, Hirikara said that they had made a big mistake and the enemy was already here. He did not lower his musket, but continued to aim at the chair where Sun Ye was sitting. Hirikara was right after all, and he hit the assassin who had snuck into their room and was listening to the meeting. He definitely couldn't be let go, as he had heard too much that could disturb them. At the last moment, Jinha notices where Hirikara shot and realizes that there was an enemy there whose disguise was blown off when Hirikara hit him. She decides to launch icicles at the enemy. Hirikara screams that there is no point in killing him, as he is needed alive to find out everything they know, but it is too late. The ice arrows that Jinha fired hit the enemy, causing great damage, leaving him no chance of escape. The assassin's armor was badly damaged by the injuries he received, and he only managed to cough up some blood at the end. Everyone was alarmed and took out their weapons when they saw that the enemy was already here. No one present expected such a turn of events. Jinha realized that she made a mistake and killed the one who could have told them everything about the assassination attempt on the king, but the evidence was destroyed. She apologizes to Hirikara for not holding back. Hirikara did not scold her, but said that everything turned out as it did, and he doubted that they would have been able to find out anything from this killer. Fanmo asked Minju if there were any traps in the fortress to help protect against such uninvited guests. Minju said that of course they exist and they are regularly checked by the mages from the order, but apparently these assassins know how to get around them, or there is another reason that they were able to get here. Harin assumed that the assassins probably knew how to neutralize them and were able to get in here. Could the NPS really do nothing at all? The Swordmaster suggested that it was probably like in quests that the game gives. When the player receives a task, the characters and soldiers begin to behave rather carelessly, giving the players a chance to complete the task. In that case, if someone from the traveling circus clan received a task to kill the king, then you shouldn't rely on NPCs in the castle. In that case, Hirikara proposed a small plan that would help them themselves by taking charge of monitoring the kingdom. Before starting, Hirikara asked Mr. Yubin to handle the supply of items they would need for the mission by bringing them from the warehouse of the fortress they controlled. Then Mr. Fang Mo will tell everyone everything he knows about the traveling circus clan and its members, as well as possible skills that they don't know so that they can be prepared for anything. Afterwards, everyone will be divided into pairs and each will be responsible for their own sector. One group will patrol the palace around the area, looking for anything that might seem strange. Hirikara and Ha-Rin would be in the middle tower looking out for the perimeter, as they had the skills to do so. Hirikara would use his scope to look through it, while Ha-Rin would rely on the scrolls of detection and her archer's vision, which was similar to a sniper's eagle vision. After that, Hirikara started writing to the rest of his comrades to report the status of their positions. He decided to write to Sun Ye, who was on the eastern wall first. She answered rather coldly and harshly that everything was fine with them. She also added that he should better inspect his territory, otherwise he would only chat with that archer. Hirikara said that together they already control everything. After these words, Sun Ye began to scream in surprise that they were already together and everything was really going so well. Jinha, listening to her sister's nonsense, understood that she was behaving like this in vain. Hirikara said that Sun Ye was imagining things. He just wanted to know if everything was okay, as he was a little worried about Sun Ye. After these words, he heard nothing for a few seconds, as if Sun Ye had fallen silent, offended by something unknown. Suddenly, he heard faint sounds that resembled tears. Sun Ye, hearing that Hirikara was worried about her, grabbed her face and barely tried to hold back her tears of happiness while blushing, after which Hirikara wrote to Clint, but he responded rather briefly and laconically that they were all clear and nothing suspicious was found within the detection scrolls. End of communication. Well, he really is a private person who prefers solitude, Hirikara thought. Was he right to put him together with Fang Mo? Still, they're both pretty strong melee fighters, so nothing bad should happen. In the end, all the posts were safe for now. All the points were monitored and controlled by Hirikara's comrades, so getting into the royal palace would be more difficult. Suddenly, Hirikara writes to Qin Shu, who says that he is a little worried, as he has been given a rather difficult task. Hirikara said that he can only trust him with such an important mission. Still, the king's guard must be someone who looks decent and knows how to use a shield to cover the king. Minju and Qin Shu should definitely be able to handle this. Suddenly, Qin Shu says that someone is coming here and starts to get nervous, as he never thought that he would have to be in the presence of the king himself. Qin Shu exhaled, saying that it was only the head of the magic squad, Christopher. Hirikara knew that he was not so simple and could hide a lot. Christopher was the king's right-hand man, and so confident in his actions that he did not even doubt what he was doing. He came by order of the king to discuss the matter that had appeared. He knelt down when he arrived and asked what the king himself had called him for. The king said that Lady Minju had begun to doubt that the traps in the kingdom might be faulty, or that they had simply forgotten to activate them, and that a spy had infiltrated the royal palace. Without getting up, Christopher said that all the traps were working properly and that he personally checked them every day, so there should be no doubts. Minju felt that he was clearly hiding something and could not be sure that all the traps were really working as they should. There was something unpleasant in his words for her. Minju decided to find out how the killer got into their palace, how he was able to get past many traps and get into the room where the meeting was held. Christopher said that he was interested himself, since he did not see any evidence that there was a killer, and all this was inflated because of some letter. But this was a real problem, because after death the player disappears, and there is nothing left of him to show evidence. Apparently, even the fact that there were 9 other people in the room does not count as evidence. Christopher arrogantly said that all their traps were working properly, and if there was anything that didn't suit Miss Minju, then she should check them herself. Minju shouted indignantly. Was he really doubting her words? Was she sure that the traveling circus clan was involved, that they were ready to kill the king, and that the rest of us didn't pay any attention to it? Suddenly, the head of the royal guard standing nearby hit the floor with his axe, trying to calm Minju down. He said that Miss Minju forgets that she is in the presence of the king and has started to act arrogantly, which is not the virtue of a holy knight. She asks for forgiveness and shuts up. The king, scratching his mustache, listened to all sides and decided that Christopher should continue to inspect the territory and they would sort out other matters themselves, so he asked him to leave the hall. Christopher didn't say anything but simply nodded, agreeing with the king, and headed for the exit. The situation was quite tense, as Minju was not happy with this arrangement. Suddenly, Christopher turns around and says that Miss Minju should check the traps herself, so that she will stop suspecting the mage corps of her incompetence. Minju looked at him quite sternly and said that she didn't want to question the loyalty of the mage corps, but in the current situation, it was worth checking everything. Still, these traps were high level and were set by several mages from the squad that reported to Christopher, so everything should be fine. After which Christopher, leaving, said that he was confident in his people, which he could not say about the holy knights who had so alarmed the entire kingdom with their guesses. These words once again hurt Minju, but she held back. Qin Xiu, listening to all this, was amazed that this non-player character was so arrogant that he calmly talked to Minju, making her look guilty and touching on her sore spot. Yes, Hirikara listened to his brother's story, who said how the meeting went and understood that Christopher was clearly not an ordinary person, that he was hiding many secrets, as well as the information that he carefully hid from the whole world, that the heroes went over to the side of the demons, or the fact that they put a curse on the other saviors, causing them to go crazy. Still, he clearly does not hesitate to tease and make a fool of the one who is capable of putting down many, knowing that nothing will happen to him since he is the king's right hand and the second most important person in the kingdom. Hirikara, standing on the tower, wondered if it was possible that Christopher might be in league with the enemy and was disabling the traps in time when the time came. His secrets and cunning may well pull this off, but is he capable of going against his king? However, these were just guesses, not supported by anything, and in that case there was no point in telling anyone about it. After several days of playing, the boys were already quite tired and clearly not ready to constantly patrol the palace. The swordmaster was amazed that such an old man could hold out for so long and never say that he was tired. The other guys also looked pretty tired, considering that just standing and looking around is pretty boring and makes the body sleepy, interfering with attentiveness. Even Fanmo and Klin, who were not famous for their endurance, tried to be vigilant, but they understood that they would not last long. Still, the enemy who managed to get into their room and eavesdrop on the conversation did not give them any peace, and this meant that they had to force themselves to hold out as long as possible. There is a possibility that there was more than one assassin in the room, and when one was identified, the other tried to escape in the confusion, or simply disconnected from the game. It may be that the enemies could have been spying all this time, and calculating all the routes and collecting information on how to penetrate the castle without falling under the detection scrolls and traps. Hirikara knew that this was just a game of endurance, and whoever got there first would be the loser. In that case, Hirikara asked everyone to gather in the room as they had something to discuss. Everyone gathered in the conference room after Hirikara's request and did not understand what he wanted to discuss. Hirikara said that they had been guarding for a long time, but no enemy had shown up, which meant that they could be waiting for us to get tired. In that case, Hirikara suggested that we split into two groups. Minju didn't quite understand how they would control everything then, because if their numbers decreased, it would be easy to get into the royal palace. Hirikara said that it was enough to spend about 10 hours in the game and change, considering that they had about 9 real days ahead of them, so it was an endurance mission. Kinshio was surprised, since he only had time to sleep and throw a couple of buns, and that's it, Hirikara said, laughing nervously that such sacrifices were certainly not pleasant, but it was the only way for them to be alert and able to react correctly in case of danger, without becoming a victim due to their lack of concentration. Hirikara divided his comrades into two groups and said that they would be on duty for 2 days in the game and then switch, and he would write out the method for doing this to each in a private message. Sun Ye, seeing the list, said that little Jin Ha was clearly tired and that she should move to the second group so that she could go to sleep, but Jin Ha said that it was okay and that she could continue. Hirikara, looking at the lists, decides that this will even make the second group better, since they will be able to strengthen the lineup, so Hirikara does not mind. However, there was clearly a completely different meaning to Sun Ye's desire to swap with her younger sister. She blushed and was clearly pouting, as if she was not being given much time by the person she liked. Jinha started crying into Yubin's shirt, who was like a babysitter to her. He told her not to worry and that she really needed to rest, even though he knew that there was a fight going on between two sisters over one shooter. After which those who were in the second group, Hirikara asked to leave the game and go to rest, so that they could gain strength and recover before their shift. Suddenly, Hirikara notices that Clint has stayed behind, even though he was in the second group. Hirikara asks him to go and rest as well, as it will be better for him. But Clint opened his eyes and said that he preferred to sleep in the game, since in the real world he had to go to work. He also decided to hide further dialogue, and wrote to Hirikara that he suspected Christopher of something strange. Hirikara, not surprised, decided to ask what exactly Clint saw that made him think this way about Christopher. While Minju was looking at her chair, hoping that this time none of the enemies were present, Hirikara was texting Clint, trying to put all the facts together and come to the right decision. Near their observation point, every day at the same time, Christopher came to one place near the wall and stood for a few seconds as if checking something, like a trap or something else. Well, it's quite possible since he received such an order from the king, so there's nothing strange. But Clint added that he didn't do it today, and Hirikara was surprised. If that's the case, then we need to be prepared for the possibility that he might be in league with the enemy and did it on purpose. Today we need to prepare well, thought Hirikara. But Minju was looking with a spear at Clint, who was sitting strangely and resting, as he often does. Hirikara began to think about what to do so that in case of danger to the king, they would be ready to come to the rescue so that the enemies would not understand anything. After which, Hirikara nodded to Clint with a serious face, as if he understood him, without answering anything, so as not to attract the attention of the other guys. After which Clint gets up and says that now he can go and rest and wishes them a pleasant evening because they are somehow tense. This threw Minju and Hirikaru off track, who did not understand such a joke on his part. A few hours later, it was already getting dark outside and the sky was covered with clouds that barely let in the moonlight. The guards standing near the king's room heard footsteps approaching along the corridor and began to look tensely in the direction of the sound. But it was Miss Minju who was doing the inspection and inspecting the corridors. She went to the guards to find out how things were going here, and the guards said that everything was clean and quiet. From the outside, the tension between them was clearly felt, as the royal guards did not trust the holy knights, but also did not question their orders if they concerned the safety of the king. Suddenly, at the end of the corridor, someone threw a ball that was glowing and rolling towards the guards. This item was rather strange, as if someone had dropped a magic ball, but there shouldn't be anyone here except for the guards. The guard decided to pick it up and look. He picked up the stone and saw that a jester was drawn on it, and the ball itself began to glow. Minju told the guard to throw it away quickly and far away, as it could be a bomb. The typical NPS didn't understand anything and was in no hurry to understand that the object shouldn't glow in his hand, gradually increasing its glow and releasing strange smoke. It turns out that it was a smoke grenade that knocked down everyone who inhaled the smoke, plunging the enemy into a deep sleep. Minju understands that she herself inhaled this smoke and now she will not be able to stand for long, as she felt that her eyelids began to grow heavy and her consciousness began to fade. In the last seconds, she saw a silhouette coming out of the smoke that resembled a clown with a tail, which was the sign of the midnight cat, after which her eyes closed. The cat came closer, and Minju was already unconscious and saved tightly. It was unexpected that the clown resorted to such a method. Midnight Cat couldn't help but laugh like a clown in a circus who had achieved his goal and say that he had won and nothing would stop him anymore. All cheerful and calm, he began to approach the door of the bedroom where the king was to finish his business. He opens the door to the bedroom where the king should be and is glad that everything is going so well that he hasn't even played enough. Suddenly, a magical ability attacks him from behind. He was very scared, but managed to dodge a little since his senses were quite sharp. He got a small scratch on his cheek and turned around and was surprised. Why didn't the smoke work on it, or was it a plan? Then followed a series of attacks at high speed, but the cat laughed and dodged them, saying that maybe it was even better this way because he was bored. Minju was quite aggressive and was not going to back down from her goal of protecting the king. After all, such a strong opponent as the Midnight Cat was quite strong. Before the fight even starts, Minju starts yelling at the king to wake up because she caught the one who was going to kill the king. But the king didn't show that he heard them, as if there was something wrong. She didn't suspect that she could be late or do something wrong. Minju felt relieved when she saw the real enemy who was planning to kill the king. If she succeeded, all the differences between the factions would disappear into oblivion. But Midnight Cat looked different, and it didn't show that he was afraid or that everything didn't go as he wanted. He decided to ask if Minju was sure that everything went well, and she did it. She said a little nervously that she definitely hadn't missed anything and the enemy hadn't managed to get close to the king, so there was no reason to worry. But what was strange was that the king didn't respond to Minju's words to wake up or even pretend that everything was fine, as if something was wrong. Midnight Cat noticed that Minju was distracted and looking at the king's bed. He decided to take advantage of the moment and attack her while she was confused. At this moment, Minju realized that she did not have time to react normally to the attack and realized that she made a mistake by not controlling the enemy. However, she was not alone, and her comrades came to her aid. Fang Mo managed to use poisonous mist on the enemy, forcing him to retreat. The guys united and decided to fight back the enemy and try to finish him off, not giving him a chance to escape. The Swordmaster starts to take out his blade and read the spell. He's proficient in fire magic and decides to use his magic move to knock the enemy back and cause damage. But this was not enough for the Midnight Cat, who had a large number of skills and abilities that allowed him to dodge attacks. But Fang Mo expected this turn of events and reacted in time, using his poisonous saliva to spit at the enemy. This attack was unexpected for Midnight Cat, but he barely managed to dodge it. He was a little surprised that the opponents had a player who uses poisons, after which Fang Mo decides to get closer to the enemy and takes out his dagger to attack the slightly hesitant enemy. Fang Mo used his dagger technique, which looked like a frog jumping on the water. The Midnight Cat, seeing this technique, remembered that it was familiar to him, and that dagger in the lizard's hands had clearly once belonged to his comrade. In an attempt to jump away from the attack of that dagger, Midnight Cat didn't notice how he got trapped in the poisonous saliva that was released earlier. Fan Mo says that this is where the cat will meet its end, since its methods are already known to everyone. Did you really think that killing the king would be such an easy task? Fan Mo asked. Midnight Cat, being trapped, decides to ask what kind of dagger it is and where he got it. Fang Mo did not answer this question, but said that soon he would have enough time to think. The Swordmaster decides to attack the enemy while he is trapped and runs up to strike. Midnight Cat takes notice and realizes he will have to use his trump card. He starts doing something strange, and his body gradually glows as if he wants to explode, burying them along with himself. The light grew brighter and the body grew darker, as if it was about to dissolve into the shadows. The Swordmaster was already close enough and prepared to strike with his sword in a jump. But suddenly Fang Mo realizes that he has never seen this move and does not know what to expect. It turns out that his knowledge was not enough to counter the player who is ranked 5th in the world. In an instant, the Midnight Cat's body was transported to another point, as if he had rewound time for himself while holding a watch in his hands. But the Swordmaster had stepped right into the poison trap instead of the enemy. Midnight Cat realized that he was at a disadvantage now, and that it would be difficult for him to act as a team against so many strong opponents. So he decided to say goodbye. His body dissolves and disappears as a shadow into the floor in front of Minju, who stood guard at the exit, preventing her from leaving the room. The guys did their job, and the swordmaster said that he hoped that Hirikara would succeed if he understood everything correctly. Hirikara took up position on the roof and prepared to face an enemy who thought he could escape peacefully from the royal castle. With the ability he received, he can see shadows and all living things illuminated against the terrain and even through it. The Midnight Cat moved, hiding through the palace grounds, trying to get away. Hirikara tells Sun Yi via voice chat to put on a show to stop the enemy and make it easier for Hirikara to hit him. Sun Ye, who was standing on top of the royal house, used a bright flash like the sun, which illuminated a large area and made everyone pay attention to her. Midnight Cat, seeing this, was a little surprised because he did not know that there should be fireworks or whether it was something else. Hirikara calmly faced off against an opponent who, like a child, had stopped to watch the show and was preparing to pull the trigger. At the last moment, Hirikara smiles and says that that's it. The task will be completed and pulls the trigger, causing a bullet to fly out of the barrel. The boy's precise shot sends a bullet straight into Midnight Cat's chest, causing him to feel pain and horror from the fact that he was not prepared for such a turn of events. He, feeling severe pain, notices the place where the shooting came from and understands that it was Hirikara, since he had already heard about the new shooter who is capable of doing such things. With his last breath, he says that he will remember Hirikara. Hirikara says with a smile that he doesn't mind, since in this game anything can happen and being prepared for anything is a common thing. After which the Midnight Cat falls to the ground. Everything seemed quite simple and went smoothly exactly according to the plan that Hirikara had prepared. All party members received a notification that their relationship with the locals had increased by 5%, which was a bit strange. Hirikara also got a little nervous, since the percentage was quite small and could mean different things. Suddenly, Fang Mo asks if there is a body of that cat. Hirikara looks down and notices that the body is gone, but it couldn't have disappeared so quickly, meaning it's not over yet. Hirikara nervously grabs his rifle and begins to look around to find the enemy who decided to hide in the confusion. Suddenly, Hirikara finds an enemy in his sights, who was trying to crawl away quietly, without attracting unnecessary attention. But Hirikara had a different opinion, and shoots at him again. Sun Ye started to go down the stairs after receiving the notification, but suddenly she heard a gunshot and turned around, not understanding what was happening. She goes back up to the roof and asks Hirikara what happened. He tells her that she should go back to the castle because it is dangerous and the enemy is still alive. But Midnight Cat, having received several direct hits, was still alive and laughed, saying that some shooter was weak and could not bring anything to his senses. Hirikara nervously starts aiming straight at that idiot's head to end this circus and finally finish off the assassin. But suddenly he sees that the Midnight Cat changes its form at the moment of the shot and becomes like a thick fog. Although it seemed that Hirikara was able to cause serious damage by tearing off the arm. But this was a maneuver that made everyone look in the wrong direction, and the enemy himself decided to come from behind and grab the hostage. He puts a knife to Sun Ye's neck and shouts to Hirikara that the games are over and he's a lousy shooter if he couldn't handle one bullet. Hirikara asks him to let her go. Midnight Cat looks at the boy in surprise like a child and says, "Do you really think that I will let her go like that?" "Of course I won't let go, since this is the only ticket to escape from here," and he began to laugh quite loudly and wildly, as if he were mentally ill. Sun Ye yells at Hirikara to ignore her and shoot him, since the mission is more important and her life is not worth it. But Hirikara was a completely different animal and did not want to put Sun Ye at risk. He had no choice or even a chance to make a precise shot. Apparently, the Midnight Cat understood this and was going to leave using the girl as cover. Suddenly, a group led by Fan Mo appeared on the street, who took out his blade and said that Midnight Cat knew exactly what kind of dagger it was and who it belonged to, because it was Nguyen. The fact that the lizard called him by name greatly surprised the cat, and he began to suspect that this lizard was clearly not another player, but someone who had previously been in his gang. At this point, Hirikara noticed that Midnight Cat had clearly forgotten that he could get shot, and Hirikara took advantage of the moment and took aim, saying that he was clearly a fool. A precise shot to the head settles the matter, and Midnight Cat flies away from the resulting hit. The blood this time was clearly real and did not look like another trick. He falls from the roof and hits the tiles that were laid in the palace. The guys who were on the ground began to examine and check whether the enemy was really dead. But Hirikara already knew that everything ended successfully, because he received a notification that he destroyed the Midnight Cat from the 5th place in the world ranking and was awarded several levels. Suddenly, Sun Ye, very frightened, began to run towards Hirikara and cry, saying that she was very scared and was afraid that Hirikara would actually shoot her. She hugs the guy and squeezes him so that he does not break away, wanting him to calm her down and hug her. It was a great way for them to get closer, so she thought, but Hirikara was a little stunned by this and blushed. The kids below heard this conversation, and especially Minju, who tried to smile and tried to hide that she didn't like it, but couldn't do anything, because she was ashamed, and it would have been strange if she had butted in. The Midnight Cat's body was definitely killed, and gradually it began to crumble into shining particles that rose into the sky. Fanmo started shouting at Hirikara to come down quickly, otherwise the reward from the cat would disappear along with his body. Hirikara understood this, but Sun Ye, who was hanging on his neck, did not allow him to move, and Hirikara said that it was hard for him. Sun Ye didn't like it, and she said that it was impolite to tell girls that they were heavy and began to scold him for such words towards her. He is like a child who does not understand hints and does not know how to show sympathy. Fanmo laughs and shouts that they should hurry up, otherwise everything will be in vain or they will take everything themselves. Soon after, everyone gathered in the room and began to discuss what had happened. Minju expressed her gratitude to everyone for their help and said that they had enough time to rest. Fang Mo added that given that they were able to kill the strongest player from the traveling circus clan, the rest would not dare to try as they would not be able to handle the security. Minju exhaled and said that it would probably be like that. The Midnight Cat wouldn't be able to get here for 10 in-game days, which would be good for them. After which, Hirikara casually decided to ask Fan Mo about what kind of dialogue it was and why he called Cat Nguyen. Fan Mo got scared and realized that it would be very difficult to get out of this, and he needed to come up with something quickly. Otherwise, the cold sweat that began to appear was quite noticeable. The girls also became a little tense and began to look at Fan Mo as if they suspected him of something bad. Fan Mo tried to say that it was just a famous character from a commercial that was constantly shown on Vietnamese TV, and that Midnight Cat was supposedly from Vietnam, but it clearly didn't work. Suddenly, Minju folded her hands and said that she remembered something and she immediately felt something suspicious in Fan Mo's behavior and actions. She recalls that when the game first appeared, several names often flickered at the top of the ratings, one of which was the Midnight Cat, but the second player was clearly an expert in poisons. It was Mo Fan with the appearance of a cat, and he had the same dagger as our lizard. Apparently, he didn't even bother with a nickname and simply swapped his last name and first name. The two were together for a long time, but then Mo Fan disappeared. Also, the fact that Fang Mo knows a lot about the skills of assassins and the abilities of the Midnight Cat proves that he is most likely using a new skin. Considering that he is an expert in poisons, it is no wonder why he chose a lizard, as they are the best at using such abilities. Sunya also decided to add that she remembered that once this Mo Fan wanted to attack her sister under the pretext of hunting together in a dark forest. This explains a lot, and in the end, Minju decides to ask directly why such a player decided to start by first leaving his old account, which was at a high level. But Hirikara suggested that there must be betrayal or something similar involved, since judging by your battle, Fan Mo clearly didn't try to save him, did he? In the end, all these guesses were almost true, but Fang Mo agreed to tell everything and tell the whole truth about why he started over. Fan Mo, or former Mo Fan, said that when the game first came out, he and Midnight Cat often played together because they had the skin of the Cat Clan. They heard stories about the relics that each of the races of this world hides. Hirikara listened in amazement and was amazed that it turns out that each of the races has its own backstory and artifacts that can change the world. Mo Fan and Midnight Cat found the location where the relic might be stored. As they advanced, they were attacked by a large number of monsters, and they fought back to back. Soon they reached the last room, where there was a huge statue of a cat, which was a deity for the Cat Clan. In the chest of the statue, there was a bright object that shone and looked like 9 tails. These 9 tails symbolized lives, as if people say that cats have 9 lives. But to get it, you had to do something. The Swordmaster listened thoughtfully to this and understood that it was quite likely true, since the developers like to joke and stick something unreal into the game. However, if this item is capable of bringing the owner back to life, then this is some kind of cheating, Hirikara said in surprise. That was probably why he couldn't kill the Midnight Cat with the first shot, since he had resurrected. But Mo Fan said that it wasn't quite like that. He sealed Midnight Cat's abilities in battle, and it was just so resilient that it could withstand those two hits. Hirikara thoughtfully realized that this was probably true, because that cat didn't even resist when they shot at him. Mo Fan was able to influence the Midnight Cat with his trap and block most of his abilities, thinking that he would be able to finish him off, but he escaped. It turns out that if Mo Fan had not done this, Hirikara would not have been able to complete his task and could have been poisoned by the smoke that the cat emits when it tries to escape. Mo Fan continued his story by saying that in order to obtain that nine-tailed cat item, one had to do something that no one expected. They climbed the stairs and looked at the object, and when a window appeared in front of them, Mo Fan was a little confused. The task said that there was no place for friendship here and only betrayal would reward the winner. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. It turns out that in order to get the item, you need to betray. But then why didn't Fang Mo continue playing in his first form? Betrayal wasn't the only condition. A murder had to be committed, and whoever died lost their skin and all resources at that moment. Hirikara couldn't believe his ears when he learned that the game could delete your skin without any explanation. This is very cruel and definitely not good for the players. But Mo Fan said that he knew about it because the quest condition said that you could lose your character if you failed the quest. What worried him more was that Midnight Cat had committed this murder without a shadow of a doubt or hesitation. He soon became the head of the traveling circus clan, and having received this artifact, seemed completely invincible. By the way, Mo Fan decided to ask his comrades if they had received the mark of the traveling circus. Hirikara answered that yes, they had, but what did it mean? Mo Fan said that because of it, all the members of that guild would hunt them. While Hirikara was trying to comprehend the danger, Mo Fan laughingly said that he only joined them out of rage, as he wanted to defeat them all and take revenge on the Midnight Cat for betraying him. After this meeting, Hirikara, realizing all the risks, decided to go up to the roof and keep watch, fearing for his life and that of his comrades, who had also become the target of the traveling circus clan. Hirikara realized that it was only because Mo Fan accepted his offer to participate in this quest that they were able to deal with this Midnight Cat. Otherwise, Hirikara would not have been able to detect the enemy, who was able to move through shadows and hide his presence. But thanks to those ability blocks, Hirikara was able to detect the enemy. In that case, Hirikara thought he should prepare himself and create various kinds of sights and items that can help deal with such opponents. A sight with a thermal imager would definitely be a useful thing. It will also be necessary to develop a sight with an 8-fold optical zoom and a stand for the rifle so that the barrel does not wobble and the accuracy is higher. He also remembered that he had received a new high-quality item from the Midnight Cat's corpse and began to open his inventory and search for it. This item turned out to be a bracelet made of mountain ram skin, which increases the owner's defense and dexterity. This item was legendary, and there were very few of them in this virtual world, but apparently Hirikara was one of the few who had as many as 3 legendary level items, which could cost simply astronomical amounts of money. It was also true that he possessed not only legendary items, but also a rather old cloak and armor. However, he has been wearing it since the beginning of the game after defeating the forest boss on his way to the capital. Although this cloak has already been altered once, it does not make it that valuable, but Hirikara has not yet come across armor that will match it. Meanwhile, in the main hall where the king sits, all the important people gathered and were waiting for only one person. The head of the Mage Corps, Mr. Christopher, was late. That evening, the head of the royal guard was at the scene where the corpse of the intruder who tried to kill the king was. This fact eased the tension between them and the holy knights, who thought it was all a joke. The door opened and Christopher himself finally appeared. The king was not pleased that everyone had to wait for him, considering that now there would be a lot of discussion related to Christopher's own failure. Sir Christopher, kneeling, said that he apologized and was busy checking the traps as he had heard about the attack on the king. He, very nervous and darting his eyes trying to think of something, says that he is very ashamed that his traps did not work or were disarmed by the enemy. The head of the royal guard, hearing the heresy that Christopher was speaking, reacted rather coldly and angrily, which was clearly not what the king's right hand should do. Christopher knew he was guilty and confessed that he took all the blame on himself, but he wanted to ask the king to listen to the reason why he was so late. The king, realizing that Christopher has served him faithfully for many years, agrees to listen to him. Christopher thanks the king for his mercy. Minju, listening to all that disgusting politeness and ostentatious respect before the king, did not understand what he wanted to say if his plans had failed. Christopher raises his head and with a strange expression on his face says that the reason for his delay was the most important matter, as he knows that there was a spy in the kingdom. His squad identified this spy and interrogated him, trying to understand who he served and what the enemy was planning. From all the information he learned, the neighboring kingdom was planning a war. This news was truly terrible, and the fact that although they managed to save the king from death, it did not affect the fact that war could happen. The king was a little surprised and decided to ask if Christopher was 100% sure of his words, since this was a rather serious event. However, these words caused quite a stir among the nobility, who immediately began to think about what they might need if a war suddenly began. The king repeated his question whether Christopher was sure, because if he was, then they should prepare for war. The king was clearly shocked and clearly nervous when he heard such a statement, but Christopher, standing up and spreading his arms, said rather pompously and clearly without embarrassment that war was near, and they should be the first to strike at the kingdom of Fornost. The kingdom of Fornost was an eastern kingdom that was fighting for dominance in the world and was already one of the largest. If we consider that the spy was indeed from Fornost, then she is most likely. Minju was very surprised to hear that war was likely to ensue. It turns out that all efforts to save the king from death would not have changed anything, because then Christopher would have led the kingdom and gone to war against Fornost. The king makes a balanced decision and orders all the vassals to prepare for war by gathering all their warriors and supplies. They must not lose the war. Minju realized that they were facing a fierce war and a fight with the enemy, which would take many lives. No matter how hard they tried, something was coming that no one needed. Soon, Minju told this story to everyone in the meeting room, as no one had yet received the notification that the task had been completed. Hirikara was surprised to hear that a war was coming against another kingdom. The swordmaster asked Minju why this happened, since they saved the king and killed the assassin. Minju said that apparently everything was not so simple, and even our intervention did not give anything. Still, Sir Christopher's words were quite plausible considering that they had found a spy from a neighboring kingdom who was trying to figure out all the secrets of our kingdom. Hirikara said that may be so, but Christopher is very suspicious and clearly not telling the whole truth. His behavior and secrecy are quite professional, but if you look closely, you can see his rotten nature. It turns out that all those events that happened led to war anyway, no matter how hard we tried. The delivered letter, and then the hired killer, and the spy found by non-player characters. Sun Ye said that apparently this world is leading players in every way to the fact that there will be a war, and no matter how we interfere with events, it will still happen. This world is like a puzzle in the hands of gods who influence events, and if someone interferes with them, they find another way to make their plans come true. Minju started screaming and crying, waving her hands and saying that it wasn't fair, because she had wasted so much time and hadn't even gotten a good night's sleep because of that damned assassin, and the war would still happen. But gathering herself into a fist, she stood up and taking out her sword said that they would not lose, and would go to the end to save this kingdom from all enemies. Ju's behavior, who sometimes cries, sometimes screams like crazy, and then again talks like a very sweet girl and thanks everyone for their help. The guys started saying that everything was fine, and there was no need to thank them, because they themselves wanted to take part, even though everything happened as it happened. After which Minju remembered that she had promised to do one thing and folding her hands and clapping, said that she remembered Hirikara's request and had received permission from the king himself. Hirikara, like a little child, was very happy when he heard her say that he could get into the archive, and his eyes sparkled with joy. But Sun Ye reacted to such joy quite negatively and did not understand what exactly he was happy about. She, slightly blushing, clearly looked upset as if she was jealous of Hirikaru, realizing that he and that Minju would be spending time together in a closed space where they would be alone and no one would disturb them. They went to the library by walking through the palace park, which was quite clean and pleasant. Minju, a little shy, decided to ask Hirikara a question and asked for permission. Hirikara pretended to guess and suggested that it was probably about preparing for war and replenishing ammunition, right? But Minju was a little embarrassed to ask such a question, and she simply nodded. While Hirikara listed the various things they might need, Minju counted on her fingers, trying to find the right time to ask an indiscreet question. She turned around and looked at Hirikara and wanted to know if he had someone and what kind of relationship he had with Sun Ye. Soon they arrived at the archive room, which was located under the library. Minju approached the crystal and said that this stone was able to open a secret room. Hirikara was already here, but he pretended that it was the first time. Suddenly, the door to the archive opened, and the guys started looking in surprise, because they hadn't had time to do anything yet. Darius comes out of the archive, not expecting to see anyone here. He sees Hirikara and remembers that he had already met him on the day when someone broke into the archive. Darius was followed by Christopher himself, who was also in the archive. And coming out of the shadows, he asked Minju in a rather calm voice if she really knew how to read books, because he thought that she was only interested in waving her sword. Minju tried to restrain herself and replied that he had very poor knowledge of her skills, and he shouldn't have behaved like that at all, considering how he behaved when he attacked the king. She generally believed that Christopher was clearly hiding something and was behaving inappropriately as the head of the Mage Corps and the right hand of the king himself. Christopher replied that the king was loyal to him and forgave him a lot because he was loyal and brought results immediately. Christopher then added that it was she who had brought all the rabble into the royal palace and raised a fuss, and not he who had used his knowledge and skill to catch the spy alive, emphasizing this. Hirikara did not like such insults, and he decided to intervene. Hirikara approaches Christopher and asks him not to cross the line, otherwise he is one of those guys he called rabble. After all, they saved the king and do not deserve such an insult. After which, Hirikara said that it was only thanks to Minju that everything went well for the king and he remained alive, and your head is in place because the traps were disarmed by the enemy, which allowed them to keep a closer eye on their people and identify the spy. After which Minju takes out a pass with the seal of the king himself, which allows them to enter the archive and study the data that interests them. Darius, checking the authenticity of the seal, says that everything is true and they really have the right to enter the archive with the permission of the king. After which Minju and Hirikara begin to pass by Christopher, trying not to talk anymore and to do their own thing. Christopher pays attention to the boy, or rather to what he carries on his back, and understands that this is a cursed shooter from a new generation of shooters who have become a replacement for the old heroes, and he will need to be closely watched. Minju led Hirikara to the archives and asked Darius to provide all the data that Hirikara would need in his search, after which she wished him luck and said that she hoped he would find what he was looking for. Hirikara responded with a smile and waved goodbye, after which Minju smiled and decided to try asking Hirikara what she was interested in. She realized that Hirikara was from Korea and most likely lived in Seoul, so she asked if he wanted to meet up and have dinner sometime. There was silence between the guys, and Hirikara could not believe that he was asked such a question. Darius, listening to their dialogue, understood everything and reacted quite calmly that he understood what love is. Suddenly, Hirikara realized that this was very much like a date and blushed deeply. He didn't even know what to say and was nervous like a teenager. Suddenly, images popped into his head of him not being able to walk, and a few months ago he was ready to die just to avoid suffering like this. He understood that arriving in a wheelchair would definitely not impress her, and his self-esteem was very low, and this date would definitely be a bad idea for now. So Hirikara answered through his anger that he couldn't go yet. Minju was a little confused and, looking away, said that apparently he was very busy leveling up, since there was a war coming up and she understood everything. She began to climb the stairs and remained silent, but Hirikara clearly understood that he had offended her with his words, and was very angry with himself, realizing that in his position, it was not worth showing himself yet. He was overwhelmed with emotions about the fact that he needed to raise a lot of money for treatment and quickly. All these people who surrounded him had become real comrades, and if they saw him so weak in real life, they might turn away. After getting ready, Hirikara asks Darius to take him to the stand with books from the period of the last war between humans and demons. Darius, a little nervously, agrees. Taking the book, Hirikara began to look for the necessary information, scrolling through everything that was at the beginning, since he was interested in the army of demons that was retreating. As the war progressed, the surviving demons began to retreat north, where they were to board ships. Their task was to survive and regroup. But according to the information, they did not sail to the nearest continent that was on course, but went to the open sea to meet the squadron of ships of the kingdom. Only thanks to sea monsters such as the Kraken and the sea serpent did the demons manage to break through the blockade and continue their journey to the east. Hirikara, reading this information, realized that apparently the demons went to another continent, which should be in the east, where there is an unexplored land. Also, Hirakawa, turning the page, sees that the last paragraph says that 20 years after the war, an expedition was sent to search for that continent. There was also a letter that had the seal of the seeker who led the expedition. Apparently, this was the last letter he sent, and it was received only a month ago. The expedition was led by a certain Jacques Listoff, who devoted all his time to research and studying the world. He is the most experienced traveler in the kingdom of Esgarod. After which, Hirakawa read the book and began to look for other data that would help him understand the whole essence of what happened next. Having received the next report, Hirakawa noticed that only one ship had been sent in pursuit of the demon ships, which had been ordered only to observe and stay away. But suddenly, something strange and terrible happened. The sailor who was steering the wheel was brutally killed in an incomprehensible way. His head simply flew apart, and there were no traces of magical intervention around. Hirakawa read intently and tried to understand how this could be done. At such a distance, magic should come from nearby. But then the next sailor who took the helm and had to turn the ship around also suffers a horrible death. His head seems to explode. The report stated that due to the lack of evidence of magic being used, it was decided that there was most likely a shooter in the demon squad who was capable of shooting at a great distance. Hirakawa was shocked by this conclusion. He knows that a shot can be fired from a distance of up to 3 kilometers. But the probability of hitting is quite low because many factors intervene. Even using the latest sights, it is impossible to hit a person in the head twice who is more than 5 kilometers away, and it is clearly not modern technology that was involved here. Suddenly, Hirakawa realized that this was a game and that many things were possible. If that shooter could hit from such a distance, then Hirakawa could do the same. After some time, Hirakawa decided to visit old Jack to tell him what had happened and that war could soon come. The old man, having listened to the boy, realized that this Christopher was a real rat. He even looked like he shouldn't be trusted, but apparently only a few people saw that. Then Jack, thoughtfully hearing about the shooter who was able to fire a shot from an incredible distance, suggested that apparently they still didn't know a lot. Jack said that even before he met Greenwood and Meredith, he heard stories of marksmen who killed monsters from great distances. At the same time, there were rumors that there were marksmen among the demonic army. Hirakawa was very surprised to hear such a statement from Master Jack. He did not think that the enemy could have demons that could fire muskets. But Jack said that Hirakawa has a lot to learn and will go in search of the old heroes who disappeared after the last war and try to find their trace. Jack added that there was a possibility that it could be Meredith, who had disappeared along with Greenwood, and according to some rumors, had gone over to the demon's side. After talking with Jack and receiving a new quest to find clues about the old heroes, Hirakawa reflected on what he had learned from the old man. It is still possible that it could have been Meredith who was ordered to stop the pursuit of their ship. The last people who might know anything about this incident are the Dark Elves, but it will be very difficult to find them. While thinking, Hirakawa felt the wind blow and lift a few leaves that had fallen from a tree into the sky. It reminded Hirakawa of his comrades in the rifle shop. He wondered if Ferdinand, who had been playing for a long time and was clearly supposed to follow in the footsteps of Greenwood, who had disappeared, had such or similar tasks. But about Clint, Hirakawa was not sure, since he was Jack's heir, and he remained in the kingdom and continues to teach new shooters. However, Hirakawa stretched and thought that now it was time to go and rest, since he had not slept for 3 game days. He also needed to look at the results of the auction where he had put up several items for sale. Seeing that the catch was decent, Hirakawa was happy and thought that it was worth sending money to his mother's card to put it aside for treatment. Soon he leaves the game and his mother knocks on his door, upset about something. Hirakawa in surprise where such a huge amount of money came from. Hirakawa calmly says that he earned them honestly in the game and that his mother shouldn't worry because they have the new year coming up soon and they should get ready. The mother, having calmed down and listened to her son, realized that he was trying not only for himself, but also wanted to improve their life, trying not to think about the fact that he could not walk yet. The mother, looking at her son and seeing that he looked happy and clearly pleased that everything was going well for him, could not hold back her tears. She began to hug her son and say that she was glad to see a smile on his face. Hirakawa laughingly says that he really wants to go to Switzerland with her next year. After all, only there can they cure Hirakawa and get him back on his feet after undergoing the necessary rehabilitation and surgeries. This was the most important goal that stood before Hirakawa, and looking at his chair, he really wanted to get back on his feet as soon as possible. A few days later, Hirikara, having had a good night's sleep, decided to go to his friend Clarice, who could tell him where to look for those dark elves. She said that this area was previously unexplored, and only after the last war it was discovered and began to be populated, but it is a very unsafe place. Rarely anyone has had the opportunity to go beyond the mountain range that extends from the south and covers the entire west. That area was quite deserted because it was quite difficult to live there because of the mountains. But the settlement that was built there by those who were expelled or just bandits say that it is very unsafe there. Most of the inhabitants were bandits or simply outcasts who came here by order of the king. Lawlessness and cruelty reigned all around, which abundantly watered the lands of these regions with blood. Hirikara couldn't even imagine how one could find dark elves in such a place. They were obviously in some kind of lisu and were making sure that no outsiders entered. Realizing that this is a rather risky undertaking and that danger may await him at any step, so he needs to be prepared. Hirikara, examining his musket, realizes that he should replenish the ammunition and think about the improvements he wanted to make. And for this, he should visit his old friends at the blacksmith. Say no more. Hirikara uses teleportation to arrive right at the dwarves and with all his kindness opens the doors and says that he has returned. All the dwarves who were there upon seeing Hirikara were very frightened, as they did not expect to see him so soon. They even stopped their work out of fear. They began to throw their things and run to the master so that he could save them from a man with impossible tasks and orders that could take their lives. Hirikara apologizes for disturbing them and said that he came to place a new order because he has a lot of work to do and there are not many bullets left. He took out a brass ingot and a bag of gold from his inventory to pay for the work, asking that the price had remained the same, right? They were obviously nervous and worried, and when they saw that Hirikara had come again with an ingot of brass, they were surprised, but the order was within their capabilities, since the cartridges were not a problem. Hirikara also said that he wanted to make another order. The mustachioed dwarf got angry and started shouting that they would not do anything more for him, since they could have died last time. Hirikara said he doesn't need to make anything explosive and all he wants is to create a thermal imaging scope and another one to be able to shoot at long range. Hirikara's order were a little confused and did not understand what he was talking about. What kind of thermal imaging scope is this? Hirikara said that it was a pretty handy device that allowed one to see the target in total darkness or through obstacles, so that one could be ready to attack the enemy first. Hirikara realized that it would be easier to draw it and show rough plans, but all of Hirikara's ideas were instantly destroyed by the mustachioed dwarf, who said that it was impossible to do and they refused. Hirikara also asked for a sight that would help him shoot at a distance of 1.5 kilometers, and then it would also not be easy to create. Hirikara asks slightly nervously, what exactly is needed to create such a sight because dwarves must have lenses, but the mustachioed dwarf said that simple lenses wouldn't help here, and that a much more interesting thing was needed, which was completely impossible for such a frail boy to obtain. Hirikara was very upset and was amazed that apparently the creation of such objects in this world is really impossible, because then they would disrupt the balance of power, but it is so offensive. The mustachioed old man, looking at the boy's drawing, thought out loud and said that what was needed here was not an object, but rather a part of a monster, and a rather strong one with big eyes. Hirikara, hearing this, thought and asked perhaps if a large eye is needed, then a monster that is quite large and also strong is needed. Like the great Cyclops, for example, who is the ruler of the mountain forests and has incredible strength and size, so that dozens of adventurers can easily bring him down. The mustachioed dwarf starts laughing when he hears about the Cyclops and says that a shooter like him shouldn't even mention the Cyclops, since he won't have enough strength to finish him off. The blacksmiths added that this huge monster is quite rare, but if you see it, run as fast as you can and don't stop, otherwise you will come under attack. Hirikara didn't say anything but simply smirked and began searching for something in his inventory, making the dwarves think. Hirikara puts a huge lens on the table and says that this is the very thing they need to create a sight. He got it quite easily since that Cyclops was even a simple opponent. The mustachioed dwarf became very tense and nervous from what he saw and heard, as he had no idea what the shooter sitting in front of him was capable of. The old man began to examine the lens and was surprised that he had such a wonderful object for the first time. Hirikara said quite politely that apparently you have everything you need to create the items that interest him, and he needs it rather urgently, so let's now discuss the price. This guy looked pretty scary when it came to money because just by his appearance he scared and forced you to give a discount. From the outside, it seemed like a terrifyingly nightmarish sight, but that's how the developer who created the bargaining skill interpreted it. Hirikara needed, and even at night the sounds of blows on the anvil could be heard. The next day, Hirikara started practicing shooting when he saw some monsters and thought he should check something out. He shot at the enemy and killed him, but the mark was quite small. The result was good, but clearly not what Hirikara had expected. He had thought that from such a distance the impact force of the rifle's attack would have left a much larger wound. He recalled that Ferdinand was able to kill his bear with one shot from a short distance and made a hole in it 1/2 meter in size, which was simply incredible. However, Hirikara realized that the caliber of his gun was much larger and that he should train further because the attack power was quite satisfactory for Hirikara. He decided to use his eagle vision to find the next target. In front of him lay 2 bodies of monsters that had already begun to disappear, and around there were only old trees without leaves. But something was wrong here. Hirikara felt that some trees emitted a trace of mana, which was inherent to living beings. This was clearly not without reason. Some of the trees looked quite strange, and the feeling told me that this was not just a tree. Its branches looked like arms, and inside there was a head. Hirikara decides to shoot him and test his hypothesis, as he was sure that there was clearly something hiding there. Having hit the tree, his silhouette changed, and it turned out to be an assassin from the traveling circus clan. Hirikara understood everything because he had the mark of this clan on him, and they could attack him at any moment. Considering that he killed one, there were 3 left. The assassins realized that they had been identified and decided not to waste time and attack the shooter, thinking that he had about a minute to reload and that he was an excellent and easy target. Each of these assassins had their own unique weapon, which they had learned to fight with from the very beginning. One was a master of 2 blades, the second had 1 dagger, but the third used a shengbiao, which is very dangerous. Hirikara did not wait, but immediately attacked the first one with the shengbiao, since he was the most dangerous. The bullet hit him right in the head and left him no chance. The second assassin took advantage of the moment and threw his dagger at the shooter. However, Hirikara is not so simple and calmly dodges the attack by taking out his pistol and preparing to attack the enemy while he is in the air. That jester doesn't even have time to do anything, but he understands that the shooter is much more dangerous and it's not so easy to resist him. The pistol was aimed at the target and the shot didn't take long to come. The third assassin, seeing that his comrades were killed, decides to act a little differently and attack the enemy from an unexpected place. He jumps onto a rock that was nearby and realizes that a shooter is about to target him, so he should use his abilities and attack from behind. Hirikara did was follow the enemy with his pistol's sight and wait for the right moment to fire. Pointing a pistol at a stone, the enemy suddenly disappears, thinking that he is able to deal with the shooter. The assassin appears behind Hirikara and prepares to attack the shooter, thinking that he has managed to trick him. But Hirikara knew all the tricks that the assassins from the traveling circus clan were capable of and points his pistol directly at the enemy, saying that this is an obvious move. The assassin was surprised that the shooter had 2 pistols and understood that this was the last moment of his life, and Hirikara shot, understanding all the risks. Afterwards, he lowers the pistol and listens calmly to make sure that everything is behind him and all the enemies have been destroyed. He then brings the gun to his face and blows on it, as in cowboy movies, thus showing that all enemies have been destroyed. Hirikara then decides to take a little time and charge all of his weapons to avoid being at a disadvantage. After all, such a habit is quite useful. Hirikara was pleased that he listened carefully to Mofan as he told them all the characteristics of the traveling circus clan and how they usually attacked their target and what abilities they used. Hirikara knew that after he finished off the Midnight Cat, he would be constantly pursued by clan members because of the mark, so he had to be prepared at all times. Still, it took him 3 shots to finish off an opponent so powerful that he had the ability to resurrect. Because you have to complete difficult tasks to get an extra life, the cat only had 2. However, Hirikara understood that he didn't have to go that far to get to the place he needed to visit for the mission, so he had to be careful. A few hours later, Hirikara arrived at the settlement that had been built by the refugees and other people who had been sent there. Hirikara decided not to come close for now and scan the area for suspicious individuals who could attack him, and especially the assassins from the traveling circus clan. Using the skills of Hirikara, he saw mainly only locals who looked like cowboys and travelers who wandered here. There were also wigwams here, where people and players who were here on missions stayed. Apparently, there were no mercenaries to be seen here yet, thought Hirikara. Suddenly, Hirikara noticed that there was someone in the tree, and judging by its appearance, it was not a human, but another race. Judging by the fact that it was sitting on a tree, it was quite suspicious. Suddenly, it disappeared, as if it realized it was being watched. Hirikara began to look around and try to see it again, but there was no trace of it. Hirikara was on guard and decided to take out his pistol and hold it in his hand to react to the danger as quickly as possible, judging by what he saw. Hirikara knew that going alone was quite risky, but he had little choice, since the mission to find the Dark Elves was an important link in the search for Meredith and Greenwood. As I approached the town of Hirikara, I heard that there were players in the town who were calling for those who wanted to take part in hand-to-hand combat. Judging by the large number of people who wanted to do it, many people were doing it, and the main source of income here was fighting. Hirikara noticed that everyone looked so distrustful and suspicious, as if they were suspicious of every stranger who came here. First of all, Hirikara decided to go to the tavern, where many chatterboxes and drinkers gather the old-fashioned way. It was a pretty good source of information. Hirikara opens the doors of the inn and is very surprised by what he sees there. He checked everything with his eyesight, but why didn't he see it? The room was simply a crowd of jesters who were performing various somersaults and circus performances, laughing loudly and having fun. Hirikara started laughing and saying that this was all for him, and they had gathered together to congratulate him. Nervously, Hirikara grabs his rifle and says that he apparently has no choice but to play a game with them. And then, the fun in the bar began, accompanied by noise and shots that raised the whole bar on its ears. Meanwhile, those present in the bar had long since become accustomed to the fact that fights were held there and began to cheer and rejoice, placing bets on the winner. In close combat, Hirikara was a little uncomfortable fighting such fast opponents, and one of them managed to inflict a wound by scratching Hirikara's leg. The blade had the ability to reduce the target's movement speed, and this only worsened the shooter's situation. Hirikara, realizing his situation, decides to call upon his bear to help in the battle and cover Hirikara while he reloads his weapon. The bear was very strong and could kill an enemy with one blow if he didn't have time to block, but against assassins, this was reckless. With good combat skills and flexibility, the assassins could skillfully dodge the attacks of such a large bear and calmly attack the enemy with quick attacks. The guys who were watching the fight were surprised that a summoned monster appeared in the bar. They had never seen such a strong and big summoned monster. Everyone acted as if they were enjoying it and were watching the battle with delight. But there was only one person who was sitting at the bar and did not react to what was happening in any way. Hirikara was very tense and knew that he had to pull himself together and hurry up with loading his rifle. Otherwise, the bear would not be able to hold out for long from such rapid attacks. Hirikara finished his exercises, but suddenly he felt a threat approaching him and a cold sweat ran down his back. There were quite a few opponents, and they were not going to retreat. Hirikara barely has time to turn his head and realize that the enemy was already behind him, and his poisonous blade was already very close to his face. But suddenly, someone launches a series of attacks accompanied by a bright purple light, as if they were instant attacks from a magic sword. All the assassins from the traveling circus clan were cut into pieces. It all happened so quickly that almost no one had time to understand what had happened. At the last moment, it was clear that the man sitting at the bar in a white cloak had intervened in the battle. Underneath was an obviously experienced warrior, whose armor was dark in color. Hirikara was amazed by the abilities of the man who saved him and did not understand who he was. Everything around was in blue flame, which gradually died out. One of the bar patrons recognized the one who intervened in the battle and said that he was a magic swordsman who was ranked second in the world. It was the magical swordsman Zhao that Hirikara told Minju about in the forest. This player is quite dangerous and is a master of his magical sword. Hirikara was still on edge and fueled by the adrenaline of what was happening. But looking around, he noticed that there were no more enemies left, and only the swordsman who saved him stood in front of him. Zhao stood still and didn't move. But suddenly his gaze turned to the bear that Hirikara had summoned, and he was clearly interested in that furry giant. Cloud even started to get nervous from such a look, not understanding why he was staring at him. A moment later, the swordsman gave Hirikara his hand to stand up and asked how he was. Hirikara was a little surprised and said that everything was fine and he was able to stand up on his own. Hirikara, leaning on his rifle, looked at the swordsman and expressed his gratitude for the intervention. Hirikara also heard the shouts of other players and understood and asked the swordsman, "Apparently you are quite popular." Zhao decided to invite Hirikara to the group and said that they should leave here, as there are many strangers who can film. Zhao also said that he was interested in something and they should talk. Judging by how happy the people were and how admiringly they looked at Zhao, it was clear that he was a famous person who was at the top of the rating. Many decided not to miss the moment and try to film him. Hirikara agreed to join the group, and then Zhao says that it's time for them to go and snaps his fingers to use teleportation. Many were shocked by this move, as it all happened too quickly, and they didn't have time to talk or get an autograph from the star of the game. The boys moved to some dark cave where there was no one. Zhao looked strange, as if he was trying to form thoughts and ask a question, but his face was clearly red, as if he was embarrassed. Hirikara didn't understand why he was silent for so long. It was already a bit strange. Although that Zhao was a top player who was ranked second in the world, his communication skills were clearly lacking. Hirikara recalled that he once saw Zhao perform at a gaming convention where the host asked him questions on stage. The questions were quite normal, and he was asked whether he would be able to beat the player in first place, since it is a well-known fact that there is not a big gap between first and second place. But Zhao's answer was rather childish. He simply smiled and answered easy, and pointed his fingers at the crowd so that they would not doubt his abilities. This answer was quite simple and laconic, that I wanted to hear a more detailed speech. It even looked absurd that Hirikara could not restrain himself and slightly choked on water. Suddenly, Zhao showed signs that he was still there and, after clearing his throat, decided to ask a question. Hirikara introduced himself and said that he had heard about him. Zhao turned around and said that he was glad that he was recognized, and he was interested in how Hirikara was able to summon that boss. As far as he knew, archers do not have such an ability. Hirikara said that the bear's name was Cloud and that he wasn't the boss. He was his pet. Hirikara couldn't say more for now, since it might not be safe to ask about each other's skills. Zhao, a little shyly, says that he was surprised that another player class could also summon a monster, and in that case he would like to ask Hirikara to teach him how to summon a monster. Hirikara exhaled and said that as far as he knew, sharing such information with strangers was fraught with danger. If he told, his trump card would not be the only one, Hirikara meant. He asked directly if he would tell him how to learn to summon monsters. Hirikara said that it won't work. All the abilities and skills of the players should not be revealed, because in battles the outcome will be predictable if the opponents know what the enemy is capable of. So no. Zhao started saying that he saved him and for that he can get such information. He really wants to learn how to summon monsters too. Seeing such a reaction, Zhao Hirikara remembered that apparently all the top players were so engrossed in the game that they had completely forgotten how to talk to ordinary people on various topics. Even the way Zhao was sulking when his expectations weren't met showed that he was like a child, not yet fully formed and not ready to hear rejections. Hirikara felt sorry for him and decided to share this information with him on one condition, that he would answer the question that interested him. Zhao, hearing this, was very happy that his eyes sparkled. He was as happy as a little dog that he would get what he wanted. His naivety and sincerity were so obvious. Hirikara asked quite seriously if Zhao knew the head of the expedition, Jacques Listoff. Was he interested in the place where he might go? Zhao recalled that Jacques was that strange explorer dressed as an archaeologist. Yes, he knew him and saw him a few days ago. Hirikara began to ask Zhao about where they last met because it was very important. Emotions were so overwhelming that Hirikara could not restrain himself and pressed Zhao quite hard with his questions. Hirikara also decided to ask about the dark elves that live in this area and came quite close to Zhao, which made him feel awkward. Zhao said that he saw them, but did not know where the settlement was. All that was known was that dark elves were mostly seen in the forest that was located near the human settlement that had built there. So Zhao was tired of being interrogated like this and wanted to hear Hirikara's story about how to summon a monster. Otherwise, it was unpleasant that only he was telling the story. After calming down a bit, Zhao added that Ferdinand was right, and Hirikara really did have a bad character. Hirikara reacted with surprise to what Zhao said. He asked how Zhao knew Ferdinand. Were they friends? Zhao replied that not at all, he just always presses and offers to fight because he loves this business. Ferdinand is a very persistent player, but it is very dangerous to fight him even for someone like Zhao. However, he also heard and saw how he fought with a top 1 player and looked very strong. Their fight was equal for sure. Hirikara decided to ask why Zhao needed a skill like summoning a monster. Zhao was taken by surprise by this question because he didn't want to tell at all. The answer was obvious because Zhao wanted to defeat the Dragon Rider, who had been in first place for too long and no one could move him from there. Hirikara ponders that this most likely won't help Zhao take first place, since the summoned monster won't strengthen its owner enough to handle first place. Zhao laughingly said that of course not. The monster is needed for something else. Zhao thinks he can handle the rider. Hirikara is now completely confused what the summoned beast is needed for then. The whole problem was in the dragon, which was controlled by the rider. This monster is very strong and makes the opponents concentrate more on it than on the rider himself. The monster is needed to distract the dragon's attention. And then the magic swordsman will be able to give a fair fight to this rider who is always in first place. Zhao is already tired of being constantly reminded of this, and told that there is a gap in strength between them. Hirikara understood Zhao a little, but it was still clearly something mental. Such a young guy was constantly humiliated by being told that he was only second. It was no wonder he didn't go crazy. Also, Zhao, having come to his senses a little, said that apparently this is not the only monster that Hirikara can summon, right? Hirikara didn't understand at first, because it wasn't like that. He only had one companion who became a summoned beast. Apparently, Zhao has an idea that the same method as with the bear could work with another animal. In that case, it is possible to raise a much stronger monster, if only they are babies. Hirikara was even surprised that apparently top players had a completely different way of thinking and could look many steps ahead, which was what distinguished them from ordinary players. Zhao was very happy to receive the information and said that he wanted to add Hirikara as a friend, and promised that if help was needed, he would come. Hirikara winked and said that he would definitely have to show up if he needed help. Hirikara said that if they added each other as friends, there would be an opportunity to see the skills that the owner allowed, and there Zhao would learn all the details of his skill. Hirikara came closer and said that Zhao needs to be very careful and watch carefully, otherwise he can see Zhao's skills. Hirikara's gaze was very scary. Zhao said that he understood everything and would try to hide the most important ones. He had not met a person for a long time who taught him so well, and even seemed like a father or an older brother who guided him on the path, Zhao thought. Afterwards, the boys went their separate ways and went about their business. Hirikara, having received information about where the dark elves might be, began to follow the forest near the settlement. It was already dark outside, and only the moonlight barely made its way through the thick branches covered with leaves. Hirikara carefully made his way, holding his rifle in front of him to be ready for anything. Even though it was dark around, Hirikara felt that he was definitely being watched. But the probability that it was the dark elves was high and it was impossible to shoot. Hirikara, feeling that the gazes that were looking at him were getting closer, decides to use his night vision skill and take a closer look. He sees that there were at least 3 people in the tree branches who were watching him the whole time. Hirikara couldn't tell who these people were, and it was dangerous to shoot. The silhouette looked like a man, but with strange heads, as if the ears were sticking out. Hirikara couldn't imagine if these could be dark elves, who were watching cautiously. But there were those who wanted to finish off Hirikara and had been pursuing him for a long time. One of the guys used a pipe to shoot a poison dart. Hirikara suddenly feels something hit his left shoulder, and immediately the game screen shows information that his body is partially paralyzed. Then came a laughter that was familiar to Hirikara, and he realized that there were players from the traveling circus clan who had come for his head. They began to move quickly and get closer to the guy, but fearing his shots, they had to move very quickly and stealthily. Hirikara, realizing that his left hand is paralyzed for some time and he won't be able to hold the rifle normally, then he needs to resort to another method and try to lure the enemy into the open. Hirikara begins running along the path that stretched through the forest and tries to control the enemy and dodge attacks so that they don't hit and paralyze his leg. But suddenly he sees that opponents are also appearing in front of him, moving like shadows at high speed. It was clearly a planned attack and they were well prepared. Hirikara realized that he was at a disadvantage, and the fact that one arm was paralyzed prevented him from firing accurately at the enemy from a distance. The enemy was already approaching from behind, but suddenly someone attacked them with a bow, piercing their bodies with arrows, hitting them right in the head. The jesters didn't even have time to understand who attacked them, as it was already too late. Hirikara stopped, as he was amazed at such accuracy and the fact that someone had intervened and attacked his enemies. Within seconds, the bodies of all the enemies who had come to kill him were lying around him. Hirikara was still paralyzed in one arm and was a little worried, as he did not know what they would do to him. Suddenly he notices that people dressed in identical outfits began to approach him. Most likely they were dark elves, since they had long ears and a dark skin tone. Hirikara tried to appear like a good person and did not want to fight them. He began to wave his hand and thank them for saving him. Hirikara decided to use the knowledge that dark elves love meat very much and took out a lunchbox, which he had prepared a long time ago. But thanks to magic, everything was fresh. Hirikara offered the elves this lunchbox for saving them and said that it was very tasty meat. He cooked it with great enthusiasm. Apparently it worked, and the dark elves, seeing this delicious meat, which had an excellent smell, began to lick their lips and come closer, wanting to taste this dish. They surrounded Hirikaru and, completely forgetting about everything, began to taste him, admiring the exquisite taste of the perfectly cooked meat. Suddenly a cry from a disgruntled elf was heard from behind, who began to scold her soldiers, saying that this was not a good way to greet guests. Everyone, frightened, turned their attention to her. Not intending to disobey the order, they asked the commander for forgiveness and realized that they had acted rashly. She, coming closer and closer, said that there was no need to disturb the guest, and if he wanted to thank them by giving them this gift, then no one would object. After all, the heir of the heroes himself had come to them. Hirikara, hearing her words, became a little tense, as he did not expect that these dark elves knew who he was and apparently knew why he came to them. Hirikara was a little confused by the words of that dark elf. Who said that he was the heir of the hero? Apparently this is a plot task, if the dark elves treat him like that, Hirikara thought. Hirikara asked what exactly she meant when she spoke of the legacy of heroes. The elf was surprised by this question because everything was obvious. She points her finger at the amulet that hangs around his neck and says that this is a sign that he is the heir to the power of heroes and is capable of accomplishing what is destined. Hirikara took off the necklace and remembered that he had received it from the beast, and the stats said that it increased relations with the dark elves by 100% and reduced relations with the forest elves by 50%. It turns out that it is only thanks to this subject that he is treated so well. Apparently, he has a lot to learn because there is still a lot of interesting things ahead. She smiled and said that she wanted to meet him earlier when she saw that he had arrived at the human settlement, so she was ready to take him to the settlement. Hirikara agrees because he has many things to ask their leader. He asks the elf to take him to the village elder because he has questions. After wandering around the forest for a while, they came to the place where the dark elves lived. Their village was in a rocky area, and to get to the right place, they had to move along rather dangerous paths. Soon they arrived at the village chief's house. The elf stood in front of the entrance and asked permission to enter, as she had brought a guest. There was an old man sitting in the room smoking a pipe. He was already very old and had seen a lot, so Hirikara had a lot to ask him. In a sign of respect, Hirikara bowed his head and said that he wanted to ask a few questions regarding the recent war between humans and demons. Surprisingly, the old man agreed and asked Hirikara to take off his shoes and sit down, since the story would be long. Hirikara understood that this attitude was probably because of that amulet. First of all, Hirikara decided to ask about the shooter, who could be in the demon army and have incredible skills to shoot at a great distance. The old man, exhaling smoke, said that it was a very long story, and many tried to find it or answers to how this was possible. But in our time, there are very few left who can remember it. Hirikara was a little surprised because he thought that they might have some records or books that described the history of those times. The old man said that he had been alive long enough and remembered a lot, but they didn't know who exactly the shooter was. When asked about the records, the old man replied that they of course had a library and records from old times, but at one point someone stole all the books, which contained a hint about a shooter in the demon army. Hirikara reacted with surprise and suspected that someone had tried very hard to delete all the data regarding that shooter, both in the kingdom's archive and in the other settlements. The old man, exhaling smoke, decided to tell a story that he remembers about the times when everything began and what caused what is happening in the world. Long ago, this world was created by God and the devil, who were proud of their creation and populated the world with living beings. But over time, the creatures began to quarrel and wars broke out between them. The gods created races and species according to their preferences, and clashes broke out due to such disagreements. The reason for this was that there were two gods. This fact forced many to make their choice of who to worship, and two factions were created. Those who believed in God were more similar to the current species of the race. They were more friendly and acted in groups, creating new things in the world. And there were those who worshiped the devil, These creatures were quite dark, and their actions were often related only to survival and hunting. The gods understood that they were the cause of what was happening, and God decided to seal the world, but the devil did not like this outcome. The devil suggested a competition, and whoever wins will decide what will happen to this world. God agreed, and the conditions were quite simple. They were supposed to have a battle between themselves and fire at targets. The one who made the biggest explosion would win. Their battle was quite long, and with each new target they made the explosion more powerful, but they were on par. Something else had to be thought up since the winner had not yet been determined. Then the devil came up with a cunning plan that would give him an advantage over God. He decided to change the target for the shooting. The devil points his finger at God and says that God will be the next target. He will have to shoot himself if he wants to win. God was surprised by this proposal and understood that he could die if he did this. It was wrong, and so he refused, after which God, pointing his finger at the devil, says that if he wants to win so much, then let him shoot himself. But one must understand that victory at the cost of one's life will not give anything. But the devil was ready for such an outcome, and smiling did not hesitate. He clearly had something in mind just to get around God and become the winner, after which the devil puts his finger to his chin and makes a shot that will definitely kill him. His power was very high because in order to kill himself, he had to create a weapon that is capable of this. This weapon was the devil's bullet, which he fired from his finger, and it passed through his entire head through the chin. This was the last competition they had. God was surprised that the devil decided to sacrifice himself to win the argument and turned around. The devil's body began to gradually disappear and the bullet took off his head. God didn't intend to stay here any longer and opened a portal to his world to return. He couldn't help but think that the devil had committed suicide for the sake of victory. But was it a victory? The elder then added that this bullet exists and that it fell into the hands of someone called the free shooter. Hirikara, picking up his rifle, remembered that he had already been told about magic bullets, but he had never heard of them again, and it turns out that the one who owns this devilish bullet is able to shoot at a great distance. Suddenly, Hirikara remembered that humans had won the war, but why then hadn't that free shooter intervened and killed the leading figures of the human kingdom? The elder said that he had a completely different task. The devil really acted cunningly because he knew that he would have to kill himself, and therefore he created a part of himself. In the halls of the devil's kingdom, a fruit grew, as if it were the child of the devil himself, but in fact, it was the devil himself. The old man said that the devil is not considered cunning for nothing. He had calculated everything, and thus decided to intervene in what was happening and would happen in the future. In that case, it turns out that the demon king is the devil, who amuses himself by starting wars between demons and humans. He is clearly a very cunning and cruel person who went to such lengths to personally take part in the battles and feel for his children. However, Hirikara decided to find out who the free shooter is for the Dark Elves, because Hirikara doubts that those records could have disappeared so easily. For the Dark Elves, the free shooter is a savior who gave them the opportunity and faith in a peaceful future. The old man, smoking his pipe, began to tell the reason why they considered the free shooter their savior. Their feud with the Forest Elves began with the fact that they are friends with nature and do not eat meat. Forest Elves are very close to nature and have magical properties that help them survive. Because of their friendliness towards humans, they began to play a behind-the-scenes game and tell people that the Dark Elves obey the Demon King himself. After this, humans began to exterminate the Dark Elves for their kinship with the Demon King. Many were killed by humans who did not see the Dark Elves as those who should remain. Humans did not even hesitate to kill children and women, but at one point the free shooter came to their aid, saving the Dark Elves from the hostile people. This shooter became a true savior, who for a long time protected their settlement from those who wanted to exterminate the Dark Elves. Hirikara suggested that the free shooter might be a Dark Elf himself, since he had taken up the defense. But the old man replied that this was not so at all. The free shooter was a simple man. Hirikara was surprised to learn that it was a man and decided to find out how long ago it was, as he thought it was one of the old heroes. But the old man said that it was many centuries ago, after which Hirikara receives a notification on the game screen about receiving a new quest, which will help him get new information about the shooter. The leader of the settlement said that if Hirikara wanted to know more, he should go and find the person who stole all the records of the free gunslinger. Hirikara began to ask about who did it. The head of the settlement said that it was one of his companions named Eoris. He was very inquisitive and different from the rest of the Dark Elves. The old man gives Hirokara a stone that will help him find Ioris, who has escaped. Hirokara immediately realized that it was a magical stone that began to glow if the one it was aimed at was nearby. The old man said that Ioris was different from them in that he had magical power. He often spent his time creating various objects and rarely spoke to the rest of his tribe. He cared only about his own inventions. The old man noticed more than once that when the boy created something for himself, he laughed strangely, as if he had created something dangerous. Hirokara, having listened to all the advice and stories of the old man, decided to set out on a journey. He teleported to the forest to go on a quest for the task. It was true that Hirokara was a little annoyed that there were too many quests where you had to find someone. The researcher still had to be found. That player who devoted his time in the game to exploring various places, and that dark elf who looked like a sick scientist. At first, Hirokara decided to go to the dwarves to see how the work on his order was progressing. Enough time had passed, and most likely the dwarves should have finished by now. Hirokara came to the blacksmith and started knocking, saying that he brought money for his order, but no one opened the door for him. The door was open, so Hirokara decided to enter. Upon entering the room, Hirokara was met by a rather irritated old man who looked at the guy as if he had betrayed him or was just a pain in the ass. On the table lay a ready-made site, made according to the drawings and with the skill of the dwarves, who create magnificent things exactly as the customer imagines them. Hirokara, examining the site, said that it was an amazing piece of work and definitely worth all the effort, but the mustachioed blacksmith looked clearly dissatisfied. At one point, he starts screaming and saying that he never wants to deal with Hirokara again because all his orders are very problematic and expensive. Hirokara was a little puzzled because he personally brought the most expensive items needed for creation, but the old man was so ranting and saying that he had to spend very expensive items from his collection to create this item. He said that Hirokara should be very careful with this scope, as it was even better than they both thought. These lenses were capable of magnifying much more than expected. Hirokara smiles and says that he knows how to handle such things and the old man shouldn't worry, but regarding his enlargement, it's worth checking. Hirokara also reminded him that he also wanted the dwarves to create a site with television, which he asked for. The old man got very angry and told Hirokara to get lost before the tool flew at him. After that heartfelt and cheerful conversation with the old blacksmith, Hirokara went to the nearest mountainside to try out his new scope. He found a box to serve as a stand and began to evaluate it. He was pleasantly surprised that with this scope he could see in detail a rock that was on a neighboring slope at a distance of 600 meters. With such a sight, Hirokara will definitely be able to hit the enemy at a distance of 1.5 kilometers, which is required by the mission, but he should not relax. There are still many adventures ahead of him that will require ingenuity and new inventions from him. Suddenly, he receives a message on voice chat that rumors have started circulating about him again. Hirokara did not expect this and started checking who wrote it. It was Brother Quan, who was in town and heard from other players that Hirokara had recently been seen in a distant settlement where those unfit for the kingdom were usually sent. Hirokara replied that he simply had a mission that brought him to that place. But why was Quan interested in it? Quan said that he was just curious when he heard that the gunslinger was fighting against a crowd of players from the traveling circus clan, and then the swordsman Zhao intervened in the battle. Hirokara recalled that Zhao had saved him back then, but it probably wasn't necessary, but he had saved him nonetheless. Quan added that he was actually a big fan of Quan, as he often watched his battles online. Quan decided to ask Hirokara if he had really become friends with Zhao, who was ranked second in the world. Hirokara, remembering his conversations with Zhao, understood that he rather wanted to befriend him and learn his secret ability, but Hirokara did not want to talk about this and said something like that. However, Quan didn't write just like that. He decided to ask if Hirokara had time, because he needed help with the same thing they did last time, namely, taming a monster. Hirokara thought that this was a great opportunity as he could use some help with his mission from Quan, especially his ability to transform into a bird. Having learned the place where Hirokara should go, he uses teleportation to arrive at a meeting with his brother Quan, who was already waiting for him. The boys met, and Quan was a bit confused as he didn't know how to tell Hirokara what exactly they would be hunting to tame. Hirokara said not to worry, and to just say it because there was little that would surprise him. Quan also noticed that Hirokara's weapon had clearly changed, and that he had begun to hide it, to which Hirokara tried not to respond openly, as he did not want to attract attention. He just said that he had pumped it up very well, but let's not talk about that. Hirikara started asking about the monster that Quan wants to tame, and where they will look for it. Quan started showing a picture of the area where they would have to go to catch the monster. Hirikara decided to ask what kind of monster it was. Quan said that it is not exactly an animal, but rather a plant, but belongs to the type of monsters that eat and hunt the living. These are wild plants that emerged from the seeds of the world tree. After a short conversation, the guys decided not to waste time, but to start their journey and discuss everything that was needed along the way. Quan, having turned into a bird, together with Hirikara, began to fly to the desired location. They flew over different areas where different monsters lived, which were a bit like those that exist in real life. From above, the river looked like the Amazon, in which there were many piranhas and other strange fish. Suddenly, in the distance, Hirikara saw a very tall tree, which was much taller than the other plants they had seen along the way. At the top of the tree was a bright red flower. Quan said that this was the plant monster that he wanted to tame. Hirikara was stunned with surprise. He could not even imagine that this was a monster. The boys circled around the plant and noticed that it was starting to open up, as if it was time for lunch. Quan said that there were very few plants like this in this world, and it was quite rare. Flying nearby, Quan said that the main threat here comes from monsters that are under the power of a plant whose property is to spray its spores, which cause hallucinations and hypnosis, which allows the plant to control the monsters. Monsters that fall under this influence completely lose their minds and become completely under the control of the plant, which needs food. The monsters begin to hunt all living things that they meet in the forest and sacrifice them to their flower, which cannot move due to its structure. The victim who gets into the plant's mouth experiences a very painful death. The juices and acids of the flower begin to dissolve the food while it is conscious. Quan said that this is why he asked Hirikara to help him, because while he was taming the flower, he needed protection from the monsters that were near the flower. Hirikara thought about it and asked how they could do this if they could fall under the influence of that hypnosis. Quan said that this flower has an organ that is similar to a plant that creates those pores that lead to submission. But if this organ is removed, then everything will work out for them. This organ is located right in the mouth of the flower. It is like a tongue that sticks out and begins to spray itself with each exhalation of the monster. Hirikara understood everything and, taking out his rifle, asked Quan if he could hang in one place. Hirikara can also miss shooting from such a distance, so it's very risky. Hirikara, trying to steady himself and aim, realizes that it will be very difficult to stay upright, and he almost falls. It was a small problem, but still solvable. Hirikara roughly understood that Quan flaps his wings every 7 seconds, and during this interval, the falcon's body does not move, so this is the right moment to shoot. Hirikara asks Quan to fly straight so that he can hit the target and eliminate some facts for better aiming. Gripping his rifle tighter and taking a better position, Hirikara began to prepare for the shot. Catching the right moment to shoot, Hirikara pulls the trigger and fires, sending the bullet straight into the monster. Suddenly, Hirikara receives a notification that he has achieved a new achievement by hitting a target from a distance of 200 meters and at an altitude of over 50, which puts his name on the Walk of Fame as he is the only one who was able to do something like this. The bullet hit the target right on target, tearing the tongue apart, but not hitting the monster itself. This was very important since Quan had to tame it. The monster opened its mouth completely from the hit and made sounds as if it was not pleased. "It was a great shot," said Quan, after which the boys began to approach the flower to begin taming it, and Hirikara simply had to guard Quan so that he would not be attacked. After some time, the taming procedure was successfully completed, and everything went quite quickly and smoothly. Hirikara was even surprised that everything was so easy. Quan said that it was actually great because they were able to get an additional reward in the form of the monster plant's fruit. Quan gives this plant to Hirikara and says that it is a very worthy reward. Hirikara, reading the properties of the fruit, was surprised that it was of very high class and quality. Quan said that if you feed it to any monster, it will become obedient and docile for 6 hours, as if it were your servant, following all your orders. Hirikara was shocked that this was such a cool item, after which Quan remembered that Hirikara also wanted to ask for help in his task and wanted to hear what exactly Hirikara needed. Hirikara, holding a magic stone in his hand, said that he was looking for several people that he needed for a mission. The stone in his hand should glow if there was a target nearby, but so far this has not happened. In that case, he has one more person to find, and Hirikara knows roughly where to start looking for him. The guys went to a deserted canyon to a location where there had been a terrible battle before, and many traces remained in the form of skeletons of huge dragons. Hirikara, looking around as they flew, was no longer sure that among this pile of bones and crowd of skeletal monsters, there could be the archaeologist and researcher that he needed. However, it was in this area that Zhao met Jacques Listoff, who was conducting his research here. Hirikara had no reason to distrust the player's words that he was in second place in the world rankings. Hirikara tried to notice at least something that would help him in his search, and tried to see everyone he met along the way among the players. Suddenly, something started to glow. Hirikara looks at the stone and is surprised that it is on fire. This means that Eoris is somewhere nearby. Hirikara can't even believe his eyes. Hirikara asked Quan to land as they had found an unexpected target somewhere nearby. Having landed, the guys began to approach the large skeleton of the dragon. The stone began to glow brighter with each meter, which meant that Eoris should be within sight, but there was no one nearby. Hirikara was a little nervous, as he did not understand why he could not see anyone. The stone glowed very brightly, indicating that the target must be within 20 meters. Hirikara also noticed that the dragon skeletons lay quite neatly, as if there was something in the middle. Suddenly, Hirikara heard a strange sound, which was quite loud, and he began to look around. It turns out that it was Quan who decided to touch the bone, and something began to shake and make noise under their feet. Suddenly, the boys noticed that something behind them began to open. Quan was scared and asked Hirikara for forgiveness for what he had done. To their surprise, an underground passage opened up in front of them, which opened and led to a dark corridor. It was definitely some kind of secret place, like a scientist's laboratory. Quan was terribly ashamed, but in the end his actions led them to the discovery that there could be very valuable things or even relics hidden there. Hirikara and Quan started to descend, trying not to make noise and being very careful, as there could be traps here. Quan was a little afraid of such places and decided to turn into a bear. Suddenly, Quan texts Hirikara warning him that there is someone ahead. Quan, in his bear form, could sense a lot using his animal senses. Hirikara listened to him and took out his stone, which was supposed to show the distance to the target he needed, but apparently they still had a little way to go, so in front of them was clearly not the one Hirikara wanted to see. Hirikara took out his rifle and began to point it in front of him, moving slowly and very carefully so as not to run into a trap. He had a skill in his arsenal that allowed him to see in the dark, and it was time to use it. Looking through the scope, Hirikara saw a man in front of him, who was picking at the wall in front of him and was not paying attention to anything at all, and there was a bag lying next to him. Hirikara wrote to Quan that the target was 10 meters in front of him, so he needed to approach quietly and carefully, but be prepared for anything. Having approached to a sufficient distance, Hirikara began to speak loudly and confidently, so that the man raised his hands and said who he was and what he was doing here. The guy was a little scared because he didn't expect to hear something like that in a dark and hidden place. He carefully began to raise his hands and say that his name was Jacques. He gradually began to turn around and thought that the one who had crept up on him might be the one who lived here, since such a riddle could not be solved by a simple man. His naive face did not know fear at all, and he asked if Hirikara had a key to this door. Hirikara asked the guy who was trying to open the door what his name was, to which he was told that the discoverer was Jacques Listoff. Hirikara was amazed that he was able to find the right person in such a place. Hirikara said, smiling, that he was the man he was looking for. He was sent by the king of the kingdom of Esgaroth. Jacques was a little surprised and looked at Hirikara. Suddenly, the discoverer sees something glowing on Hirikara, and it looks quite interesting, as if this object is some interesting relic. Jacques asked Hirikara to let him look at the object. Hirikara started to take out a magic stone and say that this item is able to find the person he needs for the task, so there is nothing like that here. However, Jacques had a different opinion, and the hole in the door resembled the stone that Hirikara had. The boys, a little nervously, inserted into the hole hoping that it was a key, and so it turned out. The magic stone that the elder gave to Hirikara turned out to be the key that opens the laboratory of Eoris, who spent all his time doing research. Entering a large room furnished with various flasks with organs and other creatures, the boys realized that a scientist lived here. But considering that everything was long covered in dust, no one had been here for a long time. Jacques said that this was already the 6th laboratory that he had found. Meanwhile, Quan noticed the strange list and thought that it might interest Hirikara, calling him over to him. Looking at the list, Hirikara didn't quite understand what they were researching, The list said that they needed a holy sword and a devil bullet. Jacques, glancing at the list, said that every laboratory had such a list and he already had 5 of them, so it wasn't saying anything important. He then added that they should hurry, because if it was like the other labs, it might get hot here soon. Hirikara tensed up a bit and realized that there was no point in arguing with the man who had discovered most of the world. By the way, Hirikara remembered that he never told the reason why the king of the kingdom of Esgaroth sent him. He said that the king was preparing an expedition to the unknown territory of the eastern lands. Jacques was a little surprised and said that he had already received such an invitation to take part in an expedition, but not to the eastern lands. Hirikara added that this time everything will be a little different, and Jacques himself is trusted to lead the expedition. He will have the right to command and give orders to all participants. Jacques tensed up as he had heard well about the events that had happened after the last war between humans and demons, so he was determined to refuse. The main reason for the refusal was the monsters that stand guard over those seas and do not let ships through so that they do not arrive at the lands where there is a completely different world, where the demons fled. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by an earthquake that suddenly arose and began to shake the earth. Jacques said that their time was up and they should get out of here, otherwise they would be buried here alive. The boys started running as fast as they could, feeling the ceiling crumbling behind them and large stones falling, blocking the passages and burying the laboratory. The boys barely made it out in time and began trying to catch their breath. Hirikara and Quan were not prepared for such a turn of events, but Jacques was pleased, as he often had similar situations. Suddenly a bone dragon howled into the sky, frightening everyone with its cry and scattering for many kilometers. Hirikara quickly raised his head to look at the monster that had appeared and figure out what to do next. This huge bone creature was clearly very dangerous. Jacques was not worried at all, but took out his magic magnifying glass and looked at the dragon. This item allowed him to estimate the approximate characteristics and level of the enemy. Having learned that the bone dragon was about level 220 and that its vulnerability was approximately its sternum, he told the boys that they would not be able to cope with such an opponent and that they should run away. Hirikara took out his rifle and said he had a better idea. Jacques said there was no point in doing anything stupid. This bone dragon was over level 200 and would not be easy to defeat even with a whole squad of excellent players. Hirikara proposed a bet. If he killed the bone dragon, Jacques would agree to the expedition, and if Hirikara failed, no one would bother him anymore. The bone dragon, having detected the targets that had left the lab, prepared to attack. He came down on them from above to attack and began to approach. Hirikara raised his rifle and took aim, asking Jacques if he agreed to the terms. Jacques said it was a bad idea. They wouldn't be able to handle him, but he agreed to the bet. In this case, Hirikara holds his breath and, taking careful aim, pulls the trigger and fires. The bullet hits the bone dragon's chest bone and blows it to pieces. A precise shot at a vulnerable point should have been critical for the dragon, after which Hirikara picks up his rifle and puts it on his shoulder while smiling that his work was successful, which even gave him a level up. Jacques was amazed by that shot. He couldn't believe that the bone dragon would be killed with one shot. This shot was excellent. Quan began to rejoice and congratulate Hirikara, and the dragon from the fatal hit received fell to the ground, leaving a large mark from the fall. Jacques looked at Hirikara and couldn't believe that a player of his level could destroy such a strong opponent with one attack. He had only seen this a few times, and even then, it was only Zhao or a dragon rider who could do this. While the guys were rejoicing at such a victory and Quan was hugging Hirikara, expressing his emotions and saying that it was simply incredible, Jacques could not even imagine what else Hirikara was capable of. Afterwards, Hirikara looked at the notifications and read about the item that he managed to get from killing such a bone dragon. Quan also looked at the body of such a monster and was interested in whether he could tame such a monster. Hirikara got a stone with a star engraved on it. This item didn't give any stat boosts, but it was rare enough that it might come in handy somewhere. Jacques was amazed and asked Hirikara how he managed to finish off the enemy with one shot. Hirikara said that Jacques himself told him where to shoot. Stretching a little, Hirikara added that the vulnerable area turned out to be exactly the bone that Jacques had said, so he had no choice but to shoot it first, and it worked. Jacques, remembering that shot, agreed that it was most likely a vulnerability, but it would take a very large attack power to deal enough damage to destroy it, and Hirikara succeeded in doing so. Afterwards, Jacques extends his hand and says that he has lost the bet, and now agrees to go with Hirikara to the kingdom of Esgaroth to lead an expedition to the eastern lands. Inspired by such wonderful news, the boys went straight to the capital so as not to waste time and talk to the king. Quan said that he was glad that everything went well, and now he should go about his business, and he wished the boys good luck in the expedition. Well, Hirikara asked Jacques to follow him to the royal palace, where they could meet the king and learn more about everything. Jacques was a very open person and said that he had not been to the capital for a long time. Hirikara said that he thought that Jacques was a resident of the capital, to which Jacques replied that he was a resident of a small kingdom in the west. So that's it. Soon the boys reached the royal palace and they had to go straight to the king's hall where he receives guests. Meanwhile, there was a rather tense conversation going on between the leaders of the squads and factions, who were preparing in full swing for the war between the kingdoms. Hirikara and Jacques had already climbed to the right floor, and approaching the door, they heard those tense conversations and voices. Hirikara recognized one of the voices and began to listen. A moment later, the doors of the hall began to open, accompanied by words that stupid people had gathered here, who did not think about strategy and people. It was Minju who, upon seeing Hirikaru, immediately changed her expression and became very friendly. She blushed a little when she saw Hirikaru, as she felt a little awkward being around him. Hirikara asked if everything was okay, as he had heard something not quite normal. Minju said that there was no need to worry, as there was no problem between them. After which Minju decided to change the subject, since she didn't want to talk to Hirikara about what happened there. She asked who the person standing next to him was. Hirikara replied that it was the discoverer Jacques Listoff, who from the beginning of the game began to explore all the secrets and mysteries of this game, along the way discovering most of the interesting places. Minju, hearing who was in front of her, reacted very emotionally and said, "Could it really be the bloodhound Jacques who discovered so many things in this world?" Hirikara felt awkward and asked Minju not to use such expressions in front of him, which was really very shameful and ugly. But Jacques was used to it, as he had been called that before. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind the door calling for Mr. Jacques and Hirikara, who were supposed to come to meet the king. Hirikara apologized to Minju and said that they should go to the king, and then they could meet and chat when everything was over. Minju said that she wanted to suggest it herself, so she would be in the meeting room where they were last time. According to royal tradition, a guard enters the hall before guests enter and introduces them to avoid misunderstandings. Hirikara and Jacques, entering the king's room and walking a few meters, bowed on one knee, waiting for words from the king. Jacques introduced himself as a discoverer and was flattered by the king's invitation to lead an expedition to the eastern lands. But the king was rather gloomy and said that the expedition would have to be postponed since they had a war coming up, and most likely the attack would come from the eastern sea, so it was not worth taking risks yet. This news made the boys nervous. They understood that the war was going to happen, but they didn't know when and from which side, and if the king already had such information, then the time was clearly approaching. The king added that in the current situation they were postponing the expedition, but nothing would change, and as soon as he cleared the sea of the enemy squadron of ships, everything would go well. The only problem was that the Fornost Kingdom squadron was led by Admiral Kizaru, who was a very skilled sailor and an excellent strategist. The king promised that Jacques would lead the expedition, but not now, but as soon as the war was over. He could not risk the ships by sending them into dangerous waters. Hirikara was puzzled because he had spent a lot of time and effort to involve Jacques in this task of the king, but then everything went wrong and Hirikara became uncomfortable in front of Jacques. However, the king promised to keep his word and would allocate a squadron of ships after the war to explore the secret continent where the demon king had fled. In this case, Hirikara was pleased that Jacques would get his journey to the New World, and the king also agreed that Hirikara would also be able to go to unknown lands. After the reception with the king, the boys left the room. Hirikara thought that Jacques would be offended and say that he had just wasted his time, but it was not so. He walked away quite quickly and said that until that time came, he would go explore other places where he had not yet been. After which, as promised, Hirikara came to Minju in the meeting room so that they could talk about what happened. Minju, hearing that Hirikara's plans had gone a little wrong and that everything had shifted, realized that all this was due to the impending war with the neighboring kingdom. At the moment, all the warehouses and ports are full of ships, which are being loaded with provisions and prepared for war. Many people are involved in the preparation, so it's not surprising that everyone is on edge. Hirikara thought about the fact that the war could come very soon, and a rather strange thought came to him. What if the players also have to participate in the war? Minju said that the probability is quite high as each player can receive a quest in which they will have to fight for the kingdom they are attached to. Hirikara thought that most likely players from different kingdoms could meet on the battlefield on different sides, and it would be similar to a clan war, where players fight for influence and resources. By the way, Hirikara remembered that Minju wanted to talk to him about something that she didn't want to discuss in front of strangers. She blushed and became a little scared when it came time to talk about something she was embarrassed to ask. She, feeling awkward, tried to remind Hirikara of their recent conversation, which had not ended well. Hirikara realized that the conversation might turn to something awkward. Minju reminded that when they were in the archives, she tried to invite Hirikara to have dinner together, and apparently Hirikara wasn't used to that, so she suggested something a little different. Hirikara blushed with shame that he had to do that back then and refuse Minju, although he would not have minded, but the circumstances and his self-esteem said otherwise. Minju suggests to Hirikara that they go on a group outing to a cafe. She will take Harin with her, and Hirikara can take his brother Kinsu with him. It will be just a friendly get-together where they can eat and hang out. This was the second time Minju had invited Hirikara to dinner, and it would have been very rude to refuse. The only problem was that he would be in a wheelchair, which might frighten the girls. Hirikara was nervous, but he knew he shouldn't refuse and agreed to talk to Kinshu about it. Minju was delighted and said that she was very happy and suggested that they arrange a meeting after the war, since for now they all had enough worries. She even moved closer to Hirikara in delight, which began to embarrass him a little. He couldn't even imagine that he would feel so awkward being next to a girl who was showing obvious signs of interest in him. That's what they agreed on. After that conversation, Hirikara left the royal palace and headed out to the city, revealing his status along the way to distribute the points he had received. His level has already reached 160, and after that, the level becomes quite hard to pump. Hirikara decided to distribute points in agility, as he usually did, since it is the most important for his character class. After Hirikara thought about Jack's words, who suggested that the free shooter could be one of the heroes of the old times, so it was worth talking to all sides of the conflicts. Hirikara will have to go to the settlement of the Wood Elves to find out all the details about the conflict with the Dark Elves. Also ask if they know the free archer. After which, Hirikara decided to ask his fellow members of the shooting club how they were doing with completing quests in search of heroes. Thanks to the new generation shooters being able to track their comrades on the map, Hirikara decided to see where Clint was now. He was spending the night in some old hotel. Hirikara had the feeling that Clint had decided to spend the night at every hotel in the world, since he always slept in different places. Hirikara decided to send him a voice message asking how his search for clues on old heroes was going, since he had already found the lab. Clint jumped out of bed when he heard that Hirikara had found the 6th lab. He added that this was all well and good, but what about the old heroes? Hirikara added that he was continuing the quest and that he should soon find something based on tips from various people, but for now he only had assumptions regarding the free shooter, that he could be the old hero. Clint, adjusting his hat and exhaling, tells Hirikara not to think of telling Ferdinand anything. Otherwise, he spent a lot of time trying to find the 6th laboratory and at least some information. But he still didn't find anything. If he finds out that Hirikara has overtaken him, then expect trouble because he will not leave you alone. Hirikara, hearing such words, changed his face and understood that this was very bad. Also, among the new generation of shooters, only one will be able to receive the title of free shooter, which will make him much stronger compared to others. This inspired Hirikara, and he did not waste time, but went to the teleporter to be delivered to the settlement of the Forest Elves, and the task continued. The teleportation was successful, and Hirikara arrived in the city of the Forest Elves who lived in the trees. Their settlement was simply incredible and so beautiful that it took your breath away. Like in other cities, there were many players hanging around the teleport, looking for comrades to complete quests. They all behaved relaxed and did not even guess that there would soon be a war. Hirikara first decided that it was worth removing the Dark Elf amulet, since it was reducing the level of trust of the Wood Elves. While moving the item into his inventory, he suddenly hears a man approaching him from behind and saying that Hirikara smells like Dark Elves. These were locals, or rather warriors, who stood guard over their city. A warrior with a sword and an elf with a bow looked with obvious distrust at the man who had arrived in their city for the first time. Hirikara began to get nervous because he had removed his amulet and he no longer had any items that could give him away that he was in the Dark Elf settlement. Suddenly he remembered that the elder had given him a magic stone and remembered that he also belonged to the Dark Elves, which is why the guards approached him. The guards were clearly on guard, and the swordsman asked Hirikara for permission to let himself be searched, as they could not allow anyone who was in contact with the enemy to get to them. Hirikara was in a difficult situation, and suddenly he remembered that he had a very rare item that could help in the current situation. Hirikara began to say that he was a researcher and was doing something important. He takes out a magical seed of the great tree, which makes the guards very surprised. They knew what it was, but they could not believe it, since they had not seen these fruits for a long time. Hirikara, with his bad acting, tried to convince the guards that he was doing research on reviving the world tree. So if the leader of their city found out that he was being interrupted by several guards, the guards quickly changed their minds and bowed, and began to ask for forgiveness for causing inconvenience. As an apology, they could escort the guests to the right place. Hirikara was delighted and said that he really wanted to meet their leader, since he was a participant in the Great War, and he had something to ask him. At the same time, Hirikara was grateful to his brother Kwan for giving him this wonderful fruit, which helped him out so much. After some time, the guards escorted Hirikara to the house where the elder lived. They wished him a good day and apologized again for their behavior. Hirikara did not waste time and knocked on the door wanting to see the old man, who would not mind telling the story of the war. Suddenly, a young man opened the door for Hirikara, and Hirikara was a little surprised, but then asked if the elder lived here. This elf said that he was the elder, which surprised Hirikara, but he remembered that forest elves are endowed with longevity, and therefore can look young for quite a long time. Hirikara asked the elder if he didn't mind telling him about the great war he had taken part in, or more specifically about the last mission where they were ordered to follow the demon ship. The elder was surprised that Hirikara knew about this, to which Hirikara said that with the king's permission, he had read a lot of information in the Royal Library archive, so he needed more information. The main question that interested Hirikara was the elf's conclusion that there was no sense of magic in those attacks, and there was an assumption that the free shooter did it right. The elder replied that he had indeed assumed it was a freelancer, since from such a great distance there was almost nothing that could attack them except a freelancer. Magic that could attack from such a great distance was nothing more than a legend. Then Hirikara asked directly if the elder thought that the free shooter could be a dark elf. Who are the enemies of the wood elves? As much as the wood elves would like it, he couldn't say for sure, and it was most likely that the free shooter was a human, the elf said. After which, Hirikara receives a notification on the game screen that the evidence search mission is complete. In this case, it is worth going to Jack to discuss further actions. After some time, Hirikara arrives at an old shooting training center, which he increasingly wants to restore, otherwise it's disgusting to look at. After spending some time reporting to Jack what he had managed to find out from the wood elves about the free shooter, the old man was very irritated. Jack stood with his back to Hirikara and looked out the window, telling him that the consequences of such betrayal are quite high. Meanwhile, Hirikara receives a new task from the old man. If Greenwood and Mrs. Meredith were involved, it would make their future lives very difficult. Jack probably thinks it was one of them who became the free shooter. Hirikara thinks so too. But why do you think it will be difficult for them to live? Jack said that if it turns out that they have become traitors, the kingdom will take all means to make sure that they are not welcome anywhere, and may even put a reward on their heads. In this case, Jack quite emotionally says that in the new mission, all the new generation shooters should unite and begin the mission together. Hirikara understood that he would be able to negotiate with Clint and complete the task, but there was still one shooter who was clearly not in his right mind and tried to kill them during their last meeting. Ferdinand is a man who does not recognize others at all and considers himself the best. His arrogance does not allow him to evaluate his abilities sensibly, so it will be very difficult with him. Realizing this, Hirikara understood that he didn't really have a choice and would have to somehow cope with this task together with the other shooters. However, all this will definitely not be easy, considering that the war will soon begin and everything may spin in such a way that there will be no time left for anything. Exhaling heavily, Hirikara decides to first go to the mountains to see some old friends to finish the item he ordered from them and try to replenish all his supplies to be ready. Meanwhile, in the fortress that was under the control of the Wild Rose clan, life went on as usual. Many different items were sold on the shelves and many players gathered here to buy. True, not all players were happy with the prices that were on the shelves. Lately, everything has become much more expensive and it is difficult for a simple player who is not able to play normally to buy something. These players were the main reason for the criticism that was poured on the Wild Rose clan. They could not realize that they were incompetent, and it was easier for them to criticize others for their problems without admitting their mistakes. These eternally dissatisfied and angry players often became a problem, but according to the fortress policy, none of them were forced to leave the place, just as it was forbidden to kill him on the territory of the fortress. Sunya and Yubin often witnessed such situations, but there was another reason. The prices rose quite quickly due to the fact that the war was about to break out and everyone urgently needed equipment and supplies. It was a sneaky move, but that's the nature of business. If you want to be rich, you have to take those steps. If you let up, you'll be a victim. Thanks to successful negotiations and timely deliveries of provisions and items, the Wild Rose Guild's warehouse was full, which would definitely have a good effect on profits. Yubin confirmed that everything was still rather tense, but soon everyone would understand that it was necessary. Sunya added that it was quite difficult to act when all the information did not appear on the game portal, but only in the hands of important people who were created in this world in high positions, as if the real world were some kind of... Soon, Hirikara arrived to a very cunning girl who had a huge stock of information and could help in solving many problems. She always greeted Hirikara very warmly, as if she liked the way the boy looked at her and blushed in awkward situations. She noticed that Hirikara looked a bit tired and asked him what was wrong. Hirikara smiled and said that he was just tired because he had been visiting old friends and finishing up some work. Hirikara took out his night vision device and said that now there is a lot to improve their capabilities. Clarice smilingly said that she understood because soon a big war will break out. Hirikara said he came on business, what he wanted to do before everything happened and there was no free time left. Clarice sipped her tea and said that Hirikara was very predictable. She even said that she was bored, that she could even guess why Hirikara was visiting her. She even felt hurt that he didn't want to talk to her about something intimate. Hirikara winked and said that it was a bit more complicated than that. Although he needed a monster, it was one with special issues regarding his level, and they could talk about the rest another time. Clarice kindly provided the necessary information regarding a suitable enemy, which will help Hirikara remove another seal from Miss Meredith's rifle. The enemy turned out to be a huge king crab that lived near the shore. Usually such an enemy is difficult to attack physically and some magical ones because its shell is very strong. Hirikara arrived at the location indicated on the map. He, from a great distance, noticed a group of crabs and was amazed that he could see them from such a distance. Their size was really large. However, the most important thing now was to make an accurate shot and hit the target, which would help him remove another seal. Hirikara, having unfolded the rifle's bipod, began to take a prone position to reduce the likelihood of a miss. In his new scope, the enemy was very clearly visible, since with a 30x magnification, this did not seem to be a problem at all. All that remained was to take into account the wind speed and the moment of the shot, so that the enemy did not move. Having made all the calculations and concentrated, Hirikara squeezes the trigger. The shot was strong enough that the rifle was even thrown back a short distance by the recoil. The bullet hit the crab right in the head, leaving it no chance. The force of the bullet's impact was enough to blow off half of its muzzle, leaving a large hole. Hirikara was glad that he got it right on the first shot and started to climb up. He also got a level up as the opponent was much stronger than him. Afterwards, he looked at the rifle and remembered that it was very similar to what he did in the army when he participated in long-range shooting competitions. Then the entire officer corps congratulated him. Since Hirikara managed to hit a target at a distance of almost 1,900 meters, which became a record in all the armies of Korea. Hirikara was overjoyed like a child. He was overwhelmed with emotion that he had not lost a bit of his skills in shooting at a great distance and was still capable. After which, Hirikara headed to the king crab's body to collect the items from it and see if the seal could be removed. He got a disguise for completing the mission, but the next mission was in the same vein. It was necessary to hit the enemy from 2 kilometers away, but the level remained the same. However, Hirikara was not upset because he assumed that he could cope and gradually leveling up, he would be able to make a shot at 3,000 meters, which was similar to the free shooter's shot at the ship's crew. Meanwhile, the time of war was drawing nearer. The king of the kingdom of Esgaroth gathered the citizens and others who wished to attend this meeting, where plans for the future of the kingdom were to be announced. Esgaroth knelt before the king. The king rose from his throne and approached his commander. The king called William worthy of his title and handed him a sword with which he would go to destroy the enemies of the kingdom. After which the king said that in this difficult time they declare war on the kingdom of Fornis, which sent spies into their kingdom and tried to kill the king, which is a clear sign of hostility. Everyone gathered began to shout and say that they would support the king and destroy all enemies who dared to go against their kingdom. William, taking the sword in his hands and putting it in the sheath, stood up and turned to the locals. He looked very proud and determined. His strategic mind raised him above the other military leaders. This is how the War of the Kingdom of Esgaroth began, which was attacked by the enemy in such a treacherous way as sending spies and assassins against the united state of two kingdoms that decided to act so vilely, the kingdom of Fornis together with the kingdom of Khaganate. Shortly after the declaration of war by the king of Esgaroth, all players in the world began to receive notifications about an upcoming event in which everyone would have to take part. Everyone will need to go to the eastern lands and join the kingdom's army before a certain date. They will be able to receive all instructions upon arrival and distribution into squads. Hirikara knew the time had come, but nothing specific was said about what he was to do. The only conditions that were given were that important people in the kingdom not be killed. In this case, the death of the king or commander-in-chief could lead to defeat, which is very bad. Also, surrendering to the enemy deprives the players of the reward, which was quite right. In that case, there is no point in wasting time, and it is necessary to go. Hirikara arrived in the necessary city and saw that there was already a huge crowd of players who came to join the squads. This made Hirikara very nervous, as he hadn't seen such madness happening in the world for a long time. He couldn't even imagine how he would get through such a crowd to sign up for the squad. However, this was expected. Hirikara was not tall, and the other players created a strong crush, which did not allow normal access to the table and registration. Hirikara was even afraid that he might die in such a crush, and raised his hand and shouted to be saved. Otherwise, it was hard for him to breathe. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand and pulled him out, as if they were expecting this request. Hirikara was surprised and couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Mo Fan, who was formerly Fan Mo. He was delighted and asked Mo Fan if he had come to take part in the war. The lizard replied that he was not going to miss such an event and was going to do everything to win. After which he turns around and says that for this reason he even joined the Korean Power Clan, which is led by Hirikara's brother Kinshu. Then, familiar voices were heard behind Hirikara, saying that they weren't even surprised that Hirikara had come to take part in the war. Hirikara turns around and sees them. It was Kinshu, along with his mentor and swordmaster, who were also happy to meet Hirikara and came to enlist to take part in the war. The brothers were happy to see each other, and Kinshu said that they had gathered a group with which they would go into the same squad, so maybe Hirikara would join them. Kinshu understands that Hirikara doesn't want to join a clan and prefers to be a loner, but he wouldn't mind joining a group, especially when all those who can be trusted have gathered. Hirikara smiled and said that he still didn't see the invitation where he could click the button to accept the request to join the group. After some time, a tent city was built near the city, where each tent had its own number, as did the squad where the players who were taking part in the war were assigned. The chief officer, who was in charge of the player squads, briefed the group of guys on the situation and said that they would need to choose a leader who would receive and convey information from the battlefield. Hirikara immediately offered Kinshu to lead their group since he is the only one who leads the clan with dignity, and they can trust him completely. The swordmaster and Mo Fan were also not against it and said that with such a commander they would definitely be able to deal with any opponents. After which the 4 players became the leaders of the warriors that were assigned to them. These were simple NPCs that took part in the war. Among them were magicians and warriors. Kinshu confidently gave his speech and tried to raise morale, but suddenly he receives a voice message from Hirikara, who says that this won't help these guys because they are warriors on whom the developers clearly saved money. Hirikara realized this when he looked at them, and they were as if empty and created only to carry out orders. This is quite common when something massive is about to happen. After that, Kinshu received a map showing all the enemy points and the location of the Allied forces. The guys gathered to discuss strategy. The guys noticed that even movement was visible on the map as if it were alive. This magic map displayed movement in real time, which was very convenient. Hirikara was amazed by this and asked Mofan if he had ever seen such a thing. Mofan said that such artifacts were quite valuable and were only used in extreme cases such as royal missions, so no. After which, Hirikara noticed that the first squad had decided to make a maneuver and go around the enemy through the forest to catch them by surprise and attack them from behind. It was quite a smart decision. However, Hirikara was confused by the fact that the first squad was moving very slowly and should go to them first, since by uniting they could push back the enemy, but it was not that simple. On the field where the first detachment was, a real massacre was taking place. Huge round boulders were rolled down the hill and thus strangled the enemy, not allowing them to approach. Behind this stood a bald man in armor that covered only a small part of his body. He was strong and arrogant that he did not even sense the enemy. He began to laugh, seeing how petty and weak the enemy was, that even from such stones they died without trying to dodge or get closer. The guys, following the map, made their way through the forest to come to the aid of the first platoon, which began to storm the height where the enemy was holed up. Hirikara was holding the map and suddenly he notices something strange. While they were walking, everything was normal, but now everything has changed. The first squad's mark disappeared from the map. This was a bad sign, as this usually only happens if most of the forces were defeated and the squad was destroyed. Mofan also noticed this, and assumed that they were most likely unable to cope with the enemy and their squad was defeated. Most likely they began to scatter, trying to escape from the attack. In that case, the guys needed to come closer and see for themselves what had happened. After all, they had come to help, and it would be wrong to leave everything as it was. As they exited the forest, there was a beautiful view of the hills where a fierce battle was taking place between the kingdoms. There were many explosions and screams all around. Hirikara saw from the map that a battle was currently taking place between the main regiments of the kingdoms, and that approximately the same number of warriors were involved on both sides. Suddenly, Hirikara heard the rustling of leaves and the breaking of branches, as if someone was approaching. He did not hesitate, but began to take out his rifle. Hirikara saw a wounded warrior making his way through the bushes, who was not thinking about stealth at all. Hirikara asked him to introduce himself and what army he came from. The soldier could barely stand on his feet and said that he was a soldier from the first platoon of the Esgaroth army, and then asked Hirikara who they were. But the soldier had very little strength, and his condition was critical. He had difficulty moving due to the wounds he had received, and there were no healing potions left. Hirikara and the guys immediately provided first aid and asked him to tell what had happened. The story struck Chinshu more than others because he knew many dangerous players. The enemy who occupied the heights was together with an earth mage who is very dangerous in skirmishes. The soldier said that this height is key, and behind it there is a field hospital and ammunition depots, so it is a very important point. He said that their first platoon was not ready to engage in combat with the earth mage, who creates large rocks and rolls them down the slope. Dodging them is also a problem since there are a lot of them. The swordmaster said that it was very strange that such a strong enemy was in the rear detachment. The heights were far from the front line and should not have been so heavily guarded. In that case, Hirikara suggested that they take over this place, and he has some ideas that will help solve this problem, but he will need a little help from Kinshu. The brother looked very cunning, as if his plan had some cruel meaning that someone would have to do something unpleasant. Mofan understood what Hirikara had in mind, and they looked at Chinshu with a grin and bumped their fists, agreeing with each other that he was an excellent candidate. Sometime later, Hirikara and the now healed soldier began to take up position. The soldier, slightly doubting the shooter's skills, suggested calling it quits for now and waiting for a game week for his comrades to return to the game. But Hirikara had his own plans and said that he would not delay the mission that was going to go according to plan. Hirikara had no doubts about his abilities, and so he was confident and prepared to shoot. Meanwhile, a soldier enters the Earth Mage's tent and shouts that the enemy is approaching. The Earth Mage is a little surprised that the enemy has appeared so quickly and does not waste time to meet him properly. He began to leave the tent, hoping to see a crowd of warriors rushing towards them with shouts and swords like ordinary idiots. However, what he saw was not at all what he expected. He was even amazed that he was pulled out of the tent where he was resting because of such a trifle. He got angry and grabbed the one who brought this news and said that they could have dealt with such an idiot themselves who decided to attack them. In a way, he was right, because it was Kinshu who was rushing at high speed, hiding behind a shield and shouting that this was all a very unfunny joke. However, the Earth Mage felt that the opponent was high level and should be strong, so there was nothing to be done, and maybe that night with the shield would be interesting. But from the outside, it seemed that Qin Shu was doing something he didn't want to do, because he was rushing into the enemy's lair as bait. He didn't like this role at all, but he had no choice, because he was a pretty strong knight. Meanwhile, the Earth Mage lets go of the soldier and starts moving towards the crazy shield-bearer who wants to fight them so much. The Earth Mage even started hoping that the battle would amuse him a little, because he was bored. He gradually begins to cast a spell which changes his appearance into an earthen armor and increases his strength. While the Earth Mage was forming his body, the soldier behind was a little wary and suggested calling the rest of the warriors to attack together. And at that moment, a bullet flies into the Earth Mage, causing huge damage, leaving him no chance. The soldier only sees blood splashes and their strongest warrior falling from the hit he received. Everyone was shocked by this outcome, and they couldn't even imagine that something like this could happen. A soldier starts shouting that their captain is wounded, and everyone needs to get ready for battle. Qin Shu sees that the Earth Mage has been defeated and begins to rejoice and tells everyone to continue with Hirikara's plan. The warriors from the first squad that remained alive were near Hirikara and were waiting for the command to attack. After that shot at the Earth Mage, they opened their mouths in surprise, not believing their eyes. Hirikara's answer was simple: -1. He didn't even pay attention to the notifications that poured in after each enemy he killed, because his task was to clear the way for Qin Shu. Every bullet that was fired from the rifle hit the target exactly from a distance of almost 600 meters. All the enemies did not even understand what was happening and who was attacking them. Soon, Hirikara realizes that he no longer sees the enemy, which would expose him, and decides that they need to move to Qin Shu and then break through to the warehouses and hospital to capture them. He started to rise and, kneeling, turned to the guys from the first platoon and said that the time had come and they needed to move forward to attack. The guys were still shocked that one shooter was able to kill almost all the enemies from such a long distance. Qin Shu had been on the hill all this time, looking around to see if there was an enemy, but no one appeared. Then Hirikara and the rest of the warriors began to come closer to continue their mission. Mo Fan and the Swordmaster felt uneasy that everything was so simple, and they had to just watch as Hirikara killed everyone from a long distance. Soon they united and saw that behind the fortifications there was a tent city, where there was a supply depot for the enemy army and a hospital. It was pretty quiet around, and the guys started getting closer and closer, trying not to give themselves away. Everyone took their positions and waited for the moment when the order to attack would come. Hirikara assessed the situation through the gap between the boards and realized that there would not be much resistance here, and they just needed to catch the enemy off guard and attack. Many of the soldiers are wounded, and there are not many guards. This is a fairly easy target, so you should be a little more careful. Hirikara decides to get out his homemade bomb and asks everyone to prepare for an attack. He lights the fuse and warns that it will be quite loud. Hirikara began to assess the situation and saw that no one was expecting them here, and apparently the news had not reached them that the defensive platoon had been defeated. Hirikara throws homemade explosives deep into the enemy line to catch them off guard and destroy most of them, making the attack easier. The soldiers who were on guard were walking around the perimeter, and at one point they crossed, and Hirikara waited for this moment and threw a bomb right at them. The box fell right at the soldiers' feet, but they did not immediately understand what it was. But it is impossible to dodge this, and a rather strong explosion occurs, which takes many soldiers with it, after which Hirikara orders everyone to attack and leave no chance for the enemy. They must complete this task and capture the enemy point, leaving them without provisions. Everyone enthusiastically began to run into the attack, preparing to defeat the enemy. They were overwhelmed with emotions that everything was going quite easily, as if the plan was absolutely perfect. The opponents were shocked that they were attacked by enemies because they had no idea that enemies would sneak into the rear. The problem was that the forward guard post, where the Earth Mage was, did not even receive information that the enemies were attacking. The Swordmaster attacks with his fire magic the enemies who were in front of him and were completely unprepared for such an attack. They were caught off guard and barely resisted. Mo Fan uses his abilities to attack the enemy, which can deal area damage with his magic spells. The mage didn't even have time to cast a spell before Mo Fan's acid hit his magic circle, destroying it. The soldier who was nearby shouts to his comrades to send out a signal that they are under attack, but Qin Shu interrupts him in time, knocking him down with his shield while rushing at high speed. This move was, of course, cruel but very effective against standing enemies. Hirikara also did not stand aside and using his pistols attacked two enemies at once, who were also trying to send a message that their base was under attack. After which, Hirikara sees that he receives a notification that they need to defend the captured point from enemies for an hour. Hirikara also notices warriors who have started to run away from the base. Hirikara assumes that they must have also received a notification that they need to retake their base within an hour. It turns out that the other players who are in this area have also received this notification, and so it was. The platoon commander of the enemy army begins to order his soldiers to gather for an attack on the fortress, since it is under enemy capture. All the enemy soldiers started running towards the warehouses that Hirikara's platoon had captured. Their numbers were much greater than Hirikara's detachment, and they would not be able to hold out for long. Kinshu takes charge of the defense squad and prepares to receive the enemy. Kinshu asks everyone to gather and demonstrate their fighting skills to the maximum, as they have to hold the position for an hour, after which he shouted that all soldiers must kill 10 enemy soldiers before they died, otherwise they would be the subject of ridicule all day long. A fierce battle began. The swordmaster used his skills to kill the enemy with one blow, but he was surrounded on all sides by an army of enemies that outnumbered him. Kinshu was also fighting against a crowd of warriors and was already very exhausted. They all understood that they would not last long at this pace, and they needed to come up with something. Hirikara, too, while shooting at the enemies, understood that they would not be able to hold out for long due to the large number of enemies. Many warriors had already been killed, and the remaining ones could not cope for long with the crowd of enemies that were pressing on them. The duel had already lasted half an hour and half of the allotted time remained, but the enemy forces were superior in numbers, which played an important role. Hirikara decides to play his trump card and asks everyone to retreat to the tent city as soon as they see the signal. After which, Hirikara activates a spell that summons an ally and the ground under his feet begins to crack as if something is about to crawl out of there. It was a huge bear, which immediately roared at the top of its voice, instilling fear in the enemy. Hirikara, sitting on the monster's back, orders it to sweep away all the enemies that come its way. All the enemy soldiers were very scared when they saw the monster that had a huge level and size. They were clearly not prepared for this, but they couldn't be surprised for long because the bear started running and sweeping away everyone in its path, not giving the enemy a chance. Each of the warriors was struck by one attack of such a furry, huge bear. Hirikara, sitting on Cloud's back, began shooting at the enemies that were on his way with his pistols. It was simply a stunning spectacle full of madness and action. Kinshu and the swordmaster saw this ability of Hirikara for the first time and couldn't believe their eyes. They never imagined that the shooter had such a monster and that it would be a sign for them to retreat. Not far from the battle for ammunition depots, there was a detachment of allied troops who were fighting enemy troops. The captain, who was in charge of his platoon, was stunned to see a rifleman riding a bear. Hirikara said that they are from the squad of Kinshu, the commander of the Power of Korea clan. They are fighting against a large number of warriors near the supply base, which is not far from here, and are asking for help because they will not last long. The commander was still shocked by the sight he saw, but his assistant, having heard about the Korean Power clan, understood everything and said that it was quite within their capabilities. Hirikara asks the commander and his warriors to follow him, and the bear will clear the way from the enemies. The priority now will be to capture the enemy ammunition depots. In the end, everything went well, and the enemy warehouses, as well as the hospital, were captured by a platoon from the kingdom of Esgaroth. This was an important victory that deprived the enemy army of a large number of soldiers and supplies. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, a rather secretive girl was playing a strategy game with a man who was amazed by her thinking. She, hiding behind a fan, said that if the master sent troops to this very point, then his army would be able to intercept most of the enemy forces and drive them into a trap. "This is a very good idea," replied the commander of the kingdom of Kaganate, who, having united with the kingdom of Fornest, went against Esgaroth. He was called the Sly Fox because he set traps and acted quite cunningly in battles. The girl said that there was no point in praising her so much because the strategy had not yet been implemented, and it was worth dealing with this issue as soon as possible, since those troops would arrive there in 2 days. Suddenly a soldier enters the room shouting that he has important news. The supply depots and the field hospital have been captured by the enemy. The Sly Fox, as well as the charming stranger, were surprised that this happened in the first days of the war, It should not have ended like this, because there was an earth mage on guard. He nervously turned around and asked the girl what she would say about this, since it was she who advised hiring that earth mage to guard the warehouses. She only answered that in a war anything could happen at any moment. The soldier also added that it became known who exactly captured the warehouses and that they were warriors from the Korean power clan with their leader Kim Soo. The girl, hearing this, realized that everything was becoming much more interesting because she was not interested in the members of the guild, but the person who went with them most likely was. After all, he is the brother of the head of the Korean clan and definitely went into the same platoon with him. In that case, Hirakawa becomes a much greater threat to their plans. She folded her fan and was very interested in personally meeting the shooter who had interfered with her plans several times. It was the harlot who was ranked 7th in the world. Meanwhile, in the tent of the captured enemy post, the head of the first platoon arrived to Qin Shiu's platoon, who came to thank the guys for being able to capture the point and for taking his guys in for a while, after which he said that another problem had arisen and that Hirakawa and Qin Shiu's help was needed, or rather, this concerned their entire squad. The guys were a little surprised, because they had already made an important contribution to the war. The captain of the first squad shows them the mission that appeared right after Qin Shiu and his comrades captured this important point. Hirakawa began to read and felt that they had a lot of work ahead of them. The guys were very tense and upset because the task said that they needed to capture the next important point, and the commander of the first squad should ask for help from the Qin Shiu squad. Apparently, the game thought that it was normal to ask for help from those who were the first to capture the important point. The boys realized that if they accepted this task, they could lose a lot of contribution points if they failed. The captain said that he would not ask them for help, but the game system itself manages the quests. Hirakawa, after thinking for a while, decides that if they act the same way, the opponents will already be prepared for such attacks, which means they need to change their strategy a little. After which, Hirakawa asks the captain to show how many bonus points they can get if the task becomes more difficult. The captain says in surprise that he will look now and shows the updated task, where the number of points has doubled. In case of failure to complete, the penalty has also increased, but there is also a chance of losing one of the items from the inventory. The swordmaster and Mo Fan overhear the conversation and are a little surprised by what Hirakawa is asking for. They have no idea what the shooter is planning, but they never doubted him. Qin Shiu nervously tells his brother that they shouldn't take such risks because they will have enough points if they succeed. But Hirakawa said that everything will be fine and he has done it 100 times, increasing the difficulty of the task. After which, Hirakawa asked the captain if they could change the name of their squad, since their platoon had a rather complicated name, and if they succeeded, then the squad's name alone would force the enemy to give up their positions. The captain said he had no objections. Hirakawa suggested calling their team Korean Power Special Forces, after the Qin Shiu clan, which is where most of the members are from. Over the next 2 weeks of game time, the battles for the plains and territories were very intense. The army of the Kingdom of Esgaroth successfully broke through and captured positions. The enemy army platoon commanders tried to counter the enemy forces, but not everything went smoothly. The enemy captain tried to line up his soldiers for a flanking maneuver and get around the enemy from the rear. But he didn't take into account that among the attackers was a marksman who masterfully eliminated the most important commanders in one attack, thus leaving the army without a leader. The warriors were scattered and did not know what to do. The Allied soldiers saw the enemy captain being defeated by a familiar attack and realized that the Special Korean Force Unit, who were already instilling fear in the enemy and inspiring the Allied troops, had come to their aid. The Allied captain said that all soldiers were preparing to seize and hold the position as the enemy was retreating and scattered. The soldiers, inspired by the fact that they were being helped by the most famous Special Forces unit, began to run into the attack and finish off the remaining warriors and capture the position. These few weeks have made the Special Squad Korea Force very famous among the players, as they have destroyed the most enemy squads and commanders. They all realized that the Special Squad Power Korea came only after they died in the game. The most terrible enemy was the shooter who killed everyone with one bullet, and no one could spot him. Thus, another point was successfully captured by the Allies. This was a step that brought their kingdom closer to victory, as the enemy warriors became fewer and fewer. After some time, Hirakawa was even given a new title of Phantom Marksman, which meant that he was able to kill 100 enemies without being detected during the War of the Kingdoms. His squad mates were grateful to their marksman, as little depended on them. Suddenly, Hirikara receives a notification from the captain on the game screen that he has issued a mission asking him to return to headquarters immediately. Hirikara was surprised and did not understand what the reason was. Qin Xiu also didn't know what had happened, and they decided that they shouldn't keep the captain waiting for long, as something important could really happen. Using the teleportation scrolls, the boys returned back to the tent city, where the command headquarters was. The captain was waiting for them near the tent, and seeing the boys, began waving his hand at them. He first started shaking their hands and saying that they were the real heroes of this war, and their merits were highly valued by the higher-ups. This slightly confused Hirikara and Qin Xiu, who did not think that they were called for such a thing, after which the captain said that the guys should go into the tent, since someone had come in person and they should see each other. Hirikara started to enter the tent, and without even thinking that there might be something serious there, he was like in sleep mode, without opening his eyes, doing this. Only in anime can they enter like that. But Sun Ye was waiting for them, and she was a little unhappy that Hirikara and Qin Xiu were taking so much glory for themselves, and didn't even mention their comrades. But her conversation was interrupted by someone who gathered everyone in one tent and asked them to talk about personal matters elsewhere, as they had an important conversation about what would happen next on the front lines. Sun Ye apologized and asked Sir William to continue. Hirikaru had not yet had time to understand what was happening here, but seeing that the commander-in-chief William himself was in front of him, Sun Ye understood that something large-scale was being prepared. Qin Xiu is a bit worried and asks Hirikara to be the leader of the squad because he is not ready to talk to such people. He does not have as much experience and knowledge in military strategy as Hirikara, but Hirikara said that he didn't want to because the power of Korea was the Qin Xiu clan and command him. In general, the guys argued among themselves for some time, and from the outside it looked quite strange and funny that Sun Ye couldn't even restrain herself. In the end, Hirikara agreed and came forward and introduced himself as Captain Hirikara of the Special Forces. Qin Xiu in the background was very nervous and acted strangely in the presence of such an important person as William. Sir William said that because of Hirikara's detachment, they had to rework their plans many times, as his actions had greatly reduced the war's duration from 3 months to 1. It was simply magnificent. Hirikara felt this awkwardness, said that it is not worth praising them now. After all, they are trying for the kingdom in order to live in it further. The commander-in-chief of all troops, Sir William, extended his hand to thank Hirikara for his contribution to the war, after which he said that they should discuss further actions since the front had changed a lot. Everyone gathered around the table and began to listen to Sir William's plan. Sir William said that the enemy troops are led by a man who is famous for his cunning actions, and it is not worth acting rashly. There is a possibility that everything is heading towards a trap, where they can lose many warriors. The map shows that all enemy troops are now retreating and moving towards the plains where the fortresses are located. The main troops did not even move, and it was mainly the flanking units that were acting, which led to this outcome. Hirikara looked thoughtfully and tried to understand what that fox had in mind. Why was he withdrawing troops to the fortress when the front line had not even been broken through? Sir William then said that they would have to lay siege to the fortress, which was a very risky tactic as it would be very difficult to break through and the losses would be high. The strategy is to go in one direction through fewer battles, and along the way there will be about 7 fortresses that stand in the way of the enemy's capital. Hirikara knew that if they went the same route, the enemy could outflank them and cut them off from supplies and rear units, which would greatly reduce their chances of victory. But Sun Ye winked at Hirikara, hinting that everything would be fine and they were taking this outcome into account. It was not for nothing that she was here, and she could make a great contribution to the war. Then Sir William, coughing, said that there was a special mission for the Special Squad Power of Korea, as they had become very popular among the warriors. After Hirikara, a notification about the essence of the task comes, which says that you need to destroy the seal that is on the fortress. It creates a barrier preventing the enemy from passing, and for this you need to destroy it. This seal is quite small and well camouflaged, so it is quite a difficult task, but if they fail to do so, they will suffer huge losses in the siege of the fortress. Also, if the mission failed, the entire squad would lose about 3,000 war contribution points, which was a huge number. Kinshu was clearly very excited and had no idea how to do it. In that case, Hirikara asked for time to think. Then the boys left the tent, and Hirikara began to ask Sun Ye about the plan that Sir William proposed. It seemed to him that they would be in a dangerous situation if they went in one front because then the enemies would outflank them. Sun Ye said that it was unlikely because she knew a way to stop it. They would take the shortest route, which was obvious to the enemy, but there was also a fact that they did not take into account. Through a narrow gorge between the mountains that stretches straight to the enemy's territory, there is a path through which the army of Li Chang, who is also taking part in the war, will pass. He was also joined by one rather famous player who skillfully handles his revolvers and is able to mow down enemies in batches. Hirikara immediately realized that this was Clint. This bottleneck would be good enough for his short range, so it made sense. If this is the case, then it turns out that the only route by which the enemies could bypass us is to meet Li Chang's army, and then they will definitely be able to reach the fortress without losses. Sun Ye proudly said that she was quite smart and also knew the intricacies of strategy, so she understood what the enemy was capable of and knew how to stop it. Li Chan's army and the shooter Clint will definitely be able to deal with the enemy if he tries to go around the main army. Then it turns out that Sir William's plan is quite feasible. Sun Ye added that they should be able to cope, because they have many more strong warriors on their side who are capable of resisting the enemy armies. True, Hirikara remembered that there were too many nuances, such as the dragon rider, who was in first place, and if he intervened on his dragon, he would be able to bury thousands of warriors in the blink of an eye. This warrior is very strong and dangerous. But Sun Ye said that in this case he is no longer in first place, because he is fighting Zhao, who challenged him to a duel. Hirikara was a little surprised that Zhao managed to cope with the summoning of the monster, and he did not waste time in engaging in battle with the dragon rider. Apparently their battle will be long if they do not want to retreat and fight for the first place for so long that since the beginning of the war the dragon rider has not been seen in the battles for points. In this case, Hirikara decides that they agree to take on the task and will make their way to the fortress to destroy that stone. Sometime later, Hirikara thought long and hard about how to find that stone and where it might be, and so he decided to visit Clarice at her restaurant. She was obviously busy with work, considering how many papers were lying around her. Hirikara asked her for information regarding the magic stone that creates the barrier and where it could be located. But Clarice, sighing heavily, said that she was no help here because the stone could be anywhere, and all that was needed was to simply look for it. Hirikara was faced for the first time with the fact that she could not help in any way and began to get nervous. He asked if there was any information about him, since he did not know where to start. She said that in principle there is something that can help him and at least approximately direct him to the right place, but without searching there is no way. The fortress is basically protected by a barrier on all sides, and each wall should have such a stone since one stone affects one wall. Thus, if you know which wall you will storm, then in that wall you should look for that stone with the seal. Hirikara began to delve into his thoughts and try to come up with a course of action to figure out how best to do this. But there was one problem. The walls of the fortress are all made of stones, and finding the right one will take a very long time. It's just some kind of mockery. In this case, you need to think about options to get to the fortress and start searching. The first option was to get into the enemy camp closer to the fortress and try to find the stone before the allies arrived to storm it. But the nearby tent city, where sentries were constantly walking, could interfere. If the guards spot Hirikara, they will beat him up immediately and may torture him to find out everything he knows. No, that's not an option. If you use the second option, you take a long distance and try to find that stone by looking through the sight. However, from the closest and safest place, visibility will not be very good, and it will be very difficult to see the desired stone. By the time he finds it, he will die of hunger or even the war will end, as it will be like finding a needle in a haystack. Another option is to sneak in at night before the main troops and try to find the stone. Visibility will be poor for now, but the guards on the walls may notice it. If they catch him, he'll be tortured and interrogated again. It's so bad that nothing sensible can come to mind. Clarice noticed that Hirikara seemed to be feeling unwell, and she asked him what was wrong with him. Hirikara replied that he was simply overwhelmed with thoughts and trying to think of something to complete the task. In that case, Hirikara asked for something that Clarice definitely had, namely the plan of that fortress, so that he could study it. A few hours later, Hirikara decided to take on another target for now. Since there were still enough enemy units, it was worth eliminating the most important of them. Hirikara saw a new target in his sights. It turned out to be a priestess who had the ability to heal allies in large groups over a large area. This enemy could constantly heal the soldiers and make the battle difficult. She was surrounded by soldiers with shields and mages who looked in different directions, protecting their leader. However, Hirikara thought it was stupid to be in a static position in the open, where someone like him could take it down and make his comrade's job easier. He pulled the trigger and said, "I'm sorry." The bullet hits the priestess right in the head, so the soldiers don't even have time to understand what happened and where the shot came from. Only a bang sounded from afar. There was a commotion in the enemy camp and everyone started running around trying to find the enemy, but Hirikara calmly began to rise from a kilometer away and realized that he should return to fulfill the assignment from Sir William. He used the teleportation scroll to do everything as quickly as possible and prepare well, as he already had several ideas on how to pull it off. Night had fallen in the game world, and it was a good time to start looking for the seal stone, as other options were much more naive. Hirikara had expected that there would be many guards on the fortress walls inspecting the area. There were quite a few sentries, as if they were expecting something to happen soon. There was an open field around the fortress, where mounted patrols were constantly walking, and guards walked around the walls, inspecting the outer perimeter from close up. It was a good time to try out the new invention that the dwarves had created for Hirikara. The night vision device would be of great help at night. Its quality turned out to be excellent, and the dwarves are truly masters of their craft in creating various complex things. Soon, Hirikara carefully made his way as close as possible to the walls of the fortress, hiding behind a stone that was not far away. He waited for a long time for the moment and remembered the time of all the guard rounds and the changing of the guard. After waiting for the right moment, Hirikara used his ability to speed up his movement and quickly began to approach the wall, moving in a zigzag pattern. After which, he used his new camouflage skill, which he received for removing the seal from the rifle, and quickly lay down on the ground. Meanwhile, guards with torches were moving towards him, talking about their own things. Suddenly, one guard stops and says that he thought he stepped on something. He got a little scared and thought about it. He turned around but didn't notice Hirikaru lying on the ground and walked over him. He felt like he had stepped on something strange, like a slug or some other animal. His comrade laughed at him and said that there were no monsters here, but horses ran around and most likely it was shit. Hirikara, hearing these words, was a little offended, since he was compared to horse manure. Sometime later, a guard runs into the room and shouts that enemies are approaching their fortress. The officers who were in the room were seriously alarmed and stood up from their seats with surprised faces. They did not expect the enemy army to arrive so soon. The guard, kneeling, reported that their scouts had seen a large army moving straight towards the main gate. The number of troops was about 5,000 soldiers, and the commander-in-chief William himself leads that army. Under the banners of his kingdom of Esgaroth, he has gathered 5,000 warriors who will lead the siege of the fortress. Morning came, and the army of the kingdom of Esgaroth arrived at the fortress that was to be besieged. Mo Fan, looking at the fortress, said that he hoped everything would work out. The swordmaster said that there was no need to doubt because they had to stick to the plan. Hirikara always surprised them, so he had to this time too. Meanwhile, Qinshu stood in front and looked at the fortress, a little nervous and remembering the conversation with his brother yesterday, who came up with the plan. He recalled that when their squad gathered, Hirikara said that he would go alone on reconnaissance and try to find the stone with the seal in order to destroy it. All members of the squad were a little worried and suggested that the whole squad go, so they would have a better chance of finding the stone that was in the wall of the fortress. Yes, but that would make it much more likely that they would be discovered by the enemy and captured or simply destroyed, and that was something Hirikara did not want, so he asked them to trust him. Hirikara said that he had already prepared everything and that Qinshu should not worry, because his brother had never let him down and always kept his word. Qinshu was surprised by such dedication and courage of Hirikara. Meanwhile, the swordmaster approaches Qinshu, who stood and looked at the fortress thoughtfully and quietly. The master asks, "What will they do?" Qinshu turns around and says, "Let's go first. Their job was to destroy the stone and lead the charge, so that's what they'll do." Qinshu, thrusting his shield into the ground, tells everyone to get ready, because they will soon begin their offensive and wipe out the enemy by destroying their fortress. Qinshu, approaching Sir William, asks him to entrust them with the attack on the fortress. Since they were entrusted with the most important thing, they want to attack first, demonstrating courage to other warriors and inspiring them. While Qin Shu was talking to Sir William, the other players in the other squads were very surprised that 30 warriors from the squad wanted to be the first to storm the fortress. But Sir William replied that he had no objection and gave orders to the soldiers to warn the trumpeters to be ready to give the signal for an attack. The soldiers quickly set about carrying out the order. Meanwhile, Qin Shu and his squad took out shields with the same emblem of the Holy Knights and began to prepare for the assault. The trumpeter signals the attack by blowing hard into the trumpet, which can be heard for many hundreds of meters. Qin Shu ordered everyone to line up in a turtle formation and advance to attack at the same pace. The guys rushed at the enemy, covering themselves with shields, and Qin Shu set the pace. The guards on the walls saw only one squad approaching them and were very surprised. Apparently, everyone has those who run ahead of everyone else, thinking that they are the strongest. The captain gives the order to the mage to activate the barrier for protection. The mage, obeying the order, approaches the wall and puts his hand. To his surprise that nothing is happening, he tells the captain that something is wrong and the barrier is not activating. Meanwhile, the turtle was getting closer and closer to the walls, gradually accelerating its pace. Qin Shu shouted to the boys to get ready to throw, after which, having approached to a sufficient distance, Qin Shu and his comrades begin to throw their shields straight at the fortress gates. The enemies didn't even realize that those shields weren't simple, but that explosives were attached to their walls, which were supposed to explode, sweeping away everything in their path, after which a loud explosion thundered that took everyone by surprise. Even the allies were surprised by this approach, and the enemies did not expect their fortress to be attacked in such a way. The day before, Qin Shu received a message from Hirikara that everything had worked out, and he had found the sealstone. Qin Shu was surprised and said that it was great, but then Hirikara said that he would have one request for Qin Shu, namely that he needed to persuade Sir William to allow their party to attack the fortress first. After all, the most important thing in a fortress siege is who broke through the wall first and entered the fortress. The more points their squad earns, the better and greater their contribution will be, and therefore the reward. Hirikara, breaking the stone with the seal, says that he has something that will help in breaking through the walls, and Qin Shu should go to the Dwarven Forge and pick up the goods. He had successfully negotiated with them and paid for the work, so there should be no problems. However, Hirikara kept quiet. That the mustachioed dwarf was very angry with Hirikara because of his orders. They have created perfect shields with explosives attached to them, which proves to be very destructive in this virtual world. Hirikara said that once the wall was breached, the order to attack would follow, and it was very important that Qin Shu's detachment be the first. Everything will be as it should be. Sir William, seeing that the wall is destroyed, will begin sending his main forces to capture and clear the fortress. The soldiers will start running toward the walls, and whoever gets there first will have a better chance of collecting resources and war contribution points. So it is very important that Qin Shu's squad is the first. Hirikara said that it was a great plan and not at all difficult, so there was no need to worry because they could handle such a simple task. Qin Shu was amazed that Hirikara thought such a task was easy, and said that it was not at all easy to stay safe and survive in the enemy camp, since they would be met by a crowd there. But it is worth listening to Hirikara and showing everyone that they are the strongest squad, that they are not afraid to climb into the most dangerous places and destroy the enemy first. Qin Shu enters the fortress first and activates his shield to allow his comrades to break into the fortress without taking damage from arrows and other attacks. The warriors who stood guard over the fortress were horrified that their wall had been destroyed so quickly that it was impossible to close it. The enemy army was getting closer and closer. The commander-in-chief, riding on horseback, approached with his horsemen, ordering all troops to attack, leaving no chance for the enemy. The army of the Kingdom of Esgaroth was already making its way through the exploded wall, rushing in large numbers towards the enemy, who was not ready for such a turn of events. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Fornest understood that they had no chance since the wall was destroyed. They could not even imagine that the siege of the fortress could end in their defeat so quickly. Meanwhile, another strategy game was taking place in a familiar setting. The Kingdom of Fornast had already lost 4 fortresses that were on the way to the capital of the kingdom, and the situation was getting worse and worse. The fox said that this was not quite what he expected. Yes, he took this risk and understood that he would have to give up the fortresses, but not at the same speed. The harlot said that this risk should soon be justified, but the reason for this is one man, who amazes with his training and skills. He is the one who does the most harm to your army, accelerating the course of the war. This shooter is clearly not a simple person. He plays the shooter class and may be a military man or former military man who was in good standing with his country. The fox thought about it and asked the head of the spy organization if she had any ideas or a plan in which they would have a chance to win. The harlot replied that it was at this moment that her plan was starting to work, having attracted very interested people to it. The beast should already be there with his men to begin the plan. He's clearly mentally ill and enjoying doing things that would get him jailed in the real world. His task will be to capture the fortress of the Wild Rose clan, who are supplying provisions for the main troops. The fortress is currently undefended, and the main forces of the clan are currently on the front lines. The fox said that they were not under the control of the kingdom of Esgaroth. The harlot replied that they were, but they were not under their control, let's say. They had their own interests. Not that the whole clan, but one person certainly has his own interest in entering the battle to take revenge on those who humiliated him. Meanwhile, near the Wild Rose clan castle, some adventurers were killing monsters trying to raise their level. They did not participate in the war because there were restrictions on that. The mage was not happy and wanted to quickly take part in the war, but the swordsman said that the minimum threshold for joining the kingdom's army was level 100, so they needed to level up. Suddenly, their comrade sees something strange and says that someone is approaching here quite quickly. The soldier with the sword was surprised, since there should be no enemies here. He says that there are some warriors in black cloaks rushing straight to their fortress walls. They seem to have seen such cloaks on American players who were from the Gods of War clan. The ordinary players didn't even realize what had happened as the War Gods clan attacked them, destroying everyone in their path. It was unpredictable, and no one was prepared for such a turn of events. At one point, they realized that this was an attack on the fortress, which meant that the Americans wanted to take it from the Wild Rose clan while they were busy fighting a war with another kingdom. And they were led by a mad monster nicknamed the Beast, who laughed at the sight of other players whom he was about to kill. The Beast simply cut the enemy with one blow and rejoiced. Such a monster experienced real pleasure in doing such things. He also orders his soldiers to attack the fortress and capture it. The soldiers followed orders without question and rushed to the fortress. They were all well-trained warriors who knew no fear and never retreated, as they were military men in life. Meanwhile, on the ship, Yubin, dressed as a sailor, tried to secure the mast and tie a sailor's knot, trying to remember how to do it. He was a simple office worker, so for him this was an unusual task. Jinha stood at the bow of the ship and looked towards the enemy ships and said that something strange was happening. Since the beginning of the war, she has been protecting the coast of the kingdom, destroying enemy ships and preventing them from getting closer thanks to her magic. The enemy could have retreated long ago and kept their distance, realizing that they had no chance. But why did they attack? The enemy forces at sea were superior in numbers, but it didn't matter because Jinha could sink a ship with one attack, and the enemy ships wouldn't even have time to approach the shore. So why were they attacking? Suddenly, Yubin receives a message from his comrades who remained in the fortress that they were attacked by the War God clan along with the Beast. The enemies have already broken through the outer wall and are heading into the city. Yubin, without wasting a second, runs to report to Jinha and tells her this terrible news. Jinha, after listening to the advisor, began to understand that this was all a trap. She realized that the enemy ships were needed as a distraction, and most likely the enemy's main goal was to cut off the main forces from provisions, which meant she needed to urgently return to the fortress. She says that she is returning to the fortress, and Yubin begins to worry as he does not know what to do then with the enemy armada that is approaching. If all this is a trap, then they will not cope with the minority either. Jinha says that it is more important to save the fortress in this situation and uses his magic stone to teleport back to the fortress. The sailor who is in the cradle and watching the enemy reports that the enemy ships are approaching and they have a blue serpent on their flags. This was the coat of arms of the naval army of the Kingdom of Fornest. These ships were quite strong and well armed, which created a lot of problems for the troops of the Kingdom of Esgaroth, who were not enough to fight them, and only Jinha could save them. Meanwhile, the main army was already near the fifth fortress, which stood on the way to the capital of the Kingdom of Fornest. The commander-in-chief gave the order to the mages to begin attacking the fortress from a height and distance. William said that the mages should give it their all and spare no effort, so that the enemy would not suspect anything. All the high-level mages who had gathered began to prepare their strongest spells. Their levels were high and allowed them to cast powerful spells that could cause large area damage. Their powers varied, and that was good. Fire, earth, and other elemental mages attacked with all their might. Meanwhile, Hirikara's special squad sat in a clearing and watched from afar. Kinshu asked why they were spending so much effort to break through a barrier that would not give in, to which Hirikara replied that this was the plan. Kinshu didn't understand anything, and the swordmaster assumed that this was probably a diversionary tactic. But for whom then? Hirikara replied, for the troops approaching them through the mountain pass. Remember how Sun Ye said that reinforcements were coming to us? Then the boys realized that Li Chang and his army and Clint should arrive very soon. In that case, Hirikara found that stone with the seal and destroyed it. Hirikara replied that of course, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting here. Everything is going exactly as planned. The main forces are distracting attention while reinforcements approach the rear, where the stone was destroyed. There is no barrier there, but the enemies don't know about it yet. After which, Hirikara began to rise and say that everything would go quickly here, and they should return back to the captain and report on the completion of the task. Kinshu decided to say that, of course, simple warriors are of little use here, since magicians are much cooler than the rest and are capable of sweeping away crowds. But Hirikara is special, and he is capable of what others cannot. Hirikara slapped his brother on the shoulder and said that there was no need to flatter him like that. He was simply carrying out the quest that had been entrusted to him. Anyone could handle it with a little brain power. After a short time, the main participants and unit commanders gathered at the field headquarters to hold a meeting and discuss further matters. Li Chang greeted Hirikara and expressed his respect for him for doing so much and becoming quite a famous person, and for doing so well in this war. Hirikara even felt uncomfortable hearing such praise from the 4th place in the world rankings. Clint stood behind Li Chang, and without looking up, he asked Hirikara how many contribution points he had already received. Hirikara replied that he had received enough, but not enough to win the war. As a result, the two began to compare their glasses and act like children. Kinshu, seeing this from the side, was amazed, because Hirikara was already over 25, and he was like a child. Sir William then asked his advisor to provide the new information he had received from the intelligence service. The advisor bowed and asked everyone to take their seats. He, pointing to the board, began to talk about the number of enemy troops and their maneuvers. Thanks to their success in capturing fortresses, the enemy did not have many troops left that were capable of fighting. The main enemy forces have retreated to the royal capital of Fornest, strengthening the perimeter and occupying advantageous positions. Their number barely exceeds 30,000 warriors. In that case, Sir William suggests setting out as soon as provisions arrive, but for now, everyone should rest and gain strength. That is an order. Kinshu and Hirikara left the tent and started talking about how well they were doing. This war was going pretty fast and smartly on their part. Kinshu also said that thanks to Sun Ye taking on the responsibility of being responsible for the provisions that were delivered to the front for the main forces, they began to get many things much faster. Hirikara said that it was obvious, since she was from a wealthy family and knew a lot about trade, since she was a natural-born businesswoman who could make money from war. After which Kinshu asked Hirikara quite seriously what he thought. Would the war end with the victory of the kingdom of Esgaroth? Hirikara was a little surprised, but then thought about it, because he also felt that everything was moving along quite easily. After which, until the evening, this thought did not leave Hirikara. He kept thinking about whether the enemy troops were retreating on purpose to lure Esgaroth's forces into a trap. Their retreat was premature, as the main force had not even begun to advance. The war had only involved flanking attacks at the beginning, so it may be obvious that this was a trap. It is speculated that due to Hirikara's intervention in successfully breaking through the fortress's defenses, this is what contributed to the enemy forces failing to think that they could trap the main forces and reduce their numbers. Suddenly, Hirikara receives a voice message from Sunya, in which she asks for help in a very tired and exhausted voice and for Hirikara to meet her, after which she immediately arrives using teleportation, not giving Hirikara even a moment to realize what is happening here. She showed up badly injured and tired. Her body was shaking from pain and cold as she had been transported from a pretty scary place. She said that everything had gone wrong. Hirikara ran up to her and hugged her, and started to get an elixir to raise her health points. The soldiers who were nearby also started running up, seeing the state of the newcomer. She, having healed a little, said that they were attacked, and all the supplies that were sent to the main forces were destroyed by the enemy. Hirikara was shocked and did not understand how this could happen. Eventually, after a while, everyone gathered back in the tent for Sunya to tell them what had happened. Sunya said that their supply route had been discovered by the enemy and was being attacked. Sir William and the others were very surprised. They were sure that the enemy troops could not get to the rear because the entire front line was under the control of the Allied troops. Even the advisor couldn't believe it, since he was being informed every hour about the movement of enemy troops, and none of them could do such a thing. Sun Ye replied that it was not the enemy forces, but those who decided to take advantage of the moment and act behind their backs. Most likely, there were those who made a deal with the enemy forces in order to make money. Hirikara already understood that it was about spies and other individuals who were trying to change everything in their favor in order to grab as much as possible. So what happened? Sun Ye said that she and two of her clan commanders who had started working for her arrived at the last location of the food shipment. They received a signal that someone was attacking them. The commander of the Dragon Knights sent his guys to scout, but strange sounds and screams began to be heard in the voice channel, as if someone was attacking them. There was also this strange smoke around, which covered everything quite densely. Suddenly, she and her comrades heard voices that were gradually approaching. They began to worry and get nervous, as the voices were unfamiliar and rather unpleasant. The two were arguing and chatting happily when their silhouettes appeared from the fog. They were the Necromancer and the Interrupter, who were mercenaries and underplayers. The Dragon Knight clan master did not lose his composure and threw his spear at the enemies that appeared from the fog, hoping that he would hit them before they could attack them. But in front of those two mercenaries, zombies appeared and took the hit. It wasn't fatal for them since they were already dead. The head of the great sages understands that he needs to create a powerful spell that will cause area damage and begins to cast. But something strange happens. They were all affected by the mist, which blocked their abilities and paralyzed them, preventing them from moving. The head of the sages said that they were trapped and they couldn't handle it that easily. His body was paralyzed and he couldn't cast spells. Sun Ye was holding his hand behind him, feeling the pain. Summoner was a rather terrifying mercenary and rarely took on jobs, but what he was offered was quite a tempting offer. Having summoned a large army of his undead creatures, he was not going to back down. The zombies approached, wanting to taste the flesh of the living creatures in front of them. Suddenly, Sun Ye had an item that began to glow and block the mist's abilities, allowing her to move. She gets up and says that they need to get out of here and rips up the scroll that helps to replenish strength and block all the negative effects that the fog was casting. The other clan leaders said that they can't, and she should get out of here and report everything to the commander-in-chief. She, realizing that this is the only right choice, lowers her head and starts to run. It was painful for her to realize that she will not help in any way and will leave her comrades to die, so she got to them. She also learned that the enemy had begun an attack on her fortress, trying to capture and deprive her of all provisions. The attackers were the Beast and his clan of gods of war, who were apparently hired for this. It turns out that all supply routes and the main fortress, where the warehouse was located, are now attacked by the enemy, and the main forces remain cut off. Hirikara knew that this was a pretty smart move on the enemy's part, and he had expected it, but for high-level mercenaries and top players to do this. There was clearly something else here. Suddenly, right in the tent above them, fireworks began to explode and congratulations were heard in the voice of the game administrator, which even scared the guys out of surprise. This was happening all over the place, as it was a very important news regarding the fact that the world had the first player who had reached the maximum level in the game, the level 300th Dragon Rider from the Kingdom of Fornest. Clint even adjusted his hat and realized that this was a very big problem, considering that the Dragon Rider had reached the maximum level and had not shown up on the battlefield all this time. He became the single most powerful opponent in the enemy kingdom, capable of changing the course of the war on his own. Was this really the plan of the Kingdom of Fornest? Hirikara thought so, and it made him very angry. So the enemy commander specifically gave the task to the strongest player to reach the maximum level and not show up on the battlefield, so that later he could change everything with one attack. This event angered not only Hirikara, but also the Dragon Rider's constant pursuer, who was in second place, Zhao, who was preparing to defeat him, and now he had reached the maximum level. That same evening, by order of the commander-in-chief, all troops were assembled to report to them on the current situation with provisions. Sir William said that they needed to prepare well and speak soon, as a new problem had arisen that everyone could clearly see, and that ended the meeting. After some time, in his tent, Hirikara was tidying himself up and collecting things and equipment for the new task that Sir William had assigned him. Sun Ye entered his tent and asked him if he was going to go on another journey to complete a mission. Hirikara replied that it was an order and he had no right to disobey it. He said that there was no need to worry because he had something to surprise the enemy with. Sun Ye, clasping her hands, said that she was not worried at all and knew that Hirikara was capable of many things and was a master of surprising with his talents. After which Hirikara asked about her fortress and how things were going there. He understood that the clan's attack could ruin a lot and was a little worried. Sun Ye sighed and said that there was nothing critical yet. Jinha returned in time and was able to stop the enemy from breaking into the fortress, and the kingdom could help with provisions, so everything was fine for now. Soon, Kinshu enters the tent and says that the entire squad is ready to leave. They are only waiting for Hirikara. Hirikara said that he had already collected everything, and before leaving he asked Sun Ye not to take risks and be safe so that he would not worry about her. Afterwards he left as if he hadn't said anything like that, but Sun Ye took those words to heart and blushed because her heart began to beat faster. On the way, Hirikara decided to talk to Clint and ask how he was feeling. Clint reacted with surprise as if Hirikara himself did not understand that they were about to meet the Dragon Rider himself. This warrior, after reaching the maximum level, has definitely become the most dangerous opponent, and the two of them might not be able to handle him if they encounter him. Speaking of which, Hirikara asks Clint to enable the group movement function for their rifle squad. Clint, hearing these words, was very surprised, because if you do this, something unpleasant might happen concerning their sick comrade with a big gun. Hirikara began to explain his plan that if they had this function activated, Ferdinand would definitely move to them. But Hirikara clarified that it would only need to be activated in that case. If the Dragon Rider himself approaches them, the three of them will be able to withstand such a strong opponent. Although Ferdinand behaves like some kind of maniac, he will not miss the opportunity to fight such a strong opponent as the Rider. Clint, after listening carefully to Hirikara's plan and thinking it over carefully, said that it made sense, but they would have to be on guard, since who knew what Ferdinand had in mind. Hirikara said that Clint was right about that, and it would be important to check your gear and be well prepared, so don't forget about that. Clint got a little offended and said that you shouldn't underestimate him, after which Hirikara hits him on the shoulder and says that he likes to sleep, which means he can forget something. This friendly request and tease were appropriate because Clint really was like that. Sun Ye, who came out of the tent and saw Hirikara talking with Clint, watched him with her eyes and hoped that nothing would happen to him. Her worries were understandable because she was trying to find feelings for Hirikara. Hirikara, having finished all his business, began to shout for the entire special squad of the Power of Korea to line up as they were performing. All 30 warriors raised their weapons and rejoiced that their commander would lead them into another victorious battle. After which, the assistant came to the commander-in-chief's tent to report on the amount of their food supplies. Sir William was clearly confused, as the situation was not simple. Weapons and equipment were a very important resource, which could become very dull during the battle and would need to be replaced. If there was a shortage of weapons, then the warriors would not be able to fight. That evening, a rumor began to spread through the camp that they would begin their attack at dawn and everyone needed to get ready. Some of the guys were outraged, as they wanted to go to sleep in the real world. This conversation was heard by Li Chang, who came up to cheer up the guys who were starting to worry that they wouldn't be able to cope if they were tired. Li Chang said that there was no need to think about fatigue because they only had their brains involved, and they could work for a long time. Sun Ye, hearing this stupid attempt to cheer up the guys, told them not to listen to this man, and the fact that she would give everyone a 50% discount in her fortress after the war really interested the guys. After a few hours, it was dark in the tent city of the army of the kingdom of Esgaroth, and most went to sleep. Only the patrol service remained on guard, but this was the right moment for the enemies to attack. Meanwhile, in the night tent city, movements of unknown individuals were taking place, approaching the commander-in-chief's tent like shadows. Sir William could not sleep and was constantly thinking about what to do in the current situation. Most of the warriors are now on his side and they outnumber the enemy, but the latter is not sitting idle and is clearly preparing something. Suddenly, Sir William heard strange sounds coming from outside. He thought that someone had come to him with a report or to ask about something. But suddenly someone tears the scrolls that hide the sounds and block most skills. This is clearly an attack by enemy forces. Sir William understands that enemies have come and want to attack him, but because of the scroll, no one will hear what is happening in the tent. After which, Midnight Cat enters the tent with Hayakimaru and laughs like a sick clown, pleased with his success. Outside are his warriors who control the entrance. Hayakimaru's magic threads bound the commander-in-chief in time, but they won't last long, so we need to hurry up with the attack and complete the task of eliminating the important person. Midnight Cat, pointing at the enemy, asks Hayakimaru to finish him off since he hasn't been able to do much lately, and he needs to restore his reputation in front of his boss. But Hayakimaru says that there is no need to speak so calmly about this, because the commander-in-chief has no small power and is capable of withstanding even the top 10 best players in the world. Although he was already old, he was able to fight back the enemy. His serious look inspired fear in those who were not ready to take a life. These words of Hayakimaru amused the Midnight Cat so much that he couldn't help but laugh loudly. He said that this is the funniest thing when you kill a strong opponent that is several heads superior to you. In this case, the cat orders his jesters to help Hayakimaru so that he won't be so worried that he won't be able to cope. Their assassins are quite strong and can cope with such an opponent. Midnight Cat orders them to attack the enemy before the scroll wears off and leave them badly wounded so their comrade can finish the job. But suddenly, the tent fabric from the back side is cut by the swordsman Qin Shu, who was there and was ready to intervene at any moment. He waited for the right moment and showed up and told everyone to stand still. He uses his magic shield, which is able to push anyone away and prevent them from striking the commander-in-chief. The opponents did not expect this and were unable to withstand such an attack. Qin Shu stands before the commander-in-chief and says that he will not allow their commander-in-chief to be killed. Qin Shu's appearance came as a big surprise to everyone, as they knew for sure that Hirokara and his squad had left this town and headed to the port. A few hours before, Hirokara had stopped the party and said that they should all go back, and that he would go to the port alone. His face was serious, as if he had sensed something and decided to play it safe. Qin Shu did not understand this decision at all and asked why they should return and he should go alone. Did Hirokara find out something? In fact, Hirokara thought carefully about what had happened and guessed that the army was now in disarray after the news about the lack of supplies and that the enemy had a dragon rider who might appear. Hirokara understood that if the enemy was constantly monitoring their movements, then they would definitely not miss such a moment and attack the enemy while they were in confusion. Mofan said that Hirokara was right, and something like this could happen. If he were the enemy, he would definitely take advantage of this moment. Qin Shu Ye believed his ears and doubted that the enemy would have the courage to go with an army. Hirokara said that Clint wrote to him that many players were unhappy with the current situation, so the enemy could definitely penetrate the town, after which Hirokara said that the army would not attack, but there were those who could do such a thing, such as the Midnight Cat, who would not miss the opportunity to attack the commander-in-chief. The one who controls everything from behind the scenes is a pretty good strategist and has a lot of information about the enemy's camp. Against such an opponent, a special technique is needed, and it is called playing ahead. Qin Shu and his comrades stood up for Sir William and were not going to back down from their goal of protecting him at any cost. Hayakimaru was surprised that they were here, as was Cat, who tensed up as he knew that they were acting well in a group and could cause trouble. The Swordmaster did not miss the opportunity to attack Hayakimaru, who turned out to be a traitor in their clan and had always escaped punishment. He, using his magic sword, tries to pierce Hayakimaru, leaving him no chance, but this vile ninja always has a way to get out of the situation. He switches bodies with the log during the attack and tries to get behind and attack his former teammate. His skills were at a high level, and a ninja must dodge such attacks. After which, a real battle began in the tent between the Knights of the Special Forces of the Korean Force and the clan of the Traveling Circus. Thanks to the scroll, no one from outside heard what was happening. Suddenly, Sir William puts his hand on Qin Shu's shoulder and says that he is grateful for the help, but he should not be written off as a shield. Sir William activates his ability and places a buff on all of the comrades who came to his aid, helping to increase their strength and endurance. This helps a lot in the battle with the jesters, and many of them begin to fail to cope with the enemy's attacks. Midnight Cat and Hayakimaru understand that their plan has failed, and it is time to do something. In the heat of battle, Mo Fan and Midnight Cat, who were comrades before the cat betrayed him and killed him, depriving him of his character, finally come face to face. Mofan said that he had warned the cat that after being defeated, he should hide and run as far away as possible. Otherwise, he would finish him off again. Mofan attacks the cat with his acid, but the latter manages to dodge and expose his servant, who was behind him. The cat starts laughing like crazy and says that nothing will stop him from fighting him anymore. He begins his attack by showing all his sinister and crazy nature as both a man and a fighter. However, to Mofan's surprise, he attacks not him at all but his servant, who remained the last among the squad of jesters who came to help their leader. Qin Shu and the others were surprised that he would do such a thing and kill his own. They didn't know the reason, but they couldn't help but think that it was something else. Only Mo Fan knew that he killed his comrade in order to gain another life for his skill, so that he could survive if he was killed. After which, Midnight Cat stands in front of Mo Fan and says that they really surprised him with their appearance, but now he has no time to have fun. After which, the cat jumps to Hayakimaru and says that they are finished, although the task was not completed and they should retreat. But the Swordmaster did not want to finish and rushed into the attack. Hayakimaru decides to leave a small gift in honor of their meeting and uses Wind Gust along with his daggers to damage the enemy and distract them from their departure. Everyone began to diligently try to repel the attacks and dodge the kunai that Hayakimaru had summoned. This greatly hindered the further pursuit of the enemy, after which the opponents found themselves on the roof of the tent, having made a hole in the fabric and climbed out. Hirikara's squad managed to prevent the enemy, who took advantage of the confusion in the camp and saved Sir William. Midnight Cat finally said that he would look forward to their next meeting to find out which of them was rightfully considered the true master of the cats. Soon the enemy camp was not idle. A soldier came with a report to the commander-in-chief of the army of the Kingdom of Fornest and said that the assassination attempt on the commander-in-chief William had failed. Among all the warriors, only Hayakimaru and Midnight Cat survived, retreating and saying that Hirikara's special squad was there, but the shooter himself was not seen at the scene. The harlot was slightly surprised by this, and she realized that Hirikara was not so stupid. After which the fox, standing with his back to the table with the map and the girls, said that so far, everything was not going as expected, and even the attack on the enemy camp at a difficult time had failed. The harlot said that she did not place much bet on this, knowing that among the enemies there are those who can also predict the enemy's strategic moves. However, they still have their aces up their sleeve. The beast and his men cope with the task and have been holding back the supply of provisions for a long time. Their actions make a significant contribution to the further plan. However, the fox said that this would not last long, as the enemy could send reinforcements to the fortress and drive out the beast and the people in numbers, so this would not help them much. On the contrary, said the harlot, now Jin Ha has arrived at the fortress, leaving the defense ships, and is now engaged in recapturing the fortress, so this is to their advantage. Everything was going just as it should, and with this maneuver they would be able to take a different route across the sea. She had a good understanding of her skills and information that helped her make her plans. Considering that the enemy's navy is small, nothing will stand in their way when the kingdom's army, along with Commander Kizaru, lands on the shore and moves towards the fortress, which is not far from the enemy's capital. The fox, having listened to her words, even imagined the king's surprise that he would see enemies under his nose so soon and would not be able to do anything since the main forces would be far away. The harlot also said that all supply routes have been successfully stopped by her mercenaries, who are hindering and destroying everything that is heading to the front. She hugged Liz by the hand and said that there was no need to worry. Although they had lost many fortresses, they still had a great chance of dealing with the enemy by roundabout routes, especially when they have a warrior who can wipe out 1,000 enemy warriors with one attack. He should soon arrive to them and receive his mission. After which, the fox looked at the plan that was on the board and was ready to implement it, hoping that he would be able to deal with the enemy in this way. By leaving a small gap in their defense, the enemies will break through and fall into a trap where they will be attacked from all sides and surrounded, which will greatly reduce their numbers. However, he asked to keep him informed about that shooter and always report where he was. The harlot was a little surprised that a non-player character was so worried about some shooter in the enemy camp. After which, Liz added that they had already had problems with the shooters during the war against the demons, and they caused a lot of trouble, but they should not be underestimated. He is worried because there is a new generation of shooters who are much more dangerous than the previous ones, and he thinks Hirikara is the most dangerous considering he has already thwarted their plans so many times. The harlot said that he is now halfway to the port. Closer to the morning, Hirikara arrived at the port, where he needed to meet with the fleet commander and explain to him the situation and the request of Sir William himself. Upon entering the city, armed guards were waiting for Hirakaru at the entrance, who would not let anyone in without permission or showing documents. They reacted rather coldly to the strange man. Hirakaru took out of his pocket the sign that Sir William had given him and said that it was the seal of the commander-in-chief himself and that he had been sent to the captain of the fleet with a mission. Meanwhile, life in the port was in full swing. Many sailors were carrying boxes of supplies and storing them on ships for shipment. Hirakaru, a little shyly, turned to the sailors and asked where he could see the captain, since Sir William had sent him on an important mission. Not even a few seconds had passed when a man of considerable height approached Hirakaru and extended his hand to greet the one who had come with a message. Hirakaru said that Sir William had ordered to set out to sea, but the fleet captain sighed and said that he first needed to understand the reason and find out what their goal was, since the number of ships ready to be sent was insufficient. The sailors began to laugh and say that they didn't even have enough cannons to fight on par with the enemy fleet, so there was no way to go without a plan. Hirakaru was amazed by the behavior of these non-player characters, who did not even realize how serious everything was. These did not even look like real sailors of warships, but rather like some kind of fishermen. However, the captain said that it was not worth standing and that it was better for Hirakaru to sit down and tell them what was happening on the front line, that they had sent only one person with a report. In the end, they sat like that for about an hour, and from Hirakaru's story, they began a heated discussion about what was being asked of them that was impossible. They had about 10 ships at their disposal, and the enemy had several times more. Hirakaru got a little fed up with this, and said that they needed to leave and that he would be helping with the mission as reinforcements. These words were the last straw for the captain and the crew. They started laughing loudly and clutching their stomachs when they heard that this puny boy would be their reinforcement, and even without a plan, he would march against an armada of enemy ships that were filled to capacity with cannons. Hirakaru was fed up with this and began to say in a rather rude manner that, by order of Sir William, he had been sent as reinforcements for the captain of the fleet, and that the positions had to be held for about 10 days. The captain suddenly calmed down and became thoughtful, as if this phrase had become very important to him. He began to think quite carefully about what they had to do. However, the team continued to laugh and say that apparently old William had completely lost his grip and was giving ridiculous orders and sending only one boy. Here the captain could not restrain himself and ordered everyone to shut their mouths and not to speak about Sir William in such a tone. Are they soldiers of the Navy or fishermen who like to drink? The sailors quickly fell silent and tensed. Their captain had changed dramatically and was beginning to react quite seriously to the words of the gunner who had arrived with a report. He looked at Hirakaru and asked him if they really had to hold the sea borders for 10 days, to which Hirakaru replied that he would not joke about such a thing. In this case, the captain begins to put on his uniform and tells his guys to quickly load everything necessary onto the ships, and in an hour they should already be moored. This had a rather quick effect on the situation, and the sailors began running around the port like scalded cats and loading all the guns they had onto the ships, as well as gunpowder and cannonballs. The bell on the port tower began to ring, indicating that the ships were leaving soon and that everyone should gather at the pier for inspection and briefing. The sailors began to tighten the ropes and the sails, checking that everything was secured. Every edge of the ship had to be intact, and everything was secured and ready to sail, after which everyone started going out to the bay to gather and go to meet the enemy. At the head was a small ship, but quite maneuverable and strong. The captain said that it was his favorite and the fastest ship. However, the mate said that the reason was that they had taken few guns on their ship because they had installed all the guns they had on the stronger ones. The captain began to get angry because he wanted to show off his ship. However, Hirakaru decided to ask the captain if he had any ideas on how they could survive these 10 days against the huge armada of enemy ships. However, the captain looked at the horizon and said that they had only one chance, and that was to try to survive the armada's fire and capture their main ship. So their little boat had to fight against huge enemy ships which were loaded with guns. That wasn't quite the plan, thought Hirakaru. However, they were facing a huge number of enemies, and they realized that it would be very difficult, but it was worth trying to fulfill their duty to the kingdom. Hirakaru was extremely surprised that this captain had no idea how to properly attack a superior enemy, and said that going head-on was a very bad idea. The enemy forces are very good at sea and are commanded by the most skilled Admiral Kizaru, who acts reliably. He has gathered the best sea captains under his command. His armada is divided into two parts, and as soon as they engage the main forces, reinforcements will arrive from behind the island, which will come from behind and will definitely turn their ships into a sieve. Hirikara understood that he would definitely not be able to predict all of Admiral Kizaru's actions, and he needed to do something he didn't expect and take advantage of the moment. Hirikara suggested that if they engaged the main force, it would take only half an hour for the enemy ships to circle the island and approach them, and they could begin firing from a distance of about 2 nautical miles. The captain, after listening to Hirikara, said that it was clear and that they only had a chance if they managed to defeat the enemy before reinforcements arrived. Hirikara said that this was not a solution and that they could lose too many ships in such a fight. At the same moment, the sailor from the tower notices enemy ships approaching them at full speed. There is almost no time left to make another decision. The captain orders everyone to prepare for battle and check all the lines and sails. The ship is in a turmoil and everyone rushes to their duties. Hirikara says that this is madness and asks the captain to listen to his idea, since it is not at all advantageous for them to lose so many ships in this battle. If they win with great losses, then their help will not be much for Sir William and may not help in the battle. The captain continued to give orders and listen half-heartedly to what Hirikara had to offer. He wasn't betting much on the man who had come to the rescue and who knew nothing about naval warfare. The sailors were on edge and knew they had to do everything as quickly as possible and be ready for battle. Everyone checked the ship and the guns to make sure nothing was wrong. Hirikara said that his idea could save everyone if they did as he had thought. The captain said that it was very risky and that he himself was a madman for suggesting such a plan. Meanwhile, on the enemy ship, everyone was also preparing for battle and saw that the distance with the enemy ships was approaching the mark where they could open fire. The captain's mate reported that the enemy ships were already 2.5 nautical miles away and that they needed to start aiming. The captain said that everything was correct and ordered the guns to be prepared. But suddenly something began to change, and the ship that was ahead of everyone began to change course, turning left. A sailor from the observation tower reports that enemy ships have begun to change course and move to the left. From the outside, it might seem that they were moving into the line of fire with their guns prepared and ready to fire, since the guns were located along the sides of the ships. The captain of the enemy squadron orders all ships to turn to starboard in order to get ahead of the enemy and open fire. But he had no idea that this was not the plan. One of the sailors notices that the enemy ships are starting to flee, and a ship of a different type is moving in the opposite direction. The captain does not understand what is happening here and says that if these cowards decided to run away, then their ships will catch up with them and let the last 3 ships go after that small sailboat. Meanwhile, on the ships of the kingdom of Esgaroth, everyone followed the orders of the captain, who changed his tactics and ordered everyone to retreat, distracting the enemy onto himself. The sailors were confused and did not understand why they should run away, since the enemy ships could shoot at them from the stern and they were faster. But the ship's captain himself was tense and understood that he did not like this tactic. But he wasn't going to disobey the fleet captain's order and told everyone to calm down and follow orders. You can keep your opinion to yourself and speak out only at the end of the mission. The tower begins to report that on the deck of the enemy ships, they are preparing to fire at them from the bow guns. The captain quickly gave the order to make an evasive maneuver and not to slow down. He understood that the speed of flight and distance played into their hands. The further away the enemy, the easier it was to evade. Cannonballs fell into the water a few meters from the ships and exploded, causing the corral to shake and sway even more. This was not the first time for the sailors, but it was still hard to resist such a pitching. Seawater washed the deck after explosions near the ship, and the crew hoped that a cannonball would not hit them. The captain lined up the guys on deck and said that there was no need to worry, and that they had to carry out the order. At such a distance, they had nothing to fear, and everything would work out. The captain said that their enemy was too stupid to understand their captain's plan, and they would not have time to understand anything before they would be defeated. Everyone began to rejoice and say that they were brave and everything would work out. Meanwhile, on the sailboat, Captain Hirikara hears that the enemy ships that went after the main fleet are coming under fire. He is a little nervous as he is afraid that his plan may go wrong and many sailors will be killed because of him, because the enemy fleet is quite strong and has superior firepower to their ships. But the captain said there was nothing to worry about. His guys knew what to do and would definitely be able to stay safe, but Hirikara should be ready to carry out his plan. Meanwhile, the tower notices that not all the ships have followed the main squadron and have separated to pursue the sailing ship. They were moving fast enough, but they wouldn't be able to catch up with the sailboat. Hirikara began to carry out his manipulations to prepare a plan. Hearing that several ships have fallen on their tail, he understands that it is worthwhile to deal with them and takes his rifle off his back. The tower reports that the enemy is at a distance of about 4 nautical miles. The essence of the plan was extremely simple, but at the same time, extremely risky. The sailor at the helm skillfully controlled the ship and tried to maintain the speed gained. Hirikara wasted no time in getting ready and tied himself to the ship with ropes, thus securing himself for greater stability. He had never fired from a ship before and knew that the task would not be easy. Their ship abruptly changes course and heads straight for the enemy, thus beginning to close the distance. Hirikara settles himself on the bow of the ship and begins to prepare. The captain approaches the helmsman and orders him to give way, as he will be steering the ship from now on. The sailor is slightly confused, but is not going to argue with such a decision. The sailors, seeing how their captain skillfully controls the wheel and maneuvers so that the enemy cannot properly aim at their ship, say that after so many years, he has not forgotten how to do it. But not everyone was happy. Although Hirikara tied himself to the ship with ropes, he understood that at such moments it would be very difficult for him, since his torso was crushed from the tension from such swaying. Soon they were within 3 miles, and Hirikara could see the captain's ship, on the sail of which were 2 crossed maces. The captain shouts to the tower to report when the enemy is 2 nautical miles away and not earlier. The tower understands the order and begins to monitor the distance, after which the captain gave the order for everyone to be ready for battle, and as soon as they approached, the enemy could open fire. Their task was to approach the squadron to a distance of 2 miles. But when Hirikara heard this, he said that he needed 1 nautical mile to the captain's ship and not to the squadron, otherwise nothing would work. The captain, hearing this, realized that everything would be much more difficult than they thought. At a distance of 1 nautical mile they would be in full view, and the enemy ships would begin a massive bombardment with all guns. Some soldiers said that this was madness, and they shouldn't get so close to the enemy. Their ship wouldn't be able to withstand several hits because it was designed for speed, not combat. However, the captain was still a madman and said that no one dared to contradict him because he had already decided that they were going to the enemy. He advised everyone to hold on tight because now there would be a strong shaking. The enemy ships began to open fire when the enemy's sailboat had already approached 2 nautical miles. All guns fired at the port and covered a large area. The cannonballs fell right next to the sailboat and exploded in the water, throwing the ship up with shock waves. Hirikara felt all these explosions because he was tied up, but he had no choice, since he would not be able to hit the enemy properly if he was constantly pumped. The captain of the sailing ship skillfully controlled the ship and was able to approach the enemy ships at almost the required distance. All the enemy guns could not hit the nimble sailing ship and exploded at a distance from it. The sailor, using a special tube, sees that the distance is already suitable and shouts that the enemy is in the kill zone. At this moment, the captain turns sharply to the left so that the bow of the ship looks directly at the corral of the captain of the enemy fleet. Hirikara realizes that the time has come and uses all his skills to calmly and accurately shoot the enemy ship's captain. Meanwhile, the captain of the sailboat uses his ability to calm the water beneath the ship, causing it to not slosh around in the waves as much, thus helping Hirikara make the shot. It was as if an airstrike had scattered the shells along the sides of the ship, causing the surrounding area to quiet down without interfering with the shot. The enemy ships continued to fire from their cannons, trying to hit the enemy sailboat, which was maneuvering and trying to get closer. Meanwhile, on the deck, the captain of the ship, who was the player, began to smile and say that with such tactics they were only buying themselves time, but nothing useful would come of it, and soon their guns would hit the ship. The captain orders the sailors to prepare a cannon with chains to knock down their mast and make them unable to move. They must destroy this ship. However, these last words were interrupted by a single accurate shot that took off the captain's head from a distance of 1 nautical mile, leaving him no chance. All the sailors on the ship were shocked by this, and complete chaos began. Usually after the death of the captain, the ship remained incapable of combat, since according to the rules, the death of the captain was considered a defeat. The captain of the sailboat realizes that they have succeeded and says that they have succeeded very well. Now they have a small chance. The sailor says that they should retreat until the other ships arrive. But Hirikara, pulling the bolt and ejecting the cartridge, says that this is not all. They have not finished what they started, and there are still enough enemies. Hirikara said that they needed to get a little closer again and finish off a few captains before they could figure out what was going on. The captain of the sailing ship and the sailors were very surprised and did not agree that they needed to take any more risks while being at such a close distance to the enemy. Hirikara said that they still have 3 captains who can command a squadron of ships, in addition to Admiral Kizaru, who has not yet shown his face. After which, Hirikara added that the captain had really chickened out and did not want to count his victory over the most powerful admiral at sea, Kizaru, among his achievements. These words hit the captain's pride and honor hard, and he said in all seriousness that he would never run away from battle and would be happy to destroy Kizaru's armada. Hirikara was glad to see the captain's mood, who was already quite desperate and acted riskily, but now at least it was their common desire. All the sailors on the ship were very tense, as these 2 madmen stood next to each other and completely forgot about the rest of the people trying to do something they did not have the courage to do. On the enemy ship, the captain's assistant arrives with an urgent report saying that the captain of the second ship, which was sent after the small sailing ship, was killed. The fleet captain couldn't believe his ears and opened the game menu to check it out for himself. The captain and he were players, and he was very surprised that the enemy had a trump card with which he could pull this off. This small sailboat was very nimble and skillfully dodged their cannon shots, but what if there was a mage or another player on board? What could kill the captain from such a distance? Suddenly, the captain remembered that he had been told that in the kingdom of Esgaroth there were shooters who had shown on the portal several times, and their shots had changed everything greatly. He assumed that there was really a shooter on that sailboat who was capable of such a shot. Suddenly, a sailor on their ship reports that a signal is coming from the first ship that their captain has been killed. I repeat, on 2 of the 3 ships that were sent after the small sailing ship, 2 captains have been killed. This news greatly stressed the captain and his assistant. They were scared and decided that the captain needed to leave the bridge immediately and go to the room so that the crew would not lose him too. The sailing ship captain, driven mad by such victories, begins to say that it is very funny and he likes such a battle. He needs more captains to die. The sailor who was behind said that he noticed a strange force approaching here, which he could feel. It came from a man who was clearly very negative. The captain said that he guessed that the shark would come out to the smell of blood, and this Admiral Kizaru would show himself. They will have a tough battle with his squadron, which is the strongest in the kingdom of Fornest. Their senses did not fail, and in the distance a rather fast and powerful ship began to appear, which belonged to Kizar himself, which was racing at full sail. The captain orders everyone to take their places and hold on tight, as they will soon start shaking much more violently. Meanwhile, Kizaru was speaking his thoughts out loud and was amazed by his enemy's idea. He understood well what the type of ship the enemy had was capable of, and assumed that it was the ship of the enemy squadron captain. Kizaru gave the order to convey his words to the other captains so that they would stop pursuing the main enemy forces and begin intercepting one sailboat. Some sailors did not understand why they would waste so much effort on a small ship if the main fleet was much more dangerous. Kizaru tells his blockheads that they are too stupid to understand this. This sailboat is the ship of the squadron captain himself, and if they capture it, then victory at sea is in their pocket. Meanwhile, on the ships of the kingdom of Esgaroth, the following was happening. A sailor approaches the captain with a report saying that the behavior of the enemy pursuit ships has changed. The captain did not believe this and decided to see everything for himself. He immediately understood, looking through the telescope, what the enemy had planned and understood what they should do. The captain orders a sailor to inform the other ships that they should turn around and pursue the enemy ships that have changed their route. As a result, Esgaroth's ships began to pursue the enemy squadron. This was not entirely clear since no one understood the reason for this turn of events. The sailboat received a message that their allied ships had changed their route and began pursuing the enemy fleet, which had decided to return. Hirikara heard the sailors talking and did not immediately understand what was happening. The sailors were talking cheerfully and saying that considering that they had disabled 2 enemy ships, they had a chance to join forces with the main fleet and finish off the enemy. Hirikara turns around and asks the guys again if the enemy fleet has decided to return, to which he received the answer that apparently they got scared and started running away after they received news that their 2 captains were killed. Hirikara realizes that this is not the case, and shouts to the captain to give the order to the main fleet not to approach and to go to the designated point. If they arrive here, the entire fleet could suffer greatly. All the sailors were shocked by this statement and did not understand why this shooter was deciding everything for the captain. But the captain of the fleet was of the same opinion, and he ordered that a message be sent to the main ships to go to the point, and they themselves would deal with the enemy squadron. The captain then directs his sailboat straight towards Kizaru's ship, which was approaching at high speed. A few hours before the battle at sea took place, the armies of the kingdoms had already met on the battlefield and were about to engage in a fierce battle. Commander-in-Chief Sir William decided to say a few words before the battle to raise the morale of the warriors and charge them with energy and faith in themselves and their comrades. He said that their future fate would be decided right here and now. Their army outnumbered the enemy, and only a true warrior would understand that they had to give it their all, fearing nothing. He said that they would all go down in history as warriors who fought for the kingdom and would be proud that they took part in the victory. They would all be rewarded, but not only gold makes a man, but also that their names would forever remain on the lips of ordinary people. After which Sir William raises his sword and says that the time has come and everyone must fight for their home and show the enemy that they will not stand aside and will not tolerate such treatment. After these words, everyone rushed to attack the enemy, who was the last line of defense of the enemy kingdom. The enemy formation was the same as the Allied forces, which was very strange. In this case, they should have changed their tactics. This idea was suggested by Sir William's assistant and advisor, but the commander-in-chief said that in this case it was not necessary. Considering their advantage in the number of warriors, they could easily win if they resorted to such a formation. But unfortunately for the enemy, he knew that this was not the entire enemy army. He received a message that the enemy had two groups that were on the sides of the main striking force, and therefore he decided to go to the enemy in such a formation that it would be impossible to outflank him from the rear. The assistant was surprised because he knew nothing and said that this was the right move from the commander-in-chief. In this case, their army has a much better chance of winning. Sir William was confident that he had outplayed the fox who had so diligently tried to outplay him behind the scenes and had repelled his cunning attacks several times. In this case, the enemy did not take into account only one thing. That quantity matters and the enemy has very little chance of winning. Li Chang's large army was capable of a lot because they were the strongest players in China and fought for the kingdom, just like their ancestors. The enemy mages were also not sitting still and were able to attack with strong spells over an area. One of the mages took off and decided to summon a thundercloud that would strike with lightning. However, acid hits him in the face, causing him to become distracted and realize that he has been prevented from carrying out his attack. Qin Shu sees that Mo Fan is doing well and thanks him for dealing with the mage. Mo Fan added that there is no need to worry about the mages. He will control them and shoot them down in time. Meanwhile, a huge enemy tank with a big hammer was rushing towards Qin Shu. This player clearly overdid it with the ability to change his appearance, which created a giant of enormous size but terribly slow. Behind him was already a swordmaster who was not going to stand aside and was always attracted by the opportunity to defeat a large opponent. At this moment, he was rushing towards the giant and was going to kill him with one blow. It turned out to be very easy since the enemy was not capable of anything other than his terrifying appearance. Even Qin Shu repelled the attack with that hammer without any problems, after which Qin Shu began to shout to the warriors who were nearby so that they would not take risks and try to help each other. At this rate, their chances of survival and victory would greatly increase. Meanwhile, on the other flank, the warriors tried to hold the line and dodge the attacks of the magicians in every possible way. There was Clint, who started to walk towards the enemy and told the warriors to wait for now, and he would clear the flank. His confidence and calmness left no one speechless. He calmly uses his ability to turn pistols into revolvers, and first of all, he throws 2 other revolvers and takes 2 more in his hands and starts firing. Enemies start dying one after another without understanding how this is possible. Just one person started destroying dozens of enemies, spending only 1 bullet on each. Clint's bullets seemed to be homing and flew straight to the forehead or heart, which would certainly take the person's life. The guys from the Allied army were shocked that their captain was so cool and could destroy dozens of warriors with just one ability. They were even glad that he was on their side. 10 seconds later, there were only a few enemies left on their flank, and Clint said that the flank was now clear and asked the others to finish off the enemies. The warriors, realizing this, began to run into the attack, understanding that they now had a chance to deal with the enemies while Clint would reload. Afterwards, Clint looked around and realized that he was still bored even here, since thanks to his skill, he was able to mow down dozens of enemies in seconds and not get tired at all. Meanwhile, in the Fox's tent, everything was going wrong. He was very unhappy that his plans were not working out and the battle was not going in their favor. Sir William's plan was simple enough and followed purely the numerical advantage. All the enemy flanks were strong enough and held the line well, which did not please the commander-in-chief of the Kingdom of Fornest at all. He was in a very bad mood and decided to ask the advisor where the dragon rider was now and why he hadn't appeared on the battlefield yet. She answered quite calmly that he was currently experiencing a slight delay, caused by the fact that one warrior was holding him back. She decided not to say much, but simply use her orb to show what was happening to the dragon rider. He, standing on his huge monster, fights with one warrior of the magic sword named Zhao, who constantly provokes the rider to fight with himself. Zhao felt the power of the enemy, who had reached the maximum level and understood that he had become much stronger than before. His dragon began to breathe fire for a much longer time and distance, which causes a lot of problems. The rider told Zhao to retreat and not interfere with him. He had no time for foolish battles that would bring no good. He was not going to fight just out of desire because he was righteous. However, Zhao mocked him, saying that he was too carried away and pretended to be on a mission that he was above the rest. But that was not the case. He was just a puppy on a chain to his queen. These catches affected the rider quite strongly, and in an instant Zhao felt a sense of imminent death from the fact that the dragon was above him. The rider was already prepared to pierce the impudent fellow with his spear, wanting to shut his filthy mouth that was talking all sorts of nonsense. Zhao already realized that at this moment he would definitely die and was amazed that there was simply a huge difference in strength and agility between them, which was astonishing. However, the rider stopped at the last moment and said that important things were waiting for him, as he was constantly reminded of the importance of the task and his role in the war. The rider, having risen higher, said that they would meet after the war was over and all issues were resolved. The harlot looked at what was happening through the crystal ball and even tensed up a little, seeing that the rider's strength was really at an incredible level, that he easily taught a lesson to the player who was in second place on the world list. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Sun Ye, standing next to the commander-in-chief, surveyed the battlefield from above, and as soon as she noticed a gap in the enemy's camp, she immediately informed the commanders of her lines of attack. Everything was going to show that the army of the Kingdom of Esgaroth would win this battle, and their numbers clearly outnumbered the enemy in both strength and skill. Qin Xiu fought the enemy and, listening to Sun Ye's advice and tips, directed his warriors to attack the areas where the enemy had a gap. Their battle was intense, but they saw that the enemy was becoming fewer and fewer. Suddenly, something huge appeared over the battlefield and made almost everyone present turn their attention to it with its loud roar. Everyone saw a golden dragon in the sky, which was the assistant of the dragon rider himself. Clint understood everything and remembered Hirikara's words that as soon as the rider appears, the teleport for the shooters must be activated. This news made everyone very tense. Clint noticed that the dragon was not going to fly into the enemy crowd, but was moving towards the commander-in-chief. This is a rather mean act from such a player, Clint thought. Everyone understood that with the appearance of the strongest player on the battlefield, everything could change at any moment. Considering that the dragon went to Sir William, the chances of victory were becoming quite small. Everyone understood this, and even Sir William realized that they would have to fight an incredibly strong opponent who controlled the most dangerous monster in the world. In that case, Clint activates the beacon to teleport the shooters and hopes that Ferdinand and Hirikara can come to help fight the dragon rider. Sometime before what happened on the battlefield at sea, the captain of the sailing ship tried with all his might to evade attacks and dodge the waves. The sailors on all sides saw that enemy ships were approaching them, trying to encircle them, gradually closing in, not giving them room to maneuver. Hirikara was trying to see the next captain of the ship and finish him off, trying not to pay attention to what was happening on the sailboat. The captains of enemy ships understood that their lives were in danger if there was someone on board the sailing ship who could kill them from a long distance, and tried to take cover in every possible way, but without leaving the bridge. Hirikara understood that every shot was very important, and if you don't take risks, you won't see the result, and decides to shoot even through obstacles. This absurdity and attempt to hide behind the mast, barely peeking out from behind it, may work, But Hirikara had not a simple musket, but a rifle, which is capable of increasing its damage. Unfortunately for the captain of the ship, this did not help, and his head was pierced along with the mast, leaving no chance. The destructive power of the rifle was capable of piercing even such a dense and thick tree. After another accurate hit, the captain approaches Hirikara and says that he really is very attentive to shooting and does not even notice what is happening around him. The captain informed Hirikara that things were bad and the enemy was starting to encircle them, gradually closing in, giving them no room to maneuver. This made Hirikara very nervous, and he began to think about what to do. Although their sailboat could evade, the enemy forces gradually closed in and surrounded them, making any maneuvers difficult. The sailors on the sailboat had already begun to think whether they should use teleportation and get out of here, but others said that there was no point in doing so, since they would not receive points and would even be fined. Hirikara listened to the hysterics and various thoughts of the ship's crew, who realized and accepted that they were finished and would die. Hirikara was not going to give up and loaded cartridges into the magazine, trying to come up with a plan. After he inserted a magazine into the rifle, he realized that with such a fighting spirit, they would not go far and that they needed to come up with something, and quickly. Hirikara tells the captain that they have no choice but to go straight to Kizaru's ship. If they are to die, it will be by fighting the admiral himself, not his men. Hirikara said that they shouldn't lose heart because they were still alive, and in a short time they were able to disable 3 enemy ships by killing the captains. The soldiers tensed up, realizing that they had really started to lose heart too early. But what should they do then, since they were just ordinary sailors? The captain was confused, and assumed that Hirikara had an idea on how to deal with the entire armada of ships. Hirikara replied that it was quite simple. One of the conditions for winning the war was to kill the commander-in-chief, who was Kizaru. If they could kill him, the war would be over, after which Hirikara decided to propose a rather risky undertaking in order to win, but everyone would have to trust him, especially the captain. Soon the sailors from the sailboat began to throw out supplies and other things to reduce the entire ship by lightening it. Barrels of gunpowder and other boxes that were filled with large quantities of cereals and oils were used. This seemed like a rather strange decision to Kizaru, who knew that even if they dropped the load and lightened themselves, they would not be able to evade the attacks of his armada, which had already surrounded the enemy. He decides to use his magical voice enhancement to talk to the captain of the sailboat so that he stops messing around and surrenders. If he does this, his ship will not be damaged. However, the captain began to shout that he was not going to surrender to such a pathetic admiral who did not even enter the battle but sent his wards. After which he continued to shout all sorts of insults at Admiral Kizaru without mincing words. However, the assistant noticed that their captain did not activate the voice amplifier, and no one could hear him since the enemy was about 2 miles away. After which the assistant carefully approaches and whispers into the captain's ear that they cannot hear him because he forgot to activate the voice amplification. This greatly angered the captain that he had done such a stupid thing and realized it. Afterwards, the captain, having activated the reinforcement, began to say that he would never surrender to such a coward who hides behind the backs of his people, not taking part in the battle. Admiral Kizaru said that there was no point in testing his patience. He did not want any unnecessary sacrifices and suggested that the captain of the sailboat surrender, and then he would spare the crew. The captain understood that they were now in a disadvantageous position and that at any moment Admiral Kizaru could destroy their ship. He has the power to burn everything to ashes, but he decides to take advantage of the opportunity and not continue the fight, losing people and ships. His power was not called the death of ships for nothing. Suddenly, the captain of the main armada could not leave his admiral and decides to return and help them in the battle with Admiral Kizaru. The admiral was shocked that his men disobeyed the order and decided to come to the rescue. He was certainly not pleased, but the circumstances were not in the best direction for the enemy, as they had a numerical advantage. However, Kizaru uses magic to say that if the armada starts approaching, they will destroy their captain's ship and sink it. This move was predictable, but in this situation there was nothing left to do but accept and agree to stop. This greatly tormented the fleet captain since he could do nothing. However, he ordered all ships to slow down to the slowest speed possible so that the enemy would think that they were simply being carried along by the waves. This was the only way to buy time and get closer. Meanwhile, on the sailboat, the captain asked his sailors to try to find Admiral Kizaru on the ship using telescopes. They inspected the enemy ship and tried to find the admiral, but everything was clear. He was nowhere to be seen. On the ship, from such a distance, it was possible to make out only the sailors, and not very clearly. The officer's uniform did not catch the eye at all, as if the admiral was in his cabin. The sailors report that no officers were found on the enemy ship. Only sailors were standing on the deck. This news made the captain nervous, but he understood. He said that most likely the admiral decided to play it safe and dressed as a simple sailor so that he would not be shot, like other ship captains. Admiral Kizaru said that he was giving the captain of the sailing ship 30 seconds to make a decision and for him to get into a boat and come aboard. However, this did not suit the captain, and he was afraid that as soon as he left his ship, he would be immediately destroyed. He said that if he disobeyed and did not leave the ship, what would the admiral do? Admiral Kizaru said that his patience should not be tested, or he would show why he was called the death of ships. Meanwhile, the weather changed dramatically and everything around began to fill with energy, as if lightning appeared. The sailors on the deck of the sailboat began to say that the water had become electrified and that they were being prepared to be attacked. They understood that their ship would not be able to withstand such an attack. They were being driven more and more into a corner, not even given time to think. There was almost no way out except to agree with Admiral Kizaru's proposal and leave their ship in a boat. The enemy ships surrounded the sailing ship and were less than 1 nautical mile away, which meant that they would not be able to pass the blockade and meet the main armada of the Allied forces. In this case, the captain asks Admiral Kizaru to swear that he will keep his word and not kill the crew and the ship. The assistant was frightened to learn that their captain had made a decision. The captain of the armada also heard everything and realized that their admiral had decided to sacrifice himself to save the entire fleet. This brought him to tears, and he did not want to allow such an outcome. He seemed to go mad and began to shout that the admiral should not be arrogant and that it would be better for them all to go into battle as brave sailors who were not afraid of battles. The guys on the sailboat were a bit stunned by this, and the admiral said that it was good that he hadn't made him admiral of the entire armada, otherwise they would have died right there. However, the sailor said that he was the captain and he had no less power. Soon the captain of the sailing ship ordered a boat to be lowered into the water so that he could go to the enemy ship. In the end, that's what happens. The captain and the man who rowed the oars set out for the enemy ship to accept defeat. Admiral Kizaru said that this was the right decision, however. He felt that something was wrong, and it was too strange that the captain himself agreed, but the one who fired never showed up. Suddenly his fears come true, and a man appears behind him, pointing his rifle at the admiral and ordering him to raise his hands. The sailors on the ship were shocked that an enemy had appeared behind them, who had arrived here with the desire to kill their admiral. Hirakawa only said that it was quite nice when the sea could do a lot for you, and you didn't even have to try hard. Sometime before this, Hirakawa proposes his plan to the captain, saying that Kizaru most likely realizes that they have a gunner on the sailboat and may be prepared for this. In that case, if he doesn't show up, then Hirakawa will have to go to the enemy ship and take them by surprise. They came up with a plan where, under the guise of simply wanting to throw out heavy things and lighten the ship in order to start escaping from the enemy, Hirakawa would meanwhile also jump over the port in the confusion. He would grab onto the barrel, which would carry the current straight to the admiral's ship, which was a fortunate coincidence. Hirakawa had the skill of camouflage, and because he himself did not move, the camouflage worked. After which, having reached the enemy ship, he decided to climb onto it from the opposite side, since the enemy was now looking at the sailboat, which was surrounded. And then, very successfully and unnoticed, Hirakawa finds himself right behind the back of the man who turned out to be Admiral Kizaru, who was dressed as a simple sailor. Hirakawa fires into the air and orders no one to move, or he will finish off their admiral and that will be the end of their war. Admiral Kizaru says, "Could this be a new generation of marksmen?" He remembers how in the old days, a group of marksmen from the Esgaroth kingdom had already ruined his kingdom's plans. Hirakawa, aiming his rifle, says that he is an excellent shot, and if the admiral does not want to go down the same path as his captains, then he should think carefully about what to say. Meanwhile, on the ship, everyone began looking for weapons to point at Hirakawa and threaten that he would also die if he harmed their admiral. The admiral turns his head and says that he doesn't have the courage to shoot such an important person and that he is still too young for such important actions. Hirakawa smiled and said, "Does the admiral really think that? Does Kizaru himself really think that he can't be killed by a mere mercenary?" At that moment, Kizaru realized that this shooter was definitely very dangerous and could easily shoot so that such threats would not stop him. Hirikara began to say that he was a simple man, and his death would cost the kingdom nothing, but the death of Admiral Kizaru would lead to the defeat of the kingdom of Fornest, and all participants would be dead at that moment. All the sailors tensed up because they didn't know such a condition. It turns out that if the admiral dies, they will lose everything and even die, after which Hirikara ordered everyone to drop their muskets. Otherwise, he would shoot the admiral, and everyone would die without even having time to understand anything, while losing all their junk. However, even though the muskets were lowered, none of the sailors were going to retreat and wait, hoping that they would be able to save their admiral. Admiral Kizaru, after listening to the shooter, realized that he was indeed capable of killing him and could end the war with just one bullet. Hirikara tensed up a bit at how confidently and fearlessly Admiral Kizaru spoke. He really was an incredible man, who could maintain his composure even when he was on the brink of death. Kizaru said that even if he died, his crew would make sure that Hirikara would not leave this ship on his own either, and would be avenged. Hirikara replied that if this would end the war, then his death would not be in vain, and would help wipe the entire kingdom of Fornest off the map. Hirikara had been standing in this position for quite some time, and his hands were starting to shake a little, but he knew he could hold out because the fate of the kingdom of Esgaroth was at stake. Admiral Kizaru realized that with this shooter, no bluff would work and there was no choice. Admiral Kizaru began to move forward slowly, realizing that Hirikara would not fire recklessly. Hirikara was confused by this action and told the admiral to stop. However, the admiral did not listen and walked up to his assistant, causing the entire crew to look nervously and not move, as they understood that any action on their part could lead to Kizaru's death. Admiral Kizaru said that he agreed to withdraw the ships and not attack the kingdom of Esgaroth anymore. These words were not enough for Hirikara, and he preferred to look at actions rather than believe words. At this point, the admiral asked his assistant to bring his cloak and ordered everyone to lower their weapons, as they would no longer fight with the kingdom of Esgaroth. After receiving his cloak, the admiral used voice amplification magic and began to give orders to his squadron that they should no longer attack the ships of the Esgaroth kingdom and return back. All the sailors understood that something serious must have happened if the admiral gave such an order. Could it be that their efforts were not enough, and the enemy came up with a way to force the admiral to surrender? The admiral then approaches the shooter and asks his name. Hirikara introduces himself, and Kizaru hands him his cloak, which will be proof that he has been defeated. Having received such an item, Hirikara sees that it is a very rare thing that is endowed with the blessing of the god of the seas and has excellent properties. Hirikara then said that their squadron would not fire on their ships until they left the waters of the Esgaroth kingdom. Kizaru thanked Hirikara for allowing them to leave, after which Hirikara sees a large notice coming in, stating that a 1-month truce pact had been made between the kingdoms, meaning that the war would stop for a while. This news spread throughout the world to those who participated in the war. All the warriors who were on the coast and in the battle were surprised by this turn of events. For some, this outcome was completely unexpected, as it ruined all plans and they had to come up with new ideas again and again to make everything go as it should. Meanwhile, the captain of the sailing ship was already approaching Admiral Kizaru's ship, who understood that everything had gone well and they had been able to win. He, like an ordinary fisherman, was happy with this outcome and showed his thumb, showing that this was the best reinforcement he had ever had to work with. However, Kizaru looked at the sailboat captain and realized that he was clearly not that smart and could not have come up with such a plan. Hirikara replied that it was more likely a combination of many factors and luck, as if they had trusted in a blind choice. These words hurt Kizaru greatly because he was defeated in such a strange way, without relying on anything significant. Only fools can defeat someone blessed by the god of the seas just by luck. Hirikara knew that there was no point in talking about such things anymore and decided to leave the ship. Hirikara went down from the ship to the boat to the captain and said that their task was completed. The captain began to rejoice and said that now they would have a whole day of drinking on the ship while they sailed back to the shore. However, Hirikara replied that this was not what they needed, as they were supposed to be going to reinforce the commander-in-chief, and if they arrived heavily drunk, they would be of no use. These words were like those of a father caring for a child. Suddenly, Hirikara sees a notification that Clint has activated a chain teleporter. This is a signal that a dragon rider is approaching them, or even worse, they had already entered into battle with him. This news did not please Hirikara at all, since he urgently needed to go to his comrades to help. Sometime before Hirikara could make a truce on the main battlefield, Li Chang, seeing the dragon rider heading to their commander-in-chief, tears up the teleportation scroll to come to Sir William's aid. Because Sunya was there, all the commanders of their units could move to her in case of danger. Meanwhile, many troops began to appear behind Sun Ye. The Golden Dragon clan, as well as the Qin Shu troop, began to arrive, trying to protect their commander-in-chief. They realized that this opponent was incredibly strong, and together they would have a very difficult battle. Qin Shu uses the strongest defense magic to put up a barrier in front of the commander-in-chief while the others watch. The rider had already come close enough and said that he was ordering the enemy forces to leave the lands of the Kingdom of Fornest, or they would be destroyed. Suddenly he receives a voice notification, and he doesn't understand why someone is writing to him at such a moment. It was the harlot, who was very annoyed that the dragon rider was not following her orders and went straight to Sir William, which was not what she wanted. But the rider replied that he had his own thoughts about what was happening and told her not to write to him anymore. Otherwise, he would rip her head off. Sir William said that they were not going to surrender, considering that their kingdom was the first to start the war and wanted to kill their king. The rider said he didn't care who attacked whom. He could kill them all in an instant, but he wouldn't do it if the entire army of Esgaroth retreated. Sir William said that they should not be underestimated and they would not retreat. Their honor would be lost if they simply retreated before the enemy. The rider said that he does not want empty sacrifices that could continue to live in this world. He carries the will of the Golden Dragon and follows the belief that everyone must unite against another enemy. Clint decided to intervene in this conversation and said that he was very interested in hearing the horseman's proposal and what he meant when he said that everyone needs to unite. The rider said that he could not say yet, but if the warriors of the Kingdom of Esgaroth did not retreat, then he would have to intervene in the battle. However, Sir William, like the others, were against retreating and surrendering. In this case, the dragon rider realized that the negotiations had failed, and therefore, it was time to leave. In conclusion, the rider said that the punishment for their stupid actions would be enormous. Clint listened carefully to the horseman, trying to figure out what he meant when he said that everyone needed to unite against someone else. Did he know something that might happen soon? However, the horseman was not going to leave this place quietly and said that he was the arbiter of justice and would bring punishment to all who resist the orders of the Supreme Dragon. At that moment, Clint realized that simple words would not end everything and noticed that the dragon was beginning to fill with mana, as if preparing to attack. The warriors on the battlefield saw that the sky above them began to sow as if the sun had come closer, and its rays were breaking through the smoke and fog that were above the battlefield. Everyone who was near Sir William realized that this was an attack, and they would not be able to save their people. Qin Shu even fell to his knees because he was powerless to do anything here. This fire attack was of incredible size and covered most of the battlefield, leaving no one a chance to survive. The temperature of the fire was almost like the sun. On the scorched earth, there were many dead bodies that died instantly, or were even still suffering from the pain that the fire was causing. It was a very cruel picture. Meanwhile, in the Fornest Kingdom headquarters, Fox looked through the crystal ball at what was happening on the battlefield. His face changed slightly after seeing the destructive power of the dragon rider. He said that it was still great that such a warrior was on their side and could do something that would make your blood run cold. Then he said, "Was everything ready for the next stage of the war?" The advisor said that everything was ready and she was just waiting for the order to give the command to her people to strike from the rear. Meanwhile, Qin Shu asks Mofan if he can block that dragon's skills and magic like he did with other mages. But Mofan says he doubts he has the strength to do that. Even Sun Ye lowered her hands, realizing that there was no way she could withstand such power. This dragon rider could wipe out an entire army with just his dragon breath. Yet he became the only warrior who reached the highest level of 300 and is in first place in the world, ranking among the strongest players. Many guys who saw all the power that was bursting out of the dragon understood that it would be very difficult for them to defeat such an opponent. But Clint turns around and says, "Do they really think that?" Hirikara would never say that, and he would do anything to stop the dragon or avenge the deaths of so many of his comrades. Qin Shu asked Clint when Hirikara would show up and why he was so sure Hirikara would be able to take revenge. Clint replied that he was probably one of the people who could definitely finish off the dragon rider. After these words, Everyone remembered that they began to win only because Hirikara carried out sabotage and broke down the defenses in the enemy camp, which gave their warriors the opportunity to capture fortresses and advance so far. Suddenly, a man no one expected to see appeared on the battlefield. It was Zhao, who was ranked second in the world. He was approaching the commanders of his squads. Zhao approached Clint and asked him when Hirikara would show up here. Clint replied that he thought he would soon and would be right next to him. But why was Zhao so interested in this? He simply wanted to repay his debt, and at the same time the horseman was here, who was an eternal thorn in his side. Qin Xiu hears for the first time that his brother knows Zhao, who is one of the most popular players, and he also owes Hirikara. Qin Xiu hoped that this is not the kind of debt that would kill. Zhao turns to the commander-in-chief with a request to give them the opportunity to deal with this rider, since there are quite a few warriors gathered here who can resist him. And so it happened, and the battle began. Li Chang was the first to engage the dragon rider as he was severely hurt by the attack on many warriors who were also his comrades. While the rider on the dragon's back was fighting Li Chang, the dragon tried to attack with fire those who were running on the ground and attacking him from below. He sensed a familiar force that had often tried to harm him and spat fire in that direction. But such an attack could not take Zhao, and he was able to withstand the fire, not even feeling its heat, which scorched the entire ground under his feet. Zhao said that now it was time for revenge, and they would find out who was the strongest warrior. Zhao uses a new ability to fight such a strong opponent, which was shown to him by Hirikara, and summons his monster. Zhao's monster turned out to be a large frog that looked quite aggressive and dangerous. Its ability was to control the mana in the body of the one it bit. But Qin Xiu, seeing such a creature, did not understand at all how this frog could resist the golden dragon, which possesses incredible destructive power. Zhao orders his monster to attack the dragon and use a ceiling bite. The frog could jump very high and had no trouble jumping to the dragon that was flying above them. With great speed, the frog rushes into the sky and bites right into the chest of a huge dragon, causing him a lot of trouble. The rider senses that his dragon is not well now due to their contract, and realizes that the frog was able to seal the dragon's abilities. Without magic, it will be quite difficult for the rider to fight. Zhao begins to rejoice and understand that now he has every chance to fight the rider, not paying much attention to the dragon, who will not be able to do anything with his magic. The rider and the dragon realize that they are now too vulnerable, and they should retreat before something worse happens. However, Zhao was not going to miss such an opportunity, and, using all his abilities, decides to attack the rider with whom he has a long-standing feud for first place. They are already preparing to cross their weapons in a duel on a dragon, but at the last moment, the most unexpected thing happens. Each participant in the war gets a pop-up window that announces a truce. This message appeared at the most inopportune moment for Zhao, who was confident that he could deal with the rider one-on-one without the dragon's intervention, and thanks to that truce, he was unable to do anything. Zhao and the frog were forced to let go of their opponents, as the system prohibited combat at that moment and all abilities were deactivated. Zhao, falling from a height, looked towards the rider and said that it was just incredible luck that he did not kill the rider. This greatly angered Zhao. Also, everyone on the battlefield received such a notification and did not understand. Would this really be the end of it? Sun Ye, after reading the truce notice, was very happy that Hirikara was able to complete the mission and win on the seafront. This news greatly saved them from the dragon rider's attack. Sir William then orders all troops to retreat to the plains so they can regroup. Only Qin Xiu understood that Hirikara had apparently done the most difficult thing, because according to the assignment of their detachment, he had to hold Admiral Kizaru for about 20 days. But according to another condition, he had to kill 4 admirals, and then there would be victory. Soon everyone was gathered in a tent city on the plains. Sir William was talking to his assistant, who was reporting on the losses and possible ideas on how to continue the fight. Behind them, in the corner, sat Zhao, looking like everything had been taken from him. Afterwards, Qin Xiu and Sun Ye entered Sir William's tent to explain to the commander-in-chief what had happened and why a month-long truce had been declared. Hirikara said that in general, an additional task in their case was the possibility of arranging a truce if Admiral Kizaru admitted defeat on the water and was forced to withdraw his troops. Suddenly, a teleporter began to activate near Clint, which meant that a person was arriving here. He realized that it was probably Hirikara, However, the others did not know about this and began to think that it was the work of the enemy who decided to break into their dialogue like this. They were on edge because there had already been attempts on Sir William's life by the traveling circus. However, Hirikara appeared in front of them and started shouting and asking where the dragon rider was. He understood that everyone was in danger here and was a little worried and did not understand what was going on here. Clint told Hirikara to calm down and that the rider was not here. He retreated after the truce Hirikara had called, but Hirikara was still on edge and adrenaline, realizing the danger of the enemy. Suddenly, Sunye runs up to Hirikara and hugs him, saying that she is very happy to see him and thanks him for saving them. Everyone else was also happy to see Hirikara. They started saying that Hirikara was simply incredible and was able to defeat Admiral Kizaru himself and made a truce, which saved them from death. However, Hirikara could not understand anything properly yet, as a girl clung to him and rubbed against him, hanging on his neck. Sir William felt awkward and just stood aside. He turned his attention to Zhao, who looked like he was a living dead and reacted to everything too emotionlessly. Meanwhile, in the tent of the enemy army, Fornas, the general nicknamed Fox, was very annoyed and could not believe that Admiral Kizaru had lost and had made a truce for a month. The Fox began to shout at his advisor that their warriors could not cope with the enemy. The harlot herself was not ready for this and became very upset, as all her plans were collapsing. The events were observed by the dragon rider, who had arrived at the general's location to discuss the next steps. While the Fox was reprimanding his advisor, who had only let him down so far, the rider realized that she was there for a reason. He begins to take off his helmet to say everything he thinks about this situation without fear of being harmed. Taking off his helmet, a rather nice and serious guy with white hair appeared in front of us, whose name was Arthur. He was a big fan of the stories about King Arthur and decided to introduce himself in this way. He pointed his spear at the counselor and said that she was not playing her role convincingly and was clearly pursuing completely different goals in the war between the kingdoms. It was she who told him not to kill Sir William. The harlot became very nervous and tried to wriggle out of it by saying that according to their plan, Sir William should not die so easily. He should be taken to the king and executed in front of him on the square. The Fox said that if Arthur was so eager to finish off his advisor, then why didn't he finish off the warriors who stood near Sir William back then? Why try to negotiate if the enemy wouldn't retreat? Arthur turned around and said that there was no reason for that. If they wanted it that way, he could end this war himself by attacking them all soon, while they had not yet recovered their losses. The Fox said that they were thinking about it, and he ordered his advisor to prepare all troops for the offensive, and Arthur would attack the enemy from the air. The Fox received a message that the enemy had gone to the plains where their camp was located, after which Liz said that he was already tired of his advisor's failures and said that if she failed this time, she would be in a very bad way. She was very angry that she was outplayed by the shooter who defeated Kizaru, and she began to take him more seriously, realizing that he was a threat. Meanwhile, Hirikara was reporting to Sir William what had happened at sea and how they had managed to achieve this truce. Hirikara reported that Admiral Kizaru would no longer participate in the war and would not attack them. In this case, Sir William understood that the enemy would definitely try to do something and it was necessary to carefully think over the strategy of conducting the battle, since during the truce, they would be able to restore their army as well as the enemy. After which, Hirikara, having discussed everything with the commander-in-chief, received permission to go and rest and began to leave Sir William's tent. He understood that everything was still ahead and he should not relax. Seeing that Hirikara had freed himself from his grasp, his comrades began to run up to him and again began to ask him how he had managed to outplay Admiral Kizaru, but suddenly their questions were interrupted by one man, who was clearly irritated by something. He approached and spoke in a clearly angry voice and seemed to mutter something unpleasant. Zhao approached Hirikara at an indecently close distance and looked him in the eyes. Zhao's face showed that he was clearly not pleased, and Hirikara did not understand what had happened here, that he was so angry. Zhao started to grab his head and say that Hirikara made a pact too early, and he couldn't defeat the rider. It was the most annoying thing that had ever happened to him. He used the skill that Hirikara showed him and was sure that he could handle it, but everything fell through because of that damned pact. Zhao vented all his anger and said that he was very annoyed because he was not sure that he would be able to attack the rider the same way next time. Hirikara began to say that this was not the end and everything could change. The enemy did not know exactly what kind of ability Zhao used and how he managed to summon the monster, right? Zhao, having cooled down a bit, said that may be so, but most likely that golden dragon understood everything and could tell the rider since they have a mental connection and they can talk using telekinesis. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by an arrogant shooter in a hat who likes to sleep and says that the horseman spoke of strange things and that he wants to unite people to fight someone else. Hirikara was a little surprised and asked what he meant. Did the horseman know about the enemy that could attack them, and apparently it was not people, right? Clint said that he himself is not sure, but he knows that Hirikara is quite smart and can figure it out himself since he is very good at predicting events that will happen. Hirikara thought and understood that apparently that rider also knows about the army of demons that are on another continent, where they fled after the last war. Apparently that dragon told him about this, and for this purpose is preparing the rider so that he will find those with whom it will be possible to save the world. However, this is only an assumption. The main threat now came from those individuals who were managing the war from behind the scenes and were apparently preparing to strike. But when? Suddenly, Hirikara realizes that the enemy is definitely planning something soon. They know that the Esgaroth army is now very exhausted and has lost too many of its warriors, and therefore may attack, most likely tonight. So Hirikara says that they need to quickly gather and warn everyone that the enemy may attack today. Several hours later, the main force of Esgaroth began to move out into the night, moving under the light of the moon away from the front lines. The main divisions, such as Li Chang's unit, began to take up positions further away, as they were warned that the enemy might attack that night. All the main warriors understood that their army would serve as bait if the enemy showed up. Their main target was not the enemy army, but the dragon that might arrive with them. Hirikara and his comrades took up an observation position and also watched the perimeter. Kinshuu was a little doubtful that the enemy would attack at night since visibility was poor and it was quite difficult to attack. However, Hirikara was right, and he accurately assessed the situation and predicted the enemy's actions, so he was preparing to lead his troops to the enemy. This was a great opportunity to finish off the enemy, who had lost too many warriors. Fornost's army advanced towards the plains where the army of the kingdom of Esgaroth should have been, resting and trying to rebuild its numbers. The rider and his dragon were in the sky above the main army and understood that they should go first to search for the enemy army. Arthur, after the last battle, understood that his main enemy would be Zhao, whom he had let go in vain that time, and now he could cause a lot of problems. Soon he notices the enemy army that left the camp and set off on a journey, and reports this to headquarters. The dragon did not waste time and decided to attack the crowd of soldiers, who were clearly not prepared for such a turn of events. The dragon inhales air and prepares to fire a volley. A fiery tornado rose above the plain, which absorbed crowds of warriors, not giving them a chance to escape from the attack. Hirikara, seeing what was happening, understood that this was simply a terrible sight, and it would be difficult to counter such an opponent. His main task should be the target in the crosshairs, and he should prepare himself. Hirikara is okay, as their squad is the closest to the main location where the dragonfire was applied. Hirikara says that they are fine, and then asks Mo-fan if everything is ready, and if he got the map of the area. Mo-fan says that everything is ready and they can begin their mission. The Special Unit Force Korea is on standby and awaiting orders from the commander, and the rest should try to survive, Hirikara said. In this case, everyone starts the task of catching the dragon. Their target is quite strong, and it is worth thinking everything through well. Soon the guys arrived at a high place from where they could shoot the dragon. The entire special squad arrived at the position to support Hirikara. Hirikara did not waste time and, having unfolded the bipod, began to aim at the enemy. He understood that such a giant probably had strong defense, and it was worth understanding that this enemy was much stronger than anyone he had ever fought. He watched the dragon's behavior through the scope and tried to understand the pattern, but the enemy moved chaotically and it was quite difficult to predict its movements. Hirikara decided to ask Clint what he thought the distance to the target was. Hirikara was just curious to hear the opinion of a comrade who was a master at handling his revolvers. Clint said about 2 kilometers, and he was almost right, Hirikara said. Such a close-range marksman has a pretty good eye. However, Hirikara said that no one should worry. The target was only 1,800 meters away, and he would be able to hit it. The other guys were very surprised by these numbers, but Hirikara's words calmed them down a little. They were delighted and began to say that their commander was simply incredible and would be able to do it. They were sure that he could cope with such an enemy. Hirikara, watching through the scope, noticed that the dragon had several wounds on its chest from previous attacks. He assumed that these were marks from hits from a large-caliber rifle. In this case, it is worth using the skill Calm Heart, which will allow you to shoot at the enemy more accurately. Hirikara takes good aim and finds the right moment when the dragon is about to attack. He can freeze in place and inhale. At that moment, Hirikara pulls the trigger and shoots. The bullet hits the old wound and damages the dragon, breaking its protective barrier. It was simply unbelievable, which even raised many questions. The rider did not understand what had happened and began to ask the dragon. The dragon said that he had been wounded from a great distance and that it was most likely Ferdinand who had come to fight again. The dragon noticed that the bullet hit the old wound and caused significant damage, that even the defense could not withstand and broke. This Ferdinand had clearly become stronger if he was able to hit the old wound from a long distance. This shot eventually provoked the dragon to go in the direction from which it was shot, in order to finish off the shooter for his actions. Kinshio sees the dragon approaching and nervously tells Hirikara that they should hurry because it is flying here. Hirikara understood this. However, he felt a strong surprise and fear that his powerful shot was enough to destroy the barrier and remove the dragon's durability from such a distance. Could he really do it? However, the dragon was approaching quite quickly and the entire squad was in danger. The dragon would not choose a target but would simply shoot its flames into the crowd and destroy everyone. In this case, Hirikara orders everyone to leave the high ground and go down. He asks them to wait for Zhao and Li Chang to arrive so that they can begin attacking the dragon while he tries to divert attention to himself. Clint says it's suicide because the dragon will definitely spot him and be able to swat him. Hirikara says it will be easier for him to dodge and escape if he is alone, so everyone should retreat. Clint and Kinshio knew they had better obey and go down the hill, but they were worried that Hirikara might die. Afterwards, Hirikara realizes that he has only one shot, which can change a lot, and that he should first use camouflage and wait for the right moment. But the dragon decides as soon as he gets close to pour his flames on everything to burn the ground without looking whether there is an enemy there or not. He was worried that there could be several enemies on the field that could harm him. Kinshio sees that the hill was covered in fire and starts screaming and worrying about Hirikara, as no one could survive such an attack. Mofan began to tell Kinshio not to worry, as he looked at Hirikara's durability, and it hadn't changed at all after those dragon attacks. Meanwhile, the golden dragon was flying around the place from which they were shooting at him and trying to figure out where the enemy was. Until the very end, he thought that Ferdinand was shooting at him. But Hirikara was on the scorched earth, and under the camouflage he felt fear. He was very hot and afraid that if he took off the camouflage before reinforcements arrived, he could die. Suddenly he received a message that the top players were already approaching and would soon intervene in the battle with the dragon. This was great news because the dragon would switch to them and Hirikara would be able to shoot. Sun Yi, approaching, signals everyone to attack the dragon. Their plan was quite simple and depended on coordination in battle. Special Forces Korea and Clint began to move towards the dragon, teaming up with the strongest players to fight. The mages and archers began to attack from a distance with their best attacks in order to inflict at least some damage on the dragon. Many mages used different elements to attack in hopes of breaking through the dragon's defense, but they had no idea how weak their attacks were to him. The dragon had dispersal magic and could destroy almost any spell that flew at it. Such weak attacks could not even scratch it. Clint, taking out his revolvers, began to attack the dragon with a barrage of fire, trying to disable the barrier that covered the dragon's body. This barrage of bullets created a small crack in the dragon's defense, and this had to be taken advantage of before the shield was restored. The swordmaster, under the reinforcements of the mages who stood behind him, began to approach the dragon in order to deliver a strong blow and break that shield. Fire magic and hit the dragon's head with all his might, but unfortunately, it was not enough to break the barrier. The rider immediately attacked the swordmaster with his spear, but the master managed to block the attack with his sword and repel the attack. At that moment, Li Chang arrived and began to attack the rider with his martial arts skills, as they could fight equally. Li Chang understood that his job was to distract the rider while the others tried to defeat the dragon. Suddenly, the golden dragon uses magic and grabs Clint with his magic hand to make him tell where Ferdinand is since they were connected by a contract. The dragon said that if Clint did not answer him, then nothing would be able to stop him from being crushed like a small bug. Clint felt it was getting harder and harder to breathe, and the pain from the compression was pressing on his entire body, making it very difficult to stay conscious. However, Clint said that apparently the Golden Dragon is not so wise if he cannot understand who is shooting at him, since Ferdinand is not here. At this point, Hirikara removes his disguise and is about to shoot the dragon while it is in one position and trying to kill Clint. Above the battlefield, it was clearly visible how the beam pierced the dragon's body and the shield that surrounded it, causing great damage. At that moment, the dragon realized that there was another shooter who was capable of causing him a lot of problems, and this one was much worse because he knew how to act stealthily. This attack had a strong effect even on the rider who was fighting Li Chang and was barely able to stay on his feet after the dragon began to stagger and almost fall. Clint took the hugs hard and fell to his knees after the dragon's magic dissipated. Thanks to Hirikara's shot, he was able to survive, but it could have been done earlier, Clint thought. At this moment, Zhao was already prepared and approaching to attack the dragon, who was confused and had lost his shield. This was the right moment to attack. Zhao, getting closer and closer, accumulated magical power for a strike and prepared to attack the dragon while it did not notice him. Hirikara also did not intend to stand aside and shoots at the dragon, again realizing that this ancient dragon is much stronger than all those with whom he fought and was already able to withstand 2 hits. But then, the dragon notices the shooter and realizes that he doesn't know this man, and for the first time he realized that among the shooters there is someone who can cause him no less problems than Ferdinand. But he also did not forget about the naive Zhao, who was approaching him and thought that he was invisible. The dragon makes a counterattack at the right moment, which confuses Zhao and, without having time to prepare for the blow, receives a strong blow. The force was simply enormous, throwing Zhao to the side at high speed, simultaneously tearing up a trench on the ground with his body. At the end, Zhao stops and realizes that this is the first time he has seen a dragon attack without magic, even though they have fought dozens of times. Li Chang, seeing what happened to Zhao, became a little tense, as he alone could not handle this situation. The rider, seeing that Li Chang was distracted, did not waste time and attacked him, but other players were also watching what was happening. Qin Xiu noticed that Li Chang was distracted, and a rider was flying towards him trying to attack. He uses a magic shield that can repel the attack. Qin Xiu had no intention of staying on the sidelines and helped his comrades in any way he could, who had taken on the role of the main opponents for the rider and the Golden Dragon. Hirikara also understood that something needed to be done quickly and shot at the dragon again, trying to knock it to the ground. But the defense and survivability of this ancient monster successfully resisted the attacks. The dragon was able to reflect the last shot because he allowed for such a possibility and used his strongest defense, which is capable of blocking any attack. Hirikara realized that he had to come up with another way since his bullets couldn't penetrate such a barrier. Everything was against them now. But an old friend, Ye Zhong, who was one of the strongest magicians, decided to intervene in the battle. He tells Hirikara that he will now cast a spell, and Hirikara will have only a few seconds to shoot. It creates an incredibly powerful spell that nullifies all barriers and defenses of the enemy in order to deal damage to them. Ye Chong felt that the dragon's strength was very strong, and it was trying to resist, so Hirikara should hurry up since it was becoming increasingly difficult for Ye Chong to hold the dragon. Hirikara shouts that he is ready and aims at the dragon's vulnerable area to deal damage. Hirikara didn't even realize how many shots it would take to kill this monster. However, at the last moment, Ferdinand appears using a chain transfer and orders everyone to lower their weapons as he has arrived with a message from the church. Ferdinand began shouting for everyone to stop and lay down their weapons or he would kill everyone here. He had arrived with a message for the commanders-in-chief from the church. He began to take out a letter with a message on it, which had the seal of the church on it, so that no one would dare to think that he was bluffing. Mo Fan and the swordmaster were very surprised that such a person could be a messenger and understood that if they disobeyed, they could lose their faith. Hirikara said that he would not listen to Ferdinand, since the dragon was to blame for what was happening, and he had no faith since he was a monster from this world. He could not obey any orders, but the Golden Dragon stopped and asked Ferdinand about that order and wanted to know what was said there, since he too was not ready to lay down his arms and stop. Ferdinand said that he had no right to divulge the order of the church to those who did not know it. The only thing he could say was that the letter mentioned the devil's sewer, which such a wise dragon should know. The dragon paused and thought. He said that if Ferdinand was telling the truth, he would agree to stop fighting and not attack any more humans. He also added that Zhao was rather stupid if he thought he was invisible. At this moment, Zhao realized that his magic really stood out if the dragon could sense it so calmly. Zhao realized that he shouldn't joke with the church, which could deprive him of the right to live a peaceful life in this world. Hirikara, although nervous, lowers his rifle as he watches the dragon. He knows that no one expected this turn of events and what will happen next is questionable. Other people were watching what was happening on the battlefield. The harlot began to bite her nails out of nerves, as she did not expect such a turn of events. She could not imagine that Ferdinand would be an emissary of the church, which could influence all kingdoms. All players knew that if they went against the church, everyone in the world would hunt him. Even the fox was surprised to hear that a message had arrived from the church. He was already very curious about what was said there, and understood that it was worth moving forward for the meeting. Advisor Lisa said that she wants to go outside and get some fresh air because everything is going wrong and she needs to pull herself together. As she left the tent, she called her servants, who was Hayakimaru. She said that she had several tasks for him, and the first one would be to call the Midnight Cat to help her. But the second task will be quite difficult, but if Hayakimaru wants to earn her trust back, then he will have to complete it. At that moment, Hayakimaru realized what he had to do. He said that he was capable of killing Ferdinand, but there was a problem. He was currently surrounded by quite strong players, and there was a special squad called Power of Korea. The harlot thought that Hayakimaru was probably afraid to meet his old teammates again, and said that there was no need to worry because he would be with the Midnight Cat. Hayakimaru said that he was more afraid of not his previous squad, but of Hirikaru, who knows how to ruin everything, and is quite a skilled shooter who can sense their arrival. After these words, the harlot grabbed her head and said that he really is a problem and should be feared. Considering that the message is intended for the commanders-in-chief, then Sir William has already been delivered. All that remains is for Lise to arrive. They will begin negotiations, and most likely the church wants a truce. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, everyone began to wait for the continuation of the story about what would happen next. Li Chang began to bow to Qin Shu and thank him for saving him when the horsemen attacked. Clint talked to Zhao and asked him why he didn't intervene in the battle for so long. And he was also worried about why he was considered an uncle, and Hirikara was considered a brother, since he was several years younger than Hirikara. The dragon and its rider asked Ferdinand what exactly he saw in that place because it is classified information. It is very difficult to get there, and even strong players have a hard time surviving there. Suddenly, a messenger began running to the place where the warriors were standing, who reported that there was now a temporary truce, and the commander-in-chief of Fornast's army was heading here. Everyone turned around at these words, and only Hirikara understood that apparently the war was nearing its end. Sometime later, all the necessary persons were assembled. Sir William on one side on his horse, and the sly fox on the other. The fox said that he had not expected to meet so soon, and thought that he would see William only when he was brought in chains to their king. And Sir William said that he noticed that the fox had not yet put himself in order enough, and he could help him lose about 10 kilograms more if they met under different circumstances. Overall, it was clear that the situation was quite tense. They clearly did not get along with each other, considering that they were enemies and fighting among themselves. Ferdinand invited them to the negotiating table and decided to first provide them with an item that would convince them that he was a true messenger of the church. Ferdinand places a magical key on the table that looked like a monster. It had a magical eye and wings, making it a magical item, and the key gave access to the church archives, which only an important member of the church could afford. Hirikara, seeing that abomination, said that he was going to vomit, but Qin Shu said that Hirikara should speak more quietly, since he could be beaten for insulting the church relic. In general, all the commanders-in-chief understood that they would have a serious conversation. The letter stated that the church was against continuing the war and wanted the kingdoms to unite for further action. Hirikara realized that there was talk of ending the war, and that was good, but something was wrong. There needed to be a compelling reason for this, because a simple order from the church did not solve anything, and so it was. Ferdinand said that he had been in the devil's cesspool and had found an object there. This thing was the hat of the Demon King himself, and Ferdinand said that he was alive. This news shocked the two commanders-in-chief, as they both took part in the battle where the Demon King was defeated, and the remaining monsters fled into the unknown.